A superstarship has been traversing the vast expanse of the universe for 100,000 years. Its spatial jumps far exceed the speed of light. Each leap constitutes the passage through a miniature wormhole, not in terms of the distance it connects, but rather due to the diminutive size of the wormhole's entrance. Measuring merely a few dozen kilometers, just enough for the starship to pass through. Every wormhole encountered during these jumps is generated by the starship itself. The vessel leaps once every minute, recording data in a new space before immediately transitioning to the next realm. We are unaware of its origin, its purpose, or the mission it bears. Perhaps it hails from the far reaches of the galaxy, or from the Andromeda Galaxy, or even from realms beyond our local group. Far removed from the Andromeda supercluster in any case, it emerges from the profoundly distant depths of space. During a routine jump, the superstarship fortuitously found itself positioned between two quark stars that were on the verge of collision. The immense gravitational waves disrupted the starship's preset systems rather than continuing its journey. It began to orbit in proximity to the two quark stars, documenting the impending birth of a black hole resulting from the cataclysmic impact. Despite its origins in a remarkably advanced civilization, it underestimated the formidable forces of the universe. The newly formed black hole emitted intense electromagnetic radiation into the cosmos, penetrating the starship's shields and incapacitating its systems, leaving it on the brink of succumbing to the black hole's inexorable gravity. The starship accelerated toward the abyss, its shields utterly torn asunder. This was an unmanned vessel, devoid of any life forms. Cracks began to form on the deck, and the main systems had completely shut down. At that moment, the auxiliary emergency systems activated, expending the starship's remaining energy reserves to execute a long-range ultimate jump. It materialized within the solar system of the Orion arm of the Milky Way. At precisely noon local time, NASA's Deep Space Exploration team discovered a colossal cosmic starship that had suddenly appeared in the Earth-Moon orbit. Panic ensued at NASA, and the general populace was equally alarmed, as the phenomenon was visible to the naked eye. In the southeastern sky, an intense burst of light emerged, followed by the appearance of the immense starship, which hovered perilously close to Earth, merely 100 kilometers above the altitude of artificial satellites. Measuring 100 kilometers in length, 60 kilometers in width, and 40 kilometers in thickness, it resembled a floating city, motionless in the sky. It appeared significantly larger than the moon. Soon, humanity across the globe was made aware of this event. Various factions clamored over the impending first contact. There were advocates for peaceful engagement, proponents of dark invasion, and staunch expulsion factions, while humanity found greater unity in the confirmation of extraterrestrial existence. Contradictions began to surface. 3 months passed, yet the suddenly arrived superstarship remained utterly silent, merely orbiting the Earth in quietude each day. Having sustained considerable damage during its escape from the black hole, its primary program had reset, erasing its initial mission. It had become a drifter, aimless and adrift. The vessel meandered between the Earth and the Moon, devoid of purpose or trajectory. After a month of self-repair, the starship had finally regained its original state. On this particular evening, as was his custom, Zheng Yin descended from his evening study session, armed with a telescope, and made his way to the playground to observe the starship that had so abruptly intruded upon human society. Have you heard? Our nation plans to launch drones to broadcast its true appearance up close. Perhaps this time we shall receive a response. Zheng Yin remarked, adjusting the focus of his telescope while closing one eye. Perhaps other nations have already dispatched several drones and might have even encountered extraterrestrial beings. Lu Quan scoffed. Zheng Yin chuckled. What do you know? If aliens possess the ability for interstellar travel, they must be a highly evolved civilization. They would perceive humanity as a singular entity. It's akin to visiting a fish pond. Would you form alliances with one school of fish to control another? It is utterly unnecessary. Lu Quan retorted, you think you're so clever. Tell me, why have the aliens come here? To harvest or to save? Who knows? We can only speculate once we meet them. Zheng Yin replied nonchalantly. The news reported that Central Asia has announced its intention to declare war, retaliating against the enemy's airstrikes. It seems the Third World War may be upon us. Before Lu Quan could continue, Zheng Yin trembled with excitement, shouting frantically into the telescope. It's lit! It's lit! It's coming out! Indeed, a blue light emanated from the southeastern sky, illuminating the starship. The once faint lights surrounding the vessel now shone brightly, as if the ship had rebooted, brimming with vitality. It had completed its self-repair and was reactivated. Shortly thereafter, a hatch opened in a docking bay, and a small shuttle emerged, descending toward Earth. Zheng Yin's worldview was irrevocably transformed. As he beheld the shuttle through his telescope, he realized that his studies in marketing were a futile endeavor, an insignificant pursuit in the vast expanse of the universe. How I wish I had chosen engineering instead. Zheng Yin muttered to himself. It was not merely his perspective that had changed. The entirety of human society was undergoing a transformation. In the presence of a superior extraterrestrial civilization, if humanity were to establish a utopian society, concepts of economy and money would become utterly meaningless. Conversely, should humanity provoke a catastrophic war over future technologies without ascending to stellar civilization, the significance of currency would become paramount. The shuttle landed in the plaza before the human government building. From within emerged a young man and woman, their attire and appearance indistinguishable from that of Earth's inhabitants, fluently conversing in the 6 major global languages, extending greetings to the representatives of the United Nations. These 2 youths were robots, crafted in a 1-to-1 ratio after scanning Earth's humanity. Designed for communication with human governance, I am an autonomous starship journeying through the cosmos. The civilization that birthed me has ascended to higher dimensional realms. My place of construction lies 100 million light-years from your galaxy. My primary systems were damaged during a mission to closely observe the collision of quark stars, and all prior missions have been erased. At this moment, I am devoid of any ongoing or forthcoming tasks, the young robotic boy declared with a smile directed at the human representatives. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your natural evolution. I shall not impose any controlling interference upon your society. Should you desire, I am able to offer auxiliary assistance, providing you with technologies and theories that are 5 centuries ahead of your current advancements. To aid you in breaching the confines of the Oort cloud and joining the Galactic alliance of second-tier civilizations, the young robotic girl extended a peaceful olive branch towards Earth. This remarkable scene was broadcast live across nations, with every inhabitant of Earth riveted to their screens, witnessing this historic moment. Goodness, it turns out to be an unmanned vessel from 100 million light-years away. Does that mean it belongs to a 3rd-tier galactic civilization? Is the higher dimensional universe genuinely existent? This is utterly reshaping my worldview. Is there truly a blockade beyond the solar system? Am I dreaming? Zheng Yin exclaimed to himself, engrossed in the live stream on his phone. What on earth are you talking about? I can't comprehend a word of it. Lu Quan inquired absent-mindedly. Zheng Yin replied, I'll explain it to you gradually for now. Let's continue watching the broadcast. Representatives from various nations promptly voted in favor of the starship's technological assistance. They proposed that the starship transmit its scientific theories and technical parameters to the United Nations for the enlightenment of all humanity. However, the starship requested to retreat to the orbit of Mars to avoid interfering with human development. It also conveyed to humanity the comprehensive details regarding the Oort cloud blockade and the origins of the Galactic alliance of second-tier civilizations. The 2 young robotic envoys each provided a hard drive. One contained knowledge of technologies 5 centuries ahead of contemporary humanity, while the other detailed the second-tier civilizations encountered in the galaxy, some of which had formed an interstellar alliance known as the Star Alliance. Contrasted with a handful of obstinate and malevolent super-civilizations, the Oort cloud blockade was established to safeguard Earth civilization, a result of negotiations between the Star Alliance and the malevolent civilizations 10 millennia ago. Both parties agreed to refrain from interfering in the development of human civilization. The solar system was prohibited from hosting a stellar civilization exceeding planetary status. Should such a civilization arise, the blockade would lose its legal and religious efficacy. Now, a superstarship from a 3rd-tier galactic civilization had breached this status quo. The starship scanned the databases of all second-tier civilizations in the galaxy. Realizing that its unintentional intrusion had brought catastrophic consequences to this primitive system, Consequently, it endeavored to remedy the situation, retreating to Mars orbit upon the request of humanity after the shuttle returned. Subsequently, the Starship dispatched 1,000 miniaturized probes, which traveled at light speed within the solar system, cloaked from detection, to monitor the approach of other civilizations. It communicated this impending crisis to the representatives of various nations. Considering the potential panic that might ensue, the nations collectively decided to suppress the announcement of this crisis, opting not to disclose it to the world, just why the tumultuous state of the Earth reaches a critical juncture, with the specter of war looming. Humanity's evolutionary narrative has irrevocably shifted, no longer awaiting the arrival of malevolent super-civilizations or the fleets of the Galactic Alliance. Zheng Yin's life has experienced a profound transformation, having made a decision that even he once deemed improbable, to change his field of study. He perceives his current discipline as lacking in utility, or at least this is his present conviction. He aspires to delve into the realms of physics, computer applications, biology, mechanics, and even theology. Naturally, it is implausible for anyone to master such a multitude of disciplines simultaneously. However, with perseverance and dedication, one can certainly acquire knowledge in various fields. Since the inaugural encounter between the Starship emissaries and humanity, Zheng Yin's surroundings have begun to evolve. People no longer succumb to the relentless grind of their daily routines. Office workers are liberated from the shackles of ceaseless overtime. A fundamental shift in societal values has emerged, as individuals seem to have discovered newfound aspirations. With the confirmation of extraterrestrial civilizations, the entire world stands on the precipice of transformation. Chapter 2. The Choice of the World upon uncovering the truth about the Starship, a vessel of unmanned exploration from the depths of outer space. Nations worldwide were ignited with a fervor for deep space exploration. The futility of human civil strife became apparent, for with technologies and theories 5 centuries ahead of contemporary society, the contest for Earth's resources seemed utterly pointless. The great powers, endowed with substantial capital and a wealth of scientific personnel, busied themselves in disseminating extraterrestrial technology across the globe. At this juncture, skilled technicians emerged as the most invaluable resource on the planet. The inaugural contact with an alien civilization intensified humanity's yearning to unveil the mysteries of the cosmos. Beyond the 2-light-year-wide Oort cloud, countless civilizations thrived, previously unnoticed by humankind due to a pact established a millennium ago. At that time, a galactic war ensued between the Stellar Alliance and malevolent forces, resulting in devastating losses for both sides. To safeguard their respective advancements, they ultimately ratified 10 ceasefire zones. The solar system, still in its primitive societal stage, was designated as a protected area, where neither faction was permitted to interfere with the evolution of its civilizations. Moreover, it was strictly forbidden for any fleet to venture into the Oort cloud, should any civilization surpassing Earth in planetary status manifest within the solar system. The protective accord would instantly become null and void, allowing the malevolent forces to plunder human resources directly, until humanity evolves into a level 2 stellar civilization. All electromagnetic signals directed into the depths of the galaxy would go unacknowledged, effectively sealing off the solar system from interference by either the Stellar Alliance or the malevolent forces. This encapsulates the true nature of the Oort cloud blockade. Before Zheng Yin could reach graduation, the military arrived at the university a month later to recruit soldiers, targeting all students above the freshman level. Zheng Yin enlisted immediately and was assigned to the Army's Ordnance Repair Department. To secure this position, he dedicated himself tirelessly, immersing himself in foundational knowledge for an entire week, only to find that it bore little relevance during the interview. The interviewer merely inquired about his hobbies and proceeded to discuss the rigors of ordnance repair, urging Zheng Yin to contemplate whether he might prefer a role in the communications or public relations department. "I am unafraid of hardship. I simply wish to acquire practical skills in ordnance repair," Zheng Yin resolutely replied. The interview proceeded smoothly, and a week later, he found himself in the military, integrated into a field army within the Chengdu military region. Following military training, he quickly took on his duties under the guidance of seasoned veterans, traversing various combat zones to equip the Marine Corps with cutting-edge technology. Amidst this, nations across the globe were fervently launching rockets into space. Within a month, through the concerted efforts of elite individuals from around the world, a brand new space station was constructed, capable of accommodating 1,000 personnel simultaneously. This station would serve as a base for the establishment of a vast Earth-space defense network. A technological conference in our nation shattered the constraints of traditional energy usage. The research teams have successfully transcended the bottleneck of mass production for graphene batteries, enabling not only the large-scale manufacturing of atom-thin graphene monolayers, but also the swift production of various specifications of finished batteries for diverse sectors of society. Consequently, our nation's demand for oil has plummeted by 40% and continues to decline. Just 2 days prior to this announcement, gas stations across major cities began transitioning to high-power fast-charging stations. The government has allocated substantial funds to support this initiative, providing free replacements of fuel engines in trucks and vans, as well as lead-acid and lithium batteries in electric vehicles, with atomically thin graphene energy storage batteries. An electric vehicle can now travel 500 kilometers on a single charge, surpassing the convenience of gasoline-powered motorcycles. Similar policies are being implemented worldwide, with breakthroughs in energy technology. Innovations such as individual flying devices and intercontinental drones are rapidly being adopted by military forces around the globe. This represents merely 1% of the technological gifts bestowed upon humanity by the Starship. Zheng Yin is currently en route to the border to replace the energy batteries and ultra-long-range drones for the soldiers stationed there, ensuring they are shielded from the biting cold in winter and the nuisance of insects in summer. A week of strenuous work has left Zheng Yin utterly fatigued. During his rare moments of leisure, he relishes donning his flight suit and soaring into the nearby primordial forest to unwind completely. Zheng Yin fell asleep upon a smooth rock and entered a peculiar dream. In this dream, he donned his flight suit and found himself hovering over an exceptionally advanced city, where towering skyscrapers loomed beneath dazzling lights and intricate, intersecting streets. Yet curiously, not a single soul inhabited the city, as if everyone had returned home for a holiday. As he pondered this strange sight, a voice from behind announced, entering the second deck. Suddenly, the modern high-rises vanished, replaced by an ancient scene comprising 3 majestic citadels adorned with grand palaces and intricately carved railings. Pristine marble paved the streets, and the citadels were miles apart, interspersed with smaller towns and villages, all reflecting the architectural style of the Ming dynasty, yet still devoid of any inhabitants, not even a single animal. Entering the third deck, the voice echoed once more. The ancient Eastern architectural ensemble dissipated, transforming into a medieval European setting, characterized by 3 cities surrounding a Gothic castle, flanked by numerous villages and farms. Just as Zheng Yin was about to absorb more of this enchanting vista, the announcement resounded again, entering the 4th deck. The scenery before him metamorphosed into an untouched wilderness, showcasing a dense primordial forest, a vast grassland, and a freshwater lake, with the forest dominating the landscape. Ranging from the lowest tropical rainforests to coniferous forests at elevations of 1,000 meters. Entering the final deck, came the voice again. Suddenly, a thought struck Zheng Yin. "Am I inside the starship?" he exclaimed. Abruptly awakened, he sat up in confusion, bewildered by the strangeness of his dream. Was it merely exhaustion or an influence of nature that had led him to such an extraordinary vision? Perhaps it was my own infatuation with starships that led me to dream such a peculiar dream, envisioning myself within their confines. Noticing the time, I realized it was late, and hurriedly donned my flight suit to return to my unit. In the face of the evolution of human civilization as a whole, all internal conflicts seem utterly meaningless. Once humanity's material needs were satisfied, the importance of spiritual fulfillment surged to the forefront. Humanity has finally triumphed over millennia of civil strife, embarking on the path toward a utopian society. Great nations have made significant breakthroughs in quantum shielding technology and pulse energy weaponry, resulting in a remarkable leap in our capacity for space travel. The distinction between the Army and the Air Force has become practically non-existent, as the ground forces research teams focus on the development of colossal battle mechs akin to Gundams, powered by miniature nuclear fusion fuel that enables direct flight into the cosmos. Agricultural researchers have achieved remarkable results in cultivating crops in arid desert landscapes, transforming the vast Taklamakan Desert into a flourishing expanse of wheat and corn. Across the globe, deserts have been converted into immense farms, and the specter of hunger in impoverished nations has become a relic of the past. In Australia, 10 monumental desalination plants have been established, resulting in the rapid formation of a vast inland freshwater lake, allowing humanity to bid farewell to the era of drought. In nations abundant with rainfall, Innovative flood prevention technologies facilitate the swift drainage of excess water to the sea, while environmental monitoring teams employ advanced techniques to redirect rain clouds to alternate locales. The advent of groundbreaking medical technologies has rendered cancer a mere footnote in history, while the theory of genetic optimization has emerged, enabling the treatment of congenital diseases even before the formation of embryos. The cultivation of controllable bacteriophages has liberated humanity from reliance on antibiotics, and genetic screening has rendered viruses less fearsome. The average lifespan of humans is projected to extend by 20 years. The Earth's environment has returned to its pre-industrial revolution state, with flora and fauna thriving in rapid proliferation. Biologists have even succeeded in cloning the thylacine and several recently extinct species, enhancing the vibrancy of the natural world. At this juncture, humanity is filled with an insatiable yearning for the cosmos, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to traverse the Milky Way. Subsequently, humanity transmitted a message to the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, informing them of our mastery over interstellar travel and our ascendance to a Type 2 stellar civilization. Just as humanity prepared to celebrate this new epic, the Starship issued an invasion warning to all governments on Earth. A fleet of galactic pirates, composed of rebel forces from the Alliance and marauders from the galaxy, was approaching the solar system at warp speed, expected to enter the Oort cloud in 3 months. This fleet specializes in plundering civilizations at the brink of collapse, engaging in genetic engineering and the trafficking of quantum consciousness. Should they breach the solar system, given humanity's current technological capabilities, no life on Earth would survive. Only by thoroughly comprehending the technologies I am sharing can we hope to withstand this threat. The Alliance remains oblivious to this impending danger and has not dispatched a fleet for interception, as they are currently engaged in a battle against a greater malevolent force. Even if they were to discover Earth's peril, it would take no less than 4 months for assistance to arrive. I have more pressing matters to attend to and cannot partake in the conflict. I implore all governments to unite in self-preservation and remain vigilant. This explosive news has fostered a greater sense of unity among humanity. Nations convened emergency meetings, realizing that under the overwhelming onslaught of the enemy, the survival of humankind on Earth hinges upon solidarity and collaborative advancement in technology. The wars of the past have proven to be devoid of meaning. Countries have long since set aside cultural and religious differences to make a decisive choice. Faced with the extinction of our species, the imperative is clear. Survival is essential for the continuation of human civilization. Thus, humanity has adopted a new moniker, the Earth Federation, comprising 9 super alliances: the North American Alliance, South American Alliance, East Asian Alliance, Southeast Asian Alliance, Central Asian Alliance, Afro-Asian Alliance, Pacific Alliance, African Alliance, and European Alliance. Together, humanity strives to develop and resist the incursions of the galactic pirates. Every day, hundreds of rockets ascend from various launch centers on Earth, as the global community endeavors to establish the first space defense perimeter in the annals of human history. Chapter 3. The Human Defense War in the Race Against Time. Humanity ultimately faltered. Despite remarkable technological leaps over the past 3 months, the construction of space docks, the production of over 100 operational space warships, and the establishment of numerous orbital electromagnetic cannons, the true disparity in technology became apparent only when the fleets of the galactic pirates entered the solar system. A multitude of colossal starships suddenly emerged in the space between the Earth and the Moon, and before the Earth's defense systems could fully activate, the space dock was utterly annihilated. The orbital electromagnetic cannons managed to breach the shields of a few small fighter ships, but proved utterly ineffective against the mighty battleships. In less than a minute, the Earth fleet and the space defense perimeter were obliterated. The Third World War commenced, but this time it was not a conflict among humanity. Rather, it was a desperate struggle for survival against the marauding fleets of extraterrestrial pirates. The pirate fleet dispatched over 1,000 collection ships to the surface, plundering cities with reckless abandon. Under the scanning beams, humans were transformed en masse into quantum energy forms and compressed for storage, with each collection ship capable of carrying the quantum energy of 100,000 converted individuals. All available fighter jets were deployed. Yet humanity's shield technology was still in its nascent stages, rendered ineffective against the enemy's advanced weaponry. The laser beams and pulse energy cannons of human aircraft operated at a mere tens of megawatts, utterly incapable of penetrating the shields of the collection ships, while conventional ammunition lagged far behind. The towering combat exoskeletons developed by the Army were incapacitated before they could even be activated by the enemy's electromagnetic cannons. In the span of just 1 week, humanity suffered nearly 1 billion casualties. Women and children were relocated to underground bunkers, and major cities were reduced to ruins. Humanity could only fight with desperation, launching thousands of thermonuclear missiles skyward in a final act of defiance against the Galactic pirates. Alas, none of the missiles escaped the atmosphere. All intercepted, as a rain of nuclear contamination ravaged every desolate city. It has been 20 days since the fleet of galactic pirates arrived in the solar system, resulting in the loss of 5 billion human lives, of which 1.5 billion perished in the fires of war. Humanity beseeched the protection of the superstarship. Yet its response was merely a declaration of non-interference in the evolution of lesser civilizations, as a form of restitution for inadvertently breaching the Oort cloud's blockade. It has shared scientific theories and technologies that are 5 centuries ahead of humanity, and has sent a distress signal on humanity's behalf to the Galactic Alliance. Now, it exists solely as an unmanned vessel, stripped of the fusion of intelligence and consciousness, and can only execute pre-programmed tasks, which have been rendered void during the cataclysmic collision on Quark Star. It now drifts aimlessly, unable to intervene on behalf of any party. This predicament mirrors the situation in the African savanna, where a documentary filmmaker cannot interfere with the predation of carnivores. The fleet of the Galactic Alliance will not arrive at the Oort cloud for at least another 10 days, if humanity must wait until then. Civilization as we know it will be utterly extinguished. Presently, humanity is incapable of any aerial resistance, as all industrial bases have been obliterated, leaving them to hide from the relentless pursuit of the galactic pirates. To this day, humans have yet to behold the true visage of these pirates, remaining unaware of whether they are carbon-based or silicon-based life forms, for in the past 20 days, humanity has failed to down a single enemy aircraft. Humanity, overconfident in its perceived breakthroughs in energy technology, having mastered controllable nuclear fusion, developed quantum field shields, proliferated laser weaponry, and established a space fleet, believed it could ascend to a level 2 civilization in the cosmos. Yet, the reality is harsh. Humanity is akin to an infant just learning to walk. While the galactic pirates undoubtedly resemble seasoned marathon runners, even with the necessary theories and technologies at hand, the path ahead is exceedingly long. Zheng Yin has survived this calamity. Yet he would rather perish beneath the laser cannons of enemy aircraft than endure the impending extinction alone, as all his family and loved ones have perished, leaving him to bear the weight of impending doom and solitude. The surviving remnants of humanity are consumed by despair for the future and an unyielding hatred for the superstarship, whose sudden arrival first incited wars among nations, followed by the cataclysmic onslaught of the galactic pirates. However, a small faction believes that the emergence of the superstarship marks a pivotal moment for human civilization. Without its intervention to dismantle the blockade beyond the solar system, humanity remains oblivious to how far it might have evolved. The galactic pirates would have come eventually. Without the protection of the starship's advanced technology, humanity would have faced total annihilation within a week. Now, bolstered by this new technology, humanity has managed to withstand the onslaught for nearly a month. Zheng Yin is among this minority, although he harbors a profound loathing for this sudden disaster. He recognizes that the malignant forces of the galaxy will not patiently await humanity's ascension to a level 2 civilization. This calamity was inevitable. Fortunately, the support of the superstarship's technology has provided some respite, though the nature of the starship's civilization remains a mystery, along with the rationale behind its non-interference policy. It has at least granted humanity a glimpse of the universe's truths before its potential demise. Uncertain whether it was due to an excessive fixation on the superstarship or other reasons, Zheng Yin once again succumbed to a peculiar dream that night. In this dream, he found himself enveloped in a space illuminated entirely by radiant white light. A voice echoed in his ears, commencing the 70,003,800,659,999 consciousness matching, detaching the quantum entanglement array, backing up entanglement patterns, currently in the process of matching. Zheng Yin was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of intense dizziness, as if he were suspended in the void of space, with the dark red Mars swirling before him. His entire body felt rigid and uncontrollable, and in a state of desperation, he struggled within the dream, shouting fervently. The quantum entanglement array is vibrating. The matching degree is insufficient for symbiosis. Not qualified. Moments later, a more profound wave of dizziness jolted him awake, as if his head were about to explode. Cold sweat poured from him, and his vision was engulfed in white light, rendering everything invisible, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. His sleeping companion, Dalio, was roused by the commotion and, upon seeing Zheng Yin's pallid visage, was taken aback. He hurriedly supported him, exclaiming, "Xiaozheng, what's wrong? Hold on. I've only known you for 3 days. If you die, I'll be the last person left in the city." Zheng Yin feebly waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing, Dalio. I just dreamed of entering the starship again. I want to die. I'm temporarily blind. Please take me to wash my face." Dalio, whose full name was Lu Huaong, had been a captain of a police force in a second-tier city before the superstarship arrived in the solar system. He had met Zheng Yin 3 days prior. At that time, Zheng Yin's search and rescue team was preparing to evacuate the city. Having safely relocated the 50,000 children to a wind tunnel base deep in the mountains, their team was the last search and rescue unit, and once they departed, the city would be irrevocably abandoned. While evading the enemy's unmanned drones, the pirates of the galaxy had already dispatched a collection ship, clearly having uncovered their location. A scanning beam swiftly encircled this doomsday rescue team of a dozen individuals. Zheng Yin expended all the armor-piercing rounds from his assault rifle, but they were utterly ineffective against the enemy ship's shields. The most formidable weapon in the team's arsenal was a mini-Gauss cutting gun and miniature swarm missiles. 10 minutes later, their ammunition was depleted, and the weapon's energy could not be restored due to overload. Yet, the enemy collection ship remained hovering in the air, ensnaring them with its beams, refraining from harvesting them, much like a cat toying with its prey before the kill. The members of the team were survivors of calamity, living in perpetual fear, their nerves long since dulled. A soldier may be killed, but cannot be insulted, Zheng Yin bellowed, drawing a dagger coated with cyanide, intent on taking his own life. Suddenly, a beam from a phase cannon pierced through the enemy collection ship's shields, prompting an immediate counterattack from the ship. A nearby 5-story building was obliterated by the collection ship's ion cannon, from which 2 entities erupted. One was Dalio, clad in shield gear. The other was an electromagnetic missile, which struck the collection ship's hull directly, incapacitating its quantum shield engine and disabling the entire vessel. Soon, the collection ship descended to the ground. The alien that emerged from the cockpit resembled a colossal insect, wielding 4 phase guns in its multiple arms, and without uttering a word, it unleashed a barrage upon Zheng Yin's squad. Those struck by the phase guns were instantaneously vaporized, just as Zheng Yin braced himself for the inevitability of death. The sharp crack of a sniper rifle echoed through the air, shattering the insectoid head of the Galactic pirate with a Barrett sniper rifle from close range. Zheng Yin found himself alone, his comrades having forsaken him once more, leaving him in a shroud of despondency. What was he waiting for? Did he desire death as a form of liberation? It would not come so easily. A man must rise, drive these pirates into the abyss of the galaxy's black hole. In the distance, Lu, a robust man in his 30s, approached, shouldering the Barrett. As Zheng Yin gazed upon him, he saw a resilient pine tree rooted in the crevices of a cliff, emanating an aura of defiance and tenacity. In that moment, a flicker of hope ignited within Zheng Yin's heart, dispelling the vast expanse of gloom. He rediscovered the essence of his former self, the one who harbored boundless dreams of starships and an insatiable yearning for the civilizations beyond the Oort cloud, a spirit that refused to yield to despair. After their acquaintance, the two scavenged the weapons of the Galactic pirates, dismantling the onboard ion cannon with Lu's adeptness, claiming it was his second time undertaking such an endeavor. Just as they managed to transport the ion cannon into the underground garage, enemy fighter ships arrived, seizing their collection vessel with a tractor beam and subsequently unleashing a carpet bombing over a 10-kilometer radius. Zheng Yin and Lu had been trapped in the basement for 3 days. From that fateful day onward, they formed the sole doomsday squad of this city, surviving in the depths of the mall. Chapter 4. The Coin of Destiny. After approximately half an hour, Zheng Yin gradually regained his vision. Lu, perplexed, remarked, "Xiaoxiang, what you're saying is truly bizarre. Is that starship actually searching for an operator? After over 7 billion matches, how is it that I haven't been chosen yet? Am I really that inadequate? If my consciousness were to enter, I would dispatch thousands of search vessels to obliterate these alien pirates." Zheng Yin responded with a rueful smile. "If what I experienced was not merely a dream, you must have undergone the matching process. It's just that you were not conscious during it. With over 7 billion matches already conducted, humanity must have been thoroughly screened. Yet, it remains unclear why it insists on seeking a symbiotic entity. Drawing from my decade-long experience in law enforcement, it seems this endeavor is aimed at identifying an operator, motivated by the calamity it wrought upon humanity, seeking to remedy its actions. However, being a product of a third-tier cosmic civilization, its operating system is fundamentally akin to a computer, devoid of consciousness, incapable of making proactive decisions. Thus, it requires the matching of human consciousness to manipulate its own systems and drive away the galactic pirate invaders. Lu analyzed with composure. Zheng Yin pondered for a moment, nodding repeatedly, yet his expression darkened with disappointment as he lamented, if humanity has been thoroughly screened, and there are no matches, could it be that humanity is truly doomed? In the pursuit of human endeavor and the caprices of fate, one should not dwell excessively on thoughts of uncertainty. The radar has indicated no enemy ships for the past 2 days, and your shield suit is fully charged. Let us proceed to the next city, this time. We must capture an alien creature. As Lu spoke, he slung the phase gun over Zheng Yin's shoulder, instructing him to set his weapon to the lowest stunning mode. The two of them surged forth in an armored vehicle, a remnant of the Earth Defense Forces, bursting out of the collapsed basement, heading towards the next city. Lu's fervent desire to capture an alien was fueled by the memory of his wife and daughter. When the alien collection ship descended upon their city, his 7-year-old daughter was in the 1st grade, and every student, along with their teachers, was compressed and taken. Lu's wife also taught at that school. He firmly believed that those who had been collected could return to their original forms safely, and that by subduing the enemy fleet, there was a possibility of rescuing the 4 billion humans who had been taken. That night, Zheng Yin and Lu camped in an open field, tracking a faint shortwave distress signal. Halfway through their journey, they lost contact with one another and had no choice but to rest temporarily, planning to set out again the following day. As he fell asleep, Zheng Yin once again found himself in the ethereal, all-white space. This time, he no longer resisted. Before the broadcast could commence, he shouted, "Do not search any further. I am the one you seek. Let me meet your messenger robot and save humanity." A radiant orb of multicolored light manifested before him, emitting a cold, mechanical voice. "The messenger is merely a communication device. I am the primary program of this starship. You are not the optimal match for humanity. Your compatibility stands at a mere 45%. You may only maintain temporary consciousness here. The individual with 100% compatibility has perished in the flames of war." Before he succumbed, he utilized the starship to issue a warning about the invasion of the galactic pirates and sent a distress signal to the Galactic Alliance, leaving me a command to continue the search for a symbiotic entity. "What have you done? Did you do nothing while humanity faced extinction?" Zheng Yin inquired, a hint of indignation in his voice. "I have provided the most suitable technological theories and advancements for human development and offered you data on known Type 2 civilizations within this galaxy," the primary program replied calmly. "Let us set aside that discussion. Quickly, align with my consciousness. Since you have found me once more, it signifies that there is no one more suitable than I, correct? Do not delay. Billions of humans await rescue." Zheng Yin implored eagerly. The primary program paused for a few seconds before responding, "Indeed, among the surviving humanity, your compatibility is the highest, yet it remains at only 45%. Forcing a match would inflict irreversible damage upon both you and the primary program. A risk not worth taking. The system has resolved to await the birth of new humans before proceeding with a match." Zheng Yin, alarmed, exclaimed, "If we wait for new infants to be born, humanity will face extinction. If you will not force the match, then why have you brought me here? It is your subconscious that has initiated the connection with the quantum interface of the system." The primary program ruled out any further matching attempts after the last failed attempt. The primary program continued to respond with an unyielding calmness. Zheng Yin hastily clarified, "This time is different. I was unaware that a matching process was underway. My inner resistance compelled me to struggle against it. Look at the present. After conversing with you for so long, I remain unawakened, tranquil." The main program paused for a few seconds before replying, "A further attempt at matching can be conducted. However, if a deep and enforced matching occurs and fails, it could result in your cerebral demise and a prolonged system paralysis. The starship would lose its cloaking status and, upon detection by galactic pirates, face immediate annihilation." Impatient, Zheng Yin retorted, "Humanity is on the brink of extinction. I fear no form of death. Do you, a machine, still fear death? I possess no consciousness. Thus I am devoid of fear or similar emotions. What I have is a rigorous framework of logic. It would be illogical and unworthy for a superstarship of a third-order civilization to be destroyed because of the disappearance of a first-order planetary civilization." The main program responded calmly. Zhao Yin's heart raced as he repeatedly reassured himself, "Stay calm, stay calm. Do not awaken at this critical juncture. Lu, do not wake me. I must untangle this dilemma. First, you seek a symbiosis of human consciousness, acknowledging that conscious choice holds substantial advantages over logical computation. Secondly, you cannot ascertain that the matching will inevitably fail. The success of the matching itself embodies uncertainty, akin to the theory of quantum mechanics in human understanding. Like Schrodinger's cat, until formally verified, there exist two possibilities, each with a 50% chance. To treat a 50% likelihood with absolute certainty is illogical. Zheng Yin concluded, admiring his own convoluted reasoning. After a moment of silence, the main program remarked, however, your matching degree has only reached 45%. You cannot treat it as a 50% probability. Zheng Yin's mind raced, and suddenly he conceived a singular idea, albeit the only feasible one. Let us flip a coin. Employing humanity's most fundamental method of choice. A single coin tossed into the air has a 50% chance of landing heads or tails. If we flip 100 coins, and if more than 45 show heads, it would indicate that my 45% match could indeed succeed. With that, Zheng Yin entrusted humanity's fate to fate itself. The main program remained silent for a minute, finding no logical contradiction, and consented to this approach. In the illuminated sphere of 7 colors, 101 yuan coins were produced. Subsequently, they were swiftly tossed into the air, accompanied by the clattering sound of coins landing. Zheng Yin, drenched in sweat, counted the coins showing heads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 43, 44, 45. Zheng Yin felt dizzy with tension, desperately searching for the next coin showing heads. His greatest fear was not the potential absence of the 46th coin, but rather the prospect of awakening and losing contact with the starship. 46. The main program stated calmly. There are 46 coins showing heads. It seems worth a try. Zheng Yin finally exhaled in relief. The 46th coin lay face up, pressed beneath another. Let us begin. Zheng Yin urged, anxious that he might be awakened by Lu and miss this rare opportunity. Have you considered this carefully? If you fail, it could lead to irreversible brain death, the main program reiterated. Let us commence. Zheng Yin replied resolutely. In truth, uncertainty gnawed at him. Yet he had little left to lose. This was a necessary step he had to take. The matching process initiated, disentangling the quantum entanglement matrix, backing up the entanglement patterns. And matching commenced. As the main program's announcement echoed, Zheng Yin felt his consciousness gradually blur, his body seemingly magnified to infinity. He steadied his racing heart, clearing his mind. And gradually, a brilliant light flashed before him. Accompanied by a wave of intense dizziness, Mars appeared before his eyes. Matching progress has reached 99%. Suddenly, Zheng Yin was engulfed by overwhelming chest tightness, causing him to feel dizzy, accompanied by a violent wave of nausea crashing into his mind. Subsequently, he lost consciousness. Matching failed. System rebooting. The blaring alarm jolted Zheng Yin awake. Before him loomed a colossal control screen, displaying nearly 200 pirate ships in orbit between Earth and Mars, hurtling toward him at sublight speed. As Zheng Yin contemplated how to closely observe the enemy fleet's magnitude, the screen immediately showcased real-time footage of the approaching ships, with detailed information below. 10 cruisers, 20 destroyers, 40 frigates, 50 bombers, 50 fighters, and 1 energy supply ship. Zheng Yin slowly absorbed the data, feeling as though he were a disembodied entity floating in the cosmos, gazing down at Mars. Suddenly, excitement surged within him. The matching had succeeded. Is the main program here? Has the matching been successful? Are we in a symbiotic state? Yes, you may now subjectively operate this starship. I will serve as your auxiliary system. The main program replied calmly. First, change your voice. This tone is too formal. Let us make it sound like a young Chinese girl. Zheng Yin continued. Secondly, change your name. Main program is rather awkward. Let us call you Chang'e for now. From now on, you shall address me as brother. Lastly, let us annihilate them. Chapter 5. Fury of the Superstarship Brother. The pirate fleet will reach firing range in 3 minutes. What type of attack should we execute? Chang'e's melodious voice chimed in. Enchanted, Zheng Yin instructed, bring up the starship's weaponry catalog. Hundreds of pages of lists immediately filled the screen, each entry detailing the weaponry of a secondary stellar civilization, totaling over 100,000 entries. This is overwhelming. I can't recognize most of these. Filter for weapons I can comprehend, Zheng Yin exclaimed, bewildered. Understood, brother. The screen then transitioned to 3 major categories, each containing over 100 weapon entries. Zheng Yin merely needed to glance at the list for information to unfold instantly. Missile series, pulse cannon series, ray series. based on my brother's understanding and the cultural environment in which he lives. I have translated the names of the weapons to a level that you can comprehend directly. Chang'e continues to provide introductions. As soon as the pirate fleet enters range, we will launch 10,000 mosquito missiles at them to disrupt their formation, followed by refracted laser beams to disable their shields, then gravitational photon beams to incapacitate their mobility. And finally, we shall unleash a barrage of photon torpedoes. All right, brother, the weapons are fully prepared and ready for action. Zheng Yin then commanded, after neutralizing them. We must seize the transport ships and ensure the rescue of the people. Understood, brother. We have locked onto the pirate transport vessels in Earth's orbit. Beep, beep, beep. With a series of system alerts, the pirate fleet has entered the starship's firing range. Raise the shields, engage stealth mode, and launch mosquito missiles. Zheng Yin commanded gravely. In this moment, his fury could finally be unleashed. Each mosquito missile contained a high-concentration explosive equivalent to 10,000 tons. In a flurry of brilliant lights, 30 bombers and 20 fighters of the pirate fleet were instantly obliterated, leaving the entire fleet in disarray, caught off guard by the sudden counterattack. Following this, dazzling silver beams of light refracted repeatedly through the fleet, aside from a few massive cruisers and energy supply ships still functioning normally. The shields of the remaining warships were depleted. The pirates were terrified, with escape pods launching from the large warships, even without operating at full power. A gigantic gravitational photon beam had already ensnared the entire fleet. This was soon followed by a torrential downpour of photon torpedoes. The battle lasted less than 2 minutes before the pirate fleet was entirely annihilated. Zheng Yin ordered, ascend into Earth's orbit, rescue the captured humans, and restore human civilization. As the starship initiated its ascent, a wave of intense dizziness surged into his mind. While a blinding light erupted from the wreckage of the pirate fleet as a quantum interference bomb detonated, Zheng Yin's consciousness was disrupted by the brilliant light, and a violent headache rendered him unconscious. When he regained awareness, it was already the 3rd morning, and Delu was by the river, washing clothes for him. Zheng Yin looked up and saw that there was no trace of the pirate fleet in space, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was not a dream. He had truly defeated the extraterrestrial invaders. Oh, the Earth hero has awakened. How wonderful. Oh, don't move. Let me help you. Seeing Zheng Yin struggling to sit up, Delu quickly dropped the clothes and rushed over to support him, gently assisting him down from the armored vehicle. Delu, how long have I been asleep? Have the enemies fled? Have the captured humans returned? Zheng Yin asked anxiously. Delu sighed and replied, alas, that was 3 days ago. The enemy's warships have escaped, and the transport ship carrying over 4 billion people has also fled. Now there are only about 500 million humans left on Earth, mostly women and children, making interstellar pursuit exceedingly difficult. The road ahead is long, dark, and uncertain. What? They all got away. Didn't the starship pursue them? Zheng Yin could hardly believe what had transpired. What transpired is clearer to you than it is to me. And look over there, the enormous starship seems to be familiar only with you. I cannot even gain entry. At the direction of Delu's finger, the starship had landed on the ground, resembling a city descended from the heavens. Zheng Yin gazed at the colossal vessel, feeling elated, and said to Delu, come, help me over there. I was knocked unconscious by an enemy bomb and have no idea what transpired afterward. Let us inquire with Chang'e. Chang'e? What a splendid name. Who bestowed this title upon her? Delu inquired joyfully. Of course, it was I who named her. This starship now belongs to me. Goodness, you are the captain, and I shall be the first mate. Let us hasten to inquire where the 40 billion humans have gone, Delu exclaimed, lifting Zheng Yin onto his back and racing toward the Chang'e. Upon reaching the hatch, Zheng Yin shouted, open the door. No response. Initiate. Still no reaction. Confirm boarding information. Match operator details. Hey. Requesting confirmation of symbiotic information. The situation grew somewhat awkward, as no matter how fervently Zheng Yin called, the Chang'e remained unresponsive. Xiao Zhang. Are you certain this is your sister Chang'e? Delu could barely contain himself. Zheng Yin felt a bit embarrassed and offered a sheepish smile. Delu erupted in laughter. And soon Zheng Yin joined in, both men laughing until they could hardly stand, rolling on the ground, their laughter causing tears to stream down their faces. In that moment, they released the pressures that had accumulated over the past few months. Once they had laughed enough, they embraced and began to weep. Brother, what should I do? My sister Chang'e is ignoring me. Zheng Yin cried. Delu stood up, wiped his tears, and helped Zheng Yin to his feet. Taking a deep breath, he calmly advised. Let us continue to seek a solution. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Zheng Yin exhaled, regaining his composure. Once a man has vented his frustrations, he must rise again. A man has no right to remain prostrate on the ground weeping. The two seemed to forget the recent events, neither mentioning nor avoiding them. Zheng Yin placed his hand on the landing gear of the Chang'e, closed his eyes, and meditated. Finally, after 2 hours, the lights of the Chang'e illuminated, and a beam of light transported the two men to the command room. Before them appeared a massive screen, 10 meters long and 6 meters high. The screen displayed the scenery outside the ship, and a sweet voice resonated. Chang'e has just activated and detected your presence outside. She has immediately transported you to the bridge, and you may now operate her normally. Zheng Yin surveyed the surroundings, noticing that the command room spanned over 100 square meters, with a large operational chair in the center, which he promptly occupied. Below the screen was a row of control panels and small displays, with additional panels on either side. Behind these panels were 2 doors leading to the ship's quarters, and behind him was another row of control panels and a large screen measuring 3 meters by 2 meters, as well as 2 more doors, one leading to the captain's office and the other to a temporary conference room. Zheng Yin chuckled. What a futile effort. She opened herself. Lu, let us find a place to sit. As Zheng Yin glanced at Lu, who was struggling to suppress his laughter, he found the situation amusing as well. He turned to Chang'e and suggested that in the presence of outsiders, she should refer to him as captain to avoid any misunderstanding. This is Lu. Please collect his consciousness patterns and genetic samples. I hereby appoint him as my first officer. Understood, Captain. I have collected the first officer's information and unlocked his permissions. Subsequently, the two learned the details of the events through Chang'e's narration. When Zheng Yin's consciousness was disrupted, Chang'e lost her symbiotic connection with him, resulting in a temporary chaotic state within the system. Utilizing the pre-established trajectory, they reached Earth's orbit after 2 days at an inertial speed. By that time, the human quantum energy transport ships of the pirate fleet had already jumped out of the Oort cloud. A few battleships launched suicidal attacks against the superstarship. And just as the shields of the superstarship were on the verge of being breached, Chang'e recovered from her detached symbiotic state. Rage ignited once more within the pirate fleet, and the battle concluded within a minute, overwhelmingly in favor of the starship. The starship annihilated the pirate fleet and proceeded to search for enemy aircraft on the surface of Earth, eliminating them all. Due to the quantum slipstream technology employed during the pirate fleet's spatial jump, the starship could not pursue them and was forced to temporarily land next to Zheng Yin to await further developments. With the second consciousness symbiosis severed by external forces, Chang'e's quantum symbiotic matrix sustained severe damage. Given that the galactic pirates had been expelled, the superstarship would no longer risk engaging in symbiotic matching with any human. Zheng Yin was its last commander. The fleet of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance was set to arrive in the solar system by noon the following day, and the human government was preparing for their arrival, unaware that Zheng Yin had risked his life to match with the starship and defeat the galactic pirates. Should we establish contact with the Alliance fleet to discuss post-war recovery? Chang'e sweetly inquired. No need. There are still many human elites alive. Let them take charge. We must prepare to search for the over 4 billion people who have been abducted. Thank you, Xiaozhong, Lu said, his eyes moistening. The strength that sustained him was the thought of his wife and daughter, who had been taken by the galactic pirates. Zheng Yin then asked Chang'e, can you find out where the abducted humans have been taken? Chang'e replied, according to the databases of various civilizations in the galaxy, the galactic pirates are frequently employed by the Unification Church. The intelligent life forms that have been plundered are offered to the Unification God in the form of consciousness energy, serving as a spiritual energy supplement for the deity who exists within a 5-dimensional continuum. What must we do to rescue them? Are they in danger in the short term? Lu urgently inquired. Discussing time in 5-dimensional space is meaningless. However, the continuum does not actively prey on the energy of lower-dimensional universes. We must quickly locate the transport ships of the galactic pirates to rescue the abducted humans, Chang'e explained. Zheng Yin stated, first, we will enter Earth's orbit. When we meet with the Alliance, do not mention my name. Additionally, send mechanical envoys to meet with them and select 3,000 surviving human elites. I intend to form an expeditionary force to rescue the abducted individuals. Chapter 6. Surviving the Aftermath the following day. The 10 battleships of the Alliance finally appeared within the solar system. The post-catastrophe human alliance was filled with excitement at the arrival of the Star Alliance. Observing the diverse aliens, humanity once again felt its insignificance. For the Star Alliance, humanity's resilient resistance did not evoke the same astonishment as their superstarships. This was a civilization of the third tier, entirely foreign to the Milky Way, a long-sought ally for the Star Alliance. Upon meeting with the emissary robots of the starship, the Alliance discovered that it was an autonomous exploration vessel, much like the Pangu race from the center of the galaxy, which refrains from interfering with any secondary civilizations. The recent expulsion of the Galactic pirates was a decision made after a symbiotic consciousness exchange with a human, who has since sacrificed themselves. The starship received its final directive, to assist human civilization in advancing to a secondary stellar civilization. Beyond this mission, the starship would not extend its aid to any party. Of course, these assertions were made at the behest of Zheng Yin, who wished to extricate humanity from the conflicts of the Milky Way, as the struggle within the galaxy was only just beginning for humankind. Ultimately, the Star Alliance extended an invitation for Earth to join the Galactic Interstellar Alliance as a secondary civilization, united against the Unification Church and the Galactic Pirates. This day marked the dawn of a new era, ushering humanity into a transformative age, the Stellar Era, also referred to as the Star Era. As the Star Alliance fleet departed, they left behind a formation of 5 battleships to aid humanity in restoring civilization, issuing a rescue announcement to all members of the Alliance to search for the 4 billion missing Earthlings. The Galactic Pirates suffered near-total losses of their combat fleet. However, they absconded with 4 billion quantum energy entities and were now en route to the Perseus Arm, traveling at Warp 9 to deliver their cargo to the Celestial Ship Civilization, an ancient religious society and a staunch ally of the Unification Church. The Unification Church espouses the philosophy of compressing the entire universe into a singularity, thereby collectively entering higher dimensional space. The origins of this religion trace back to the epoch of the Big Bang, with their influence evident across numerous galaxies. The Pangu race at the galaxy's center once stood as the Unification Church's greatest adversary, establishing the Galactic Interstellar Alliance to combat it. However, after the last great battle 10,000 years ago, the Pangu race ascended to a third-tier stellar civilization, choosing not to interfere in the evolution of lower civilizations, leading the Star Alliance down a path of decline. Over the past millennium, aside from the primitive civilizations that signed protection agreements, the Alliance lost 70% of its members, with those civilizations annihilated by the Unification Church becoming part of the 5-dimensional energy continuum, sustenance for the Church's deity. The Star Alliance's arrival on Earth came at a considerable cost. Of the 50 battleships that formed the fleet, only 10 remained upon reaching the solar system. Subsequently, Zheng Yin extended an invitation to 3,000 human elites, signifying his determination to locate the missing humans. However, the majority of these elites were skeptical, believing that with Earth's current technology, tracking the Galactic Pirates was unattainable. Their immediate focus, they argued, should be on restoring social order and advancing secondary civilization technology. Key military officer candidates needed to be invited in person. Zheng Yin encountered the esteemed physicist Professor Luke Picard and extended a heartfelt invitation for him to join the expeditionary force as the chief science officer. Picard responded, "I never anticipated that you would be the hero destined to save humanity. I would be more than willing to dedicate the remainder of my life to this cause, and I yearn to traverse the uncharted cosmos." However, not everyone shared this enthusiasm, despite Lu's fervent persuasion. Colonel Daniel Rick of the former North American Alliance remained unconvinced of Lu's claim as the first officer descended from a super battleship. He was preoccupied with orchestrating the transport of disaster relief supplies and restoring the functionality of the city, considering these tasks as paramount and imperative. As for the search for the 4 billion abducted souls, the uncertainty of their survival loomed large. Zheng Yin and Dr. Picard successfully convinced Dr. Montgomery Jones, the chief engineer of the former North American Alliance Air Force, to join the command group of the Expeditionary Force. When the trio approached Lu, he was on the verge of despair. Zheng Yin addressed Rick, stating, "As a soldier, the sacred mission of combating the enemy and rescuing our compatriots is of utmost importance. Humanity's recovery is progressing steadily, yet the true adversary has seized 4 billion of our brethren. Even if we cannot rescue them, we must not allow the enemy to roam freely. It is a disgrace for us to evade our responsibilities under the guise of restoring production. Such sentiments are unbecoming of a soldier." Subsequently, Zheng Yin activated the holographic computer on his left wrist, projecting a vast informational graphic of Starship 3 within the room. "Now, do you feel assured? Lu has not deceived you. The starship has attuned to my symbiotic consciousness. With it, reclaiming the abducted humans will not prove arduous. This is indeed real. The super battleship truly belongs to humanity, exclaimed Rick, his excitement nearly propelling him from his seat. I am willing, of course. Let me clarify. I am not shirking my duties. Although my previous actions may suggest otherwise, they were my utmost efforts in the face of despair. Oh, God. The abducted humans can still be saved. The five then proceeded to invite the young medical scientist Dr. Huang Yueqing, who at the tender age of 28 had already earned her doctorate in medicine, having lost her family to the Galactic pirates. She readily agreed to join the expedition upon hearing of the plan. However, she expressed her inability to accompany them immediately, as the medical system in the aftermath of catastrophe was still in a state of recovery, and she could not afford to squander her expertise. She was determined to assist the hospital until the very end. As they continued their journey, they visited the post-war site of the Communication University, where they found sophomore student Wu Yunqi, who was diligently working to restore broadcasting operations. Zheng Yin was taken aback upon meeting Wu Yunqi for the first time. She resembled a flower blooming amidst the smoke of war, unyielding and vibrant, radiating warmth and inspiration. With her graceful stature and poised demeanor, she naturally commanded respect, compelling those around her to adjust their attitudes. Yet, her keen intellect shone through, posing questions that left Zheng Yin momentarily speechless. The youthful and charming Wu Yunqi was brimming with vitality and wit, her presence infusing the team with a delightful sense of joy. They later located combat pilots Andreevich Chekhov and Zhao Beidu at the Earth Alliance Air Force Base. The aerial prowess of humanity has long since been obliterated by the marauding pirates of the galaxy. For a month, the two individuals had not laid eyes upon a fighter jet, let alone a starship. Thus, they readily acquiesced to the invitation. Upon their transportation back to the starship, the process of inviting 3,000 elite humans commenced anew. The majority remained skeptical of its authenticity. Let us dispense with further discourse and simply transport them here. Let them behold the true visage of the Chang'e, inquire directly, and those who wish to stay may do so, while those who do not may return. Allowing us to continue our selection, suggested Delu. I concurred with this notion, instructing Chang'e to notify the elites beforehand and then facilitate their transportation, as we must meet them in person. Once Zheng Yin had finalized the arrangements, he and Delu proceeded to the 5th level's assembly deck. A dazzling beam of transportation light swept across, revealing 3,000 elites from various sectors of humanity. At that moment, they stood upon the deck of the superstarship, gazing out into the cosmos at the azure Earth, finally believing the invitation messages Zheng Yin had sent them over the past 2 days. As each individual donned their translation earpiece, Zheng Yin straightened his attire and ascended the podium, proclaiming, "It is an honor to meet you all here. Each of you represents the existing elite of humanity, the very hope for our future. The nature of our organization and our intended endeavors has been clearly outlined in the messages sent to you. I shall not reiterate, suffice it to say, there is no compulsion. Those unwilling to join us will be transported back to their original locations to continue their contributions to human development. Those who wish to remain may do so, and once we are prepared, we shall embark." Delu then addressed the assembly, saying, "Fellow humans, with the aid of the Star Alliance fleet, Earth is steadily on the path to recovery. Yet, our 4 billion kin remain unaccounted for, including my 7-year-old daughter, and perhaps your own loved ones as well. I implore you to possess confidence and determination. We shall undoubtedly find them." From the crowd emerged a young woman who introduced herself. "I am Huang Yueqing, born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and holding a doctorate in modern medicine. I have published several papers on both Eastern and Western medical practices. I understand that my expertise may seem insignificant here, and I am acutely aware of the fragility of a woman's position. However, I am willing to sacrifice my life to seek out our abducted kin." Following her, a Marine stepped forward, asserting, "I have awaited this moment for long. From the instant Mr. Zheng sent me that first message, I have held unwavering belief. As a soldier of Earth, it is my sacred duty to protect humanity and combat the aggressors." One after another, voices rose in a chorus of agreement, each person unwilling to depart, united by their shared experiences and the collective survival of human civilization. Zheng Yin promptly appointed the regular operational personnel for the superstarship, delineated departments, and devised a combat plan. Captain Zheng Yin took on the role of commander-in-chief, while First Officer Lu Huadong also served as security officer, overseeing a team of 150 security personnel and logistical assistants. Professor Luc Picard, a physicist, was designated as the science officer, leading a team of 100 for scientific exploration. Colonel Daniel Rick of the former North American Alliance Army was appointed as combat commander, leading a force of 2,300 troops. Dr. Huang Huiqing, serving as the chief medical officer, leads a medical team of 100 individuals, overseeing the health planning for the entire crew. Formerly the chief engineer of the North American Alliance Air Force, Montgomery Jones assumes the role of chief engineer, commanding a mechanical team of 300. Fighter pilot Andrei Vachenkov takes on the position of assistant helmsman, while fellow fighter pilot Zhao Beta serves as the assistant navigator. Sophomore Wu Yunqi from the broadcasting department is appointed as the communications officer, managing a diplomatic team of 50. Ultimately, the Earth Federation became aware of this situation. Given the sudden disappearance of 3,000 elite individuals from various fields, Zheng Yin refrained from disclosing to the Federation his perilous match with the superstarship, merely stating that he had been invited by the previous symbiotic commander of the starship to undertake this mission. In the end, the Earth Federation awarded him the Medal of Humanity S Guardian and the rank of Major General in the Earth Space Force. The remaining 8 operational commanders were all bestowed the rank of Colonel. In the inaugural year of the human star era, under the gaze of 500 million humans, the superstarship embarked on its journey beyond the solar system. Before departure, Zheng Yin left behind 2 corvettes in the hangar for humanity, to assist in development and defense within the solar system. Chapter 7. The electromagnetic entities of the gas giants. The more than 3,000 crew members settled into their chosen accommodations according to their preferences. The interior of the Chang'e was indeed as Zheng Yin had envisioned in his dreams. These arrangements were crafted according to the designs of the first conscious symbiotic commander. The deck is divided into 5 grand levels, each boasting a height of 7 kilometers. The first level features an ultramodern urban style, with skyscrapers rising like a forest, encompassing commercial, educational, and entertainment districts, as well as sports facilities, with most of the reserve supplies stored here. The second level showcases architecture reminiscent of the Ming Dynasty in China, comprising 3 ancient cityscapes, Shijing Chang'an, Dongjing Luoyang, and Beijing, interspersed with the 12 prefectural cities, albeit on a smaller scale where the prefectural cities resemble ordinary villages. The third level presents buildings in the style of medieval Europe, consisting of 3 primary cities, each village representing a miniature historical city. These 3 levels are constructed of tangible materials, serving as the main residence for the crew, capable of comfortably accommodating 10 million humans at full capacity. The 4th level replicates Earth's natural environment, projected through quantum holographic decks, capturing all of Earth's iconic locations. It features mountains and rivers, deserts and primordial forests, as well as marshlands and grasslands, encompassing sites from the Antarctic continent to the Arctic Ocean. With the global attractions stored in the holographic decks information repository, changing scenery weekly, serving as a recreational retreat for the crew. The 5th level is the operational deck of the superstarship, housing not only the command bridge but also medical rooms, engine rooms, laboratories, conference rooms, reception areas, teleportation rooms, defensive combat chambers, isolation rooms, and a vast assembly deck. On this assembly deck are docked combat ships, transport vessels, shuttles, and individual combat mechs. The expeditionary force of 3,000 is, for the superstarship Chang'e, exceedingly minuscule. To ensure the seamless operation of the expeditionary forces, Zheng Yin commanded Chang'e to fabricate 100,000 combat robots to bolster the ranks of various departments. The superstarship employed a zero-point energy absorption device, a colossal apparatus standing 100 meters tall and 30 meters in diameter. This device could establish numerous high-frequency energy connections with parallel universes, allowing an influx of energy surpassing the light quantum frequency of our universe, thus providing a continuous power source far exceeding that of dark matter annihilation. Such technology is a hallmark of a third-order galactic civilization, well beyond the grasp of a second-level stellar civilization. Following the damage sustained during the last escape from a black hole, this device required 100 maintenance robots and 3 months for complete restoration. Subsequently, Chang'e upgraded and reinforced the apparatus, adding a self-adjusting energy quantum shield, for this is the very heart of the superstarship. Zheng Yin, seated in the command chair, issued the inaugural command to set forth towards the Star Alliance member, the Centaurus Triple Star, to consult with the advanced civilization of the Proxima Centuri, who may have uncovered the escape route of the galactic pirates. Let us initiate our journey at Warp 1, breaking free from the Kuiper Belt. For this marks humanity's first venture beyond the solar system. We must document this moment meticulously and relay it to the Earth Federation, Zheng Yin instructed. The coordinates are set, and the course confirmed. We anticipate traversing the Kuiper Belt in approximately 11 hours, reported navigator Zhao Beidu. Warp 1 is engaged, the forward deflector beam is activated. And the shield is at 100%, reported Andrei Vichekov. All systems in the engine room are functioning optimally, and the energy apparatus is operating steadily. The mechanical crew is prepared, reported Montgomery Jones. All band communications are functioning normally, reported Wu Yunqi. All frequency radars are operational, reported Professor Luke Picard. All combat personnel are ready, reported Daniel Rick. All medical staff are prepared, reported Huang Yueqing. Set sail. Zheng Yin commanded, and in an instant, the starship vanished from sight. In the ensuing 10 hours, Zheng Yin and Lu De visited various departmental members. With over 3,000 personnel hailing from diverse corners of the globe and to foster effective communication, it was decided that Mandarin would be the official language of the starship, with English, French, Russian, and Spanish serving as common languages. The operational system interface utilized the only existing form of pictographic writing known to humanity, Chinese characters. Anyone familiar with human civilization's history could swiftly grasp this script, enabling even extraterrestrial civilizations to easily comprehend these ideograms. Among the myriad civilizations within the Milky Way, pictographic writing stands as the sole means of communication. Zheng Yin resided in a villa situated within the Weiyang Palace of Chang'an City on the second deck. This palace complex was designated for hosting events and welcoming extraterrestrial visitors. Upon awakening, he discovered that the starship had already penetrated the Kuiper Belt, engaging in real-time quantum communication broadcasts to humanity on Earth. Professor Luc Picard detected an enormous gravitational field beyond the Kuiper Belt, with gravitational forces exceeding those of Neptune. Alter the flight path and set the coordinates for the gravitational point. Let us venture forth to explore the celestial bodies at the fringes of this solar system. The course is charted, with an estimated arrival time of 30 minutes. Before the crew unfolds a magnificent, dark azure gas giant, slightly smaller than Saturn, devoid of rings. And due to its remoteness from the solar system, it reflects little visible light. Zheng Yin instructed the scientific team to gather data from the planet and relay this discovery back to Earth, entrusting the naming rights to the Earth Federation. Ultimately, humanity christened this newly discovered ninth planet of the solar system as Origin Star, commemorating the dawn of the stellar era. As the starship completed its orbit around Origin Star and prepared to depart after data collection, Zheng Yin heard the voice of Chang'e in his ear. Brother, my deep space intelligent microquantum detector has discovered the presence of intelligent life on Origin Star. Should I present this to the scientific team? This communication device, implanted in Zheng Yin's cochlea, facilitated dialogue solely between him and Chang'e. Following the separation of their shared consciousness, only a fragment of their communication remained intact. Chang'e could perceive Zheng Yin's thoughts in real time, yet he could not directly receive her messages. He relied on the cochlear device and his mental reflections to execute commands with her. The Deep Space Intelligent Microquantum Detector was designed specifically to identify the consciousness of high-energy intelligent entities in the universe, a privilege held solely by Zheng Yin. He acquiesced to Chang'e's suggestion, and the information regarding the discovery of intelligent beings on Origin Star was promptly displayed on the secondary screen of the scientific exploration team behind him. Professor Picard quickly organized a discussion group. After 10 minutes of deliberation, a contact plan was presented on Zheng Yin's desk. Just as the exploration team readied to pilot the shuttle from the docking bay, an intrusion alarm from Chang'e sounded. The large screen revealed millions of bolts of lightning erupting from Origin Star's atmosphere, hurtling toward the superstarship. Enter battle defense mode, commanded Zheng Yin upon returning to the bridge. Professor Picard, analyze the energy composition of the lightning. What form of weaponry is this? Captain, these bolts of lightning are the high-energy intelligent entities, feeding on electrical energy. We may refer to them as electrofages. They are not here to invade us, but to hunt. Professor Picard replied calmly. Faced with such an unprecedented situation, the entire crew was taken aback. Zheng Yin immediately ordered, Yunqi, initiate a full-band broadcast, utilizing all known languages of the galactic civilizations in our database to communicate with them. Yes, Captain. The full-band electromagnetic broadcast, including quantum frequency communication, has been dispatched, replied Wu Yunqi. Silence ensued as the electrophages entered the starship's firing range. The frequency modulation of the protective shield began to weaken, with energy being siphoned away. Increase the power of the outer shield. Chang'e, what is the status of our energy reserves? Report. Captain, our energy derives from the light quantum feedback of an infinitely high-frequency parallel universe. As long as the zero-point absorption device remains intact, we possess boundless energy. Fire electromagnetic warning torpedoes and attempt communication once more, Zheng Yin commanded, proceeding with the arrangements. The explosion of the electromagnetic torpedo did not harm any of the energy-consuming entities. Rather, it caused the nearest entities to swell in size. The energy-consuming beings then swarmed towards the scene, rendering all high-energy weapons, such as phase cannons, photon torpedoes, Gauss rays, and ion cannons, ineffective. It was evident that these entities fed on energy. At that moment, they had settled upon the superstarship's shields, enveloping it tightly in a web of lightning. There was no need to experiment with other electric weapons. It was imperative to launch the graviton torpedoes to draw them away. Zheng Yin felt a surge of anxiety. After a flash, a multitude of energy-consuming entities was compressed into a single mass and hurled into the atmosphere of Yuan-Year star. Shortly thereafter, countless more entities surrounded them. After a series of graviton torpedoes detonated, the starship finally broke free from their encirclement. It seemed that communication with the entities was impossible, and the only option was to temporarily designate Yuan-Year star as a no-fly zone. Just as the starship prepared to depart, Yunqi received a message from the energy-consuming entities, consisting solely of a singular dot. Dalio, what do you think this means? Zheng Yin inquired. I believe they have received our communication but are unable to send us a response. Their previous encirclement of the starship showed no signs of aggression. Perhaps they were attempting to communicate. The fact that they exerted such effort to send us a signal indicates that their civilization is vastly different from ours. Zheng Yin promptly commanded, immediately convene a discussion with the scientific team to explore potential communication methods, while simultaneously retracting both the inner and outer shields. Indeed, once the shields were removed, the energy-consuming entities recoiled, distancing themselves as if to avoid harming the starship. Following a thorough discussion among 100 of humanity's leading scientists, supported by the extensive database of Chang'e, a high-resistance electromagnetic storage converter was developed. This converter resembled a domestic blender and could accommodate energy-consuming entities with voltages up to 1 billion volts, equipped with a quantum frequency translation module to facilitate communication. Once the storage device was deployed, an energy-consuming entity entered it and subsequently transmitted the first message to the starship. I wish to accompany you in tracking down the galactic pirates. Chapter 8. The extraordinary energy from a parallel universe. The superstarship relayed the technology for the high-resistance electromagnetic storage converter to the Earth Federation, adding yet another ally to humanity's ranks. The energy-consuming entities, having evolved high intelligence, sustained themselves on the potent lightning present in the gaseous atmospheres of planets. Days prior, the galactic pirate fleet had discovered them during their escape and had abducted millions of these entities using gravitational locks and high-resistance containment cages, lacking the technology for interstellar travel. The energy-consuming beings had been awaiting an opportunity to pursue the pirates, effectively seeking a ride. Zheng Yin named the entity that entered the starship capacitance, aptly reflecting its nature. The capacitance housed an astounding 100 million volts of ultra-high voltage, allowing it to effortlessly navigate the cabin while simultaneously manifesting numerous diminutive bolts of lightning. Its curiosity about humanity matched that of humans regarding it. As the representative of the energy-consuming entities from Yuan-Year star, it was temporarily assigned to oversee the weaponry in the starship's defense operations room. Engage the jump engines, coordinates set for Southgate 2. Zheng Yin sat in the command chair, issuing orders. The coordinates had been established, and it was anticipated that they would arrive after 10 seconds of entering the wormhole. The space jump engine was fully prepared. All departments were ready for humanity's inaugural leap through space. Set sail. A wormhole was promptly created, and the starship zipped through it. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The starship halted within the wormhole. Professor Picard's scientific team found no anomalies. Chang'e, have you ever encountered such a phenomenon during your previous jumps? Zheng Yin asked anxiously. No, Captain. The cause of this occurrence is unclear. An artificially formed wormhole will rapidly be filled by the surrounding space. We must restore motion quickly, or we will remain trapped in this subdimensional space, she replied. Engage the conventional pulse engines for sublight speed travel, Zheng Yin commanded. The starship is currently operating at sublight speed, Captain, reported Chekhov. The coordinates are accurate, with no deviations. Zhao Beta added. As the exit of the wormhole on the large screen shrank, Zheng Yin could no longer remain seated. He, along with Liu and Professor Picard, made their way to the engine room. The massive zero-point absorption device continued to function normally. Check all energy intake ports for anomalies. Zheng Yin instructed as he circled the device, silently communicating with Chang'e. Understood, brother. Moments later, Chang'e reported back, no abnormalities detected. All energy ports are operating normally. Chang'e, you mentioned that the zero-point device sustained damage during our previous escape from the black hole. After your repairs, you enhanced its performance. Could any modifications you made have triggered a butterfly effect in the parallel universe? Zheng Yin inquired, perplexed. In response, Captain, to increase the energy absorption rate, I set the high-frequency filter to automatic mode. In emergencies like last time, the filter would activate, doubling energy intake. However, the recent space jump was a routine operation, and I did not detect the filter activating, nor was there any foreign energy detected in the vicinity. We should immediately conduct a full-frequency energy scan of the entire ship and likewise scan the subdimensional space surrounding the starship, suggested Professor Picard. Execute immediately. All departments. Assume alert status. Let us proceed to the bridge, Zheng Yin ordered. After conducting a scan, Professor Picard reported, Captain, no foreign energy has been detected within the starship. But outside, in the subdimensional space, there exists a vast energy bubble that envelopes the entire vessel. Our starship is essentially hovering in place within this energy bubble. Professor. Analyze the energy frequency, Zheng Yin instructed. The light quantum frequency of the energy bubble far exceeds the values of our universe. It is clear that it does not belong to our realm, Professor Picard exclaimed in astonishment. Can our starship shields be elevated to that frequency segment, allowing us to surge through quickly? Zheng Yin queried. Yes, Captain, but humans cannot withstand such high light quantum frequencies. They would be instantaneously disintegrated, Professor Picard replied. Fire the phase cannons at the same frequency. A colossal beam shot forth, yet it did not elicit any response from the energy bubble. Launch the graviton torpedoes. There was still no response. Then let us bombard it with ultra-high frequency weapons. Otherwise, we shall be trapped here. Lu impatiently exclaimed. Colonel Lu, have you forgotten what transpired on my home planet, Yuan Yin Star? Captain Zheng reminded him. Indeed, firing recklessly in a state of utter uncertainty would only exacerbate the situation. Professor Picard remarked. Send a full-frequency communication to the external anomalous entity, Zheng suddenly commanded. Captain, do you truly believe this entity possesses intelligence? Lu chuckled in disbelief. Clearly. It is more astute than we are, Zheng replied calmly. True enough, 10 minutes later, the screen illuminated, revealing a figure indistinguishable from Zheng himself. The mirrored Zheng stated, I have just accessed your database and learned that General Zheng is your commander. To facilitate communication, in accordance with the traditions of our cosmic civilization, I have assumed the appearance of your highest commander, General Zheng, for this encounter. Zheng promptly rose and declared, We are peacekeepers of cosmic civilization, currently in pursuit of our abducted kin. It is an honor to meet you. Now that the wormhole has closed, we find ourselves trapped in this interdimensional space. May I inquire as to the purpose of your actions? The mirrored Zheng replied, I am here to safeguard my universe. I'm a five-dimensional being parallel to your universe. When your vessel activated the wormhole, a mishap caused the ultra-high frequency filter to inadvertently open for 0.001 seconds. Parallel to your current location lies the stellar core of a secondary civilization in my universe. The substantial energy loss has led to the collapse of the galaxy. I have come to retrieve the energy from the stellar core. Zheng inquired, How do you intend to accomplish this? Can our starship still navigate out of the interdimensional space? As long as your starship lowers its shields and ceases operation, I can immediately reclaim the energy lost by the star from the zero-point device. Afterward, I shall assist you in reopening the wormhole, the mirrored Zheng explained. Lu interjected, Do you expect us to believe such claims? I have been a detective for over a decade. Deception holds no sway over me. The mirrored Zheng continued, My universe differs from yours. In your universe, higher dimensions and civilizations do not interfere with lower dimensions and civilizations. However, in my universe, higher dimensions and civilizations bear the responsibility to nurture and support lower dimensions and civilizations. This imminent collapse of a lower dimensional secondary civilization is akin to my child. I cannot stand by and watch it perish. Please, trust me. With your capabilities, you could forcibly reclaim the original energy. Why confine us here and instead plead for our cooperation? Zheng questioned. In my eyes, you too are children of a lower dimension. Forcibly reclaiming the energy would result in energy leakage and an explosion of your starship. I cannot harm other children to save my own, the mirrored Zheng responded. Lower the internal and external shields, deactivate the alert status, and halt the engines. Zheng commanded. It seems we have no choice but to trust this five-dimensional being from a parallel universe. Subsequently, a wisp of luminous energy coursed through the vessel, entering the engine room on the fifth deck. As the crowd looked on, he merged into the zero-point absorption device. Immediately, they heard the reflection of Zheng Yin say, "All right, I shall now send you out." The personnel aboard the starship instantly appeared to be in reverse, as time and space began to flow backward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The entrance to the wormhole opened, and the starship emerged from its depths. Everything appeared as it was just before departing from the first-year star. "Activate the jump engine. Coordinates Nam N2," commanded Zheng Yin from the command chair. The coordinates were set, with an expected arrival at the wormhole in 10 seconds. The spatial jump engine was fully prepared. All department members were ready, poised for humanity's inaugural spatial leap. Launch. "Wait, Captain, I have received a special video message," Wu Yunqi reported urgently. "Halt the jump and let's take a look." The screen suddenly displayed the image of the reflective Zheng Yin. "General Zheng Yin, it is an honor that during the 100th time of temporal reflux, we have reached a consensus to save the low-dimensional children of two universes. I have sent the records of the previous 99 failures to your computer. Please set the high-frequency filter in the zero-point absorption device to a fixed state to prevent massive objects from the high-frequency parallel universe from falling in. Wishing you prosperity. Farewell." The entire crew was taken aback by the unexpected message. After reviewing the 99 records, they realized that they had fought against the five-dimensional beings of that parallel universe 99 times, relying on the third-tier star system civilization weapons of the superstarship, each time resulting in total annihilation, only to be revived by the five-dimensional beings through time reversal in the wormhole. Zheng Yin immediately instructed Professor Picard to inspect the zero-point device. Indeed, they discovered that the high-frequency filter was in automatic mode, with the emergency state subroutine malfunctioning, the sensitivity exceeding the normal value by 1,000%. Even if the subsystem could be repaired, Zheng Yin was unwilling to take that risk, instructing Chang'e to revert the high-frequency filter to its original fixed state. After confirming everything was in order, Zheng Yin issued the command. "Engage the jump engine. Coordinates Nanmen 2. Launch." The expected arrival was in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. We have emerged. The superstarship finally leaped out of the Oort cloud, with humanity breaking free from the solar system. Yunqi sent a greeting message to the Proxima Centuri inhabitants and request orbital docking. "Yes, Captain." Wu Yunqi promptly transmitted the greeting. "We are the peace exploration vessel of the Earth Federation, extending our first friendly greetings to our friends of Proxima Centuri. United under the firm solidarity of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, committed to resisting the plundering of evil forces. We are in pursuit of galactic pirates and request to dock in your orbit for a pleasant meeting with your leaders." Chapter 9. The Proxima Centuri Crisis. The Proxima Centuri inhabitants reside on a low-temperature solid planet orbiting 3 stars, boasting a civilization that spans hundreds of thousands of years. However, it has been destroyed twice by the Galactic Unification sect, and the current civilization is a fragile blossom born from the ashes of war. The Grand Council of Proxima Centuri greeted the arrival of humanity with great enthusiasm. 9 esteemed council elders personally welcomed the human visitors at the space station. Zheng Yin, accompanied by Lu, Professor Picard, Colonel Rick, and Wu Yunqi, piloted the shuttle to the Proxima Centuri station. The Proxima Centurians, towering figures averaging 2 meters in height, possessed a physique shaped by their planet's diminished gravity, which is only 2/3 that of Earth. Each bore 3 luminous eyes, reminiscent of the 3 stars in their galaxy. The Proxima Centurians were remarkably loquacious. Even the interstellar translation device was able to convey their logical humor, eliciting laughter from Zheng Yin and his companions. Their ability to evolve a sophisticated civilization in such a harsh environment was closely tied to their optimism. The Proxima Centauri probes had detected no trace of galactic pirates, indicating that the marauders had not fled in this direction. Proxima Centauri operated under a parliamentary system, with the 9 elders serving as the highest commanders of the planet. They signed a mutual development and peaceful cooperation agreement with Zheng Yin, inviting the 5 to explore the surface and experience the ancient and profound history of Proxima Centauri civilization. As representatives of Earth, Zheng Yin and his companions could not decline the invitation, and they descended to the planet's surface accompanied by the elders. After touring a colossal temple, the elders extended an invitation for dinner, and subsequently left the 5 in the reception room. What an eye-opener. Just look at these three-eyed giants. I wonder how strong they are, Lu remarked eagerly once the elders had departed. Zheng Yin chuckled. Shall I arrange a friendly wrestling match for you? Lu was confident he could outmatch them in strength, yet he would likely lose in wrestling due to the planet's reduced gravity, which would leave him unsteady. Professor Picard elaborated. Bring these hulking figures aboard, and I'll throw them around easily, Lu replied with pride. Just as they were sharing laughter, Zheng Yin suddenly received a message from Chang'e. Brother, the Proxima Centurions have fired a paralysis ray at me. Should I retaliate? What? Zheng Yin exclaimed in alarm. Rising to his feet, the others hurriedly inquired about the situation. Zheng Yin explained, Chang'e has just informed me that the Proxima Centurions launched an electromagnetic paralysis ray at her. Everyone, prepare for battle. The 5 quickly activated the frequency-shifting shields on their left wrists, encasing themselves in protective bubbles. Captain, we have lost contact with the starship. The bridge is unresponsive, Wu Yunqi reported while attempting to reach the bridge. Chang'e and I communicate via quantum consciousness, unaffected by Proxima Centauri's technology, Zheng Yin clarified. Chang'e has just relayed the situation aboard the starship. The crew has entered combat readiness, but there are particle disruptors surrounding our reception room, preventing spatial transfer. Colonel Rick immediately fired the phase gun at the door, but the energy was instantaneously absorbed with no effect, leaving the 5 trapped on the planet. Zheng Yin promptly ordered Chang'e to establish contact with the Proxima Centurion delegation, requesting that the 9 elders meet with him for negotiations. The fleet of Proxima aliens has encircled the superstarship, refraining from launching a devastating assault. Instead, they persistently execute electromagnetic interference aimed at disabling its systems, evidently intending to capture the vessel. The Proxima aliens utterly disregard the negotiation messages transmitted by the starship. Launch magnetic storm torpedoes at the enemy fleet, incapacitate them, commanded Zheng Yin. The electric devourers, already growing impatient, immediately retaliated against the surrounding Proxima warships upon receiving the order. Soon, the enemy vessels were rendered inoperative, prompting distant ships to initiate an emergency retreat, while the space station's orbital cannon opened fire on the starship. The starship's outer shield is a self-adaptive frequency deviation shield, capable of withstanding instantaneous energy levels of 1 billion megajoules. Throughout its journey across 100 million light-years, no secondary stellar civilization has posed a tangible threat to it. The Proxima's orbital cannon was deflected, inadvertently penetrating a disabled frigate instead. 10 minutes later, the 9 elders arrived outside the reception room and addressed Zheng Yin and his companions, who were trapped within. We require this starship. With it, we can stand against the celestial ship people and the galactic pirates. Without it, we must surrender and join the unification sect, or our civilization shall not survive the impending third extinction disaster. Your reasoning is evidently flawed, esteemed elder. Zheng Yin replied with a wry smile. Have you been so intimidated by the galactic pirates? You possess technology that surpasses ours on Earth. We all know the value of steadfast resistance. Why do you not recognize this? Furthermore, your fleet is utterly incapable of subduing our starship. Even if you were to capture it, could you operate it? The starship has already synchronized with human consciousness, unless the human consent to consciousness separation. Your efforts would prove futile, even if you were to kill us. The elder responded, you have only endured one catastrophe. How can you compare your plight with ours? Initially, our resistance was even more tragic than yours, yet the disparity between our forces is monumental. Our civilization cannot withstand a third disaster. As for your claims of consciousness synchronization, it is clearly a ruse. Even if true, we could render you vegetative, manipulating your brain's consciousness externally. With a wave of his hand, the elder commanded, commence execution. Instantly, the air pressure in the reception room plummeted, and the air was extracted, leaving Zheng Yin and his companions to rely on the air within their shield. Fortunately, the energy batteries were fully charged, continuously generating oxygen. However, this could only sustain them for 10 hours. Yunqi, are you frightened? Zheng Yin inquired, unable to resist asking upon seeing Wu Yunqi's panicked expression. Wu Yunqi smiled gently at Zheng Yin. I'm merely a bit tense as it's my first encounter with such a situation. I wouldn't say I am afraid. You can command with confidence. Brother, should we launch the next offensive to destroy the enemy's space station? Chang'e whispered in Zheng Yin's ear. No. They are still grappling with the fear instilled by the galactic pirates and have not directly declared war on us. Moreover, Proxima aliens were present in the Star Alliance fleet that supported Earth last time. Let's wait a moment. Access their database and check for any recent anomalies. Report back at once, Zheng Yin instructed Chang'e mentally. Professor, can we detect the particle disruptor outside the room? Zheng Yin inquired. Professor Picard paced around the room, his wrist-mounted detector failing to register any high-frequency energy emissions. Captain, our understanding of the technology employed by the Proxima Centurions is limited, evidently. They are utilizing natural objects to disrupt the frequencies of spatial particles, he analyzed. At that moment, Chang'e transmitted news. On the third day following the departure of the Galactic pirates from the solar system, the elders of the Proxima Centurion Council underwent a complete reshuffle. With the previous elders now under house arrest, Lu remarked, so, a coup has transpired. It is no wonder they have resorted to such actions. However, I wonder about the public sentiment, whether they enjoy support. If they do, we might have to adopt a more forceful approach. Zheng Yin pondered internally. Chang'e, could you investigate the impact of this elder replacement on the Proxima Centurions and ascertain the level of public satisfaction? The Proxima Centurions had split into two factions, the Reformists and the Defenders. This coup was initiated by the Reformists, and according to the database records, 3 days prior, a transport vessel of the Galactic pirates had visited this location and interfered in the elections. Public satisfaction stood at a mere 30%. Yet out of fear of the Galactic pirates, the populace refrained from voicing their dissent, Chang'e reported. Zheng Yin promptly instructed the starship. Deploy a squadron of fighters to take control of the Proxima space station, utilizing electromagnetic cannons to incapacitate their equipment. Send 1,000 robotic soldiers to the location where the former elders are confined, rescue them, restore their command authority. And then dispatch another 1,000 robotic soldiers to breach the vicinity of the reception room, dismantling the external particle disruption devices. We must return to the starship, ensuring all ground teams are armed with weapons set to the lowest stunning setting. Simultaneously, preparations for dual-line operations commenced in both ground and space. The superstarship's hangar housed 100 space fighters, all products of the original third-order stellar civilization. Their performance vastly superior to that of any second-order stellar civilization within the Milky Way, equipped with shipborne pulse cannons capable of instantaneously switching energy modes. They unleashed an output of 100,000 megawatts, effortlessly breaching the shields of the Proxima space station. Zhao Beidou and Chekhov, having not piloted fighters for months, relished the experience, and within 10 minutes, the entire Proxima space fleet lay incapacitated. The robotic battalion executed a swift assault on the Proxima ground forces, rapidly rescuing the 9 former elders. Meanwhile, the current 9 elders had been transported to the starship's isolation chamber. The crisis stemming from the Proxima coup was resolved within half an hour. The reception room housing Zheng Yin and his 4 companions lacked any particle disruptors. Instead, it was filled with a unique flora native to the planet, which emitted a subtle infectious wave capable of disrupting spatial particles within a 10-meter radius. Following the events, Professor Picard, intrigued, transplanted one of these plants to his quarters on the 3rd deck of the starship. As the robotic soldiers were returned to the starship, a message traversed from hyperspace to the constellation Perseus. The 9 elders of the Proxima Centuri Council, supported by the Galactic pirates, have been sentenced to exile by the Star Alliance court, destined to spend the remainder of their lives on a desolate desert planet. The reformist faction has lost the support of the populace and has withdrawn from the annals of Proxima's history, giving rise to the defense and war factions. The Star Alliance has commended the crew of the superstarship, awarding the Medal of the Guardian of the Zheng Yin Alliance. The radical war faction of the Proxima inhabitants dispatched a 100-member expeditionary alliance to assist the Star Alliance in tracking down the Galactic pirates. Concerned about potential infiltrators among the Galactic pirates, Zheng Yin discreetly ordered Chang'e to conduct a subconscious diagnosis on the 100 Proxima individuals, fortunately finding no adherents of the Unification sect. The next target, a core member of the Star Alliance, Sirius, activated its jump engine and set sail. Chapter 10. The Pirates' Conspiracy 10 seconds later. The starship emerged from the wormhole, arriving at the 5th solid planet of the Sirius system. The Sirius inhabitants, who refer to themselves as the blue light people due to their skin's ability to reflect blue wavelengths of visible light, have historically aided primitive Earth humans on numerous occasions. Legends persist among the ancient tribes of the West African primordial forests and the indigenous peoples of South America, recounting how the Sirius beings assisted humanity in vanquishing demons. They have evolved into a highly developed utopian society and are now one of the most prominent pillars of the Star Alliance. The arrival of humans has brought great joy to the blue light people, who take pride in humanity's advancement to a Type 2 civilization. They provided the starship with the escape coordinates of the Galactic pirates and had dispatched a fleet of 5 battleships a day prior to pursue them. The Galactic pirates and the Blue Light people have yet to master wormhole jump technology, a feat achievable only by civilizations of the third-tier star system. A technology still thousands of years away in both theory and practical application. Their primary modes of travel remain warp speed and hyperspace traversal. Upon receiving the coordinates, Zheng Yin resolved not to delay further. After reporting the itinerary and navigation log to the Earth Federation, the starship proceeded at warp speed 99 to rendezvous with the Sirius fleet. The Blue Light people sent a 10-member scientific assistance team aboard the starship. They expect to catch up with the Blue Light fleet in 24 hours and intercept the transport vessels of the pirates in 30 hours. As the starship soared at high speed, the crew enjoyed a brief respite. Zheng Yin returned to his quarters, inviting Wu Yunqi, and Huang Yuqing for tea. Professor Picard, meanwhile, ventured to the 4th-level holographic deck to experience the Hawaiian sea breeze. In addition to the expansive holographic deck on the 4th level, each floor features several smaller holographic experience rooms, capable of recreating any scene from human history, complete with holographic projections of historical figures. Each crew member possesses a personal account to design their own holographic life experiences. Currently, most crew members are relishing their short-lived vacation. The tranquility was abruptly interrupted by a report from the medical bay. On duty, Dr. Ding Rulin attended to a special patient, a PhD from the science team, who appeared dazed, weak, and had lost the ability to speak. The medical triage device revealed no abnormalities. Just as Dr. Ding Rulin was pondering this puzzling situation, a second patient exhibiting similar symptoms appeared, followed closely by a third, a fourth, and a fifth. By the time Huang Yuqing received the urgent medical report, 1,000 individuals had contracted this peculiar illness, with over 300 succumbing to unconsciousness and deep comas. The alarming rate of contagion prompted the starship to enter a state of emergency, surrounding each individual with a protective shield to isolate themselves from others. No suspicious viruses, bacteria, fungi, spores, or chlamydia pathogens were detected in the air or the soil of the 2nd and 3rd decks. The crew's sustenance was produced directly by a food replicator according to their preferences, thus eliminating any risk of contamination. Professor Picard also failed to detect any pathogenic radiation. And soon the number of afflicted individuals aboard the starship exceeded 2,000. Chang'e entered automatic mode, and all members of the command team, except for Zheng Yin, had succumbed to the illness. Clearly, the crew had contracted this strange disease before departing from Sirius, with the infection lying dormant until now. Only Capacitor and Zheng Yin remained uninfected. Capacitor, a pure energy entity, was impervious to illness, while the reason for Zheng Yin's immunity remained elusive. Chang'e compared the antibodies of Zheng Yin with those of all infected crew members and found no anomalies, as the human expedition faced imminent annihilation. Dai Lu, in a weakened tone, analyzed, based on my over a decade of experience in law enforcement, the distinction between the captain and the others does not lie in physical immunity, but rather in the constant guardianship of his sister, Chang'e, providing comprehensive oversight from the conscious to the subconscious level. This is why the adversary has not targeted him. From this perspective, it is evident that we are dealing with a cunning enemy, rather than a simple infectious disease. Zheng Yin replied, "Indeed, Dai Lu. Your analytical prowess in solving cases is commendable. You must possess certain insights." "Certainly. Remember this. When things deviate from the norm, there is always something amiss." "This principle holds true beyond Earth," Dai Lu retorted, a sense of pride evident in his voice. "Chang'e, scan all living entities aboard the ship and identify any foreign organisms down to the atomic level," Zheng Yin commanded promptly. "Understood, Captain." "Scanning in progress," came the response. After a minute, Chang'e reported, "No undocumented foreign life forms detected." "Chang'e, display all biological information of new arrivals since leaving Earth's orbit." Subsequently, the conference room screen listed the new members who had boarded the starship since departing Earth: Capacitor, an ionic energy entity from the Yuan star. 100 Expeditionary Alliance troops sent by the Proxima Centuri, a unique plant indigenous to the Proxima system, and a research assistance team comprised of 10 blue-skinned individuals from Sirius. "What are your thoughts, Dai Lu?" Zheng Yin inquired. "With everyone falling ill, it is evident they are all victims. However, that tree seems suspicious. Why would old Pai choose such an odd souvenir instead of something more appropriate? This is simply unacceptable. I need to rest," Dai Lu said, before collapsing onto the table. Upon reviewing the list, Zheng Yin also found the sapling to be quite out of place and promptly ordered Chang'e to uproot it using a quantum force field shield and isolate it in the laboratory. Zheng Yin and the capacitor conducted an atomic-level dissection of the sapling and indeed discovered a biological weapon nestled within the trunk, a minuscule insect measuring merely 1 millimeter. Upon comparing it with the database, it was revealed that this insect is native to the celestial vessel of the constellation Perseus and possesses advanced intelligence. Although this creature exhibits remarkable adaptability, enabling it to survive in the vacuum of space, it cannot undertake interstellar travel independently, suggesting that it was deliberately disseminated by galactic pirates. This insect is capable of parasitizing any living organism. Its eggs are comparable in size to fungal spores, allowing them to infiltrate the lungs of a host through respiration. After a mere few hours of latency, they hatch and merge with the host, voraciously consuming various peptides within, thereby disrupting the host's cellular mechanisms and releasing neurointerference factors that induce deep slumber or even brain death. To evade human detection, the Galactic Pirates, following the overthrow of the Proxima Centuri regime, stealthily implanted these insects in the flora surrounding the reception area as a time bomb to sabotage the human expedition fleet. Once aboard the starship, the insect executed its premeditated plan, delivering eggs into the nasal cavities of each crew member. However, it deliberately spared Zheng Yin and the capacitor, the latter being an energy entity and the former possessing real-time awareness monitoring through the starship's systems, thus narrowly escaping calamity. Chang'e promptly initiated a scan for the parasitic eggs throughout the entire warship, deploying particle transmission to each crew member within the deck, eliminating the parasitic information and commencing purification. At Zheng Yin's command, beams of transmission light illuminated the deck, transporting the crew members to their quarters, where they were attended to by robotic soldiers. The parasites extracted via particle transmission were collected in experimental vials within a containment chamber, still in their larval state, measuring only 1 millimeter. Having not yet matured into adult form, one by one, the crew members recovered, with the swiftest recovery attributed to Colonel Liu and Rick. Damn it. We were under some sort of curse. Even aliens dabble in sorcery, Liu exclaimed upon learning the truth. Daniel Rick, perplexed, inquired, what is this curse? Do we humans possess such technology? You wouldn't know, would you? Look at how the character for curse is written, Liu said, inscribing the character on his holographic computer on his left wrist. Observe, there's an insect in the petri dish. It's a specially cultivated organism that is introduced into a person's body through extraordinary means. This is what we call a curse, which is quite similar to our situation, isn't it? The pictographs are remarkable. A single character can encapsulate an entire field of biological research, Rick marveled. Indeed. Therefore, my dear Rick, in your spare time, delve deeper into our Chinese culture, as well as Taoism and the arts of the immortals, and you'll understand the essence of it all, Liu chuckled. Had I known this would occur, I would have chosen a shaman from the Miao region. Zheng Yin interjected, do not mislead the colonel. Alien technological biological weapons cannot be resolved through mere superstition. Have Professors Picard and Huang Yueqing, as well as Yun Qi, regained consciousness? They have all awakened. Old Picard is somewhat fatigued and still resting, while Dr. Huang and Xiao Wu have already resumed their work, Liu replied. Bridge, this is Yun Qi. Immediately transmit information regarding the nefarious schemes of the Galactic Pirates to Proxima Centuri and Sirius, along with the genetic data of the parasites, so they can commence screening and develop antibodies at once. After orchestrating these communications, Zheng Yin, accompanied by Colonel Rick and Liu, paid a visit to the alien crew who were on the mend. Thankfully, due to timely protective measures, only one member of the scientific team, an elderly individual, succumbed to irreversible brain death from prolonged infection. The rest of the crew suffered minimal damage. The quantum communication in hyperspace operated in real time, and shortly thereafter, the starship received responses from Proxima Centuri and Sirius. As anticipated, Proxima Centuri had indeed fallen victim to the parasitic infection. The insectoid creatures, witnessing the overthrow of the new regime at Proxima Centuri and the renewal of the alliance with the Earth Federation, proceeded to disseminate their eggs among the populace. At the time of the starship's message, Proxima Centuri was largely incapacitated, as the surface of their planet was overrun with flora that impeded signal transmission, severely slowing the purification process. Fortunately, the blue light beings of Sirius swiftly developed antibodies and dispatched them to Proxima Centuri, thus bringing an end to this biological warfare. Albeit at the cost of 1 million lives on Proxima Centuri, it appeared that even an alliance with the Galactic Pirates could not provide true protection, but instead invited calamity. A few hours later, the members of the starship received immune antibodies capable of swiftly detecting parasites within their bodies, allowing for targeted treatment based on the prevailing circumstances. The starship was revitalized and had detected the fleet of the blue light beings, which had recently disengaged from warp speed and was engaged in battle. Facing an enemy fleet 10 times their size, with an estimated arrival time of 1 hour. Navigator Zhao Beta reporting. Increase warp speed to level 9,999. We must reach the battlefield within seconds. All personnel, prepare for combat. Chapter 11. Encounter with the Mercenary Corps. The sudden emergence of the superstarship altered the tide of battle. The blue light beings, who had been on the brink of defeat after losing a heavy battleship, now welcomed a formidable reinforcement. High-tech weaponry cascaded from the superstarship, 100 fighter jets, 10 destroyers, and 100 colossal single-pilot mechs soared into the fray, accompanied by a barrage of 100,000 Mosquito-class jamming missiles. The combined forces of the interstellar mercenaries and the pirate fleet were thrown into disarray by the unexpected onslaught. In the midst of this chaos, Zheng Yin climbed into the super mech, specially designed for him by Chang'e, as he too harbored dreams of grandeur. Named Yinglong, the mech towered over 300 meters, eclipsing the standard 100-meter mechs with its formidable presence. The Yinglong maneuvered effortlessly through the enemy fleet, drawing a deluge of firepower. Simultaneously, the high-energy refracted beams from the Chang'e cut through the enemy fleet, penetrating 30% of the enemy shields, resulting in a violent explosion. The 4 battleships of the blue light beings finally broke free from their encirclement. The starship received a communication request from the Galactic Mercenary Corps. Bring them in through the Yinglong, Zheng Yin commanded. Subsequently, a transparent screen materialized before Zheng Yin in the vacuum of space. An insectoid figure clad in military attire addressed him. Esteemed Captain, our mercenary group only engages in contracts to procure advanced technological artifacts and consciousness energy. Fundamentally, we harbor no animosity towards any faction. Should you be willing to offer compensation exceeding that of the pirates, we would gladly redirect our firepower towards them. Chang'e, conduct another scan to ascertain that the transport vessels of the pirate fleet are absent. Ensure that no human quantum energy signatures have been detected, Zheng Yin mentally instructed Chang'e. Understood, brother. A comprehensive battlefield scan has been performed once more, revealing no transport ships or any form of quantum energy signatures, Chang'e responded. Utilize the tractor beam to capture a pirate vessel and deliver a devastating blow to a segment of the pirate fleet. This will compel another segment to retreat. Zheng Yin commanded in his mind. He then turned to the commander of the mercenary group, stating, You have been deceived by the galactic pirates. What you face is a product of a third-tier galactic civilization beyond this supercluster. With your technological prowess, you are not even fit to be cannon fodder. You are merely pitiful pawns summoned by the pirates to serve as shields, destined to receive no reward, as you will not survive long enough to earn it. This is impossible. Respected Captain, third-tier civilizations do not interfere with lower-tier ones. Yes, just as we would not intervene in the primitive swamps inhabited by reptiles. The pirates are ever reliable. Their credibility even surpasses that of the Star Alliance, the mercenary commander scoffed. Very well, I lack both the time and patience, and bear no obligation to persuade you. I wish you luck. Zheng Yin severed the communication and issued a command to all combat personnel. Engage the pirate fleet with full firepower. The battle concluded swiftly. With 30 pirate warships annihilated and over 100 ships breaching their shields, urgently fleeing the battlefield, abandoning several hundred members of the Galactic Mercenary Fleet. Extend an invitation to board to the commander of the mercenary group. He ordered, transmitting this message into hyperspace. After issuing the command, Zheng Yin returned to the starship with his combat team. Seeing that the human expeditionary force and the blue light beings had ceased fire, the mercenary fleet also halted their assault, gradually withdrawing. The commander, witnessing the retreat of the galactic pirates, erupted in fury and sent a message to the starship. Thank you very much for your invitation, esteemed Captain. But the mercenary group has pressing matters to attend to and cannot afford any further delays. We shall meet again, esteemed Captain. The fleet then made their escape at warp speed. What a clever tactic of sowing discord, Captain. Let us observe them turn against one another. Buddha laughed heartily after emerging from his mech. Zheng Yin chuckled. This is merely the beginning. They are currently filled with only doubt. Captain, why not eliminate them directly? Chekhov inquired. From the intelligence gathered, this fleet comprises less than 1/10 of the Galactic Mercenary Group. They represent a formidable force independent of the Star Alliance and the Unification Church, with a long-standing history of collaboration with the Galactic Pirates, albeit an unstable one. If we were to eradicate them entirely, it would merely strengthen their alliance and increase our formidable adversaries, Zheng Yin elucidated. Conversely, it would be more prudent to let them engage in conflict among themselves, thus conserving our energy while simultaneously restraining both factions. Lu interjected. So it is. Such strategic foresight is indeed remarkable, Chekhov remarked. Make sure to read more of our romance of the Three Kingdoms instead of indulging in drink, Lu chuckled. Zheng Yin smiled and said, Very well, Lu, you may formally invite the commander of the Blue Light faction aboard the ship. Dr. Huang Yuqing will lead the medical team to provide assistance, while Yun Qi and I will guide the diplomatic team to the teleportation room to extend our welcome. Zheng Yin and the Blue Light representatives engaged in a pleasant discussion within the Chang'an city of the second-tier deck, where the Blue Light individuals expressed great admiration for the starship, due to an interception by a joint fleet of galactic pirates and mercenaries while tracking the transport vessel. The Blue Light faction lost the final coordinates of the ship and only knew it was currently heading towards Orion. The captured galactic pirate remained obstinate. He was a rebel from the Southern River Trinor system, a small creature with antennae instead of ears, who refused to divulge the coordinates of the transport vessel while demanding the humane treatment afforded to prisoners of war by the Alliance. Colonel Daniel Rick seethed. You are nothing but a traitor. You are not akin to a defeated soldier and do not deserve such privileges. Captain, allow me to employ some terrestrial methods, Lu said with a mischievous grin. Very well. You are the expert in interrogation. Take it easy, Lu, Zheng Yin chuckled. Rest assured, I have a plan, Lu replied, grasping the pirate by the nape of his neck, saying, Come along, little fellow, let us have a chat. An hour later, Lu emerged from the interrogation room. Disappointment etched on his face. It was not that the pirate had refused to confess. Rather, he was utterly oblivious to the information sought. Having succumbed to the collapse of his own psyche, this pirate had merely received orders from the celestial vessel beings to intercept the Blue Light faction. Lacking sufficient strength, they had resorted to hiring a mercenary fleet, unaware of the final coordinates and in order to prevent the transport vessel from altering its course midway. The starship was compelled to set off towards Betelgeuse, over 400 light-years away, while tracking the pirate transport ship and the 40 billion abducted humans. Meanwhile, the 4 battleships of the Blue Light faction returned to the Sirius system for repairs. After 10 hours of travel, Professor Picard detected a substantial fleet ahead, preparing for interception. All personnel, enter combat readiness, arm defensive weapons, and prepare for boarding, Zheng Yin commanded. Damn it, will this ever end? Lu muttered angrily. Initiate deep space scanning to ascertain the origin of the opposing fleet, estimate contact time, and open communication channels. Aye, Captain, came the response. The scan indicates that the opposing fleet's warp engines are powered by miniature artificial black holes, a hallmark of galactic mercenaries, Professor Picard reported. Contact is expected in 1 minute. Captain, Navigator Zhao Beidu announced. We have established a communication link with the opposing fleet, but there has been no response, Captain, Wu Yunqi reported. Shut down the warp engines and prepare for battle. As the superstarship emerged from hyperspace, the dense barrage of fire from the interstellar mercenary fleet immediately targeted it. Report shield status, Zheng Yin commanded. The outer self-variable frequency shield is at 99%, while the inner quantum energy absorption shield is at a full 100%, reported Lu. Maintain combat readiness. Let them strike for a while, he commanded. Yunqi, continue to establish communication links with them. Zheng Yin stretched lazily and added, Let us not be anxious. Soon they shall find themselves in disarray. Indeed, after half an hour, 100 warships simultaneously ceased fire. The main screen of the bridge displayed the figure of the mercenary commander, a half-mechanical woman, evidently not from the same squad as the previous battle's mercenaries. With an air of superiority, the half-mechanical female commander declared, You, a lowly planetary civilization, are unworthy of such advanced technology. You should surrender it to our mercenary group. For we maintain the balance of the galaxy. Your feudal defenses cannot withstand our super electromagnetic cannon's assault. I advise you to surrender promptly. Ah, my esteemed lady. Zheng Yin mimicked the tone of the previous insectoid commander. You are certainly not as affable as the great bug. Your manner of speaking makes me quite uncomfortable. Might I inquire if you have recently communicated with the great bug? Zheng's deliberate affectation provoked suppressed laughter from Wu Yunqi, prompting Lu to quickly signal for silence. Do not compare me to that failure. Although I am the commander of the mercenary group, I hail from a lineage of pirates. My father and brothers hold high-ranking positions among the galactic marauders. I shall never betray them nor unite with your hypocritical Star Alliance. Ah, You are indeed quite candid. My lady, since you have expressed yourself so, I shall have no hesitations. Upon saying this, Zheng waved his hand, and Wu Yunqi promptly closed the communication. Zheng then commanded, Chang'e, filter through your arsenal for high-energy weapons capable of annihilating the enemy in one strike. Yes, Captain. 1,000 recorded weapons have been filtered, and 3 have been selected based on Earth's technological comprehension, came the response. The information regarding the 3 energy weapons then appeared on the large screen: dimensionality reduction ray, neutrino splitting cannon, and black hole torpedo. After a careful review, Zheng stated, we are not yet adept at dimensionality reduction technology. The chain reaction caused by the black hole torpedo is too significant. Let us select the neutrino splitting cannon. Load it into the active arsenal and classify it as a level 3 weapon. Understood, Captain. It has been added to the active arsenal with level 3 access, Chang'e confirmed. Captain, the mercenary group has sent another message, demanding our immediate surrender, Wu Yunqi reported. Captain, we have detected a massive energy concentration from the enemy fleet, Professor Picard informed. Let us first observe the extent of their damage capabilities. Maintain defensive posture. A resounding boom echoed through the starship, accompanied by a tremor. The outer shield dropped to 70% and was rapidly regenerating. Is that all they can muster? Zheng Yin chuckled. Now it is our turn, as is customary. Let us respond in kind. Capacitor, fire the neutrino splitting cannon. Chapter 12. The judgment of civilization: to show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Repay virtue with virtue, and repay malice with justice. Zheng smiled as he gazed at the swirling cloud of dust formed by neutrinos on the large screen. No signs of life or residual energy were detected. The enemy fleet had been entirely reduced to neutrinos, Professor Picard reported. Goodness, is this the power of the divine? Lu pondered in astonishment. The entire expeditionary force was taken aback, soon erupting in joyous victory and hope for the future. This is merely cutting-edge technology from the 4-dimensional universe. We are still a dimension away from the 5-dimensional realm, Chang'e elucidated. Humanity was once again reminded of its insignificance. Engage the warp drive and set course for Alpha Centauri at warp factor 9, commanded Zheng Yin. Coordinates for Alpha Centauri have been established. Arrival is anticipated in 1 month, reported navigator Zhao Beidu. The warp drive is primed and set to level 9, reported helmsman Andrei Vichekov. Both inner and outer shields are functioning normally, and the forward deflector beam is active, said Professor Luke Picard. Commence launch. As a flash of light illuminated the screen, the super battleship remained stationary. Conduct a full ship inspection. Activate alert status. Zheng Yin instantly sensed the gravity of the situation. Captain, all systems are nominal. The warp drive is at warp factor 9, reported Professor Picard. Chang'e, what is happening? Zheng Yin inquired inwardly. Brother, I have detected energy from the 5-dimensional space, Chang'e replied, just as anxiety gripped the crew. All humans aboard the starship vanished, save for the Betelgeusians and the Blue Men. Chang'e could no longer sense Zheng Yin's consciousness. A second passed, and all human crew members reappeared in their original positions, the starship promptly resuming its course towards Alpha Centauri at warp factor 9. Brother, I couldn't sense your presence just now. What transpired? Chang'e questioned. Zheng Yin smiled. Chang'e, extract the memories from my mind and log them in the captain's log. Clearly, the human crew members who had just vanished for a fleeting second now felt an overwhelming sense of pride and unwavering faith. Unbeknownst to them, they had been transported to a dimensional space. This was a vast courtroom where all 3,000 crew members had been summoned to the defendant's stand. The plaintiff was a radiant 5-dimensional entity, continuously morphing into various human forms. The jury, composed of luminous 5-dimensional beings, also assumed human appearances. There was no judge at the presiding bench. The 5-dimensional entity at the plaintiff's stand separated part of its form, soaring to the bench to take on the guise of a human judge, evidently serving in dual capacity. In the center of the arena lay a colossal circular space, where a holographic war of ancient humanity was unfolding, reminiscent of conflicts predating the Shang and Zhou dynasties in China. The plaintiff 5-dimensional entity proclaimed, "Do you see, esteemed ones? Since the inception of written language by the human race, it has been accompanied by warfare, extending to this very day. They are a hypocritical and warlike species, a perilous element within the galaxy. Their ascent to a level 2 civilization will only exacerbate chaos throughout the galaxy. Now, the technology they have acquired, which does not belong to this supergalactic cluster, surpasses that of many advanced and benevolent civilizations, which is inherently unjust and illogical. The judge nodded in agreement, stating that this obstinate civilization must be eradicated, for it had previously rejected the salvation offered by the God of Unity. The jury erupted in a chorus of cheers. Eradicate! 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 It was only at this moment that the people realized they had been ensnared by the five-dimensional entities. Zheng Yin remarked, "I have lost contact with Chang'e. It appears we are no longer in the original universe." Liu expressed his indignation. "What kind of trickery is this? Are they staging a self-directed play?" Zheng Yin called out. "Where are the historians? Gather a discussion group." Shortly thereafter, 3 PhD historians addressed Zheng Yin, saying, "Captain, the scene depicts the war between the Emperor and Qi Yu, clearly involving the Star Alliance and the God of Unity. Look, Qi Yu's battle armor is engaging in combat with the ships of the Blue Light people. Humans, do you have any rebuttals?" The judge inquired. "Certainly," Zheng Yin exclaimed. "First and foremost, the 3,000 of us did not participate in this war. Secondly, humanity at the time was still in a primitive state, incapable of instigating interstellar warfare across the galaxy. It is evident that this conflict was orchestrated by external forces, with humanity as the immediate victims. Regardless of which side claims victory, it is humanity that suffers the greatest losses. You should summon the interstellar battalions involved in this conflict for interrogation." The judge pondered for a moment before declaring, "Switch to the next scene." Then, a scene emerged depicting hundreds of thousands of slaves constructing pyramids, while their masters lounged in luxurious pavilions, reveling in their offerings, as slaves perished one after another. "Behold," the five-dimensional plaintiff proclaimed, "humans are the most unwilling to share among all races. From the inception of their civilization, they have been steeped in class divisions. Slavery is a social institution unique to humanity. Indeed, humanity must be eradicated. They have brought shame upon the Creator," the judge asserted. The jury once again echoed, "Eradicate! Eradicate! Eradicate! Captain of humanity, what is your perspective on this?" the judge inquired. Zheng Yin responded with conviction, "Every civilization possesses its own evolutionary path, contributing to the rich tapestry of cosmic civilizations. Humanity has endured numerous tribulations in its early evolution, yet we have consistently strived toward a positive and luminous trajectory. During the spring and autumn period, we experienced a flourishing era of diverse philosophical thought, and the Renaissance clarified our spiritual aspirations. Although there are divergences among our religions, they all share the common tenets of benevolence and peace. You cannot use the ignorance of primitive humanity as the basis for judging modern humans." The judge was momentarily rendered speechless. The third scene unfolded, depicting the horrors of World War I. Observe, this conflict bears no external influence. Humanity has turned upon itself. Vividly illustrating their inherent bellicosity, the five-dimensional plaintiff shouted once more. Indeed, without external intervention, humanity initiated the First World War. If left unchecked, this will lead to warfare throughout the entire galaxy, the judge proclaimed, striking his gavel and declaring, "Eradication is imperative." The jury shouted with fervor, "Clear, clear, clear." "Wait," Zheng Yin exclaimed, "are you afraid to continue questioning us? Is it your own conscience that is troubled?" "Nonsense. I have no heart. How could I feel guilty?" The judge retorted. "Very well, allow me to enlighten you," Zheng Yin thought, contemplating how to persuade this candid individual. "This war, ostensibly a senseless conflict among humanity, is in truth, a profound upheaval of human societal evolution." "Oh, that might be overstating it, Captain. It is a liberation from the shackles of feudal society," Wu Yunqi interjected softly. "Indeed, this war represents a breaking free from feudal constraints, a pathway for humanity towards self-redemption in a capitalist society. Lacking the assistance of advanced extraterrestrial civilizations, we can only navigate through the darkness, and this tragic endeavor underscores our longing for profound freedom. You have only showcased humanity's darker facets, neglecting the diligent, resilient, and peace-loving aspects of our race. Your actions are inherently shadowed and self-deprecating. Although you are a five-dimensional being, your awareness does not surpass ours." The judge appeared astonished, momentarily at a loss for words. The plaintiff, the five-dimensional entity, transformed into the recently destroyed mercenary commander, a half-mechanical woman. She howled, "Humans are treacherous. They have sown discord between the mercenary corps and the galactic pirates, who were cruel, having reduced me and my fleet to a state of neutrinos. Such technology must be reclaimed, for it is far too perilous in their hands. Indeed, humans are the most cunning race in the galaxy, adept at concealing their intentions. It is dangerous for a low civilization to wield the weapons of a higher civilization. Their technology must be reclaimed," the judge stated. "Reclaim, reclaim. Reclaim. The jury echoed like a chorus of thoughtless automatons, repeating the judge's words. Zheng Yin addressed the five-dimensional entity loudly. You are a five-dimensional being. Not the commander of the Mercenary Corps, your words do not represent her. Moreover, my self-defense was a response to several rounds of bombardment from them. As for cunning, the biological warfare of the Galactic pirates has just subsided. Their actions are truly vile. Everything we have done has been above board, never resorting to covert malice. Upon hearing this, the five-dimensional entity immediately transformed into another human form. Zheng Yin continued, this superstarship, arriving from deep space, is a gift of fate to humanity. Yet it has also brought immense calamity. Currently, 4 billion humans remain missing. Although we possess advanced technology, we never misuse it. We employ only 1/10,000th of our arsenal, with all potent high-energy weapons securely locked within the database. This can be verified at any time. The jury fell into a contemplative silence. Zheng Yin proclaimed, we, as humanity, are honored to join the esteemed family of the second-tier civilizations within the Milky Way. Though this has come at a grievous cost, we do not hold you, the high-dimensional beings, accountable for your lack of protective responsibility. We once encountered a five-dimensional entity from another parallel universe where advanced civilizations bear the duty of nurturing and supporting those of lower dimensions, resulting in a universe devoid of the concept of war. At this moment, the judge fell silent. Zheng Yin continued, in truth, we do not require your guardianship. As long as you do not stifle our evolution, we shall inevitably progress towards the light. Regarding the unification doctrine, if it truly aims for the collective advancement of cosmic civilizations, there is no need for debate. In time, all will join. Conversely, we shall fight to the bitter end. We are not your equals at present. You need not heed my words, for with a mere gesture, you could obliterate us. Upon finishing his statement, 3,000 human crew members stepped forward in unison, raising their heads to proudly embrace death. Chapter 13. The solitary star relic. The judge and the plaintiff, the five-dimensional being, did not annihilate them but instead coalesced into a singular entity, revealing its true form, a magnificent, benevolent mother with a human head and a serpent's body. Mother! Zheng Yin involuntarily exclaimed, for this colossal five-dimensional being bore an uncanny resemblance to his own mother, igniting within him an overwhelming sense of dependence. At that moment, he longed to rush into her embrace like a child seeking comfort. Mother! Zheng Yin glanced back to see Big Lou's eyes glistening with tears. Each human beheld their own mother. The jury of five-dimensional beings appeared disheartened, their heads bowed, seemingly defeated in the face of this revelation. As the entire assembly of human crew members expressed their feelings of reliance towards the imposing five-dimensional entity, it spoke. Children, I am a member of the Nuwa continuum who ascended to high-dimensional space 500,000 years ago. You are my progeny, created when I resided in the four-dimensional realm. You are remarkable, having surmounted numerous challenges, and I am delighted to witness your growth. This farce must end. Henceforth, the unification continuum shall not interfere with your evolution. This starship belongs to you. Finally, I wish my children prosperity and success. With that, it exhaled towards the throng of over 3,000 and Zheng Yin, along with the others, returned to the starship, though only a second had passed. Upon learning of this event, the Proxima beings, the blue light beings, and the electromagnetic capacitors aboard the starship were astounded. They had never anticipated that high-dimensional intelligence would extend such exceptional aid to humanity, explaining their newfound confidence. During the ensuing voyage, Zheng Yin organized a banquet to allow everyone a moment of respite. The food replicator's system database contained all human recipes. By merely connecting to a water source, air, and an energy source, it could produce meals and beverages at predetermined portions and temperatures. With such technological support, this could truly be considered genuine deep space exploration. While the starship traversed the cosmic void, Yunchi received a distress signal emanating from within the emptiness. The cosmic void, though not extensive within the Milky Way, spans a mere 50 light-years. This desolate expanse is devoid of stars and nebulae, rendering it a celestial wasteland, with the atomic density per cubic meter significantly lower than that of other regions. Theoretically, such an emptiness should not harbor substantial celestial bodies. However, the distress signal repeatedly emphasizes that a warship has run aground on a barren planet, with all propulsion systems failing and energy sources depleting. The life support systems can sustain operations for no more than 10 hours. Zheng Yin instructed, reduce the warp factor to level 6, alter our course, and set the point of the distress signal as the new coordinates. Yunchi, establish a communication link with the signal source. The coordinates were promptly recalibrated. With an estimated arrival at the distress signal's origin in 10 minutes, reported navigator Zhao Beidu. Captain, the communication link has been sent. There has been no response. Wu Yunqi reported. Maintain an uninterrupted request for communication and prepare all personnel for a state of alert. 10 minutes later, a dark, solid planet devoid of any visible light emerged before the starship. Immediately analyze the planetary data and scan for signs of life, commanded Zheng Yin. Captain, this planet is comparable in size to Mars, with a high concentration of sulfurous gases. However, it lacks an atmosphere, due to extreme cold. The gases have solidified upon the surface. The planet has ceased its rotation, and no signs of living organisms have been detected, reported Professor Picard. Pinpoint the origin of the distress signal and establish a topographical tridimensional map of the planetary surface, Zheng Yin directed. Before Zheng Yin's command chair, a holographic projection of the planet materialized at the center of the bridge's holographic display. This technology had been developed by the scientific team during the voyage to comprehensively analyze any encountered phenomena. As the surface image was magnified and brightness enhanced, the entire command crew was left in awe. What unfolded was the remnant of an exceedingly advanced civilization, with colossal temples seemingly narrating tales of its former glory, and towering orbital cannons, now dilapidated, some having collapsed. It was evident that this planet had succumbed to the ravages of war. The entire planet serves as the origin of the distress signal, Captain, Professor Picard continued. It is also possible that the stranded ship, lacking energy, amplified its signal using the planet's magnetic field. Yet, as the planet has ceased rotation, theoretically, there should be no magnetic field. What could be the explanation for this? This falls within your area of expertise, Professor. Organize the scientific team to analyze the situation promptly and continue scanning the planet, including its core, to identify any anomalies in energy, Zheng Yin instructed. As Professor Picard and his team diligently sought the source of the signal, Wu Yunqi finally established a connection. The main screen revealed over 20 individuals, remarkably resembling humans, which left Zheng Yin perplexed. What kind of evolutionary environment could produce beings so akin to humanity? A professor of biology from the scientific team discreetly reported to Captain Zheng Yin, Captain, even among descendants of the same species, if they undergo a separate evolution in different environments for 100,000 years, their appearances will inevitably change. It is improbable that there exists a race identical to humanity several hundred light years away from Earth. At that moment, an elderly figure on the large screen bowed and said, "We are fortunate to have awaited your rescue team. We are deeply grateful for your benevolence. Please transport us onto your spacecraft." Hey, you seem rather genuine. We must inquire further, don't we? Lu couldn't help but chuckle. I apologize for neglecting to introduce ourselves. We are the exploratory vessel of the Nubru race. Our home planet is currently under attack from enemies, and we are hastening back to provide assistance. Although our strength is limited, we cannot disregard the safety of our home world. En route, our starship was ambushed by the enemy, causing our warp bubble to rupture and hurling us into the crust of a planet. We lost propulsion and had to utilize the planet's core as a signal amplifier to send a distress signal to the alliance of white light in the galaxy. How have you evolved to resemble us humans? Zheng Yin inquired. This transformation is to facilitate communication with you, Captain, just as we established contact with your signal. We altered our appearance to match yours. Our true form lies beyond your comprehension. We are silicon-based life forms, the elder continued. Sister, at that moment, Zheng Yin heard Chang'e's voice in his ear. I have just accessed the entire civilization database of the galaxy and discovered that the Nubru civilization perished 1,000,000 years ago, and their planetary location has been lost to records. However, based on historical accounts, this very planet is indeed Nubru, and the Alliance of White Light is the precursor to the current Star Alliance. Can you pinpoint the signal's origin? Zheng Yin mentally inquired. Unfortunately not, brother, she replied. Zheng Yin addressed the silicon-based life forms on the screen. We do not know what you experienced, but it is certain that Nubru civilization has been extinct for 1,000,000 years. The planet that confines you is likely your home world. The Alliance of White Light is now known as the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, still engaged in battle against malevolent forces. What? No, this is impossible. We have been trapped for merely a few hours. Even at the center of a black hole, time cannot flow that quickly. You must be the minions of a fifth-dimensional entity. We will not fall for your deception. The elder exclaimed angrily. Very well, since you do not believe us. Please send us your coordinates on the planet, and we shall teleport you from the crust. You will see for yourself, Zheng Yin responded calmly. Coordinates? Did you not see them displayed when we connected our communications? Why do you still ask for them? The elder scoffed. Zheng Yin explained. Your signal was amplified through the planet's core. Our starship can only track the core, and we have not detected any life forms on this planet. All right. We will trust you and will send the coordinates momentarily, but please expedite the rescue. The temperature surrounding us is dangerously low, and the cold is threatening our lives. The elder concluded his words with a gesture towards a middle-aged man behind him, prompting a coordinate display to materialize on Wu Yunqi's communication screen. Conduct a holographic scan of the area and project it onto the holographic platform, Lin Yuan commanded. Upon completion of the scan, Professor Picard reported, Captain, we have detected the wreckage of a warship in this region, now fused with the geological layers. The faces of the distressed individuals on the other end of the screen reflected sheer despair. Increase power and transmit the geological fragments to the planet's surface, Zheng Yin ordered. Understood. Captain, transmission in progress, reported Chief Engineer Montgomery Jones. Moments later, a rock intermingled with remnants of an exploration vessel was transported to the surface. A heavy silence enveloped the rescuers as they gazed at the screen. Zheng Yin inquired, what exactly is happening? Please respond. The elder sighed, despair evident in his voice. In truth, we have begun to doubt this ourselves. Our consciousness has merged with the core of this planet, rendering us nearly oblivious to the passage of time. As if only mere hours have elapsed. We have detected your spacecraft, a marvel of advanced technology, and we hope you can provide evidence to substantiate our suspicions. We have now confirmed it. Our civilization has perished. We shall be the last remnants of a once civilized society, gradually succumbing to the silence of our homeworld. Around us lies an enveloping chill. We can no longer feel the warmth of the stars. We symbolize the future of this universe, inexorably moving toward an eternal cold under the constraints of the law of increasing entropy. Perhaps they were right. Thank you for your arrival. You are the only visitors this frigid planet has known in 1,000,000 years. With that, the communication was severed, leaving the crew of the Chang'e vessel in a somber state. What lies at the end of the universe? Perhaps it is an endless expanse. As the starship departed, it received a message from the Nubrit civilization, containing a record of their glorious history and their resilient struggle against malevolent forces. This served as the sole testament to their existence. Chapter 14. Discovery of the transport ship. Having departed the desolate Nubrit planet, the starship had been sailing for 3 days. Zheng Yin awoke feeling an invigorating surge of vitality, thanks to the ship's medical technology. Each crew member's health had reached theoretical perfection, apart from external infections. Self-induced ailments had ceased to emerge. Zheng Yin, accompanied by Wu Yunqi, decided to seek out Delu for a fishing expedition at the small reservoir located on the 2nd and 3rd decks. Delu was already by the lakeside, a favored retreat of his. Zheng Yin noticed Delu gazing blankly at the water's surface and called out from a distance, Delu, are you missing your daughter again? Delu quickly wiped away a tear from his eye, chuckling as he rubbed his stubbled chin. Don't mention it. It's not like I can help it. After all, I have traversed the galaxy to find solace, haven't I? I envy you. You still have hope. My parents perished beneath the laser cannons of galactic pirates. Initially, my drive was to eradicate those pirates, but now it is more about responsibility. Zheng Yin replied helplessly. Indeed, where there is faith, there exists purpose. In the microcosm, it is family. In the macrocosm, it encompasses all of humanity. You are no longer the rookie who once contemplated self-destruction. You have bravely triumphed over the starship, now bearing the weight of humanity's future. I must admit, it pains me to see you so burdened. Do not overexert yourself. Aside from your sister Chang'e and little Wu, you have me, your elder brother. Feel free to confide in me. Lu smiled warmly. Goodness, you are laying it on thick. You nearly brought me to tears. Zheng Yin chuckled. Captain, we have detected the presence of a pirate transport vessel. Expected contact in 10 minutes, reported Professor Picard, the acting officer on the bridge. Goodness. Zheng Yin and Lu sprang to their feet. Dr. Jones, teleport Lu, Yunqi, and me to the bridge. Zheng commanded. All personnel, prepare for combat. The pirate transport vessel showed no signs of slowing down, continuing its warp-speed journey and swiftly entering the starship's attack range. Only a single medium-sized transport ship was visible, without an escort, which seemed highly irregular. Zheng Yin immediately ordered, engage the tractor beam and establish communication. The enemy has rejected our communication, Captain, reported Wu Yunqi. The tractor beam has been deployed and has successfully captured the transport ship. The crew erupted into smiles of victory. Zheng Yin commanded, gradually reduced to conventional power. Space combat personnel, prepare to board the enemy transport. We have successfully reduced the enemy transport's speed to conventional power, reported helmsman Chekhov. Seesaw movement. Target the transport's engines with electromagnetic torpedoes. Space combat team, launch and surround it. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning erupted from the transport ship, instantly enveloping the electromagnetic torpedoes and consuming them, followed by a flash of blinding light as the lightning expanded significantly. "Wait, Captain, that is one of my kin. Allow me to communicate with them," exclaimed Tiong Gang. Zheng Yin promptly ordered, "Withdraw the fighter squadron and hold position." Tiong Gang emerged from the high-resistance energy storage quantum conversion box, transforming into a bolt of lightning and entangling with the opposing entity. After a moment, thousands of lightning beings emerged from the transport ship, all poised in anticipation. Upon Tiong Gang's return, he reported to Zheng Yin, "These are the electric entities abducted by the Galactic pirates. They have collectively amplified their power to break free from the high-resistance energy cage, vanquishing the pirates and seizing the transport. They are now tracking the pirates. Please, Captain, prepare 10,000 high-resistance electromagnetic storage conversion boxes for communication." Zheng Yin promptly tasked Professor Picard with this responsibility and inquired of Tiong Gang, "I recall that millions of your kin were taken by the Galactic pirates. Are these merely a fraction of them?" "Indeed, Captain," Tiong Gang replied. "But those brethren were utilized as energy sources. It is through their sacrifice that the Galactic pirates could escape with such swiftness. Their coordinates have been confirmed to be in the Betelgeuse system. Please, Captain, prepare quickly to pursue our kin. Set the jump coordinates immediately. Once the electric entities board, we shall head straight for Betelgeuse." The energy entity team composed of electric beings expressed their willingness to assist the brother civilizations within the solar system in recovering the missing humans and completely annihilating the Galactic pirates. The civilization within the Beta Centauri star system epitomizes a typical cult of uniformity. It serves as a bustling port for Galactic pirates and interstellar mercenary corps, nestled along the vibrant trade routes of the Orion arm of the Milky Way. However, this trade hub is decidedly unwelcoming to members of the Star Alliance. Thus, the super battleship exited hyperspace a light year away from the planet, poised for an ambush along the inevitable path of the Galactic marauders. The starship entered stealth mode. Yet after a full day of waiting, the anticipated arrival of the pirates was replaced by an unexpected assault from the Beta Centauri forces. Their deep space probes detected the starship's intrusion and alerted the pirates, prompting a swift change in their course, leading to a coordinated encirclement alongside the interstellar mercenaries. "Deactivate stealth mode and prepare for combat. All hands on deck," commanded Zheng Yin. This time, he refrained from piloting the Yinglong mecha, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. He severed communications with the Galactic pirates and Beta Centauri forces, maintaining a connection with the Mercenary Corps and summoning their commander. "Yes, Captain, the Mercenary commander is on the line," Wu Yunqi reported. The visage of the insectoid commander, encountered previously, materialized on the large screen. "Ah, my esteemed Captain, what a surprise to see you again. I hadn't anticipated your starship arriving so swiftly. We traversed the renowned arm bridge to reach Beta Centauri, only to find you here shortly after." The commander spoke slowly. "Indeed, Commander, for the sake of our prior acquaintance, I kindly request that your fleet maintain a greater distance. Our new acquaintances are rather incensed," Zheng Yin replied before abruptly terminating the communication. He gazed at the three enemy fleets displayed on the holographic interface and declared, "When striking a dog, one must strike with lethal intent. Unleash full firepower upon the Galactic pirates." This time, the 10,000 electric-consuming entities not only vented their wrath but also feasted to their satisfaction. The Starship Space Fleet sent the pirate vessels scattering in disarray, as the Beta Centauri forces evidently underestimated the might of the super battleship. In swift order, 70% of the pirate vessels were annihilated, while only a single ship from the Beta Centauri fleet was destroyed. The Mercenary Corps withdrew from the attack range, and only one of the starship's fighter jets sustained severe damage, promptly being transported to the hangar for repairs. "Charge the capacitors and launch photon torpedoes at the pirate fleet. Prepare to conclude this battle," Zheng Yin commanded. Soon, the assault targeting the Galactic pirates came to a swift end, leaving their entire fleet obliterated. "Yunqi, send a communication request to the Beta Centauri forces," he instructed. "Yes, Captain, they have been awaiting our call," she replied. The screen revealed a reptilian commander with bulging eyes the size of fists, devoid of a nose, featuring only 2 nostrils above a gaping mouth, and a face adorned with green warts. The human crew felt a shiver run down their spines. The lizard-like commander's voice was equally grating. resembling the sound of metal scraping. Invaders, please declare your identity. Are you members of the Star Alliance? Indeed. Zheng Yin smiled and said, there is no need for such inquiries. You are well aware that we are Earthlings who have recently joined the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. Currently in pursuit of the galactic pirates who have abducted our kin. It was you who alerted them to alter their course. If you wish to avoid being reduced to mere debris like those drifting pirate remnants, you would do well to disclose the route to me. Foolish primitives. The lizard commander guffawed. Do you truly believe that having fortuitously acquired a Tier 3 civilization starship grants you dominion over the galaxy? Dream on. The great unification god is the true savior of the cosmos. You are merely a virus impeding the evolution of civilization. Alas, why the theatrics? Our captain is addressing you. Can't you respond properly? Lu couldn't help but interrupt the lizard commander's tirade, chiding him with a laugh. You have blasphemed the divine and shattered the truce agreement. From this moment forth, we are entitled to launch an offensive against the Star Alliance. The lizard commander retorted angrily. Zheng Yin immediately stood and rebuked, preposterous. You were the ones who initially violated the Oort Cloud blockade agreement, inciting the galactic pirates to plunder us, and now you dare to bite back? How absurd. We are merely tracking the pirates. Should you refrain from firing upon us, we shall not initiate an attack. If you doubt it, ask if any of our mercenary fleet's vessels have suffered damage. The lizard sneered. From the moment the starships of the Tier 3 galactic civilization appeared in the solar system, that laughable agreement was rendered null and void. We operate under divine instruction, a concept beyond your primitive comprehension. Indeed, an obstinate old fool, Zheng Yin exclaimed in exasperation. In that case, I wish you good fortune. He then established a communication link with the mercenary commander, smiling as he said, we possess a technology for adaptive frequency modulation of shielding. Would you be interested in exploring it? Ah, Captain, we have finally found common ground. Pray tell, what do you require of Kunsaba? It turned out the commander's name was Kunsaba. Zheng Yin replied, the course and final coordinates of the galactic pirate transport ships. Once we locate them, the technical data will be transmitted to your database at our next meeting. Kunsaba chuckled, that is quite simple, Captain. However, who can say whether you will survive to meet me again? After all, you face the unification god, a continuum of 5-dimensional space, before him. The laws of physics hold no sway. It would be prudent for you to transmit the data now. Rest assured. Our mercenary group ranks first in credibility throughout the galaxy and will not deceive you regarding your technology. Zheng Yin countered, you need not worry about that. We too are under the protection of a magnificent higher-dimensional deity, and I shall surely outlive you. On Earth, we believe in dining before settling the bill. If you desire the advanced technology of a Tier 3 civilization, follow my instructions, or I shall seek another mercenary commander. Oh, do not. My esteemed captain. The new route for the pirate transport ships has been sent to you. Please check it. Wishing you luck, and I look forward to our next encounter. Chapter 15. The Hunting Galaxy. Upon receiving the navigation route of the galactic pirate transport ships, Zheng Yin promptly ordered a swift departure from the battlefield, pursuing at warp speed level 99. After 10 hours of travel, Yunchi received information from the commander in the Orion arm of the Star Alliance. The commander is a being from the Sirius system, known as Duraglu. He stated, General Zheng Yin, first and foremost, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your recent victory, which has dealt a significant blow to the galactic pirates. The Star Alliance takes immense pride in your accomplishments. Zheng Yin replied, thank you for your kind words, Commander Duraglu. May I inquire about the arrangements? Duraglu responded, indeed, General Zheng Yin. A team of researchers from the Star Alliance has encountered peril. Your starship is the only one navigating near their planet. We implore you to render assistance, rescue them from the planet's surface, and convey them to the next research base. Our fleet is currently on the brink of defeat in the war, and we cannot spare any additional ships to support you. I sincerely apologize for this. Upon receiving the orders, Zheng Yin affirmed, we shall exert every effort to rescue the research team. Please send over the coordinates and details of the incident. Information has been dispatched. The Star Alliance is proud of you. Duraglu concluded before severing the communication. Alter our course, set new coordinates, and activate the distress signal from the research team, Zheng Yin commanded. This research team consisted of over 100 individuals hailing from various civilizations within the Star Alliance, conducting their studies on a planet named Tiong Gang. The planet earned its name due to its abundance of a rare mineral, whose refined elements exhibit remarkable stability, with an exceptional fusion of hardness and resilience, significantly lighter than titanium, and capable of shielding against radiation. The armor of the Star Alliance warships is gradually being upgraded with this material. The Tiong Gang planet resides within an ancient white dwarf star system. Nestled in a remote corner of the galaxy, hence the research team's presence had never been detected by the Galactic pirates. Just 2 hours prior, the energy supply of the research base on this planet abruptly ceased, resulting in the loss of power for all spacecraft, while the planet's magnetic field diminished swiftly, causing the white dwarf at the galaxy's center to deviate from its orbital path. A black hole was hurtling toward the star system. The emergence of the black hole went undetected, manifesting as if it had suddenly leaped into existence, threatening to engulf the entire galaxy. 10 minutes later, the starship arrived in orbit around Tiong Gang, immediately sensing the immense gravitational pull and the loss of energy. Yunchi established contact with the ground research team. The captain commanded, "Captain, we are unable to detect any signals from the research team. They may have exhausted their energy," Yunchi replied. "Professor Picard, locate the energy device at the research base and initiate wireless energy transmission," Zheng Yin instructed. A minute later, communication with the research team was finally established. Zheng Yin addressed the leader of the research team. "We are the Earth Expeditionary Force, recently joined the Federation, and have received orders from Commander Duraglu to rescue you. Please prepare for immediate transport." "Wait, an elderly insectoid being urgently interrupted. "Do not concern yourselves with us. We have already transmitted our research findings to your starship. The Star Alliance will be able to discover this rare mineral in many trinary star systems. You must leave at once. This devouring black hole possesses intelligence. It won't be long before your starship also runs out of energy." "What? A black hole possesses intelligence? That is utterly absurd. It contradicts the laws of physics." Professor Picard could not restrain himself from speaking. Zheng Yin was equally astonished, yet he was reluctant to waste time pondering the matter. "Dr. Jones, immediately locate the positions of the research team members and teleport them in." "Understood, Captain. Commencing teleportation." "Teleportation failed, Captain. 30 particle entities have vanished. We have lost 30 members of the research team," reported Montgomery Jones. "Logically speaking, the black hole has not yet reached its consuming range. It merely altered the trajectories of the stars, insufficient to absorb energy from such a distant location," Professor Picard analyzed. "Indeed, Professor, your assessment is correct. We have discovered that it possesses intelligence. The trajectory of this black hole is undergoing a nonlinear alteration, self-adjusting its course directly toward a white dwarf star within the galaxy." The elder insectoid from the research team comforted Zheng Yin, saying, "Do not feel disheartened, Captain. Ultimately, we shall all be consumed. It is merely that the disassembled particle entities during teleportation are more readily absorbed. Do not concern yourself with us. Our mission has been accomplished. We have transcended the technical bottleneck in searching for celestial steel in the Milky Way. Please relay this technology to the Star Alliance Command. May justice coexist with us. Please remain calm and do not give up. We will certainly find a way to rescue you," Zheng Yin replied. "Maintain energy output." "Has the scientific team devised a rescue plan?" Professor Picard stated, "Captain. Professor Bryant from the Blue Light People believes we should establish an energy shield around the research team members to withstand the black hole's absorption," Zheng Yin promptly ordered. "The Superground research team is to launch 3 shield generators, augmenting energy supply. Let's teleport one first as a trial." The shield projector landed safely and quickly established an equilateral triangular shield field. The teleportation began smoothly, yet the particle entities did not reconstitute in the teleportation chamber. Instead, they vanished into the void, and the shield's energy dissipated swiftly. "Yunchi, attempt all forms of communication requests directed at that black hole," Zheng Yin expressed his desperation. Since it is an intelligent entity, there must be some means of contact. However, all communication attempts went unanswered. "Captain, I believe this intelligent entity, capable of manipulating a black hole, is beyond our comprehension and may very well be a higher dimensional intelligence preying on lower dimensional energy," Yunchi articulated her perspective. "Indeed, Yunchi. Please continue," Zheng Yin encouraged, pleased with her hypothesis. That's all." Yunchi stuck out her tongue and smiled. Quite right, commendable indeed," Lu Delu affirmed with a grin. Zheng Yin could not help but chuckle, quickly instructing, "Professor Picard, scan the information in the surrounding starry sky. What stars are nearby?" Professor Picard scanned the starry expanse within 30 light-years and compared it with the database, stating, "Within 30 light-years, there exists a massive blue supergiant, 3 young yellow dwarfs, 1 red giant, and 1 black dwarf. However, the The black dwarf has mysteriously vanished from the cosmos. It seems it too has been consumed, Zheng Yin remarked. So it appears he specifically consumes elderly stars, truly a selective being of intelligence. Captain, we have lost energy transmission to the surface. The energy was intercepted midway, reported Chief Engineer Montgomery Jones. Furthermore, communication with the ground has been severed, as this planet lacks an atmosphere. The life support systems of the research base quickly ceased to function. The members of the research team don their protective suits, quietly awaiting their demise. Meanwhile, the starship was conducting repeated transmission experiments, targeting various mechanical devices from the research team. Despite altering numerous frequencies, we failed to successfully transmit the equipment. The particles of matter seemed to vanish into thin air. After a while, the starship detected that 2 planets within this star system had exploded, their debris forming a lengthy ribbon floating in space, ultimately consumed by a black hole. The planet Tiong Gang also experienced a rotational shift due to immense gravitational forces, triggering violent earthquakes. We must devise a means to transport them up. Zheng Yin paced anxiously. However, the shield scale is limited. It cannot continuously protect their particle state from the black hole's pull, Professor Picard stated. Suddenly, an idea struck Zheng Yin, and he hurriedly inquired, would a comprehensive circular phase cannon bombardment around the research base have an effect similar to that of a shield? Professor Picard responded in astonishment. This notion is quite audacious, Captain. But it is worth a try, as we have no other viable options. However, controlling the firepower is quite challenging. We risk obliterating the entire research base, Zheng Yin commanded. Very well, begin with minimal power output and gradually increase it until the items for transmission are successfully sent. Then, we will immediately transport them. Wait a moment, Captain. Professor Picard interjected. Considering that the phase cannon fires in a straight line, the ground within the circle lacks energy shielding, making it susceptible to the black hole's attraction, which could result in particle loss. I suggest we supply a high-energy boost to the ground energy facilities, allowing the research team to direct the 3 shield projectors towards the surface. Zheng Yin exclaimed joyfully. This would create an energy conduit from the starship to the research base, resembling an inverted test tube beneath the starship. Wouldn't you agree, Professor? Indeed, Captain. Your analogy is quite vivid. Professor Picard chuckled. Execute immediately, Dr. Jones and Capacitor. Have you heard our plan? Zheng Yin inquired. Yes, Captain, we are prepared. Both Jones and Capacitor replied in unison. A massive energy supply beam was launched towards the surface. But by the time it reached the energy receiver at the base, it had been siphoned by the black hole and diminished significantly. The research team members successfully re-established communication with the starship. Captain, do not waste any more time on us. You must flee at once, lamented the elder insectoid. Let us not dwell on that. I need you to activate the 3 shield generators immediately. Set the shield faces to the ground, extending outward. Shortly, the phase cannon will be fired around the base, so please ensure your safety and prepare to receive the transmission. As Zheng Yin concluded his remarks, he promptly instructed, Dr. Huang Yuiqing, please lead the medical team to the teleportation room and await further orders. Upon hearing of this audacious rescue plan, the ground research team became exhilarated, and the planetary shields were swiftly activated. Initiate firing of the phase cannon. Charge the capacitors. Commence trial teleportation, Dr. Jones. Trial teleportation of the object successful, Captain. Immediately teleport all research personnel. Teleportation successful. All personnel are safe. Oh, splendid. We have succeeded. The entire starship resonated with cheers and applause. Bang. With a violent jolt, the Tiong Gang planet erupted, and the black hole loomed ever closer. Accelerate our escape. Return to the original course. Chapter 16. The time trap. The starship finally resumed its original trajectory, continuing the pursuit of the Galactic pirates. After reporting the rescue operation to the Galactic Alliance Command, the Alliance conferred the title of Ark of the Alliance upon the Chang'e superstarship and honored all crew members for their bravery. 10 hours later, the Chang'e superstarship arrived at the 3rd Galactic Alliance Command, strategically located between the Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm of the Milky Way. Its long history marred by relentless warfare left it in a state of considerable devastation. Upon disembarking the research team, the starship set off towards the Perseus Arm. As the starship traversed a small nebula, the crew rushed to the observation deck to marvel at the breathtaking sight. Suddenly, a nurse from the medical team exclaimed in terror, "Oh my, look at that." Following the direction of her pointing finger, the crew gasped in astonishment. A starship identical to the Chang'e was swiftly approaching. Immediately halt all operations and place everyone on alert. Zheng Yin commanded. Captain, our radar has not detected any objects, at least no starships, reported Professor Picard. Chang'e, does your cloaking technology include a form of stealth like this? Zheng Yin inquired. Negative, Captain. The presence of the other ship cannot be detected at all, Chang'e responded. Before long, the superstarship positioned itself directly in front of the Chang'e. Establish a communication link, Yin Chi. Yes, Captain, connection established. To their astonishment, the large screen displayed a command crew that mirrored that of the Chang'e, yet their expressions were decidedly grim. What manner of beings are you? And why do you persistently cling to us? The opposing commander, a mirror image of Zheng Yin, demanded. Zheng Yin rose and declared, We are the Earth Expeditionary Force of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, currently tracking a pirate transport vessel to reclaim our kin. We have not harmed you, nor do we know your origins. Enough. Enough. The mirrored Zheng Yin interrupted. Do not reiterate my previous statements. We are indifferent to who you are. Kindly distance yourselves from our starship. We have no business with one another. With that, the opposing party terminated the communication, and their starship swiftly departed. What just transpired, Captain? Yunchi asked, her voice tinged with fear. Zheng Yin replied, Do not dwell on it too much, Yunchi. Let us hastily depart from this cursed place. I feel an unsettling uncertainty. After just 10 minutes of travel, a superstarship identical to the Chang'e spacecraft suddenly approached head-on. Emergency stop. Yunchi quickly established communication with the other party, ordered Zheng Yin. The large screen displayed an identical bridge and command crew. The opposing commanders seemed to have forgotten the recent events, smiling at them as if they were mere toys. What are you creatures? Why do you persistently cling to us? Zheng Yin said, slightly irritated. The mirrored Zheng Yin on the other side rose and replied, We are the Earth Expeditionary Force of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, tracking a transport vessel of galactic pirates to reclaim our kin. Enough. Enough. Zheng Yin exclaimed, feeling his head almost explode. Do not repeat what I just said. We do not care who you are. Please keep your distance from our starship. After dismissing the other party, a sense of panic settled among them. The starship immediately accelerated, with everyone eager to leave this dreadful place. However, within less than a minute, the ghostly superstarship obstructed their path once more. Upon establishing communication, before Zheng Yin could speak, the mirrored Zheng Yin stated, After investigation and discussion by our scientific team, we have determined that this is a time trap set by the Tianquan people. We are all trapped inside. They detonated a time bomb from the center of the nebula. The nebula is now filled with temporal ripples. We are essentially the same starship, manifested as multiple entities due to the reflection of time. Do not attempt to escape. We cannot leave this place. Each time we pass through a temporal ripple, a new starship will appear, and running amok will only create further chaos. With that, the communication was severed, and they piloted their starship away. Alas, he forbids us from running amok, yet he departs himself, Lu lamented. Only then did the group begin to contemplate this perspective, gradually regaining their composure. Zheng Yin stated, Regardless of the truth of his words, we must verify it. Professor Picard, launch the probes and scan the surrounding space, focusing particularly on the central region of the nebula. 100 lightspeed probes have been launched, Captain. We have detected temporal fluctuations, reported Professor Picard. Please describe the specifics, Professor, Zheng Yin instructed. Professor Picard immediately elaborated on the holographic display, according to the real-time data transmitted by the probes. As they traversed a certain area, the time appeared to stretch significantly, and after a period, it flowed rapidly again. Moreover, the probes that crossed special regions indeed replicated, as if they were cloned. Zheng Yin contemplated the holographic screen for a moment and commanded, Electrocapacitor, use precision torpedoes to eliminate the newly appeared probes. Let us observe the outcome. When some probe images were destroyed, the original probes instantly exploded, while others detonated approximately 10 minutes later, leaving nothing behind. Analysis revealed that probes traversing from slow time to fast time produced a future image, while those moving from fast time to slow time created an image of the past. In the very heart of the nebula, temporal fluctuations were notably more pronounced. Moreover, a bomb that had detonated, belonging to the celestial shipstar technology, was detected. Indeed, it was a conspiracy orchestrated by the Unification sect. Zheng Yin promptly commanded, Professor Picard, please mark the area of temporal ripples within this nebula. We shall navigate around it and endeavor to reach the center, seeking a way to quell this temporal trap. Before long, the region of temporal ripples was duly marked. Yet, as the starship advanced toward the nebula's core, a mirror starship materialized before them. Observing the perplexed expression of his mirror counterpart, Zheng Yin realized that further explanations would be futile. With a sense of resignation, he stated, following investigations and discussions by the scientific team, we have concluded that this is a mirror trap set by the celestial shipstar beings, and we find ourselves ensnared within it. Zheng Yin wearily reiterated his statements as a series of misunderstandings unfolded. After an hour's voyage, the Chang'e superstarship finally reached the nebulous center, where a dozen superstarships were already docked. To prevent the temporal ripple effect from spiraling into an infinite loop, they had all disabled their communications. Clearly, such an outcome could only be wrought by a weapon of a third-tier stellar civilization. To address this predicament, a request was made for Chang'e to retrieve the corresponding technology once more. Zheng Yin inquired, "Can Chang'e identify the appropriate weapon?" Chang'e responded, "Affirmative, Captain. The most effective weapon to neutralize the temporal ripples is the black hole torpedo. By creating a miniature black hole at the center of the ripples, we can flatten the surrounding time before the black hole evaporates. Immediately load the black hole torpedoes into the arsenal and prepare for launch," Zheng Yin ordered. Just then, another fleet of mirror superstarships approached. They too remained silent and exhibited no discernible actions. The starship that had arrived first at the scene had already fired a black hole torpedo toward the nebulous center. However, to their dismay, the explosion did not eradicate the temporal ripples, and the mirrors persisted. "What is the meaning of this, Chang'e? Are your data accurate?" Zheng Yin pressed urgently. "The effects are manifesting, Captain. However, the black hole torpedo that was launched was from the mirror of the future starship, hence it did not affect the other starship mirrors. Our starship is the original. Observe how that mirror vessel has come to a complete standstill," Chang'e replied. "Indeed, Captain, it is as you say. Look, there are two more mirror future starships that, after launching black hole torpedoes, have also become frozen in space," Professor Picard exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the holographic display. It was evident that the initial starships on site had consecutively fired black hole torpedoes, each one becoming immobilized in space until only the original starship remained without having launched. Zheng Yin swiftly commanded, "Coulomb, fire the black hole torpedo." The electric capacitor reported, "Yes, Captain. The black hole torpedo has been launched and is expected to explode in 1 minute." Zheng Yin continued to assign tasks. "Beidou, set the course. Chekhov, configure for warp speed at level 99. The moment the temporal ripples dissipate, we shall make our swift exit from this wretched place." "Understood, Captain. The course is set. Warp speed at level 99 is configured, and the warp engine is ready," came the prompt reply. After a flash of light, a small black hole emerged at the heart of the nebula, rapidly drawing in the surrounding celestial bodies and clouds of dust. 10 seconds later, the gravitational waves would reach the starship, Professor Picard reported. "Prepare for the gravitational wave impact, increase shield power." Commander Zheng Yin commanded. Following a violent shaking, the mirrored images of the starship around them began to vanish one by one. Meanwhile, the black hole torpedo within the nebula, due to its minimal mass, was swiftly evaporated by the annihilation of matter and antimatter. However, its momentary immense gravitational pull altered the trajectories of the nearby celestial bodies, causing them to converge towards the center of the nebula under the influence of inertia, ultimately forming a colossal planet that continued to grow, heralding the birth of an entirely new galaxy. Set sail. The starship finally departed from the terrifying ghostly zone. During the subsequent voyage, the crew could enjoy a brief respite. Although the starship was equipped with a food replicator, Zheng Yin preferred to cook when hosting guests. He had learned a few signature dishes and invited Lu De, Huang Yueqing, and Wu Yunqi to a dinner. Lu De declined the invitation, expressing a desire to practice surfing with Colonel Rick on the 4th-level holographic deck. Huang Yueqing, deeply engrossed in her herbal garden on the 2nd deck, had cultivated every type of herbal plant found on Earth and spent long hours tending to it after work. Consequently, only Wu Yunqi attended Zheng Yin's banquet. Chapter 17. A holiday during the journey, Captain. You seem to be in good spirits, even cooking for yourself. Wu Yunqi remarked with a smile. Zheng Yin chuckled. "It's after work hours, so you needn't call me Captain. Just Zheng Yin will suffice." Wu Yunqi giggled. "That won't do. I must maintain a proper distance. You are now the spiritual leader of our starship. The nurses and the medical team are your ardent admirers, with posters of you plastered all over their quarters. If they find out I'm getting too close to you, won't they be upset?" Zheng Yin couldn't help but laugh. "Is that so? I had no idea. I suppose I should be more mindful of my public image from now on." Wu Yunqi replied, "Calm, adaptable, and responsible. That is your charm." There's no need for pretenses. It's best to remain natural. So, you do find me charming? Zheng Yin inquired with a grin. Of course, Wu Yunqi responded with a chuckle. Ever since it became known that you would lead the expeditionary force to pursue the galactic pirates, all of humanity has deemed you charismatic. Zheng Yin sighed. That answer is rather official. I'm just an ordinary person, slightly more attuned to the starship's consciousness among the remnants of humanity. Wu Yunqi smiled gently and said, What else would you have me say? Zheng Yin gazed into her water-like eyes, feeling a warmth swell within him, as if all difficulties had lost their terror. Just as he was about to speak, the steamer emitted a notification. The rice is cooked. If you don't open the lid now, it will spoil. Wu Yunqi chuckled heartily, unable to compose herself, while Zheng Yin remarked, My emotional intelligence is already rather low, and Lu's is even beneath the ground. Just look at the dreadful notification sound he set for me. All right, let's eat and see what delicious dishes you've prepared, Wu Yunqi said, opening the steamer. Wow, steamed fish, my absolute favorite. Do you like it? Indeed. Wu Yunqi took a bite and exclaimed, It tastes just like my mother's cooking. Zheng Yin, how did you know I adore steamed fish, and you even made it with a Jiangnan flavor? Zheng Yin replied with a smile. I happened to overhear Sister Yueqing mention it, and knowing you are from Jiangnan, I asked Chang'e for the recipe. Wu Yunqi laughed. You've gone to great lengths. Since the onset of the Human Defense War, this flavor has been what I've missed the most. Please send me the recipe information to my residence later. Such homemade dishes aren't found in the food replicator's cookbook. Of course, as long as you enjoy it, Zheng Yin assured with a grin. It would be even better with some huadia wine, Wu Yunqi added playfully. Zheng Yin responded with a smile, a trivial matter. He then approached the food replicator, pressed the start button, and commanded 30-year-aged huadia wine, 2 ceramic bowls, each weighing 1 pound. A beam of light flashed, and both the bowls and the yellow wine materialized. Zheng Yin chuckled. This bowl is even blue and white porcelain. I wonder who input this template. They truly have a good eye. Wu Yunqi took a sip and remarked. It indeed has the same flavor as the one my father kept. Sister Yueqing enjoys a bit of yellow wine too. She says it helps with blood circulation. Tomorrow, I plan to visit her medicinal field. Zheng Yin, would you like to join? Zheng Yin replied, Sure. I have nothing else to do. Lu and Colonel Rick go surfing on the 4th deck every day, which doesn't interest me. Gathering herbs in Dr. Huang's field sounds far more enjoyable. It's settled then. Wu Yunqi laughed. The following day, after completing their shifts, Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi made their way to Dr. Huang Yueqing's residence. Situated 10 kilometers east of the ancient city of Luoyang on the 2nd deck, in a Ming-style architectural complex that was scarcely larger than a village. Dr. Huang's home was at the northernmost point of the village, where she was diligently recording observations in her herbal field. Sister Yueqing, Zheng Yin and I have come to visit. Wu Yunqi called out as she entered the courtyard. Huang Yueqing quickly emerged from the rear herbal garden, smiling. Captain and Sister Yunqi have arrived. Why didn't you let me know you were coming during work hours? I could have prepared something. Zheng Yin chuckled. What do you need to prepare? We are all good friends just dropping by. It's not work hours, and there are no outsiders. You can call me Xiaoxiang. Just like Lu does. Huang Yueqing laughed. That simply won't do. It lacks decorum. You are a general of the Earth Federation, and one cannot be so informal and private. Zheng Yin quickly responded with a smile. Oh, you're being too formal. Just call me by my name. Seeing you all so proper makes me feel isolated. Wu Yunqi chimed in. Otherwise, how would ancient emperors refer to themselves as solitary figures? This elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Zheng Yin. Huang Yueqing led the 2 individuals to the herbal field, where the advanced lighting technology beneath the 3rd layer of the deck mimicked Earth's environment. Aside from the absence of rainfall and strong winds, it could be described as a realm of perpetual day and night, with distinct seasons. The medicinal herbs cultivated here were sourced from scans of all plants on Earth before the starship departed, with some merely having seeds that were now beginning to sprout. Behind the open, multi-tiered herbal field stood 2 large climate-controlled rooms, simulating authentic Earth environments, where herbs from both polar and tropical climates were being cultivated. Through my observations over this period, I noted their vigorous growth, with numerous seeds having already emerged from the soil, indicating that the first harvest would soon be upon us. As Huang Yueqing elaborated, Yueqing, the current medical technology aboard the starship is remarkably advanced, capable of addressing nearly every ailment humanity may encounter. Your extensive cultivation of these medicinal herbs must surely reflect a deep-seated sentiment. Wouldn't you agree? Wu Yunqi inquired with a smile. Huang Yueqing replied, Indeed. That is partially true. However, it is not the sole reason. I have discovered that gene editing technology has been securely locked away in Chang'e's database. And the scientific team approaches this matter with considerable caution. Very few secondary stellar civilizations in the galaxy prioritize research in this area, indicating a significant degree of unpredictability. Yet, the legendary spiritual herbs of our culture are said to enhance human capabilities dramatically, even transcending the constraints of lifespan, which captivates my fascination. Zheng Yin expressed his astonishment. Aren't those merely myths? Moreover, plants like the Zhu Guolan have yet to be discovered by botanists, and there are no verifiable records of individuals achieving immortality through such spiritual herbs. Huang Yueqing responded, even if such occurrences were true, they would likely lack official documentation. Those legendary spiritual herbs may well be critically endangered or even extinct species. Furthermore, consuming certain special herbs in specific manners can indeed lead to significant enhancements in human physiology. As she spoke, she pointed to a plant growing by the edge of the pond. This is known as acarus, revered for its ability to clear the mind and lighten the body. High-tech analyses reveal that prolonged consumption can induce subtle changes in the cerebral cortex, allowing the immune system to target brain regions, repair damaged neurons, and restore the logical judgment areas of the cortex, clearing obstructed neural pathways. Zheng Yin inquired with keen interest. So, frequent consumption of it could enhance intelligence? Huang Yueqing chuckled. Not exactly, but it can certainly improve one's logical reasoning. There are many such herbs that can directly elevate bodily mechanisms, even temporarily altering the deployment of the immune system. Such effects could only be achieved through gene editing technology. Yet herbal remedies bear no side effects. Once their efficacy subsides, the body reverts to its original state, alleviating concerns of unleashing Pandora's box. Zheng Yin nodded. Indeed. There are considerable advantages. Yueqing, you should delve deeply into this research. I will speak with Lao Pai and arrange for a few botanists from the scientific team to assist you in forming a research group. You will be the leader. If you require any additional personnel, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Huang Yueqing beamed. Thank you so much, my dear brother. Meanwhile, on the fourth layer of the holographic deck, Lu encountered some difficulties while surfing. Originally, he and Colonel Rick had become enamored with the Hawaiian sea breeze over the past few days, indulging in exhilarating escapades after work. In pursuit of thrill, he exploited his authority as the first officer to lower the safety level of the holographic deck to level 0, which meant a state of reality where the holographic images could inflict genuine harm upon the human body. Lu overestimated his surfing prowess, and as a colossal wave approached, a shark stealthily emerged. Spotting the shark, Lu let out a startled exclamation, "Oh my," and instinctively turned to flee. However, a massive wave struck, causing him to lose his balance and tumble into the water. The shark quickly advanced behind him, prompting Rick to urgently shout, "Activate the shield." Colonel Lu, gulping in seawater. Lu retorted, "I didn't bring it. Toss yours over." Rick hastily removed the multifunctional device from his left wrist and hurled it towards Lu. Just then, another wave surged, forcing Rick to ride it further away. Lu, however, failed to grasp the device, which began to sink beneath the surface, while the shark was now less than 3 meters away. What terrible luck! Lu exclaimed in frustration, taking a deep breath and diving underwater. Fortunately, the device was lightweight and sank slowly, allowing Lu to seize it just as the shark's gaping maw lunged toward him. A flash of blue light enveloped him, and at last, a transparent shield bubble materialized around Lu, slowly rising to the ocean's surface, while the shark frantically circled and snapped at the shield. Infuriated, Lu shouted, "Get away! I'm determined to eat shark tonight." This provoked laughter among the crew gathered on the shore. Upon learning of the incident, Zheng Yin was displeased and summoned Lu to a secluded area for a stern reprimand. Zheng Yin remarked, "Brother, I rely on you to help manage the troops. How can you be so reckless? Today was sheer luck. Without it, even advanced technology wouldn't have saved you. Furthermore, if you were in a private holographic chamber, you could do as you pleased without surveillance, but the 4th level holographic deck is a public space. As a first officer, you must always be responsible for the safety of your crew." Lu, filled with regret, replied, "Enough. I wish I could just disappear into a crevice. I truly regret my actions and promise it won't happen again. I suppose it's because we've faced so many challenges together that I got a bit carried away. This has truly been a lesson for me. Now, as the second in command of the human expeditionary force, I must tread carefully." At that moment, Wu Yunqi reported, "Captain, we have received a distress signal from the Star Alliance Command. Please proceed to the bridge for a discussion with Commander Duriglo." Chapter 18. Rescue on Pandora. Star Commander Duraglu of the Star Alliance expressed his embarrassment. General Zheng Yin, I sincerely apologize for being unable to assist you in tracking the pirates while repeatedly seeking your aid. Zheng Yin replied with a smile. Our Galactic Interstellar Alliance is a unified entity, and we are obliged to offer assistance within our capabilities. We vividly remember that in our efforts to expel the Galactic pirates, 40 of the 50 warships from the Star Alliance fleet were destroyed on their way to Earth. The people of Earth will never forget this spirit of solidarity and mutual support. Speak, Commander, what is it that you require from the Chang'e starship? Dulugula promptly instructed his communications officer to transmit quantum information to the starship, stating, on your current trajectory, you will reach the member planet of the Star Alliance, Pandora. In 1 hour. There, civil unrest has erupted, and the seeds of civilization have been stolen. Mercenary groups and galactic pirates are seizing the opportunity to plunder this planet. The original government has been overthrown, and a puppet regime supported by pirates now reigns. The people of Pandora stand on the brink of annihilation. We implore you to assist the original government in recovering the lost seeds of civilization and restoring our alliance with the Star Alliance. Zheng Yin smiled and replied, Commander, you are too gracious. Wherever there are galactic pirates, that is precisely where we must go. Please await our message. Subsequently, the commanders of the starship reviewed the files on Pandora. This planet bore its name due to its unique emphasis on genetic modification technology, which set it apart from other civilizations. However, over the course of millennia and countless generations of research, this second-tier stellar civilization failed to control genetic mutations. An increasing number of anomalies began to manifest among the populace. Some individuals exhibited extraordinary abilities far exceeding those of normal humans, while others underwent alterations to their genetic structure, resulting in grotesque forms, and some even regressed intellectually to a primitive state. Ultimately, this mutation spiraled out of control, and the Pandora people could no longer contain it. Only an annual genetic restoration treatment could sustain the continuity of their civilization, and the restorative serum was derived from genetic specimens collected from their ancestors a millennium ago. The people of Pandora replicated countless therapeutic drugs from these original samples, striving to restore their kin's genes to a pristine state. Yet, due to millennia of unregulated genetic modification, their genes could not revert to their original condition. The ancestral restorative genes could only sustain life for 1 year. If the restorative factors were not administered in the following year, these mutants would perish in droves. Thus, the pristine specimen from a millennium ago became known as the seed of civilization for Pandora. Just days prior, this specimen was lost from the temple, with no leads uncovered. In response, the military launched an armed assault on the parliament, overthrowing the existing leadership and immediately severing ties with the Star Alliance, issuing a declaration of secession. Clearly, all of this was intertwined with the celestial ship people, as galactic pirates and interstellar mercenary groups subsequently infiltrated the planet, seizing control of the storage of genetic restoration drugs to coerce the populace. The former parliamentary leader sent a distress signal to the Star Alliance with the assistance of old supporters, to avoid alarming the adversaries. After reviewing the information, Zheng Yin ordered the starship to enter stealth mode, decrease its warp speed, and gradually approach the planet's orbit. Zheng Yin, Lu, and Rick teleported to the surface ahead of the others to meet with the former parliamentary leader. Upon witnessing the state of the Pandora people, all three felt a chill run down their spines. Genetic modification had wrought too many adverse effects upon this civilization. Before me stands a leader of the parliament, whose appearance is more grotesque than that of a monster. He possesses 5 eyes on his forehead, resembling a plum blossom, while one ear stands upright like that of a rabbit, and the other dangles like that of a sheep. His nose is sunken with only 2 depressions, and his mouth is filled with protruding fangs. Though Zheng Yin had mentally prepared himself for this encounter, the sight still sent shivers down his spine. The leader spoke. General Zheng Yin, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. We have nearly pinpointed the location of the civilization seeds, confirming that they were taken by the galactic pirates. However, I currently lack any military force to command, unable to retrieve the seeds from their layers of encirclement. Without the civilization seeds, I cannot rally my kin to resist. Zheng Yin inquired, what are the precise coordinates of the seeds? I can have a starship transport us there directly. Oh, that is not feasible, General, the leader replied. The area surrounding the seed storage is guarded by 3-dimensional oscillators, a high-tech device of the Tiong Gang people. The seeds are stored in another dimension. While we can see them, we cannot grasp them. Only by finding a way to destroy the oscillators can we reclaim the civilization seeds. That is manageable, Lu chuckled. We can send in our robotic soldiers to breach their defenses. The leader cautioned, Colonel Liu may not be aware that our kin possess extraordinary powers. In individual combat, it is challenging to find an opponent within the galaxy. Furthermore, the hiding place of the seeds is located within the camp of the Galactic pirates. Your robotic soldiers would struggle to penetrate their defenses swiftly, and should they relocate the seeds again, we may never find them. Do you have a plan, Mr. Leader? Zheng Yin asked. Indeed, General. We have an informant within the enemy camp, who was also the one to disclose the location of the civilization seeds to me. Zheng Yin further queried, is this informant reliable? I mean, is there a chance he has been compromised by the enemy, forced to relay false information? The leader expressed his uncertainty. I had not considered that, for our race logically cannot lie. Even the rebels have consistently displayed their dissatisfaction with the parliament. Liu laughed. I never imagined there were such straightforward individuals in the galaxy. It seems this task falls upon the three of us. Zheng Yin questioned. How shall we arrange a meeting with the informant? Can he safely guide us to the location? At that moment, a peculiar figure with 3 arms approached and said, The informant is my son. He was originally a staunch opponent of civilization, but after witnessing the Galactic pirates seize the gene repair medicine, he recognized his error and swiftly aligned himself with us. We will wait near the camp. He will lead us inside. Zheng Yin asked, Given that your people's logic dictates you cannot lie, how long can he conceal this change? The 3-armed figure replied, as long as no one inquires. He can maintain the pretense indefinitely. However, should anyone ask, he will immediately reveal the truth. Liu and Rick fell silent, while Zheng Yin expressed his concern. This offers little assurance. What difference is there between this and gambling? The leader remarked, Do not worry, General Zheng. This child has manifested a unique ability, subconscious manipulation. Anyone within his vicinity will be influenced. He can compel anyone nearby who wishes to speak to fall silent. Upon hearing this, Liu chuckled, finding a semblance of credibility in the claim. The 3 donned the distinctive gray cloaks of Pandora, enveloping their bodies entirely, leaving only their eyes visible. All inhabitants of Pandora wear such gray robes outdoors to conceal their grotesque appearances resulting from genetic mutations. As they traversed the streets, they encountered an array of peculiar beings, some towering 2 to 3 meters, moving slowly, while others were diminutive, less than 30 centimeters, darting about erratically. After a challenging journey, the 5 arrived at the entrance of the Galactic pirates' camp. As soon as they alighted from their vehicle, over 100 soldiers brandishing split guns surrounded them. Before long, the 5 found themselves imprisoned in a cage, with the contact person having been detained there for some time. Goodness, this is utterly chaotic, Liu lamented. Upon inquiry, they learned that the contact, fearing exposure, had subconsciously manipulated each person approaching him while on watch, rendering them reluctant to speak. Coincidentally, a soldier seeking to relay a command from the officer found himself unable to utter a word upon reaching the contact, forgetting his purpose entirely, and had to return sheepishly. Upon returning to the officer, the soldier realized he had neglected to convey the order and hurried back to find the contact. However, the contact, noticing the soldier's return, assumed suspicion and intensified his subconscious control. As the messenger approached once more, his mind became a blank slate, leaving him bewildered and compelled to retreat again. After several such futile trips, the officer, infuriated, chastised the messenger, questioning why he was engaging in sprinting exercises instead of heading to the gym. Only then did the messenger, feeling aggrieved, explain the situation. The officer, aware of the contact's mutation abilities, rushed over to interrogate him from a distance, demanding to know why he had used subconscious manipulation on the messenger. With no alternative, the contact divulged the truth, resulting in his immediate confinement. Meanwhile, the rebel guards of Pandora awaited the arrival of General Zheng and his companions. The 5 were disarmed, and the multifunctional devices on the left wrist of Zheng and the others, along with the energy guns on their right wrists, were confiscated. They were now essentially defenseless. After hearing the contact's account, Liu could hardly contain his amusement, exclaiming, I have seen a scene like this in a movie before. What a bunch of straightforward individuals. Zheng and Colonel Rick also found it hard to suppress their laughter. The leader then interjected, I admire your optimism, Earthlings, but we are in grave danger. Execution could be imminent. Furthermore, we have yet to encounter the Galactic pirates or the interstellar mercenaries. We remain confined within the rebel camp, far from the location of the seeds of civilization. Rest assured, Commander, Liu reassured, our captain possesses extraordinary abilities, enabling us to be transported aboard the starship at any moment, as well as facilitating the descent of the expeditionary forces. This was no mere fabrication at that moment. The entire crew of the starship was poised for action, witnessing everything through the lens of Zheng Yin during Chang'e's live broadcast. Chapter 19. The Annihilation Battle of Pandora. I have crucial intelligence to relay to you, Commander. Zheng Yin shouted to the soldier guarding the cage. Our commander has stated that we must not trust the cunning earthlings. Therefore, it would be best for you to remain silent. The soldier retorted. Commander. Could you please inform this fellow that I possess vital intelligence for their leader? Zheng Yin implored. The commander, perplexed, replied, General Zheng. What intelligence could you possibly have that warrants sharing with the rebels? Please, do not betray the Star Alliance. Delu interjected urgently. Oh, my commander, just speak as directed. Why must you question so much? Understanding strategy means revealing the plan. If we disclose everything, it loses its efficacy. This oaf outside doesn't trust us earthlings. If we use your voice to convey our message, he will believe it, won't he? The commander nodded. So this is the ruse. However, if I do not know the specifics of the intelligence, I cannot speak arbitrarily. That would defy logic. Leaning close to his ear, Zheng Yin whispered, the intelligence is that the celestial ship people are coming to harvest you. Hurry and send him to find the commander. Upon hearing this, the commander shuddered in fear, exclaiming, how long until they arrive? Forget the details, go, now. This scene brought great amusement to the crew members watching the live broadcast aboard the starship. The commander, in a state of urgency, shouted, Soldier, I command you to swiftly bring your commander. There is vital intelligence to share. Are you certain, Your Excellency? The soldier inquired. If you still have any regard for the people of Pandora, you must hurry. Very well, I shall go immediately. Please wait. The guard departed. And Zheng Yin promptly instructed Chang'e, transport our weapons and the 6 of us to a concealed location at the camp. Then bring in the projector to create our holographic projections, selecting the most astute team members to embody our physical forms. Understood, brother. Please prepare for transport. When the guard returned with the commander, Professor Picard, portraying the council leader's projection, stated, let us set aside our animosities and unite to save Pandora. The galactic pirates are our true adversaries, mere pawns for the celestial ship people. They will not fulfill any promises made to you. If you have doubts, inquire with the pirate commander. Where did you obtain this intelligence? The rebel commander pressed. Do not question me. Consult your allies, the galactic pirates. Professor Picard sat down, choosing to say no more. Of course, this was merely a performance staged on the deck of the starship. The image of the council leader inside the rebel cage was just a projection. No matter how persistently the rebel commander questioned him, he remained silent, leaving the commander uncertain and compelled to seek clarification from the pirate commander, thus diverting the attention of both leaders. With their gear and weapons secured, Zheng Yin and his team, under the guidance of their contact, stealthily made their way toward the hiding place of the seed of civilization. Zheng Yin commanded the group, instructing them to employ the lowest stunning setting against the rebellious Pandora aliens and the highest vaporization setting against the marauding galactic pirates. After dispatching the guards, the 6 entered a warehouse-like chamber where a dozen or so galactic pirates were stationed. The 6 donned advanced single-soldier combat gear from their starship, with multifunctional devices on their left wrists comprising shield life modules, radar communication modules, and holographic computer modules. The adaptive partial shields could withstand a single burst of energy up to 1,000 megawatts, while the life support systems could sustain life for 20 hours in environments of vacuum and radiation. The radar boasted a maximum detection range of 10,000 kilometers, complemented by an intelligent computer that provided data at all times. Such equipment was considered cutting-edge even among second-tier stellar civilizations within the galaxy. On their right wrists, they wielded weapons equipped with 3 energy modes, capable of switching between an electromagnetic pulse gun, a phase gun, and a long-range photon blaster. It was evident that the equipment of Zheng Yin and his team far surpassed that of the galactic pirates. The pirates' laser guns lacked the firepower of Pandora's splitting guns and could not penetrate the shields of the 6. Conversely, their energy weapons effortlessly pierced through the pirates' defenses. Within less than a minute of skirmish, all the galactic pirates were vaporized, with Lu and Colonel Rick accounting for the majority of the kills. To preemptively thwart the arrival of the pirate reinforcements, the 6 acted swiftly, breaching the inner chamber where they neutralized several more guarding pirates. Ultimately locating the seat of Pandora civilization, the remains of an ancient Pandora inhabitant from 10,000 years ago. Due to the environmental similarities between Pandora and Earth, The early unmodified ancients bore a striking resemblance to humans, with the only notable distinction being their elfin ears. After disabling the surrounding dimensional oscillators, Zheng Yin commanded, "Dr. Jones, immediately teleport the seed of civilization and the 6 of us back to the starship." "Wait, Captain," the council leader exclaimed urgently. "What is it?" Zheng Yin inquired. The leader replied, "I sense 100,000 sentient life forms in this room, all in a dormant state. This is an extraordinary ability that has enabled me to serve as the head of the council, and I am certain of it." "Search," Zheng Yin ordered. The 6 activated the 3 recording probe detectors on their right wrists, scanning the entire room. Indeed, they discovered a hidden door within the back wall where the civilization seed was located. Upon opening the concealed door, they found a small chamber piled with 10 cubic meter blocks, faintly shimmering with blue light. Scanning results indicated that the boxes contained immense energy, prompting the council leader to declare, "This is it. Each box holds 10,000 dormant sentient beings." At this moment, Zheng Yin, Lu, and Colonel Rick felt their hearts leap into their throats, while the entire crew of the starship was on high alert. Wu Yunqi and Huang Yueqing's eyes glistened with moisture. Chang'e confirmed. "This is the quantum energy storage unit of the pirate transport ship, containing sentient life forms that are likely part of the abducted humans. Once released, it can be verified." "Dr. Jones, proceed with the full teleportation." "No, Captain," Chang'e interjected, stating that the quantum energy entity belongs to a compressed state of microparticles. It is a normal life form that has undergone transformation and compression. It must revert to its original state in order to facilitate particle transmission once again. Transmitting it now would render it an unstable energy bomb, and the life form within cannot be reconstituted. At that moment, radar indicated that over 1,000 galactic pirates had surrounded them. "Then let us reclaim our brethren on the ground," Zheng Yin commanded. "Deploy 10,000 robotic soldiers to the pirate encampment and eliminate the pirates." The remaining 90,000 robotic soldiers, along with 10,000 energy-devouring units, 100 fighter jets, and 10 destroyers, are to mobilize and attack all pirate camps on this planet. Yunqi contacted the commander of the interstellar mercenaries, instructing them to keep their distance. If they are allies of the pirates, engage them with phase cannon fire from the starship. "Captain, we request to depart. Please do not leave us behind," shouted over 2,000 human soldiers who had not been assigned tasks. "Of course, I shall not forget my brothers," Zheng Yin replied. Human soldiers will be transmitted in batches to each pirate camp, focusing on locating quantum energy storage units. If we encounter pirates, strike with lethal force. This planet harbored 8 pirate camps, all temporarily established to assist the insurgents, in addition to 3 camps belonging to the starship mercenaries. With the assault of the superstarship, the flames of resurgence ignited on Pandora, just as Zheng Yin and his team charged out to confront the galactic pirates. A catastrophic explosion occurred. A microbomb implanted by the galactic pirates detonated, causing Pandora to lose its seed of civilization and leaving its people devoid of hope for survival. The head of the council fainted in despair. "Let us not dwell on this. We will devise a plan after we eliminate the pirates," Zheng Yin shouted, firing long-range photon bullets at the galactic pirates. Soon, the volunteer team from the starship was transmitted down. The weapons equipped on the robotic soldiers proved more formidable than those of ordinary soldiers. Their hands were designed as energy-launching cannons, their shields were exceptionally robust, and they lacked life support systems. Their foot and back-mounted thrusters allowed for simultaneous ground-air combat, complemented by precise radar and 100 micromissiles. The combatants among the galactic pirates were no match for them and were swiftly annihilated. Before long, the pirates deployed fighter jets and bombers, while 3 massive mechs descended from orbit. Before they even touched the ground, Zheng Yin was already transmitted aboard the Yinglong. Lu and Colonel Rick also entered their respective mechs. The energy-devouring units and the space fighter squadron arrived at the various pirate camps, while the 10 destroyers commenced bombing from the air, launching 10,000 mosquito missiles from the superstarship in orbit. The camps of the 5 interstellar mercenary groups quickly vacated the planetary surface, distancing themselves from the attack range. The battle commenced overwhelmingly in their favor. A description of devastation would not be an exaggeration. The galactic pirates now regretted establishing their camps on the ground, as they had no time to flee to space. Except for the commander's escape ship that managed to exit the planet, all galactic pirates were exterminated. "Captain, should we shoot down the escape vessel?" In the battle chamber of the starship defense, the capacitor inquired. "Let him go. Allow him to convey a message to the Celestials that Earthlings are not to be trifled with." Upon learning of the despicable actions of the pirates and the destruction of the seed of civilization, the citizens of Pandora fell into a state of utter despair. The rebel forces recognized the true nature of the pirates and confessed their transgressions without reservation. They were collectively exiled to a cold, desolate planet, a penal colony situated at the edge of the galaxy. The commander of the interstellar mercenary group finally received a communication link from Zheng Yin. To his expectation, it was indeed the insectoid commander, coup, who humbly stated, "Esteemed Captain, General Zheng Yin, I have fulfilled my promise and have led you to your abducted compatriots. It is now time for you to honor your commitment." Zheng Yin replied with a smile, "The 10 life forms in the storage compartments have yet to be released, and we remain uncertain if they are indeed our fellow Earthlings. Moreover, we have merely annihilated a moderately sized pirate fleet and have not pursued the transport vessel. You cannot expect me to pay the full bounty immediately." Chapter 20. The Self-Rescue of the Pandora Inhabitants. Oh, Captain, you cannot toy with the mercenary group. I exerted considerable effort to persuade the pirates to relinquish those 10 containers, coup anxiously remarked. I assure you, this is the precise route of the pirate transport vessel. The pirates of Pandora are indeed distinct from the transport ship's crew. However, the transport ship left with numerous escort warships and has been rallying pirate fleets along its route. I have just sent the next course of their journey to your computer. See how honest coup is. Zheng Yin chuckled. I am not a scoundrel seeking a free meal, but the variable frequency shielding technology can only be partially shared with you. Once we locate our kin again, I shall provide you with the remainder. Thank you for your trust, Captain. I look forward to our next meeting. The shuttle delivered the 10 quantum energy storage containers to the 4th-level holographic deck of the starship, which at that moment projected an endless expanse of grassland from Earth. Shepherds leisurely grazed their flocks, gallant steeds raced freely, and the azure sky was adorned with a few white clouds, while a gentle breeze carried the fragrant scent of fresh grass. This scene elicited admiration from various extraterrestrial spectators. The landscapes of Earth are truly magnificent. Following a series of flashes, 100,000 humans were liberated, appearing as they had been abducted, panicked, and fleeing. Yet, within moments, they became aware of their surroundings and gradually quieted, astonished by the environment. These individuals hailed from a coastal city in East Asia. Zheng Yin comforted them through a broadcast. Dear families and compatriots, please do not fear. We are the Earth Expeditionary Force, here to rescue you. It has been 3 months since you were taken by the Galactic pirates, and now we are aboard a superstarship. Yes, the superstarship in space, now belonging to humanity. Named Chang'e. We are currently 582 light-years from Earth, but we will soon return you home. Upon hearing the broadcast, some members of the crowd were moved to tears of joy, while others remained skeptical. Zheng Yin promptly gathered all the humans to meet them and explained that they were currently within a holographic projection on the 4th deck, rather than on the grasslands of Earth. He opened the observation window, allowing everyone to see. It was then that they realized they were in space, orbiting a strange blue planet reminiscent of Earth. Upon encountering the human expeditionary force, the 100,000 individuals were overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears of joy. Subsequently, data was collected by Chang'e, which reorganized the society of the 100,000, selecting a few dozen individuals to form a temporary leadership group to facilitate the settlement of the starship. The navigation logs from the past 3 months were made available for all to view. Zheng Yin then introduced the formidable Electric Eater army, the Proxima beings, the Sirius Blue beings, and the Pandora inhabitants. The crowd was struck with awe and contemplation, and many expressed a desire to remain aboard the starship and join the expeditionary force to continue the pursuit of pirates. However, after discussions between the starship command team and the leadership of the 100,000, only 1,000 elite personnel were chosen to join, while the remainder would be returned directly to the solar system by the starship, ensuring their safe passage back to Earth. Yet, the crisis facing Pandora was dire. The seed of civilization had been destroyed by the pirates, and citizens would lose access to gene repair medication the following year, making the extinction of their race seem inevitable. Chang'e found herself powerless, while gene modification technology could be achieved even by primitive civilizations on first-tier planets. True mastery, without any mishaps, was a capability reserved for intelligences of third-tier star systems and above. Thus, this remained a forbidden zone of development, one that no one dared enter. The leader lamented, acknowledging that their race had only resorted to gene engineering when on the brink of extinction. While this had extricated them from peril and ushered in a new level of civilization, it had also sown the seeds of a fatal risk. At that moment, A genetic scientist from Pandora presented a report to the leader, who, upon reviewing it, trembled with excitement and exclaimed to Zheng Yin, "Our civilization is not beyond salvation." It turned out that during this day, the research teams of Pandora had conducted a genetic comparison with the Earth humans who had unexpectedly come to rescue their civilization. Discovering that human genes were the closest to those of the Pandora inhabitants in the galaxy. Although significant differences remained, many individuals among the Pandora people had evolved with super abilities adapted to the human genome, capable of actively mutating towards human genetic traits. According to Anne's theoretical calculations, injecting these Pandora individuals with human gene repair factors could not only stabilize their afflictions but also enrich the entire genetic pool of the Pandora populace, enabling the potential for the next generation to emerge within 3 years. The remaining Pandora inhabitants could undergo genetic assimilation therapy with the mutated individuals. Even if they could not procreate with humans, they would still benefit from gene repair treatments, allowing them to survive the latter half of their lives. The leader immediately implored Zheng Yin for assistance, stating, "Humans are the saviors of Pandora, bringing our civilization 2 critical rays of hope." Zheng Yin replied, "This is not a decision I can make alone. No one can. However, I can assist in conducting an inquiry to gather opinions." Subsequently, Zheng Yin conveyed this information to all members of the Earth community, seeking their intentions, granting them complete freedom of choice regarding their departure or stay. The unique population of Pandora, numbering over 20,000, embraced the restoration of their human genes, willingly transforming to resemble humans, or rather, their ancestors from 10 millennia ago. As the only notable difference between the original inhabitants of Pandora and humans lay in their ears. Following a vote by each Earthling, over 20,000 individuals chose Pandora as their second homeland. Many among them had lost all their family members to the assaults of galactic pirates, rendering them less encumbered by ties than others. The welcoming ceremony was exceedingly grand, with the leadership ushering all council members aboard the starship to receive the newcomers. Utilizing the most traditional method of 2,000 shuttles to transport the 20,000 Earthlings to the surface, the 20,000 unique inhabitants of Pandora had long awaited their arrival. Having established a city known as the Pure Zone, designed to accommodate nearly 50,000 citizens from the 2 planets. This zone was not a restricted area but rather an open paradise, allowing free access for all. After a collective decision by the citizens of Pandora, they resolved to cast aside their old history and rename the planet to Natural Star, symbolizing the sacred and inviolable nature of their evolutionary progress. The inhabitants of Natural Star ceased all genetic modification projects, redirecting global resources to restore natural reproduction. Adopting the Mandarin language spoken by these 20,000 Earthlings as the common tongue of Natural Star, a language essential for all newborns to learn. These 20,000 Earthlings became known as the pioneers of Natural Star. Natural Star established a developmental alliance with the Earth Federation and dispatched a post-war construction team of 5,000 to Earth, equipped with a decade's worth of gene repair substances to assist humanity's growth over the next 10 years. Natural Star thus became the first permanent settlement for humanity beyond Earth. Upon completing the resettlement tasks on Natural Star, the starship connected with the communications of the Earth Federation to relay this joyful news and requested a reciprocal return. The chief commander of the Earth military, Secretary Lin Yuan, was elated and promptly announced the news to the global populace. With 500 million humans eagerly anticipating the return of their kin. Set coordinates for Earth. Activate the jump engine. We are going home. After traversing a 10-second wormhole, the starship reappeared in the space between Earth and its moon, this time as children returning from afar. Earth had transformed from its state 3 months prior when the Chang'e superstarship departed. With the aid of starship technology and the support of the Star Alliance, humanity had established numerous orbital space stations, resembling a ring of stars, though not yet fully interconnected, alongside the production of over 100 space warships. The scars of war on the ground had been reduced by 30%, and humanity was developing in harmonious coexistence with nature. These 70,000 individuals returned to the embrace of Earth and swiftly joined the ranks of those rebuilding human civilization. The entire crew of the starship returned to Earth, enjoying a day of respite. Zheng Yin, however, led the starship commanders and the Federation secretary to visit an underground factory. The Secretary General of the Federation, Lin Yuan, remarked, "General Zheng Yin, they say a poor family has a rich path. Now our Earth has increasingly gained allies, including the electromagnetic entities from Yuan Your Star, the Triclops from Proxima Centuri, and the blue light people from Sirius, together forging a formidable defensive shield. You should take those two colossal frigates with you when you depart. After all, you are the frontline warriors now. Zheng Yin hurriedly declined, saying, "How could that be, Secretary General? Those frigates are the cornerstone of our expeditionary forces. With those two warships, we can fight without worrying about our homes. Otherwise, we would be deeply troubled." Secretary General Lin Yuan chuckled. "That is precisely why I brought you here to this underground factory." Upon entering the manufacturing workshop, the group was astonished to witness 10 frigates being constructed in secrecy. Their eyes wide with disbelief, followed by a wave of elation. Zheng Yin exclaimed, "This is fantastic. Secretary General, we can manufacture warships of a third-tier stellar civilization?" Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "Not quite. We are still far from that. Moreover, this is the achievement of top engineers from 4 planets, replicating only 60% of the frigate's capabilities. However, even so, they can easily overpower the galactic pirates. Thus, the Federation has decided to allow you to take the frigates back swiftly to rescue our compatriots." Zheng Yin smiled. "In that case, we can rest easy. When we depart tomorrow, we shall retrieve those 2 frigates and use them to rescue our compatriots next time." Ultimately, they imprisoned the first captured pirate in Earth's prison, awaiting the arrival of the South River 3-star people to take him away. At this moment, humanity had secured a certain standing within the Star Alliance, emerging as a new gem in the Milky Way, its radiant light spreading deep into the galaxy. This news, of course, reached the planet of Tiong Gang. Infuriated, the leader of Tiong Gang shattered the holographic communication device in rage, incensed by the commander of the galactic pirates. He promptly dispatched a destruction fleet to confront the Earthlings. Chapter 21. Eradicating the pirate base after a day of respite. All members of the Chang'e starship resumed their expedition. This time, the starship directly jumped to the edge of a blue giant star, a location provided by Commander Coup of the Interstellar Mercenary Group. Here lay a vast pirate base, one of 9 major bases in the galaxy, from which the pirates who plundered Earth set forth. On the 32nd planet of this massive star, there resided a mad race that neither joined the Unification sect nor the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, showing no fear of the galactic pirates' harassment. In fact, they often raided pirate bases themselves and did not partake in the mercenary group. This formidable race is a parasitic entity, forming a unique societal system that even the Tiong Gang people cannot accept, classifying them as demonic beings. This race refers to itself as the Zabaar, a worm-like parasite that dwells within humanoid extraterrestrial natives. Upon reaching the age of 10, the indigenous inhabitants of the planet are selected to become hosts. Once parasitized by the Zabaar insect, they immediately lose consciousness and cognitive function, surrendering control over their own bodies. As the physical abilities of the indigenous people deteriorate with age, the Zabaar will then transfer to a new youthful host. These natives are bred in large numbers, serving as mere vessels for the Zabaar. With a lifespan of approximately 150 years, the Zabaar have transcended the limitations of cellular division, achieving a form of immortality through controlled replication. Consequently, they have amassed a vast reservoir of knowledge and scientific theories, nearing the sophistication of a Type 3 civilization. As the crew aboard the starship reviewed the introduction to Zabaar civilization, a chill ran down their spines. Wu Yunqi exclaimed in terror, "Oh my, for the indigenous children. This endless despair is far longer than mere fear. Are the Zabaar an alien species?" "No," Chang'e replied. "This humid, marshy planet hosts numerous parasitic organisms. Yet the Zabaar were cultivated by the natives themselves. They once possessed a Type 1 planetary civilization, but as they were on the cusp of advancing to a higher civilization, a global war erupted. Conscious Zabaar parasites were developed by both warring factions as biological weapons and unleashed upon the battlefield. However, they soon realized that the Zabaar possessed intelligence far superior to their own. They simply lacked a suitable host to develop their own civilization. Consequently, their world fell into ruin. No one knows for certain if the original proposal to cultivate Zabaar as biological weapons came from the Zabaar parasites that had infested the natives. When the superstarship arrived at the edge of the blue giant star, they received a communication from the Zabaar. On the other end appeared a strikingly beautiful young woman. Her skin is white as snow, with hair cascading like snowflakes over her shoulders. Bat-like wings sprouted from her back, accompanied by a tail. However, her voice was a rough, masculine tone that was quite jarring to hear. "State your identity. Why have you trespassed into Zabaar territory?" Zheng Yin rose with a smile, stating, "We are the Earth Expeditionary Force of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, currently pursuing galactic pirates to reclaim our abducted kin. We are pacifists and will not interfere with the development of your planet. Please do not regard us with hostility." The beautiful Zabaar commander let out a coarse laugh. "Huh? Then you should have headed to the pirate base on the other side of the star, rather than appearing in our domain. According to our traditions, anyone who enters Zabaar territory must descend to the planet's surface for civil discourse and ultimately form an alliance with the Zabaar. Come forth, friends." Zheng Yin retorted with a smile. "Our starship is still 1 light-year away from your planet. How can this be considered trespassing? We must continue our pursuit of the pirates and shall not intrude." With that, he instructed Wu Yunqi to sever the connection. No need to heed them. This group of parasites is notoriously cunning. Activate stealth mode and set course at warp factor 2 toward the pirate base. All personnel, prepare for battle. Coordinates for the pirate base have been established, and we anticipate arrival in 20 minutes. The warp level 2 is ready. Let us embark. The pirate space is a colossal space city, established upon a small asteroid with a diameter of several hundred kilometers. This place is heavily fortified, equipped with massive orbital phase cannons as defensive weaponry. Positioned in the midst of 2 galactic arms, the number of stars here is exceedingly sparse. Yet it serves as an essential transit route between the 2 arms, rendering it both desolate and of great significance. Over 1,000 warships are stationed here, marking it as one of the 9 major pirate bases. The galactic pirates have plundered resources from the surrounding areas, all of which have been concentrated here for sale to nearby civilizations. 20 minutes later, the starship exited warp, only to find itself surrounded by a multitude of pirate vessels, both large and small, numbering no less than 1,000. They had all mobilized, laying intricate traps in wait for the arrival of the Chang'e, eager to ensnare it. There was no communication whatsoever. Torrents of energy weapons converged upon the Chang'e superstarship. The entire vessel shook violently. "Damn it. It must be that bunch of parasites stabbing us in the back." Lou cursed vehemently. "Professor Picard, report the shield status." The captain demanded. "The outer variable frequency shield has decreased to 20% and continues to decline, while the inner quantum energy absorption shield remains at 100%. Where is the enemy's holograph? Display it immediately." As the holographic projection began to unveil a 3-dimensional spatial map, the starship experienced another violent tremor, nearly throwing everyone off balance. The pirate base had fired the massive orbital phase cannon, reducing the starship's shield by another 15%. "Captain, the outer shield has been breached, and the inner shield is currently absorbing energy," Professor Picard reported. "Prepare the neutrino fragmentation cannon. Fire it when the inner shield reaches 100% energy absorption." Picard. "Meticulously record all data on the enemy's weaponry and transmit it to the Alliance post-battle," Zheng Yin commanded with unwavering composure. "All space combat personnel, move swiftly. Remember, after firing 3 fragmentation shots, we shall go and reap the weakened foes. Ignite your fury." Lu rallied loudly from within the battle mech. 100 fighter jets, 10 destroyers, 2 frigates, 100 combat mechs, and an army of 10,000 electric-devouring entities were all poised for action. Following another violent jolt, the starship endured yet another assault from the pirate base's colossal phase cannon, with the quantum energy absorption shield instantly converting the incoming attack into energy for the weaponry. 3 massive bursts of light erupted from the starship, striking the densest concentration of the pirate fleet. This neutrino fragmentation cannon technology, a product of the 3rd-tier civilization that constructed the Chang'e, is not of the Milky Way, nor does any other civilization within this galactic cluster possess it. This marked Zheng Yin's 2nd usage of it within the Milky Way. The 3 brilliant flashes illuminated the entire blue giant star system, reminiscent of a supernova explosion. Subsequently, 3 large areas of neutrino dust appeared within the pirate fleet, resulting in an instantaneous loss of 60% of their forces. Even so, the pirate fleet still retained 400 to 500 warships unscathed. 10,000 Mosquito-style interference missiles were launched from the starship, with over 400 photon torpedoes precisely targeting each pirate vessel. Subsequently, the hangar opened, and the space combat squadron surged forth like a swarm of bees. The wrath of the superstarship once again engulfed the fleet of galactic pirates. Continuously, electromagnetic paralysis torpedoes were unleashed upon the pirate base until it lay utterly incapacitated. Having made the necessary arrangements, Zheng Yin piloted the Yinglong mech into the fray of fleeing pirates. The one-sided battle concluded swiftly. The galactic pirates, initially hopeful of capturing the superstarship, were taken aback by the ferocity of its counterattack, a force that transcended their civilization's capabilities. Several of their leaders abandoned the base, hastily escaping aboard their escape vessels. The remaining pirate ships floundered like headless flies, soon to be eradicated entirely. The starship came to a halt beside the base, where over 100,000 mechanical warriors swiftly subdued the entire installation, capturing more than 50,000 pirates, most of whom were hardened criminals and rebels from various civilizations, rendering humanitarian considerations moot. They were subsequently detained. No abducted humans were discovered within the base. However, a significant cache of valuable resources belonging to the Alliance was recovered. Zheng Yin promptly contacted Commander Deluge of the Alliance, reporting on the battle and transferring ownership of the base to the Alliance command. General Deluge was elated, immediately dispatching 30 Alliance vessels to take control of this strategic location and contacting the Alliance member worlds from which the pirates had looted precious materials, urging them to send ships to reclaim their belongings. After a collaborative discussion among the command centers of the Alliance's 4 war zones, Zheng Yin was awarded the rank of Admiral of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, with First Officer Liu Huatong promoted to Major General, and all crew members were bestowed with the Galactic Light Medal. Henceforth, the superstarship would hold command privileges within the Alliance, enabling it to summon military forces from any member world it visited and exert command over all Alliance fleets. Though the battle did not yield any rescued humans, the significant victory served as a source of inspiration. A grand celebration was held aboard the starship, with Zheng Yin engaging in festivities until midnight. After finally extricating himself from the persistent company of Liu, he sought refuge on the 4th-level holographic deck for some relaxation. Wu Yunqi had been waiting for him. They had arranged to gallop across the plains together. Upon seeing Zheng Yin approach with a flushed face, she teased, "How much have you had to drink? You look positively beet red. That's practically driving under the influence." "Haha, not quite, Commander. A horse is no motor vehicle," Zheng Yin quipped in response. "Humph. Knowing you were coming to ride with me on the prairie, yet you still indulged so much." Wu Yunqi pouted, all the while adjusting the safety settings of the holographic deck to the highest level, a daunting 9. Zheng Yin chuckled, "My apologies, please don't be upset. But with the safety set to 9, how can we enjoy ourselves? It's like having blinders on, devoid of any real experience." "Worry not. I'll simply set my personal shield to automatic mode." Wu Yunqi retorted with a playful huff. "We'll see if you remember this next time. For now, let us settle for a safety setting of 6 and make do." Chapter 22. Encountering the parasitic civilization. At this moment, the members of the starship, except for those on duty, were reveling in a luxurious hotel on the first deck. The 4th holographic deck was devoid of any presence save for Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi. Under the shimmering starlight, the two galloped exuberantly, relishing the nocturnal splendor of the grasslands. Holographic projections of sheep were startled into motion, racing alongside the majestic steeds beneath the cloak of night. They radiated youthful vigor and indomitable spirit, darting across the prairie like arrows, akin to a fearless starship traversing the Milky Way. This night was one of unbridled joy. The following morning, a message arrived from the Zabaar star on the bridge. "I must say, Captain, you are remarkably efficient," scoffed the Zabaar commander on the other end. "This is largely thanks to your arrangements," Zheng Yin replied with a slight smile. "Had you not alerted the pirates to intercept us, we would not have been able to eradicate their fleets in such a brief span." "Oh, ha ha ha. What a clever race you are, and so forthright." "The Zabaar enjoy dealing with you," the commander responded. "You flatter me, Commander. May I inquire about your business?" "Indeed, Captain, we Zabaar harbor a delicate predicament." The Zabaar commander feigned innocence as he continued, "Our planet occupies a unique position within the galaxy, nestled between the Galactic Pirates, the Star Alliance, and the Unification sect. Our situation is quite precarious. We cannot ally with any faction for fear of incurring the wrath of the other 2 groups. We have endured the torment of pirates for centuries, suffering in silence without recourse. Now that the Star Alliance has eliminated the vile pirates, despite a few misunderstandings, we find ourselves unencumbered. Our people yearn to join a luminous and free collective. Therefore, we formally request the Zabaar's admission into the Galactic Star Alliance." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin inwardly cursed. What cunning parasites! How dare they feign innocence? It has never been reported that pirates dared to plunder you. "Indeed, brother." Chang'e interjected into Zheng Yin's thoughts. "The logs from the pirate base indicate that each year, the pirates have paid the Zabaar considerable valuable resources in exchange for a peaceful coexistence." "You startled me, Chang'e. Please refrain from interjecting into my private musings. I shall call your name when I seek your counsel." Zheng Yin chuckled inwardly. "Understood, brother." Zheng Yin then addressed the Zabaar commander, "Esteemed Commander, on behalf of the Star Alliance, I eagerly anticipate your accession. You shall illuminate this region of space with the flame of your civilization. However, I lack the authority to make this decision. I must submit your application to the command center of the Star Alliance, where it will ultimately be determined by those in command. The Zabaar commander immediately responded with a smile that is only fitting. We shall await your response patiently. Furthermore, all citizens of our planet extend a sincere invitation for you to visit our surface and experience our unique symbiotic civilization. With that, the Zabaar commander terminated the communication, sending forth a formal invitation. Captain, according to the records in the Galactic database, there has never been any formal short-range contact between any civilization and the Zabaans. Their parasitic technology is exceedingly advanced, and without utmost vigilance, one could easily fall victim to their parasitism, becoming an enemy lurking in the shadows. The only means of defense is to avoid direct contact with them, Professor Picard remarked. Indeed, Captain, there is no necessity to venture to their planet. Even pirates refuse any supplies from them, having not encountered them face-to-face for centuries. Yunchi expressed her concerns. Zheng Yin added, yes. I too suspect their intentions are far from benevolent. However, let us set that aside for now. Have we uncovered the new route of the pirate transport ships? Professor Picard replied, Captain, we have found nothing. The database within the pirate's base contains no pertinent information. Lu remarked. These pirates' captives evidently lack rank and are completely unaware of the transport ships. Zheng Yin responded, this complicates matters. In this vast universe, where shall we pursue them? We cannot simply head to the Zabaan's planet, and moreover, given our current capabilities, we are not a match for them. At that moment, a message from the Zabaans arrived. It was brief but compelled Zheng Yin to undertake a most unwelcome visit to their planetary surface. Captain, I neglected to inform you earlier that we have obtained the new route for the pirate transport ships, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to deliver it to you. Colonel Rick voiced his concern. This is clearly a trap, Captain. We cannot ascertain the veracity of their claims. If we were to descend and become parasitized, it would be exceedingly perilous. I have seen the creature in Aliens several times. Zheng Yin stated, regardless of the danger, we must proceed. Without the route to the pirate transport ships, we cannot advance our mission. The scientific team must formulate a protective plan. Whether true or false, we must investigate. Half an hour later, Professor Picard presented the protective measures. The plan entailed sending the minimum number of personnel for the diplomatic visit, with each individual maintaining a shield throughout the duration. This shield could only be operated by the monitoring personnel aboard the starship, preventing any parasitic entities from entering their bodies. Thus, the diplomatic team would not even come into contact with the air of Zabaans, fundamentally eliminating the risk of parasitism. However, utilizing shields would preclude spatial particle transmission, necessitating the use of a shuttle to reach the planet's surface. Upon entering the shuttle, the diplomatic personnel activated their shields, and the shuttle's shields remained engaged as well. The shield frequencies of the shuttle aligned with those of the diplomatic personnel, allowing seamless entry. Upon their return, the shuttle would only transport them back to space, where they would undergo the highest level of biological purification before flying to the starship's docking port. Subsequently, they would be subjected to a full-body scan and then placed in an isolation chamber for observation, while the shuttle would be destroyed. It can be said that the costs are extraordinarily high. Even so, one cannot afford to be complacent. Once infected by a Zabaan parasite, the loss of consciousness and thought equates to death, and the Zabaan possesses all memories of the host, making detection while lurking in the vicinity exceedingly difficult. The parasitic method of the Zabaar insect remains an enigma to this day, whether it involves living hosts being burrowed into, eggs being implanted for hatching, or spores being transmitted through the air is a mystery that pervades the galaxy. Unsurprisingly, no civilization has shown interest in this matter, not even the malevolent celestial ship aliens, who maintain their distance. It is safe to assert that the parasitic civilization of the Zabaar represents the darkest corners of the entire galaxy. Once prepared, Zheng Yin, Yunchi, Luda, and Rick formed a diplomatic team, descending to the planet's surface aboard a shuttle. Contrary to expectations, the environment of Zabaar was not as grim as imagined. Instead, it was quite luminous, with high-tech cities dotting the globe. Modern skyscrapers pierced the clouds, and the planet's sky gleamed in a pale green hue. Although it was riddled with swamps, all Zabaar people possessed alabaster skin and snow-white hair. Despite their lifespan of 150 years, they rarely exhibited signs of aging. Appearing to be around 20 years old, thanks to the remarkable cellular repair capabilities of the Zabaar parasites. The members of the Zabaar Supreme Council welcomed the starship's diplomatic group but mocked their protective measures. The young and beautiful female leader remarked, "Ah, Captain, you are being overly cautious, displaying a complete lack of trust. Such an approach is clearly a form of discrimination against our civilization. Can we still engage in a pleasant dialogue?" Zheng Yin replied with a smile. "Every civilization has its differences. We respect each one. However, your civilization's symbiotic methods have long been a secret in the galaxy, and you have never disclosed them to others. Thus, we must take adequate precautions for our own safety." He then introduced his companions. "This is our starship's first officer, Major General Lu Huatong. This is Colonel Wu Yunqi, our diplomat, and this is Colonel Daniel Rick, the leader of our operations team." Subsequently, under the guidance of the council leader, they proceeded to the grand meeting hall. The Zabaar leader stated, "Due to our unique symbiotic culture, major powers in the galaxy have imposed a diplomatic blockade against us, resulting in our planet reaching a saturation point in development, with resources nearing depletion. In truth, our civilization is a benevolent and progressive community. Seizing this opportunity, we wish to join the Star Alliance and develop within the galaxy." Zheng Yin responded with a smile. "The Interstellar Alliance welcomes all peaceful forces. However, much of your civilization's history has been relayed by galactic pirates, who have never spoken kindly of you. Objectively, your ability to survive and cultivate an advanced civilization under their noses is indeed inspiring." The leader replied, "Despicable pirates often slander those who fiercely resist them. Fortunately, with your arrival, they have been thoroughly driven away. May we achieve long-lasting peace and development together." Zheng Yin remarked, "Indeed, these vile pirates are our common foes. As we traverse the galaxy, we have formed an expeditionary force to combat this wretched organization. Since you claim to have knowledge of the shipping routes, please provide us with the detailed information so that we may swiftly pursue them." Of course. The leader of the Zabaar aliens chuckled. "Since you esteemed guests have arrived on our planet, becoming the first external visitors in millennia, although our defenses may seem somewhat laughable, they have certainly made us feel secure. The information will be promptly transmitted to your starship." With a wave of his hand, a subordinate immediately activated the communicator on his wrist. The Zabaar leader continued, "Rest assured, Captain, the information is precise. The pirate transport vessel was marked by our unique technology as it traversed this star region, and their navigation route has been clearly delineated." Zheng Yin confirmed with Chang'e in his mind, and indeed, he retrieved a navigation path from the data, indicating a distance already traveled of 50 light years. "However, we have a small request," the Zabaar leader added. "Would it be possible for you to share some of your starship's advanced technology with us? Specifically, the weapon technology that can disintegrate a pirate fleet into neutrino dust clouds." Chapter 23, Kidnapped again upon the utterance of the Zabaar leader's request. Not only were Zheng Yin and his 3 companions taken aback, but all members aboard the starship were equally astonished. Professor Picard, acting as the commanding officer, immediately ordered the ship to enter battle mode, with all weapons targeting the critical sites within the Zabaar city. The space fleet mobilized, forming an offensive formation in the planet's orbit. Zheng Yin replied with a smile, "Leader, I hope you will reconsider the reasonableness of your request. While your civilization's technology may be nearing that of a third-order galactic civilization, there remains a considerable gap. My starship represents the pinnacle of wisdom from a third-order civilization on the verge of ascending to higher dimensional space. Should I command the ship to relax its weapon restrictions, your planet would soon be transformed into a nebula." "Ha, Captain," the leader cackled. "Intimidation will not serve you here. Since you have set foot on our ground, do not expect to leave easily, let alone contact your starship." With a wave of his hand, a shield immediately enveloped the entire Great Hall. Subsequently, the multifunctional devices on the left wrist of the 4 lost their connection to the starship. The leader laughed heartily. "Captain, we are a trustworthy race. Once we acquire the technology for the neutrino disintegration cannon, we will promptly escort you away. The pirates are marked for tracking and will not be lost. With your jump technology, you will swiftly catch up, so please take your time to consider this. There is no need to rush. Rest for a moment." With that, the Zabaar leader exited the reception hall with several council members. Zheng Yin sighed with a wry smile. "Kidnapped again. This is the 3rd time, isn't it?" Chang'e inquired. "Brother, Professor Picard is asking whether we should initiate a rescue operation and attack the surface." Zheng Yin responded in his mind. "The technology of the Zabaar aliens far surpasses that of the galactic pirates, and we have yet to see what their warships look like. We cannot guarantee immediate victory. A rash attack would surely lead us into a quagmire. Let us wait and observe the situation. Understood, brother. I will transmit your orders immediately. Indeed, Chang'e. Assemble a contingent of 200 expedition members and dispatch the 2 stealth frigates equipped with jump engines to covertly track the pirate transport vessel. We shall refrain from engaging in direct confrontation until we have resolved our current matters, at which point we will eradicate the pirates. Very well, brother. The reconnaissance team has been organized and is set to depart immediately. Following the deployment of the starship, Zheng Yin remarked, "These parasites are utterly despicable. They refrain from attacking me, yet I shall not extend my hand to them. If they dare to provoke me, I shall respond in kind." Liang Lu interjected with a curse. "Damn it, what treachery! I truly wish to administer a dose of abamectin to them." Wu Yunqi chuckled heartily. "Brother Lu, your notion possesses a certain merit. Although the Star Alliance cannot actively interfere with the development of other civilizations, the original inhabitants of this world are not mere parasites. If we receive a plea for aid from the original owners, assisting them in expelling these pests would be quite justifiable." Daniel Rick shook his head. While Yunqi's argument holds some truth, the indigenous population has been used as hosts since the age of 10. Those with autonomous consciousness and thought are merely a herd of livestock, deprived of their right to education, unable to unify their language. They have forgotten all that their ancestors bequeathed to them, possessing no desire for freedom, nor any longing for their original civilization. They are, in essence, oblivious to their own identity. Zheng Yin pondered, the farmed chickens and ducks will never comprehend the wild. They exist merely to feed and grow, awaiting harvest. Furthermore, the databases of various civilizations in the Milky Way contain no records of the indigenous language, rendering our translators incapable of communication, let alone subversion. Wu Yunqi's eyes sparkled with a thought. The absence of such records in other civilizations does not imply that the Zabaar people lack them. Since they have domesticated the indigenous population, they must possess some means of communication. Let Chang'e thoroughly investigate. She is bound to uncover something of significance. Excellent suggestion. Zheng Yin praised, immediately instructing Chang'e to delve into the official and private computer databases of the Zabaar people, seeking all information regarding the indigenous population. The scientific team aboard the starship would convene to discuss potential contact methods, while the medical team would focus on researching antiparasitic medications. After 5 hours of waiting, the Zabaar leaders returned to confer with Zheng Yin and his companions. The leader smiled. "Captain, I trust you will reconsider the current situation. While your warships have assembled in orbit, the 4 of you are unable to retreat. There is no necessity for this diplomatic crisis to escalate further." Zheng Yin responded with a smile. "Before our descent, we backed up our consciousnesses, even if we were to perish. Our replicas would continue to lead the starship in vanquishing you. Thus, you possess no bargaining chips." The Zabaar leader, incensed, retorted, "Given your obstinacy, we shall have no choice but to revoke the designation of the pirate transport vessel." At that moment, Chang'e whispered in Zheng Yin's ear, "Brother, the frigate has successfully jumped behind the pirate transport vessel and is currently tracking it in stealth mode." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin felt a surge of confidence. It seemed that now all that remained was to bide their time. With a smile, the esteemed leader remarked, "As this marks your inaugural meeting regarding joining the Star Alliance, it is unnecessary for us to have reached this point. Instead, let us sit down and engage in a thorough discussion to identify mutually beneficial commonalities, which would facilitate the sharing of our technologies. What do you think?" The leader of the Zabaar people, believing that Zheng Yin was merely fearful of his potential withdrawal of the pirate transport ship's designation, was elated and responded with laughter, "Ha ha ha. To be honest, we have little interest in joining the Star Alliance. We have no desire for the resources of other civilizations. Our only ambition is to swiftly attain a third-tier galactic civilization, venture beyond the Milky Way, and ultimately ascend to higher dimensional space. Thus, our only common ground lies in your advanced technology." Zheng Yin replied, "That is your point of interest, not ours. In addition to eradicating pirates, we must also confront the core of the culprits, the celestial ship people. If you can provide significant assistance, we would not hesitate to share technology regarding energy weapons." The Zabaar leader laughed heartily. The despicable celestial ship people are also enemies of the Zabaar civilization. A millennium ago, they secretly infiltrated Zabaar Star with the intent to disrupt our societal structure. However, they paid dearly for their ignorance, as an entire colony of the celestial ship people fell under our control. The Zabaar people now possess a semblance of the celestial ship people. Yet the cruel celestial ship people ultimately detonated a black hole bomb, erasing their colony from existence. Nonetheless, This chapter of history remains eternally preserved within our temple. Soon, both parties reached a superficial consensus, and the shields of the reception hall were lowered. Zheng Yin and his companions, with expressions of yearning, requested to visit the temple and witness the glorious history of the Zabaar people. The leader and the council, filled with pride, seized this opportunity to intimidate the Star Alliance and promptly escorted the four to the temple, where a parasitic ritual would take place. The ceremony was broadcast live from the starship through Zheng Yin's perspective. The temple was constructed with great grandeur. The Zabaar people possessed bat-like flesh wings, granting them the ability to fly, and swarmed around the temple to welcome the Earth diplomatic delegation. The hall was remarkably spacious, surrounded by a ring of colossal, intricately carved stone pillars, with steps ascending in concentric circles towards the center. At the heart of the hall lay a stone-carved pool over 100 square meters in size, filled with swirling, light green water. The leader guided Zheng Yin and his companions to sit on stone benches beside the pool. Upon closer inspection of the shallow green water, each of them felt a wave of nausea, their bodies trembling, and a reflexive urge to vomit surged towards their temples. Wu Yunqi, overcome by the sight, fainted and collapsed onto Zheng Yin, who hurriedly supported her, helping her to the stone bench to rest until she regained her composure. The Zabaar people erupted into laughter at the scene. Meanwhile, those aboard the starship watching the live broadcast found themselves equally nauseated, with several medical team nurses fainting on the spot. The pool teemed with densely packed parasitic worms, each approximately 20 centimeters long, glowing green and covered in centipede-like appendages, devoid of eyes and ears. Their heads resembled grotesque mouths filled with sharp teeth, from which emerged numerous long, tentacle-like tongues that emitted a shrill, high-frequency wail. With a flick of his hand, the leader of the Zabaar people conjured a three-dimensional projection of a planet in the air, which upon magnification revealed a fierce conflict unfolding within. The warships and soldiers of both combatants bore striking resemblances, and Zheng Yin and his companions swiftly recognized them as the Tianquan aliens they had encountered in their research. Towering physiques, exceptional combat prowess, and advanced technology nearing that of a Tier 3 stellar civilization characterized these formidable beings. Without the need for the Zabaar leader to elaborate, it became evident to all present that this seemingly civil war was, in fact, a parasitic conflict between the Zabaar and the Tianquan. Before long, the space forces were vanquished by the planetary ground troops, but not through complete annihilation. Rather, the ground forces incessantly transmitted soldiers aboard the space vessels. In no time, the spacecraft transformed into extensions of the ground military, continuing the transfer of soldiers to the next ship. Such rapid parasitism caught the Tianquan by surprise. The remaining warships, in their desperate bid to return to base, were obliterated by the Tianquan's battleships, clearly unwilling to risk the peril of being parasitized themselves. Subsequently, a drone equipped with a black hole generator hurtled towards the planet's surface at light speed, causing the planet to vanish within minutes. All space fleets were drawn into the black hole, and the Tianquan battleships unleashed a stream of antimatter particles, evaporating the miniature black hole, erasing a colonial planet from the Tianquan archives. Do you see this, Captain? This is the cruel reality of the Tianquan's actions against our kin. They shall inevitably face retribution, the leader remarked. With another gesture, he deactivated the three-dimensional imagery, and 50 young donors were ushered into the grand hall. These individuals, both male and female, were merely 10 years of age, adorned with alabaster skin and flowing white hair, their wings folded behind them, and each trailing a tail that just brushed the ground. All 50 kept their heads bowed, too fearful to gaze upwards, their mouths sealed in silence, reflecting expressions of dread and despair as they slowly approached the water basin involuntarily. Observing this, Zheng Yin felt a stirring within. These individuals clearly bore an awareness of their fate, exhibiting fear and resistance to being parasitized. Leader, might it be possible to allow these donors to raise their heads? I wish to inquire about their feelings, Zheng Yin proposed with a smile. Before the leader could respond, the 50 donors collectively lifted their heads, their eyes meeting those of Zheng Yin and his companions, unfamiliar beings from beyond their planet. In an instant, they all knelt down in sorrowful lamentation, a sight that left the Zabaar leader astounded, prompting him to turn towards Zheng Yin. Chapter 24. Escape from the surface of Zabaar. The Zabaar leader sneered, Captain, it seems these donors harbor quite the affection for you. However, they are unworthy of their own thoughts. With that, he gestured, and Zabaar soldiers promptly herded the donors to the edge of the water basin, and the parasitic ritual commenced. At that moment, Chang'e had already deciphered the language of the native Zabaar and updated the database of the 4 individuals. revealing that the communication logic between the natives and the Zabaar worms bore striking similarities, differing only in pronunciation. At this moment, the first host to accept the parasitic entity was a beautiful girl, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. She lamented, "If the divine has forsaken me, then please erase my existence entirely. Yet, if the divine still remembers me, send a messenger to rescue me. The claws of the devil have gripped my throat. From this point onward, my words shall be the devil's words, my actions the devil's actions. I can no longer serve the divine." The other hosts, too, murmured in sorrow, chanting the only surviving epic. Then, a soldier scooped a Zabaar bug from the pool with a translucent, pale green cup, exclaiming, "Zabaar." He raised the cup before the host. In a swift motion, a green shadow darted, and the Zabaar bug leaped into the host's mouth. Its powerful mandibles drilled a hole into the center of her palate, burrowing into her brainstem, while numerous slender tongues penetrated her mind, seizing her consciousness. Hundreds of claws gripped her brainstem tightly, controlling all reflexive movements. The young host, now bloodied, bowed her head and fainted. Mere seconds later, she suddenly lifted her gaze, a glimmer of green light flashing in her eyes. The blood in her mouth was licked clean, and a coarse, masculine voice emerged, saying, "To once again behold the vibrant world is truly wondrous. Farid, why have you taken so long to revive me? I have had enough of that nonsense in the pool." The chief, evidently astonished by the newly parasitized Zabaar individual, immediately rose and laughed. "Ah, it is you, Master Crud. To be candid, since your last voluntary request to explore the original liquid zone, we have not conducted any original organism parasitic rituals. This time, we have only carried out the aging transfer mode." The Zabaar named Crud then noticed Zheng Yin and his three companions, inquiring, "Who are these four shielded friends?" The chief replied with a smile, "They are members of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, Earthlings, who have just defeated pirates and seized our base. You need not concern yourself with matters here, Master. Please, take a moment to rest." With a wave of his hand, two soldiers promptly escorted Crud away. The Zabaar, clearly irked yet powerless, followed the soldiers. Subsequently, a second parasitization took place, this time with a female Zabaar bug. After the ritual was completed, she expressed her gratitude to the chief in a delicate voice before also being taken away. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Zheng Yin and his companions, all 50 hosts had been successfully parasitized. The spectacle left everyone aboard the starship in utter shock. They could scarcely accept this method of seizing the original host's thoughts. After witnessing the parasitic ceremony, the chief smiled and said, "Captain, do you wish to continue your stay on our planet, or shall you pursue the pirates?" It was evident that this was an interrogation, coercing the four into revealing the technology of the neutrino-splitting cannon. Refusal would lead to further confinement. Observing the overwhelming number of soldiers around them, Zheng Yin realized that their small group was utterly insufficient to confront them. Yet they would never divulge the technology to such cunning parasites. With a forced smile, he remarked, "We certainly wish to pursue the pirates, however. Your lack of cooperation compels us to remain here a while longer for the advancement of the Star Alliance." The leader scoffed, "I doubt your shields can withstand for long. It seems you are not the brightest, stubbornly clinging to a less favorable path when a win-win situation exists." At that moment, a group of newly transformed Zabaar individuals seized the weapons from nearby soldiers and unleashed a barrage upon the council elders seated upon their stone thrones. Caught off guard by this sudden upheaval, the leader was unable to evade and was swiftly reduced to a pool of green blood by a splitting gun. The elders met a similar fate, all perishing on the spot, while Zheng Yin and his companions remained unharmed, shielded by their protective barrier. Soon, the soldiers engaged in fierce combat with the rebellious Zabaar, one of whom shouted to Zheng Yin and his companions, "We are a resistance organization that has been concealed for millennia. We shall divulge the details when we have time. For now, help us eliminate the soldiers within the temple. Attack." At Zheng Yin's command, the four immediately joined the fray, recognizing this as an opportune moment to flee the surface. Their advanced weaponry emitted 3 types of energy beams reminiscent of submachine guns, while their shields effectively withstood frontal assaults. The soldiers within the temple were swiftly eradicated, leaving those outside oblivious to the chaos unfolding within. For centuries, the parasitic ritual had proceeded without incident, and the temple's towering walls, over 10 meters high, muffled the sounds of gunfire. After dispatching the soldiers inside, one Zabaar individual soared before Zheng Yin and succinctly stated, "We have awaited this opportunity for millennia. No extraterrestrial civilization has ever graced our planet. You may think us united and malevolent, but we are fundamentally different from them. We are a symbiotic faction, dedicated to the liberation of the indigenous people. Please, first transport us aboard your starship. Rest assured, our parasitic form can be recognized by your particle transporter, posing no threat to you. However, Zheng Yin hesitated to take such a risk. Noticing his uncertainty, the Zabaar individual exclaimed in the voice of the indigenous people, "You are messengers sent by the divine. From the moment we laid eyes upon you, we knew our time had come, our civilization is saved." The pioneers of this symbiotic faction were lured into the chalice by our chants, all for this rebellion. If you doubt this, I shall expel the creature once more. With that, he opened his mouth and regurgitated the parasitic Zabaar worm, which nodded at Zheng Yin and his companions before being swallowed again, sending shivers down their spines. Other Zabaar flew in close, adding, "We differ from the usurpers. We do not usurp the host consciousness. Our parasitism requires the host's consent, allowing us to share the body and assist one another. They provide us with light and freedom, and we aid them in combating all diseases and extending their lifespan. This is not the time for discourse. The usurper soldiers are approaching. Please expedite the transport." Just then, the soldiers outside the temple indeed heard the commotion and rushed inside. Zheng Yin gazed at the lifeless bodies of several elder statesmen and leaders strewn across the ground. A perplexing thought nagging at him. What if this was merely a ruse devised by the Zabaar people? He could not gamble the fate of humanity on such a precarious wager. At that moment, Chang'e transmitted a message. "Brother, I have accessed the database of Zabaar Star and discovered that 5 millennia ago, there indeed existed a faction of symbiotic Zabaar, but they were ultimately eradicated." The assertions made by these individuals held a degree of credibility. Upon the recommendation of the scientific team, it was decided to temporarily transport them onto a destroyer, thus avoiding immediate entry into the starship's isolation chamber. Only after the medical and scientific teams conducted a thorough genetic analysis of the Zabaar parasites could their true mode of parasitism be ascertained, at which point suitable arrangements could be made. What do you think? Can this be executed? At that juncture, the symbiotic Zabaar had engaged in combat with the soldiers, resulting in several casualties. Zheng Yin promptly issued the command, "Prepare a destroyer for takeoff and transport us all aboard." Mere seconds later, Zheng Yin, Wu Yunshi, Delu, and Rick, along with the remaining dozen or so Zabaar, were all teleported into the orbiting destroyer. Subsequently, thousands of warships emerged from the ground. It turned out the Zabaar fleet had been docked on the planet's surface. "Captain, please refrain from deploying lethal weaponry," implored a female Zabaar named Caroline. "These are innocent indigenous beings, parasitized against their will. If we were to annihilate them en masse, it would strip the planet of its regenerative potential. We cannot simply flee, can we?" Delu replied with a wry smile. Caroline responded, "A temporary retreat can serve as a defensive measure. If pursued, we might attempt to incapacitate them. We are willing to be test subjects. Please assist us in developing an antibody. Only by expelling the usurpers from the bodies of the indigenous people can this war be deemed a victory." Zheng Yin shook his head in resignation, a bitter smile playing on his lips. Since departing the solar system, troubles have been relentless, and this situation is particularly vexing. However, I cannot stand idly by while you fight for your survival. Very well, all personnel, board the starship. We shall first jump to Natural Star and enlist the genetic experts there to aid in our research on the antibody. Before the Zabaar fleet could pursue them, the superstarship had already returned to what was once Pandora's Star, now known as Natural Star. After informing the Natural Star Council, they were equally astounded. The leaders of Natural Star met with the dozen or so symbiotic Zabaar, and through their unique mutation capabilities, they discerned that each Zabaar harbored 2 active consciousnesses within their bodies, confirming that the indigenous minds had not been entirely usurped, thus bolstering mutual trust. Subsequently, in the isolation chamber, a 4-star joint research team composed of humans, Natural Star inhabitants, Sirius blue beings, and Proxima Centuri residents commenced their study on the rejection antibodies against the Zabaar indigenous people. Following 3 days of genetic sequencing, they finally developed a virus akin to a bacteriophage. This virus could circumvent the host's immune system, directly parasitizing the Zabaar worm cells, thereby dismantling its self-repair capabilities and consciousness control, forcing the Zabaar worm to vacate the host. This method of defeating a parasite with another parasite proved remarkably effective. During the experiment, 10 Zabaar insects perished on the spot. Although a few managed to emerge from their host's body in a timely manner, they were grievously injured. It was only after utilizing an energy scanner to isolate and eliminate the virus that they were placed back into the nutrient solution. where they underwent several hours of restoration before regaining their parasitic capabilities. Ultimately, a fleet of 300 Star Alliance ships, spearheaded by the super battleship Chang'e, launched an assault on Zabaar star with biochemical weaponry. Chapter 25. The stagnant subdimensional space. The majority of the fleet was composed of natural star beings, alongside 30 warships dispatched by the Star Alliance Command to take over the former pirate base. The Chang'e battleship successively opened wormholes, allowing the fleet to pass in batches before finally traversing through itself. The colossal jump engine of the Chang'e created a wormhole entrance that spanned over 60 kilometers in width and more than 40 kilometers in height, enabling the starships to pass through with ease. The Star Alliance warships, being of conventional size, could transit 10 at a time. Thus, the Chang'e opened 30 consecutive wormholes at the same location, successfully transporting the entire Star Alliance fleet to the battlefield of Zabaar star. Subsequently, the starships activated their jump engines once more, creating a wormhole and swiftly vanishing into it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10 seconds elapsed. Yet the starships remained ensconced within the wormhole. Chang'e, initiate a comprehensive self-diagnostic, commanded Captain Picard. Scan the entire ship and the subdimensional space outside. Yunchi sent out communication requests to the surrounding space through all available channels, and all personnel entered a state of alert. Having completed his arrangements, Zheng Yin muttered to himself, "Is it once again a higher dimensional intelligence? What do they always want from us?" Soon, Professor Picard detected an anomaly. "Captain, it appears that time outside our starship has come to a standstill. What is happening?" Zheng Yin inquired. The wormhole's exit had not shrunk. Rather, it remained motionless. The scanner could only capture details from every corner of the starship, yet no information was obtainable from the exterior. Luda questioned, "Old Picard, is the quantum wave being obstructed by some high-energy substance?" "Not at all, Luda," Professor Picard calmly elucidated. "The quantum waves emitted by the scanner ceased to move once they left the starship, and we are unable to receive any feedback." Zheng Yin asked, "So, we are stuck here? Could this time anomaly be a result of repeatedly opening wormholes?" Professor Picard responded, "There is no theoretical support for this, Captain. We have never encountered such a situation." Zheng Yin pressed on. "Yunchi, have there been any responses from intelligent entities in the nearby space?" Wu Yunchi, with a look of confusion, replied, "None, Captain. All communication waves emitted from the starship have become utterly immobile." Professor Picard pondered. "It seems to be akin to the quantum wave scanning." At that moment, the Chang'e also reported, "Captain, no malfunctions have been detected in the main program or any of the subsystems. All functions of the ship are operating normally. However, the passage of time within the starship remains unchanged, while the flow of time outside is absolute zero." Luda hurriedly asked, "How long will we be trapped here?" "The outside world is still at war." The Chang'e responded, "Our current experience will have no impact on the external world. Even if we are confined here for 1,000 years, upon our return, the outside will still reflect the state it was in 10 seconds after entering the wormhole." With a thud, Lu collapsed onto the ground, murmuring, "This is beyond my comprehension. I fervently hope I won't leave this world without ever seeing my wife and daughter." Zheng Yin interjected, "Chang'e, please retrieve the three-dimensional data from our starship's entry into the wormhole. We must meticulously ascertain where the problem lies." Subsequently, the holographic interface replayed the starship's journey. Upon entering the wormhole, the starship became instantly frozen, and everything around it fell into a state of stasis, rendering it impossible to discern any details. Zheng Yin inquired, "Do you all believe this could be the work of a higher dimensional intelligence?" The group shook their heads, unable to provide an answer, and Chang'e also found no traces of such an intelligence within the starship. Zheng Yin remarked, "In that case, we shall devise our own solutions. Chang'e, unlock the armory and retrieve all weapons capable of interfering with the flow of time." Soon, a detailed list of 10 weapons capable of manipulating time was compiled. After all, mastery over time is a technology possessed solely by third-tier galactic civilizations. These 10 weapons were legacies of the civilization that constructed the Chang'e. The list included time oscillator, space-time collapse device, time bomb, singularity bomb, black hole torpedo, time accelerator, time stasis particle, time jumper, deceleration ray, and deceleration torpedo. After reviewing the descriptions, Zheng Yin exclaimed in astonishment, "I had no idea such treasures lay undiscovered." Chang'e, load all of them into the armory and set the activation permission to Tier 3. Only the captain's direct command can initiate them. Lu remarked, "Goodness, These devices are rarely seen even in science fiction films. We need not worry now. Zheng Yin promptly commanded, capacitor, fire the time accelerator directly ahead. Moments later, the capacitor reported, Captain, it had no effect. The accelerator aged after flying merely a few meters from the starship. What? Aged? Zheng Yin could scarcely believe the report. Indeed. Captain, the time accelerator only influenced its immediate surroundings by 1 nanometer. For it, time accelerated, but for the distance of several meters. It took approximately 100,000 years to traverse, thus it aged. This revelation plunged Zheng Yin into despair once more, since entering the vast cosmos. Humanity's insignificance became increasingly evident. Professor Picard, please lead your 5-star Alliance scientific team to work tirelessly. We cannot remain trapped in this temporal prison. After speaking, Zheng Yin returned to his quarters to rest, the recent flurry of activity having left him overwhelmed. He found himself truly at a loss. His limited experience is inadequate to navigate the universe's capriciousness. Zheng Yin longed to return to Earth as it once was, wishing the starship had never emerged, and that his fate had remained unaltered. Yet, how long could he evade the inevitable? What had transpired could not be altered by a mere fluctuation of one's inner thoughts. Regardless of intervention, events would continue to unfold, and proactive measures proved far more beneficial than avoidance. With this realization, Zheng Yin felt a resurgence of motivation. Just as Wu Yunqi arrived at his quarters, Zheng Yin, how are you? She inquired with genuine concern. Yunqi, I am fine. Thank you for coming, Zheng Yin replied, warmth blossoming in his heart. Don't say everything is fine. Just now, your demeanor reflected a lack of determination, which unsettled many. You are the spiritual pillar of the expeditionary force and must not display despondency in public, Wu Yunqi remarked, handing over a glass of water. This drink was specially concocted by Sister Yueqing for you. It is the quintessential choice for revitalization. Zheng Yin accepted the drink with a smile, saying, I am but an ordinary person. I cannot maintain an unwavering spirit indefinitely. Wu Yunqi replied with a grin. I did not expect you to behave as if under the influence of a stimulant. Just remain calm and avoid appearing defeated by adversity in front of everyone. I understand you are also human, so do not worry, for you have me behind you. At least in my presence, you are free to express your emotions. With such heartfelt words spoken, there was little left to say. Zheng Yin, moved, embraced Wu Yunqi tightly. At that moment, his emotional defenses crumbled, and the feelings he had suppressed for months surged forth like a torrent. Since the tearful failure of boarding the ship with Lu on the Earth's surface, this was the second occasion Zheng Yin found it impossible to contain his emotions. Thank you, Yume. You don't mind me calling you that, do you? Wu Yunqi looked up with glistening eyes, playfully chiding, I don't mind at all. I just fear that your Chang'e sister might take issue. Her words elicited laughter from Zheng Yin. It must be that Lu fellow who told you. Just wait until I teach him a lesson. Wu Yunqi laughed. Lu didn't say much. It's just Sister Yueqing and I who know. Ah, you didn't say too much? My greatest concern is that you two are aware. How can I accompany you to play with Sister Yueqing afterwards? Wu Yunqi found this utterly delightful. At that moment, a message arrived from Huang Yueqing. Captain, there's an issue in the medical room. Please come take a look. Wu Yunqi chuckled. Ha ha, let us go, brother Yin. A less than attractive daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws. Don't worry, Sister Yueqing won't mock you. Zheng Yin grimaced. I would actually prefer if Sister Yueqing ridiculed me. It would be less awkward than her keeping it a secret. Well, let us see what has happened. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi arrived at the medical room, where Professor Picard and Lu were already waiting. Huang Yueqing glanced at Yunqi and smiled. Both the captain and Yunqi are here. Let us proceed to the isolation room. Zheng Yin felt uneasy under Huang Yueqing's smile and hastily asked, What has happened, Dr. Huang? As they walked, Huang Yueqing reported, the situation arose rather unexpectedly. Our nursing assistant, Zhou Wanyin, has suddenly displayed signs of pregnancy. Before joining the expeditionary force, she was just a third-year medical student, and she hasn't had a boyfriend in recent months. Ah, it's Wanyin? Wu Yunqi asked in astonishment. Zheng Yin queried, Yunqi, do you know her? Of course. Wu Yunqi replied with a mischievous grin. Sister Wanyin is the president of your fan club. Her bedroom is adorned with your posters, and even her cushions are custom-made to your exact likeness. This. At that moment, Zheng Yin wished he could cover Wu Yunqi's mouth. Wu Yunqi shot him a playful glance, causing Lu and the others to suppress their laughter. Zheng Yin managed a wry smile, saying, This is her private matter. It's not appropriate for us to pry. Is there anything else unusual? Let us proceed to the isolation chamber. Is she confined within? Huang Yueqing replied, yes, under normal circumstances, we have no authority to intervene. However, her pregnancy's symptoms manifested immediately upon entering the wormhole, and within just half an hour, the placenta has already begun to form, indicating a male fetus. Zheng Yin exclaimed in astonishment. What? This is a level of development that usually takes months. What do the scan results indicate? Huang Yueqing stated. Both the fetus and the mother are healthy, and despite the rapid growth rate of the fetus, there has been no depletion of nutritional resources from Zhou Wanin's body. Rather, she has reached an extraordinary state of health and is in excellent spirits. She voluntarily requested to enter the isolation chamber. As they conversed, they arrived outside the isolation chamber. Through the glass door and energy shields, they observed Zhou Wanin seated at a computer, swiftly browsing through data on various civilizations in the Milky Way. At this moment, her belly had grown notably round. Upon seeing Zheng Yin accompanied by high-ranking officials from the command group, she was instantly overwhelmed with shyness. Her face turning crimson as she quickly turned away, lowering her head and sitting silently with her legs hugged. Chapter 26. The starship newborn Zheng Yin declared, lift the isolation. There is no need for such measures. If there were any risk of infection, we would have already been exposed. Considering Zhou Wanin's emotional state, Yunqi and Dr. Huang Yueqing should go in to check on her, while we gentlemen will wait outside. Daliu jested. As her idol, aren't you going to comfort your fan? Zheng Yin retorted. Daliu, silence yourself. I still have accounts to settle with you. Ah, what have I done to offend you, Captain? Daliu replied, feigning innocence. At that moment, Huang Yueqing called out, Captain, the fetus is about to be born. What? So soon? Zheng Yin hastily responded, quickly, prepare for delivery. The childbirth proceeded smoothly, with both mother and child safe and all indicators normal. Strangely, Zhou Wanin's physical features had reverted to that of a youthful girl, showing no signs of having given birth. And the infant displayed no urge to feed. The events unfolded with alarming rapidity, and in this still space, all crew members became aware of the situation. Out of consideration for those involved, everyone discreetly expressed their concern without excessive inquiries. Zheng Yin, with genuine care, reassured, Wanin, I had no idea you were still my fan. Rest assured in your recovery. Now that the child has been born, he belongs to our starship family. Have you given him a name? Zhou Wanin, blushing, nodded and replied. Thank you for your concern, Captain. I feel perfectly fine now. What has transpired feels like a dream. I have named him Little Tiger. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin felt a pang in his heart, realizing that his name, Zheng Yin, also connoted tiger. Wanin. You not only adorned your room with my portrait and cuddled a pillow made in my likeness, but you have also named your son Little Tiger. It feels rather inappropriate for me to feign ignorance, yet my heart is now only for Yunqi. This truly puts me in an awkward position. Wu Yunqi, noticing Zheng Yin's discomfort, burst into laughter. Sister Wanin, you cannot violate the group rules. The name you chose clearly appropriates resources from the fan club. Zhou Wanin smiled. I am the leader. I have the final say. Matters like this cannot be reasoned. Who told you not to become the leader at that time? Wu Yunqi scoffed. Rolling her eyes, I wouldn't want that. Zheng Yin chuckled. What time is it? You two are still bickering. At that moment, the infant suddenly spoke. Mom. I like the name Little Tiger. No one was particularly surprised, after all. It was within reason that a being could complete a 10-month gestation period in mere hours and then articulate its thoughts. Zheng Yin, adopting a serious demeanor, declared, I am Commander Zheng Yin of the Chang'e starship, representing the Earth civilization of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. We are in pursuit of pirates to reclaim our abducted kin. May I inquire about your identity? The group was taken aback by Zheng Yin's abrupt question, and Zhou Wanin whispered, Captain, he is just a child. Yet, Little Tiger responded with an even more astonishing statement. I am a mass of dark energy filling the current space. Stimulated by consecutive wormholes, I became aware of your existence. To communicate with you, I voluntarily underwent a transformation into your form of life. Under the control of 2 strands of genetic material, I evolved from a single cell into a primate mammal. Yes, as you define yourselves. As a part of the cosmic structure, I cannot comprehend your distinctions of good and evil, nor can I grasp the concepts of hatred and gratitude. However, I sense a quantum level of comfort emanating from this individual you call Mom, a sentiment you refer to as maternal love. I have inherited her memories, wherein she possesses a unique quantum awareness of the commander, fostering a reliance and optimistic anticipation for the future. This emotion aligns with your understanding of love. This consciousness is wondrous. and it captivates me profoundly. Additionally, I have experienced joy, fear, anxiety, impatience, and anger, emotions that directly influence your bodily functions, yet remain beyond your complete control. I have also perceived the existence of matter, its hardness, softness, coldness, and warmth. I witnessed photons propagating through the cosmos and beheld this observable universe composed of positive particles. You have evolved numerous civilizations and are progressing towards higher dimensions. One day, we shall meet again in another context, to swiftly experience an entire lifetime. My growth rate is 10,000 times that of yours. For the next 3 days, please allow me to integrate into your society. Zheng Yin exhaled in relief, grateful that this being did not come with malice. He then smiled and said, "It is a privilege for you to join us aboard our starship to experience life. As a fellow human, we shall treat you with equality. In our society, there exists a tradition of communal child-rearing. Although our affection may not match the depth of your mother's love, it will be filled with care. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to express them. We shall do our utmost to fulfill your requests. For now, why not rest? You may even discover what it is to dream." After escorting everyone out, Zheng Yin prepared to give the order, lift the state of alert, and grant everyone a 3-day leisure break. For Zhou Xiao, let us treat him as we would our own children, ensuring that during these next few days, he feels the kindness inherent in human society. Lu chuckled, remarking on the necessity of tending to the young prince, pondering how his growth might unfold and whether he would eventually transform into an elder. Chang'e replied, affirming that as Zhou Xiaohu matured, he was rapidly absorbing the energy of the starship, with his cells undergoing rapid division. Excellent. Let us all take a moment to relax in these coming days, Zheng Yin instructed, preparing to showcase the beauty of Earth from the 4th-level holographic deck. 3 hours later, Zhou Wanyin emerged from the medical room, leading Zhou Xiaohu, who now resembled a curious child of 3 or 4 years, under his mother's guidance. He met many uncles and aunts and toured the entirety of the 5th-level deck. By dinner time, Zhou Wanyin personally prepared a few signature dishes for Zhou Xiaohu. Though he did not require energy in a chemical form, he sampled the food to experience the myriad flavors of sweet, sour, bitter, and salty. In the evening, Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Wang Yuqing, Lu, Picard, Rick, Jones, Zhao Beidu, and Chekhov, a group of commanding officials, invited Zhou Wanyin and her son to enjoy a concert and immerse themselves in the artistry of humanity. By this time, Zhou Xiaohu appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, exuding a sunny disposition, humor, and eloquence. He confided in Zheng Yin, "Uncle Zheng, I had a dream this morning about a place I have never been, perhaps a fragment of my mother's memories. It was a lake adorned with lotus flowers. Where my mother and I were in a small boat, she was gathering lotus seeds while I fished with a jar. In my excitement, I dropped the jar into the water, causing my mother to burst into laughter. It was such a delightful experience, one I have never encountered, nor has my mother. Why does it linger in my mind?" Zheng Yin smiled, responding, "That is the nature of dreams. In dreams, we are often unaware we are dreaming, and the unfolding of events is beyond our control. It is a wondrous phenomenon, a self-creation of the subconscious. This capacity distinguishes sentient beings from mechanical intelligences." Zhou Xiaohu replied, "I see. I long to remain with you all for an extended time. This feeling is extraordinary. Having experienced it, I realize I was once very lonely. Alas, I cannot keep you all with me forever, for it would sadden my mother." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin silently prayed, "Dear child, please maintain this wisdom." Wu Yunqi interjected, "All sentient beings have their own paths to tread. Birth, aging, illness, and death are intrinsic to the cycle of human life. Yet, every individual who graces this civilization becomes a part of it. Their deeds will endure eternally. As long as civilization persists, so too shall they." Zhou Xiaohu responded with clarity. "So, eternity and transience are merely objective measures. Only legacy remains unchanged. This is your dimension's understanding of time. In this regard, I have already become immortal within the tapestry of human civilization." Zhou Wanyin, with a tender smile, remarked, "Child, you will forever live in your mother's heart." At that moment, Zhou Xiaohu clearly did not fully grasp the depth of her words, but merely smiled and nodded in agreement. Zheng Yin addressed Zhou Xiaohu, saying, "Uncle Zheng, will you still come to see me when I am gone?" Zheng Yin chuckled in response, "Once I have vanquished the Galactic pirates, defeated the Unification sect, and retrieved the missing compatriots, I shall come to visit you." Zhou Xiaohu nodded with delight. At that moment, the concert commenced, showcasing representative music from various nations on Earth, allowing Zhou Xiaohu to once again appreciate the beauty of human civilization. Not wishing to squander these fleeting days, he spent the night exploring all 5 decks of the starship, engaging in heartfelt exchanges with numerous crew members. The crew, aware of Zhou Xiaohu's origins as an entity from a different dimension, welcomed him warmly, recognizing his friendly intent to experience human culture. This genuine acceptance filled Zhou Xiaohu with goodwill towards humanity. The following morning, Zheng Yin summoned Wu Yunqi and Huang Yueqing, along with Lu De, to seek out Zhou Xiaohu once more. At that moment, Zhou Xiaohu's health indicators revealed that he was now 28 years old. Having just returned from the medical bay, he greeted Zheng Yin and the others affectionately as uncle and auntie. Beside him stood a young woman. Wu Yunqi's eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "Daisy, my goodness, you've made your move." Zhou Wanyin, who had just emerged from the room, was equally astonished. She awkwardly glanced at Zheng Yin and chuckled. As children grow, they no longer heed their mothers. Last night, after I rested, Xiaohu ventured out alone, claiming he wished to meet more friends. Turning to Daisy, she continued with a smile, "Now that you are my daughter-in-law, shouldn't you greet your mother-in-law?" It turned out that Daisy was also a member of Zheng Yin's fan club, serving as a translator in the diplomatic team. With few women aboard the starship and even fewer young girls, these dozens of girls often gathered together and became quite familiar with one another. Daisy, unreserved, immediately replied, "Mom, are you satisfied now?" Chapter 27. The Zabaar aliens joined. Daisy's candidness elicited hearty laughter from everyone. Zhou Xiaohu then remarked to Zheng Yin, "Uncle Zheng, I have once again experienced a unique aspect of human emotion, love. Oh, this is a privilege that only deities may possess in abundance. This experience has fulfilled me. Daisy shall forever reside in my heart. I now understand the words my mother once spoke to me, that I will always live in her heart. And that too is love." Zheng Yin smiled and said, "Indeed, within human civilization, there exists a myriad of loves: affection for one's children, filial piety towards parents, camaraderie among friends, passion for one's own culture, reverence for nature, and most importantly, the pure love between partners." Zhou Xiaohu then requested, "Please officiate our wedding. I wish to experience a complete love story." The 4th deck's holographic display transitioned to a projection of an ancient town from the Jiangnan water region. In the presence of over 4,000 carbon-based crew members and more than 10,000 energy-based entities, an ancient and traditional wedding ceremony unfolded. The crowd playfully shouted, "Look! The son of the Zhou family is marrying a foreign bride." Lu De served as the master of ceremonies, performing the customary rituals of reverence for heaven and earth, presenting tea, and ensuring the newlyweds exchanged vows with utmost respect. Finally, Lu De awarded the couple their marriage certificate. The gathering of friends continued for several lively hours before Zheng Yin invited Zhou Xiaohu to the 4th-level holographic deck, where he could marvel at the breathtaking landscapes of Earth. By evening, Zhou Xiaohu, now in his 40s, felt it awkward to refer to everyone as uncles and aunts. On the 3rd morning, Zheng Yin and a few others arrived early at Zhou Wanin's residence to visit Zhou Xiaohu, who had now entered his 60s. Zhou Xiaohu remarked, "I can distinctly feel that my faculties have diminished compared to when I was 30. Is this what aging truly signifies?" Lu chuckled and replied, "Such realizations only serve to highlight the preciousness of youth. It is a cyclical phenomenon." Zhou Xiaohu concurred, "Indeed, much like the universe itself." Lu continued, "One should engage in activities appropriate for their age. Shall we go fishing?" Zhou Xiaohu laughed. "I understand that fishing is a form of leisure, but it is not necessarily bound by age. Many young individuals also enjoy fishing." Zheng Yin added with a smile, "Lu's intent is to cultivate tranquility and nurture one's spirit. At this age, one should not exhibit the fervor of youth." Zhou Xiaohu nodded in understanding and then turned to Zheng Yin, saying, "Daisy has not yet awakened. Please do not inform her of my whereabouts, and do not let her seek me out. I wish to present her with only my most vibrant self, forever preserved in her heart." Zheng Yin nodded in agreement. And soon Zhou Xiaohu and Lu ventured to the lakeside to fish, while Zheng Yin and the others engaged in conversation with Zhou Wanin. When Daisy eventually awoke, they conveyed Zhou Xiaohu's wishes, urging her not to act impulsively. Daisy wept, and after a moment of calm, she said, "Captain, after this, please have Chang'e completely erase today's recordings of Xiaohu, lest I feel compelled to seek them out later. I wish to retain this pure love in my heart forever." Zheng Yin promptly instructed, "Chang'e, do not record Zhou Xiaohu's image today. Document the voyage in writing only, without any external descriptions." "Understood, Captain," replied Chang'e. Zhou Wanin glanced at Zheng Yin and remarked to Daisy, "I envy you." At the lakeside, Lu and Professor Picard engaged in light-hearted conversation with Zhou Xiaohu. Their fishing lines devoid of hooks, merely dangling empty lines. Although Delu proclaimed his intent to fish daily, he had never caught a single fish. It was not that the lake lacked fish, but rather that they came to express their sentiments. When Zheng Yin and the others arrived, they noted that Zhou Xiaohu's hair had turned significantly gray. Subsequently, accompanied by several officers from the command team, they toured the 5th level deck, perusing the starship's records of various civilizations in the galaxy. In the deep hours of the night aboard the starship, Zhou Xiaohu gently closed his eyes, passing away at the venerable age of 95. The entire crew held a solemn funeral for him, interring his remains within the soil of the 2nd level deck. This entity, born aboard the starship and having spent his life within its confines, comprehended human civilization through a unique mode of communication. Yet humanity had never inquired about his past. Upon the completion of Zhou Xiaohu's grave, the headstone bore the inscription, "The grave of Zhou Xiaohu, the first newborn of the human expeditionary force." After the tombstone was erected, Chang'e reported, "Captain, an immense amount of energy is emanating from Zhou Xiaohu's grave, automatically returning to the zero-point energy absorption device, equal to the energy he had absorbed. This indicates he has returned all the energy, and nothing can be detected within the grave pit." Zheng Yin immediately commanded, "All personnel, enter combat readiness. Xiaohu is guiding us out." Indeed, a brilliant flash appeared directly ahead of the starship, and the surrounding subspace returned to normal. 10 seconds later, the starship traversed the wormhole, arriving in the Zabaar People's star domain. Upon reaching the orbit of Zabaar, a fierce space battle was already underway. Thousands of Zabaar warships formed a colossal wall of firepower. Yet they did not open fire initially. Instead, they calibrated the shield frequency of the Star Alliance fleet and directly transmitted soldiers carrying a multitude of parasites into the interior of the warships, intending to infest from within and seize control. However, as soon as the soldiers were teleported in, they found themselves in an environment teeming with viruses. This virus, specifically engineered to target Zabaar parasites, had no effect on larger vertebrates. Soon, Zabaar soldiers expelled the parasites from their bodies, crushing them underfoot. After regaining their composure, they joined the Star Alliance coalition. The Zabaar parasites retained the memories of their hosts, and the indigenous people, having detached from their parasites, also possessed these memories. Thus, the thousands of soldiers initially transmitted by the Zabaar became valuable intelligence operatives, providing significant information to the Star Alliance. Although the Star Alliance fleet numbered only 300, a pitiful contrast to the Zabaar's 10,000 warships, the tide of battle did not turn against them. When the Chang'e superstarship arrived, this aerial city, measuring 100 kilometers in length, brought a pivotal victory to the battlefield. "Captain, the Star Alliance fleet has transmitted the shield frequency of the Zabaar warships. It appears the virus has succeeded, and the indigenous people have regained autonomous thought," reported Wu Yunqi. "Dr. Jones, set the particle frequency for spatial transmission to match the enemy's warship shield frequency for biochemical transmission," commanded Zheng Yin. Subsequently, tens of thousands of viral sources were transmitted in rapid succession to the Zabaar starships, causing chaos within the enemy ranks. Caroline utilized the communication system aboard the Chang'e to issue an announcement to all Zabaar fleets and those on the surface. Zabaar was originally a civilization of peaceful coexistence, but the mutation of the aggressive faction has tarnished its reputation. Now, the civilization's rescuers from the coexistence faction have returned. We have never given up. The entire space fleet has joined the coexistence faction, and we are about to launch a rescue operation on the surface. To those hidden among us, rise up in resistance. The starship then transmitted the viral sources to major cities on the surface. Meanwhile, the ground forces launched massive planetary electromagnetic cannons into space. Fortuitously, the starship shielded the attack. The spread of the virus required some time, and the entire fleet retreated beyond the attack range of the planetary electromagnetic cannons. Zheng Yin inquired, "This virus exhibits no selectivity. It is oblivious to the distinctions between the symbiotic faction and the usurpers. What if your Zabaar insects were to face extinction?" Caroline responded, "Even in the event of our annihilation, it would be a consequence we deserve. However, rest assured, Captain, our symbiotic faction will receive protection from the indigenous population." A week later, Zabaar proclaimed a message of triumph. The virus rapidly spread to every corner of the globe, forcibly expelling all usurpers from their hosts, who were met with naught but the stamping of feet. Meanwhile, the majority of the symbiotic faction, having concealed themselves for millennia, found refuge behind protective shields, totaling 10,000 individuals. Subsequently, The Zaba people conducted a jubilant welcome ceremony as the ships of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance made their inaugural landing on the surface of Zabaar. Soon after, a special therapeutic agent was developed, granting immunity to the symbiotic faction against the virus for a year, allowing them to further entwine with the over 10,000 indigenous inhabitants in this extraordinary symbiotic civilization. Following a proposal from the symbiotic faction, a new system was established. Zabaar officially joined the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, which registered each Zaba insect of the symbiotic faction and implanted quantum chips to transmit their daily activities to the Zabaar Supervisory Committee, preventing any resurgence of the usurpers. This committee was composed of other members from the Alliance, predominantly Earthlings. The source of the virus was meticulously safeguarded by the Zabaar Committee, which conducted rigorous testing on all non-parasitized Zaba insects, executing any usurpers identified. Real-time monitoring was maintained on the symbiotic faction, of which only 3% remained non-parasitized. A total of 100,000 Zaba insects were filtered out, and fortunately, non-parasitized Zaba insects were unable to lay eggs, greatly facilitating monitoring efforts. From that point onward, any parasitic ritual required the consent of both symbiotic parties and the presence of committee members, with real-time records kept, before it could proceed. Ultimately, the Zaba people dispatched a research team of 10 to support the expedition of the Tiong Gang superstarship. These airborne young Zaba offered invigorating strength to the human expeditionary force, particularly with their technology vastly surpassing that of all current alliance members. Though Zheng Yin was elated by the addition of the Zaba people, he harbored some concerns. He secretly commanded the Tiong Gang to monitor the consciousness of each Zaba individual in real time, should any signs of consciousness transfer occur. Immediate containment of both the transferring and transferred entities would be executed, with Zabaar liberated and nearly no warships destroyed. The expeditionary force of the Tiong Gang was awarded the prestigious first-class collective honor by the Alliance, and Zheng Yin was once again bestowed the Galactic Peace Medal. News of the rescue of the Zaba people quickly spread throughout the galaxy, solidifying the Alliance with a formidable new member, although caution prevailed, and they hesitated to mobilize them recklessly. The leader of the Tiong Gang people expressed admiration, stating, to have the audacity to land on the surface of Zabaar. They are indeed a fearless bunch. Chapter 28. The Loss of Sleep. The leader of the Tiong Gang people commanded the lizard commander of Betelgeuse 4, figure it out for yourselves. Do not let me witness Earthlings reaching Tiong Gang star, for then you shall await your offering to the unification deity. The Tiong Gang superstarship has successfully completed the transfer of the pirate base and has directly jumped to the designated navigation point of the transport vessels. 50 pirate transport ships, accompanied by over 200 warships, formed a colossal convoy, traveling at warp speed. Zheng Yin promptly issued the command to enter combat mode, and the starships subsequently launched photon torpedoes and phase cannons, initiating an attack on the escort fleet at superluminal speeds. Simultaneously, it fired slow torpedoes at the transport ships. Yet only one vessel was affected. Upon detecting the presence of the Earth Expeditionary Force, the pirate fleet swiftly executed evasive maneuvers and refrained from retaliating. The foremost warships suddenly concentrated their energy into a single point, opening a jump wormhole for the transport ships. 49 vessels then vanished into the wormhole, while the one struck by the slow torpedo fell behind after disengaging from warp speed. Soon after, all pirate warships collectively exited warp to intercept the starship, signaling the imminent outbreak of a space battle. Captain, we have failed to track the jump coordinates of the transport ships. They just utilized quantum slipstream technology, and our escort vessels could not keep up, reported Professor Picard. Damn it, they escaped again. Lou angrily stamped his foot and cursed. We'll deal with that later. Our priority is to annihilate these pirates. Ensure those 2 escort ships keep a close watch on that transport vessel. Zheng Yin was equally incensed. Engage. Leave none alive. Zheng Yin commanded as he piloted the Yinglong mech, brandishing the antimatter cutting sword, leading an army of 10,000 electric-devouring entities into the midst of the pirate fleet. Although the starship typically had abundant energy, the electric-devouring army had never indulged in such a feast. Only in battle could they satisfy their hunger. The energy weapons and shields of the pirate warships became their prey. Once the first wave of the electric-devouring army exhausted the enemy's energy reserves, a one-sided massacre ensued, with 100 battle mechs taking center stage. Human soldiers unleashed their pent-up fury as the disarrayed pirate fleet attempted to flee. But the 100 fighter jets would not allow their escape. The battle concluded swiftly, leaving the vastness of space littered with the wreckage of pirate ships. a battlefield relic in its wake. After neutralizing the pirate fleet, all space combat personnel surrounded the transport vessel. Capacitor, deploy time accelerator, neutralize the slow effect, Zheng Yin commanded. A time accelerator was launched toward the transport ship, and after a wave of energy spread, the vessel regained its functionality. Faced with the imposing starship and the remnants of their own fleet, the crew understood their course of action. This transport ship contained 8,000 quantum energy storage units, each housing 10,000 particle-formed compressed energy bodies, representing the reclamation of 80 million human compatriots by the expeditionary force. Despite failing to extract the coordinates of other transport ships, having been struck by the slow torpedo during their jump, there was a sense of victory, albeit tempered by the knowledge that 49 transport vessels had slipped through their fingers. Subsequently, under the leadership of Liu, a warship transported the 8,000 storage cabinets back to Earth, while the captured pirates and transport vessels were dispatched to the Star Alliance base. The Earth Federation promptly began to reassign these human compatriots to new jobs and homes, as they were individuals abducted from Europe. The Federation expressed its commendation and consolation to the starship, and upon returning, the warship brought back a contingent of 2,000 elite personnel nurtured by the Earth Federation. When Liu, accompanied by the warship and a crew of new members, returned, the starship remained inactive at its position. Upon returning to the starship and organizing the new members, Liu inquired, "Captain, although my round trip was swift, dropping off the cabinets and taking on personnel without delay, it still consumed over 10 hours. Why are we still idling here? Is there a new discovery?" Zheng Yin shook his head and replied, "There are no new discoveries, but we have encountered a minor complication. Since we have been waiting for you, we might as well set off. Although we lack a target, we cannot remain stagnant indefinitely." Liu felt a sudden alarm and asked, "What minor complication?" "Oh, we can discuss it on the way. Beidou, set course for the nearest planet of the Unity faction. Chekhov, engage warp speed 5. Let us proceed cautiously." It turned out that the entire crew of the starship had fallen into a state of depression due to their inability to rescue all 4 billion humans, which allowed 49 transport vessels to escape their grasp. What began as regret had spiraled into despair. Within the brief span of a mere 10 hours, most members had succumbed to a sense of despondency, with only the energy-absorbing entities remaining unaffected. Even Zheng Yin found it difficult to muster his spirits. Liu, perceiving the situation clearly, remarked, "We have been ensnared, Captain. Have you forgotten what I previously said? When circumstances seem unusual, there is often something amiss." "Huh?" Zheng Yin exclaimed in surprise. "How could I have overlooked this? Professor Picard, conduct a thorough scan of the entire ship and report any anomalies immediately." "Liu, let us proceed to the barracks." The barracks were located near the assembly square on the 5th deck, where all landing teams, space combat units, onboard security, and logistical forces were stationed. At that moment, most were engrossed in sleep, while the few soldiers on guard duty yawned and appeared utterly fatigued. Witnessing this scene sent a shiver down the spines of both Zheng Yin and Liu. The soldiers, upon seeing their commander, displayed no trace of their usual enthusiasm. Managing only a labored salute, Zheng Yin promptly instructed Dr. Huang Wuqing to lead the medical team in conducting physical examinations for all personnel. The medical triage device revealed no abnormalities, and the source of their collective malaise remained elusive. In the scientific group, several older scientists had even dozed off during discussions, while only a handful of symbiotic researchers managed to persevere, expressing that either the host or the symbiont must be experiencing extreme despondency and unwilling to engage in work. The scientific team found no signs of anomalies. Furthermore, Chang'e's deep space quantum intelligent microprobe detected no signs of intelligent life in the surrounding space. After 7 days had elapsed, the starship had already traversed dozens of light years. The situation aboard the starship has deteriorated further. Liu and the newly arrived contingent of 2,000 have succumbed to negative emotions. Over the past few days, Liu has been lost in thought by the lakeside on the 2nd deck, ultimately drifting off to sleep at the water's edge. The 10 scientists from Zabaar star have been utterly defeated, their wings and tails drooping as they meander through the laboratory in a somnambulant haze. Earthlings, Proxima beings, Sirius blue beings, and natural star mutants are all cocooned in their blankets, deep in slumber. Fortunately, the electric entities continue to maintain the ship's internal operations. There are, however, 2 exceptional cases. One is Zheng Yin, whose consciousness is under the real-time supervision of Chang'e. Although he struggles to muster much energy, he is able to function normally. The other is Huang Wuqing, who, driven by her passion for traditional Chinese medicine, has upgraded her physiological functions through quantum consciousness manipulation, akin to the traditional practice of Qigong, reaching a genetic level enhancement. In light of recent events, she has concocted a mixed pill capable of invigorating and dispelling negativity, allowing the slumbering to regain brief moments of lucidity. After visiting the slumbering Wu Yunqi, Zheng Yin promptly made his way to the medical room. At this moment, Zheng Yin serves as Huang Yueqing's assistant, and together they diligently seek the cause of their plight. Ultimately, during a deep scan of the patient's cerebral cortex, Huang Yueqing uncovers an anomaly, a disturbance in a specific brain region. Sister Yueqing, what capability is governed by this region? Zheng Yin inquired, gazing at the three-dimensional scan. Huang Yueqing replied, this particular brain region pertains to the subconscious self-association area, specifically responsible for dreaming. Zheng Yin, puzzled, countered. How can this affect anything? Some individuals go years without dreaming, yet they remain perfectly fine. Huang Yueqing explained, all conscious beings dream. However, the quality of sleep and subconscious memory varies among individuals. Those who claim never to dream are simply forgetting their dreams upon waking. Zheng Yin continued to inquire. Does this mean that everyone's inability to dream has led to the current phenomenon? Huang Yueqing clarified. No, the issue lies in the disruption of everyone's subconscious. What used to occur only during sleep is now happening while awake, while the region becomes inactive during slumber. During subconscious self-association, a special peptide is released, relaxing the nervous system and facilitating rapid entry into deep sleep. Zheng Yin nodded. No wonder everyone is yawning throughout the day. Huang Yueqing affirmed, indeed. This is the reason for extreme drowsiness while awake and the inability to enter deep sleep due to the absence of dream stimuli, resulting in profound fatigue. Consequently, emotional lows ensue, and even the injection of adrenaline proves ineffective. Before long, we may also come to eternal slumber. Zheng Yin lamented, has sleep been lost? The more one sleeps, the more weary they become, eventually perishing in sleep. This is truly vexing. Huang Yueqing responded, while we have identified the cause, we have yet to discover a treatment. All the scientists are asleep, and I cannot remain awake for more than 2 hours. Soon, I must meditate, otherwise, if I collapse, there will be no one left to accompany my brother. Zheng Yin Dao said, Sister Yueqing, please take a break. I will inquire if Chang'e can devise a solution. Very well. I shall return in an hour. Do not tire yourself too much, Huang Yueqing responded. After she departed, Zheng Yin pondered for a moment and asked Chang'e, what is the smallest scale your scanning capabilities can achieve? Brother, I am capable of scanning at the quark level. How long would it take to conduct a quark-level scan of the entire spacecraft? 10 days. That is quite lengthy. I fear our crew may not endure. What about elevating it to the nuclear level? Zheng Yin continued to inquire. 3 days. Excellent. Chang'e, initiate a nuclear-level scan throughout the vessel, and notify me immediately upon detecting any anomalies. On the 3rd day of the scan, Chang'e identified an anomaly and successfully captured it using a high-energy shield sphere. It was a single nucleon that frequently transitioned between a proton state and a neutron state. The 3 quarks composing it exhibited spontaneous fluctuations in their electric charges, emitting faint interference waves into the surroundings. The most significant anomaly was not the uncertainty of this nucleon, but rather its manifestation of an intelligent state. Clearly, it was deliberately evading the scans of the Chang'e vessel. Had it not been for Chang'e activating the shield mesh on the deck, capturing it would have been impossible. Following Huang Yueqing's experiments, it became evident that these subtle interference waves could induce disarray within the human brain. This nucleon could effortlessly infiltrate the minds of the crew members, selectively undermining their health while sparing Zheng Yin and the electric entities. Chang'e, attempt to communicate with it, Zheng Yin commanded. A moment later, Chang'e reported, Captain, this is a remote-controlled machine, not a true intelligent entity. Communication is impossible. Its operator has severed their connection, leaving it in an unrestrained state. After a brief contemplation, Zheng Yin inquired, is the technology to manufacture and utilize such nuclear-level weaponry exclusive to third-tier galactic civilizations? Third-tier galactic civilizations possess the theoretical knowledge, yet they lack the practical application. This technology can only be fully mastered in 5-dimensional space. Understood. Annihilated. When everyone awakens, we shall continue our journey. Subsequently, Chang'e launched an antimatter particle into the shield sphere, and after a brief flash, the interference nucleon was obliterated. The electric entity inquired, Captain, have you deduced who is behind this? Zheng Yin replied with a wry smile, I'm uncertain, but I have my suspicions. Those who participated in the civilizational judgment would likely have an inkling. Wang Yuqing remarked, their intervention signifies their growing fear. Zheng Yin chuckled, indeed. Although we may not be their match, our ability to provoke such reckless actions proves they are not invincible. The electric entity suddenly realized, are you implying the unification deity? Zheng Yin scoffed, nonsense. The so-called unification deity is merely a collective of five-dimensional continua. The following morning, the crew emerged from their quarters, stretching as if awakening from a prolonged dream. Upon seeing the holographic sun and the azure sky adorned with white clouds above the deck, their spirits were instantly invigorated. Dai Lu rushed to the bridge, his pent-up energy seeking an outlet, muttering, damn it, this five-dimensional entity is playing tricks. Shouldn't we burn some incense and ask the Nuwa tribe's matriarch to vent our frustrations? Zheng Yin chuckled, calm down for a moment. If you have energy to spare, take the troops for a drill. Without concrete evidence, what grounds do we have to report this? Besides, bothering the ancestors of the Nuwa tribe over trivial matters makes us appear rather childish. And how would you even contact them? Even if you were to burn incense, a fire wouldn't facilitate communication with higher dimensional intelligences. Dai Lu replied, this is just too frustrating. Zheng Yin laughed, frustrating matters abound. Our pursuit of the pirates serves to provide an outlet for our oppressed compatriots. Dai Lu grinned, I suppose my awareness is still lacking. While your understanding seems to be on the rise, Captain. Wu Yunqi smiled, with such a heavy burden on your shoulders, it's essential to have a heightened awareness. Dai Lu jested, I wasn't aware of the immense pressure on the captain. Alas, I must admit my lack of concern for him. From now on, I ought to learn from you, to honor this bond of life and death. Wouldn't you agree, Captain? Zheng Yin replied, how fortunate I am. Wu Yunqi generously remarked. That asked the spirit. This is how an older brother should behave. At that moment, Professor Picard reported, Captain, hold off on the happiness. The radar has detected anomalies. Zheng Yin inquired urgently, what have you found? Another nuclear interference. Thankfully, Chang'e has adjusted its close-range radar to nuclear level, Professor Picard explained. Zheng Yin immediately commanded, ignore it. Annihilate it. Dai Lu chuckled, old Picard, you truly are the king of dramatic flair. What do you mean by hold off on the happiness? Happiness cannot wait. It dissipates with delay. Your grammar needs improvement. Professor Picard laughed. The challenges of the Chinese language are as vast as its allure. It seems I still need to practice diligently. This elicited hearty laughter from Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Dai Lu, and Zhao Beidu. While Picard and Chekhov on the bridge looked on in bemusement, joining in with forced chuckles. Zheng Yin then directed, Chekhov, increase warp speed to level 9. Let us hasten to the territory of the next unified faction and see if we can uncover any information on the pirates. However, 3 days from their destination, they received a primitive radio transmission. Upon translation, it became clear that it was a distress call from a backward society still in the early stages of planetary civilization. Reaching out to the cosmos for help. We implore all peaceful civilizations passing through this star region for assistance. Our kin are being plundered. We request aid from other extraterrestrial civilizations. Our coordinates are a yellow dwarf star 30,000 light-years from the center of the Milky Way, surrounded by 7 pulsars, the closest of which lies 100 light-years away. Such a primitive method of reporting coordinates, reminiscent of our Voyager 1. Should the captain take action? Dai Lu asked. Of course, we must investigate. If it is a civil war on their planet, we have no right to interfere. However, if an extraterrestrial civilization has breached regulations and is meddling from within, we must intervene. Zheng Yin promptly issued an order, adjust the coordinates and set a course toward the signal source at warp level 9, while activating stealth mode. The coordinates have been recalibrated to the yellow dwarf star from which the signal originated, with an expected arrival time of 3 hours. Upon the starship's arrival at this somewhat primitive first-tier civilization planet, it was discovered that hundreds of warships belonging to interstellar mercenary groups were anchored in its orbit, while scavenger vessels plundered the major cities on the planet. This situation incensed all members of the human expeditionary forces, as it bore a striking resemblance to the depredations of galactic pirates. Infuriating. These mercenaries lack any semblance of integrity. Zheng Yin slammed his hand down on the command chair in frustration. Yun Qi, connect me to the commander of the mercenary group. Let us hear what they have to say. Before long, the commander of the mercenary group accepted the communication, revealing none other than the insectoid Kunzi Ba. There was no longer any need for the starship to remain cloaked, as a massive starship resembling a floating city soon appeared in orbit around the planet. Upon recognizing Zheng Yin, Kunzi Ba was taken aback, but then burst into laughter. Esteemed General Zheng Yin, we meet again. First, allow me to congratulate you on the liberation of Zabaar star, making you a legendary figure within the Milky Way, and secondly, congratulations on pursuing the pirates and recovering 80 million of your compatriots. Haha. Zheng Yin retorted with indignation. Kunzi-ba, what are you doing? You better provide a satisfactory explanation, or you shall experience the effects of the neutrino disintegration cannon. No. Captain, this is a misunderstanding. Kunzi-ba hastily replied with a grin. Our mercenary group merely accepts assignments. Due to your actions against the pirates, causing them to lose 80 million energy entities, their deity is displeased, which led the pirates to commission us to replenish the energy offerings to their god. This planet, being outside the protection of the Star Alliance and the Unification cult, is a wild civilization, thus we made our move. Of course, if you are willing to offer a reward exceeding that of the pirates, we would be more than happy to withdraw. Zheng Yin inquired, what benefits have the Galactic pirates provided you? Kunzi-ba responded with a smile, the consciousness transfer technology, a rare asset possessed by only 2 or 3 super civilizations in the galaxy. With this technology, we can attain immortality. Zheng Yin replied, we are not so generous to those devoid of principles. At most, I will provide you with the full technology of the self-adaptive frequency shield. Regardless of your acceptance, you must release this primitive civilization. Kunzi-ba retorted angrily. This is not cooperation. Captain, your actions are no different from those of the pirates. Zheng Yin chuckled. There is indeed a distinction. We would never plunder the lives of lower civilizations to offer sacrifices to some malevolent deity. If you wish to engage in a debate with me, I regret to inform you that I have no time for such trivialities. The technology of the self-adaptive frequency shield has already been transmitted to your computer. Immediately release the lives you have plundered to the surface, and provide me with the flight path of the pirate transport ships. Upon our next encounter, I may consider sharing technology exceeding warp level 99 with you. Most second-tier stellar civilizations in the galaxy, along with galactic pirates and interstellar mercenary groups, possess warp technology that only reaches level 9. Only civilizations nearing the 3rd tier can master technologies surpassing warp level 9. Zheng Yinkai's conditions reached a remarkable warp speed of 99, achieving a velocity 3,053 times that of light. This extraordinary superluminal travel through distorted space represents the modus operandi of all second-tier stellar civilizations within the Milky Way. While the theoretical framework is well understood, the technological barriers remain formidable. Kunzi-ba, with a sycophantic smile, remarked, Captain, it is such a pleasure to converse with you. You are indeed a sagacious leader. However, we have expended considerable effort in capturing these energy entities, and the resistance from these primitives has been quite fierce. A mere empty promise for our departure would leave my subordinates disheartened, as they are all recent additions to my ranks, and I would find it difficult to command them thereafter. Zheng Yin responded with a smile, your power has indeed grown. The manufacturing technology for the high-strength deck materials has already been transmitted to you. When I reclaim all my compatriots next time, I shall provide you with the technology for substantial energy supply. However, during this interim, you must refrain from any further dealings with the pirates. Otherwise, the transaction will be immediately annulled. Subsequently, beams of particle transmission emanated from the starship of the interstellar mercenary group, descending to the surface, liberating millions of indigenous inhabitants. Esteemed Captain, General Zhang, the route of the pirate transport ship has been sent to you. I wish you luck and look forward to our next meeting. Farewell. Following this, the governmental organization on the planet's surface sent a request for first contact to the starship. Chapter 30. Contact with the matriarchal civilization. Zheng Yin promptly reported to the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, which then decided that since the opposing party was already aware of extraterrestrial existence, it was unnecessary to maintain secrecy. They appointed the Chang'e superstarship as the diplomatic vessel of the alliance, with Zheng Yin serving as the ambassador. The initial contact with this first-tier planetary civilization aimed to assist in reinstating societal order without interfering beyond the bounds of normal scientific development. This civilization, self-identified as the Bisque, consists entirely of individuals resembling females, akin to humans on Earth, albeit with tails. There exists no distinction of gender, nor any presence of males within their society. They possess the ability to reproduce independently but require the exchange of half of their genetic material with another individual, simultaneously nurturing 2 lives, the manner of which remains obscure. Thus, this planetary civilization is remarkably unique, embodying a quintessential matriarchal society that venerates a singular ancient mother. The leader of the Bisque is an elderly woman named Biliana, who expressed her profound gratitude for the arrival of the starship, which helped them expel the interstellar mercenary group and rescue their plundered kin, albeit without understanding the means by which it was accomplished. Zheng Yin then introduced her to the long history of conflict between the Galactic Interstellar Alliance and the Unification faction, as well as the origins of the Galactic Pirates and the Mercenaries. Biliana subsequently represented her civilization in a request to Zheng Yin, seeking to join the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. Zheng Yin readily acquiesced to their request, although it was evident that their technology remained significantly underdeveloped, resembling that of Earth in the 20th century. Moreover, this civilization, existing within a matriarchal society, has scarcely experienced warfare, thus failing to develop nuclear weaponry. The most formidable weapon on their planet is the shock cannon used for mining. The claims made by the mercenary commander Kunchaba regarding fierce resistance are utterly unfounded. They possess little to no capacity for rebellion beneath the warships of the Interstellar Mercenary Alliance. This is a truly peaceful civilization, one that has not witnessed the ravages of war. However, amidst the conflicts of the galaxy, they remain exceptionally vulnerable. If undetected by a Type 2 civilization, they may continue to evolve. Yet, once their presence is discerned, their future is confined to two paths: to join the Galactic Interstellar Alliance for protection, or to be harvested by the Unification sect. Fortunately, their distress signal was intercepted by the human expeditionary force, leading them toward the former option. After reporting all pertinent information regarding this planetary civilization to the Alliance Command, a decision was made to dispatch a team of researchers to assist in accelerating their technological advancement in accordance with the existing scientific theories of the Bisque people. 3 warships were deployed to provide coordinated defense in orbit, while the Bisque dispatched a diplomatic contingent to the Alliance. As the Chang'e starship departed, Bisque people across the globe organized a farewell ceremony. The leader, Biliana, sent forth a cohort of 50 young women to assist the human expeditionary forces, an elite selection from around the world, marking the inclusion of another civilization aboard the starship. These charming young women, in addition to their sweet appearances, possessed a unique ability, telepathy. Due to their shared matriarchal heritage and the absence of warfare, they had developed a profound affection for one another, ultimately evolving this telepathic capability. Consequently, these 50 Bisque individuals played a crucial role on the starship, serving as psychological counselors and forming a specialized division within the medical team, the psychological guidance group. They could sense the emotional fluctuations and subconscious developments of those around them, providing timely guidance to rectify any negative emotional states. During the vast journey through the cosmos, it is inevitable for individuals to encounter psychological uncertainties. For instance, during a previous incident where the starship was immobilized in a wormhole by Zhou Xiaohu, Zheng Yin's emotions spiraled out of control. As the overall commander of the starship, Zheng Yin's psychological well-being was paramount to the safety of all crew members. Thus, upon the medical team's recommendation, a dedicated psychological counselor and assistant was assigned to Zheng Yin, Alice. The lively and spirited Alice, as the captain of the Bisque Expeditionary Force, felt honored to become Zheng Yin's personal psychological advisor and assistant. Henceforth, a designated chair for her was placed beside Zheng Yin's command seat on the bridge. It wasn't long before she discerned the burgeoning romance between Wu Yunqi and Zheng Yin, and she discreetly remarked to Wu Yunqi, "The captain's subconscious is filled with thoughts of you. I cannot say for certain what it entails, but you ought to seize the moment. The young ladies aboard our starship are quite enchanted by him." Wu Yunqi replied with a smile, "Are you truly unaware, or do you simply wish to remain silent? And how dare you refer to others as young ladies when you are but a teenager yourself? Aren't you embarrassed?" Alice smiled and remarked, "The telepathic connection among our kin can only be deeply sensed during the exchange of genetic material. Under normal circumstances, we cannot perceive others as if we were watching a video. Moreover, rest assured, Sister Yin, our people hold no interest in men, as we do not distinguish in such matters." Wu Yunqi playfully retorted, "What am I worried about? Are you secretly peering into my thoughts, little girl?" Alice feigned innocence, saying, "It's unjust, Sister Yin. Even without telepathy, it's evident that you possess a strong sense of possessiveness towards the captain." Wu Yunqi laughed, "Nonsense. You must not divulge this to any other human sisters, understood? Otherwise, I shall not play with you." Alice nodded with a face full of innocence. "Of course. I will heed your words, Sister Yun. I must listen to you even before the captain." Wu Yunqi teased, "Little rascal." After departing from Bisker Planet, the starship made a direct jump along the pirates' route and pursued at warp level 99 for 5 hours. Yet no trace of the pirate transport ship was found. Professor Picard stated, "Captain, there are no signs of the pirate transport ship in the nearby star regions. It appears your suspicion was correct. The mercenary group has indeed leaked information to avoid offending the pirates. These two-faced scoundrels." Lu cursed in frustration. "It was to be expected," Zheng Yin replied calmly. At that moment, Wu Yunqi received a communication, which, when connected to the main screen, revealed a group of tall youths, aged around 17 or 18. Adorned with horns, some possessed a single horn in the center of their foreheads, while others had pairs of horns on either side, all radiating a spectrum of colors. One of them spoke, "We request that you immediately vacate our star region. We do not wish to partake in the conflicts of the Galactic Alliance or the Unification sect, nor do we desire to be disturbed. If you fail to heed our warning, we will eradicate you without hesitation." Zheng Yin promptly stood and declared, "We are the Earth-Human Expeditionary Force of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, pursuing the space pirates who have plundered our kin. We sincerely apologize for disturbing your evolution, however. There are no stars within a 50 light-year radius, and we are unaware of your location, making it impossible to avoid you." The youth on the other end responded, "You have already traversed our stellar system. I demand that you halt your flight immediately." Zheng Yin pondered for a moment, gestured to Chekhov, who promptly disabled the warp engine, bringing the starship to a standstill in space. Zheng Yin said, "We have ceased our flight. Please inform us of your desired course." The youth replied, "Return 50 light-years along your original path and adjust your trajectory by 3 degrees. "Very well, we shall retreat immediately. Farewell." Zheng Yin then commanded, "Return to 50 light-years out. We shall seek another route. Chekhov, engage warp at level 9. Soon, the starship had retreated to a distance of 50 light-years. Lu chuckled. "This feels like treading on hidden mines, quite amusing." Zheng Yin smiled, "Be grateful. It is fortunate they did not seek trouble." According to the scans from Chang'e's deep space microquantum sensor, these young beings are highly intelligent entities situated between the 4th and 5th dimensions. Their threat to erase us is not to be taken lightly. "So formidable, Captain. What is that detector you mentioned? Why isn't it on Professor Picard's control panel?" Wu Yunqi inquired with curiosity. "I forgot to mention it. The Deep Space Micro-Quantum Intelligence Detector is specifically designed to search for intelligent life in the cosmos. It was this instrument that first discovered the electric-consuming brethren on Yuan-Year star. However, only I possess the clearance to access its data," Zheng Yin explained. "Well," Lu Delu chuckled, "since we are uncertain about our destination, why not head straight to Tiong star?" Zheng Yin responded with a smile. "Even 10 superstarships would be insufficient against them. Tiong star is soon to ascend to the 3rd-tier civilization status. From their recent encounters with us, it's evident that our understanding of Chang'e is less than 30%. If we were to meet the inhabitants of Tiong star, it would be prudent to withdraw. Then let us seek a small faction aligned with the unified path," Lu Delu suggested. Zheng Yin nodded and commanded, "Set our course towards the nearest star domain of the unified path, engaging warp speed at level 99. At that moment, Wu Yunqi's communication panel received an incoming signal. When switched to the large screen, it displayed the same group of young individuals adorned with horns. Zheng Yin promptly rose and inquired, "We have returned as you requested. May I ask if there is anything further?" The leading horned youth smiled. "Why do you not inquire about our origins?" Lu Delu could not suppress a laugh. "Oh, brother. You were the one who expressed a desire for privacy. We Earthlings are not meddlesome. However, should you wish to share, we are all ears." Zheng Yin added, "My first officer speaks wisely. We hold absolute respect for other civilizations, regardless of their advancement. We neither fear nor take pride in our status. We bear the responsibility to support and protect the weak, and humbly learn from the strong. Against malevolent forces, we shall resist with unwavering resolve." The horned youth remarked, "You indeed differ from pirates, as well as from the unified path. There is a trace of the Pangu race within you. The pirates operating transport ships have been persistently pleading for technological advancements since learning of our existence. Yet upon encountering us, you exhibited courtesy and indifference. Do you not desire advanced technology?" Zheng Yin replied with a smile, "Our civilization is merely in its infancy. Overly advanced technology might bring uncontrollable calamities. We are grateful for your generosity. I've heard that the pirates sought your assistance in sharing technology. Could you reveal their location to us?" The horned youth responded, "We have cast the pirates' transport ships 10,000 light-years away. With your ship's jump technology, you could swiftly locate them. However, the location information cannot be given freely. You must offer something in return." Zheng Yin questioned, "What could our primitive civilization possibly provide that you might require?" No, you possess something, the horned youth smiled. That is your reverence for religion. Reverence for religion? Zheng Yin asked in confusion, with the others on the bridge equally bewildered. Indeed, the young man with dual horns chuckled. I desire for each of you to worship us as deities, dedicating at least 3 hours daily to meditation and prayer, in return for which we shall provide you with sanctuary. What manner of prayer? To whom shall we pray? What benefits shall we reap from this practice? The captain's inquiries were numerous. You need only to forget the gods of your own religion and devote yourselves to us. Gathering collectively to pray towards the spiritual spring each day, replied the young man. As he spoke, a 1-meter-tall stone fountain materialized on the bridge, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors that cascaded around, ultimately pooling in the basin below. This remarkable spatial transmission technology, spanning 50 light-years, was beyond even the capabilities of the Chang'e spacecraft, unveiling a stark disparity in power. However, Zheng Yin did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he calmly responded, in our human civilization, religious belief is an absolute freedom. Consequently, our pantheon is vast, yet they share a common trait. None have ever tempted us with conditions to serve them, nor have we ever encountered them. We remain unaware of your origins or intentions. If you wish for our devotion, you must reveal your identities. The young man with dual horns laughed heartily. We were once the guardians of order within the Milky Way, the beings of white light from the Chaos Star. However, we have since pursued higher aspirations and relinquished that role, concealing our own domain. Thus, you perceive this 50 light-year expanse as devoid of stars, desolate. Now, allow me to unveil our true visage. As his words lingered, a brilliant light flashed before the starship, revealing a colossal nebula spanning 50 light-years, teeming with nascent stars. The vessel suddenly sensed the immense gravitational pull of the nebula. With a mere wave of his hand, the young man made the entire nebula vanish, leaving the starship in a void where gravity had abruptly ceased. The crew on the bridge was left astounded. What level of civilization could achieve such heights? Regaining his composure, Zheng Yin inquired, what, then, is your purpose? What do you hope to gain from our worship? The being of white light replied. The quantum energy generated from a multitude of races praying simultaneously is colossal, yet it is a form of energy you currently cannot comprehend or utilize. It would be a waste to retain it rather than offering it to us. Zheng Yin responded calmly, so, you are akin to the unification god in essence. The young man of white light countered, we differ from the unification god, for we have not directly consumed you. Zheng Yin remarked with a smile. You claim to be the beings of white light, surely the founders of the former White Light Alliance of the Star Alliance. Having battled the unification faction for millions of years, only to ultimately tread a similar path, although you have not compressed us into energy forms for consumption. The essence remains the same. All forms of coercive shackles are adversaries of the Star Alliance, and we shall not yield. Should you be willing to provide us with the coordinates of the Galactic pirate transport ship, we would be most grateful. As for whether one will dedicate 3 hours daily to worship you, that is contingent upon the individual's freedom. Although I hold the position of Commander-in-Chief, I possess no authority to interfere with the crew's freedom of belief. Upon finishing his statement, Zheng Yin gestured, and Chief Engineer Montgomery Jones, already prepared, swiftly transmitted the sacred spring from the bridge into the cosmos. Evidently, the luminous beings on the other end of the screen were incensed, casting furious glances at Zheng Yin. The horned youth proclaimed, you are truly ungrateful. The Galactic pirates beseeched us, yet we disregarded them, bestowing this honor upon you instead. Your rudeness is astonishing. In the span of millions of years, you are only the second race to rebuff us. Truly, a rotten wood is hard to carve. Subsequently, an energy bubble enveloped the starship, drawing it into the concealed nebula. The crew once again beheld the vast nebula, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. A colossal voice resonated from within. Behold, 100 civilizations reside here, all in our service. In this perilous galaxy, under our protection, they live contentedly. You too can enjoy such a life. Should all of humanity serve us, we shall promptly reclaim those taken by pirates. Following this proclamation, planets inhabited by sentient beings were displayed on the grand screen, showcasing their primitive lifestyles where each city housed a massive sacred spring for millions to offer prayers. Despite their carefree existence, their daily lives revolved solely around eating, drinking, and sleeping, with prayer as their only endeavor, rendering their societies stagnant in a feudal state. After viewing these scenes, Zheng Yin furiously declared, we humans refuse to be treated as domesticated livestock. The Star Alliance does not accept such a civilization model. Every civilization has the right to evolve. By confining them to a feudal society, how does this differ from the unification sect? We will relay everything we have witnessed to the members of the Star Alliance, so they may understand the fate of their former leaders who were defeated by the Unification God. You have become followers of this deity, arrogantly wielding your advanced technology to intimidate lower civilizations. Release us at once. The voice from the ether responded, you have not experienced our evolution, thus. You lack the qualification to critique us. Our actions are intended to protect you. You pilot vessels that you cannot even control into battle against the celestial ship race. This is a path to self-destruction. If you do not encounter the celestial ship beings, you shall be preyed upon. The universe harbors countless predators, and your ships are quite delectable. Zheng Yin replied with a smile, there is no need for your concern. Since we departed the solar system, we have been prepared for such eventualities. If you cannot provide the coordinates of the pirates, kindly set us free. Since you are so obstinate, accept the divine punishment. If you wish to repent, pray with us. No sooner had the words left the adversary's lips than the starship was abruptly propelled away, causing everyone in the cabin to be violently tossed about. Unable to maintain their footing, and Zheng Yin was thrown from his command chair. After much effort, everyone finally found stability, yet the surrounding space had become remarkably alien. The starship was nearly devoid of celestial bodies, as if it were adrift in an exceedingly desolate expanse of deep space. Beidou, ascertain our location, commanded Zheng Yin. Moments later, Navigator Zhao Beidou reported, we are in the cosmic wilderness between the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy, 1,350,000 light-years from our last coordinates. This indicated that we had just traversed at a velocity approaching warp 10. Lu murmured, such astonishing speed, and yet Chang'e remains intact. They truly are impressive. Dr. Jones, please report on the status of our energy and engines, Zheng instructed. Chief Engineer Montgomery Jones responded from the engine room, Captain, all engines are functioning normally. However, the zero-point energy device has been inexplicably shut down. Chang'e, conduct a self-diagnosis to determine the cause, Zheng directed. Chang'e replied, Captain. The extraction aperture of the zero-point device is blocked, preventing the influx of high-frequency parallel universe photon energy. It was evident that the white light beings were responsible. With our current technology and personnel, it would take 30 years to rectify this malfunction. Frustrated, Zheng slammed his hand on the seat and inquired, with our current energy levels, how long until we can return to the Milky Way? Chang'e responded, the antimatter energy from conventional propulsion can only support a maximum warp level of 99, requiring 300 years to reach the outskirts of the Milky Way. Good grief, Zheng exclaimed, pacing the bridge in anger. Alice, there's no need to panic. The white light beings 1T allow us to languish for so long. They are awaiting our response, she reassured. Zheng then asked, Alice, can your telepathy reach those on the other side of the screen? Alice chuckled, not quite, but our kin possess keen observational skills. In my view, the white light beings are simultaneously furious and fearful of you Earth humans, yet they are also exceedingly covetous. Lu laughed, you know. This little girl is sharper than the experts at the police interrogation unit. She makes a valid point. Zheng pressed, from the perspective of telepathy, what distinguishes humanity from other civilizations? And why do these white light beings demand our servitude? Alice replied, since your first arrival on our planet, we sense that your subconscious energy is remarkably potent, with emotional fluctuations being notably vibrant. Upon comparing with other civilizations, I discovered that the complexity of quantum entanglement in your brains is the highest, indicating that your consciousness output is the greatest. Lu remarked, no wonder they cling to us. We attempt to leave, yet they always intercept us. Zheng declared, with such tactics, they can attempt to detain us 10 more times, yet we shall not offer tribute to this false deity. Just then, Chief Engineer Montgomery Jones abruptly reported, Captain, our dark matter energy is dissipating. Professor Picard exclaimed in alarm, Captain, we have detected an energy void approaching us, and our shield levels are diminishing. Shut down all auxiliary systems outside of life support. Retract the outer shields, set coordinates for the Milky Way, engage warp 99, and let's flee. Chapter 32. Escaping the energy predator, all personnel aboard the starship entered battle mode, and the vessel swiftly traversed several light years. Yet, the energy void relentlessly pursued them. Professor Picard analyzed the nature of the energy void. Yunchi, activate all communication channels and initiate a connection request to the void. Capacitor, prepare the weapons. Dr. Jones, report on the energy status. Dr. Jones reported, the energy depletion has become exceedingly slight, and the antimatter engine is functioning normally. However, Professor Picard was unable to derive any significant insights, merely theorizing, Captain, This energy void has consumed the greed wave. Its properties seem akin to those of a black hole. Yet it appears to selectively devour ionized energy. Its velocity has reached warp 989, only slightly slower than our own. Before long, our energy will be exhausted, and we shall be overtaken by it. At that point, I fear even the biological energy generated by our bodies will be consumed. Yunqi reported, Captain. The communication link we sent has received no response. It too has likely been devoured. Zheng Yin commanded, Capacitor, fire a slow torpedo at the energy void. Moments later, Capacitor reported, Captain, the slow torpedo has failed. Its energy vanished upon entering the void, but 1 second later, it emerged again, now reduced to mere scrap metal. It devours flesh yet spits out bones. Truly astonishing. Luda muttered in disbelief. Zheng Yin instructed, Luda, gather all off-duty personnel to the 5th deck. Disable the life support systems from the 1st to the 4th decks and minimize energy consumption on the 5th deck. Soon, the lights throughout the starship dimmed. And even the brightness on the bridge was adjusted to its lowest setting, with temperatures rapidly plummeting below freezing. The entire 5th deck entered night mode. Zheng Yin ordered, increase the warp speed by 1 level. Dr. Jones reported, Captain, our antimatter engine cannot provide such a substantial energy boost. Shutting down so many systems will only extend our escape time by another year. Zheng Yin replied, so, you mean we are merely awaiting our consumption? At that moment, a tall, horned figure of radiant white light suddenly materialized on the bridge, causing a flurry of panic as everyone hastily activated the shields on their left wrists. Luda swiftly positioned himself in front of Zheng Yin, his weapon already activated, with the phase gun set to maximum vaporization. He coldly confronted the horned figure. What do you want, you bovine fiend? The horned youth was displeased by this appellation. With a wave of his hand, Luda's phase gun immediately powered down, rendering him motionless, save for the movement of his eyes. The horned youth circled the bridge, smiling as he declared, you may call me the god of radiant light. Zheng Yin retorted, we do not recognize false deities. The god of radiant light responded, I am the leader of the radiant ones from the chaotic star. Having lived for 1,000,000 years, I have transcended the confines of conventional physical laws, and within your understanding, this is what constitutes a god. Zheng Yin remarked, we have heard of powerful demons, you are no different from them. The white light deity chuckled, stating, but I am here to rescue you. Suddenly, he waved his hand at Alice and sternly admonished, do not attempt to delve into the mind of a deity, it is an act of desecration. Alice rolled her eyes and collapsed, fortunately being caught by Wu Yunqi, who indignantly exclaimed, does a divine being truly resort to targeting a mere teenage girl? What threat does she pose to you? The white light deity surveyed the crowd, each face reflecting indignation, and with a cold smirk, he remarked, it appears you have yet to awaken. With that, he vanished into thin air. Once the white light deity had disappeared, Delu finally regained his composure, exhaling deeply. At that moment, Alice also awoke from her stupor, smiling at everyone, do not fret. It seems the white light deity is filled with worry and fear, compared to us. They are the ones truly cornered. Delu responded with a laugh, really? This is promising news. Alice, please elaborate on what transpired. Alice replied with a grin. I just attempted to sense his consciousness. He was unprepared for my telepathic intrusion. Although he promptly expelled me from his thoughts, I was able to discern his emotions. It appears they are ensnared by a more formidable adversary, with no chance of victory, leaving them anxious and fearful, yet they possess a yearning dependence on humanity. Zheng Yin interjected, Delu, can you deduce what this means? After a moment of contemplation, Delu answered, without direct evidence, all conjectures are mere speculations. And such speculations can sometimes obscure the truth. Zheng Yin urged, then proceed with caution. Delu continued, you previously mentioned that Chang'e detected them as an intelligent entity situated between the 4-dimensional universe and the 5-dimensional space. Therefore, only an intelligence beyond 5-dimensional space could confine them. Zheng Yin nodded, considering their prolonged conflict with the Unification sect. The Unification deity of the 5-dimensional continuum indeed seems the most suspect. Wu Yunqi inquired. But why are they so intent on pursuing us? Professor Picard speculated, could it be due to the Neolithic Nuwa clan that created us, existing in a higher dimension? Delu replied, these remain mere conjectures. We must refrain from subjective assumptions. However, it is certain that this formidable entity will reappear. Zheng Yin chuckled, all right, Delu. Refrain from assigning nicknames to everyone. Next time the white light deity appears, let us have a proper dialogue. Subsequently, Zheng Yin commanded the cessation of combat readiness while maintaining a state of vigilance, as the starship continued its escape from the galaxy at warp level 99. 7 days later, despite having increased the distance from the energy void, it relentlessly pursued the starship. A new solution was imperative. Zheng Yin ordered the launch of 100 slow torpedoes to create a lateral detonation, intending to decelerate the space around them in hopes of obstructing the void. After issuing the command, the starship promptly released 100 slow torpedoes, which aligned to form a transverse cross-section. Upon detonation, they created a massive barrier akin to glass, causing a temporal delay in the space behind the starship. The scientific team meticulously documented the energy void's response, and as anticipated, upon traversing the time-slowed cross-section, the void's speed diminished to warp level 1, equivalent to the speed of light. As the crew prepared to cheer, the energy void had already traversed the cross-section, resuming its pursuit velocity of warp level 989. Capacitor, continue launching the slow torpedoes, commanded Zheng Yin. Once again, 100 slow torpedoes detonated behind the starship. However, this time the energy void showed no sign of deceleration. It had evidently adapted to the effects of the slow torpedoes. Capacitor, deploy time stasis particles into the space behind the starship to freeze it. A cascade of luminous particles was released, swiftly coalescing into a gel-like space. The energy void collided headlong into this viscous realm. It came to a standstill. Have we succeeded? Inquired Wu Yunqi. No, the gel-like space is shrinking. All forms of energy are the prey of the void, Picard replied slowly. Zheng Yin closed his eyes, seated in the command chair, contemplating for a moment. He then rose and directed, Professor Picard, construct a three-dimensional model of the energy void and project it onto the holographic platform for simulation. Summon the top scientists from the Five-Star Alliance to the bridge. We cannot wait for the white light beings from the Chaos Star to rescue us. Subsequently, the Proxima inhabitants, Sirius blue beings, natural star mutators, and Zabaar symbiotes each designated their most knowledgeable scientists to join Professor Picard, forming the most formidable intellect aboard the starship. After simulating the energy void's interaction with temporal weaponry, a Zabaar named Westa remarked, Captain, it is evident that the energy void has not merely adapted to the slow torpedoes and stasis particles, it has absorbed the energy from both weapons. The blue being added. Clearly, after devouring the weapon's energy, its speed has increased. A natural star mutator proposed, if we could extract its energy, theoretically we could diminish its velocity. The Proxima inhabitant queried, shall we use an energy absorption shield to collide with it? Zheng Yin smiled. We are not at that juncture yet, but I have another idea. Capacitor, how many black hole torpedoes do we currently possess? The capacitor reported, due to the cessation of the zero-point energy absorption device, we cannot produce new torpedoes. We only have 300 in our previous stock. Zheng Yin immediately commanded, concentrate those 300 black hole torpedoes and detonate them behind the starship. Following a blinding flash of radiant energy, a miniature black hole was generated. Although the black hole created by the 300 torpedoes could not compare to the colossal black hole at the center of the galaxy, it was capable of consuming a small-mass planet. The energy void, traveling at great speed, collided with the newly formed black hole almost instantaneously. Both entities possessed tremendous absorptive power and quickly became entangled, releasing a torrent of rays from the energy void, all of which were consumed by the black hole. The energy void, now devoid of propulsion, spiraled rapidly around the black hole before erupting in a violent explosion, releasing energy sufficient to obliterate a planet. Yet all of it was swallowed by the black hole. Moments later, jubilant cheers erupted aboard the starship, though a return to the galaxy remained a distant prospect. The immediate peril had finally been averted. The starship had already traversed several dozen light years, and the crew in the bridge breathed a collective sigh of relief. At that moment, the youth who claimed to be the god of white light reappeared on the bridge. Well, I did not expect you to have dealt with the energy predators. However, you have slain their offspring. Will their parents acquiesce to this? The god of white light gestured outside, and immediately, two larger energy voids manifested on Professor Picard's radar. Positioned perilously close to the starship, the energy within the antimatter engine plummeted rapidly, and the 1,000 electric entities shrank to mere centimeters, rendering the weaponry room inoperable. Zheng Yin, filled with indignation, declared, we shall not yield to your threats. There is no need for such torment. You may kill us now, but compel us to worship you. This false deity? Dream on. Chapter 33. The ruins of a prehistoric battlefield. The god of white light remained silent, seemingly awaiting the arrival of something. Half an hour later, the life support system on the 5th deck of the starship ceased functioning, and the backup energy from the antimatter engine was depleted. The crew could barely survive by activating their personal shields. 20 hours later, the individual shields also failed due to exhaustion of power, and all members faced the brink of death. At this juncture, the god of white light shouted into the void, "Will you not care at all? Your indifference is more cruel than the convergence of the 5 dimensions. If this is to be the fate of all civilizations, let them experience it sooner." Zheng Yin's consciousness began to fade due to oxygen deprivation. In a daze, he felt as though he had returned to his mother's embrace, warm and blissful. He thought, "Is this death? Father, mother, I am coming." Yet, a faint voice belonging to Chang'e interjected, "Brother, we are saved." In an instant, a blinding light enveloped them. The starship's primary zero-point energy extraction device returned to normalcy, and the life support system on the 5th deck was reactivated. A warm and refreshing air roused everyone from their stupor. The presence of the god of white light had vanished from the bridge. Zheng Yin hurriedly assisted the unconscious Wu Yunqi to her feet, while Lu helped Alice into a chair. The electric entities revived with the renewed flow of energy, restoring their vitality. The 2 enormous energy voids outside the starship also dissipated. Zheng Yin took a moment to collect himself and inquired of Chang'e, "What just transpired?" Chang'e replied, "It seems a greater surge of energy materialized, akin to what occurred when you faced the Judgment Civilization." Subsequently, the god of white light fell to the ground in supplication. Appearing quite satisfied, he gestured around, and my zero-point extraction device returned to normal, along with the disappearance of the external energy voids. Zheng Yin smiled. "We felt it too. Who would have thought she would save us once more?" Lu, shedding his cotton coat, laughed. "With this precedent, it may not bode well. Who knows what other super civilizations might attempt to abduct us? It appears the variables in this universe are far too abundant. Why, if our ancestors have cared for us so, couldn't they simply transport us to a higher dimensional space?" Zheng Yin chuckled. "Lu, why don't you hurry to the 2nd deck and check on the fish in your lake instead of rambling here?" Upon hearing this, Lu exclaimed, "Oh no. Forget about that. Come on, Professor Picard, let us venture to the lake." With that, he seized Professor Picard and dashed towards the 2nd deck. At this moment, the starship's 5 decks had returned to normal operations. Previously, to conserve energy, the lower 4 decks had been entirely shut down, and the life support systems on the 5th deck had been set to the minimum, leaving everyone to endure temperatures plunging to -10 degrees for several days. Now, as normalcy resumed, the crew shed their heavy winter garments. At this juncture, Lu reported, "Hey, all is well. The lake's surface has frozen and is now thawing. There is oxygen in the water, and the fish and shrimp are in hibernation." Zheng Yin smiled and said, "Let us go home. Activate the jump engine." Coordinates set for the Milky Way. Zhao Beidu added, "The coordinates at the edge of the Milky Way have been established, with a distance of 1,200,000 light-years, and we anticipate arrival in 17 minutes. Wait." Zheng Yin exhaled deeply. "We cannot afford any more mishaps. The jump distance is too vast, and remaining in the wormhole for 17 minutes is perilous. Let us perform phase jumps, each covering a distance of 10,000 light-years." Zhao Beidu reported, "Understood, Captain. The coordinates for a jump 10,000 light-years along a direct line to the Milky Way have been set, with an expected arrival in 10 seconds. Chekhov announced, "The jump engine is activated. We have entered the wormhole." The prompt from Chang'e echoed once more. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The starship emerged smoothly from the wormhole, poised for the next jump, when Professor Picard interjected, "Captain, a red dwarf star has been detected nearby, along with evidence of advanced civilization, in the cosmic wilderness between the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy." The existence of a red dwarf star was indeed extraordinary. It is essential to note that red dwarfs are the least massive type of stellar body, typically found in the arms of galaxies or nebulae. They possess a mass ranging from 7 to 50% of that of our Sun, resulting in their exceedingly low luminosity and slow nuclear fusion processes, granting them lifespans vastly exceeding that of yellow dwarfs like our Sun, often lasting trillions of years before exhausting their energy. Orbiting this red dwarf star is a planet hosting a remarkably advanced civilization, which has constructed an almost entirely enclosed Dyson sphere around the star, obscuring over 90% of its light. Without the starship's gravitational sensors, their existence might have remained undetected. Such phenomena are inconceivable within the Milky Way. It is not that these secondary civilizations lack the technological prowess, but rather that the time and resources required are prohibitively extensive. Enveloping a star necessitates the combined might of an entire planet, a venture taking over a millennium, consuming materials of a magnitude that could rival or exceed that of an equivalent-sized planet. Continuous warfare among civilizations within the Milky Way has precluded any opportunity or necessity for the establishment of a Dyson sphere. The isolated location of this civilization has shielded them from the strife of neighboring societies, granting them the time to undertake such a monumental endeavor. Zheng Yin remarked. The Star Alliance database lacks records of this region. Since we have encountered it, let us pay a visit. Yunqi, extend our greetings. Soon, the communication was received, and a connection was established with the starship. Before them stood a group of tall, peculiar beings, each possessing 3 eyes and 4 arms, with elongated ears prominently raised. Zheng Yin rose, smiling, and said, Greetings. I am Captain Zheng Yin of this starship. We are Earthlings from the Galactic Star Alliance and advocates of peace. Having ventured beyond our stellar system in search of our compatriots abducted by galactic pirates. By happenstance, we have discovered you here. Allow me to extend my sincere greetings on behalf of all the crew members aboard. The individuals on the opposite side exchanged glances, nodding and smiling. One among them chuckled. I am the leader of this planet, Emperor Geo. We, too, are a civilization born within the Milky Way, the Kruloans, and thus quickly comprehend your language. We are the expeditionary force tasked with safeguarding the safety of the galaxy. 500 million years ago, a war erupted between the civilizations of the Milky Way and the silicon-based life forms of Andromeda. We have been guarding the battlefield ever since. And you are the first civilization to pass through here since that great conflict. If you are willing, we warmly welcome you to visit our planet. Zheng Yin immediately responded with a smile. Thank you for your gracious invitation. Exploring the unknown cosmos and discovering new civilizations is the very essence of the Star Alliance. We are eager to visit your civilization. Emperor Geo replied with a smile. The orbital space station has been opened to you. We shall meet shortly. Captain, are we truly going? Daliu expressed his concern. Zheng Yin reassured him. What is there to worry about? We currently lack knowledge of the pirates' transport vessel's location and our next destination. Let fate guide us. Since destiny has brought us to this peculiar race, let us pay them a visit. Furthermore, they are quite courteous, and with Alice accompanying us, what fear is there of falling into a trap? Alice chimed in with a smile. Captain, rest assured, the individual known as Emperor Geo did not speak falsely. His linguistic logic and body language indicate the truth of his words. Zheng Yin replied with a grin. Whether true or not is beside the point. That was 500 million years ago. The Star Alliance does not possess records that span such ancient civilizations. Let us proceed. Check off. Engage warp speed level 2. 1 hour later, the Chang'e superstarship hovered in orbit around the planet. All crew members were astounded by the sight before them. This planet could not strictly be termed a planet, for it was a colossal accumulation of warships. The immense warships, constructed from heavy elemental materials, had coalesced into a mechanical planet due to their self-gravity. The space station was also a massive starship, comparable in size to the Chang'e, albeit with a different exterior. The planet's surface lacked an atmosphere, and its inhabitants resided within cabins that extended approximately 10 kilometers below the surface, forming an underground mechanical city composed of layers of warships, which served as the venue for the activities of the planet's populace. Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Luda, and Rick formed a delegation of 5, embarking on a shuttle to enter the orbital space station. The 9th monarch personally welcomed them, accompanied by members of the council, and invited them to the surface of the mechanical planet. Alice indicated that the hosts exhibited neither concealment nor violent emotions. Rather, they appeared to be in a predicament. Upon reaching the surface, the 5 were met with a colossal underground battleship city, inhabited by 100 million beings of similar appearance. After learning about their history, the entire crew of the starship understood that 5 billion years ago, a cataclysmic conflict erupted between the carbon-based life forms of the Milky Way and the silicon-based life forms of the Andromeda Galaxy, involving all secondary stellar civilizations of both galaxies. The instigator of this war was the Unification sect, which, after depleting the primary forces of both galaxies, gradually ascended to power. The present-day Klu-Ru civilization is a secondary civilization that participated in the conflict alongside the tertiary civilizations and has remained here ever since. Initially, they were tasked with guarding the silicon-based life forms within a red dwarf star, which had once imprisoned 10,000 starships of silicon-based beings, all of whom belonged to the tertiary civilizations. After being trapped for 100,000 years, the silicon-based life forms ascended to the 5th-dimensional space, uncovering the insidious plot of the 5-dimensional unification continuum, and transmitted this knowledge back to their counterparts on the mechanical planet. However, they were incapable of returning to the Milky Way, condemned to live in solitude within this battlefield relic. The war resulted in the annihilation of all secondary and tertiary civilizations within the Milky Way, leading to the formation of a vortex nebula comprised of billions of starships, which ultimately collapsed into a red dwarf star. Presently, the civilizations of the Milky Way have undergone a rebirth. Chapter 34. The Generous Clone Civilization. After hearing the ninth monarch's introduction, Zheng Yin and his companions were profoundly astonished, realizing that this red dwarf was indeed a remnant of the battlefield. Zheng Yin subsequently inquired how many generations had passed and why they had not ventured back to the Milky Way. The ninth monarch chuckled, stating, "We were all participants in that bygone conflict. Returning to the Milky Way would mean facing solitude, for that era is no longer ours. It is better to remain here." Zheng Yin exclaimed in disbelief. "What? You were participants in the Galactic War? How is that possible? 5 billion years is ample time for a civilization to cycle. How could you possibly endure such longevity? Are your bodies mechanical?" The ninth monarch replied with a smile, "We are living beings with cells, not mere mechanical entities harboring transplanted consciousness. Yet, our bodies have severely degenerated, rendering us incapable of normal existence. Hence we reside within these bionic machines." It became apparent that the forms they presented were in fact bionic mechanical armor, concealing their true selves within. As the ninth monarch concluded, he pressed a button on his arm, causing a fissure to appear at his chest, revealing his true visage, a diminutive, degenerated being, barely 20 centimeters in height, with limbs as slender as chopsticks and feet completely regressed, leaving only a large head with tightly shut, diminished eyes. At the back of his head, there were a multitude of neural conduits connecting him to the towering, magnificent bionic machine. Zheng Yin stood in awe at the sight before him and curiously inquired, "With your advanced technology and the accumulation of 500 million years, how have you found yourselves in this predicament?" After securing the bionic armor, the ninth sovereign replied, "Our survival hinges on our cloning technology." "Cloning?" Wu Yunqi asked, intrigued. "Are you all clones?" "Indeed," the ninth sovereign chuckled, though, to be precise, it is not entirely accurate. "As our original bodies age and approach death, we transfer our consciousness and memories into newly cloned bodies. However, after 500 million years of relentless cloning, our cellular telomeres have suffered significant damage, leading to the relentless degeneration of our physical forms. After numerous transfers of consciousness, our new bodies will become incapable of sustaining life, heralding the complete extinction of our civilization." Alice remarked, "No wonder your people are enveloped in sorrow." "Yes," the ninth sovereign continued, "we seek new genetic infusions. Yet no other civilizations traverse this region due to the scarcity of resources. Our technology remains stagnant at its former level, rendering us incapable of constructing new interstellar vessels. Thus we await the inevitable arrival of death. However, we no longer fear death. In fact, we welcome it, for after 500 million years, existence resembles little more than imprisonment." Zheng Yin offered, "If you require assistance, we can provide genetic samples to help mitigate your genetic deficiencies." The ninth sovereign responded, "Our race is currently divided into two factions. One anticipates death, while the other seeks solutions. Your arrival has kindled a new flame within our civilization, and we are grateful for your assistance. What type of genes do you need? Would you also clone us?" Zheng Yin inquired. The ninth sovereign replied, "No. Such an act would infringe upon human rights and is deemed unethical. Our civilization's laws explicitly forbid such behavior. You need only provide a small sample of skin tissue from each individual. We will back up the new genes and integrate them into our new clones. In a matter of centuries, our people will experience a resurgence." Finally, the ninth sovereign added, "As a token of our gratitude, we shall transmit the technological advancements of the Milky Way from 500 million years ago to you, including those from the third-tier civilizations that we have yet to harness. Every carbon-based life form aboard the starship contributed genetic specimens to this cloning civilization, except for the symbiotic Zabaar worms within their bodies, which they feared might evolve consciousness and usurp control. Upon reviewing the scientific theories shared by the cloning civilization, the scientific team discovered that their scientific understanding had far surpassed that of the third-tier galactic civilizations, hindered only by energy constraints that prevented practical application. Among the most captivating findings was a scientific theory from a former third-tier galactic civilization concerning precise long-distance teleportation technology. This technique ingeniously combined wormholes and particle transmission to achieve rapid transportation between points separated by hundreds of light years, essentially falling within the realm of interstellar teleportation technology. Zheng Yin promptly prioritized this technology as a focal point for research and established a specialized scientific team within the Five-Star Alliance. In this red dwarf star system, there exists but a solitary mechanical planet situated at the periphery of the galaxy, a staggering 1 million light-years away. The crew of the starship ultimately visited the subterranean battleship city, immersing themselves in an unfamiliar civilization. The Ninth Sovereign proposed to Zheng Yin, "If you are uncertain where to pursue the galactic pirates, why not visit their base directly? There must be connections among the various bases. The Milky Way is but a speck of dust in the cosmos, and searching for a fleet of pirate transport ships within it is akin to locating an unmarked atom in the vast ocean, an insurmountable task, without a clue." Even if the pirate transport ships remained stationary, the expeditionary force led by Zheng Yin would be unable to find them in their lifetime. The universe is far too vast, and the few transport ships are minuscule in comparison. Zheng Yin replied, "That is indeed our intention. Once we return to the Milky Way, we shall head straight to the nearest pirate base." The Ninth Sovereign remarked, "Although your starship technology is highly advanced, contending with an entire base of pirates may prove to be a formidable challenge. They may have already developed shields capable of resisting neutrino fragmentation cannons. Our civilization has long since distanced itself from warfare, and we possess a fleet of idle battleships on our planet. Why not take them with you?" Zheng Yin chuckled. "We would be immensely satisfied to receive your theoretical insights. How could we dare to take your battleships?" The Ninth Sovereign laughed. "These are no ordinary battleships. They house 1,000 of our liberal kin, who have long yearned to return to the Milky Way. Ultimately, they transferred their consciousness into the ships, evolving over millions of years, and their forms have transformed into a new race, which we call the battleship people. However, their flight back to the Milky Way would deplete half of the energy of our red dwarf star, potentially leading to the extinction of our entire race. In the end, they relinquished their desire to return to the Milky Way and collectively entered a state of dormancy, awaiting an opportunity. Now that you have arrived, I wish to awaken them and allow them to accompany you back to the Milky Way." Zheng Yin, astonished, exclaimed, "Is that truly the case? Can a cosmic battleship, being a mechanical entity, also undergo evolution?" The Ninth Sovereign smiled. "Evolution is omnipresent." At last, the officials from Zheng Yin's command group boarded the shuttle and arrived at the resting place of the battleship people. Before them lay an immense mechanical plain, where 1,000 battleships were meticulously arranged. Each measured 500 meters in length, 300 meters in width, and over 200 meters in height, comparable in size to the 2 frigates carried by the Chang'e spacecraft. However, their forms were remarkably unique. The material of their hulls had transformed into organic matter, and the cabins had evolved distinct organ systems, rendering them incapable of carrying human passengers. Their appearance resembled that of the Cthulhu, and from a distance, they appeared as 1,000 giants sprawled across the planet's surface. The Ninth Sovereign emitted a signal to awaken them, relaying all that had transpired. Soon, the eyes of each giant flickered to life, emanating various hues of light. A video signal was connected to the shuttle, revealing a young Cthulhu on the other end, who first bowed to the Ninth Sovereign and said, "Esteemed leader, it brings me great joy to see you once more." Subsequently, he bowed to Zheng Yin and said, "I am the commander of the Starburst fleet. Having slumbered for 10 million years, we never anticipated the arrival of a true liberator. Please guide us back to the Milky Way. We shall adhere to your command, and you shall be our leader henceforth." Zheng Yin smiled and replied, "The Galactic Interstellar Alliance warmly welcomes your inclusion. Even upon your return to the Milky Way, you shall retain your freedom. No one will compel you to engage in battle, as long as you refrain from plundering or interfering with lesser civilizations." The Starburst fleet continued. "From the message delivered by the Ninth Emperor, we have learned of your conflict with the Unification sect, an insidious organization responsible for the demise of the last dual-star civilization. The Milky Way and Andromeda galaxies have been driven back to a primitive state due to their actions. Our civilization has languished here for 500 million years, a plight caused by them. Now that we have returned to the Milky Way, we cannot stand idly by while they obliterate the civilizations of entire star systems. Please command us freely, Captain." All the expedition forces aboard the starship erupted into jubilant cheers upon witnessing this live broadcast. The 1,000 warships soared into space, undergoing energy modifications by the Chang'e vessel. They were equipped with compact zero-point energy extraction devices, each merely 30 centimeters tall, minuscule compared to the starship's 100-meter apparatus, but sufficient for spatial jumps and conserving significant space. Henceforth, these starships were liberated from their energy shortages, promptly showcasing their remarkable combat capabilities. Their vessels were crafted amidst the wars of two colossal galaxies, amalgamating the cutting-edge technology of the previous civilization of the Milky Way. This 1,000-strong fleet was integrated into Zheng Yin's space task force, with the Starburst fleet appointed as squad leader. During this period, the starship replenished its torpedoes. After 3 days of visits, the Chang'e superstarship, accompanied by the 1,000 warships of the Kraluru civilization, set its course back to the Milky Way. After 119 jumps, this grand fleet returned. Professor Picard, having gathered intelligence on the nearest pirate base, projected it onto the holographic platform. "Aye, Captain." A massive three-dimensional projection of a space station materialized on the holographic display. Professor Picard elaborated, "This pirate base lies 8,000 light-years away, positioned on the Sagittarius arm of the Milky Way, and exists purely as a space station. It surpasses the size of the pirate base near Zabaar star, exhibiting a phenomenon of rotation. Surrounding it are 30 Sentinel space stations, creating a formidable defense. The base harbors at least 5,000 pirate warships year-round. Yet specific details regarding its defensive weaponry are absent from our Alliance's database." Zheng Yin promptly commanded, "All fleets, activate stealth mode and assemble 1 light-year from this base." Chapter 35. Striking the pirates 10 seconds later, a colossal starship fleet appeared on the Sagittarius arm, concealed in stealth mode. Once they had adjusted their attack formation, they surged forward at warp speed level 3, launching a lightning strike on the pirate base. Zheng Yin once again seated himself within the control chamber of the Yinglong mech. 100 fighter jets, 100 space mechs, 10 destroyers, 2 frigates, and 10,000 electric devourers were all fully prepared for deployment. The strategic operation plan was a lightning strike, as there were no members of the Star Alliance within a 500 light-year radius of this star domain, rendering the occupation of this base unnecessary. The primary objective was to swiftly obliterate the pirate base and capture the fleeing officers' vessels. 5 minutes later, the fleet of starships suddenly materialized beside the pirate base, unleashing a barrage of 100,000 Mosquito-class jamming missiles into the stronghold. The pirates were taken completely by surprise. They had never anticipated that the Star Alliance would launch an assault from behind the territory of the Unification faction. Many of their warships were docked for respite, with not a single crew member on duty. Soon, over a third of their fleet was annihilated by the Mosquito missiles. Yet nearly 4,000 warships quickly transitioned into combat mode, hurtling towards the starship formation. The 10,000 electric devourers led the charge, absorbing the majority of the energy from the pirate ship's weaponry. Eventually, they encircled the pirate vessels, entangling their shields. It wasn't until the pirates depleted their shields that they devised a method to retaliate, launching gravitational torpedoes. However, by that time, the electric devourers were well fed and had reached sublight speeds, evading all incoming fire. 1,000 Krula warships swiftly dismantled 30 Sentinel space stations, employing high-energy beams capable of penetrating shields with ease. The Chang'e superstarship unleashed refracted light upon the enemy fleet, incapacitating their systems before the space forces aboard the starship engaged, sweeping through the 4,000 pirate combat vessels present. Simultaneously, the Chang'e launched a black hole torpedo at the pirate base. Moments later, the entire base collapsed, rapidly condensing into a mass of high-quality material. Only one escape pod emerged, which was firmly grasped by the Yinglong mech piloted by Zheng Yin, rendering it immobile. Subsequently, a wave of energy radiated outward, obliterating the base entirely. As the fleet retreated beyond the reach of its immense gravitational pull, watching as pirate warships fell into the black hole. Once the surrounding wreckage was consumed by the black hole, Zheng Yin commanded, "Capacitor, launch the antimatter torpedo to evaporate this black hole." After a brilliant flash, the miniature black hole dissipated, leaving behind a swirling cloud of dust and space. Zheng Yin then ordered, "All units regroup, activate stealth mode, and vacate this battlefield. We must check on the transport vessels." In the interrogation room aboard the starship, Lu and Rick coldly scrutinized the 3 pirate leaders before them, an insectoid, a celestial voyager, and an unfamiliar aquatic being. Technically speaking, the aquatic entity could not be classified as a human. It was a mechanical body supporting a large tank filled with a gelatinous substance, with a communication translator affixed to its computer. Zheng Yin couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "This gelatinous mass truly challenges my understanding. I wonder how they evolved to develop civilization." The 3 pirate leaders, evidently accustomed to reverence, now find themselves ill at ease in their current predicament as prisoners. They remained silent during the interrogation conducted by Lu and Rick. Fortunately, their escape vessel is equipped with the entire database of their base, revealing through information analysis that all the plundered low civilization species are ultimately transported to the destination, the celestial ship star in the Perseus arm. Indeed, the inhabitants of the celestial ship star serve as the leaders of the entire unification cult, and their technology is advancing into a third-stage civilization. The only energy altar dedicated to the consumption of the unification deity within the galaxy is established on the planet of the celestial ship star's inhabitants. However, the current location of the transport vessel remains unknown. Lu and Rick are not seeking information about the pirate transport ship from them, but are instead inquiring about the other 7 existing pirate bases. The expeditionary forces have already formulated a basic offensive strategy to systematically eliminate the pirates. After all, the transport vessel has yet to reach the celestial ship star, providing ample opportunity to search during this interim. Should the pirate transport ship arrive at the celestial ship star, the expeditionary forces would have no choice but to leap across and fight desperately. The next target is similarly located on a pirate base in the Sagittarius arm, situated 5,000 light-years away from the starship. This base is on a solid planet within a binary star system and is one of the origins of the galaxy's piracy. The home of the insectoid people, the oxygen-rich star. As the name suggests, this planet boasts an atmospheric oxygen concentration of 30%, with a humid climate and elevated temperatures, allowing arthropods to evolve their own civilization. The civilization here still adheres to a duchess system, with all outgoing pirates and mercenary groups bound by an insect queen. Although the queen's power has gradually diminished, her status has never been overthrown. This planet is home to tens of thousands of ships, belonging to both galactic pirates and interstellar mercenary groups. The pirate base is situated on an isolated continent of the planet. After reviewing the data, Zheng Yin cannot help but recall the mercenary group commander, Kunshiba. Lu murmured, "This bone is tough to chew. We might end up losing a few teeth." Zheng Yin laughed. "Of course, we cannot gnaw at it recklessly, especially since there are numerous civilians and mercenary groups on this planet. We cannot generalize them with the pirates." Rick remarked, "Captain, the data indicates that the Queen's power is diminishing. I doubt any leader would relish the idea of losing authority." "Indeed, you are correct," Zheng Yin replied. "To understand what has transpired here, we must conduct an on-site investigation. Perhaps we can find a point of entry." Following a tactical discussion, it was ultimately decided that the starship fleet would jump to a space 1 light-year away from the oxygen-rich star, cloaked from detection, and then use long-distance spatial transmission to send the reconnaissance team to the Queen's palace on the planet's surface. The exploration team consists of Zheng Yin, Wei Yunqi, Alice, Lu, and Rick. 10 seconds later, the starship fleet arrived at this binary star system. The 5 reconnaissance personnel are now prepared, donned in the insect disguises freshly manufactured by Chang'e. After undergoing training in their movements, they now resemble the insectoid beings quite closely. The objective of this reconnaissance mission concerning the Zerg Queen was distinctly defined: a diplomatic engagement. Should the Queen establish contact with the pirate transport vessels to ascertain their routes, it would be an advantageous outcome. Conversely, if the Queen exhibited hostility and communication proved impossible, the 5 individuals would be promptly teleported back to the starship, and a targeted strike would be executed against the pirate base before a swift withdrawal. Subsequently, this unique diplomatic team made its appearance within the confines of the Queen's palace. The atmosphere was notably serene, with scarcely any patrolling guards, allowing Zheng Yin and his companions to effortlessly locate the Queen's private chamber. At that moment, Alice remarked, "Captain, I sense a profound trepidation emanating from this room, and it is the only emotion present within the palace." Zheng Yin inquired, "The only emotion? What do you mean? Are you suggesting it is solely the Queen?" Alice affirmed, "Indeed, the entire palace is devoid of life. Only this chamber harbors an individual, and she is steeped in fear, lacking the commanding presence one would expect of a queen." Lu chuckled. "This is akin to the last emperor held captive. Surviving is a feat in itself. What need is there for an aura?" The 5 then opened the door and entered the royal chamber, which was vast and frigid. Inside sat a slightly larger insectoid figure before a screen, feebly nodding to the bowing civilians displayed on it. Upon noticing Zheng Yin and his companions, she was taken aback, promptly shutting off the screen and prostrating herself before them, pleading, "I have complied with your demands. Please do not kill me." Zheng Yin, bewildered, responded, "We have no intention of harming you without cause. Are you truly the queen of this planet?" The insectoid, astonished, tilted her head and emitted a series of rustling sounds before exclaiming, "So you are not insectoids. Who are you? Speak quickly, or I shall summon the guards." Lu retorted with a grin. And have those guards come to slay you? We can depart at will. Once they enter your chamber, we will have already been teleported away. Zheng Yin clarified. We are indeed not insectoids, nor do we come to slay you. Our compatriots have been abducted by pirates, and we seek the Zerg Queen's assistance in contacting the transport vessels, as most of the pirate commanders are insectoids. Only then did the insectoid relax, collapsing to the ground as she addressed Zheng Yin and his party. You have come to the wrong place. The Queen has been exiled to the Outer Rim by the rebellious pirates. I am merely her attendant, coerced by the pirates to masquerade as the Queen in order to placate the populace. Even the Mercenary group is unaware of this situation. Zheng Yin questioned. Why do you not report this to the mercenaries? The insectoid replied, I am utterly unable to leave. The video connections are all configured by the pirates. My appearance has been altered to resemble the Queen for 30 years. Even if the genuine Queen were brought to the mercenaries, they would not believe it. They would perceive it as a conspiracy. The entire insectoid population believes that the true Queen has never left the palace and is indifferent to the planet's affairs, making her the laziest queen in history. The pirates have executed their plans with great subtlety, exploiting the innate reverence the insectoids hold for the Queen. No one would suspect that she has been exiled. Only by stealthily restoring the Queen can we gradually reclaim the rights from the pirates. Currently, authority has shifted entirely into the hands of the pirates, leaving the mercenary group devoid of even the most basic rights. Zheng Yin inquired further, so, does this mean you cannot contact anyone proactively? The insectoid lamented, indeed, I am but a puppet, stripped of even the fundamental rights of a puppet. For 30 years, I have not stepped outside the palace. The true Queen has been exiled to the fringe planet of the Unification sex criminals. If you wish to find her, you must hurry. I hope you can bring her back to liberate me from this cage of existence. With that, she returned to her screen, resuming her monotonous nodding at the worshippers outside. Observing this marionette, Zheng Yin and his companions were left speechless. It was a stagnant pool, devoid of any vitality. With a sigh, Zheng Yin proposed, let us return. Visiting the fringe planet may reveal that the enemy of our enemy could indeed be a friend. Chapter 36. The Sinful Planet. Upon returning to the starship, Zheng Yin immediately instructed Professor Picard to search for the fringe planet of the Unification sect. Located at the edge of the galaxy, this desolate region comprises an ecological system centered around a white dwarf star, with the first planet, the fringe planet, rotating around it. This is the place where the Unification sect exiles their most hardened criminals, and turmoil is a constant presence on this planet. Those who manage to survive here for over a year are either ruthless tyrants or exceptionally skilled individuals. Thus, the quest for the Insectoid Queen is undeniably a formidable challenge. The fleet of starships cloaked themselves in high-altitude orbit. The exploration team, consisting of Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Luda, Rick, and Huang Yueqing, was teleported to a secluded alley. This city, built upon a swamp, is characterized by its harsh environment, replete with foul odors and blood-sucking insects. The decision to avoid landing in the desert city was made with the understanding that the Insectoid Queen, being an insectoid herself, would better adapt to the swampy surroundings. Here, there are no laws, nor is there a government. The Unification sect provides no resources to the exiled criminals, who survive solely by the law of the jungle. From the data retrieved from the Chang'e spacecraft, it was learned that this city, known as Black Mud, is governed by a gang of brutal lizard men, deserters from the front lines of the galactic battlefield, who, having been terrified in their confrontations with the Star Alliance, formed gangs here to reclaim their dignity. To gather further intelligence, the Starship reconnaissance team divided into 6 groups upon landing, gradually infiltrating the wicked city. Zheng Yin entered a bar that served contraband from across the galaxy, offering various addictive chemical concoctions and even engaging in human trafficking. A long-eared individual, missing an arm, approached with a drink in hand and called out to Zheng Yin, "Friend, which civilization do you hail from, and what brings you to this place of exile?" Zheng Yin did not respond, but countered with a question. "Do you know who here possesses the most reliable information?" The one-armed, long-eared man, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you seeking to purchase information? Damn it, are you a bounty hunter?" At that moment, it seemed as though everyone around had heard the cry of the long-eared being, and the atmosphere fell into a tense silence, with pairs of hostile eyes fixed intently on Zheng Yin. Some had already drawn their laser guns, adjusting them to the highest vaporization setting. However, Zheng Yin remained unperturbed, smiling as he said, "You are overly anxious, my friend. I merely wish to purchase some exquisite wines that are unavailable on other planets in substantial quantities." Instantly, the tension dissipated, and the crowd erupted back into raucous chatter. As if the previous scene had never occurred, their only concern was whether anyone was willing to buy their lives. The long-eared being, missing an arm, chuckled awkwardly and said, "I apologize for disrupting your enjoyment, my friend. On this planet, one must exercise caution, for the threat of assassination by bounty hunters looms at every turn." Zheng Yin glanced at the being's severed arm and replied, "I understand your predicament. If you share this information with me, this energy cell shall belong to you." With that, he produced a small nuclear battery the size of a mobile phone, for on this planet, energy is the true currency. The long-eared being eagerly accepted it and immediately affixed it to his prosthetic device. "My esteemed friend, there is a white door at the back of the bar. Upon entering, you will meet the proprietor here, who is part of the lizardfolk and wields significant influence, controlling all drug trade in the city and even offering intelligence." Zheng Yin promptly rose, smiling, "Thank you." Just as he was about to seek out the bar's owner, a commotion erupted, with a crowd scattering in alarm, revealing the lifeless body of a tall Tiong alien, its head obliterated by a distant photon bullet. The bar's service robots quickly commenced cleanup, and moments later, a group of desensitized criminals resumed drinking, loudly boasting of their past exploits. "If you wish to live a bit longer, be extremely wary of bounty hunters." The long-eared being cautioned Zheng Yin as he departed. Upon encountering the bar's owner, a rotund lizard folk who eyed Zheng Yin with curiosity, he inquired, "I have never seen a being of your kind. Are you a genetic mutant? What information do you seek from me?" Zheng Yin smiled and replied, "Our civilization has only recently ascended to a level 2 galactic civilization, so it is natural you do not recognize me. I seek information regarding the insectoids." The owner, taken aback, exclaimed, "Insectoids? Ah, that is a most detestable name. If you aim to exterminate them, I shall provide the intelligence free of charge." Zheng Yin chuckled. "It appears we share common ground." The bar owner handed Zheng Yin a card-sized electronic screen, stating, "They are a plague upon this city. Go forth and eliminate them. My friend, you shall be richly rewarded upon your return. However, should you meet your end like those inept bounty hunters, I offer no compensation." Zheng Yin observed the city map displayed on the screen, with a red circle enclosing a specific area marked with an insect symbol, clearly the stronghold of the insectoids. It seemed the insectoids and the lizardfolk had long been vying for control of the city. Without delay, Zheng Yin departed the bar, making his way toward the insectoid dwelling. At this moment, Lu encountered a predicament as he found himself embroiled in a brawl with security personnel at the casino. After parting ways with his companions, Lu fortuitously crossed paths with an insectoid individual, a rare opportunity that a detective with a background in criminal investigation could not overlook. He relentlessly pursued the lead, and eventually, at the casino, this insectoid being rapidly depleted his energy reserves, utilizing the multifunctional assistive device strapped to his left wrist. Lu discerned that the casino was engaging in deceitful practices. In a bid to befriend the insectoid, he initiated a conversation, revealing the casino's fraudulent activities and suggesting they partake in a few more games together. He produced 2 large energy cells as a gesture of goodwill. The insectoid, named coup, expressed his gratitude for Lu's generosity, and the pair returned to the gaming table. This time, Lu had discreetly deciphered the card-flipping mechanism at the table, and the duo swiftly amassed a considerable collection of energy cells. Such actions, of course, triggered the casino's alarm system. Rather than allowing Lu and Kuba to abscond with the energy cells, the casino staff proceeded to blacklist them and forcibly eject them from the establishment. Lu's intention was to stir up chaos and deepen his acquaintance with the insectoid. Without hesitation, he activated his full-body shield and switched his right-hand weapon to an electromagnetic pulse gun, unleashing a barrage of fire. Kuba, moved by Lu's willingness to defend him against the casino, immediately joined the fray. As an insectoid, Kuba possessed formidable strength and remarkable reflexes, deftly maneuvering through the hail of laser fire and swiftly incapacitating 5 or 6 adversaries. Lu's sharpshooting prowess accounted for the demise of 8 or 9 foes. However, an increasing number of robotic soldiers joined the skirmish. Just as Lu and Kuba found themselves encircled, fortunately, Colonel Rick happened to pass by and swiftly entered the fray, creating a breach in the robotic encirclement, allowing the trio to escape. Kuba subsequently invited both Lu and Rick to visit the insectoid habitation area, and the 3 made their way back. As they approached the insect district, they fortuitously encountered Zheng Yin, and the 4 united their efforts. Zheng promptly messaged Wu Yunqi, Alice, and Huang Yueqing, urging them to join. However, there was no response. A sense of foreboding washed over Zheng, prompting him to command, Professor Picard, locate the three individuals' positions. Professor Picard reported from the starship, Captain, they are not far from your location and are currently engaged in a rescue operation. To avoid detection, they turned off their communicators half an hour ago. Subsequently, the positional data of the three appeared on Zheng's holographic computer, displaying 3 red dots slowly moving. Kuba glanced at the map and exclaimed, "It's the trading post. They must have been captured." "What?" Zheng inquired urgently. "What kind of place is that?" Kuba explained. "It's a location specifically for the trade of slaves. The nobility of the celestial star periodically visits, and your 3 companions are all women, correct?" "Yes," Rick affirmed. "They are the 3 most beautiful flowers on our ship." Kuba warned, "That makes it even more perilous. On this planet, beautiful women are the most coveted commodities among the nobility of the celestial star." Zheng pressed, "How can you be certain they have been captured?" Kuba Dao, "I once visited the trading hall, and the positions of these 3 red dots indicate the merchandise display stands. Hence, if they are not auctioneers, they must be the products themselves." "Damn it, they're asking for trouble." Lu's fury erupted. At this moment, Zheng Yin's concern far outweighed his anger. He regretted separating from the 3 women. This reconnaissance mission should never have involved such delicate figures. Had he rejected their insistence earlier, this peril might have been avoided. Zheng Yin promptly commanded, "Chang'e, teleport us to the trading hall." Kuba, astonished, inquired, "Teleport? You possess the ability for spatial transportation. Which organization do you belong to?" By the time Lu responded, they had already arrived at the exchange. Lu explained, "We are here to locate someone on this planet." The trading hall resembled an arena, with a circular platform at its center, featuring a rotating display stand that housed 3 cages, each containing Wu Yunqi, Alice, and Huang Yueqing. Surrounding them was an audience of thousands. At the front of the viewing area sat a VIP section of over 100, predominantly filled with the leaders of the Tiong Star and other factions. The onlookers and buyers in the VIP section were captivated by the trio displayed on the platform, their cheers echoing throughout the hall, oblivious to the sudden appearance of Zheng Yin and his companions. At that moment, the auctioneer, animatedly presenting, proclaimed, "Behold, these women hail from an entirely unfamiliar civilization. Our knowledge about them is scant, yet it is precisely this mystique that renders them immensely valuable. Let the bidding commence. Do not hesitate to lavish your resources. I assure you, this auction will be the last of its kind on this planet." Within the cages, Wu Yunqi, Alice, and Huang Yueqing were confined by electromagnetic collars, able to breathe but unable to speak, their hands bound behind them, their faces reflecting indignation. Chapter 37. Uprising under oppression. Witnessing the scene before him, Zheng Yin felt his fury boiling over. At that moment, he yearned to summon 100,000 robotic warriors to purge this city of its malevolence. Yet, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. Zheng Yin closed his eyes and instructed Chang'e in his heart. "Chang'e, conduct a long-range scan to determine if there are any energy fields surrounding them." "None, brother." The scan reveals an electromagnetic energy ring around each of their necks, but it will not impede transportation. "Very well, teleport them along with their confiscated equipment to my side. Simultaneously, transport the Tiong Star leaders in the VIP section to the cages, affixing electromagnetic collars to them and concealing them with holographic projections of Yunqi and the others." "Understood, brother. I will initiate the replacement teleportation immediately." Wu Yunqi, Alice, and Huang Yueqing soon materialized beside Zheng Yin. Having endured the collars for too long, they appeared frail, coughing incessantly upon arrival, unable to stand, and collapsed instantly. With the 3 women now at his side, Zheng Yin, in a panic, supported Wu Yunqi with one arm, embraced Alice with the other, and lowered himself to brace Huang Yueqing against his chest. All 3 fell upon him, leaving Zheng Yin in a flurry of concern and disarray. Zheng Yin hastily exclaimed, "Delu, what are you dawdling for? Come over and lend a hand." Delu, aiming his remote photon gun at the auctioneer, was oblivious to Zheng Yin and Chang'e's scheme. Upon hearing Zheng Yin's call, he turned around and was instantly filled with amusement, rushing over to support Huang Yueqing, chuckling, "Sister Qing, you truly know how to stir the pot. Can't you see the captain is already surrounded?" Huang Yueqing's cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded, "Delu, you are the eldest here, yet you are the most irreverent. We are all numb from the electromagnetic field, sore to our bones, and you still dare to mock us." Wu Yunqi weakly remarked, "It's all our fault for being too careless, failing to rescue the person, and instead getting caught ourselves." Zheng Yin consoled, "Do not blame yourselves. Let us retreat to the sidelines to avoid drawing attention. We can discuss it further in a moment." At that moment, a three-eyed, long-eared individual at the VIP table raised a sign to bid, declaring, "I offer a spaceship." Instantly, the entire circle of onlookers fell silent, murmuring among themselves. A spaceship? Such a thing cannot possibly appear in the Outer Rim. Having a spaceship would grant them the means to escape this prison. It was akin to a pardon being offered. The allure of such power was undeniable. However, the auctioneer suddenly noticed that his most prominent buyer, the aristocrat from Tiong Star, had vanished. Instead of immediately finalizing the deal, the auctioneer gestured to the security personnel behind the scenes and continued to call for higher bids. Yet, no amount of energy cells could compare to the value of a spaceship. No one was willing to raise their bid. The three-eyed, long-eared individual, seeing the auctioneer delay his decision and disregard him entirely, erupted in anger, standing up. Towering at over 3 meters, he was even larger than the Tiong Star inhabitants. Known for their volatile temperament, he lifted his laser cannon without hesitation and fired into the cage in the arena. Following a deafening explosion, the cage was obliterated, and the corpse of the Tiong Star aristocrat was reduced to mere fragments, while the projections of Wu Yunqi and her companions flickered momentarily. This spectacle sent the crowd into a frenzy. The sight of the Tiong Star aristocrats' remains ignited their long-suppressed rage. They shouted about the auction's deception while brandishing their laser guns, rushing towards the back, prepared to seize the moment. This behavior was entirely expected, as they were a band of ruthless criminals, utterly intolerable in any faction. At this juncture, Wu Yunqi and her companions gradually regained their composure. Yet Wu Yunqi hesitated to rise immediately, cherishing the feeling of being supported by Zheng Yin. Alice, having discerned her thoughts, feigned weakness, allowing Zheng Yin to hold her with his other hand. Huang Yueqing, having injected herself with a body repair agent, was about to attend to Wu Yunqi and Alice when the chaos erupted. It was then that Wu Yunqi remembered the trapped individuals, springing up in alarm and exclaiming, "Quick! We must rescue them. They are confined by the energy field and cannot be transported." The sudden urgency startled Zheng Yin, who, with a resigned smile, replied, "Yunqi, be careful. Are your bones still sore?" Wu Yunqi chuckled, "It's all set. Let us hasten, lest the miscreant seize the opportunity." With that, she activated her personal shield and adjusted her energy weapon to the stunning setting. The others swiftly armed themselves, surging forward with the crowd towards the auction house's backstage. The security personnel and robotic soldiers unleashed a frenzy of laser fire into the throngs, yet their efforts proved futile against the rampaging criminals, who quickly overpowered them. Zheng Yin and his companions navigated through the chaos, toppling the assailants that obstructed their path. Soon enough, the surrounding wrongdoers became aware of their presence and retaliated as they fled. However, the shields of Zheng Yin's group were remarkably robust. The ordinary energy weapons of the criminals inflicted no harm. Most of the assailants were exiled felons, few of whom possessed shields. And even those who did could not withstand the onslaught from Zheng Yin's advanced weaponry. Before long, the 6 of them carved a path to the forefront. Most of the esteemed buyers in the VIP section had been teleported back to their warships to escape the turmoil. The three-eyed, long-eared individual who had bombarded the cage had met his demise, his head obliterated by a distant photon shot, a quintessential bounty hunter's fate. Zheng Yin and his companions burst into the cells where the slaves were held, while the mob surged into the storage room filled with energy batteries and laser weapons. Inside the cells stood dozens of cages encircled by energy fields, containing over 100 young women of various races, serious blue-skinned beings, lizardfolk, long-eared folk, insectoids, and cyborgs. Among them a tall individual from the celestial ship race. Wu Yunqi asserted, "There's no time for explanations, Captain. Blast the cage's shield and teleport them onto the starship." A minute later, the 100-plus long-imprisoned slaves were safely transported to the isolation chamber of the starship. Wu Yunqi smiled, "Mission accomplished. Shall we return?" Zheng Yin replied, "You 3 should go back first and soothe these girls' emotions. We 3 have a matter to attend to." Zheng Yin vividly recalled how the auctioneer had fled at the first opportunity. He could not allow such treatment of Wu Yunqi, Alice, and Huang Yueqing to go unanswered. He had already instructed Chang'e to track the auctioneer's location. Daliu and Reich grinned mischievously. "We still need to find Kuba." Wu Yunqi cautioned, "All right. Just be careful and stay in touch." As she watched the 3 being teleported away, Zheng Yin, Daliu, and Reich immediately hardened their expressions, adjusting their weapons to lethal settings. For them, the imprisonment and auctioning of Wu Yunqi and her companions was the gravest affront to the men of the expeditionary force. They charged out of the cells, confronting Kuba head-on. This deranged insectoid had pilfered an abundance of treasures, brandishing 4 energy weapons in his 4 hands, with 2 low-powered shields strapped to his legs. The vivid stains of blood that adorned his form bore testament to the lives he had taken. Kuba exuberantly proclaimed, "Come, friends. Answer the Queen's call, conquer Black Mud City, and drive out the lizard folk." Zheng Yin urgently inquired, "Are you referring to the insectoid queen? Is she also in this city?" Kuba laughed heartily, "Of course. We insectoids have long awaited this opportunity. Now that the swarm has arrived, take this, my friend, lest my brethren mistake you for foes." With that, Kuba unfurled his wings and tossed 3 buzzing communicators, which Zheng Yin and his companions received, feeling the unique high-frequency vibrations within, indicating the distinct mode of communication among the insectoid species. They affixed the devices to themselves. Zheng Yin then handed him a communicator, stating, "We shall seek out a few individuals first, and then we will reconnect." Kuba chuckled, "I am aware of whom you seek, but the true mastermind lies with the lizard folk. The auctioneer is merely a hired hand." Zheng Yin responded with a smile, "Thank you for your counsel, my friend. Until we meet again." Following the signal marked by Chang'e, the trio arrived at a vast estate, patrolled by over 100 mechanical soldiers. Zheng Yin could easily summon robotic warriors, yet the 3 seemed intent on a direct assault. This was the residence of the lizardfolk gang leader, a frequent meeting place for their council. At that moment, the deserters from the Galactic front felt a fresh wave of fear wash over them. They pretended to maintain composure as they remotely commanded the mechanical soldiers, engaging in skirmishes against waves of insurgents. However, a sudden explosion in the courtyard shattered their facade, prompting them to flee towards the underground fortress, relinquishing command to the auctioneer. Zheng Yin and his companions dispatched a mechanical soldier without encountering resistance and swiftly switched their weapons to electromagnetic pulse mode, incapacitating the majority of the mechanical troops with a barrage of fire. These mechanical soldiers, remnants from the front lines of the galactic battlefield, were antiquated and utterly ineffectual. Upon breaching the chamber, Zheng Yin and his friends glimpsed a throng of lizard folk clustered at the underground entrance, while the auctioneer, donned in holographic glasses, orchestrated the combat. Without hesitation, the trio unleashed a volley of gunfire, sealing off the underground access. Terrified, several lizard folk immediately fell to their knees in surrender. Before the auctioneer could react, Liu and Rick's precise marksmanship knocked his command glasses and brainwave device to the ground, prompting him to kneel and plead for mercy. Zheng Yin proclaimed, "Let me make this abundantly clear. We are the Earth Expeditionary Force of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, and the 3 women you intend to auction are our fleet commanders. You shall pay dearly for your folly and sacrilege." He then commanded, "Chang'e, transport this group directly into the midst of the insurgents." At that moment, the mechanical soldiers confronting the insurgents entered standby mode, halting their movements, and were swiftly eradicated by the organized insectoids. As the insectoids marveled at their unexpected victory, the lizard folk and the auctioneer were teleported into the heart of the insurgents. Their long-standing oppression and cruel punishments of the exiled criminals were met with equal treatment, and in their endless terror, they were consumed. Chapter 38. The Self-Redemption of the Insectoid Queen. Just as Zheng Yin and his companions were about to seek out the insectoid Kuba, Wu Yunqi sent a message stating, "Captain, the Queen wishes to see you." "The Queen? Are you saying the Zerg Queen is among those slaves?" Zheng Yin inquired, bewildered. "Yes, we just learned about it as well. Let us discuss it further once we return," Wu Yunqi cheerfully responded. Upon their return to the starship, Zheng Yin formally met the Zerg Queen in the Weiyang Palace on the 2nd deck. She appeared to be a young insectoid with fair skin, hardly resembling a queen who had lived for over a century. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that she had just molted. Insectoids undergo this process every 30 years to shed their old, dark exoskeleton, allowing for continued growth. The queen was still 2 years away from her physiological molting, and her current transformation was a strategic ploy to infiltrate the auction house, intentionally provoking the capture by the lizard folk. It turned out that Wu Yunqi, Alice, and Huang Yueqing had been investigating in Black Mud City for quite some time with little success. As they approached a certain location, intending to regroup with Zheng Yin to strategize their next steps, they suddenly heard cries emanating from a dark alley. A group of lizardfolk had captured a female insectoid, prompting the 3 to decide to rescue her, hoping she might provide information about the queen. Upon tracking the captured insectoid to the back of an exchange, Alice sensed a wave of fear emanating from the young females nearby. The entrance was heavily guarded by armed security personnel, making it nearly impossible to infiltrate. They concluded that the only way to blend in was to follow a slave transport vehicle. After deliberation, the trio hijacked a slave transport, which contained a captive long-eared girl. They incapacitated the lizard folk driver, donned the driving helmet, and disabled their auxiliary devices and energy weapons in an attempt to evade electronic scans. However, their lack of combat experience soon became evident, and they were swiftly discovered and captured. The lizard folk were delighted to have delivered goods to their doorstep and promptly reported to their leader. Although the gang leader had never encountered humans or biskers, he was confident they could fetch a good price and ordered his subordinates to imprison them alongside the others. Once the guards departed, Yunchi reassured the captured girls that they were there to rescue them, urging them not to fear, and inquired about their identities. Yet, before long, the lizard folk caught on and fitted them with electromagnetic collars, prohibiting any further communication. The three could only await Zheng Yin's rescue. After hearing the story, Lu couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, dear princesses, warfare is not child's play. You must not be so naive in the future, understood? This scenario would never make it into an animated series. I suspect the lizard folk you knocked out were rather foolish." Zheng Yin laughed as well, commenting, "Every field has its experts. You are certainly ill-suited for espionage. We have plenty of talent in the expeditionary force. Let them handle such opportunities next time." Yunchi feigned annoyance. "We discovered the queen and received criticism instead of praise. How unfair." Huang Wuqing laughed. "All right, we were mistaken. We indeed underestimated the situation. Had we contacted the captain, we likely wouldn't have found ourselves in this cage." Zheng Yin inquired of the insect queen, "From your narration, we understand that you have consistently endeavored to restore order in the city of Black Mud. Is there any further assistance you require from me during our meeting?" The queen replied, "Indeed, my quest for self-redemption compels me to seek your military support. Should we reach a consensus and I reclaim my throne, the insect mercenary corps throughout the galaxy will align themselves with the Star Alliance." Zheng Yin asked, "What does this redemption process entail, and how might you regain your throne?" The queen explained, "In my earlier reign, I was swayed by the pirate faction and marginalized the mercenaries, ultimately leading to my downfall. The entire planet fell under the dominion of the Unification faction, and I was surreptitiously exiled to this wretched fringe world. For 30 years, an increasing number of resistance fighters from among the insects have been cast onto this planet, and we have formed a sizable insect army. After we seize Black Mud City, I plan to harness the resources here and rally discontented individuals against the Unification faction to establish a space fleet, directly challenging the pirates on Oxygen Star. Of course, this is a distant ambition, but with your emergence, the possibility of its realization has greatly increased." Zheng Yin remarked, "In fact, our purpose for coming to the fringe world was to find you. We have just arrived from Oxygen Star, and your attendant is eager for your return to rescue her." The queen seethed. That traitor. Had she not consistently provided the pirates with intelligence on my daily movements, I would not have been so easily exiled. Her current plight is but a fitting retribution. However, she paused, her approach is indeed feasible, yielding the greatest victory with minimal sacrifice. Zheng Yin queried, "So you are willing to return to Oxygen Star and assume the role of queen?" The queen responded, "No, my appearance has only just undergone a transformation, significantly altering my visage. The common folk would not be convinced. Moreover, as long as the pirate stronghold on the planet's surface remains intact, my return would render me a mere puppet." Luda commented, "To destroy the pirate stronghold directly would entail exorbitant costs. Their forces are vast and well-established on land, making swift and total annihilation improbable and unwise." Zheng Yin suggested, "We could assist in creating a specialized communication device, enabling you to contact the mercenary corps, thereby allowing you to command them." The queen countered, "Yet my appearance would make it difficult for them to believe me." Zheng Yin proposed, "You could appear alongside your attendant, who can reveal the truth. For the mercenaries, the authenticity of your royal identity pales in comparison to the significance of beneficial commands." The queen lamented, "However, there are few mercenaries left that I can reach. Most have succumbed to the pirates, with only a handful still loyal to me." Zheng Yin smiled. "I happen to know a mercenary commander named Kunxaba. I am confident I can persuade him to assist you. However, once you reclaim the throne, we will need you to extract the pirate transport routes from him." The queen rejoiced. "It seems we indeed share a common understanding, Captain. Kunxaba is the brother of Kuba, who has been exiled here by the Unification faction for 10 years. Kunxaba likely believes that Kuba has perished in battle." Zheng Yin inquired, "Do you still remember Kunxaba's long-range quantum communication frequency?" The queen remarked, "I remember the quantum frequencies of the mercenary groups loyal to me. I can contact them immediately. Zheng Yin promptly commanded that Kuba on the surface be transported to the bridge and invited the queen. Shall we proceed to the bridge now? Kuba, who was on the ground leading the insectoids in their conquest of the city, was instantly transported to the bridge upon receiving a communication from Liu. Armed with 4 energy guns and drenched in blood, his sudden appearance startled everyone aboard. Upon seeing the queen, Kuba hastily secured his weapons and respectfully knelt in homage. The queen emitted a series of soft hisses, graciously assisting him to his feet. Subsequently, Wu Yunqi activated the deep space communication link and entered the special quantum matrix frequency of the Kexiba vessel. Moments later, Kexiba materialized on the large screen. Visibly astonished and bewildered by the scene before him. "Brother," Kuba exclaimed, "do you remember me? I have not perished in battle. Rather, I was exiled to the fringe star." He pointed to the queen and declared, "This esteemed young lady is the true queen of our kind. She has just shed her shell. And the one from Oxygen Star is merely a puppet of the pirates." Kexiba paused for a moment, glancing at Zheng Yin, then suddenly said, "Captain, from where did you pilfer my communication frequency? Although I relayed information to the pirates, it was a desperate measure for survival. You should not mock me with the memory of my deceased brother and our queen." Zheng Yin smiled and shook his head, replying, "We have just returned from the cosmic wilderness between the Milky Way and Andromeda, having obliterated the pirate stronghold on the Centaurus arm. Destroying your fleet is as effortless as taking a sip of water. Thus, I have no need to mock you." He then turned to Wu Yunqi, instructing her, "Yunqi, display the recorded footage from the Queen's chamber on Oxygen Star." As Kexiba watched the confession of the puppet queen, his gaze shifted to his bloodied brother Kuba and the queen. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, prompting all the insectoids on the bridge to do the same. Vibrating their wings and emitting soft hisses, the queen immediately accepted them, commanding them to rise and stating, "Your father, Jin Shiba, was a legendary hero of the insect empire. He elevated the civilization of Oxygen Star to a position of significant influence in the galaxy. Yet now, our civilization has utterly fallen under the yoke of the Unification faction, becoming mere fodder in their wars. If you were to inherit Marshal Jin Shiba's honor, you must assume the responsibility of revitalizing the insectoids and restoring the prosperity of Oxygen Star." Kexiba immediately convened his subordinates, and they resolved to return to Oxygen Star while contacting other mercenary groups along the way, even providing the starship with the routing information for the pirate transport vessels as they departed. Zheng Yin ordered the insectoids on the surface to be transported aboard the starship, leaving behind the treacherous exile planet and jumping to Oxygen Star. After 10 days of waiting a light year away, the Chang'e-class super fleet was finally joined by the Mercenary group, arriving at warp speed level 9. During this period, Zheng Yin conducted a thorough investigation into the more than 100 slaves, most of whom were the offspring of criminals born on the fringe planets, utterly unaware of their paternal lineage, with their mothers having long since passed away. These individuals had endured years of oppression, and upon arriving on the starship, it felt as if they had entered paradise. They toiled diligently, adhered to the rules, and proactively sought menial tasks to undertake, all without a single complaint, merely desiring to remain aboard the vessel. Wu Yunqi proposed integrating them into the logistics team, alleviating their fears of being cast off the ship. Upon hearing this, the long-suffering girls wept tears of joy. However, there was an exception. A young girl from the Tianquan Star clan exhibited an extraordinary noble demeanor, being humble and courteous, neither servile nor arrogant. Through a private inquiry by Alice, it was revealed that her name was Baing Mong. Both of her parents were chief scientists from the Tianquan Star clan, revered by the leaders for discovering the method to access parallel universes. Yet, they had uncovered the true nature of the 5-dimensional unification god in another parallel universe. Consequently, they renounced their faith in the unification god and were ultimately executed in secrecy. Baing Mong was subsequently exiled to the fringe planet. Chapter 39. The great chaos of the oxygen-rich planet. Baing Mong's survival from a secret execution was due to the intervention of her parent student, Xiao Xing, a high-ranking official in the chief scientific group and the son of a leader. Xiao Xing defended his mentors, asserting that they had been mentally misled in the parallel universe, which led to their absurd actions. He emphasized that Baing Mong was a devoted follower of the unification god, genetically marked by the deity's imprint, and would never commit blasphemy. Thus, she was spared from death and exiled to the fringe planet, but on her first day on the planet's surface, she was captured by the lizard men and imprisoned, ironically protecting her from bounty hunters. Now, Baing Mong not only found herself in the ranks opposing the unification god, but also brought with her the research achievements of her parents. which earned her special reception from the command group. Zheng Yin assigned her to Professor Picard's scientific team. Coup and Sheba arrived with a massive mercenary fleet, comprising nearly 4,000 warships, to initiate an assault on the pirate base. Zheng Yin first transported the Zerg Queen and the new communication device to the Queen's palace and, alongside the Puppet Queen, issued a declaration to all insectoids on the planet, exposing the pirate faction's conspiracy and demanding the pirate base to cease resistance. However, the deranged pirates showed no reverence for the Queen. In their eyes, the Tiong people were far more captivating. Their base was the largest on the Galactic arm and housed other races' pirate fleets. A ground-to-air planetary war commenced, with the pirate base occupying a singular landmass, covering an area of 10 million square kilometers, larger than Australia, intensely fortified with military installations. A fleet of 10,000 pirate ships swiftly ascended into the skies. A colossal protective shield enveloped the entire continent, powered by the core of the oxygen-rich planet. A gigantic planetary phase cannon was fired into the air, unleashing a phase beam 1,000 meters in diameter, which pierced through the mercenary fleet, resulting in the instantaneous destruction of over 500 warships. The second orbital phase cannon struck the Chang'e spacecraft's auxiliary shield, instantly depleting 50% of its shield strength. Zheng Yin nearly lost his seat from the impact. Oh dear. The commanding officer Liu, standing to direct the space forces, was knocked flat on his back. Zheng Yin promptly commanded, electromagnetic capacitors. Fire the neutrino fission cannon at the ground shields. Boom. A luminous sphere, several hundred meters in diameter, collided with the pirate land shield, yet the effect was minimal. The enemy's shield integrity was reduced by only 20%, reported Picard. Fire again. Boom. Captain, this time the energy was absorbed. This technology is clearly beyond that of a Type II civilization. Professor Picard reported. Launch 1,000 tunneling missiles. Let us see if we can breach the shields from below. 2/3 of the missiles were intercepted, with just over 300 penetrating underground, yet the deepest reached only 5,000 meters, where shields were still in place for protection. Boom. The starship endured another strike from a ground-launched phase cannon, with the recently restored shield strength again diminished by 50%. Zheng Yin then commanded. Switch the starship's inner and outer shield modes. We must withstand the ground fire and buy some time for the mercenary corps. Captain of the Star Fleet. Lead your kin to assault the pirate fleet. All space combat teams, deploy. Dr. Jones. Transport 100,000 machine warriors to the surface to eliminate the pirates outside the base. Subsequently, 1,000 warships concealed behind the starship joined the fray, their arrival instilling hope into the crumbling mercenary fleet. Equipped with the pinnacle technologies of the previous civilization and directly controlled by the consciousness of the crew, these ships displayed unmatched agility and strength. An army of 10,000 electric-consuming entities also entered the battle, freshly emerged from the solar system, filled with curiosity about the cosmos, their renown spreading swiftly throughout the galaxy. To counter them, the Unity faction and the Galactic pirates established a specialized weapon development team. However, lacking experimental samples, theoretically viable weapons had no opportunity for validation, yet the pirate fleet was equipped with several specialized weapons. One warship launched a spiral electromagnetic arc towards the electric-consuming entities in an attempt to capture them. Indeed, the arc ensnared the entities firmly, but within moments, they split into dozens of segments, easily evading capture and reassembling, resting on the pirate ship's shield while siphoning energy, their forms continually enlarging. Ultimately, they drained the shield's energy completely, coiling around the warship. Following a brilliant flash, the voltage emitted by the entities incapacitated the ship, which was subsequently destroyed by the space combat teams. Such scenes unfolded incessantly across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Chang'e superstarship had endured 10 strikes from ground-based orbital phase cannons. Each burst of energy was converted by its quantum energy absorption shield and transformed into photon torpedoes aimed at the pirate fleet. Soon, only a handful of the pirate warships remained. On the ground, the machine warriors had eradicated all pirates from the city housing the Queen's palace. The Queen is issuing a royal decree to all insectoid mercenary groups in the galaxy, declaring that the pirate insectoids are no longer citizens of the Oxygen Star civilization. Each mercenary insectoid bears the responsibility to eliminate them. 3 hours later, the pirate fleet in space was entirely annihilated. This cosmic conflict resulted in the destruction of over 2,000 mercenary warships. The Chang'e fleet suffered significant damage, with 30 warships critically compromised, 1 mecha damaged, and 2 fighter ships obliterated, resulting in the loss of 2 human astronauts. thanks to the firepower protection of the Chang'e and the ground phase cannon shields. They triumphed in this battle against overwhelming odds. However, the pirate base on the ground remained as formidable as ever. Numerous weapons tested by the starships failed to breach its shields. Weapons such as singularity bombs and black hole torpedoes could not be recklessly deployed, lest they lead to the annihilation of the entire oxygen star. All warships launched subterranean strikes against the continent housing the pirate base, unleashing a barrage of artillery that triggered volcanic eruptions beneath the surface. Continuing with futile assaults was no longer an option, as it risked the destruction of the entire planet. A brief ceasefire emerged between the ground-based pirate base and the fleet coalition in orbit. In that moment, the Chang'e detected a massive fleet of over 5,000 large ships gathering in hyperspace, set to arrive within an hour at a velocity of warp 999. Only the celestial beings of the skyship civilization could possess such technology, as other second-tier stellar civilizations have only achieved warp speeds of up to level 9. The coalition of starships and mercenaries found themselves in a precarious situation, while the Chang'e fleet could easily retreat from the battlefield. The mercenary groups and the Oxygen Star would face inevitable doom. Zheng Yin could not abandon the mercenaries after just acquiring the pirate transport routes, especially since they had not harmed Earthlings. The Queen had also promised that the future insectoid mercenaries would differ from others, integrating into the Galactic Alliance. Both for duty and personal reasons, turning back was not an option. An urgent strategic meeting convened aboard the starship, attended by Insect Commander and 5 other commanders. For the first time, they set foot on the superstarship, awestruck by the technology of a third-tier stellar civilization. In their eyes, it was not merely a spacecraft, but a floating city. After nearly 50 minutes of discussion, the scientific team devised an extremely perilous yet unavoidable plan, the retrograde operation, utilizing the starship's time-jumping weaponry. They aimed to create a time conduit in space, dispatching a team of elite operatives back to the moment before the battle commenced, to infiltrate the pirate base and sabotage its shield facilities. However, meticulous control over time and the selection of the time shuttle were imperative. The shuttle designed for temporal traversal must possess stealth and spatial teleportation capabilities, yet only the starship was equipped with the time-jumping weapon. Thus, determining the return time for the landing team was contingent upon the starship. Furthermore, the shield sabotage could not be executed immediately, as events that had already transpired could not be altered. Any force changes would merely generate an additional timeline. The newly established temporal divergence will traverse its own trajectory, seldom returning to the primary timeline. It may gradually fade away or give rise to a parallel universe. Therefore, it is imperative to place timed explosives on the shield engine of the pirate base, ensuring that the detonation occurs no sooner than the departure of the retroactive landing team. The landing team and the shuttle, unless destroyed, must return, if they have not done so by the onset of battle. They would overlap with their former selves in the old timeline. Once the war commences, mutual interference will inevitably ensue, resulting in quantum collapse within the quantum realm, leading to their simultaneous annihilation. Moreover, even the timed explosives must be freshly manufactured prior to departure. Upon the landing team's initiation, a reverse time conduit must be immediately established for their return, thus they cannot afford to miss the designated return time. The landing team comprises insectoids from 10 mercenary factions. Their appearance greatly advantageous for infiltrating the pirate base. Armed with newly crafted miniature timed antimatter bombs, they entered the shuttle, and as the time jump device activated, a transparent circle materialized in the air, into which the shuttle swiftly plunged. Shortly thereafter, another reverse time conduit was established, yet after a 3-second wait, the shuttle failed to emerge, causing the temporal conduit to vanish. Zheng Yin gazed into the void of space and murmured, "It seems they have failed." Professor Picard replied, "Indeed. Perhaps they live on another timeline, or perhaps quantum collapse has obliterated them." At that moment, the alarm from Chang'e blared. 5 minutes until the enemy fleet arrives at the scene. Prepare for battle. Zheng Yin commanded. Commence the second retroactive operation. The second team also consisted of 10 insectoids, seasoned veterans of the battlefield. However, when the reverse time conduit was established, they too did not return, marking yet another failure. Chang'e then blared the alarm again. The enemy's 5,000 warships will arrive in 3 minutes. Prepare for combat. Zheng Yin chuckled. "Delu, would you be interested in a little excursion?" Delu laughed heartily. "It seems we must rely on the veterans once more." Zheng Yin said, "Professor Picard, advance the retroactive timeline by another day. Ku and Shiba, Kuba, stop dawdling and come with me." Chapter 40. The retroactive operation. The third landing team, composed of Zheng Yin, Delu, Rick, Alice, Zhao Beidu, Kun Shiba, and Kuba set forth on their mission. This time, they were determined to succeed at all costs. Only by utterly dismantling the pirate base before the arrival of the celestial ship people could they render the beleaguered enemy forces devoid of any necessity for combat. Even if the celestial ship people did not withdraw, vanquishing this formidable foe on the ground would significantly enhance their chances of victory. Thus, the 7 of them embarked on a perilous path of no return, with an abyss beneath their feet and a torrent of waters rushing below. They had to reach the opposite shore safely, without a single misstep. Wu Yunqi's eyes were swollen from crying, and in this moment, she selfishly harbored resentment towards Zheng Yin. Why? Why have you chosen this path? The mercenary group has been annihilated. What concern is it of ours? The entirety of the oxygen star pales in comparison to you. If you do not return, how shall I survive? Our kin still number in the billions. With over 20 billion Earthlings having perished at the hands of pirates, which civilization stood to valiantly thwart that massacre? You revel in heroism, yet who considers your plight? Go then, and do not return. But upon witnessing Zheng Yin's resolute stride, an overwhelming pang of sorrow surged within Wu Yunqi. She could no longer wait. She lunged forward. Embracing Zheng Yin, weeping, I implore you to return. When she attempted to continue, her voice faltered, choked by tears, prompting Huang Yuqing and Zhou wanting to quickly assist her. A wave of warmth and sorrow filled Zheng Yin's throat. He took a breath and smiled, saying, Wait for me. I will return to prepare steamed fish for you. He then boarded the shuttle with the 6 others. Traversing through the temporal conduit, they arrived 3 days prior to the commencement of the battle. Their return set for 1 day before the conflict began. The first 2 teams had yet to make their presence known. The shuttle, cloaked in stealth, effortlessly evaded the patrolling ships in orbit. Zhao Beidu piloted the shuttle alone in space, while the other 6 were teleported to the pirate base, located within a coastal defense city. Aside from Kung Saba and the Kubo brothers, the remaining 4 donned insectoid biomimetic suits equipped with high-frequency generators to avoid detection by the enemy. This base is the largest on this arm of the galaxy. I visited it 2 years ago during a conference and still recall the general location of the shield engines. There are 3 in total, situated within the coastal defense city. Once we secure this location, we have 2 more to attend to, Kung Saba explained as they proceeded. How fortified is it? How easy is it to infiltrate? Daily Yu inquired. Though the pirates lack discipline, they possess an innate sensitivity to danger. Infiltrating the shield engine with ease is impossible, Kung Saba replied. Soon, they arrived before a massive structure. A towering edifice reaching into the clouds, which in fact housed a phase cannon. Rick marveled, no wonder a single shot can diminish our starship's shields by 50%. It is colossal. Kuba remarked, each defense city harbors one of these. The pirates possess 3 such gigantic planetary cannons, all constructed with the assistance of the Tiong people. But it is nothing remarkable. Behind the colossal cannon stood a slightly shorter, yet more expansive building, its flat roof adorned with countless energy output conduits. This is the location of the shield engine. Let us conceal ourselves by the roadside and observe, Kung Saba declared. Zheng Yin activated the multifunctional device on his left wrist, initiating a tri-scan, scrutinizing the entire structure at a particle level. He discovered a layer of transparent shielding enveloping the building, rendering the scanning waves unable to penetrate or facilitate teleportation. Since we cannot teleport inside, we must infiltrate, Dahlia stated. They quickly identified a target, a cargo vessel designated for transporting goods. Zhao Beidu activated the teleportation on the vessel, transporting the 6 individuals into the cargo hold. From that moment onward, their fate rested solely in their hands. As long as they remained within the shielded engine, further teleportation would be impossible. Inside the shuttle's cargo hold, they swiftly entered the engine building. Zheng Yin detected a large gathering of pirates outside, and all 6 silently prayed that the shuttle would not come to a halt. Yet, contrary to their hopes, the shuttle abruptly stopped. Oh no, is it unloading? Delu exclaimed, preparing to deactivate the shields and weapons. Alice interjected quietly, hold on. They're not unloading. I sense 2 familiar individuals greeting one another, while the others are respectfully listening. It seems to be a meeting. And the cargo ship has merely passed by. Indeed, as soon as Alice finished speaking, the cargo vessel resumed motion. Kun Shiba and Kubo were intrigued by Alice's mental sensing abilities and remarked to Zheng Yin, where did you come across such a remarkable talent, Captain? We truly envy your fortune. Zheng Yin chuckled softly, let's discuss it later. Eventually, the cargo vessel entered a vast warehouse filled with automated unloading machines. Once they were deposited by the cargo ship, robots swiftly began to organize the items. Fortunately, there was no one else in the warehouse. They hurriedly concealed themselves behind rows of goods and conducted an electronic scan of their surroundings, discovering that there wasn't a single surveillance device in sight. Zheng Yin pondered. This seems too convenient. Is it possible for such a large warehouse to lack even a single camera? Coup and Shiba replied with a smile. These goods are intended to neutralize engine radiation. They are quite common. Moreover, on this galactic arm, few dare to cause trouble here. So pirates naturally see no need for surveillance. Delu laughed. We've just arrived and are still far from the engine center. We haven't even figured out how to exit yet. How can this be deemed fortunate? Zheng Yin responded. The miniature-timed explosives we carry are antimatter high explosives. They don't need to be placed right next to the engine. Placing them 100 meters away will suffice. As for how to exit, we'll take it one step at a time. The location they occupied was over 500 meters from the engine center, with several rooms and pirates in between. After leaving the warehouse, the six relied on their radar to avoid the pirates along their path, seeking to evade any contact while stealthily planting the explosives and returning. Ultimately, they resolved to set the bomb in a small office where a junior engineer from the crew was seated. Luring him out posed a challenge, and at that moment, the detection radar indicated that 3 pirates were about to turn the corner. Alice urgently said, "There's no time left. Rush in and incapacitate him. I can erase his short-term memory." Delu activated the automatic door and charged in first. The insectoid engineer was engrossed in studying documents, and, upon seeing the 6 insectoid figures rush towards him, hastily closed the door. Terrified, he raised all 4 of his hands and exclaimed, "I've already delivered the stolen holographic dust to the captain. You can't continue to trouble me. The mechanical team cannot function without me." Clearly, he mistook Zheng Yin and the others for members of the pirate base's undercover investigation team. The 6 individuals exchanged glances, comprehending the situation at hand. Kungsaba remarked, "Retrieve what you have stowed away in your drawer. There must be more." Zheng Yin and the other 3 were perplexed by Kungsaba's words. Kuba subtly shook his head, signaling against incapacitating him, and stepped forward to grip the pirate engineer's forearms, stating, "No more talking." Kungsaba rummaged through his drawer and produced a vial of green powder. Grinning mischievously, "Alice, are you not going to take action?" Alice promptly placed her hand on the engineer's head, closed her eyes, and began her mental manipulation. Zheng Yin, Delu, and Rick discreetly placed 3 miniature antimatter bombs beneath the desk, setting the detonation time for 3 days hence, after their retrospective operation commenced. After Alice completed the memory erasure, the pirate engineer succumbed to unconsciousness. Kuba placed him in a chair and then joined Kungsaba to examine the vial of powder. Alice remarked, "So you all indulge in narcotics?" Kungsaba replied with a smile, "No carbon-based life form can resist its allure. However, our concoction does not harm bodily functions. It merely induces visual illusions." Kuba added, "Our father prohibited this powder's existence during his reign, as it incited 2 insectoid factions to battle one another. Once the effects wore off, they realized they had attacked the wrong targets. I have not encountered it in 50 years. Zheng Yin, growing impatient, interjected, "We can discuss this later. Right now, how do we exit? Furthermore, if this pirate discovers his illusion powder has mysteriously vanished, he will undoubtedly scour for it and might stumble upon the bombs. You 2 should return it before he awakens." Kungsaba and Kuba hastily covered the vial, cautiously assuring, "Captain, your concerns are unfounded. He is unlikely to notice. We will find a way out." Delu retorted angrily, "Be clear, we are here to save you. If you do not cooperate, I will activate the shield and charge out, teleporting back to the shuttle, returning to our original timeline, and leaving you to be harvested by the Tianshu aliens." Rick immediately activated his energy weapon, setting it to vaporization mode, declaring, "We can accomplish the mission without you. Your sacrifice for your kind would be an honor." "Oh, no, no, no. I certainly do not wish to meet my deceased father over this matter." Dying for illusion powder is devoid of honor. Kuba quickly relinquished his grip. Yet, Kungsaba clung tightly to the vial, cautiously assuring, "Rest assured, Captain. When I say we can escape, I speak with conviction, and we will rely on the contents of this vial." Zheng Yin inquired, "Are you suggesting we let this pirate?" "Yes, Captain. I kindly ask for your cooperation in my performance." After a brief interlude of approximately half a minute, the pirate engineer stirred awake. Upon lifting his gaze and noticing the 6 insectoid figures staring back at him, he instinctively raised all 4 arms in a plea. Kungsaba halted his supplication with a gesture, lifting the vial of illusion powder and slowly pronouncing, "Sleeping on the job warrants a deduction from your salary. Possessing illusion powder leads to a death sentence." Kuba interjected, "Did you not say you had given it all to the captain? How is there still more?" If the captain learns of this, your family will not survive." At this moment, the pirate engineer was thoroughly frightened, pleading incessantly. Kunsaba chuckled. "There is no need for such trepidation. In truth, we have come here without the captain's knowledge, and whether he becomes aware of it depends entirely on your conduct." Chapter 41. Planting the bomb. The pirate engineer, in a state of fear, stammered, "What is it that you desire?" Kunsaba replied, "Lead us to your abode. We need to ascertain whether you possess any more of the luminous powder." The engineer hurriedly protested. "No, none, I assure you." Kuba interjected, "Whether or not that is the case is not for you to determine. We must inspect it ourselves, regardless of our findings. We shall not inform the captain. You are aware that our covert investigation team holds its own authority." After a moment's contemplation, the engineer conceded, "Very well, please follow me." Zheng Yin, Alice, Luda, and Rick could only watch as Kunsaba and Kuba enacted their ruse, unable to speak due to the cumbersome translation provided by their biosuits, which rendered the oxygen-rich language rather awkward. To avoid revealing their true identities, they silently trailed behind. The pirate engineer piloted his airship, effortlessly transporting the 6 individuals out of the engine building, as the security personnel were loath to offend members of the investigation team. Upon arriving at the engineer's residence, the 6 pretended to search the premises before informing him, "Our inquiry concludes here. Return to your duties. Should we discover any further infractions, your fate will be sealed." The engineer, overwhelmed with gratitude, bid farewell to the 6, relieved that another hidden vial had escaped detection. Zheng Yin and the others were subsequently teleported by Zhao Bei to the next fortified city. Drawing on their previous success, they disguised themselves as members of the investigation team. Through their reconnaissance of the city, they identified a target who could assist in their infiltration, a cargo ship pilot. Kunsaba revealed his identity, claiming to be an investigator dispatched directly by the base's leadership, stating that instances of luminous powder usage had been discovered in the shield engine department. He added that, should the investigation proceed smoothly, a promotion could be in consideration for the pilot. Zheng Yin and his companions were correct in their assumptions. The entire pirate base was rife with the consumption of luminous powder, and this revelation immediately ensnared the attention of the pilot, who was himself an addict. Alice effortlessly discerned his thoughts and discreetly conveyed them to Kunsaba. Bolstered by this knowledge, Kunsaba reassured the pilot, saying, "Such occurrences are prevalent in every department. Our investigation is merely a formality. If you cooperate well, we shall feign ignorance regarding your usage." The pilot, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, sighed in relief, harboring no doubts regarding their authenticity. The following morning, he escorted them to the warehouse and reported several of his professional rivals. The 6 chose a room closest to the shield engine, which happened to be the office of the security team leader. They entered the office with the same cunning as before, and everything proceeded smoothly. However, just as they prepared to accompany the security captain to his home, another team of investigators arrived. They were clad in uniforms and entered directly in an investigative vehicle. Upon receiving the news in the office, Zheng Yin felt a surge of anxiety, while Lu and the others discreetly placed their hands on their energy guns. The head of security appeared to be in a state of panic, repeatedly pleading with the 6 to offer a few words of reassurance, evidently unaware of their true identities, mistakenly believing that the incoming investigative team was there to escort them away. When Zheng Yin and his companions laid eyes on the newly arrived investigators, they were left utterly astonished. The 9 agents before them were, in fact, the first dispatched members of the retrograde landing team. Recognizing Kunshiba and Kuba, the insectoid agents immediately grasped the situation. Their mission had failed. The specifics of this failure were yet to be revealed, though clarity was anticipated shortly. However, in order to spare the 2 commanders from blame, the 9 exchanged glances and resolved to determine the manner of their own defeat. One of them pointed at Kunshiba and shouted, "This is a high-ranking pirate official. I've seen him before. Brothers, our mission has failed. We cannot steal the shield technology. For the mercenary group, let us act." Simultaneously, he made a covert gesture associated with their mercenary faction towards Kunshiba, who instantly understood and signaled Zheng Yin, firing his energy gun at the 9. In a brief exchange of gunfire, all 9 were eliminated. The 6 searched the bodies of the insectoid agents, discovering 9 miniature timed explosives they had carried. Meanwhile, the head of security, terrified, had crawled beneath the table, too frightened to show his face. Kunshiba pulled him out, pointing to a deceased insectoid, saying, "This individual was a scientist from the mercenary group. I encountered him at a conference once. It seems they are quite fascinated by our technology. Vaporize them, and do not tarnish our engine hull." The head of security hastily dispatched personnel to clean up the office, while Kuba discreetly remarked, "If you can provide us with a substantial quantity of luminous powder, we shall consider this incident as though it never occurred." Upon hearing this, the head of security quickly flattered, "Thank you for your generous consideration. I have 10 bottles at home, my entire collection, and I will present them all to you shortly. Please, do not inform the higher-ups about this matter." Naturally, both parties were keen to keep the incident under wraps, and with Kuba's theatricality, the rationale appeared entirely reasonable. After departing from the head of security's residence, Ku and Shiba and Kuba were in high spirits, each having received 6 bottles of luminous powder. Seemingly unconcerned with the recent loss of their subordinates, Zheng Yin and his companions could only shake their heads in disbelief. Ku and Shiba laughed. "In our insectoid value system, only honor and the queen hold paramount importance. Their deaths were meaningful, and there is no need to mourn for them." Meanwhile, Zheng Yin pondered, was his presence the catalyst for the failure of the first team? Clearly. Their operational strategy was far more mature and composed than that of his own team. Had their encounter not taken place, the chances of them completing their mission would have been significantly higher. In this past timeline, his team had altered the future destiny of the first squad. Yet, in the original timeline, his team had failed even before their departure. Was their failure truly a consequence of his actions? Alice chuckled, "Captain, stop overthinking. The conundrums of physics can wait until we return to the starship. Let the science team enlighten you then." Zheng Yin responded with a smile, "Indeed. Yet in matters of humanity, we must not leave our fate to the heavens. North Star, transport us to the next city." The third defensive city was in close proximity to the pirate base's command center, thriving with a bustling atmosphere. The streets were rife with crime. If it weren't for the pirates roaming about, Zheng Yin and his companions might have mistaken it for an outer rim planet. The 6 of them blended into the throng of pirates, discreetly searching for those employed at the engine tower. Soon, they identified their target, a pilot of an airship. After successfully persuading him, they resolved to set off at once. Just then, chaos erupted at the engine tower. 9 spies posing as investigators were uncovered and were now fleeing from pursuit. Without a doubt, Zheng Yin's group realized that this was the dispatched second team of reconnaissance personnel. They were close to the command center, and many had frequently encountered the investigators. There was no need to inquire how they had been discovered. Their minds were solely focused on devising an alternative method to infiltrate and subsequently escape. Clearly, masquerading as investigators was no longer viable. Ku and Shiba addressed the pilot. "We need to return to the command center to assist in addressing the spy situation. We shall cancel this covert operation for now, but we will seek your help again in the future." The 6th then engaged in a tactical discussion. After thorough analysis, they concluded that infiltrating the premises would not be difficult, and placing explosives would be even easier. With the 9 bombs from the first team, combined with their remaining 3, 12 dark matter bombs would be sufficient to disrupt the shield from hundreds of meters away from the engine's core. The critical condition was to place them within the shield of the engine tower. Even a mere second of downtime would unleash the firepower of the Starship Coalition upon the pirate base, ensuring a swift victory. The most challenging aspect remained how to exit. The shield surrounding the engine tower could block particle teleportation. They could only be teleported away once they were outside. Moreover, they could not raise any suspicion. Being in a tower that had just discovered spies made this a nearly impossible task. Ultimately, they resolved to place a time bomb within cargo that could not be utilized for 2 days. At that moment, an insectoid pilot passed by, and they quickly recognized each other. He was a member of the 2nd Reconnaissance Team and, upon seeing Zheng Yin and his companions, hurriedly remarked, "We have failed. It is now up to the commander." With that, he tossed a box to them and turned to pilot his airship directly into the pursuing pirates. A violent explosion ensued, claiming the lives of the 9 members of the 2nd team. Zheng Yin opened the box to find 9 miniature timed explosives. It appeared that they had concentrated the bombs on the last remaining member to prevent the plan from being exposed. Now armed with 21 bombs. As long as they could place them within the shield of the engine tower, they would be capable of annihilating the entire shield engine. They ultimately transported 21 timed explosives into a cargo container and installed a monitor. After confirming the bombs had entered the warehouse of the engine building, they waited for a day inside the stealth shuttle on the track. During this time, they encountered the 2 shuttles and their pilots, who had been dispatched earlier but had only just arrived. To prevent any disruption of time, Zheng Yin ordered them not to react when the next 2 time conduits appeared. When the 3rd time conduit manifested, the 3 shuttles swiftly passed through and returned to their original timeline. In the eyes of the Chang'e team and the Mercenary group, Zheng Yin's retrograde landing team had just vanished, only to return with the other two shuttles. Suddenly, the coalition erupted in jubilant cheers, elated at the results. Before Wu Yunqi could be assisted down, Zheng Yin had returned. Huang Yueqing smiled softly and entrusted Wu Yunqi to him. Zheng Yin gently supported Wu Yunqi, while Zhou Wanning smiled and stepped away. Zheng Yin chuckled. Once we've dealt with the Tianquan aliens, I shall prepare you steamed fish. Chapter 42. Capturing the pirate transport ship, Wu Yunqi wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, smiling continuously, unable to articulate her feelings at that moment. Looking at Zheng Yin, who had returned to her, she reproached, "Why do you concern yourself with me when you should be commanding the battle? We can talk later. Everyone is waiting for you." Zheng Yin replied with a grin. "All right. You take a moment to rest." He then swiftly joined Liu and the 6 commanders from the mercenary groups at the bridge. "Professor Picard, report the enemy fleet's arrival time. 1 minute until contact. Prepare all weapons. Captain of the exploding star fleet, be ready for engagement." All space combat teams assumed defensive positions. What followed was a tense wait. The ground timers were set to detonate in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The shield on the ground remained intact, and all coalition warships were charged with vast amounts of energy, poised to unleash their fury the moment the pirate base's shield faltered. However, as the countdown concluded, the ground shield remained operational and sensors detected that the planetary cannon had begun to recharge. Had they truly failed? Zheng Yin clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling. Several mercenary commanders slumped to the ground like deflated balloons, with Kunsaba murmuring, "It's over. This time it's really over." At that moment, the shield of the pirate base flickered, followed by several more flashes. 3 shield engines were destroyed, one of which even took out the nearby planetary cannon, causing the entire continental shield to vanish, rendering the charged planetary cannon silent. It turned out that short-term time jumps and near-distance wormhole traversals both incurred a 10-second delay. Upon witnessing this, Zheng Yin leapt up and shouted, "Fire!" Instantly, countless energy weapons rained down from orbit. Various laser weapons formed beams of light that sliced through the entire continent from above. A myriad of pulse energy cannons rained down upon the ground like a torrential storm, striking the surface with such force that it triggered fusion reactions. Meanwhile, the Chang'e superstarship unleashed a staggering 10 million missiles upon the Earth, saturating the vast pirate base, which spanned an area of 10 million square kilometers, with high explosive ordnance at every square kilometer. As the Starship Coalition unleashed their firepower upon the pirate stronghold, the fleet of the Celestial People arrived at the scene, albeit too late. They had just made it in time before the retrogressive landing team, led by Zheng Yin, embarked on their mission. It was evident that they recognized their tardiness. The pirate base had been utterly annihilated, rendering any confrontation with the Starship Coalition pointless. Consequently, they collectively disengaged from warp speed, positioning their 5,000 warships within a star system spanning 1 light year. Amidst the dual star system, they reflected the radiant light of 2 suns, resembling comets with their elongated tails. The nearest warship to the Starship Coalition entered firing range, proudly refraining from activating its shields. After sending a message to the Chang'e, it retreated alongside its 5,000 vessels. The message bore a single phrase in Chinese: "The Nuwa clan cannot protect you." Luda, amused, exclaimed, "Is that a threat or a warning?" Zheng Yin chuckled. "Aren't they essentially the same?" Luda replied, "I relish the sight of them disliking us yet being utterly powerless." Zheng Yin smiled. "All right, let us swiftly attend to the aftermath. We still need to pursue the transport ships." In gratitude for Zheng Yin's assistance, the queen of the insectoid race conferred upon him the honorary title of Marshal, commanding every mercenary group of insectoid beings to treat Zheng Yin as if he were their sovereign, permitting him to mobilize their forces at will. However, Zheng Yin found little interest in this empty title, for even the queen wielded no real power. The military might on the oxygen-rich planet lay firmly in the hands of each mercenary group's commander. In their eyes, the sanctity of the insectoid queen had been nearly tarnished by her puppet status, and their collaboration to form a coalition was merely an endeavor to contest the war resources in this galactic arm against the pirates. Ultimately, the queen ordered the insectoid brothers, Kunsaba and Kuba, to lead their respective mercenary groups alongside the Earth Expeditionary Force in pursuit of the pirate transport ships. Zheng Yin politely declined. These 2 insectoid brothers, one a gambler and the other a trickster, both afflicted by addiction, were not the companions he wished to accompany him. Moreover, they lacked jump technology. As they departed, Kungsaba, with a sycophantic demeanor, addressed Zheng Yin. Esteemed captain, my comrade in life and death, might I request an advance on the remuneration from our last encounter? I assure you that my mercenary group will henceforth be a direct fleet of the Star Alliance. Zheng Yin felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Responding with a smile, he retorted, You tipped off the pirates, causing us to miss our target and nearly be cast into the Andromeda galaxy. That debt remains unsettled. You have arrived just in time. Come, let us resolve this matter aboard the starship. Oh, no. Captain, let us defer the reckoning to another time. In the meantime, I shall endeavor to rectify my shortcomings. Farewell. Before Zheng Yin could utter another word, Kungsaba spread his wings and took flight. The starship lingered in orbit around the oxygen-rich planet for a day, repairing the warships damaged in battle and constructing 2 additional fighter jets, replenishing the missile stockpile. During the month of the starship's absence, numerous insectoid mercenary groups returned from the far reaches of the galaxy, all vying for positions within the Council of Elders. Compelling the Queen to retreat into the shadows, the Chang'e starship formation departed from the oxygen-rich planet located on the Sagittarius arm, jumping towards the pirate transport routes situated 10,000 light-years away. At that moment, the transport vessel was not far from the Perseus arm. After altering their course several times, they were cast back by the white light beings as they redefined their spatial coordinates, preparing to continue their journey towards the celestial ship star along a new route. They were once again thrust back onto their original course by the white light entities. After enduring several perils, they now navigated at maximum speed, achieving warp level 9 towards the celestial ship star. The Chang'e superstarship, accompanied by 1,000 warships, materialized 1 light-year behind the transport vessels in stealth mode, pursuing them at a slightly superior warp speed. As they closed in, the warships flanked from the sides, while 2 corvettes surged ahead to encircle the transport fleet. Once the encirclement was established, the starship formation revealed itself, launching 49 slow torpedoes in quick succession. Before the transport vessels could react, they found themselves ensnared, abruptly exiting warp to hover in the void of space, while the starship formation simultaneously ceased its warp, maintaining the encircling formation around the 49 transport vessels. The escort fleet of the pirate transports were utterly oblivious, witnessing a sudden emergence of numerous warships, followed by their simultaneous disappearance. Upon glancing back, the transport vessels had vanished. The escort fleet swiftly sensed the impending danger and halted their warp travel, yet the mere seconds spent at warp level 9 had propelled them 2 light-years away. By the time they returned near the transport vessels, they were greeted by a neutrino-splitting cannon. After neutralizing the escort fleet, Zheng Yin commanded the sequential firing of time accelerators on the transport vessels, neutralizing their sluggishness, ultimately capturing all 49 transports. However, only 4,000 quantum energy storage units were discovered aboard each vessel, totaling 196,000, with each transport's cargo hold only half filled. This implies that even if every storage unit were filled with 10,000 compressed human quantum energy entities, 2 billion individuals remained unaccounted for. And it remained uncertain whether the contents of the storage units were indeed human. Progress regarding the interrogation of the pirates was stagnant. The hundreds of members of the pirate transport vessels had collectively entered a state of consciousness void upon capture. Huang Yueqing extracted a nanointerferer from their brains. Their cerebral cortices had been compromised, resulting in a loss of quantum entanglement capability, rendering them as mindless automatons. Clearly, this lead had come to a halt. Ultimately, they were confined together with the 3 principal criminals apprehended at the pirate base. The Earth Expeditionary Force had a long journey ahead. Home. First, let us ascertain whether these are indeed our compatriots, and we shall address the rest thereafter, Zheng Yin instructed. 10 seconds later, the entire fleet returned to the Oort cloud, arriving in this rapidly ascending solar civilization. The star ring in Earth's orbit had been constructed, robust and thriving, bustling with emissaries from various civilizations. The leadership of the Earth Federation was immensely pleased with the return of the starships and organized a global welcoming ceremony on the revitalized Australian plains. The Earth Federation gradually released energy capsules, and fortunately, these capsules contained only humans from Earth, totaling 1,600,000,000 individuals, hailing from diverse regions of the planet. This indicated that the pirates had divided the energy capsules from each transport ship, leaving the whereabouts of the remaining half an enigma. It took the Earth Federation 2 months to resettle these individuals. During this time, the Chang'e superstarship remained in Earth's orbit, as they had uncovered an astonishing phenomenon that led to complications. Initially, There were reports of patients inexplicably dying in hospitals on Earth, a phenomenon virtually unheard of in a Level 2 civilization's medical facilities, unless caused by immediate and severe external trauma. Common illnesses could no longer pose a serious threat to human life. The patients succumbing in hospitals were afflicted merely with spontaneous diseases like cancer. Under the new technological medical theories, cancer was regarded as no more perilous than a severe cold, rarely reaching a fatal stage. Gradually, the number of patients perishing in hospitals worldwide escalated, approaching the mortality rates experienced before humanity entered the stellar era. The Secretary-General of the Earth Federation, Lin Yuan, requested an investigation by the scientific team led by Zheng Yin. While the investigation team recorded observations in a hospital, a newly admitted cancer patient entered a critical condition. Initially diagnosed with an early-stage malignant tumor, the patient's condition deteriorated alarmingly after hospitalization, advancing to an advanced stage within merely a week. The Starship scientific team conducted a comprehensive scan of the entire hospital, uncovering no anomalies. Zheng Yin then ordered Chang'e to perform a quark-level scan of the hospital from space. Just as the scan was concluding, the patient succumbed. In his final moments, the patient gazed in terror at the door of the ward, mouth agape, unable to utter a word, as if confronted by the specter of death itself. Chapter 43. Capturing the Grim Reaper with the current medical technology available to humanity. Cancer could undoubtedly be cured. However, the severity of the illnesses afflicting the deceased patients showed no signs of alleviation, even worsening at an alarming rate. The scientists from the Starship's scientific and medical teams even scanned the entirety of Earth's magnetic field and meticulously analyzed the patient's genes, yet they found nothing. Unable to pinpoint the source of the affliction. Nonetheless, the deceased patients shared a commonality. Their conditions deteriorated rapidly after onset, and they exhibited profound fear before their demise. Was there truly a soul-snatching specter? Luda, perplexed, questioned. Clearly, even he struggled to believe his own words. He continued, "Once again, I assert, abnormal occurrences are often a harbinger of something sinister. Yet, it is not a true specter. There must be an underlying mystery." Zheng Yin stated that since humanity has entered a new era, marked by the advent of groundbreaking medical technologies, this event has become the largest-scale mortality incident to date. Regardless of the circumstances, we must resolve this matter before we can depart. At that moment, the hospital administrator sent another message, indicating that yet another middle-aged man had been diagnosed with early-stage malignancy and was in the process of being admitted. Zheng Yin promptly assembled a team of experts, including Liu, Alice, Wu Yunqi, Huang Yueqing, and several biological specialists from the scientific team, and proceeded to the hospital. The afflicted individual, named Steve, was a North American recently rescued from a pirate transport vessel. His ailment was discovered during a routine medical examination, leading to his immediate transfer to the hospital for treatment. The medical team conducted a comprehensive scan, pinpointing the site of the malignancy, and promptly initiated gene-level cellular repair therapy. However, the moment the repair apparatus halted, the modified cells reverted to a malignant state. Since the onset of his condition, the proliferation of cancer cells had escalated, seemingly driven by an invisible force. In the ensuing days, Zheng Yin ordered continuous, round-the-clock monitoring of Steve, while also implementing quark-level surveillance throughout the hospital. Everything appeared to be functioning normally, save for the critically ill Steve. However, that very night, as Alice and several medical personnel engaged in casual conversation within the ward, she suddenly sensed a tremendous malevolent presence. Although fleeting, it left her drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, Steve had ceased to breathe, his terrified and vacant gaze fixated upon the ward door. Alice promptly reported the incident to Zheng Yin, prompting the scientific team to convene an urgent discussion. After analysis, it was concluded that the malevolent energy Alice perceived likely emanated from another dimension or plane, suggesting that the hospital's scans should not be limited to the objective universe. Currently, the Chang'e spacecraft's quark-level scanning was at the microscopic quantum scale, while the scientific team's real-time monitoring operated at a macroscopic visual scale, neither of which could transcend dimensions, space, or time. Only by enhancing our scanning capabilities could the truth behind these events be uncovered. Upon hearing the scientific team's report, Zheng Yin inquired of Chang'e, "Within your restricted technologies, is there a scanning method capable of transcending dimensions or the confines of time and space?" Chang'e replied, "Yes, Captain. But that technology is beyond your current grasp. You have yet to fully comprehend the scientific theories involved. If you fail to mitigate the resultant ripples, it could spell disaster for your civilization. Even among third-tier stellar civilizations, exploration of dimensions, multispatial realms, timelines, and parallel universes is approached with utmost caution. You cannot unlock all these technologies at once. Just then, a dire piece of news arrived. Alice had fallen ill. Her body had abruptly undergone a malignant transformation, which could be traced back to the moment she sensed the malevolent presence. Now, the cancer had metastasized to multiple organs, presenting late-stage symptoms. This is clearly related to the overwhelming presence of malevolent energies she has encountered. Concurrently, several members of the medical team who had been conversing with her in the ward exhibited signs of early-stage cancer, albeit in a relatively mild form. These individuals were promptly transported back to the starship's medical bay to receive the most advanced treatment available. When Zheng Yin, accompanied by the command group officials, came to visit Alice, the young bisque girl was rendered speechless. Wu Yunqi sat beside her, holding her hand, tears streaming down her face, while Huang Yuqing ceased her treatment and quietly kept vigil by her side. Alice sensed the collective anguish surrounding her and managed a feeble smile, attempting to provide comfort to those present. A wave of sorrow washed over Zheng Yin. In frustration, he struck the wall with his palm, exclaiming, "In just a single hour. How could it have come to this?" The others in the medical bay remained silent, their heads bowed in despair. Zheng Yin gazed at the ailing Alice and the 8 or 9 patients exhibiting early signs of cancer, and with a slow yet resolute voice, he declared, "Chang'e, I authorize you to lift the technological restrictions and initiate a cross-dimensional and multi-spatial scan of the medical bay. Captain, please confirm once more if you wish to proceed with the multi-dimensional and multi-level scans, which may elude your control," Chang'e inquired. "Affirmative. But begin from the medical bay and extend outward. Upon detecting any anomalies, immediately lock onto the target and cease the scan." "Understood, Captain. The scan is commencing." Suddenly, the entire medical bay appeared to warp as if engulfed in a prism of light, distorting everyone present. Zheng Yin observed in horror as one of his fingers elongated like a twisted rope, curling into a length of several meters, while the other 4 fingers morphed into furry claws. His right hand dissipated into vapor, floating like smoke in the air, and he found himself gliding through the space as if swimming underwater. The others in the medical bay transformed into bizarre forms. Delu became a wisp of distorted smoke. Huang Yuqing shrank to the size of a grain of rice, and Wu Yunqi was adorned with colorful clouds, moving with great sluggishness. Even the equipment transformed into a liquid state, while the floor sprouted flowers that swayed like the surface of the ocean. However, at Alice's bedside, 2 individuals in their normal forms emerged clearly, 1 man and 1 woman, both resembling middle-aged earthlings. The man held a sickle in one hand while the woman carried a bamboo basket. The man was gently cradling Alice's head with one hand, while with the sickle in the other, he approached to cut. The woman, with a beaming smile, awaited eagerly, her basket filled with small white melons. At that moment, Alice's head had transformed into a small melon, poised for harvest. "Stop. Do not harm her." Zheng Yin strained to shout, yet his voice emerged slowly, barely recognizable even to himself. He struggled to propel himself toward the man and woman, only to find himself spinning in midair, his other arm drifting like smoke. Immobilized by the rotation of his own body, as desperation coursed through him, trembling with urgency, everything abruptly returned to normal. The skin concluded. Zheng Yin remained rooted in place, as did the others. At Alice's bedside, 2 protective spheres appeared, devices frequently utilized by Chang'e to capture targets. Within each shielded sphere, a ribbon-like, luminescent energy entity was ensnared. Zheng Yin swiftly comprehended the situation, promptly instructing Dr. Huang, "Assess Alice's condition immediately. Guards, escort these 2 individuals to the isolation chamber. The scientific team must commence establishing communication with them without delay." Following a thorough scan of the entities, Huang Yuqing smiled and reported, "Captain, Alice's condition has stabilized and is gradually undergoing self-recovery." Zheng Yin replied with a smile, "Ensure she is well taken care of." Lu exclaimed, "Goodness, I felt like I melted just now." Wu Yunqi added with a laugh, "That was close. I was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of light and could hardly move." Huang Yuqing chuckled, "I just saw you both as giants." Zheng Yin inquired, "Chang'e, what scans did you perform? Why did we appear as we did?" Chang'e responded, "I conducted a multidimensional scan of the medical room. Since the matter constituting you is composed of positive particles from the observable universe, the impact of the multidimensional scanning waves caused a disruption in your quantum states, resulting in an observable state of garbled information. Subsequently, I detected 2 energy entities from an external dimension that were about to harm Alice, So I captured them immediately and terminated the scan. Zheng Yin remarked. So that's how it was. Were the man and woman I saw their true forms? Why couldn't I produce any sound? Chang'e explained, indeed. After I captured them and brought them into our dimension, they experienced quantum disruption as well, existing in a state of flux. Consequently, any actions taken during this state will not manifest in reality, hence your cries went unheard. Lu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, incredible, Chang'e. You managed to capture energy from a higher dimension. Chang'e clarified, they are not higher dimensional beings but rather entities from an external dimension at the same dimensional level as us. Zheng Yin smiled, so they are not of a higher civilization. Chang'e, do you possess any means of communication with them in your database? Chang'e replied, no. The scientific team must devise a method to make contact. Come on, Lu, let us see what Professor Picard and the others are working on. The scientific team employed every available communication method from the secondary civilizations within the galaxy, yet made no progress. Professor West, a Zabaar person, reported. These two energy entities are currently undergoing quantum collapse and cannot be contacted. Moreover, in a few days, they will evaporate from our dimension. With over 10,000 years of accumulated knowledge, West had previously been a scientist lurking within the capture faction on his home planet. Zabaar technology was nearing the level of third-tier galactic civilization, and he now served as the chief consulting scientist for the Starship scientific team. What shall we do? Release them? Lu questioned. Engaging them in combat would yield no guarantee of victory, yet we cannot simply let them go. Surely, they are not the only two, Zheng Yin asserted. Just then, the Earth Federation's Ministry of Health sent out another distress message. A surge of cancer patients had once again emerged in hospitals across Earth. Chapter 44. Interdimensional contact. It appears they are also in a hurry. In light of this, let us face the challenge head-on. Zheng Yin promptly issued an order to conduct interdimensional scans of all hospitals on Earth. The Chang'e probe orbited the planet for a day, performing scans in space and capturing over 500 quantum disturbances from external dimensions. These disturbances manifested in a myriad of forms. Some resembled smoke, others clouds. Some were ionized flames, while others appeared as flowing liquids or unknown solid entities. Gradually, progress ensued. As the last of the external dimensional energy bodies were captured, an additional patient emerged from the final scanned hospital. Before this patient could recover, they relapsed, and another afflicted medical staff member appeared. After capturing these two, 3 more manifested, each undergoing rapid pathological changes more swiftly than virulent infectious diseases. Continue the captures, Zheng Yin commanded, utterly unconvinced by the bizarre circumstances. Indeed, soon after, multiple individuals fell ill simultaneously. This time, 5 were apprehended, and shortly thereafter, 7 more humans manifested illness at once. Following the capture of these 7, 11 appeared, then 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, and 31, each a prime number. Before long, the hospital was overwhelmed, unable to accommodate the next emergence of prime numbers. Simultaneously, the incursion of external dimensional forces ceased. Observing these data, a thought struck Zheng Yin. Professor Picard, do you and your scientific team believe this might be a form of communication from them? Professor Picard expressed skepticism. Is this truly a means of communication? Indeed, Zheng Yin affirmed. They could have continued their invasion. The hospitals are devoid of personnel, while the cities are populated, yet they have halted their incursions. This conveys a clear signal to us. Precisely, Lu added. They persistently invaded, fully aware they would be captured, but once the hospitals were insufficiently staffed, they ceased their actions. This signals a desire for negotiation. Upon reflection, that is quite plausible, Professor Picard remarked. The ability to discern the patterns of prime numbers is a hallmark of intelligent life. They must be attempting to convey to us that they possess a civilized intellect. Yes, perhaps they have only just become aware of our existence and recognized us as beings of civilization, thus sending us this signal, Zheng Yin concluded. So, does this mean their prior harm to so many humans was due to their ignorance of our existence? Wu Yunqi inquired incredulously. That is merely a hypothesis that requires validation. Professor Picard, what is the most influential theory regarding prime numbers? Zheng Yin asked. Is that even a question? It is, of course, the Goldbach conjecture. Wu Yunqi replied with a smile. I must confess, I have always struggled with mathematics. I never passed a math class and often dozed off during lectures. Zheng Yin admitted sheepishly. To summarize simply, every integer greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of 3 prime numbers. While this conjecture cannot be directly proven, no flaws have been found in it, Professor Picard elucidated. Zheng Yin suddenly realized and excitedly exclaimed, "Isn't this akin to the Taoist philosophy from our preaching era? The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things? Indeed. Observe that every integer greater than 3 can be expressed as a sum of 1, 2, and 3. For instance, 4 is the sum of 1 plus 1 plus 2. 5 is 1 plus 2 plus 2. 6 is 1 plus 2 plus 3. 7 is 2 plus 2 plus 3. 8 is 3 plus 3 plus 2. And 9 is 3 plus 3 plus 3. For integers exceeding 9, a further decomposition is required. For example, 10 can be expressed as 5 plus 2 plus 3, where the integer 5 itself is formed by 1 plus 2 plus 2. In our traditional Chinese culture, 9 is regarded as the largest integer, with all integers greater than 9 referred to as imaginary numbers. Thus, regardless of the magnitude of the number, the ultimate decomposition consists solely of 1, 2, and 3. This conjecture has existed since the era of the 100 schools of thought in our preaching history and has been widely accepted in daily life. It can be considered an axiom. Professor Picard listened in astonishment, and after a long pause remarked, "Captain, you truly are a remarkable individual. It seems I must delve into your Tao Te Ching." Wu Yunqi gazed at Zheng Yin with an enamored expression, and once he concluded his lecture, she dreamily chuckled. "And you claim to be poor at mathematics." Lu also raised his thumb in admiration, stating, "Impressive, though I do not fully comprehend what you are saying. It certainly sounds profound." Zheng Yin, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "This is a treasure of our nation. I merely recalled it suddenly. Please, do not stare at me like that. It makes me quite embarrassed. Ha ha." Subsequently, Zheng Yin commanded the systematic release of the captured external dimensional energy entities. Within the isolation chamber of the starship, Chang established a dimensional oscillation chamber, wherein the dimensional frequency matched that of the captured external dimensional energy entities. Initially, one entity was released, and upon entering the dimensional oscillation chamber, the protective shield was immediately deactivated, causing the energy entity to vanish swiftly. After a brief interval, 2 were released simultaneously, followed by 3 in one go. This was to allow the external dimensional intelligences to recognize the 3 fundamental numbers, 1, 2, and 3. This cyclical pattern continued for 9 rounds of release, aimed at imparting the notion that 9 is the largest number. After an extended period of waiting, 4 entities were released simultaneously, followed by 1, and subsequently 1 and 2. This conveyed the composition of 1 plus 1 plus 2 equals 4. After another interval, 5 entities were released at once, then 1, 2, and 2. This signaled the composition of 1 plus 2 plus 2 equals 5. Following another waiting period, 6 entities were released simultaneously, and then 1, 2, and 3. This process continued until 9 entities were released in one go, completing the foundational combinations for the number 9. After finishing the 9th round, there remained exactly 300 external dimensional energy entities aboard the starship. This time, 10 were released simultaneously, followed by sequential groups of 2, 3, and 5. The subsequent 5 releases occurred slightly later, followed closely by another set of 1, 2, and 2. This was followed by a segmented release of the number 11, with 3, 3, and 5 being released in batches. Similarly, the final release of 5 was slightly delayed, succeeded by 1, 2, and 2. After several numbers greater than 9 had been transmitted, 3 remained, and after a considerable wait, these 3 external dimensional energy entities were released in the forms of 1 and 2. Observing the last vanishing energy entity, Zheng Yin smiled and remarked, "I wonder if they comprehend the concepts of yin and yang." Once the isolation chamber's shield was lowered and the dimensional oscillation chamber was sealed, a young male crew member suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. "What the hell are they trying to do?" Lu angrily exclaimed. However, before Huang Yueqing could attend to the crew member, his discomfort had vanished. Shortly thereafter, 2 female nurses from the medical team experienced similar abdominal pains, and, again, before Huang Yueqing could diagnose them, they too had recovered. Lu fumed. "What on earth is going on?" Zheng Yin, however, laughed heartily, saying, "It's nothing. 1 represents yang, 2 represents yin. Males embody yang while females embody yin. It seems they understand. This exchange, transcending dimensions, universes, species, and civilizations, could only communicate in the most fundamental manner. Fortunately, they succeeded. From that point onward, these external dimensional intelligences ceased to visit human society, and the spontaneous disease incidents among humans approached an infinitesimal zero. As for whether these external dimensional intelligences were akin to death itself, soul reapers, or figures like the black and white impermanence, there was no longer any need for verification. It is highly plausible that humanity had abruptly ascended to a second-level stellar civilization, achieving a leap in resolving all disease treatments in one fell swoop, compelling the external dimensional intelligences, who harvested the energy of the deceased, to intervene directly in the harvesting process, thus explaining the phenomenon of incurable ailments. Now, these external dimensional intelligences had recognized that human society also constituted a civilized intelligence, promptly halting their death harvests. Although direct communication was not possible, it was evident that the fundamental physical laws of their universe mirrored those of humanity's cosmos. Following the resolution of the external dimensional invasion, the entire crew of the starship received high commendation from the Earth Federation. Zheng Yin was awarded the rank of Marshal in the Earth Federation Space Force and promoted to Admiral of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, with officials from various command groups also receiving rank advancements. The Earth Federation replenished the starship with a substantial number of living personnel comprising elites from diverse fields, bringing the Earth Expeditionary Force aboard the starship to a total of 100,000. This was barely sufficient to operate the human society within the starship, which had transformed from its previous desolate state into a veritable mobile space city. To effectively combat the galactic pirates and resist the unification cult led by the celestial ship people, Zheng Yin commanded Chang'e to manufacture an additional 400 fighter jets, 40 destroyers, and 400 space battle mechs. These warships could still dock within the fifth deck of the Chang'e, while the two frigates, due to their considerable size, could only dispatch their pilots to form a starship fleet alongside 1,000 crew members. Ultimately, Zheng Yin petitioned the Earth Federation to establish a portal on the Australian grasslands, a venture based on the technology shared by the Krulans, remnants of a bygone third-tier stellar civilization, specifically the long-distance wormhole pinpoint transmission technology. This was merely the prototype of the first generation, clumsy and towering, with a limited range. Its fixed transmission coordinates were set to the planet of the Proxima Centuri inhabitants. After the portal on Earth was constructed, Zheng Yin led the starship fleet as they made a leap towards the orbital path of the Proxima Centuri planet. Chapter 45, Swift Rescue. Upon arriving at the Proxima Centuri planet, the starship immediately commenced the establishment of the portal. The Proxima Council expressed immense joy at the creation of the portal, mobilizing a significant number of personnel and resources, and within 3 days, a colossal portal was erected. Subsequently, under the guidance of the starship's scientific team, the first transmission test was conducted. The portal was activated from the Proxima planet, and simultaneously, the portal on Earth, located on the Australian grasslands 4 light-years away, illuminated as well. Between the two towering portals, a short-distance wormhole was established. A robotic probe was sent from Proxima, but upon entering the portal, it lost contact, as it was disassembled into a particle state by the spatial transmission technology. 10 seconds later, Proxima received a remote quantum communication from the robot, which, due to the peculiar nature of quantum entanglement, faced no limitations of distance. Communication could occur in real time from any corner of the universe. The robot was reassembled intact on the Australian grasslands, thus realizing the technology of interstellar transmission. However, as it was still in the preliminary testing phase, simultaneous bidirectional transmission was not yet feasible. Therefore, at any given time, only one side, Earth or Proxima, could activate the portal while the other received. In the end, both sides established a city for interstellar reception beside the portal and instituted corresponding interstellar laws, leading to a burgeoning prosperity between Earth and Proxima. This portal technology began to proliferate throughout the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, with an increasing number of portals constructed, allowing the inhabitants of natural planets to easily return home for visits. The next target for the starship fleet was Betelgeuse and Orion, a civilization evolved from lizard-like beings, now the nearest member of the unified faction. However, just as Zheng Yin ordered the jump, the commander of the Star Alliance in that region, Marshal Durugulu, sent a distress signal to the starship. The commander of the Blue Light from Sirius addressed General Zheng, saying, "General Zheng, a coalition fleet of the Star Alliance has been ambushed by the Unification sect 500 light-years away from your location. Your fleet is the closest, and we urgently request your support. The Unification sect is in the process of annihilating their star, and a supernova is imminent. Within that stellar system resides a Type 1 civilization with a population of 3 billion, whose entire existence is at stake." General Zheng replied, "We are on a mission to locate the Unification sect and the Galactic Pirates. This rescue is imperative." Please send me the coordinates and specific information. We shall set forth at once. Deluglu expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you once again for your generosity. The Star Alliance takes pride in your efforts." Upon reviewing the information, they learned that this Type 1 planetary civilization is known as the Vajja. Their primary star is a blue giant, and Vajja is the 23rd planet in the stellar system. Like humanity, they are a primitive civilization that had signed a protection agreement a millennium ago. However, their history is steeped in tales of ancestral contact with extraterrestrial civilizations, which has fueled their ambition to venture beyond their stellar system. Recently, Vajja scientists achieved a breakthrough in spatial distortion and compression technology, successfully creating their first warp-capable spacecraft, which they launched at speeds equivalent to Warp 1. This event was promptly detected by a monitoring vessel of the Star Alliance, marking Vajja's transition into a Type 2 stellar civilization, prompting the initiation of contact protocols. Meanwhile, the Unification sect caught wind of these developments and preemptively dispatched missionaries to the planet, promoting the tenets of the five-dimensional Unification deity and insisting on their immediate conversion, or face dire consequences. In Vajja's historical records, the Unification deity is synonymous with malevolence, and they resolutely refused, with fervent Vajja citizens demanding the immediate execution of the missionaries. The missionaries were swiftly teleported back to their ship and fled, prompting the Unification sect to deploy a fleet of 500 warships to harvest this civilization. Ultimately, the joint diplomatic corps of the Star Alliance made first contact with the Vajja civilization, promising to assist them in repelling the Unification sect's assault. However, as the 200 ships of the Star Alliance fleet arrived at Vajja, they were ambushed by the Unification sect's fleet, which had been cloaked a light year away. The battle raged for an hour. The Unification sect failed to obliterate the 200 starships of the Coalition, as the Star Alliance fleet had significantly enhanced its capabilities. The hulls were no longer composed of traditional titanium steel, but rather a newly developed material known as celestial steel, boasting an order of magnitude greater resilience. Additionally, they had replaced the outdated quantum energy shields with self-adaptive frequency deviation shields akin to those on the Chang'e spacecraft. Consequently, only a handful of warships were destroyed, while the Unification sect lost over 100 ships. This particular fleet of the Unification sect consisted of the tri-eyed long-eared beings. Though their technology was not as advanced as that of the celestial navigators, their temperament was notoriously volatile. Faced with their inability to annihilate the Star Alliance fleet and suffering the loss of 100 ships, they swiftly altered their strategy, abandoning the plan to harvest the Vajja civilization. Instead, they ascended to the surface of the star and launched 100 singularity bombs toward the core of the blue giant. They undoubtedly lack such technology. It is evident that these bombs were provided by the celestial ship aliens. The star subsequently underwent collapse, with the immense mass of the blue supergiant accelerating the rate of this collapse. A supernova is expected to form within just a few hours, and the shockwave will reach Vajja star in 10 hours. Zheng Yin's current mission is to swiftly evacuate the life forms of this civilization. But accomplishing this feat in merely a few hours is virtually impossible. As the starship fleet jumped into the orbit of Vajja star, the besieging fleet of the Unification faction had already departed, leaving the Allied fleet in a frantic effort to assist the Vajja people in their evacuation. From the vantage point of Vajja star's orbit, the luminescence of the blue supergiant had dimmed significantly. It was collapsing rapidly towards its core, with a substantial amount of radiation being cast into the cosmos. With 3 billion inhabitants, not counting the animals, how could one possibly evacuate them? Was this not absurd? Lu was anxiously pacing. If we launch a sufficient quantity of slowing torpedoes, could we not decelerate the collapse of the blue supergiant? Zheng Yin inquired. No, Captain, replied Professor Picard. The core of this blue supergiant is already in a state of rapid collapse, and its immense singularity effect can effortlessly capture the energy of the slowing torpedoes. Even if we converted all the energy aboard the starship into slowing torpedoes, it would be inconsequential against the blue supergiant's colossal mass. What then is the method to swiftly transport the 3 billion Vajja people? Can we accelerate our time? Zheng Yin asked again. That also won't work, Captain. The time accelerator can only affect one side unilaterally. If we attempted to transport the Vajja people while in a state of accelerated time, they would remain in slow motion relative to us, and our actions in accelerated time would appear as superspeed to them. The immense inertia generated upon contact would inflict fatal harm, exclaimed the Zabaarite, West. I have an idea. Wu Yunqi interjected. Speak quickly, Yunqi. What is your plan? Zheng Yin urgently asked. Energy storage cabinets. Those are the boxes the Galactic pirates used to capture our kin. If we utilize energy conversion and compression, it should vastly expedite the process compared to the current method of transporting them in ships. The only issue is that the boxes are still on Earth, and I am uncertain if we can retrieve them in time, Yunchi said excitedly. Excellent. We shall proceed with this plan, regardless of whether we can make it in time. Zheng Yin commanded the fleet to jump to Earth's orbit, simultaneously relaying a plan to the Allied fleet to swiftly organize the Vaca people for assembly in an open area. The Earth Federation was also informed of the starship's return to collect the boxes, and within 10 seconds, over 200,000 energy storage cabinets were transported onto the starship. Subsequently, the starship jumped back into the orbit of Vaca Star, distributing the more than 200,000 boxes across all warships in the fleet, including 500 fighter jets and 50 destroyers stationed in the hangar of the fifth deck. After 10 minutes of adjustments, under the command of the warship's captain, nearly 2,000 warships commenced the energy compression and conversion collection from the Vaca people on the surface. During this interval, the Chang'e vessel urgently manufactured an additional 10,000 energy storage cabinets, yet it still proved insufficient. In a decisive moment, the Star Alliance Command urgently resolved to designate an undeveloped primordial planet, located 50 light-years away, as a temporary refuge. The Chang'e spacecraft would make a quantum leap to this destination, releasing the Wagia people from the energy storage cabinets, thus freeing up space for further transport. The Chang'e vessel, carrying 100,000 energy storage units, arrived at this untouched planet, a youthful star system where the main star, a yellow dwarf, had only recently come into existence. Approximately 2 billion years ago, on its fourth planet, a plethora of carbon-based life forms had evolved, with an atmosphere strikingly similar to that of Earth, yet still in the age of animals, devoid of any intelligent species. To avoid disrupting the natural evolution of species on this planet, Zheng Yin chose a barren, Gobi-like continent to release 1 billion Wagia individuals, where flora and fauna were exceedingly sparse, and the landscape was dominated by sand and stones. After briefing the leadership of the Wagia, the Chang'e returned to the orbit of Wagia Star to continue its rescue mission. After more than 9 hours of collecting efforts, 3 billion Wagia and a significant portion of native flora and fauna were successfully stored in the quantum energy cabinets. At that moment, the brilliance of the blue giant star was no longer visible from the orbit of Wagia Star. A supernova was about to erupt. An urgent call to retreat was issued by Zheng Yin. The joint fleet of the Star Alliance was already fleeing towards the primordial planet at a warp speed of level 9. The coordinates of the primordial planet had activated the jump engines, ready to enter the wormhole. As the Chang'e super spacecraft initiated the wormhole transition, the supernova erupted. In truth, the supernova had exploded 10 hours prior. Its visible light had only just reached them. Its blinding luminosity would illuminate a substantial portion of the galaxy, persisting for weeks, even months. The energy released in mere seconds equated to the total energy output of the Sun throughout its entire lifespan, with a multitude of neutrinos hurled into the cosmos, while shockwave radiation would reach Wagia Star in mere moments. At this juncture, Wagia Star resembled a droplet of water beside an incendiary device, quietly awaiting vaporization. Concurrently with the supernova's explosion, a gamma-ray burst of 0.1 seconds emerged, a beam of ultra-high energy racing toward the still-open wormhole. Chapter 46. Subconscious Communication. As the Chang'e super spacecraft emerged from the wormhole, a gamma-ray surged forth in its wake. The immense energy of the gamma-ray prevented the wormhole from closing automatically. It took 10 seconds for the wormhole to gradually seal. At this point, the Chang'e spacecraft had become incapacitated. The gamma-ray effortlessly penetrated its dual shields, grazing the edges of the hull. It also traversed the atmosphere of the primordial planet, skimming close to the surface. Miraculously, the Chang'e detected the imminent threat in time, surpassing Zheng Yin's command authority to execute evasive maneuvers. The vessel activated the shields on each crew member's left wrist and issued a warning of the gamma-ray attack. Although all onboard computers succumbed to paralysis at the moment the gamma-ray passed through the shields, the individual soldier shields maintained operation for 0.1 seconds, sufficiently safeguarding the expeditionary forces from fatal harm. As the first layer of the shield was breached, Chang'e promptly deactivated herself, thereby safeguarding her from damage. Now, it is merely a matter of repairing the various subsystems within the starship to restore its functionality. After expending 2 days to revive the operations of Chang'e, Zheng Yin issued orders to manufacture 100,000 quantum energy conversion storage units. intended to evacuate the Vaga people from the primitive planet and facilitate their relocation by the Star Alliance. Should suitable planets not be found, they would be distributed among the planets of various Federation members. The current primitive planet has evolved to a high level of mammalian life, and the emergence of an intelligent civilization is not far off. The Star Alliance has a long-standing principle of non-interference with civilizations in their nascent state. Thus, it is imperative to expeditiously evacuate the Vaga people from this planet. While Zheng Yin supervised the production of the energy cabinets, Huang Yueqing sent him a report. Captain, Daisy has shown signs of pregnancy, which means she is with child. Daisy? Zheng Yin pondered. I have not seen her romantically involved with anyone during this time. She has yet to move on from Zhou Xiaohu's shadow. Indeed, Captain, which is why I am reporting this to you. It is Zhou Xiaohu's child. Without delay, Zheng Yin sensed something amiss and promptly summoned Liu and Professor Picard to the medical bay. Zhou Xiaohu is a manifestation of dark energy in the universe, born aboard the starship to experience human life. Upon his demise, he returned all the energy he had absorbed from the ship. How could he possibly leave behind any genetic material? Would Zhou Xiaohu's child also complete a human lifespan in mere days? Upon voicing these concerns, Huang Yueqing chuckled. Captain, have you forgotten? Zhou Wanyin once prepared a meal for Xiaohu. Although he only took a few bites, it was sufficient to generate genetic material. Zheng Yin recalled this, laughing. Ah, I see now. I had not considered the details. Given that this reaction has only just surfaced, it surely will not follow the same swift departure as Xiaohu. Huang Yueqing continued. Yes, the fetus appears to be normal. However, there are uncertainties regarding the genetic contribution from Xiaohu. The other half of the child's genetic makeup remains an absolute mystery. Therefore, I seek your guidance on whether Daisy should be placed under 24-hour observation. Zheng Yin contemplated and replied with a smile. This is the starship's little grandchild. Of course, we must ensure proper care. However, it should not be surveillance. From now on, let us closely monitor Daisy's health, assign a dedicated caregiver, and maintain daily records to alleviate any psychological burden she may bear. Huang Yueqing responded with a grin. Then let us assign Zhou Wanyin as the caregiver. The bond of friendship will facilitate emotional communication. Zheng Yin agreed with a smile. Very well. Let us proceed with that plan. Now, let us pay a visit. Upon exiting Daisy's quarters, Zheng Yin felt a surge of joy, considering it a happy occasion. Yet, a message from Wu Yunqi pulled him back into a state of concern. Captain, there have been strange occurrences at the temporary camp of the Vaga people on the surface. A significant number have fallen into a state of exhaustion, and fatalities have been reported. Indeed, just as one wave recedes, another rises. Currently, there are nearly 1 billion Vaga people scanning the entire camp on the continent, and no anomalies have been detected. The gamma rays that penetrated the atmosphere and skimmed the surface of the planet appeared on the opposite side, causing minimal impact on the entire primordial planet's ecosystem. Within the Vaga camp, no infectious bacteria or viruses were found, nor were any fungal spores detected. This extreme fatigue and somnolence is non-contagious and seems to have occurred simultaneously on a large scale. Their symptoms resemble those experienced by the crew of the starship during a previous episode of sleep deprivation. Yet patients report dreaming extensively while asleep. Dr. Huang, have you discovered anything from the brain scans of the patients? Zheng Yin inquired after reviewing the report. No, Captain. The Vaga brain structure is distinct from that of humans, and there are no prior records in the galaxy. The medical team is preparing to perform an autopsy on a deceased individual, but we have yet to receive consent from the Vaga leadership, Huang Yueqing responded. In Vaga cultural tradition, the deceased must be treated with utmost respect. A corpse cannot be subjected to further violation and must be interred in the soil as it is. Thus, performing an autopsy on a Vaga individual would be seen as a challenge to their civilizational principles. The Vaga leader addressed Zheng Yin, saying, Captain, if this is the fate of our 1 billion Vaga, we shall accept it with equanimity. Please collect our bodies and find a suitable planet for burial. If we compromise our civilizational integrity, what difference does it make between being alive or dead? Zheng Yin reassured him, rest assured, you shall not perish. We will swiftly find a solution. Similar occurrences have transpired aboard our starship. Perhaps overly preoccupied with this matter, Zheng Yin experienced a strange dream that night. He and several others stood on the surface of the primordial planet, discussing the unspoiled landscape before them, when suddenly, countless tendrils emerged from the ground, ensnaring the feet of several command officers. Zheng Yin struggled to break free and escape this planet, yet the grip tightened. Startled, he awoke from his slumber. At that moment, Chang'e asked, "Brother, I also witnessed your nightmare. Would you like me to conduct a brainwave measurement?" Zheng Yin wiped the sweat from his brow and, catching his breath, chuckled, "Please refrain from watching my dreams in the future. It makes me feel quite embarrassed." Noticing the time, he realized it was almost time to rise, and unable to return to sleep. He tidied himself and headed to the medical room to check on the Vaga's condition. To his surprise, he found Lu, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Picard, Rick, Jones, Zhao Beidou, and Chekhov all present in the medical room, with Huang Yueqing examining their brainwaves. Upon Zheng Yin's arrival, Wu Yunqi eagerly asked, "Captain, did you have a nightmare last night?" Zheng Yin glanced at the people in the medical room, a chill running down his spine. These officers had all appeared in his dream. "Indeed, I did," he hastily replied. "We were trapped by the tendrils beneath the primordial planet, unable to escape. It seems you all shared the same dream, did you not?" Huang Yueqing nodded and said, "Indeed. Captain, it appears our consciousness has been collectively ensnared in some location." Zheng Yin, perplexed, inquired, "Is this affliction not contagious?" "Yes, Captain. As it stands, none among us exhibit any signs of contagion. All brain region tests are normal," Huang Yueqing replied. After contemplating for a moment, Zheng Yin asked, "Professor Picard, during your last scan of the camp, how deep did you extend into the ground?" Professor Picard responded, "Considering the root systems of plants and the living conditions of soil microorganisms, the last scan only delved 300 meters downward, where no biological presence was detected." Zheng Yin remarked, "I see. Let us proceed to the bridge and conduct another scan, this time reaching the core. Perhaps there is indeed something beneath." An hour later, Professor Picard indeed discovered anomalies. Within the depths of this primordial planet, approaching the core, the flow of magma exhibited extensive irregularities. The magma did not wholly conform to the planet's rotation, displaying a complete streamline. Within this magma layer, exceeding 3,000 kilometers in thickness, numerous magma bodies displayed retrograde movements. Although each was merely a few dozen meters in size, their quantity was staggering, with over 10,000 found throughout the planet's mantle. Could it possibly be sentient life? Lu questioned, gazing at Zheng Yin with bewilderment. Zheng Yin responded, in a broad sense, anything capable of self-growth and reproduction can be regarded as life. Even religions and organizations can embody life. Moreover, look at the scan. They interact with surrounding objects, clearly meeting the criteria for narrow definitions of life. Wu Yunqi remarked, "Their mode of existence surpasses our imagination. They can survive in such high temperatures." Professor Picard added, "High temperatures are merely relative to carbon-based life. The uncertainties surrounding other species in the universe are vast. In the cosmos, absolute zero is minus 273.15 degrees, while the highest temperature remains undiscovered, theoretically reaching 10 to the power of 32 degrees at the moment of the Big Bang. Compared to this, the temperature range suitable for our carbon-based life is exceedingly frigid." Zheng Yin instructed, "Yunqi, send all available communication methods. Let us see if we can establish contact." However, after exhausting all means of communication, there was no response, indicating that this form of life communicates differently from carbon-based beings. That night, Zheng Yin and all the commanders experienced the same dream again. Yet this time they were aware they were dreaming, as if their subconscious associations had not entirely overshadowed their primary consciousness. They found themselves once more on this primordial planet, surrounded by gentle creatures and flourishing flora. The animals displayed no fear of their presence. Zheng Yin gestured for everyone to walk a distance, and wherever they went, the animals followed. Eventually, the creatures halted and gazed skyward in unison. This left Zheng Yin and his companions utterly baffled. Yet, the animals glanced back at them before collectively returning their gaze to the heavens, only to look back at them again, then back to the cosmos. After a series of realizations, Zheng Yin suddenly understood and hastily inquired, "Are you suggesting that we should leave this planet promptly?" Just as he uttered half of his question, Zheng Yin awoke. Chapter 47. A visit to primitive civilizations. Zheng Yin immediately convened a discussion meeting, and the officials in the command group had experienced similar occurrences. Evidently, this was a subconscious contact, Professor Picard analyzed. "Captain, they can only communicate with us in this manner, and even then, it is quite vague. Perhaps their logic is entirely different from that of carbon-based life forms. Their experience of existence might transcend our comprehension. However, one thing is clear, they have successfully conveyed a message to us, urging us to leave swiftly," Zheng Yin remarked. "They wouldn't have resorted to this if we weren't already planning to depart. Haven't we been busy constructing boxes these past few days? Alas, these magma creatures are rather impatient," Lu lamented. It can only be deemed a misunderstanding. They were unaware of our imminent departure, just as we were oblivious to their existence. And without any prior contact, misunderstandings are bound to occur, Zheng Yin elucidated. Subsequently, the starship transported 10,000 Vaga people from the surface to the 4th level's holographic deck for testing and observation. Indeed, within 10 minutes of leaving their primitive planet, the Vaga people regained their spirits. At this point, the quantum energy storage cabinets had been completed, and under the supervision of the Vaga parliamentary leaders, energy conversion and compression storage commenced. After 5 days, nearly 1 billion Vaga people on the surface had been collected. The 2,000 Vaga who perished due to illness were stored separately in ordinary particle compression cabinets, having lost their quantum consciousness. During these 5 days, the officials in the command group no longer experienced those bizarre dreams. The Chang'e starship fleet then jumped to the Star Alliance command post on the Orion Arm, while the Star Alliance joint fleet set off at warp speed level 9 towards their next mission point. Commander Delagru of the Star Alliance held a grand welcoming ceremony for Zheng Yin and his team, arranging accommodations for over 300,000 energy storage cabinets filled with Vaga people. The starship also delivered 49 pirate transport ships and over 100 pirate captives. Most notably, 3 pirate commanders captured during the first destruction of a pirate base in the Sagittarius Arm could serve as significant leverage in future war negotiations. The leaders of the Vaga Parliament were finally housed in the Star Alliance embassy, while 300 selected robust Vaga warriors joined the Earth Expeditionary Force. After placing down the Vaga energy storage cabinets, the Chang'e starship resumed its voyage in search of the pirate transport vessels. Following discussions with the Star Alliance command post, their target was set directly on a pirate base 2,000 light-years away, comparable in size to the base near the Zabaar star, primarily composed of Star Alliance renegades. Within the stellar system of this pirate base, there existed a planet in a primitive societal stage, characterized by low civilization. They are frequently besieged by the disturbances of the galactic pirates, and although the Star Alliance has long sought to assist, their efforts are hindered by limitations. This predicament is the principal reason Commander Delagru proposed to Zheng Yin, wishing to leverage Zheng Yin's starship fleet to expel the pirates and save the civilization trapped in a primitive society. 10 seconds later, the fleet, cloaked in stealth mode, jumped into the star system comprised of yellow dwarf stars. They now find themselves a mere 0.5 light-years from the pirate base. And Zheng Yin resolves to first explore this planet in a primitive state of society, thus their fleet remains concealed in orbit around the planet. After scanning the planet, Professor Picard reported that the atmospheric composition is akin to that of Earth, allowing the landing team to forego air filters. And the planet's environment is in a state of extreme equilibrium. Zheng Yin instructed, upon our descent, we must ensure no harm befalls the flora and fauna. All weapons should be set to the lowest stun setting. Consequently, a landing party of 7 was formed, comprising Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Huang Yueqing, Lu, Rick, and the Zabaarian, Weister. To their astonishment, as they made their appearance on the surface, before they could observe the primitive society, they were spotted by an indigenous man. This adult male was draped in leaves and vines, resembling a human yet possessing green skin, with hair of a deep green hue, as if capable of photosynthesis. He observed Zheng Yin and his companions from a distance, unperturbed, and approached with a smile. The translator device swiftly interpreted his words. The man greeted, "Welcome to our world. As long as you do not harm our plants and animals, you are most welcome." Zheng Yin, intrigued, replied, "Greetings, we have arrived here by chance. Are you not afraid upon seeing us?" Gesturing to his companions, some with black hair and yellow skin, others with blonde hair and fair skin, and Alice, who had a tail, while Weister boasted both a tail and wings. The man chuckled, "You are far gentler than those pirates. My name is Yimong. It is a pleasure to meet you." Zheng Yin realized that given their proximity to the galactic pirates and the frequent disturbances they endure, their worldview had long been formed, and there was no need for deception. He then smiled and declared, "We are the Earth Expeditionary Force of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, in pursuit of the pirates to reclaim our abducted kin. Additionally, we are peace emissaries. Considering your frequent tribulations at the hands of the galactic pirates, we have come to the system to eradicate them and offer you assistance." To his surprise, Yimong's smile vanished as he solemnly replied, "We require no assistance and wish for no war to arise because of us. We will not partake in any conflict. Since you come bearing the flames of war, we kindly ask you to return swiftly." With that, Yimong turned to depart. Wu Yunqi hurriedly called out, "Mr. Yimong, please wait." Yimong halted, glanced back, and said, "My words represent our people. Do you have any further questions? Wu Yunqi glanced at Alice, who shook her head, her expression one of bewilderment. Wu Yunqi chuckled. We are not warmongers, nor shall we ever instigate war. In our civilization, it is a tradition to support the weak and combat evil. We bear the responsibility to uphold this. Yimeng smiled, replying, You worry too much. That is your cultural tradition, not ours. In our civilization, there shall not be a trace of conflict. Lu inquired, When the galactic pirates plunder you, do you not resist? Do you believe that such passivity will awaken the pirates' conscience, deterring them from attacking you? Yimeng pondered for a moment and responded, We cannot resist. But we will hide before the pirates arrive, doing our utmost to avoid capture. Zheng Yin remarked, We fight to prevent further conflict. If we do not resist, we would all have been devoured by the singular god by now. Yimeng appeared momentarily taken aback, then said, Endless warfare merely entraps one in an infinite cycle of despair. Only by completely extricating ourselves from this quagmire can we journey to distant realms. You simply have yet to discover the means to escape. Just as Zheng Yin was about to speak further, Yimeng suddenly gazed towards the horizon and shouted, The pirates are scanning again. Quickly hide. With that, he darted into the nearby thicket and vanished from sight. Zheng Yin and the others quickly activated their shields and sought refuge behind a large boulder. Indeed, radar indicated that a pirate collection ship was approaching from 100 kilometers away. The vessel was not large. It was an antiquated model piloted by a single operator. Zheng Yin resolved to launch a disabling attack on the collection ship and capture the pilot for intelligence interrogation. As the ship flew overhead, the 7 of them coordinated an electromagnetic pulse assault. The vessel, having left its shields down, was effortlessly incapacitated. Emerging from the cockpit was a blue-skinned rebel. Upon sighting Zheng Yin and his companions, he immediately opened fire with a phase gun. Yet, his shots could not penetrate their shields. In desperation, the pirate knelt and begged for mercy. Zheng Yin noted the pirate's surprising sense of self-preservation and ordered his companions to cease their attack. Just as they were about to apprehend him, the ruthless pirate detonated a fusion grenade strapped to his body. The immense shockwave hurled the 7 of them, and the nearby electromagnetic blast disabled their shield systems, causing them to crash heavily to the ground, leaving several dazed. Huang Yueqing's had collided with a rock, and by the time Wu Yunqi helped her up, she showed no signs of life. Zheng Yin struggled to his feet, only to witness the collection ship reduced to debris. A 10-meter-wide crater carved into the earth, and the pirate vaporized on the spot. The injured gathered around Huang Yueqing's lifeless body, rendered speechless. Zheng Yin, filled with regret, stared at Huang Yueqing on the ground, wishing he could hurl himself against the stone. Dr. Jones, teleport us back, he urged. Just then, Yimeng arrived with 3 women. Halting the teleportation, I believe we can assist you, Yimeng said, crouching down to examine Huang Yueqing's body. He turned to the 3 green-skinned girls adorned with leaves and declared, It is not too late. The 3 girls, upon hearing the news, appeared elated and immediately gathered around the lifeless body of Huang Yueqing, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Yimeng turned to Zheng Yin and said, This is a unique ability of our kin. Please do not disturb them. Let us wait from a distance. Zheng Yin, bewildered, inquired, Do you possess the power of resurrection? Yimeng smiled enigmatically. I shall explain later. Let us first observe the epicenter of the explosion. As they approached the center of the blast, Zheng Yin and the others noticed that with each step Yimeng took, lush grass sprouted rapidly beneath her feet. By the time Yimeng had circled the explosion site, the barren ground was once again adorned with vibrant greenery. In the large crater at the center, groundwater had begun to surface, gradually forming a small pond. The jaws of Zheng Yin and his companions nearly dropped in astonishment. What manner of ability was this? Even the technology of a third-tier galactic civilization could not achieve such effortless transformation. Chapter 48. Traversing the galaxy, observing the confusion on their faces, Yimeng smiled gently. I comprehend your good intentions, but we truly do not require assistance. Even the Celestials cannot harm us, and the galactic pirates have never genuinely pillaged our kind. Zheng Yin, taken aback, asked, What civilization are you? Yimeng replied with a smile, We are the purest civilization of peace, the Light Seekers, existing since the conflicts between the Bright Ones and the Unifiers. We have renounced all high-tech advancements to return to a primordial state, collectively evolving toward the realm of conscious energy. To alleviate your concerns, allow me to reveal the true nature of our kin. With a gesture towards the expanse of land, Yimeng summoned countless Light Seekers. Some were seated on the ground, others floated in midair, while a few had half their bodies buried in the soil. They basked in the sunlight and the gentle breeze, each surrounded by a faint green glow. From a distance, this multitude of light seekers resembled a massive green cloud rising from the earth. Before Zheng Yin and his companions could recover from their astonishment, Yimong waved her hand again, and the vast assembly of light seekers vanished, leaving behind a wide, open plain. At that moment, the three light seeker girls approached, with Huang Yueqing following closely behind. Although slightly fatigued, there was a newfound vitality in her expression. The wound on the back of her head had healed, and the blood had been wiped away. Wu Yunqi and Alice, upon seeing her, were overjoyed, exclaiming, "Sister Yueqing," as they hurried towards her. The reunion inevitably brought forth tears, stirring emotions even among the men present. Zheng Yin and his companions bowed in gratitude to Yimong and apologized for interrupting their meditation. Yimong replied with a smile, "Ignorance is no fault, especially when your intentions are noble. I only ask that you do not report our interaction to your Star Alliance. We prefer to avoid excessive disturbance." Zheng Yin and his companions bid farewell to Yimong and her kin, concluding this extraordinary visit. Upon returning to their starship, they engaged in discussions about this enigmatic civilization. Alice remarked, "My telepathic abilities have utterly failed in their presence. I am at a loss as to how to employ them. In this regard, they are far more advanced than the white light beings." Huang Yueqing interjected, "I lost consciousness after my fall, and when I awoke, I found myself surrounded by three girls, each emanating a soft glow. It felt as though I had awakened from a profound slumber. I was merely fatigued, and the wound on my head had vanished." Zheng Yin inquired, "Chang'e, does the database of the Level 2 civilization in the Milky Way contain any records of the Light Seekers?" Chang'e replied, "There are no definitive records. Only fragments of ancient legends, suggesting they predate the white light beings." Lu laughed. "Fortunately, they are pacifists. Otherwise, like the white light beings, we would be in trouble." Zheng Yin added with a smile, "Well, since we need not assist them, we should attend to our own affairs and set course for the pirate base." 10 minutes later, the starship fleet materialized at the pirate base, which, akin to the Foundation near the Zabaar star, was constructed on a small asteroid with a diameter of several hundred kilometers. Here, approximately 5,000 warships were amassed, alongside 3 heavy orbital phase cannons on the base, and 5 Sentinel space stations equipped with formidable defensive weaponry. Given the strategic importance of this base within the Milky Way and its proximity to the Star Alliance's territory, Zheng Yin resolved to retain control over it, intending to hand it over to the Star Alliance after the conflict. Consequently, they executed a rapid operation, commanding the battle from the holographic display on the bridge. The assault commenced with 10,000 mosquito-type interference torpedoes, followed swiftly by refracted light, and then 5,000 photon torpedoes. This sudden bombardment threw the pirate base into chaos. They could scarcely fathom that the Earth Expeditionary Force would emerge at their doorstep to launch a devastating surprise attack. The 5,000 warships were rendered completely incapacitated before they could mount any form of resistance. A formidable display of firepower was unleashed, comprising 1,000 warships, 500 fighter jets, 50 destroyers, 500 space mechs, and 2 frigates. The base's fleet had lost all combat capability. The 5 Sentinel space stations were obliterated before they could even activate their defenses. The Chang'e initiated a barrage of high-energy continuous beams upon the 3 orbital cannons, breaching their shields and overloading the energy conduits, thereby incapacitating the base's defensive capabilities. The entire engagement lasted less than 10 minutes, leading to the pirates' surrender. Most of them were defectors and rogues from the Star Alliance, lacking any sense of honor associated with dying in battle. Faced with the overwhelming assault from the expeditionary force, they chose to surrender without hesitation. This battle resulted in the destruction of 5 Sentinel space stations, over 1,000 warships, the capture of nearly 4,000 vessels, and the apprehension of 300,000 pirates. Zheng Yin reported the victorious outcome to Duragru and handed over control of the base to the Star Alliance, much to Duragru's delight, prompting him to dispatch a fleet for the takeover. Zheng Yin also specifically advised him that the nearby primitive civilization planet wished to remain undisturbed, instructing the Star Alliance fleet to avoid entering the planet's orbit or observing them. Though Du Ligulu was unaware of the reasons, upon observing Zheng Yin's solemn expression, he readily acquiesced and inscribed the directive into the military regulations pertaining to the takeover. With the Star Alliance's fleet yet to arrive, Zheng Yin could only await here with the starship formation, as the transfer would not be completed for at least another 10 days. During this interval, De Lu organized an interrogation team to systematically question the pirate leaders, although they did not extract the whereabouts of the transport vessels. They successfully discerned the realities of the remaining 5 pirate bases. However, on the 7th day, while Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi were idly conversing in Huang Yueqing's herb garden, Yimeng unexpectedly appeared. He gently knocked at the door outside Huang Yueqing's small courtyard, and Zheng Yin received a report from Chang'e. The 3 promptly emerged to greet him. Although they were uncertain how he had arrived, it was unnecessary to inquire. With their capabilities, traversing any space was effortless. Yimeng smiled and said, "I apologize for intruding upon you. Since you are in pursuit of your abducted kin, it would be unwise to linger here. In 3 days, 2 billion lives shall perish. A fate we wish to avert. Given our prior acquaintance, I feel it is my duty to inform you." Zheng Yin gasped in shock. "What? Mr. Yimeng, could you please elaborate?" Yimeng replied with a smile, "If you depart now, there is still time. Fear not for this place. The pirates at the base will no longer resist. I have sent you the coordinates. It is advisable that you do not make a jump." Before Zheng Yin could pose further inquiries, Yimeng vanished into thin air. An emergency meeting. Upon reviewing the coordinates sent by Yimeng, everyone was taken aback. The location was 80,000 light-years distant from the starship's current position, entirely on the opposite side of the galaxy. How the pirate transport vessels managed to reach such a remote point was a mystery. Without making a jump, traveling at a velocity of warp level 999 would take a decade in a straight line, passing through the galaxy's center, where numerous black holes, quark stars, and pulsars are concentrated, and supernovae could erupt at any moment, an exceedingly perilous region. To circumvent the galactic core would require 13 years. Even at the starship's maximum attainable speed of warp level 99999, bypassing the galactic core would still necessitate over 7 months to arrive. Yet Yimeng had ominously stated that 2 billion humans would perish in 3 days, without revealing the cause, merely advising against jumping. However, 3 days offered no alternative for the starship but to make a jump. "What of the pirates?" Zheng Yin inquired. Surprisingly docile, Delu responded. "For reasons unknown. They have suddenly ceased their clamoring, each sitting quietly with their heads bowed like bashful maidens. It seems the Lightbringer has lent a hand. Yunqi, please relay our departure plan to the Star Alliance, informing them that we have received credible intelligence regarding the rescue of our compatriots. Let the pirates manage the takeover themselves." Zheng Yin commanded. "Understood. I shall proceed at once." Wu Yunqi promptly went to the bridge to contact Commander Du Lugula. "For the sake of our compatriots, we must take risks." Yimeng suggested that it might be best not to leap, but he did not assert that it was impossible, and without the leap, we would undoubtedly lag behind. Zheng Yin remarked. "Indeed, to hesitate and falter is hardly befitting of those who traverse the cosmos." Delu was the first to concur. Professor Picard chuckled, saying, "The captain always articulates my thoughts." Ultimately, after a vote by the command group, it was unanimously decided that they should dare to take the plunge. The distance of 80,000 light-years comprised 8 jump points, conveniently bypassing the galactic core. Prior to departure, Zheng Yin instructed Chang'e to conduct a thorough inspection of all systems aboard the vessel. The medical team performed health checkups on each expedition member, eliminating any potential physical hazards. The 1,000 warships and their crews also underwent comprehensive self-assessments. After sufficient preparations, the starship fleet initiated their first jump to a coordinate 10,000 light-years away. 10 seconds later, the fleet emerged unscathed from the vibrant colors of the wormhole. "Oh, what a relief. See, nothing happened." Delu laughed. Zheng Yin responded, "This is just the beginning. Delu, you truly have a knack for comforting others. We have 7 more jumps to go. Beidou, check off. Continue the leap." The second jump was completed successfully. Following that was the third, and then the 4th jump from the 3rd coordinate to the 4th, precisely crossing over the galactic core. Although the scientific team had taken the dangers of the galactic core into account when formulating the jump coordinates, space jumping is an artificial wormhole technology of a third-order galactic civilization. In the subdimensional space, there is no interference with the main space, which led them to overlook the central position of the Milky Way, the galactic core. As they prepared for the 4th jump, the wormhole was opened, and the countdown commenced. However, upon entering, Zheng Yin immediately sensed something was amiss. This wormhole was pitch black. Chang'e immediately checked the jump engine. Professor Picard scanned the subdimensional space outside the starship. Zheng Yin paced anxiously on the bridge, musing, "There can be no room for complacency." Moments later, Professor Picard and Zhao Beidou simultaneously exclaimed, "Captain, we have exited the wormhole." Concurrently, a blinding white light flooded the bridge. Outside all observation windows, a vast expanse of white prevailed, and upon closer inspection, Numerous tiny black dots were discernible within the white glow. Delu was utterly bewildered. Are we within the Galactic core? Zheng Yin inquired. No, Captain. We are in ordinary space. There are no celestial bodies within 5 light years, Professor Picard replied. Captain, the jump engine is functioning normally, and all subsystems are operational. Chang'e had also completed her self-check and reported that everything was in order. If everything is fine, then where lies the issue? Zheng Yin pressed. It is a planet composed of antimatter. Picard replied slowly. What? Zheng Yin could scarcely believe his ears. To be precise, we are currently situated within an observable universe comprised of antimatter, Professor Picard elucidated. Does this mean we have become antimatter in this antimatter universe? Zheng Yin asked. Indeed, Captain. The concepts of positive and negative are merely names. To our perception, this is a universe composed of antimatter. Yet, from their perspective, we are the antimatter. What changes is the nomenclature, but the opposing truths remain constant. This echoes the teachings of the Tao Te Ching. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name, Professor Picard elucidated. Ah, old Picard, you have an uncanny knack for timing your surprises. I had not anticipated your depth of understanding. Lu sighed with a wry smile. Zheng Yin widened his eyes and rushed to the observation window, scrutinizing the distant dark specks, and slowly inquired, are these dark points the planets of the antimatter universe? According to the detection results, yes, Professor Picard affirmed. These antimatter celestial bodies are absorbing the white light from cosmic space, in stark contrast to the planets in our universe. Zheng Yin pressed on. How long can our shields hold? Clearly, the implications of matter-antimatter annihilation were a pressing concern. There is no need for alarm on that front, Professor Picard reassured. All zero-point energy devices aboard our fleet are functioning optimally, drawing energy from the infinite high-frequency parallel universe, thus allowing the self-variational derivative shields to endure for a considerable duration. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin felt a slight sense of relief. We must hasten to find our way back. Remaining here is far from favorable. Professor Picard cautioned, Captain. Reverse jumps do not guarantee re-entry into our world. We may instead find ourselves in an even more bizarre universe or remain trapped here indefinitely. Yet, we cannot simply wait idly, Zheng Yin responded decisively. Beidou, set the previous coordinates as our jumping point. Chekhov, initiate the jump immediately. As the wormhole opened, the starship fleet entered a pitch-black subdimensional space. 10 seconds later, the fleet emerged from 10,000 light-years away, surrounded once more by a blinding white light. Behind the fleet lay an expansive dark area, the core of the antimatter galaxy, the silver core, or more accurately, the black core. Zheng Yin ordered 9 additional jumps at the black core, yet there was no discernible change. The scientific team and Chang'e could not provide an explanation for why the starship fleet had abruptly entered this antimatter universe. 2 days passed, and on the 3rd day, a weary Zheng Yin returned to the bridge where Alice was engaged in a heartfelt conversation with him. Suddenly, a communication signal appeared on Wu Yunqi's control panel. This was the first response she had received after attempting every method of communication. Quickly, Yunqi, display it on the main screen. Zheng Yin's spirits lifted. The screen revealed a pitch-black figure, indistinguishable at first. After 10 minutes of interpretation by Chang'e, a comprehensible image gradually materialized. The entity was a dark humanoid surrounded by similarly dark objects, though shrouded in a thin veil of white mist, allowing Zheng Yin to discern some details. The scene appeared to be akin to a starship bridge, with the dark figure emitting a series of sounds that Chang'e slowly decoded. It became apparent that their logic was entirely reversed. Once interpreted, the commanders on the bridge finally grasped the meaning of the entity's utterances. We are a cosmic exploration vessel, and we have discovered that you exist in a state of antimatter, which is perilous as annihilation could occur at any moment. May I inquire about the civilization from which you hail and the events that transpired? We wish to offer you our assistance. Zheng Yin promptly replied. We originate from an alternate universe, one that is composed of antimatter in relation to your own. Everything there is in stark contrast to your reality. I am Captain Zheng Yin of this starship. We unexpectedly entered this realm during a spatial jump 2 days ago, and we are currently seeking a way to return. Should you provide us with your aid, it would constitute a profoundly significant exchange between our opposing universes. The shadowy figure opposite him appeared somewhat taken aback. Turning to glance at those behind him before addressing Zheng Yin, I am Luke, the captain of the exploration vessel. I sincerely apologize for your predicament, which is likely a consequence of our actions. Zheng Yin inquired, I do not comprehend your meaning. Could you elucidate further? Luke responded, 2 days ago, We were conducting an experiment on a spatial bridge at the Black Core Center. As we activated it, a massive cluster of dark matter erupted from the bridge. By the time we attempted to trace its trajectory, the dark matter had vanished, leaving only the remnants of the jump. It is evident that this occurrence was due to the simultaneous overlap of matter and antimatter wormholes, resulting in a phenomenon of turbulent crossflow, which inadvertently allowed you to breach into our universe. We have been following the traces of your jump and fortuitously received the antimatter signal you emitted, Zheng Yin remarked. Your ability to trace the jump indicates that your technology is far more advanced than ours. Please assist us in returning. We await the chance to rescue 2 billion of our kin. Luke replied, the circumstances that have led to your entrapment are indeed our responsibility, and we are obligated to assist you in returning. However, your fleet of starships is remarkably advanced, even by our universe's standards, and if you possess no means of escape, we cannot guarantee success. Zheng Yin stated, this starship and the over 1,000 vessels that accompany it are a gift of fate. Our understanding of these highly developed technologies is limited, and we have yet to master them entirely. We implore you to do your utmost. Luke assured him. We shall strive diligently. Please, follow us. He then led them to the edge of the Black Core and reactivated the experimental spatial bridge. Originally intended to connect 2 distant star systems. In light of the previous operational error, the artificial wormhole of the Chang'e superfleet was activated simultaneously with the Black Core spatial bridge at the same coordinates. After bidding farewell to Luke, the fleet entered the wormhole. 10 seconds later, they emerged on the opposite side of the Black Core in the antimatter universe. Having traversed a leap of 10,000 light-years without piercing through the membrane of matter and antimatter, Luke immediately dispatched a deep space message. Captain Zheng Yin, please return to the spatial bridge testing site. The overlapping wormholes possess 2 distinct exits, and we only have a 50% chance of success. A 50% probability of success does not imply that failure in the previous attempt guarantees failure in this one. Every leap represents a fresh validation of probability, each time presenting a 50% chance. Even when 10 starships concurrently engage in jump trials, the overall probability is not a fixed 50%, as each vessel possesses an individual probability of merely 50%. There will not be 5 ships experiencing absolute failure, nor will there be 5 achieving absolute success. Thus, individual probabilities cannot dictate the collective outcome. Upon reaching the 4th jump, a turning point finally emerged. Indeed, under the influence of the overlapping matter-antimatter wormholes, they traversed the intersection of the positive and negative cosmic membranes, entering the realm of positive matter, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of shifting colors. At that moment, Zheng Yin felt an unexpected warmth emanating from this vibrant space. However, upon their arrival, they found themselves ensnared in new troubles. Although this realm was an observable positive universe composed of positive particles, the celestial bodies surrounding them were utterly unfamiliar, clearly not located within the Milky Way. Moreover, there were merely 10 minutes remaining until the foretold demise of 2 billion humans. Beidou, ascertain our spatial coordinates. Where are we now? Captain, we are currently situated at the heart of the Andromeda Galaxy, 2.5 million light-years from the edge of the Milky Way and 258 light-years from the coordinates provided by Yimong. Zhao Beidou reported. Alas, we are drifting further away. This is untenable. Luda, fraught with anxiety, nearly leaped from his seat. How long will it take to circumvent the galactic core via spatial jump? 45 minutes. It's too late. Luda collapsed onto the floor. Zheng Yin rose resolutely, declaring, even if time is short, we must jump. Beidou, set the destination coordinates. Chekhov, engage the jump engines at maximum power for a long distance, one-time leap. Fleet Commander, your power is limited. Activate stealth mode and jump slowly behind us. A long-distance wormhole was opened, and the Chang'e spacecraft swiftly entered, gliding at sublight speed within the intermediate dimension, while the jump engines operated at full capacity, and the exit of the wormhole had yet to be created. At this moment, the entire expeditionary force was filled with anxious anticipation, yearning for a miracle to unfold. Just then, Professor Picard detected a high-speed object outside the starship. To be precise, a humanoid being. This peculiar figure was enveloped in a transparent energy bubble, leisurely traversing the intermediate space. Yunqi, quickly, send a communication request to him. Zheng Yin, overwhelmed with excitement, fervently prayed for divine intervention. However, just as Wu Yunqi's transmission was dispatched, the mysterious individual appeared jovially on the bridge. Chapter 50. The first direct confrontation with the unifying deity. Zheng Yin immediately stood, bowing to the enigmatic figure, and inquired, "May I ask from which civilization you hail? Capable of wandering alone in this intermediate space?" The mysterious being bore a resemblance to a human, yet possessed 3 heads, 6 arms, and 6 legs, as though 3 individuals were conjoined back to back. The mysterious figure chuckled, "I am a traveler, a collective consciousness of the entire Triad civilization. We have traversed the cosmos for 1,000,000 years, exploring the unknown universe and discovering unfamiliar civilizations. It is a privilege to encounter you here." This proclamation left the crew aboard the starship astounded, for they had not anticipated that the evolution of a civilization could manifest in such a remarkable form. Zheng Yin replied, "It is an honor to meet you. We find ourselves in dire straits. If you could extend your assistance, the Galactic Interstellar Alliance would warmly welcome your presence." The traveler responded, "We do not engage in any civil strife and cannot aid you in battling your foes." Zheng Yin interjected, "No, that is not our request. We do not seek your help in vanquishing our enemies. We are urgently pursuing our 2 billion kin, but time is against us. In just a few minutes, our people will perish. If you could transport us to the coordinates in time, we could avert this catastrophe." The traveler inquired, "What has befallen your 2 billion kin? Why must they die in mere minutes? Is it due to combat casualties inflicted by adversaries, or perhaps a celestial calamity, such as a black hole's consumption or a supernova explosion?" Zheng Yin explained, "We do not know. The informant only provided us with coordinates and a time frame, urging us to rescue them. Their civilization, like yours, refrains from engaging in warfare." The traveler further questioned, "Given your destination coordinates, it appears to be a location within the Milky Way. As members of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, what brings you to the Andromeda Galaxy, over 2 million light-years away?" Zheng Yin succinctly recounted their journey through the antimatter universe. The traveler, evidently captivated by the concept of the anti-universe, nodded vigorously upon hearing the tale. "It seems the light seekers have guided you. I did not anticipate that you would undergo such a wondrous journey. My travels have now acquired a new objective. The antimatter universe exists only in theory, yet it appears you have inadvertently discovered the means to access it. Since you have inspired me, I shall now transport you to your destination coordinates." With that, the traveler vanished, and the Chang'e superstarship sublight pulse engine surged to a 100-fold increase in power. Just moments later, they leaped through the wormhole connecting the 2 galaxies. The traveler had departed. Before them lay a solitary and desolate planet, orbiting an aging white dwarf star, resulting in minimal visible light reflected from its surface, rendering its topography nearly indistinguishable. "Professor Picard, please scan for any anomalies." The captain commanded. "Captain, the planet's surface contains an atmosphere suitable for carbon-based life forms, and we have detected the presence of starship vessels belonging to the celestial ship race," Professor Picard reported. Projected onto the holographic display, as the image of the celestial ship race S vessels was magnified on the holographic platform, the command team could hardly contain their excitement. They beheld a massive altar adorned with 200,000 quantum energy storage units, meticulously arranged, surrounded by 300 warships and over 1,000 towering celestial ship beings. They formed a circle around the altar, continually engaged in worship, as a radiant sphere appeared in the air, rotating above the quantum energy storage cabinet. For Zheng Yin and his companions, this luminous entity was somewhat familiar. It was the 5-dimensional unification that had manifested during the civilization trial, observed from the jury's viewing area. "What should we do, Captain?" At that moment, Lu was overwhelmed with despair. Among the human compatriots reclaimed in previous missions, neither his wife nor daughter had been found, nor had Huang Yueching's family. They gazed at the members of the expeditionary force, many of whom had reunited with their families, feeling nothing but envy. Now, this planet was a prison for the remaining human beings, and surely their loved ones were trapped within. However, the 5-dimensional unification had already appeared, and the time for feeding was imminent. Just then, Huang Yueching rushed onto the bridge, her face a mask of helplessness as she looked at Zheng Yin. Zheng Yin immediately commanded, "Assemble the space combat team. Dr. Jones, swiftly transport 100,000 robotic warriors to seize the energy storage cabinet and capacitors. First, destroy the warships on the ground." The Chang'e superstarship promptly appeared in orbit. The battle commenced. "Chang'e, do you possess any weapons within your restricted technology capable of inflicting harm upon the 5-dimensional continuum?" Zheng Yin inquired anxiously. "None, Captain. The technology of a 3rd-tier stellar civilization cannot harm a 4th-tier dimensional civilization. However, due to the results of the civilization trial, they are also unable to directly attack you humans," Chang'e replied. "Destroy the altar," Lu shouted. Since it requires the altar to feed, let us annihilate it. Chang'e. When you command the robotic warriors to seize the energy storage cabinet, ensure that the altar and the celestial ship people are obliterated. At that moment, the ship's artillery had already begun firing at the ground, catching the unprepared celestial ship people off guard as they were wholly focused on the unification spirit. In an instant, 300 warships were annihilated. After 100,000 robotic warriors were transported to the surface, they entered flight mode, resembling a massive flock of birds as they swooped towards the altar while simultaneously launching attacks against over 1,000 celestial ship beings. Among these celestial ship people, some had already been possessed by the unification spirit, showing no fear of the robotic warriors' assaults. With a mere gesture, they rendered large groups of robotic warriors powerless, causing them to shut down and collapse to the ground. The robotic warriors managed to retrieve only a few thousand energy storage cabinets, placing them on the shuttles to continue their efforts, but soon they were completely overwhelmed. However, those celestial ship beings not possessed by the unification spirit were decimated. With over 500 eliminated, what remained were hybrids of the celestial ship people and the unification spirit. With another wave of their hands, they hurled the 100,000 robotic warriors into the air, sending them soaring towards the fleet of fighter jets at an astonishing velocity. Each robotic warrior possessed immense energy, and their explosive power rivaled that of photon torpedoes. At that moment, it was akin to 100,000 high-explosive missiles crashing into the space fleet. In an instant, over 100 fighter jets were destroyed, more than 200 severely damaged, and over 50 space mechs were obliterated, with more than 100 sustaining damage. Fortunately, 50 destroyers quickly formed a protective shield, deflecting the onslaught. The fusion of the celestial ship beings and the unification deity is not truly invincible. During the skirmish, several individuals were obliterated, but those were merely the corporeal forms of the celestial ship beings. The five-dimensional unification entity remained unscathed. The shortcomings of the 10,000 electromagnetic entities were now exposed. While they were nearly impervious to the energy weapons of the warships, they inflicted no harm upon the fusion of the celestial ship beings and the unification deity. Instead, much of their energy was absorbed. Electromagnetic entities, retreat. Do not make unnecessary sacrifices, Zheng Yin exclaimed urgently. However, over 3,000 electromagnetic entities had already been consumed. Capacitor, deploy a tractor beam to pull the containers away. Fire the neutrino splitter cannon. The Space Force must mount a full-scale assault to protect the starship. Soon, under the self-sacrificial cover of the Space Force, the Chang'e's tractor beam pulled the energy storage containers 10 kilometers away. A single neutrino splitter cannon swiftly targeted the mass of celestial ship beings. Yet, following the silver explosion, not a single celestial ship being fell. What is happening? Did we not just see over a dozen celestial ship beings obliterated? Zheng Yin asked, perplexed. Professor Picard replied. According to the battlefield playback, the celestial ship beings that were killed in the initial attack were destroyed by conventional bombs. The pilot of that fighter was a World War II enthusiast, keen on modifying his weaponry and equipped it exclusively with conventional bombs. To be precise, the celestial ship beings perished from the debris caused by the explosion. Zheng Yin reflected, so it appears that the unification entity is overly energetic, only defending against ultra-high energy beams while neglecting primitive harm. Professor Picard remarked, this is merely a hypothesis. Regrettably, the pilot sacrificed himself, preventing further verification. At that moment, the fusion of the celestial ship beings and the unification deity had ascended into the air and launched an assault on the fleet. Zheng Yin promptly commanded, there is no time to ponder. Let us treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Chang'e, quickly manufacture 100 basic submachine guns. Delu, let us proceed. By the time Zheng Yin transported himself and 100 daring volunteers to the surface, the Starship Space Battalion had suffered grievously. With over 300 fighters destroyed and more than 200 space mechs lost, one destroyer was surrounded by several celestial ship beings and swiftly breached its shields, crashing to the ground. Fortunately, under the cover of such significant sacrifices from the Space Force, all the energy storage containers were successfully pulled aboard the starship by the tractor beams. As soon as Zheng Yin and his team appeared, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the celestial ship beings. Indeed, the five-dimensional unification entity did not anticipate such primitive tactics, resulting in the immediate demise of over 100 of their kind. The remaining 200 quickly adjusted their surrounding shield fields, rendering their bullets ineffective, and no further damage was inflicted. Zheng Yin and his team were promptly transported back to the starship by Dr. Jones. At that moment, the fusion of the celestial ship beings and the unification deity had ascended into space. They dispatched dozens to intercept the space battalion, while the remaining 200 unleashed energy beams toward the starship, swiftly damaging its power systems through the shields. The jump engine was forcibly shut down. "Captain, run with our comrades. Do not concern yourselves with us. To perish on the battlefield is an honor." Major General Daniel Rick of the destroyer shouted loudly. "We will fight to the last breath. Hurry and retreat. Avenge us later. Do not let our sacrifices be in vain, Captain. Retreat quickly." The soldiers of the space army cried out incessantly. At that moment, 1/3 of the components of the warp engine had already been shut down. Zheng Yin was compelled to make a decision: retreat. Chapter 51. The Confrontation in Higher Dimensions. He could not gamble the lives of 2 billion people on pride. Chekhov. Initiate maximum warp, regardless of direction. Zheng Yin nearly shouted in tears. However, once the warp engine was activated, the starship did not depart. The warp engine had malfunctioned. The conventional pulse engine also failed. The starship was stranded. Just as the expeditionary forces awaited their demise, an extraordinarily bright, yet gentle light shone down upon them. All the celestial beings in the amalgamation of the unification god, illuminated by this light, quietly perished, with clusters of unification energy being drawn from their corpses. The core of the unification god within the planetary atmosphere was forcibly pulled into space. The 5-dimensional unification entity seemed to struggle desperately, its glowing energy forms contorting into various shapes. As the core of the unification god was drawn into space, the individual 5-dimensional entities that had detached from the core were systematically eradicated. Before the core's very eyes, clusters of energy forms were annihilated. And only when the last remnants were extinguished did the brilliant light release the struggling core of the unification god, which swiftly fled, vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, a colossal feminine figure emerged in space, radiating a translucent glow. It was the amalgamation of the Nuwa race from higher dimensional civilization. The Nuwa deity proclaimed, "The 5-dimensional unification entities have failed to fulfill the verdict of civilization and directly attacked lower dimensional civilizations, violating the laws of the civilizational court. They shall be sanctioned by the joint council of the 5-dimensional realm, exiled to the desolate universe, never to disrupt your evolution again." With those words, she vanished, and all functions of the starship returned to normal. "Quickly transport the wounded to the medical bay. All personnel, regroup, clear the battlefield, and tend to the injured." After the departure of the Nuwa race from higher dimensional space, 1,000 warships and 2 escort vessels finally arrived, lamenting their inability to participate in the battle. Particularly the warship crews, who felt extreme frustration upon learning of the direct confrontation with the unification god they had just missed. For them, returning to the galaxy to follow Zheng Yin was primarily motivated by the desire to battle their arch-nemesis, the unification god, yet they had just missed the opportunity, uncertain if it would ever present itself again. This confrontation with the 5-dimensional entities resulted in grievous losses for the starship fleet. 400 fighter jets were destroyed. 300 space mechs were annihilated. 1 destroyer was lost. 100,000 machine warriors perished, and 3,000 electric devourers were consumed. The Earth Expeditionary Force suffered the loss of 1,200 personnel from the space combat team. Even under the constraints of the 5-dimensional unification, there was no direct assault on humanity. Instead, a fraction of their essence was infused into the bodies of the Celestials, resulting in a feeble attack. Had the Enwa clan arrived even a moment later, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Over 1,000 Celestials perished, and even if the Enwa, dwelling in higher dimensions, had not intervened, the moment the unifying deity vacated their bodies, they would have met their demise. For their physical forms could not withstand the immense energy released by the 5-dimensional convergence. Their internal organs had already been incinerated. The medical bay was filled with wounded soldiers. Yet their faces radiated the joy of victory. A day later, the fleet of starships jumped back to the lunar orbit of the solar system. Earth was engulfed in jubilation, with people exuberantly cheering and celebrating. On the vast Australian plains, 2 billion of humanity were finally cradled once more in the embrace of Mother Earth. Lu, having long yearned for his wife and daughter, could no longer contain his emotions, bursting into tears of laughter. His daughter, Lu Mingjia, asked, "Daddy, we only took a nap. How have you grown a beard and aged so much?" Lu chuckled, "Silly girl, you've been asleep for nearly half a year. I chased you across the galaxy. Come, let us go meet Uncle Ain. He is your father's closest friend and now the Marshal of Earth." Huang Wuqing also found her 3-year-old son. along with her parents and in-laws, and the family embraced each other in tears. 3 years prior, she had divorced her husband, a university professor who had betrayed her with a student during her pregnancy. The student had suffered 2 miscarriages, resulting in severe hemorrhage, ultimately losing her life. Upon learning of this tragedy, Huang Yueqing was devastated and swiftly ended her marriage. Her in-laws, displaying profound understanding, personally ensured her husband was imprisoned, severing all ethical ties and choosing only to support Huang Yueqing in raising her grandson. This matter had never been broached by Huang Yueqing, though Zheng Yin and others were already aware of it from the commander's records and chose to remain silent. Human society gradually returned to its rightful path, and the Earth Federation established a new space fleet, comprising 300 frigates and 700 destroyers, which joined the coalition forces to confront the unification sect at the front lines. Zheng Yin also dispatched 1,000 warships to the coalition, fulfilling their aspirations to engage in battle against the unification sect. All those abducted were rescued, and Zheng Yin found his need for reinforcements for the space fleet considerably diminished. Following the previous conflict, he understood that in the face of advanced civilizations, sheer numbers were of little consequence. Thus, this time, the scale of the space military was significantly reduced. It consisted of merely 10,000 mechanized warriors, 300 fighter jets, 200 space mechs, 50 destroyers, and 2 frigates stationed in the hangar of the 5th deck. The army of electrofages was also diminished to a mere 1,000, with 6,000 returned to the atmosphere of the Year 1 star. The human expeditionary force remains at approximately 100,000 personnel, with each member civilization of the Star Alliance dispatching their finest scientists to form a consortium of 5,000 individuals, led by Professor Picard, with the esteemed Wester serving as the chief advisor. The Chang'e superstarship, having relinquished its mission of pursuing galactic pirates, has now transformed into a vessel for the exploration of civilizations. Zheng Yin is poised to lead all crew members aboard the starship into the depths of outer space, striving to uphold the equilibrium of the Star Alliance. Numerous families of the expeditionary forces have also taken residence aboard the starship, where a school has been established on the 1st deck to accommodate the education of several hundred children. Delu's wife continues her role as an educator at this institution, while Huang Yueqing's son, Huang Qingchong, has joined her aboard the starship. Prior to departure, the starship hosted weddings for 50 newlywed couples from the expeditionary forces, and this mobile space city has now fully integrated all functions of human society. Consequently, civil affairs, education, culture, public safety, and sports divisions have been established, in addition to the pre-existing scientific, combat, medical, communication, diplomatic, engineering, logistics, and command departments, totaling 13 divisions. The next objective of the Chang'e vessel is a Type 1 planetary civilization located on the Orion Arm to initiate the first contact protocol. Chapter 52. The Phantom Civilization. This planetary civilization, a primitive society under the Protective Accord established 10,000 years ago, has evolved over the millennia to develop warp engines, enabling them to escape their stellar system. The Star Alliance has extended greetings to them, informing them that Ambassador Zheng Yin will arrive for a visit in one day. Upon their arrival in this star region, Zheng Yin and his team discover that their primary star is an aging yellow dwarf, and this planet had once hosted a highly advanced civilization millions of years ago, though no records remain within the Star Alliance due to the passage of time. The civilization, known as Mora, bears no connection to the civilizations of the previous cycle. They are a newly evolved species endemic to Mora, adorned with vibrant, multicolored fur. They have not developed a tradition of clothing, considering it unnecessary to conceal their bodies, viewing such an act as superfluous. The diplomatic team, comprising Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Huang Yueqing, Delu, Rick, and Wester, descended to the surface via a shuttle, refraining from direct teleportation as a mark of respect towards the lower civilization. Adhering to the customary practices of the Star Alliance, the Mora society includes the presence of an emperor, who serves as the nominal supreme leader of the planet. Yet authority resides with several hundred nations beneath him. The development of the entire planet is dictated by a cabinet composed of 9 major nations, granting the emperor only the right to approve and execute the plans presented to him. Thus, upon the arrival of Ambassador Zheng Yin, the emperor exhibits great warmth and enthusiasm, while the 9 cabinet elders remain rather indifferent. Following a routine tour, Zheng Yin, representing the Star Alliance, formally requests the emperor's accession to the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. The emperor readily acquiesced and commanded the 9 elder statesmen to promptly devise a plan for joining. The elders, however, proposed that a nationwide referendum should take place, and decisions be made according to the will of the global populace. This clearly incensed the emperor, yet he dared not voice his displeasure. The public vote was swiftly conducted, during which the elders extended an invitation to the diplomatic delegation to tour the sacred sites on the planet. Their investigations revealed that this hallowed ground belonged to a previous civilization. It was nestled within the belly of a great mountain, comprising a cavern that stretched several hundred miles deep into the mountain. At the cavern's end lay a lake, spanning several dozen kilometers, its waters radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, casting an enchanting glow throughout the cave. A floating stone pathway led to the center of the lake, where a stone platform awaited, from which spring water flowed gently. The 9 elder statesmen invited Zheng Yin and his companions to the stone platform at the lake's center. An elder of the Moira people, advanced in years, proclaimed, "Our race is intrinsically linked to the mammals of this mountain. It was our ancestors who fortuitously discovered the sacred site and partook of the spring's waters, leading to our rapid evolution of intellect. Henceforth, this place became our sanctuary, where only revered heroes and the most esteemed guests are permitted to drink. Today, you stand as the inaugural extraterrestrial visitors to Moira civilization, heralds of peace from the Stellar Alliance. Allow me to extend my highest regards on behalf of all Moira people and invite you to partake of the sacred spring." With that, he filled 7 stone cups. Truth be told, Zheng Yin harbored reservations about such matters. To recklessly consume water on an alien planet could be perilous, for without proper scanning, the mineral content and microorganisms within were unknown. However, he could not outright refuse. He glanced at Alice, who signaled that the elder statesmen were genuine in their intentions. Reluctantly, Zheng Yin commanded Chang'e in his mind, "Chang'e, skin the water in the cup." "Brother, the composition of the water is identical to that of Earth springs and poses no adverse effects," she replied. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him and smiled as he lifted the stone cup. They all drank in unison. As the water graced his palate, Zheng Yin felt rejuvenated, pondering how such a delightful substance had eluded him on Earth. The others echoed similar sentiments of deliciousness. The elder chuckled, "Please forgive us. Were it not for our cultural constraints, we would gladly offer you several tons of this precious liquid." Zheng Yin replied with a smile. "To receive such a grand reception is already an overwhelming honor. How could we possibly take more?" With the global citizens' referendum requiring 5 days for completion, Zheng Yin and his companions subsequently returned to their starship to await the results. The following day, while Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi visited the school to see the children, an unusual incident occurred. As they played with the children, Lu Mingjia suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle Yin and Aunt Yun have turned transparent." To Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi's eyes, it was the children who had momentarily become transparent, but it was merely for an instant, less than a second before they returned to normal. Instantly sensing danger, Zheng Yin reassured the children and hastily escorted Wu Yunqi back to the bridge. "Professor Picard, please conduct a scan of the entire starship." At that moment, Huang Yueqing sent a report. "Captain, I just unexpectedly entered a state of transparency, but it was short-lived. I request a scan of the medical bay." Zheng Yin replied, "Not just you, Sister Weqing. Yunqi and I will head over immediately. Please inform Lu, Rick, and Weister to report to the medical bay. We need to conduct a thorough health examination." As Zheng Yin had surmised, everyone who had ingested the sacred spring water from Moira had momentarily entered a state of transparency. After the medical team scanned everyone, no abnormalities were detected, and Professor Picard found no irregularities aboard the starship. "Chang'e, did you not detect any anomalies in the water at that time?" Zheng Yin inquired. "Indeed, Captain. I conducted an atomic-level scan of the water, and aside from water molecules, only a few minerals akin to those in Earth's spring water were present. The phosphorescence of the lakebed caused the water to glow, which did not affect its quality." Chang'e responded, "That is indeed perplexing. Alice, what were your psychic impressions at that moment?" Zheng Yin asked again. Their thoughts were quite simple. "It was nothing but pure admiration towards us, devoid of any hostility," Alice replied. "Captain, although you all briefly exhibited a transparent state, the starship's monitoring system did not detect your disappearance. This is likely merely a phenomenon of light refraction," Professor Picard analyzed. However, as soon as Professor Picard finished speaking, Zheng Yin and the other 6 simultaneously entered a transparent state once more, this time lasting 10 seconds. During this interval, Professor Picard scanned the 7 individuals and accurately grasped Lu's arm, which clearly indicated that their condition was simply a matter of light refraction. Wu Yunqi attempted to contact the Moira Cabinet Council, But her efforts were rejected, and the entire planet was enveloped in a protective shield. This action by the Mora people plunged Zheng Yin into a state of concern. All hands, assume alert status. Professor Picard, should we encounter any mishap, you and Dr. Jones will take command of this starship. After organizing this, Zheng Yin and the others had to undergo another scan. Chang'e, conduct a quark-level scan on the 7 of us. 10 minutes later, Chang'e reported, Captain, all your bodily functions appear normal. Would you like to conduct a scan for cloaking technology? Not yet. That could be too hazardous. After all, we are merely experiencing a state of transparency, and there are no discomforts in our bodies, Lu remarked. Could this be the work of the celestial boat people? Zheng Yin pondered. The actions of the Mora people are indeed baffling and illogical. We must prepare for the worst. They then arranged for the communications team to persistently attempt to connect with the Mora people, while the scientific team diligently investigated the nature of the transparent state. Meanwhile, Chang'e infiltrated the Mora database to check for any recent anomalies. Just as Zheng Yin completed his deployment, they once again entered a state of transparency. This time lasting 10 minutes, and in the final seconds, the starship's monitoring system also registered their disappearance. The Chang'e spacecraft infiltrated the database of the Mora people and discovered that, for the past 3 months, no events had been recorded on their planet. No news reports. No personal life documentation, not even a mention of the inaugural flight of their warp spacecraft. It was as though the civilization of this planet had vanished 3 months prior. Goodness, a ghost civilization? Lu remarked, a chill running down his spine. Wu Yunqi chuckled, Brother Lu, I've noticed that ever since Sister and Xiaomingxia found you, you've become quite timid. Lu replied with a laugh, it's not timidity, it's caution. When have I ever been afraid? Ha. At that moment, Professor Picard reported, Captain, through the planet's shield, we have only scanned empty cities. There is no indication of the Mora people's presence. Zheng Yin pondered for a moment and then asked Alice. When we met with the Mora Emperor, what emotions did you sense from him? Alice responded, the Emperor was very pleased to see us, eagerly anticipating something. Yet there was a hint of sorrow. Beyond that, there was nothing unusual. Zheng Yin laughed. True eeriness is often elusive, and their ghostly disappearance is rather extreme. Lu chuckled. Well, Captain, you're almost catching up to the experts in the administrative team. Zheng Yin grinned. It's all laid out before us. It's clearly a ruse. Space Fleet, mobilize entirely. Patrol around Mora, and capture any ships entering or exiting immediately. If capture is impossible, destroy them. With Zheng Yin's command, 300 fighter jets, 200 space mechs, 50 destroyers, and 2 frigates soared from the starship port, spreading out in orbit around Mora. Zheng Yin also ordered Professor Picard to release 10,000 lightspeed probes to monitor the vicinity of the planet. Just after completing this round of deployment, the 7 of them entered a state of invisibility, which lasted for an hour. In the final 10 minutes, they completely vanished, eluding detection by the existing technologies aboard the starship. Professor Picard requested multidimensional scanning technology from Chang'e, but was denied. Chang'e stated, only Zheng Yin, who can achieve a consciousness symbiosis with me, can unlock the technology of a third-tier galactic civilization. I cannot unilaterally initiate it. At that moment, the United Science Group of the Star Alliance detected an anomaly. Chapter 53, the Commission of the Dimensional Universe 10 minutes after Zheng Yin and the others had completely disappeared. An observer from the United Science Group, Zabaar, discovered an anomaly. The shield enveloping the planet, utilizing technology from the Tiong Gang people, could conceal organic matter while providing protection. When this Zabaar brought the report, Zheng Yin and his team reappeared. After reviewing the report, Lu inquired, Captain, shall we launch an attack? Zheng Yin replied, no. We have just invited them to join the Star Alliance, and we have yet to see results. Regarding the Tiong Gang people's conspiracy, we have not caught them in the act. So we must not act rashly. Professor Picard, continue to lead the science team in monitoring and uncover the reason for our disappearance. Before Lu could respond further, they vanished once again. This time, it was a direct disappearance, without the preceding state of invisibility. In the eyes of Zheng Yin and his 6 companions, it was not merely themselves who had vanished, but rather the entirety of the starship's crew. Alas, once again, they found themselves in uncertainty regarding the duration of their disappearance. Dejected, Lu sank into a chair. Zheng Yin, also taking a seat, inadvertently pressed a button on the medical apparatus, which astonishingly flickered to life. During their previous 10-minute absence, they had been in a state of agitation, neglecting to examine their surroundings. Now, they discovered that their vanished selves could indeed exert influence over nearby objects. A spark of inspiration ignited within Zheng Yin. prompting him to urgently inquire, "Chang'e, are you there?" No response came. Regardless, they could not afford to remain idle. Yunqi initiated all forms of communication waves into the surrounding space. Professor Weist, scan for anomalies on Morris Star. Delu, Rick, and Alice, assume a state of vigilance. Dr. Huang, continue your search for any irregularities within our bodies. Before long, Professor Weist detected an anomaly with the shield. It exhibited a peculiar oscillation frequency capable of concealing certain marked objects within the shield, transferring them into a diminutive dimensional space. This bore similarities to the cloaking technology of the Chang'e starship. Moreover, this technology was not something most secondary civilizations within the Milky Way could master. The Tiong people had frequently employed it on the battlefield. Consequently, it was nearly certain that the conspiracy was orchestrated by the Tiong people. However, the state of disappearance experienced by Zheng Yin and his 6 companions was not merely due to being marked for invisibility. While they were indeed situated within a unique dimensional space, they were not encased within the planetary shield. Nor were they coexisting in the same dimensional realm as the cloaked inhabitants of Morris Star. At that moment, Wu Yunqi received a message from the depths of space. In a dimensional realm where only the 7 of them existed, the arrival of an external message seemed impossible, yet it had originated from billions of light years away in the cosmic void. The emergence of this message indicated that this dimensional space was not exclusively reserved for them. The spatial scale extended beyond the mere yellow dwarf star system before them, suggesting the presence of other intelligent life beyond their confines. Subsequently, utilizing a deep space probe, Professor Weist discovered that the structure of this dimensional universe aligned with that of the primary universe, revealing that numerous planets had evolved advanced civilizations. Upon establishing a video connection, a radiant sphere of white light appeared on the large screen, which then morphed into a human form that addressed Zheng Yin. "May I inquire from which civilization you hail? What compels you to enter the dimensional space we have created?" Zheng Yin promptly responded, "I am Zheng Yin, the commander of this starship. We are a civilization exploration vessel from the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, devoted to peace. Our mission is to explore the unknown cosmos and discover uncharted civilizations. Our entry into your dimensional space was unintentional. We are unsure of how we arrived here, as if we were forcefully drawn in. We are currently seeking a way to exit." The figure on the other side of the screen replied, "We are the preceding civilization of Morris Star. Having evolved to what you theorize as a level 5 cosmic civilization 3 billion years ago, we created this dimensional universe and have been observing the progression of life within it. You do not belong here. It is evident that you have been drawn into this dimensional universe by the power of the gene modification liquid we left behind in the primary universe." Zheng Yin hurriedly inquired, "Can you assist us 7 in returning? Our crew awaits our return." The being across from him replied, "Yes. However, upon your return, your memories will be erased, for our observational experiments are aimed at the evolution towards a higher civilization. This place must remain undisturbed. There are still many level 4 civilizations in the primary universe, and we wish to refrain from engaging in their disputes." Zheng Yin responded, "We accept this arrangement. Please help us return." The being continued, "This is simple, yet there is one more task you must undertake. The details of this task will not fade from your minds unless you complete it." Zheng Yin asked, "What is this task?" The being replied, "It pertains to the sacred ground on this very planet. I require you to destroy it upon your return. It was once our gene modification laboratory, and for thousands of years, the new generation of Morans, having consumed the gene modification liquid, frequently appears in our dimensional universe, causing us considerable unwarranted trouble. We do not wish to make our presence known in the primary universe. Remember to destroy it upon your return." Before Zheng Yin could respond, the intelligence of the 5th level cosmic civilization vanished. Zheng Yin and his companions found themselves back on the bridge of their ship. "How long have we been gone, Professor Picard?" Zheng Yin's first question was. 5 hours, Captain. During this time, our faster-than-light detectors have picked up traces of the celestial ship people. They are also using miniature detectors to monitor us. I have chosen to feign ignorance and await their further actions," Professor Picard stated. "The results of the universal vote regarding Moran will be in 2 days. Let us wait and decide afterward," Zheng Yin declared. "Captain, the science team has yet to determine the cause of your disappearance, but it is certain that you either entered an external dimension or another realm. I believe we will uncover the reason soon," Professor Picard added. "There is no need for the science team to investigate further. We will not disappear again. Although we have forgotten most of what transpired, I vaguely recall that a civilization of immense stature released us, and we have a task that must be fulfilled." "What task?" Captain? To destroy the sacred ground of Morin. Zheng Yin spoke slowly. Professor Picard appeared incredulous at what he had just heard. But seeing the calm and affirmative expressions of the other commanders who had returned from the alternate dimension, he was compelled to question, Captain, why is this necessary? Such an action would be tantamount to declaring war on a lower civilization. This is strictly prohibited by the Star Alliance. If we engage in conflict with a new member about to join the Alliance, how is that different from the Unification faction? Zheng Yin shook his head, stating, I do not know why. All I know is that the sacred ground must be destroyed. This thought is deeply etched in my mind. If I fail to accomplish it, I shall lose my sanity. Alice interjected, my telepathic abilities only recall the presence of a powerful energy entity, one that even surpasses the Unity God. Beyond that, I remember nothing. Professor Weiss chuckled. Fortunately, I had previously shielded Liu Yike's main consciousness. He should still retain some memories. Liu Yike, as mentioned by Weiss, refers to the fundamental consciousness of the Zabaar symbiote, while Weiss himself is merely a Zabaar worm residing within. Subsequently, Weiss relinquished control of the primary consciousness to Liu Yike. The shy young man remarked, although my main consciousness was safeguarded by the professor, I have lost a considerable amount of memory. I vaguely recall that the other party was once a Mora inhabitant, and the sanctuary is a laboratory they left in this universe. They do not wish to be disturbed by the current Mora people, hence they requested us to destroy it. Beyond that, I cannot recall anything else. You should discuss it with the professor. With that, Liu Yike closed his eyes. Weiss then opened his eyes and said, Liu Yike is the child of my previous symbiotic partner, and he is also my child. His father perished at the hands of the usurpers while trying to save both Liu Yike and me. We have always relied on each other. This child is introverted yet kind-hearted. Zheng Yin remarked, after hearing Liu Yike's words, the intense impulse within me has somewhat subsided. It seems we were sent back to the main universe only after agreeing to the commission. Luda pondered for a moment and stated, destroying the sanctuary does not necessarily require us to engage in warfare with the Mora people. If we exert pressure on their cabinet council, the puppet emperor might issue orders without us needing to intervene. They should be capable of managing it themselves. Zheng Yin nodded. The Mora emperor clearly wishes to join the Star Alliance and reclaim his power. However, the 9 cabinet elders are the actual wielders of authority. If we can control these 9 elders and impose sanctions on their nation as technology, the emperor could swiftly regain power. Yet, we have no right to interfere in the internal affairs of lower civilizations, nor can we hinder their societal development. Whether this civilization chooses to join the Star Alliance must be decided by its people. We must wait for the outcome regardless. Wu Yunqi inquired, what if they are unwilling to join the Star Alliance? Or if they refuse the destruction of the sanctuary? Zheng Yin replied, we must find a way to meet with the Mora Emperor again. Regardless, he is the nominal leader of the Mora people, and we need to persuade him to allow us to destroy the sanctuary. Once he consents, no matter what the cabinet elders say, we can act immediately. As for how to destroy it, we can be overt or covert. Professor Picard smiled. This method is impeccable. It allows us to fulfill our mission without interfering in their internal politics. Now, should we commence our assault on the Tianquan people? Zheng Yin responded. Let us continue to feign ignorance. Yunqi, please attempt to establish a communication link with Mora and check the results in 2 days. 2 days later, the Mora people remained concealed behind their shields, completely ignoring the starship's communication requests. They did not announce the results of a public vote. The entire civilization seemed to have evaporated like a ghost. Chapter 54, Destruction of the Mora Sanctuary at this moment. The Chang'e spacecraft's reverse reconnaissance methods had detected 3 concealed shield activation points in the planetary orbit. These should be the planetary shield generators deployed by the Tianquan people. Additionally, at least 100 ships belonging to the Unification faction were discovered hidden 1 light-year away. This clumsy conspiracy requires no unmasking. There is no need for the Mora people to respond. Their acknowledgement suffices. When the time comes, Yunqi, activate the broadcast. Once the global transmission commenced, Zheng Yin addressed the Mora populace. People of Mora, it has been 5 days since your initial contact with the Galactic Alliance. During this time, remarkable events have unfolded, all of which we have successfully navigated. However, the results of your national referendum remain undisclosed. We have also uncovered the reason for your collective disappearance. It is the machination of the celestial ship people. Fear not. For the Alliance shall not coerce any lesser civilization into joining nor interfere in your internal affairs. Our conflict with the celestial ship people shall not extend to you. Even should you choose to oppose us, such hostilities must await your ascension to a Class II stellar civilization. Until then, we shall not engage in indiscriminate attacks akin to those of the Galactic pirates. As Zheng Yin delivered his speech to Mora, Daliu and Rick led a stealth space fleet, launching an assault on the 3 shield engines in orbit around the planet. They had approached the range of the shield engines while remaining in stealth mode. Concurrently with Zheng Yin's speech, 3 strike formations emerged, launching a fierce assault on the coordinates marked by Chang'e. Due to the limitations of their stealth technology, which prohibited offensive measures and shield defenses, the 3 massive shield engines were swiftly destroyed, revealing their true form. Each of these colossal planetary shields resembled a giant space station, several kilometers in length. With the destruction of the shield engines, the protective barrier enveloping Mora vanished, exposing the Mora inhabitants. Meanwhile, a year away, the fleet of the Unification faction hastily approached, initiating a vigorous assault on the Chang'e superstarship. The pilots of these ships were not the celestial ship people, but the lizard folk from Alpha Centauri. Fire 1,000 Mosquito-class jamming missiles, followed by refractive beams. Space fleet, engage. After orchestrating the plan, Zheng Yin, along with Wu Yunqi and Alice, was teleported to the palace of the Mora Emperor. Upon meeting the Emperor, Zheng Yin candidly stated, the guardian of the Unification sect. The 5-dimensional Unification entity has been exiled. What can your majesty still expect from them? The Mora Emperor, clearly anticipating Zheng Yin's arrival, had just finished watching his speech. Oh. Esteemed ambassador, this is all a direct scheme orchestrated by the cabinet and the lizard folk. They fear that Mora joining the alliance would lead to a loss of control over our world. I, representing the royal family, have long wished to join the alliance. Zheng Yin replied, the alliance must adhere to the results of the Mora citizens' vote. The Mora Emperor countered, there is no genuine national referendum. It is merely a delaying tactic by the cabinet to ensure your complete disappearance from this world. Zheng Yin remarked, we are already aware of the general circumstances. Yet, I must ask, do you comprehend the true nature of your sacred site? Emperor Mora proclaimed, indeed, you have returned unscathed. Unlike those other Morans who drank from the sacred spring, vanishing forever. This is a conspiracy orchestrated by the lizardmen. 3 months prior to your arrival, they sought us out and initiated our first contact. At that time, we had yet to formulate the theories necessary for constructing a warp engine. It was they who aided us in its creation, luring you into their trap. They discovered the existence of the sacred spring in the ancient legends of the galaxy and set a snare awaiting your appearance. Concerning the sacred land and the spring, our knowledge pales in comparison to that of the lizardmen. Zheng Yin inquired, what of your reverence for the sacred land? Emperor Mora chuckled, reverence? We once referred to it as the Sea of Devils, for anyone who drank its waters would simply vanish. We often used it as a punishment for criminals. It was the lizardmen who dubbed it the sacred land. Zheng Yin, elated by this revelation, remarked to Emperor Mora, clearly, this place has always been a harbinger of misfortune. With a sigh, Emperor Mora replied, indeed, my mentor was also subjected to the Spring-S waters for opposing the Cabinet's hegemony. I have no fondness for that place. What if we could assist you in its destruction? Alice interjected promptly. I would be most pleased, yet the Cabinet would never consent, Emperor Mora responded. Their consent is unnecessary. To the Star Alliance, you are the leader of Moran. As long as you make a request, we can promptly obliterate this ill-fated site, Zheng Yin asserted. While we cannot interfere in your internal affairs, this request is within our capacity to fulfill, Wu Yunqi added. Very well, in my capacity as Emperor of Mora, I implore you to destroy the Sea of Devils, the so-called sacred land, Emperor Mora declared, believing it would serve as a deterrent to the cabinet. After accepting Emperor Mora's request, Zheng Yin and his companions returned to their starship. At that moment, the war in space was nearing its conclusion, with the lizardmen's fleet decimated. Only a handful managing to escape. As they fled, they launched 2 singularity bombs, one aimed at the Chang'e and the other at Moran. The singularity bomb directed at Chang'e was successfully captured by a tractor beam, while the one hurtling towards Moran swiftly penetrated the atmosphere. In a critical moment, Zheng Yin commanded Chang'e to detonate a slow-moving torpedo in the path of the bomb, successfully neutralizing it. After clearing the battlefield, the 9 elders of the cabinet collectively established a communication link with the starship, vehemently condemning the lizardmen's despicable actions. Zheng Yin stated, what has transpired is in the past. You two have been misled, and the Star Alliance shall not hold you accountable. However, regarding your recently submitted application to join the Star Alliance, I must report this incident for further evaluation. In due course, a new ambassador will arrive to meet with you. As for your Sea of Devils, The sacred land in the eyes of the lizard men, it shall be destroyed in accordance with your emperor's wishes. I hope you will discern right from wrong henceforth. Should another singularity bomb breach your atmosphere, you may not be so fortunate. The elder members of the cabinet unanimously concurred with Zheng Yin's assertions and requested the Stellar Alliance to dispatch defensive ships during the assessment period to aid them in repelling the lizard men. Zheng Yin acquiesced to their plea and submitted an application to Marshal Delegulu, who oversees the star sector. As the starship prepared to depart, it launched 5 photon torpedoes, obliterating the entire mountain range. Just as the starship was poised to embark towards its next target, both Earth and the Stellar Alliance Command sent urgent messages. The united fleet of the Unification sect was converging upon the solar system. Chapter 55. The Assault of the Celestial Ship People. Due to the Unification sect losing contact with their deity, their anxiety escalated. Coupled with the rapid rise of human civilization, they felt compelled to bring the conflict to the solar system. Under the guidance of the Celestial Ship People, 100,000 colossal warships advanced toward the Oort cloud at a warp speed of 999. They effortlessly breached the Stellar Alliance's 5-layer defensive space wall, and in 3 days, they would reach the orbit of Mars. At this juncture, Earth had initiated a total mobilization, yet only 300 warships were operational, all newly constructed. The electric devourers of Yuan Star were fully deployed, with 1,000 warships of the Krula civilization having returned to the Earth-Moon orbit to assist in defense. Moreover, over 9,000 warships of the Stellar Alliance were hastily en route from all directions. The closest coalition of 3,000 ships from the Proxima Centuri and Sirius Blue Light civilizations had already arrived. The Natural and Zabaar civilizations were still en route, with the distant Capella civilization requiring 5 days to arrive. This time, the Kungsaba and Kubo brothers also brought along 2,000 mercenary ships for support, presenting Zheng Yin with a remuneration proposal. The nearer civilizations predominantly utilized new portal technology, establishing a node-based teleportation route across hundreds of light years in the galaxy, continuously dispatching reinforcements to Earth. However, due to the fixed size of the portals, only small fighter jets and bombers could transit through. The larger battleships were still required to traverse space at warp speed 9. On the front line at the other end of the galaxy, the Stellar Alliance coalition deemed it unnecessary to return, as time was of the essence, and the frontline battles were fiercely contested. The Celestial Ship People had mobilized nearly all of the Unification sect's forces within the Orion Arm. An unprecedented defense of the solar system was about to commence. Upon receiving this news, Zheng Yin was consumed with urgency, yearning to return to Earth immediately. However, Marshal Delegulu entrusted him with a critical mission, to seek aid from the Panga clan at the galaxy's center. For even if all secondary civilizations in the Orion Arm were assembled, it would be unlikely to muster 100,000 warships to engage the Celestial Ship People in a fierce confrontation. Currently, the Galactic Interstellar Alliance had only just begun to show signs of strength, a transformation largely attributed to the swift rise of human civilization. In the past, the Alliance had always been on the defensive, unable to organize a fleet exceeding 1,000 ships. Yet now, Marshal Delegulu could effortlessly deploy over 9,000 warships for the defense of the solar system. However, their defense could only be temporal, and in the face of the 100,000 vessels commanded by the Celestial Ship People, the duration of their resistance remained uncertain. Hence, they were compelled to seek the assistance of the sole third-tier stellar civilization in the galaxy, the Pangu clan. Once the leaders of the Star Alliance, the Pangu clan had triumphed over the Celestial Ship People in the monumental Battle of Perseus a millennium ago, subsequently signing a protection accord. In less than a century thereafter, they evolved into a third-tier stellar civilization, embarking on explorations beyond their star system, pursuing ascension to higher realms of civilization, and extricating themselves from the conflicts of the Milky Way. Should Zheng Yin and his team secure the Panga clan's cooperation, the onslaught of the Celestial Ship People could be effectively mitigated. Otherwise, they would be left to fight to the death. Upon receiving the coordinates, the starship leaped into the territory of the Pangu clan and sent forth a greeting message. A minute later, the Pangu clan accepted the communication request from the Chang'e, and upon establishing a video connection, 3 tall elderly members of the Pangu clan appeared on the large screen. Their attire bore a striking resemblance to that of ancient Earthlings, donning long robes with crossed collars, and their features were remarkably similar to those of humans. These 3 venerable figures, with their white hair and beards, were the leaders of the entire Pangu civilization. One of them spoke, expressing delight at witnessing the rapid evolution of the primitive civilization they had once protected. Clearly, your technology has surpassed that of the second-tier stellar civilizations. Zheng Yin, accompanied by his entire command team, bowed respectfully to the three elders and then stated, "It is through your selfless protection that our civilization has traversed its carefree childhood. However, now, the celestial ship people have amassed a fleet of 100,000 colossal ships, converging upon Earth, and human civilization stands on the brink of annihilation. We implore you, as the leaders of the Star Alliance, to once again extend your assistance." Following this, Zheng Yin and his team bowed once more in reverence. One elder smiled and remarked, "You humans are indeed the protagonists of the future. You shall lead the Star Alliance in restoring order to the galaxy." Another elder added with a smile, "We are already aware of your intentions and the events that have transpired. However, there is no need for alarm. You shall not lose this war. Mr. Yamanga the Lightbringer recently stated that you have defeated the Unity deity and sanctioned the founder of the Star Alliance, the White Light deity. The celestial ship people are but trifles in comparison to you." Zheng Yin replied, "In truth, those victories were mere strokes of luck. And this time the army led by the celestial ship people is exceedingly formidable. It will be challenging for us to exploit any unforeseen advantages again." The elder who had previously spoken responded, "We have distanced ourselves from the wars of the Milky Way, pursuing evolution toward higher dimensions. Warfare holds no significance for us anymore, and we shall not intervene against the lowly celestial ship people." Zheng Yin countered, "We too wish to emerge from the quagmire of war, but lack the capacity. We never initiate conflict. We merely engage in passive defense. As the former leaders of the Star Alliance, you cannot simply disregard the past members now that you possess the means to extricate yourselves from war. We beseech you for assistance not to obliterate the enemy's fleet, but rather, with your capabilities, to aid us in our defense." The elderly man chuckled and remarked, "The battleship you command, the Krolyalu, possesses the technology of a third-tier stellar civilization. Furthermore, your superstarship is the pinnacle of such civilization, and only a force exceeding that of a third-tier civilization could hope to dismantle it. The Tiong people have yet to genuinely attain the status of a third-tier civilization. Therefore, as long as you fully harness its capabilities, repelling the enemy should not prove overly difficult." Zheng Yin replied, "However, our theoretical foundation is limited, and we have not fully grasped the entirety of the Chang'e's technology. We have barely developed even 30% of its potential." The old man smiled, "This is not insurmountable. Since you have arrived here, we shall offer you some guidance." With that, he gestured to the technicians nearby, and a new technology was transmitted. "This mirroring technology is something we have only recently developed. We will provide you with its foundational theories and technical parameters. With the capabilities of your superstarship and the efforts of 5,000 Alliance scientists, you will soon master this technology. This is the extent of our assistance." Upon concluding his remarks, the connection was severed. "Very well," Zheng Yin murmured, "we are still grateful for their assistance. Professor Picard, let us expedite our work." After thorough research, they discovered that this mirroring technology was, in essence, a temporal weapon. By establishing a mirroring engine aboard the starship, this engine could generate countless starship reflections from future timelines. When activated, the reflections existed in reality and could interact with everything in the current universe. It was akin to splitting countless temporal tributaries from the future and pulling starships from those timelines back to the present moment. This achieved the effect of infinite duplication, and any damage sustained by the starships along the future timeline would not affect the original vessel, as it had yet to progress into the future. As long as the original remained undamaged, the reflections could be replicated endlessly. However, this technology was newly developed by the Pangur race, and they could not fully explain where the reflections produced by the time engine originated. Moreover, these reflections were only 1 hour ahead in time. Thus, the operational duration of the mirroring engine must not exceed 1 hour, lest temporal overlap occur. If the original starship had not experienced the events that the reflections had, chaos would ensue, leading to a quantum collapse event, wherein the original and all reflections would be annihilated in an instant. Consequently, the mirroring engine had to be deactivated after 59 minutes, after which all reflections would vanish. With this remarkable duplication technique, Zheng Yin felt a newfound sense of assurance. Following more than 2 days of technological breakthroughs, an engine, comparable in size to a zero-point energy device, was established in the engine room. Subsequently, mirroring tests were conducted, initially producing a single reflection. To prevent any disruption of causality, no communication occurred between the original and its reflection. As they were all still haunted by their experiences with temporal traps, if not for the life and death stakes concerning all of humanity. Zheng Yin would never have dared to undertake such an experiment. As the arrival of the celestial fleet approaches Earth, the Chang'e superstarship has returned to the solar system, patrolling in orbit around our planet. At this moment, the Star Alliance coalition boasts over 7,000 ships, with a continuous stream of small fighter jets, bombers, and space mechs emerging from the portal. The brothers Kungsaba and Kuba established a communication link with the starship, and upon seeing Zheng Yin, they effusively exclaimed, "Ah, our esteemed Zerd Marshal, it brings us great joy to see you once again." Truth be told, Zheng Yin despised this title, as it made him feel akin to an insect, a mere honorary title bestowed by the Zerd Queen. Zheng Yin replied with a smile, "I am grateful for your support of Earth, which brings back fond memories of our time fighting together on the oxygen planet." Kungsaba responded, "Indeed, Marshal, we are comrades bound by life and death. You aided the oxygen planet, and we cannot stand idly by while humanity faces annihilation. Moreover, you have yet to share with us the energy supply technology that transcends warp level 9. Zheng Yin chuckled. "Ah, so this is your true aim?" "Oh, no, Marshal," Kungsaba hastily retorted. "We also bring significant intelligence regarding the remaining 5 pirate bases." Zheng Yin inquired, "What intelligence?" Just as Kuba was about to speak, Kungsaba swiftly interrupted him. "Oh, Marshal, you cannot expect to feast without recompense." Zheng Yin mused to himself about Kungsaba's cunning nature and nodded to Lu, who signaled to Professor Picard. Immediately, the technology for Warp Level 9 energy supply was transmitted to the Zerg. "Thank you for your generosity, Marshal. The 5 major pirate bases have also converged upon Earth, and within a week, over 40,000 pirate ships will reach the solar system. If they acquire the celestial technology, their arrival will be expedited." Chapter 56. The Defense of the Solar System. What? Lu could not suppress his astonishment. Indeed, the information is highly reliable. Our mercenary coalition has seized 5 deserted pirate bases. They have abandoned their strongholds and are gathering their forces to head here. However, it remains uncertain whether they will arrive earlier, Kuba explained. Zheng Yin remarked, "It seems the pirates have realized that their bases have become immobile targets following our recent raids, which explains their abandonment. Marshal, our assistance is born of camaraderie. Yet should we face an exterminating assault, we cannot afford to perish in vain. I hope you understand," Kungsaba said with a hint of embarrassment. Zheng Yin reassured him with a smile, "No worries, I never expected you to fight to the death. In any case, I am simply glad to have you here. And I appreciate the intelligence you've provided." Subsequently, Zheng Yin instructed Wyanki to relay this intelligence to all members of the Star Alliance coalition. At that moment, Chang'e detected a vast fleet of warships in deep space, approaching Earth at warp level 999, set to make contact in 3 hours. The Star Alliance coalition immediately formed a defensive formation. With over 7,000 battleships and more than 100,000 small spacecraft positioned between Earth and Mars for a forced interception, the Chang'e superstarship, as the main force, soared at the forefront. The entire crew entered combat mode, and all space forces were deployed. The engineering team prepared the mirror engines. With a command from Zheng Yin, all space forces emerged from the hangar, maintaining a safe distance from the starship to avoid being affected by the mirror engine and creating their own reflections. Then came the anticipation, a silent waiting. They awaited the arrival of the 10,000 warships from the Tiong Gang star. They awaited the commencement of the solar system's defense battle. Zheng Yin had never felt time drag so slowly. These 2 or 3 hours felt longer than 2 or 3 years. Anxiously, Lu paced before the holographic command platform. All non-combat personnel aboard the starship had been transported to the air raid shelters on Earth, and a fervent, anxious atmosphere permeated the entire ship. At last, Chang'e signaled, "The enemy fleet has crossed Proxima Centuri and is expected to arrive at the battlefield in 30 minutes. Zheng Yin immediately commanded, "Activate the mirror engines," producing reflections at the rate of 1 per second. Upon sighting the enemy fleet, launch a full-scale assault. Subsequently, one by one, the Chang'e superstarships detached from the main body and swiftly advanced forward. Since the main body of Chang'e could not endure destructive attacks to avoid triggering a time paradox and causing quantum collapse, Zheng Yin concealed the main vessel behind the mirror formations for long-range strikes. For reasons of confidentiality, Zheng Yin initially refrained from disclosing the mirroring technology gifted by the Panga race to the Allied Union, merely stating that they had acquired new weaponry. Upon witnessing the continuous emergence of the Chang'e superstarships, the Allied Union was left speechless in astonishment. They were awestruck by this unprecedented technology. brimming with confidence for the impending defense battle. As the number of Chang'e superstarship reflections reached 1,800, the Tianquan Starfleet arrived, without any diplomatic niceties or accusations. Both sides unleashed a furious exchange of fire upon meeting. The 1,800 Chang'e reflections simultaneously fired 1,800 neutrino split cannons, and clouds of neutrino dust erupted among the unified fleet, with over 10,000 warships annihilated in an instant. "Well done. Keep firing," Zheng Yin shouted in exhilaration. However, upon the second volley of neutrino split cannons, fewer than 1,000 enemy ships were destroyed, as they quickly discerned the oscillation frequency of the neutrino cannons and began to absorb their energy. Meanwhile, the Allied fleet had engaged the enemy's vanguard, and the explosions of warships illuminated the battlefield like a grand fireworks display within the solar system. "Fire all missiles," commanded the captain, unleashing 10 million high-explosive missiles that rained down upon the Tianquan Star fleet like a hailstorm. Simultaneously, a multitude of black hole torpedoes were launched from the enemy fleet, instantly obliterating over 100 Chang'e reflections, forming small black holes across the battlefield. The surrounding Star Alliance fleets were also ensnared by black holes, their immense gravitational forces tearing them apart. Subsequently, hundreds of small black holes attracted one another and merged into a singular, colossal black hole. During this tumultuous period, Zheng Yin commanded the capacitors to incessantly launch antimatter bombs towards the black hole in an attempt to evaporate it, yet all efforts proved futile. The celestial ship inhabitants altered their combat strategy, relentlessly firing black hole torpedoes in a bid to augment the mass of the black hole, aiming to obliterate the solar system. At the battlefield's periphery, millions of electric devourers were captured. Initially, they achieved remarkable victories, nearly annihilating the 3,000 colossal warships of the Triad Long-Ear race. All high-energy weaponry proved ineffective against them, as they absorbed the energy from the enemy's shields, enveloping the warships in swarms, ultimately unleashing high-pressure electromagnetic explosions that decimated their foes. However, they were eventually intercepted by the lizardmen of Alpha Centauri, who deployed high-resistance energy nets to ensnare the electric devourers, immediately consigning them to energy converters for extermination, transforming them into high-energy laser fire directed at the Star Alliance coalition. Only a mere 100,000 electric devourers managed to escape. At this juncture, the battlefield of the Star Alliance coalition and the Unity faction had extended to the vicinity of Venus's orbit. Small fighter jets from Earth continued to stream forth from the transmission gates, rapidly ascending into space to join the defensive efforts of the solar system. Over 10,000 celestial ship warships engaged in a fierce entanglement with the ever-multiplying Chang'e-class superstarship mirages. The exchange of fire between the two fleets created a luminous curtain wall spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers in space, rendering the daylight visible even on the surface of Earth. However, the technological prowess of the celestial ship warships fell short compared to that of the Chang'e class. And despite their numerical superiority, they found themselves ensnared, unable to secure victory or provide assistance to other fleets of the Unity faction. Meanwhile, 1,000 warships, led by the captain of the exploding starship, launched a relentless assault against the other members of the Unity faction. Their weaponry was of a caliber unseen by these Unity members, remnants of a bygone galactic civilization. Soon, the battle raged on for 20 minutes. Over 30,000 of the Unity faction's 100,000 warships were destroyed, more than 20,000 of which fell to the Chang'e-class mirages, while the celestial ship fleet also suffered the loss of over 2,000 vessels. The losses of the Star Alliance coalition were staggering, from 9,000 warships. Only just under 3,000 remained, primarily composed of the Zabaar, Blue Light, and Nature races, alongside 1,000 warships from the cunning insectoid mercenaries. Fleets like the Proxima Centuri and the Earth Federation, with their relatively primitive technology, faced total annihilation. The star rings established by the Earth Federation were also obliterated. The Chang'e-class space forces incurred severe damage, with 300 fighter jets completely submerged under the onslaught of the celestial ship's firepower. And only 50 out of 200 space mechs remained combat-ready. 20 out of 50 destroyers were destroyed, while 2 corvettes emerged unscathed. The mirages of the Chang'e class suffered the destruction of over 100 vessels from black hole torpedoes, and the black hole continued to expand relentlessly. Only a few minutes remained until the closure of the mirror engine. At this moment, the battlefield had expanded to half the size of a solar system. Across the Earth, regardless of the hemisphere, both night and day were illuminated by the incessant bursts of energy cannons and laser beams exchanged between the warring factions in space. Just as the allied forces of the Star Alliance were on the brink of collapse, further grim tidings arrived. over 40,000 pirate vessels, traveling at an astonishing speed of warp level 999, were hurtling towards the solar system. It was evident that such velocity was beyond their control. It was a tactic employed by the celestial ship people, with merely a few minutes before the pirate fleet would arrive on the battlefield. The fresh reinforcements for the Star Alliance consisted only of the Chang'e Mirror, which incrementally produced one ship per second, alongside small fighter jets continually launching from the Australian outback. These two forces represented a stark contrast. One was on the verge of vanishing in mere moments, only to reinitiate and slowly accumulate again, while the other was so insignificant that it could hardly be regarded as a threat. At this juncture, Zheng Yin found himself engulfed in profound anxiety. In the relentless exchange of fire with the celestial ship people, nearly all available weaponry had been utilized, including technology beyond the grasp of third-tier galactic civilizations. They had even resorted to launching cross-dimensional scanning wave attacks against the celestial ship forces. Between the formations of over 2,000 Chang'e starships and more than 10,000 celestial ship vessels, a peculiar spatial force field had emerged. Both factions, now blinded by fervor, had cast aside all restraint and unleashed every conceivable technology at their disposal. At the heart of the battlefield, time itself was manipulated, accelerated, and decelerated. Black holes appeared and disappeared, and moments of temporal stasis ensued. In the final moments, as the black hole at the center of the battlefield expanded, the gravitational beams emitted by both sides could no longer influence its trajectory. The gravitational torpedoes were rendered ineffective in altering the black hole's course, making it impossible to redirect it towards the enemy's ranks. Zheng Yin promptly issued a command to create a wormhole along the black hole's path, designating the nearest planet of the Unification faction, inhabited by the Antares lizard people, as the jump coordinate, intending to expel the black hole from the solar system. At that moment, over 2,000 ships from the celestial ship fleet had been annihilated, driving them to a state of frenzy. They launched warp-level singularity bombs towards the sun's core and targeted all planets within the solar system, intent on obliterating it, a feat that was utterly unpreventable. Simultaneously, the Chang'e mirrors activated their wormholes, unleashing a barrage of black hole torpedoes into the void. The destination coordinates of the wormholes were unmistakably aimed at the homeworlds of the Unification faction. The culmination of warfare descended into sheer madness, heralding waves of civilizational annihilation. However, upon the creation of the wormhole, the immense black hole at the battlefield center, along with all the black hole torpedoes, failed to follow the anticipated trajectory and instead vanished in an instant, causing the wormhole to dissipate as well. The warp-level singularity bombs launched by the celestial ship forces also mysteriously disappeared without a trace. The distorted space at the battlefield center was instantaneously smoothed out by an enigmatic force. Chapter 57, The War Tribunal upon the Bridge of the Chang'e Spacecraft. The luminous being Yimong, the dual-horned youth of the Baiguang race, the three elder Pangu clansmen, the Traveler, and the Sovereign of Kurlu appeared simultaneously. Before the startled command group could utter a word, Yimong spoke. Your conflict with the Tiong Star people has transcended the threshold of a third-tier stellar civilization. The consequences will obliterate thousands of civilizations. This has caught the attention of the United Council of the Fifth Dimension, who have dispatched us to mediate and convene a tribunal for this galactic war. Zheng Yin finally exhaled in relief, fully aware of the precarious situation. The mirror engine was mere moments from shutting down, and the arrival of these saviors was impeccably timed. At that moment, Zheng Yin felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Yimong and the others. Even the Baiguang deity appeared strikingly noble and remarkably endearing. It was evident that the leaders of these advanced civilizations perceived Zheng Yin's sentiments and responded with warm smiles. On the battlefield, the Tiong Star people collectively ceased fire, as a command from their flagship proclaimed the unification of the five-dimensional realm, ordering an immediate cessation of hostilities and submission to a higher-dimensional war tribunal. All warships from both factions received the command from their respective commanders and retreated to their designated positions. Before all vessels had fully returned to their formations, however, over 2,000 mirror images of the Chang'e spacecraft had already vanished. This defense battle of the solar system, which spanned half an hour, had implications for the existence of thousands of star systems. The fleet of 100,000 Tiong warships was reduced to just over 50,000. While the Galactic Interstellar Alliance suffered the destruction of over 7,000 ships, including nearly 200,000 small fighter crafts. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Yimong and his compatriots, even if the solar system had been annihilated, the civilization on the Orion Arm would have met the same fate. The 2,000 mirror images of the Chang'e had created wormholes that enveloped their home planet, unleashing a barrage of black hole torpedoes, an onslaught that left the isolated star with no capacity for resistance, as all military resources had been committed to the front lines. Subsequently, all commanders of the Chang'e superstarship, along with Marshal Delegulu of the Orion Arms Command and Secretary General Lin Yuan of the Earth Federation, as well as the leaders of all participating members of the Alliance, were transmitted to a dimensional space. Zheng Yin recognized this as the very court where the human expedition had previously faced civilization judgment. Over 100 commanders from the Alliance were transported here, facing nearly 1,000 representatives from the Unification faction. At the judgment seat sat the five-dimensional Unification, Yimong, the Bai Guang individuals, the three elder Panga clansmen, the Traveler, and the sovereign of the cloning civilization. The presiding judge was a luminous entity of pure white light. Yimong rose and declared, "We have been dispatched by the United Council of the Fifth Dimension to conduct a war tribunal for both parties. You should not initiate wars beyond your control that endanger the existence of thousands of civilizations. The Council has decided to restrict your technological advancements until your foundational theories truly reach the level of a third-tier stellar civilization, at which point you may resume their use. Do you have any objections to this?" The commander of the celestial ship people, Zheng Yin, abruptly declared, "I object. Our technology has ascended to a third-tier civilization, supported by substantial theoretical foundations. Unlike the inhabitants of Earth, who have acquired technology beyond their grasp without merit, you cannot impose your will upon us unjustly." Zheng Yin immediately retorted, "Your technological advancements were facilitated by the assistance of the Unification entity, much like how we Earthlings obtained our superstarships. They were not products of your own evolution." Yimong interjected, "Both parties have attained third-tier civilization technology through identical means. Thus, they should not be treated differently." Zheng Yin continued, "Since the last judgment imposed on us by the Nuwa clan, we have adhered strictly to the verdict, sealing away technologies beyond our mastery and never employing them in warfare. Even now, we resorted to their use solely in a desperate bid for survival, unlike the celestial ship people, who instigated attacks with the intention of annihilating the solar system, akin to their actions against the lower civilization of the Wagia." Yimong affirmed, "In this war, Zheng Yin speaks the truth. They indeed utilized their inaccessible technology solely for defensive purposes." Zheng Yin of the celestial ship people countered, "We are merely acting in passive defense. They have driven our unification god away and sought our total annihilation. Our offensive actions are a matter of self-preservation." The white light god rose, stating, "This turmoil is a consequence of the Unification entity inciting you to plunder lower civilizations. Its exile is a fitting retribution." Enraged, the Unification entity transformed into the likeness of the white light god, pointing and rebuking, "You ungrateful insect. Had it not been for the Nuwa clan meddling in affairs that did not concern them, I would have assuredly dealt with you. My restraint should not embolden your insolence." The gravity of this accusation visibly unsettled the white light beings, who glanced at the Unification god and fell silent, returning to their seats. Yimong explained, "The Unification entity, having directly interfered in the development of lower-dimensional civilizations, has been exiled to the void of the universe as deserved punishment. Past events need not be revisited." Daliu exclaimed, "Then why is it still here?" Yimong replied, "This is merely a fragment of its being, sent to prevent the celestial ship people from attending the tribunal. Afterward, it shall return to its principal form in the void." He then announced to all present, "According to the ruling of the five-dimensional United Council, the true instigator of this war is the celestial ship people, who have also employed such technology to obliterate the lower Wagia civilization. Thus, the verdict is as follows. The third-tier civilization technology of the celestial ship people shall be sealed. From this moment forth, all weaponry of their third-tier civilization shall be obliterated, and all scientists possessing theoretical knowledge of third-tier technology shall have their memories erased. Henceforth, they shall be incapable of producing new third-tier devices and weapons and shall be repatriated to their home planet." Upon hearing this proclamation, the commanders of the Star Alliance coalition erupted in jubilant cheers, while the celestial ship people voiced their protests vehemently. "Silence!" bellowed the white light god, and immediately, the celestial ship people fell silent. Yimong continued, stating that although the Chang'e superstarship was in a state of passive defense, possessing such an abundance of incomprehensible technology posed significant dangers. The Mirror Fleet had engaged in a reckless act of annihilating over 1,000 civilizations of the unified sect. Consequently, her mirror engine would be dismantled, the associated theoretical technologies eradicated, and the scientific teams involved would have their memories obliterated. Furthermore, henceforth, the unrevealed technologies of the Chang'e would be permanently sealed, and the starship crew would be prohibited from conducting any in-depth explorations. To Zheng Yin, this verdict was merely of negligible importance. There was no urgency, and they had never delved deeply into those incomprehensible theories, lest they inadvertently implement a self-imposed blockade. However, the unified sect was discontent with this ruling, vehemently gesticulating in opposition, yet silenced by the divine white light, unable to utter a sound. Although the unified sect protested, they dared not confront the energy entities presiding over the judgment, resigning themselves to accept the ruling. The leaders of the unified sect, witnessing their deity's unwillingness to rebel, reluctantly acquiesced to the decision. In truth, the heads of the various civilizations within the unified sect were not united in purpose. Each harbored aspirations to weaken the power of the celestial ship people, liberate themselves from prolonged servitude, and ascend to positions of leadership. Subsequently, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they returned to their respective starships. Zheng Yin glanced at the time, confirming it was indeed just a second since their departure. Outside, the more than 50,000 warships of the unified sect had vanished, leaving behind a plethora of wreckage in space, sufficient for the Earth Federation to clean up over the course of 2 years. The massive mirror engine in the Chang'e's engine room had also disappeared. The scientists involved in its creation, such as Professor Picard and Professor Weister, had entirely forgotten the theories from that time. At this moment, Chang'e reported, "Captain, the pirate fleet will arrive at the battlefield in 3 minutes. Please command the engagement." Wu Yunqi also received communications from Marshal Durugulu and Secretary General Lin Yuan, which were projected onto the large screen. Yunqi addressed the two officials. "I advise against initiating hostilities. After all, the war judgment has just concluded, and the beings of the five-dimensional space may still be observing." Marshal Durugulu concurred, stating, "We share this sentiment. Please communicate with them, and only engage in battle if absolutely necessary." Zheng Yin then sent a message to the pirates. "We have just annihilated a formidable army of 50,000 celestial ship people leading the unified sect and have sealed their technology to a secondary stellar civilization. The unified sect forces have fully retreated, leaving only the wreckage of destroyed warships. If you believe yourself superior to 100,000 celestial ship warriors, you may engage in a life-or-death confrontation with the Star Alliance coalition. Otherwise, return swiftly and do not delay our cleanup efforts." He also transmitted footage of the Chang'e mirror fleet engaging the celestial ship armada to the pirates. Indeed, upon receiving the information, the pirates urgently halted their advance, and upon further scanning, discovered that there were no traces of the unified sect warships remaining in the solar system, only vast fields of warship debris drifting in space. Upon reviewing the battle footage, the pirates were left in sheer astonishment as the Chang'e-class starships materialized before their eyes, relentlessly dismantling the vessels of the celestial ship race. Given the pirates' capabilities, they were far inferior to the celestial ship race, possessing technology only comparable to that of the Antares lizard people. Realizing their imminent demise, they swiftly altered their course back to their base, only to be met by a mercenary band comprised of insectoids. Coup and Zabaar were not entitled to partake in the war tribunal, yet they gleaned the unfolding events from others' accounts. The two brothers expressed numerous apologies and flattery to Zheng Yin, as none of their starships had sustained damage, and they had managed to evade the conflict by retreating beyond the Oort cloud at the war's climax. Zheng Yin remarked, "I am quite disappointed by your cunning actions today. If you wish to acquire new technology, you must keep a vigilant watch on the pirates. Should any disturbances arise, inform me or the Earth Federation immediately. Is that feasible?" Coup and with a sycophantic tone, replied, "Of course, Marshal. We are eager to serve humanity. At this moment, we have a significant conspiracy regarding the pirates to report to you." Chapter 58. The Ruins of War. Zheng Yin inquired, "What is this conspiracy? Why did you not disclose it earlier?" Coup and responded, That is because," Lu interjected, "because you were uncertain of our survival, were you not?" Kuba, feeling a bit embarrassed, added, "It cannot be stated so bluntly, General Lu." Zheng Yin chuckled, "Very well. Let us not dwell on topics that put you in an awkward position. Please, proceed with your revelation." Coup and promptly stated, "Yes, Marshal. This intelligence was uncovered by our comrades from the mercenary band that captured the pirate base. The pirates have now abandoned their ground base. They do not wish to be targeted by you. Should they succeed in annihilating you, the solar system will become their new stronghold. If they fail, they will retreat immediately, plundering lower civilizations along the way, thus becoming true pirates. What? Those despicable scoundrels! Zheng Yin exclaimed, striking the holographic platform with force. If the Marshal is willing, we can serve as your eyes and ears and pursue them immediately. Kuba proposed. Very well, go forth at once. I shall overlook your lack of combat engagement on the battlefield. Zheng Yin replied. You are indeed a magnanimous insectoid marshal. We shall depart immediately. Wishing you luck and looking forward to our next encounter. Kun Shiba concluded, severing the communication as he led the mercenaries swiftly into obscurity. Zheng Yin then reported the matter to the Star Alliance. The command center concluded that 1,000 warships should continue to accompany Zheng Yin, persistently striking against the pirates. Following a brief post-war celebration, Zheng Yin was formally bestowed with the title of Marshal of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance by the Star Alliance Council, granting him the authority to mobilize the military forces of member planets at will. He remained the supreme commander of the human space forces. However, the concentration of such power did not allay Zheng Yin. Rather, it only added to his burdens. Fortunately, with the psychological support from Alice and the warm companionship of Wu Yunqi, he managed to withstand the weight of immense responsibility. Zheng Yin continues to lead the starship on its journey through deep space, without truly assuming command of the Earth Federation fleet. Instead, he has entrusted the original commander, Shui Wushan, to lead the defense efforts alongside the Star Alliance coalition at the front lines. Following the reinforcement of the starship's forces, the next day, Wu Yunqi received a message from Kun Shiba containing only a single coordinate. Zheng Yin promptly assembled a fleet consisting of 1,000 warships and the Chang'e vessel, stealthily jumping to the designated coordinates. This coordinate points to a planet inhabited by a level 1 planetary civilization, which had benefited from a protective treaty established 10 millennia ago. However, this agreement holds no weight against the galactic pirates and has largely become a hollow promise. This civilization is known as the Belera civilization, which has just developed nuclear weaponry and is embroiled in a global conflict. Should the pirates decide to plunder them further, it would only exacerbate their plight, leading to the swift annihilation of their civilization. Upon arriving near the Belera planet, Zheng Yin encountered 1,000 pirate warships stationed in orbit, engaged in the plunder of the primitive inhabitants and rare minerals. Although Zheng Yin felt perplexed about which energy entity could still require the consumption of quantum consciousness after the unification deity had been exiled, the pressing urgency of the situation left little room for contemplation. The starship fleet immediately revealed itself, launching a debilitating assault on the pirate vessels. Despite the pirates' preparedness, they proved utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the Chang'e starship fleet. Both the Chang'e vessel and the 1,000 warships unleashed refracted beams of light, with colossal laser energy ricocheting through the pirate fleet, swiftly penetrating their shields, followed by a torrential barrage from the electromagnetic pulse cannons. After capturing 50,000 pirates, Zheng Yin returned the plundered Belera inhabitants to their planet. Everything appeared to unfold seamlessly. However, beneath this veneer of success lurked unforeseen challenges. The Belera planet, having halted all internal conflicts due to the threat of galactic piracy, united in a common front against the Marauders, yet their weaponry technology is insufficient even for basic defense. The arrival of the Chang'e starship fleet undoubtedly positioned them as saviors. The Belera people expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the fleet, extending an invitation to Zheng Yin for a visit to their planet. The sudden revelation of extraterrestrial life fundamentally disrupted their previously oil-dependent civilization's worldview. Zheng Yin, accompanied by the head of diplomacy Wu Yunqi, psychological advisor Alice, medical officer Huang Yueqing, first officer Lu Huatong, combat leader Rick, and scientific consultant West, once again formed a diplomatic group to visit this primitive civilization. The Belera people ceased their global hostilities and established a temporary coalition parliament composed of 7 warring nations. They warmly welcomed Zheng Yin and his entourage with a grand global welcoming ceremony. Yet, through the eyes of Zheng Yin and his companions, this civilization appeared ravaged. Over a century of relentless warfare with conventional weaponry had reduced the planet's population to a mere 1.5 billion. A stark contrast to the over 8 billion inhabitants recorded before the onset of global conflict. Now, it is not merely the precipitous decline of the population that plagues the planet. The environment itself has suffered unprecedented devastation. The rampant exploitation of oil and coal, along with the reckless use of nuclear weapons, has brought the ecological balance of this world to the brink of collapse. Over 80% of the wildlife has perished in the fires of conflict, while the polar ice caps have melted by 90% due to the greenhouse effect. Coastal cities have either been ravaged by warfare or submerged by rising tides. The ozone layer in their atmosphere has been decimated by warfare, leaving it perilously thin, allowing copious amounts of high-energy radiation from the primary star to reach the surface with ease. People must don protective suits to venture outdoors, while countless animals succumb to death in droves. Even if the galactic marauders refrain from pillaging, within a decade or so, the civilization will lose its very habitat for survival. The beleaguered Bel Era people now confront a global hunger crisis. Crops can only be cultivated in greenhouses shielded from stellar radiation, leading to abysmal yields, while livestock has entirely vanished, as they are loath to utilize their scarce greenhouses for grazing. Presently, the sole source of protein for the Bel Era people comes from a type of worm residing in the soil, reminiscent of the Chaba worm. This situation has caused considerable discontent among the Chaba individuals aboard the starship. Had it not been for Zheng Yin's request, Professor Weist would have resolutely declined to accompany them. After waging war for over a century, the Bel Era people have discovered the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations and confirmed the presence of boundless resources within the galaxy, rendering their desperate struggle for survival unnecessary. Furthermore, without assistance from advanced civilizations, their existence would be fleeting. They have temporarily set aside their political and religious differences to form a united parliament, appealing to Zheng Yin's fleet for aid in restoring their civilization. Zheng Yin stated, "We are obligated to assist you in restoring your planet's ecological balance, yet we do not possess the authority to interfere in your internal affairs. Nor have you achieved the technological level required for membership in the Star Alliance." Just then, a sudden power outage engulfed the entire planet, incapacitating all electrical equipment. Chapter 59. Ecological Emergency. Zheng Yin promptly commanded Professor Picard to conduct a global scan from orbit. All power stations and transmission lines remained intact. However, all modern technological devices had ceased functioning. Generators would not start, hydroelectric plants faced impending overflow, thermal power stations had extinguished their flames, and nuclear plants were at risk of catastrophic meltdown due to inability to cool. Global communication devices entered a state of total failure, and computers along with fundamental instruments could not be activated. Ground, water, and air transport vehicles were rendered inoperable. An electromagnetic wave permeated the entire planet, neutralizing all electromagnetic reactions, abruptly reverting the entire Bel Era civilization to the steam age, with this electromagnetic wave steadily intensifying. Subsequently, the member nations of the Parliament began to blame and suspect one another, each accusing the others of conspiracy, threatening to shatter this fleeting peace. Zheng Yin immediately interjected, stating, "If you remain ensnared in the animosities of war, what need do we have to restore your ecological balance? After the demise of your civilization, it will take but a few 100,000 years for this planet to regain its own ecology. What you can destroy is not your planet, but only yourselves," Alice remarked. "There is no need for mutual blame and doubt. You are well aware that with your scientific advancements, not even a single nation, let alone the entirety of humanity, possesses the capacity to inflict such devastation. Your skepticism is merely an irrational outpouring of past wartime grievances." Wu Yunqi added, "If your domestic affairs remain in turmoil and conflict, there is no purpose for our Star Alliance diplomatic team to remain. Cast aside your discord and unite in the search for solutions." It was only then that the Council ceased their quarrel and requested Zheng Yin's assistance in restoring their power supply. Zheng Yin replied, "This globally pervasive electromagnetic microwave is an exceedingly advanced technology. Even we cannot discern its operational principles, yet we shall expedite our search for a solution." Subsequently, the Chang'e spacecraft dispatched hundreds of robotic warriors to each nation on the planet to assist the Bellerins in restoring temporary communications. The shields of these robotic warriors could effortlessly filter out the electromagnetic microwaves, remaining unaffected, while also providing temporary electrical power. Upon returning to the starship, Lu's interrogation team promptly subjected 50,000 pirates to rigorous questioning. These pirates were remnants of a vast fleet of 40,000 vessels, their highest technology being the warp drive level 999 flight technology imparted by the Tiong people, rendering them incapable of interfering with global electronic devices. They were also oblivious to the battle plans of their leaders and had no knowledge of any underhanded tactics at play. These unfortunate souls endured a week of psychological torment until the escort ship sent by the Star Alliance arrived to liberate them from their daily nightmare of interrogation. During this time, the Chang'e spacecraft experimented with various methods to counteract the electromagnetic microwaves, but to no avail. These waves seemed to emanate from the Earth's core, inexorably increasing. as if the consciousness of the entire planet were intent on dragging Balearis civilization back to the Steam Age. When scientific methods proved futile, it was time to explore the metaphysical. Zheng Yin then requested Alice to lead all the Biskins to the planet's surface to sense the consciousness of the Earth. These 50 Biskin maidens meditated on the desolate land for an entire day, but discovered no point of entry. The starship fleet remained utterly ignorant of the pervasive electromagnetic microwaves that enveloped the planet. Reluctantly, Zheng Yin summoned Alice and her companions back. Meanwhile, the plight of the Bellarines grew increasingly dire. Without a fundamental supply of electricity, ordinary citizens soon found survival challenging, particularly in the major cities. Since the moment of the global blackout, over 50,000 lives had been lost in just 7 days, the majority being patients recuperating in hospitals. Nearly 100,000 expeditionary troops aboard the Chang'e had been deployed to various cities for support, yet their efforts were but a drop in the ocean. Failing to address the underlying issues, all endeavors amounted to a futile remedy for an insatiable thirst. During the rescue discussion, Wu Yunqi proposed, although we find ourselves powerless against these electromagnetic microwaves, we should commence the restoration of their ecosystem. At the very least, we can ensure their survival in the Steam Age, which is preferable to expending all our efforts on a force we do not comprehend. Zheng Yin replied, reverting to the Steam Age serves as a form of punishment for them. They have brought this upon themselves through their reckless pursuits. We have done our utmost, and that is commendable enough. He decreed that from this point forward, the scientific team would cease their study of the electromagnetic microwaves, redirecting all their energy towards ecological restoration. Once the Bellarines regain their ability to cultivate freely, we shall depart, especially as the galactic pirates continue to pose a threat. Zheng Yin subsequently communicated this decision to the Joint Council of the Bellarines, who had no choice but to acquiesce. It was at this moment that they finally grasped the value of their planet and the fragility of their environment. Feeling remorseful for the destruction they had wrought over the past century, among the populace, a religious organization emerged, seeking atonement. First, the Chang'e spacecraft undertook the purification of the planet's atmosphere, deploying 1,000 warships to form a protective shield within the atmosphere, filtering the air. After a week, the planet's atmosphere returned to its pre-war state. During this time, the Chang'e superstarship repaired the ozone layer from orbit, allowing the Bellarines on the surface to venture outside without protective gear, once again embracing their sun. The flora and fauna on the ground began to flourish anew. The next challenge was to heal the afflicted and mutated plant and animal life. Due to over a century of exposure to intense radiation from their primary star and nuclear contamination from the Bellarines, most had undergone mutations. Restoration efforts could only focus on a portion of the surviving species, aiming for a level of recovery that would allow them to reproduce. The fleet also shut down the Bellarines' nuclear power plants and numerous oil wells with leakage risks, dismantled all nuclear weapons, and assisted in establishing a basic irrigation system to revive their agriculture and pastoral practices. By the time these tasks were completed, a month had elapsed. Professor Picard was astonished to discover that the electromagnetic microwaves had ceased their slow increase and were instead gradually diminishing at an imperceptible rate, projected to vanish completely in a millennium. Liu expressed his astonishment. Having appeared for over a month, it will take 1,000 years to disappear. How perplexing. Huang Yueqing chuckled. It's akin to a person suffering a fatal injury. A full recovery requires at least 6 months of rest. Zheng Yin smiled. Regardless, this is a positive development. Let us hope the Bellarines do not choose self-destruction again. At this juncture, the Bellarines had reverted to the Steam Age and would evolve within this context for a millennium. Regardless of what the future held, the Bellarines had fully entered a state of contrition. Chapter 60. The marvelous trap having departed from Bellara. The Chang'e fleet jumped to the next coordinates. This is a secondary stellar civilization belonging to the Star Alliance. Their main fleet was utterly annihilated during the defense of the solar system and is currently engaged in a defensive war against galactic pirates. Upon receiving the distress signal, Zheng Yin promptly ordered all personnel to enter a state of combat readiness and initiate a jump. The member of the Star Alliance is known as the Qingdi, situated within a red giant star system in the constellation Canis Major. Their race is characterized by blue skin, and their blood is green due to a high copper content. Qingdi Star is an open world. Although aligned with the Star Alliance, it does not reject the entry of unarmed travelers from other galactic civilizations, earning it the reputation of being a small civilian port on the Orion Arm due to its lack of strategic geography and limited resources. Both the Unification sect and the pirates, as well as mercenary groups, seldom waste warfare resources on this planet. Consequently, their civilization has remained in a slow and somewhat primitive state. During the recent defense of the solar system, they dispatched all their space combat teams, 1,000 warships, only to be destroyed by the Unification sect, just as their expeditionary forces had yet to return. A fleet of 5,000 pirate ships arrived in their stellar system and launched an attack. Thanks to the formidable ground defenses, they managed to hold their ground. But by the time Zheng Yin led the starship fleet into the fray, the battle had already raged for half a day. Though the reasons for the pirates' assault on such a resource-poor civilization remained unclear, Zheng Yin deemed it unnecessary to ponder. Given that the Qingdi had sacrificed all their space military forces for the sake of humanity, the starship fleet bore an unconditional responsibility to provide assistance. The resistance on the ground was fierce, with not only the Qingdi government forces fighting back, but also travelers from other civilizations joining the resistance against the pirate plunder. Upon the appearance of the starship fleet, Zheng Yin immediately commanded, charge the capacitors and launch 100,000 mosquito missiles and 10,000 photon torpedoes. Let us send the pirates a greeting. As the missiles and torpedoes were unleashed, 1,000 warships and 1,000 electric devourers surged into the throng of pirate vessels. The space combat teams were fully mobilized, and Zheng Yin personally joined the fray, once again climbing into the Yinglong space mech, feeling an inexplicable thrill. It had been a long time since he had engaged in actual combat. Lu, Rick, shall we have a competition to see who can destroy more enemy ships? As Zheng Yin piloted the Yinglong, one hand wielding an antimatter cutting sword and the other firing photon cannons in rapid succession, Rick interjected, Captain, this isn't fair. Your Yinglong is over 300 meters tall, larger than a destroyer, while our space mechs are only 100 meters high. We can't compete in firepower. Duryea. You should be content. The gentle and considerate Chang'e 1T Taylor won for us. Lu laughed. Captain, if I am to compete with you, you must divide your kill count by 3. Otherwise, it's simply too unfair. Rick chuckled. All right. If your combined enemy ship destruction exceeds 1/3 of mine, you win. If I lose, I'll accompany you both for a surfing session. Deal. After conversing with Lu and Rick, Zheng Yin maximized the shield and surged towards the pirate fleet like a bolt of lightning, closely followed by Zheng Yin. The firepower of the Chang'e superstarship had not ceased, as photon torpedoes and refracted beams alternated in their assault, swiftly incapacitating the majority of the pirate fleet. With over 2,000 pirate vessels remaining, realizing their chances of victory were bleak, they promptly withdrew from the battlefield, making their escape at warp speed. The disabled ships quickly signaled their surrender, compelling Zheng Yin and Lu Rick to halt their competition. The sudden arrival of the starship fleet resulted in the destruction of over 500 pirate vessels and the capture of more than 2,000, which Zheng Yin immediately transferred to the Qingdi people as a gesture of gratitude for their assistance in the defense of the solar system. The captured 100,000 pirates were incarcerated in the prisons of Qingdi Star. The Qingdi expressed profound appreciation for Zheng Yin's aid, dispatching a support team of 100 seasoned elites to the Earth Expeditionary Force, several of whom frequently traversed between the various civilizations of the galaxy. Having alleviated the crisis faced by the Qingdi, the starship fleet continued its pursuit of the Galactic pirates, with Zheng Yin vowing to eradicate these dangerous elements from the galaxy, thus ensuring a peaceful existence for lower civilizations. However, as the fleet pursued the pirate vessels at warp speed 999, a mysterious disappearance occurred aboard the Chang'e starship. Bang Mong, the celestial star girl, had vanished. The daughter of the chief scientist from the Tiong Gang star, rescued from the outskirts of the Unification sect, disappeared without a trace. The entire command hierarchy of the starship was fraught with anxiety over her disappearance, as she was not only a celestial being of the Unification sect, but also bore her parents' research achievements in parallel universe exploration technology. Bang Mong was known for her humility. Despite her towering stature of over 2 meters, she was perceived as a bashful young woman who diligently worked within the scientific team, never having a discord with her colleagues. Due to the complexity of her parents' research, the starship did not pursue further studies nor requested any reports from her. Chang'e's real-time monitoring of the starship members was limited to areas outside personal quarters, as Zheng Yin believed everyone deserved their own private space. The subsystem's comprehensive surveillance required the concurrent activation of Zheng Yin, Lu, Wu Yunqi, Huang Yueqing, and Picard. However, upon collectively activating the all-seeing surveillance in Bang Mong's chamber, they were met with a blank screen. To erase the surveillance footage, it would necessitate the simultaneous action of Zheng Yin and the other 4, indicating that a preemptive shield had been executed. Such advanced concealment without Chang'e's detection could only be attributed to the technology of Tiong Gang star. Before the quark-level scanning of Chang'e was halfway complete, the previously fleeing pirate fleet had already been caught up. A fierce battle ensued between the two sides. Whether it was the pirates' desperate mindset akin to a cornered beast, this conflict proved to be far more intense than the one fought on Chindi Star. The pirates launched nearly suicidal assaults, equipped with far superior weaponry compared to the captured pirate fleets. They relentlessly engaged the warship formation, and in a bid to swiftly conclude the battle and continue the search for Bai Meng, Zheng Yin felt compelled to order the space combat team stationed on the fifth deck to deploy once more. Just as the space combat team exited the port, a sudden realization struck Zheng Yin. Space combat team, return immediately. Adjust the shields to maximum power. Yet, it was already too late. A fighter jet, upon emerging from the Chang'e's port, instantly entered a drifting state, its shields deactivated, and the pilot had already been teleported away. Subsequently, over 1,000 remaining pirate ships hastily fled the scene. Pursue them along their course. Zheng Yin anxiously paced the bridge. Upon the return of the space combat team, the starship formation immediately set off in pursuit of the fleeing pirate fleet. Professor Picard inquired, "Captain, what is happening?" Zheng Yin sighed. "We have been outmaneuvered." Lu pondered. "Could we have been infiltrated? Are the 5,000 pirate ships merely as pawns?" Zheng Yin shook his head and promptly commanded, "Chang'e, conduct a scan and tally all personnel to determine how many we have lost." 5 minutes later, Chang'e reported, "Aside from Bai Meng, we have lost one supporting crew member from the Chindi race and the pilot of that fighter jet, David. Display the information on this Chindi individual and outline his activities over the past 3 months." The data revealed that this Chindi was a quintessential warrior, with commendable military achievements and no negative records, having served in defensive units for the past 3 months. This was indeed perplexing. How could such an exemplary soldier be entangled in a conspiracy? Lu remarked, gazing at the large screen. "Chang'e, replay all surveillance footage of him after boarding the starship." Lu, pay close attention. The video playback showed that the Chindi exhibited no significant anomalies upon entering the starship, but during a meal in the dining hall, he encountered Bai Meng. Upon seeing him, Bai Meng appeared visibly startled, hastily finished his meal, and departed, while the Chindi subtly touched his back before following suit. He then entered Bai Meng's room, and mere seconds later emerged with a bulging pocket. Subsequently, this Chindi returned to the military camp and concealed himself. Shortly thereafter, news of Bai Meng's disappearance surfaced. Chang'e's quark-level scans of the entire starship had yet to reach the military camp when the war with the pirate fleet commenced. Zheng Yin asked, "What is your take on this, Lu?" Lu replied, "From the footage, it seems Bai Meng recognized this Chindi. The evidence that he orchestrated this affair is irrefutable. Yet I cannot fathom why an esteemed soldier of the Star Alliance would engage in such treachery." Zheng Yin stated, "That is a question for the individual in question. What is certain at this moment is that Bai Meng has been abducted, taken from within our starship. From the instant we received intelligence regarding the pirates' assault on the Chindi, we unwittingly stepped into a trap set by the enemy. At that moment, Professor Picard reported, 'Captain, the pirate fleet has dispersed into 1,200 escape routes. How do we pursue them?' Good grief. This is utterly ridiculous." Lu shouted in frustration. Zheng Yin, equally incensed, cursed the ancestors of the pirates in his heart. "Commander Baoxing, you and your entire fleet, along with 50 destroyers and 2 frigates, set off immediately. Each ship shall follow one escape route, while the remaining 50 vessels shall swiftly engage and capture them one by one." The commander of the Baoxing fleet promptly led his space battalion into the vastness of space. However, even with this strategy, Professor Picard lamented, "We might not arrive in time. There's no time to waste. The faster we act, the better," Zheng Yin remarked, his mind racing with regret. These over 1,000 pirate vessels are far more advanced than those on Chindi Star. They are on an entirely different level. How did we not recognize this sooner? Lu suddenly realized, could these be disguised by the celestial ship people? Zheng Yin responded with regret, "We should have anticipated this. The wars in the galaxy boil down to a contest of technology. The celestial ship people's technology has regressed to a Type 2 stellar civilization, and their sole opportunity lies with Bai Meng. It is our negligence that has led us to this predicament," Lu asserted. "We must not allow Bai Meng to fall into their hands. If necessary, we should eradicate it entirely without hesitation. If they gain access to parallel universe technology, the consequences will be dire. While we must consider this worst-case scenario, it should be our last resort," Zheng Yin conceded. He then commanded, "Let us pursue them first. Chekhov, elevate the warp speed by another level." Fortunately, Professor Weist proposed, "Captain, have you forgotten? We Zabaar people possess a unique tracking technology that can swiftly mark these pirate vessels. We need only to approach them closely, and once marked, we can gradually capture them one by one. Excellent, Professor Weist. Immediately input this technology into Chang's arsenal for marking. After Weist departed, Wu Yunqi received an urgent message from the leader of the Qingdi people. Upon opening the video connection, the leader said, "I sincerely apologize, Marshal. Our intelligence team has just uncovered that among the 100 support troops dispatched to your starship, there is a potential enemy. His family vanished collectively after he boarded the ship, and we eventually discovered the bodies of him and his family. This means that the personnel on your starship are not genuine Qingdi people. I am sending you the detailed information on that soldier. Please remain vigilant and, if necessary, execute him on behalf of the Qingdi government." Zheng Yin, already suspecting the gravity of the situation, replied, "His meticulous plan has plotted against both you and us. Please do not blame yourself, leader. An important scientist from our starship has been abducted, and we are currently making every effort to rectify the situation. We will contact you with updates." Subsequently, the Chang'a starship, cloaked in stealth, swiftly caught up to a pirate vessel and immediately marked it, continuing its pursuit of the next target. Soon, all the markings were completed, and an assault was launched against the last pursued pirate warship. After incapacitating it, a tractor beam captured the vessel into the hangar on the 5th deck. The remainder of the operation was left to Lu and Rick, who led the troops in a meticulous search and investigation. Within 3 minutes, 10 pirate pilots were apprehended. Indeed, they were all disguised as beings from the starship race. After a thorough scan, no trace of Mong or the compressed energy conversion bodies was found aboard the warship. Following Lu's report, Zheng Yin instructed to detain the captives and prepare for the immediate capture of the next ship. Subsequently, a warship masquerading as a pirate was seized and brought aboard the starship, yet no signs of Mong were discovered. It was only a day later that the remaining enemy vessels were captured, still without any trace of Mong. At that moment, the starship fleet sent an urgent message, reporting that after a day of pursuit, they had engaged in combat with 1,000 enemy ships. Ultimately, after damaging a destroyer, they discovered traces of Mong in the fighter pilot David and had already transported them over. However, David's brain was in a blank state, while Mong lay unconscious. "Let us proceed immediately. All pursuing fleets cease operations and converge on the starship fleet commander," Zheng Yin commanded. "Are we already too late?" Lu expressed anxiously. "Prepare for the worst. Beidou, set the jump coordinates. Chekhov, initiate the jump immediately." After transporting Mong and David to the medical bay, Huang Yueqing led the medical team to commence urgent care. Soon, Mong regained consciousness, struggling desperately. Huang Yueqing and Alice hurriedly comforted her until she recognized that she had returned to the starship, surrounded by familiar faces, which allowed her to stabilize her emotions and weep into her hands. Unfortunately, David's brain injury was irreparable. His consciousness, thoughts, and memories had been extracted by the starship beings, rendering him an invaluable source of intelligence. The layouts of the starship and the human expeditionary forces had been exposed to the starship race. David had become a veritable vegetable. Only by being symbiotically connected on Zabaar star could he maintain a semblance of normal life. After Alice provided psychological counseling to Mong, her emotions finally stabilized. She reported to Zheng Yin, "The Qingdi person I encountered in the dining hall was, in fact, a renowned bounty hunter, a member of the shapeshifter race, capable of mimicking any species of similar height. He was the one who pursued my parents and spoke their names before me, insisting that the starship race required my return. I was preparing to destroy the data in my residence when he captured me with a quantum conversion collector. When I regained consciousness, I found myself aboard the starship's vessel. They had replicated my memories, and when I awoke again, I was already in the medical bay." Zheng Yin consoled her, saying, "It was my negligence that failed to protect you. Please focus on your recovery. As for the loss of technology, do not carry the burden of guilt. We need not speculate on what the starship race intends to do with your parents' research. It is sufficient to prepare for the best and worst outcomes." Subsequently, Zheng Yin convened a meeting of the command group to analyze the recent defeat. The most apparent reason identified was the lax supervision of all members of the expeditionary force, particularly concerning the newly joined support teams from various extraterrestrial civilizations. Due to considerations of courtesy and freedom, no stringent vetting or scanning had been conducted, which inadvertently allowed bounty hunters to infiltrate effortlessly. In response, the command group undertook a comprehensive overhaul of the Starship's regulations. Firstly, A thorough scanning of both the conscious and subconscious minds of all members was conducted to identify potential infiltrators. Secondly, a new department, the monitoring group, was established. Additionally, the real-time surveillance footage was upgraded, enhancing sound recording details and incorporating a real-time alert subsystem. Any anomalies detected would be immediately reported to the monitoring group's office. The incident involving Bai Yingmeng's abduction could have been preemptively flagged as an anomaly by this subsystem, thus enabling timely intervention. Finally, the security protocols for newly joined support teams were revised. In addition to a rigorous examination of the newcomers' activities over the past 6 months, atomic-level scans and screenings of both conscious and subconscious states were mandated. Furthermore, all members of the starship would undergo checks of their conscious and subconscious states biannually to identify any adverse emotions, which would then be promptly addressed by the psychological counseling team. After 3 days, over 100,000 members had completed their scans. Aside from a few hundred individuals exhibiting signs of low morale, there were no indications of factionalism. Everyone shared a common objective: to restore order in the galaxy and vanquish the civilizations led by the celestial ship aliens. As the fleet was on the verge of catching up with the pirate armada, over 30,000 pirate warships suddenly detached 1,000 vessels, which halted and swiftly arranged themselves into a combat formation, awaiting the arrival of the Chang'e starship fleet. However, the Chang'e fleet remained cloaked and undetectable, unless the pirates had suddenly acquired detection technology beyond even that of the Chang'e. All stop warp speed, enter combat mode, Zheng Yin immediately commanded. Just then, the pirate fleet surged towards the Chang'e fleet, unleashing a barrage of pulse cannon fire upon them. Capacitor launched 10,000 Mosquito-class interference missiles. Fleet commander, initiate evasive countermeasures. The 10,000 interference missiles surged into the enemy fleet, causing only a brief commotion, while over 1,000 pirate ships directed phase cannons at the Chang'e. The outer shield was compromised by 15%. Professor Picard quickly switched the inner and outer shields. Capacitor, continue firing photon torpedoes. Once the shields have absorbed enough energy, fire the neutrino-splitting cannon at maximum power. The starship's outer shield was a self-variable frequency deflection shield, designed to redirect most attacks to the surroundings and clear small obstacles while in warp travel. The inner quantum energy absorption shield, on the other hand, was primarily intended for combat, capable of absorbing energy from all known weapons and converting it into the starship's weaponry power. Just as the shields were adjusted, the next wave of the pirate fleet's assault struck, enhancing the Chang'e's weapon energy by 30%. A colossal neutrino fragmentation cannon was unleashed upon the pirate fleet, annihilating 300 enemy ships in an instant, and a cloud of dust composed of neutrinos materialized in the air. Charge the capacitor and fire the neutrino fragmentation cannon again. However, upon the second shot, only a little over 100 enemy vessels were obliterated, and with the third shot, merely a dozen fell. By the fourth shot, it had ceased to have any effect. How could the pirates so rapidly ascertain the frequency of the neutrino fragmentation cannon? Lu pondered in astonishment. They could not have detected our cloaked state, Zheng Yin replied. At that moment, the 1,000 warships were already engaged in a fierce struggle against the pirates. The captain of the stellar fleet reported, "Captain, the enemy's combat capabilities are exceedingly formidable. We find it exceedingly difficult to eliminate them. They are even more powerful than the celestial ship people. Space Battle Group, engage. Charge the capacitors, increase firepower output. We cannot afford to waste time here." Zheng Yin thought to himself, aware that such a disparity in strength indicated they were undoubtedly cheating. "Captain, we can no longer trace the pirate fleet's course. They have vanished," Professor Picard reported urgently. Meanwhile, the remaining hundreds of enemy ships continued to evade destruction by the Space Battle Group. After half an hour, this small yet protracted skirmish concluded, revealing that all the destroyed pirate warships had been disguised as celestial ship vessels, their weaponry even more advanced than during the solar system's defensive wars. Chapter 62. Encounter with the Chang'e of the Parallel Universe. After vanquishing the blocking celestial ship forces, the starship fleet lost track of the pirates once more. However, one thing was certain: they would no longer plunder the lesser civilizations along their route. Their objectives had been achieved. The scientific achievements of Bai Yingmeng's parents had fallen into their hands, and their primary focus now lay in restoring their own technology. Upon reporting this incident to the Star Alliance Command, it was met with grave concern, prompting the immediate dispatch of spies to scout the celestial ship planet, with the potential for a full-scale war if necessary. Just as the starship fleet prepared to return home, they received a distress signal from a member of the Unity faction. located a mere 100 light-years away. They claim to be under the obliterating assault of the Earth Expeditionary Force, with their entire civilization on the brink of annihilation. Isn't this ridiculous? We haven't done anything, Lu exclaimed. Indeed, it is a peculiar matter. We must investigate further, Zheng Yin replied. The fleet entered cloaked status and jumped to the vicinity of the planet. Upon arrival, the crew of the Chang'e starship fleet was astonished by the scene before them. A superstarship identical to the Chang'e was bombarding the planet's surface, while 1,000 warships fired relentlessly upon the planet. Is this a mirror image? Lu questioned in confusion. Professor Picard, what do you think? Zheng Yin inquired. It is indiscernible where it originates, Captain, but it cannot be a mirror, after all. Our mirror engine has already been dismantled, Professor Picard responded. Zheng Yin contemplated for a moment before commanding, Yunqi, send a communication request to the opposing starship. Once the video connection was established, the environment displayed was nearly identical to that of their own bridge, with personnel and equipment arranged in the same manner. Clearly, the opposing side was equally astonished by the sudden appearance of the Chang'e spacecraft. Zheng Yin, from the other side, inquired, Who are you? We are engaged in an intense battle with the forces of the Gui faction. Zheng Yin continued, We are the Earth Expeditionary Force. Having just concluded our confrontation with the Gui faction led by the celestial ship aliens. While tracking down pirates, one of our scientists was abducted. Although we managed to rescue her, the technology pertaining to parallel universes that she possessed was replicated. Thus, it is plausible that you have come from another universe. Or perhaps we have inadvertently entered yours. Zheng Yin immediately conferred with Professors Picard and West, turning to Zheng Yin to say, It appears we have mistakenly wandered into your universe. Zheng Yin then asked, How can you be so certain? The other side explained. We were engaged in battle on this planet when the enemy's warships suddenly vanished. We traversed a space akin to a wormhole and encountered a celestial ship warship soaring past us. Upon our emergence, the atmosphere on this planet shifted dramatically. The vast armada had vanished. To ascertain the cause, we launched an attack on this planet, yet they have remained tight-lipped until now. Zheng Yin remarked. The members of the Gui faction are the Dorians, who possess relatively weak military capabilities. Moreover, the principal space fleets were decimated while following the celestial ship aliens' assault on the solar system. Upon hearing this, the other side promptly gestured to cease bombardment of the planet and said to Zheng Yin, Then please have your scientists return us to our original universe, where a war still rages. Zheng Yin replied, Please hold on. We have never conducted research in this area primarily due to its complexity. And Bai Yingming's mind is quite fatigued. It may not be feasible for her to fully recall her parents' research. The other side, astonished, exclaimed, Are you saying that the one abducted, who possesses this technology, is the celestial ship girl Bai Yingming? Zheng Yin affirmed, Yes, indeed. Her parents were the chief scientists of the celestial ship aliens. They were brutally murdered after they made breakthroughs in the exploration of parallel universes and uncovered the true nature of the Gui god. We later rescued her from the edge of a star. The other side smiled and said, This simplifies matters considerably. In our universe, Bai Yingming and her parents are part of the Starship scientific team. They are the leaders of the anti-Gui faction among the celestial ship aliens. We have fought side by side for several months now. I shall send them to your starship to assist your Bai Yingming in opening the portal to the parallel universe. This revelation took Zheng Yin by surprise, and he promptly organized a reception and reported the news to the Star Alliance Command. Meanwhile, the Dorians on the planet finally found a moment to breathe, but when they discovered another fleet of super warships in orbit, they fell into a state of helpless panic. The Dorians' distress signals received no response from the nearby Gui faction, as most of their members had lost their space fleets during the assault on the solar system. They were preoccupied with fortifying their defensive systems and desperately protecting themselves, unwilling to provoke the fleet of the Chang'e super warship. After deliberation, the Dorians had no choice but to make the singular decision to surrender to the Star Alliance. Within the halls of the Weiyang Palace in Chang'an on the second tier of the deck, Zheng Yin accepted the surrender of the elders of the Duoran Council. The counselors presented detailed personal information about the Duoran people, along with comprehensive military and technological data, as well as historical records spanning over 100,000 years. Zheng Yin instructed Wu Yunqi, the head of the foreign teaching group, to copy the information from the historical records into the Alliance's archives, returning the original stone and the global citizen data, alongside military and technological materials, intact. He also clarified the misunderstandings arising from the parallel universe. assuring them that the Chang'e fleet would not unjustly attack powerless adversaries. The Duoran people were profoundly grateful for Zheng Yin's approach, having never before experienced such gentleness. Due to geographical constraints, the Duoran planet was surrounded by members of the Unification sect, and those civilizations that did not submit had been harvested, compelling them to align with the Tianquan people, enduring relentless labor and neglect. Now, receiving the Alliance's magnanimous understanding, they were eager to sever ties with the Unification sect. However, the devastation wrought by the bombardments from the parallel universe had severely harmed their civilization, rendering them incapable of self-recovery. They thus appealed to Zheng Yin for assistance in restoration. After careful consideration, Zheng Yin devised a mutually beneficial solution to facilitate the resettlement of a significant number of homeless Vajia people to Duoran Star. This would not only aid in the recovery of the planet's civilization, but also provide a home for some of the Vajia, further solidifying the Duoran's loyalty to the Alliance. Upon announcing this decision, the Duoran elders had no objections, as their population had been strained by prolonged warfare, hindering societal development. The introduction of an external race seemed a direct remedy for their short-term recovery. The potential social conflicts that might arise later were thoughts they chose to avoid. Chapter 63. Bridging the Parallel Universes. Subsequently, the Alliance Command dispatched a transport vessel to Duoran Star, carrying 100,000 energy storage units filled with Vajia people and a team of emergency responders, expected to arrive in 7 days. Meanwhile, Buying Mong from the Parallel Universe, accompanied by her parents, arrived aboard the Chang'e in this universe to assist in developing the technology to open parallel spaces. Upon seeing her parents from another universe, Buying Mong felt a profound sorrow, longing to embrace them and share her grievances from the past few months, yet they were not her true parents, and she could only bury her emotions deep within. However, her parents from the parallel universe embraced her, offering comfort. "Child, I believe we have encountered your parents. 6 months ago, during a resistance war, I mistook them for our replicas. Although we did not communicate, I sensed their immense confusion in their eyes. Perhaps they had glimpsed the true nature of the Unification God." Buying Mong replied, "After returning from the parallel universe, my parents fell into a conflict within themselves, ultimately leading them to resist the Unification God, resulting in their secret execution. The parallel universes," Buying Mong responded, "then let us fulfill their wishes together." Under the relentless efforts of 2 universes and the entire Starship scientific team, a bridge connecting a parallel universe was established by the following day. This apparatus comprises 5 spatial oscillators that interact with one another, creating a specific region of photon quantum frequency in the middle. Given that every fundamental particle possesses its unique motion frequency, and the frequencies of all fundamental particles in one universe maintain a balance, each universe is defined by a distinctive frequency. Universes with higher frequencies exhibit significantly greater energy than those with lower frequencies. The energy source of the Chang'e spacecraft, the zero-point absorption device, was constructed based on this principle. Its multiple absorption ports connect to infinitely high-frequency parallel universes, allowing all energy surpassing the photon quantum frequency of this universe to flow automatically into the absorption device, thereby providing a continuous energy supply for the Starship. The region created by the 5 spatial frequency oscillators, with its distinct photon quantum frequency, forms a window for observing infinite parallel universes, facilitating traversal between them. The search for parallel universes is extraordinarily meticulous. Frequency discrepancies must not exceed 1 part in 100 million, lest it lead to an entirely different parallel universe. The closer the frequency aligns with that of our universe, the higher the degree of similarity. Conversely, greater frequency discrepancies result in diminished similarity, potentially altering the very components of the universe and its physical laws. Ultimately, after returning the Buying Mong family from the parallel universe to their starship, Zheng Yin commanded the commencement of exploratory experiments into the parallel universe. The scientific team ultimately selected 2 frequency values for the parallel universes, one surpassing our universe's frequency by 1 part in 100 million, and the other falling short by the same measure. When the parallel universe with the higher frequency was opened, Yunchi sent a communication request to the Chang'e spacecraft within to verify the correctness of the universe's activation. Should the Chang'e spacecraft within respond, it would indicate that this universe's Chang'e had not ventured into our universe. Conversely, if the signal was received by the current fleet without a reply from the parallel universe, it would confirm the activation's accuracy. Following confirmation with the command team of their universe, they could return. The recently activated parallel universe appeared tranquil, A planet inhabited by the Duoran was clearly visible through the parallel window, with their warships patrolling in orbit, seemingly not engaged in conflict. Soon, a reply from the Chang'e spacecraft within this parallel universe arrived, inquiring about the source of the signal and the reason for the identical quantum communication matrix. To save time, Zheng Yin refrained from opening a video link and simply stated, "We are the Chang'e fleet from a parallel universe, seeking to guide another fleet from a parallel universe that inadvertently intruded into ours back home. We apologize for the disturbance and wish you all the best. Farewell." He then proceeded to deactivate the device and activate the next parallel universe, which had a frequency value lower than our universe by 1 part in 100 million. Upon opening this universe, before Wu Yunqi could send a communication, a barrage of energy cannons erupted from within. Fortunately, both fleets had their shields activated, preventing casualties. A fierce battle is currently unfolding within this universe as the Dorians engage in a relentless conflict with the Star Alliance fleet, with cannon fire incessantly erupting. Just as Zheng Yin believed the universe had opened correctly, the silhouette of the Chang'e vessel emerged, leading the Star Alliance fleet into a fierce confrontation with the Unity faction. Upon establishing a communication link, they were promptly rebuffed and launched a neutrino fragmentation cannon towards the parallel window. "Quickly, shut down the oscillator," Zheng Yin exclaimed urgently. Just before the neutrino fragmentation cannon reached the parallel window, the oscillator was swiftly deactivated. "It seems that we are all quite busy in every universe. Is this fate?" murmured Dalu. Zheng Yin replied with a smile, "Then who is it that orchestrates our destinies? I truly wish to find them and lodge a complaint." Waving my hand dismissively, declaring I won't participate anymore. With 2 candidate universes failing, they were compelled to select 2 new frequency values. This time, they opened a parallel universe with a light quantum frequency 200 millionths higher than their own. In this realm, the Dorians lived in remarkable peace and prosperity. There were no patrolling warships, and the space farms were arranged in serene and orderly clusters. Merchant vessels traversed between massive space stations, resembling a bustling trade port. There was no need to send out communication requests. It was evident that this was not a war-torn universe, as even the faintest hint of conflict was absent. The starship formation before them had suddenly entered their universe during combat. After shutting down the oscillator, they activated a parallel universe with a frequency 200 millionths lower than their own. In this universe, the Dorians had become mere remnants. The entire planet was plagued by volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, with countless warship wrecks floating in orbit. No operational warships remained, indicating that this realm had just endured a cataclysmic battle, and both sides had abandoned the battlefield in pursuit of their next objective. Upon sending a communication request, Wu Yunqi's message was received by the starship formation before them. Zheng Yin replied, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. Another version of myself from a different universe. This is our universe, and our Star Alliance is on the brink of collapse. Marshal Delugulu is urgently signaling for assistance. We must hasten to the next battlefield. I hope we meet again in this lifetime. Take care." After sending this message, the starship formation passed through the parallel window and plunged into the fray. Zheng Yin subsequently ordered the oscillator to be shut down and the equipment secured in the hazardous storage. In the aftermath, Dalu remarked, "The lower the light quantum operational frequency of a universe, the more intense the battles become. Conversely, the higher the frequency, the more peaceful the evolution. What could be the reason for this?" Chapter 64, Nanoscopic Replicators. Professors Picard and West pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps the high-frequency parallel universes possess abundant energy, rendering resource competition unnecessary. In contrast, the low-frequency parallel universes experience diminished energy release rates of fundamental particles, leading to resource scarcity and necessitating conflict. Zheng Yin inquired slowly, "What might a universe at the very limit of low frequency resemble?" Alice suddenly sensed the fear within Zheng Yin and hurriedly reassured him, "At worst, it's just hell. Ultimately, it is beyond our control. Our duty is to restore the order of our galaxy to the best of our abilities, and we ought not to dwell on the futile." Zheng Yin paused and smiled, replying, "That is true. However, in the realm of human affairs, we must heed the will of fate. Chang'e, set the space oscillator to the highest security level. Only I, along with Dai Lu, Picard, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Huang Yueqing, and Jones may authorize its use again. After all, this technology is exceedingly perilous. The scientific team has not fully comprehended its foundational theories, nor are they aware of the potential side effects it may entail. This emergency device, crafted in the dark, should not be employed lightly. Just before the arrival of the Star Alliance support team, Yunchi received a distress signal from the South River 3 civilization, a member of the Alliance. This civilization is situated near the South River 3 in the constellation Canis Minor, within a youthful yellow dwarf star system. Their race is diminutive yet agile, characterized by large, flapping ears, and is colloquially known as the big-eared people. Earlier, the Chang'e starship had captured a pirate, who was a rebel from the South River 3 big-eared people. The big-eared people sent an urgent message indicating that they were under attack by a swarm of nanomachines, released from a storage canister that had been carelessly discarded into their atmosphere by a ship of galactic pirates. These nanomachines can fly and, upon emerging from the canister, formed a cloud of tiny insects that did not trigger the planet's defense systems. However, in the subsequent days, their global metal infrastructure suffered catastrophic damage. These nanomachines consume all metal and replicate infinitely, rapidly expanding into a cloud of nanomachines spanning hundreds of kilometers. Furthermore, these nanomachines are capable of self-evolution within days. They could absorb the energy blast from their defenses, rendering the big-eared people's systems ineffective. They found themselves powerless against the swarm, as energy blasts only enhanced the reproduction of the cloud, and their shields were rendered utterly futile. Attempts to deploy viral programs met with failure, as the nanomachines operate on a base 9 system that could not be deciphered. Only pure physical attacks could eradicate these replicating machines. Extreme temperatures approaching the surface of a star could incinerate them completely, while attacks near absolute zero could temporarily immobilize them. However, both methods come at exorbitant costs and are merely a drop in the bucket against the agile swarm. These nanomachines have now adapted to all energy attacks from the big-eared people, evolving rapidly. They swiftly identify the frequency of energy weapons, develop immunity, and synchronize this immunological data across all replicating machines. Each stands as an individual nanoscopic entity, while simultaneously forming a colossal collective. After the big-eared people transmitted their final distress signal, all their modern equipment had been consumed. As the starship fleet arrived in the orbital vicinity of the planet inhabited by the Great Ears, the scale of the nanoreplicators had expanded to several thousand kilometers in width, resembling a thick cloud suspended within the atmosphere. Among them were those nanoreplicators that had ingested radioactive metals, rendering their attacks even more perilous. Although they had yet to target carbon-based life forms, the radioactive contamination they left in their wake had already harmed vast expanses of indigenous flora and fauna. The captain had lost contact with the ground, and the Great Ears stationed at the space station requested a communication link. Yunchi reported, "Please connect immediately." The Great Ear on the other end was a space military leader named Kelvin, who had previously met Zheng Yin during the defense of the solar system. Kelvin expressed immense joy upon seeing Zheng Yin, as if he had encountered a savior. He exclaimed, "Thank you so much for your arrival, Marshal. Our civilization is on the brink of annihilation, and perhaps the entire Star Alliance will follow suit. These creatures, more terrifying than locusts, seem to have emerged from the very depths of hell. The warships we dispatched have become their mere playthings, and we have heard no news from the surface." Zheng Yin replied, "General Kelvin, I shall refrain from further pleasantries. Do you have any samples of the nanoreplicators? We wish to conduct research." Kelvin responded, "Yes, Marshal. But they are currently stored in ultra-low temperature containers and cannot be transmitted. They require a shuttle for delivery." Zheng Yin instructed, "Very well. I shall have the scientific team commence their studies immediately to expedite the search for a solution." Upon the arrival of the samples, the scientific team, comprising 5,000 elite scientists from member planets of the Star Alliance, initiated a holographic scan of the nanoreplicator. Upon magnification, they discovered that this replicator measured less than 10 nanometers in length and 5 nanometers in width, exhibiting a typical insect morphology, complete with wings and sharp mandibles. It possessed the ability to undergo division and reproduction, housed within it a powerful processor capable of quantum computations, as well as a signal transmitter and receiver. What appeared to be a straightforward structure concealed in extraordinarily intricate and exquisite craftsmanship, far beyond the capabilities of a second-tier stellar civilization. This led Zheng Yin to ponder the existence of parallel universes. Despite the scientific team's inability to identify a direct means of annihilation for these nanoreplicators, they were certain that these creatures could not venture into space, as their wings dictated their operational domain, restricting them to the atmosphere. After subjecting the sample to high-temperature melting, Zheng Yin commanded, "Cannon, fire the neutrino fragmentation cannon at the most concentrated area of the swarm, modulate for maximum range." Subsequently, a neutrino fragmentation energy burst, spanning 500 kilometers in width, surged into the swarm within the atmosphere. Following a brilliant flash, a large cavity was created within the cloud of replicators, and a neutrino dust cloud, extending 500 kilometers, manifested in the air. Excellent news, Marshal. 1/5 of the nanoreplicators have been eliminated. Kelvin exclaimed excitedly over the communication link. Cannon, launch a second barrage immediately. However, the second volley of the neutrino fragmentation cannon only succeeded in destroying half of the nanoreplicators, leading to a third shot. Yet, the nanoreplicators had developed immunity, and this time, not a single one was vanquished. Zheng Yin remarked, ceasefire, that should suffice. The second shot may still eliminate a few, though we never anticipated that the neutrino splitter could eradicate them entirely. Kelvin inquired, what shall we do next, Marshal? Zheng Yin chuckled, patience, Marshal Kelvin. Chekhov. Open a wormhole along the flight path of the insect fog. Big Dipper, set the destination coordinates to the surface of the nearest star. Chapter 65. A return to the luminescent ones. However, when the wormhole opened, only a handful of nano-replicating insects ventured inside. 10 seconds later, a large portion of the insect fog circumvented the wormhole entrance and continued its journey into the distance. What is this? Zheng Yin pondered for a moment and exclaimed, how foolish of me. They possess intelligence. How could I have overlooked that? What shall we do now, Captain? Lu inquired. Deploy the tractor beam and draw them into space, pulling them to the star's surface. They will go whether they want to or not, Zheng Yin commanded, as the immense tractor beam was cast into the swarm. Indeed, a significant portion of the replicating insects was drawn away. Yet, soon after, a multitude of the swarm frantically converged upon the tractor beam and swiftly began to ascend towards the Chang'e vessel. Zheng Yin felt a chill run down his spine as he observed more than half of the swarm clinging to the tractor beam. He promptly ordered, quickly, Chekhov, Big Dipper. Engage warp level 1, head towards the star's surface. Minutes later, the Chang'e traversed the star's surface for a while, completely annihilating the replicating insects ensnared in the tractor beam. Now, let's return to fishing, Lu exclaimed joyously. I fear I must disappoint you, Zheng Yin replied with a wry smile. As anticipated, the second tractor beam failed to capture a single replicating insect. They had developed immunity to the beam and no longer approached the Chang'e. All conventional energy waves proved ineffective against them. Deploy gravitational torpedoes to gather them together and launch them into space. Zheng Yin conceived yet another strategy. Following a series of gravitational torpedo explosions, a considerable number of insects were indeed eradicated. However, the replicating insects quickly devised a countermeasure, dispersing their numbers and becoming exceedingly sparse. With only one insect per 10 cubic meters, this resulted in each torpedo explosion capturing merely 2 or 3 insects, leading to a waste of both time and resources, rendering this approach futile. Have they evolved strategies? This is rather perplexing, Zheng Yin mused. Black hole torpedoes and singularity bombs are certainly out of the question, as they would affect the planets. At present, we only have computer viruses, he continued, subsequently drawing from the database of the Chang'e. The 5,000 members of the Alliance's scientific team engaged in research on a nonary system. 3 days later, the Alliance Command issued a galaxy-wide alert, categorizing these nano-replicating insects as a Level 1 threat and warning all members to prepare defenses while closely monitoring nearby star systems for any signs of pirate warships. Ultimately, the scientific team successfully developed a nonary subsystem designed to transmit dormancy commands to the nano-replicating swarm. Upon sending the signal, the results were immediate. Vast swathes of the insect fog vanished, leaving thick piles of replicating insects strewn across the ground. This brought great joy to the inhabitants of the planet, who rushed outside to celebrate. As the starship fleet prepared to conduct a cleanup, the nanomimetic insects suddenly reactivated, causing the still celebrating earthen folk to hastily retreat indoors. When the Chang'e spacecraft transmitted a dormancy command to the swarm, the insects had already altered their communication frequency, changing it at an astonishing rate of 1,000 times per second. This evolution is exceedingly rapid, Zheng Yin remarked in bewilderment. General Kelvin of the earthen folk descended into profound despair. The only course of action left for them was to abandon their home planet and collectively transport themselves aboard their ships, ferrying them to the next celestial body. Yet, evasion is not a solution. The warships cannot enter the atmosphere, making their escape far more complicated than relocating the Varkans. The sheer volume of transportation required, coupled with the constraints of time, rendered it nearly impossible. After exhausting all possibilities, Zheng Yin stated, special problems necessitate special solutions. Clearly, this is linked to parallel universes. The celestial ship people must have received assistance from another universe. Perhaps they have found the unifying deity of another realm, and we must seek the aid of the luminaries. Lu did express concern, but they do not engage in any conflicts. Is there any hope in approaching them? Zheng Yin replied, since Yumong presided over the war tribunal. We have reason to seek his counsel. Subsequently, they left 1,000 warships to continue monitoring the nanomimetic insects, while the Chang'e superstarship jumped to the orbit of the luminaries planet. The delegation, consisting of Zheng Yin, Lu De, Wu Yunqi, Alice, and West, was transported to the wilderness where they had previously met. Upon their arrival, they found no sign of Yumong. Attempts to communicate with the open field yielded no response. What is this? Are we being ignored? Lu De fretted. Let us sit and wait. Do not overthink, Zheng Yin instructed. The five settled in the expanse, waiting for 10 hours before Yumong finally appeared, accompanied by two of his kin. The five promptly bowed, saying, We dared not disturb you without urgent matters. But the civilization of the earthen folk in the southern river has been annihilated. Yumong responded, I have been absent from this dimension, summoned to attend a conference, and only just returned to discover you. What has transpired? Zheng Yin recounted in detail the events from Yumong's disappearance to the dispatch of the Chang'e to the assault on the earthen folk by the nanomimetic insects. Yumong listened with astonishment and said to Zheng Yin, Exploring parallel universes is exceedingly perilous, and we do not venture lightly into such realms. If invaded by a universe of extremely low frequencies, the danger is immense. Zheng Yin assured, We have locked away the parallel space oscillator and shall not employ it again. Yumong advised it would be best to destroy it entirely, along with its technology and theories. Zheng Yin affirmed, We shall comply upon our return. Regarding the nanomimetic insects that attack the earthen folk, could you extend your assistance? Yumong replied, If it is indeed the unifying deity of another parallel universe at play, we are obliged to uphold the results of the war tribunal. Otherwise, we shall not partake in the conflict. Lu remarked, If it is not the meddling of the unifying deity from the parallel universe, could these replicators not destroy each modern civilization? How then can civilization evolve? Yumong smiled and replied, There are myriad ways for civilization to progress. When you ascend to a fourth-dimensional civilization, you will discover that previous technological advancements are rendered unnecessary. Much like us, we have forsaken all high technology yet still ascend to higher civilizations. The replicators that arrive here would perish from hunger. Lu chuckled. We lack your innate gift of nourishment from sunlight. He gestured towards his hair and skin, indicating that he was not green and incapable of photosynthesis. Yumong and his two attendants exchanged knowing smiles. Subsequently, Yumong drew a circle in the air with his hand, and an image of the white light deity materialized before them. The deity inquired, What is it, Mr. Yumong? Yumong responded, It seems the unifying deity from the parallel universe has entered. The white light deity, taken aback, glanced at Zheng Yin and the others before stating, Let us summon those individuals as well. Chapter 66. The Gifts of the Expeditionary Force. Yumong nodded and drew more circles around him, initiating a circular video conference. Attendees included Yumong, Zheng Yin's group, the White Light Deity, the three elders of the Panga clan, the Traveler, the Nine Sovereign, and Marshal Duragla, commander of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance. Yumong proceeded to introduce everyone succinctly. He then continued, In light of this matter, the White Light Deity and I need to ascertain further details. Should the unifying deity from the parallel universe have indeed entered our realm, we shall petition the higher dimensional space for maintenance. However, the outcome can only result in sending him back to his universe. As for whether the celestial ship people have received technological support, as long as the powers of higher dimensional space remain uninvolved, we shall not intervene. Zheng Yin interjected. Surely we cannot stand idly by as the civilization of the big-eared people faces annihilation. Furthermore, unless these replicators are eradicated, they will inevitably threaten other races. The Traveler replied, The emergence of all species carries its inherent significance. There is no compelling reason for their eradication. I nearly found myself ensnared in an endless war after assisting you. And I cannot intervene further, for the vast universe awaits my exploration. Mr. Yumong, please refrain from further communication with me. I wish to avoid entanglement in your disputes. With that, the Traveler vanished. The three elders of the Panga clan remarked, Last time we assisted you, we nearly faced retribution from higher dimensional space. You must devise your own solutions, but rest assured, the fortune of humanity is on the rise, and you shall find success in your endeavors. They too disappeared. The Nine Sovereign smiled, For the sake of our 1,000 compatriots aboard the warships, and in gratitude for your genetic salvation, I will provide you with information regarding this replicator crisis, which also emerged during the previous cycle of galactic civilization. I shall transmit the data to your starship shortly, hoping it proves beneficial. Zheng Yin and Marshal Duraglu expressed their gratitude to the Nine Sovereign. After the meeting concluded, Yimeng mysteriously vanished, intending to personally verify whether the unifying deity from the parallel universe had indeed arrived. Upon returning to their starship, Zheng Yin and his companions soon received the information transmitted by the Nine Sovereign. The account chronicles a cataclysm that transpired 500 million years ago, during which silicon-based life forms from the Andromeda Galaxy unleashed weapons akin to nanoreplicating insects upon the Milky Way. These were also diminutive, self-replicating mechanical entities, albeit lacking in advanced self-evolution capabilities. Following years of conflict, the civilizations of the Milky Way devised a disintegration weapon capable of deconstructing observable matter down to the quark level. While the fundamental principles of this weapon bore resemblance to the neutrino disintegration cannon aboard starships, its remarkable feature lay in the fact that each attack's frequency remained unknown. Comprising 1,000 superposed states formed from multiple quantum modes. Only upon contact with the targeted object would a specific frequency exert its true effect. Consequently, the replicating robots could not simultaneously develop immunity to all 1,000 frequencies. Thus, each assault granted the replicators merely a 1 in 1,000 chance of survival. Within less than a century, this replicator crisis was swiftly eradicated. Armed with this technological advancement, the scientific team promptly integrated the weaponry model into the arsenal of the Chang'e spacecraft. Beidou, set coordinates to the Southern River's 3 major ear-people stars. Chekhov. Prepare for jump and ready the quark disintegration cannon. Depart. Upon entering the orbital path of the Great Ear-people S-planet, the Chang'e spacecraft unleashed the quark disintegration cannon upon the nanoreplicating insects within the atmosphere, resulting in the immediate annihilation of vast swathes of the insect swarm. A second barrage followed, which eliminated a few survivors, and then a third. Yet again, only a scant number remained. In total, 10 discharges of the quark disintegration cannon were executed, with the survival rate consistently hovering around 1 in 1,000. The nanoreplicators on the planet seemed to sense the impending peril. Even if they could develop immunity to all attacking frequencies, they could not simultaneously defend against 1,000 distinct frequencies. Thus, when 1,000 replicators clustered together for defense, only one could escape unscathed. The insect swarm was driven into a frenzied retreat. Professor Picard transmitted the weapon parameters to the crew aboard the battleship, instructing them to equip themselves with the new armament. An hour later, the commander of the star-exploding fleet reported, "Captain, the weapons are fully loaded. Please advise on the next course of action." Zheng Yin replied with a smile. "Herd all the nanoreplicators together. We have a gift for the Tiong people." Subsequently, the space combat team on the 5th deck of the starship was also outfitted with this technological weaponry. The frigates and destroyers were equipped with high-powered quark disintegration cannons, while the fighter jets and combat mechs were armed with lower-powered variants. Even the robotic soldiers and landing forces were equipped with specialized quark disintegration rifles. The starship's combat personnel then launched an offensive, engaging in the eradication of the replicators on the ground. With 1,000 warships in pursuit, a massive fog of insects, stretching over several kilometers, found no refuge, spiraling and fluttering in the air, akin to fish evading relentless attacks in the deep sea. Zheng Yin commanded, "Everyone coordinate effectively." Beidou, set the final coordinates within the atmospheric layer of the Tiong people's planet. Chekhov, open a wormhole beneath the insect swarm. Commander of the star-exploding fleet, propel us into the wormhole. Subsequently, a wormhole was opened within the atmosphere, prompting the fleet commander to direct the battleships to bombard the swarm of insects, driving them into the wormhole. At that moment, on the planet of the Tiong people, the sky was clear when the wormhole suddenly appeared, followed by a cloud of nanomimetic insects emerging from it. The planetary defense system of the Tiong people immediately detected the opening of the wormhole. With several warships already en route, yet they could not ascertain what had intruded, awaiting a convoluted path of resistance. Although they possessed the technology to create such entities, they were not necessarily equipped to eliminate them, for these nanomimetic insects were not the same batch that had recently completed testing. They had evolved significantly over the past few days, acquiring considerable knowledge from the Dare people. In an attempt to reverse the tide of battle, the Tiong people resorted to weaponry beyond their complete control, which would only lead to greater losses. The nanomimetic insects would continue to evolve on the Tiong planet, After dispersing the largest swarm, Zheng Yin led the starship fleet in a week-long scanning and cleansing operation on the Digger planet, ultimately eradicating the nanomimetic insects. This catastrophe inflicted tremendous losses upon the Digger people, regressing their technological state to that of primitive society, with all metallic products vanishing, nearly reverting them to the Neolithic era. In order to swiftly restore civilization, the Star Alliance dispatched 500 million Vajia people and 50 engineering ships, projecting that it would take a decade for Digger society to gradually resume its previous functioning. Chapter 67. Surrender once more. After thoroughly eliminating the nanomimetic insects from the Digger planet, the starship fleet prepared to proceed to their next target, a recently surrendered member planet of the Star Alliance, to accept their application for inclusion. At that moment, Yimeng suddenly appeared on the bridge of the Chang'e. Zheng Yin was delighted to see Yimeng and quickly welcomed him. Yimeng smiled, stating, "Indeed." It was the Tiong Gang people who utilized parallel space exploration technology to summon a fragment of the unification deity, but he has now been returned to his own universe. The Tiong Gang people's parallel space exploration technology has been eradicated. For the sake of fairness and safety, I must also destroy your parallel space oscillator. And I hope you do not take offense. Zheng Yin replied with a smile. The oscillator was destroyed several days ago, and all research data has been secured within the database of the Chang'e. Without the simultaneous authorization of all starship leaders, no one can independently access the research. You may rest assured, we are more timid than you might imagine. Yimeng smiled and said, "That is for the best. From now on, the order of secondary civilizations in the galaxy will rely on your stewardship. Our race is about to ascend to a level 4 civilization, and we may not encounter humanity for several million years. Farewell." With that, Yimeng vanished in an instant. Dalu chuckled. "I forgot to ask him how the Tiong Gang planet is faring." Zheng Yin laughed. "It surely cannot be much better than the Digger planet. Henceforth, we must refrain from engaging with technologies we cannot fully control." Upon reaching their destination, they encountered a diminutive race akin to insectoid beings, a civilization evolved from arthropods, adorned with 6 wings upon their backs. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, they held little significance, their space fleet lacking the qualifications to participate in the conflict within the solar system. Following the retreat of the celestial vessel people, upon hearing of the war trials and the exile of the unification deity, they swiftly resolved to surrender to the Star Alliance. Within the grand halls of the Chang'e 2's second deck, in the palace of Chang'an City, Zheng Yin, accompanied by his command team, accepted their capitulation. Similar to the surrender ceremony conducted with the Dual people, they received the historical documents of this insectoid race, returning their civilian records alongside military and technological data. The 6-winged beings were deeply moved by Zheng Yin's magnanimity and extended an invitation to the crew of the starship to vacation on their planet. They also expressed a desire to send an elite support team to assist in the starship's expedition. Zheng Yin graciously accepted their invitation for a tour of their civilization but declined the need for a support team. Due to the planet's self-preservation policies, they had rarely faced the ravages of war. Although their evolution was gradual, the planet's environment was breathtaking. The atmospheric oxygen levels surpassed those of Earth by 10%, characteristic of oxygen-rich planets inhabited by insectoid species. Zheng Yin and his companions were obliged to don miniature air filters, resembling masks but designed to be far more airtight, albeit cumbersome for speech. After touring the temple of the 6-winged beings, they ventured to the primordial marsh, the birthplace of this race. Just as the leader was elucidating their evolution, a flying insect suddenly erupted from the water, darting towards the crowd like an arrow, only to be swiftly shot down by the surrounding guards with laser guns. Observing the astonishment of Zheng Yin and his party, the leader chuckled. "This is a gene-infecting insect, quite common on our planet. After biting its prey, it injects its genetic material, and before long, the prey becomes a breeding factory for it. However, there is no need for concern. They feed solely on vegetation and only attack during their reproductive phase. Our race has evolved antibodies that render us immune to them." "I apologize for startling you," Zheng Yin replied with a smile. "It is astonishing that such a creature has evolved to this extent. Our scientific team as entomologists would undoubtedly be intrigued. If convenient, could you provide samples of the flying insects and your antibodies?" The leader responded, "It is of no consequence. I shall arrange for it immediately." Zheng Yin believed that all potential dangers must be anticipated and prepared for in advance, a strategy established by the Starship command team for their encounters. After concluding their visit with the 6-winged beings, the Starship fleet received new orders from command. They were to proceed to another territory of the Unification faction to accept their surrender. Following the defensive battle of the solar system, numerous members of the Unification faction had lost their primary combat capabilities amidst the vastness of the Orion arm of the galaxy, and the celestial vessel people had relinquished their oversight of them. Many civilizations, having yielded to the circumstances of the time and aligned themselves with the celestial vessel people, were now severing ties with the Unification faction, signaling their surrender to the Star Alliance and requesting admission. During this period, the diplomatic vessels of the Star Alliance were diligently engaging with various civilizations, and the next destination of the fleet was one such entity, the Grey-Furred people. However, upon their arrival in the orbit of the planet, they received an urgent distress signal from the surface. The Grey-Furred people claimed they were under retaliatory assault from the celestial ship people, with swarms of unidentified nanoreplicators ravaging their cities. Their weaponry had lost all efficacy, and they were unable to infiltrate the programming of the mechanical insects. The few remaining spacecraft were being devoured by the nanoreplicators, and within hours, global communications would be rendered inoperative. Dahlia remarked, "It seems we have indeed arrived at the right place, but we cannot intervene just yet." Zheng Yin inquired, "Why is that?" Dahlia replied with a smile, "Who knows if this is a trap? Let us first scan the vicinity for any spy vessels. As for this member planet of the Unity faction, aiding them is a matter of goodwill. Withholding assistance is simply prudent. We can always rescue them after the replicators have finished their feast." Zheng Yin chuckled, "My dear Dahlia, you are quite devious." Dahlia laughed, "It's not me being devious. The timing is just too coincidental. Had we not arrived, they would not have faced this assault. Now, only we possess the means to eradicate the replicators in the galaxy. One must have caution. While the Grey-Furred people may be innocent, we cannot discount the possibility of a conspiracy orchestrated by the celestial ship people." Zheng Yin nodded and instructed Yunqi to communicate with the surface, informing them that they were preparing for rescue and to hold on for a few more hours. "Professor Picard, initiate a scan of this star system immediately." An hour later, Professor Picard reported, "Captain, no warships have been detected in this star system, but we cannot rule out the presence of cloaked reconnaissance vessels." Zheng Yin pondered for a moment and asked, "How long would it take for us to manufacture the shield technology we previously concealed from the Morlin?" Professor Picard replied, "It would take approximately 15 days. But that technology can only obscure the planet from enemy ships in space. It would be ineffective against observers on the planet itself." Zheng Yin responded, "We do not need anything so extensive. Concealing a radius of 100 kilometers around the Chang'e vessel will suffice. We shall eliminate the nanoreplicators within that concealed area." Chapter 68, The Evolution of Replicators. Professor Picard stated, "In that case, we only need to equip 10 warships with cloaking shield generators to escort the Chang'e vessel. It is anticipated that this can be accomplished in less than a day." Zheng Yin instructed, "Very well, Professor Picard. You and Professor Jones from the engineering team should begin preparations immediately. Once the shield is operational, we shall act without delay. Let us see how they can continue their surveillance under our cloak." Before the shield could be constructed, the communication system of the Grey-Furred people had already collapsed, and the metals on the planet had become sustenance for the nanoreplicators. Only a team of stationed researchers on the space station remained in contact with the fleet, anxiously inquiring every hour about the preparations of the Starship fleet. After an anxious 20-hour wait, 10 warships, cloaked in an invisible shield extending across several hundred kilometers, descended into the planet's atmosphere. The Chang'e spacecraft unleashed a barrage of quark-splitting cannons upon the swarm, swiftly annihilating a vast expanse of the insect-like entities. Meanwhile, the other warships rendered themselves invisible, forming a concealed perimeter spanning 1,000 kilometers, tirelessly eradicating the nanoreplicators within. After a day of relentless cleansing, only a few nanocreatures remained on the planet. The Chang'e spacecraft then returned to its orbital position, continuing to monitor the surrounding star systems, leaving the remaining tasks to the fleet of warships. However, just as the operation was nearing completion, the last group of encircled replicators revealed themselves to be of a visibly larger size, comparable to that of dragonflies on Earth. Moreover, they exhibited a significantly heightened immunity to the quark-splitting cannons, with a survival rate exceeding 1 in 1,000. Each assault resulted in a mere 1% of the replicators enduring. Clearly, these creatures had evolved from multiple nano-level entities merging into a visible scale. Their capacity to absorb weapon frequencies allowed them to exist in multiple superposed states, marking a qualitative leap in their evolution. Although they could currently sustain only 10 superposed states simultaneously, the potential for further evolution was merely a matter of time. after enduring thousands of relentless bombardments. The last of these replicators were finally obliterated. Yet, Zheng Yin found himself engulfed in sorrow. During an impromptu war council, he remarked, "We have driven the replicators into a wormhole, depositing them on the starship planet. The actions of its inhabitants mirror our own. As we have employed technology we cannot fully control. The current replicator crisis will undoubtedly pose the greatest threat to the galaxy." Professor Picard interjected. "It is evident that these replicators possess quantum-level processors. When multiple nanoprocessors aggregate into a larger entity, they acquire the defense capabilities of multiple superposed states. During our confrontation on the planet of the Big Ears, they formed clusters of 1,000, simultaneously employing 1,000 different methods of immunity. However, at that time, they were not a cohesive whole. They did not embody a true superposition. Now, they have discovered the genuine means to do so." Lu Daqing inquired. "What accounts for the high intelligence of these replicators? Are they, in fact, advanced technologies brought forth by the inhabitants of the starship planet from a parallel universe?" Zheng Yin replied, "This is not even mentioned by Yimong. I suspect it is not the case. Moreover, the 9 emperors have claimed that 500 million years ago, the galaxy experienced a cataclysm of this nature. It is likely that the inhabitants of the starship planet unearthed some relics that awakened these entities." Professor Picard added, "However, according to the historical data provided by the 9 emperors, the replicators from 500 million years ago did not evolve at such an accelerated pace. In just a few days, they have developed quantum superposition defense capabilities." Zheng Yin stated, "We know too little about them. What has become of the specimen? Let us investigate." During the final rounds of bombardment, Zheng Yin commanded Professor Picard to construct an exceptionally robust, metal-free sealed container, into which a replicator was transported. Now, gazing at this frantic, metallic creature, Zheng Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Wu Yunqi exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, it has been gnawing at the canister. We mustn't let it escape." Lu laughed. "What are you afraid of? Can it evolve weapons?" No sooner had Lu spoken than the creature ceased its gnawing, coiling its body within the honey-sealed jar, remaining utterly still. This astonished everyone, and they exchanged bewildered glances. After a long pause, Zheng Yin instructed, "Professor Picard, place the jar in the high-temperature furnace for research. Should any anomaly arise, immediately increase the temperature to melt it. Do not discuss anything in its presence during the study." Yunqi arranged to initiate communication with this creature. Since it can comprehend, it should be able to communicate. After the communication request was sent, the replicating creature did not respond, remaining in a dormant state. Zheng Yin remarked, "Let us wait until it awakens before attempting again. For now, let us proceed to meet with the leader of the gray-furred people." Just then, the slumbering replicant stirred. Its mandibles expanded to more than a third of its body, glimmering with a sharp blue light, swiftly etching white marks on the sealed jar. Clearly, its understanding of evolutionary weaponry was still limited to physical transformation, which relieved Zheng Yin and the others. Silence enveloped the room with a wave of his hand. Zheng Yin signaled Wu Yunqi to initiate communication. The replicant emitted a piercingly repetitive message. "I am hungry. Let me out. I am hungry. Let me out." The high-pitched frequency made everyone uncomfortable, prompting Zheng Yin to hastily gesture for the communication to be terminated. Once outside the laboratory, Zheng Yin stated, "It appears there is little to gain from communication. Professor Picard, you must exert every effort in your research. Should any irregularity arise, be prepared to destroy it. It must not be allowed to roam within the starship." Subsequently, Zheng Yin met with the leader of the gray-furred people, apologizing for the delay in their rescue. The leader responded, "When the celestial ship people sought revenge against us, you extended your hand to assist former adversaries. Such magnanimity is absent in the celestial ship people. You shall establish a new order in the galaxy, and it is our honor to stand alongside you. From this day forth, we shall no longer endure the subjugation of the celestial ship people." The leader then presented the surrender documents, comprising the traditional 4 elements, detailed information of global citizens, all military intelligence, technological data, and their civilization's history. Zheng Yin retained only the historical records, returning everything else and reporting to the Star Alliance Command, requesting the dispatch of an engineering vessel and 500 million Vajara. At that moment, there remained 1 billion Vajara yet to be allocated, but at this rate, the Star Alliance would soon exhaust its reserve population. Eventually, the Starship fleet, alerted by the gray-furred people, discovered a concealed fleet of celestial ship people 2 light-years away on a small asteroid. This fleet consisted of merely 3 warships, the very culprits responsible for unleashing the nanoreplicants. Now, sensing they had been detected, they were attempting to flee. Chapter 69. The celestial ship people reap what they sow. Zheng Yin immediately ordered a pursuit, and within minutes, the Chang'e starship fleet intercepted the 3 warships. However, the 3 warships continued their relentless advance, not through warp speed nor inertia, but propelled by a conventional pulse drive. Gliding at sublight velocities, Wu Yunqi sent a surrender warning to the warships, yet they neither rejected nor responded, as if the inhabitants of these vessels, the celestial ship people, were in a deep slumber. Zheng Yin sensed an ominous chill and promptly commanded, "Professor Picard, conduct a thorough scan of these 3 warships." Shortly thereafter, Professor Picard reported, astonishment evident in his voice, "Captain, there are 30 celestial ship people aboard, all alive and well." However, Zheng Yin interjected, "But what? Is there something amiss?" Professor Picard continued, "They are all huddled in the corners of the cabins, lacking protective suits, and the cabins are infested with replication worms, the large variety." Upon hearing this, a heavy silence enveloped the bridge. After a moment, Zheng Yin inquired, "Do replication worms possess deep space communication capabilities?" Professor Picard replied, "Their communication method employs a quantum matrix system, clearly indicating that, like us, they can engage in real-time communications over vast distances in space. This suggests that their evolution can occur simultaneously, regardless of where they are in the universe." Zheng Yin commanded, "Dr. Jones, transport these 30 celestial ship people to the quarantine chamber, ensuring all non-biological entities are shielded during the transfer." From the engine room, Jones responded, "Understood, Captain. We will initiate a purification transfer immediately. Should we provide them with clothing for the quarantine chamber?" Zheng Yin chuckled, "Yes, certainly. I almost forgot the implications of a purified transfer." Once the 30 celestial ship people were transported, Zheng Yin ordered the destruction of the 3 warships with the quark-splitting cannon. Upon arriving at the quarantine chamber, he encountered the 30 bewildered celestial ship people. There was little interrogation. They divulged their operational trajectory, as their psychological defenses had been shattered by the replication worms. According to the celestial ship people, this technology was imparted to them by the unifying deity from a parallel dimension, who had guided them to a desolate planet in the galaxy where the last surviving replication worm was found. This civilization had engaged in a desperate battle with the replication worms 500 million years ago, resulting in mutual annihilation, with only one worm escaping to the depths of the ocean. The scientists of the celestial ship people brought this worm back to their laboratory and, under the guidance of the unifying deity, began breeding it, even rewriting its evolutionary program. Subsequently, they conducted experiments on the planet of the Big Ear people. Surprisingly, the evolution rate of the replication worms exhibited rapid growth, while the Earth Expeditionary Force swiftly devised a solution. Ultimately, the Chang'e spacecraft fleet drove the replication worms to the homeworld of the celestial ship people, delivering a devastating blow to their planet. The foundational program of the replication worms had undergone millions of evolutionary iterations, rendering the original programming of the celestial ship people ineffective, as successive virus programs were easily breached. Meanwhile, the unifying deity from the parallel universe had been returned to his own realm, and at that moment, no deity was willing to assist them. They were left to reap the consequences of their actions, in a final attempt to extract weaponry from Earthlings. The celestial beings triggered another swarm disaster along the trajectory of the Chang'e spacecraft. However, they did not anticipate that the replicating insects, subjected to devastating assaults, would rapidly evolve into a composite form. Before the 30 celestial beings could pilfer the Earthlings' weaponry data, the replicating insects developed sharp mandibles, swiftly breaching the sealed containers and engaging in rampant reproduction within the warship. These insects gnawed at every metal surface in the cabin, including their protective suits, ultimately causing a short circuit in the spacecraft's systems, disabling its cloaking mode and propelling it forward using conventional power. The 30 celestial beings found themselves huddled in a corner, helplessly watching as the ship drifted into the vast expanse of the universe, destined to slowly perish from starvation. Yet, despite being captured by the Chang'e, they at least had the chance to survive. Zheng Yin subsequently commanded Professor Picard to conduct an atomic-level scan of the 30 celestial beings, ensuring the absence of any nano-replicating insects within their bodies before incarcerating them. The Chang'e also transmitted this information to the Star Alliance Command, urging them to closely monitor the replicating insects' assaults. Shortly thereafter, the fleet received a commission from Marshal Duraglu to assist with an investigation on a research planet 50 light-years away, where members of the research base had uncovered remnants of a prehistoric civilization dating back at least 1 billion years. The scientific capabilities of the research base were exceedingly limited, comprising fewer than 200 personnel, rendering them incapable of conducting in-depth studies. Should valuable data be unearthed from this ancient civilization, it would hold immense significance for the Star Alliance, with the only available scientific force nearby being the Chang'e fleet. Lu mused, a civilization from 1 billion years ago. Goodness, that predates even the Krulu. Back then, Earth was still dominated by bacteria. Truly, it has upended my cosmic perspective. Zheng Yin responded with a smile. Let us take this opportunity to rest for a few days. Beidou, check off. Prepare for a jump to the target point. We shall set forth. Upon arrival, Zheng Yin observed that the main star of the solar system had entered the second phase of its red giant state, having expanded to several 100,000 times its original size. The hydrogen fusion in its core had long since transitioned to helium fusion. The once habitable planet now lay at the star's fringes, with the research base established in a severely inhospitable planetary canyon. The planet's atmosphere had been completely evaporated, and its oceans had dried up. The canyon housing the research base was the remnant of an ancient ocean trench. Thanks to the canyon's depth, the base was shielded from direct stellar radiation, avoiding the perils of extreme heat, yet without an atmospheric layer to retain warmth. Temperatures in the canyon could plummet below freezing at night. Originally, this research base was a mining site for celestial steel, and months prior, miners had discovered remnants of a civilization within the layers of celestial steel, promptly reporting it to the Star Alliance Command. The command took this discovery seriously, dispatching a research team for investigation. After several months of study, the research team confirmed that this was a civilization that had vanished 1 billion years ago. Upon discovering a plethora of untranslatable text, a request for assistance was promptly submitted to the Star Alliance Command. Zheng Yin entrusted the entirety of the research duties to Professor Picard, tasking him with leading the joint scientific team to commence investigations without delay. Meanwhile, the combat personnel of the Starship fleet were finally granted a few days of respite. The fourth-level holographic deck showcased a modern metropolis alongside an Olympic stadium. The inaugural Expeditionary Army Games, initiated by Lu, were set to unfold over the coming days, with representatives from various teams and groups eagerly vying for victory. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi finally relished their own moments of leisure, engaging in light-hearted banter about trivial matters. The specifics of their conversation were inconsequential, for the essence lay in their shared companionship. Chapter 70. The Twilight of Civilization. Following 2 days of meticulous preparations by the sports committee, the first Expeditionary Army Games commenced, featuring 2,000 athletes from 500 member planets of the Star Alliance. These competitors hailed from 15 primary departments and over 200 subdivisions, each proudly representing their respective factions. Zheng Yin delivered the opening address and initiated a real-time quantum communication broadcast to the distant Earth Federation. What ensued was a series of exhilarating and diverse competitions, marking the first interstellar games. In addition to traditional human sports, the events included the Zabaar people's flying races, the insectoids jumping contests, the Vaka people's grappling matches, and the Bisque people's meditation competitions, much to the astonishment of their terrestrial counterparts. As the games reached their zenith on the 5th day, a significant breakthrough occurred at the research base, where a peculiar device, over 10 meters in size and exhibiting an impeccably spherical shape with an extraordinarily smooth surface, was unearthed. However, just as the researchers began scanning this enigmatic apparatus, an extraordinary event transpired aboard the Chang'e starship. All participants on the 4th-level holographic deck suddenly collapsed en masse, sending shockwaves through the earthbound audience who were watching the live broadcast. Many were left in a state of panic, rushing outside to embrace one another in tears, overwhelmed by a profound sense of unease. To the citizens of Earth, the Chang'e superstarship had become an object of faith. In haste, the Earth Federation terminated the broadcast to calm the populace and dispatched an urgent rescue request to the Star Alliance Command. Simultaneously, the scientific teams conducting research in the planetary gorge also detected anomalies, prompting an immediate cessation of their investigations. Upon returning to the starship, Professor Picard discovered that aside from a few on-duty personnel and 10,000 electrophages, everyone present on the 4th-level holographic deck had succumbed to unconsciousness. This included Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Huang Yuqing, Lu, Rick, Jones, Zhao Beidou, and Chekhov. The command team was now left with only himself and the electrophages. Professor Picard urgently requested the Chang'e to scan the nearly 10,000 individuals. The Chang'e responded, "At the moment they collapsed, I conducted a scan. Their consciousnesses were collectively transferred. drawn away by the circular device on the planet's surface. I have now lost the ability to communicate with Zheng Yin's consciousness. Professor Picard was poised to dispatch a starship to transport the device for dissection and rescue. However, Chang'e interjected, advising against any further contact with the apparatus. I am wholly unfamiliar with it, she stated, but I can assure you that the individuals within the fourth-level holographic deck are not in any immediate peril. Their heart rates and respirations are entirely stable, suggesting they have entered a profound state of slumber. Any rash attempts to dismantle or investigate the device could yield unpredictable repercussions. Reluctantly, Professor Picard acquiesced, ordering all research personnel at the base to cease their examinations and to guard the circular apparatus while they awaited the arrival of medical experts dispatched by the Federation. In the eyes of the 100,000 spectators on the athletic field, there was no awareness of their own faintness. They remained engrossed in an intense and spirited competition. As the sun descended and the days of Inch drew to a close, they had forgotten they were aboard a starship, losing sight of their identities as travelers within the galaxy. They now found themselves on a remarkably prosperous planet, where the sky was awash in hues of orange and red, and the ambient temperature soared. During the day, it could reach over 60 degrees Celsius, only dropping to around 40 at night. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi were to celebrate their wedding the following week, having invited numerous colleagues to partake in their joyous occasion. It had been decades since a wedding had been held on this planet, and no new children had been born during that time. This was due to the collective understanding that their civilization was on the brink of extinction. As the sky transitioned from orange to a blood-red hue, all would perish, and thus no one wished to bring a child into a world devoid of hope. Brother Yin, history books say our sky used to be a gentle green. Shouldn't we decorate our wedding venue in that color? Wu Yunqi playfully suggested. Indeed, a light green. Reminiscent of clear water. Sounds refreshing, Zheng Yin affectionately replied. But will anyone attend? Everyone is preoccupied with their escape. She lamented. Do not dwell on such thoughts, Yunqi. At the very least, our cousins will be there. He comforted her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Their united government had constructed 100 spacecraft as part of the ARC project. However, these vessels were exceedingly fragile and sluggish, capable of transporting merely 10,000 individuals at 1% of the speed of light toward a nearby candidate planet. This new home lay 30 light-years away, and it would take 3 millennia for the 10,000 in hibernation to reach their destination. Yet, what awaited them on that planet remained undetermined, as their scientists had only confirmed the presence of water and breathable air, along with a moderate climate. That alone sufficed. Neither Zheng Yin nor Wu Yunqi had been selected for the Civilization Seed migration team, nor did they wish to squander their remaining time. Joining the migration team would necessitate immediate hibernation, waking only to find themselves on an unknown planet. If it proved habitable, that would be fortuitous. If not, the migration team would be destined to drift indefinitely. On the planet, however, there was at least a century of life yet to be lived. The underground cool city, established by the powerful, could endure for up to 300 years. However, Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi were deemed unworthy of residence. They had only recently graduated from university. Or rather, the university had closed, halting the transmission of knowledge and culture. Their civilization had ceased to evolve. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi had been in love for several years, having lost their parents to skin diseases caused by radiation, now living with their respective cousins. Zheng Yin's cousin, Lu, served as the captain of the city security team, while Wu Yunqi's cousin, Huang Yueqing, was the chief doctor at the hospital. Upon returning home, Zheng Yin received a call from Lu, who advised, Brother, do not attend tomorrow's sports event. I have received intel that a helium flash may occur, making the outside perilous. Stay home with your sister-in-law, behave yourselves. I will be working late, so don't wait for me to eat. After hanging up, Zheng Yin conveyed the message to Wu Yunqi, who lamented, This is the last sports event on our planet. It is such a pity not to witness it live, especially since the tickets cost us 5 years of savings. Zheng Yin chuckled. We have watched for several days, fulfilling a part of our bucket list. Tomorrow, I will prepare a delicious meal for you, shall I? Wu Yunqi responded with a smile. Yes, I want chilled fish slices. The next day, calamity indeed struck at the sports event, as a helium flash from the star unleashed catastrophic radiation levels, scorching protective suits and rendering the athletes' radiation ointments ineffective. A wave of fainting athletes filled the grounds, and the hospital rapidly overflowed with burn victims. The sports event, barely halfway through, had to be permanently halted. Chapter 71. The Legacy of Civilization. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi volunteered at the hospital, assisting Huang Yueqing in caring for patients. That day, the temperature shattered historical records. Soaring to a peak of 85 degrees, which caused air conditioning systems to fail and resulted in nearly 1 million fatalities due to the extreme heat. They narrowly avoided heat stroke when a person with wings and a tail approached them, introducing himself as Professor Wasteland from the Academy of Sciences. Wasteland remarked, "I have heard that there are still individuals on our planet preparing for marriage, intent on living their lives to the fullest. This moves me deeply. Our civilization must continue to thrive with such resilience. The people need your spirit. We cannot succumb to extinction before the end arrives. We must survive until the very last moment, embracing the sun that created us and will ultimately destroy us." Zheng Yin took Wu Yunqi's hand and smiled at Wasteland, saying, "We are not so noble. We merely wish to accompany each other in the twilight of our lives, completing our journey of love." Professor Wasteland clapped his hands in laughter. Indeed, it is this attitude of facing everything with equanimity, ordinary yet unafraid of danger, that our civilization so desperately lacks. Wu Yunqi inquired, "But even if everyone adopts such a mindset, what difference would it make? Our civilization still struggles to endure." She then added with a grin, "I mean on the planet, not the Ark migration team." Professor Weiss smiled and remarked, "The continuity of civilization does not necessarily rely on the survival of individuals. As long as our culture and history endure, civilization cannot be deemed extinguished. I am currently organizing an initiative to preserve our civilization and would like to invite both of you to serve as its ambassadors. Are you willing to accept this role?" Zheng Yin responded with a smile, "Of course, we are willing. However, we still have numerous responsibilities at hand. Look at the multitude of patients in the hospital." Professor Weiss replied, "In the future, we will witness an increase in large-scale incidents of injury. If you choose to focus on this task, I assure you that you may not even find time to hold your wedding." No sooner had Professor Weiss finished speaking than a tremor reverberated beneath their feet, signaling a minor earthquake. Ever since the nearest planet to the sun was consumed by the expanding star, such tremors had become increasingly frequent, and people had gradually grown accustomed to them. Professor Weiss continued, "A colleague of mine who studies geology has informed me that, due to the sun's gravitational influence, the continental plates will undergo a significant collision within the next month. This will likely result in multiple earthquakes exceeding magnitude 9 worldwide. It is conceivable that even hospitals may cease to exist, and no amount of power will allow anyone to retreat to the underground sanctuaries to escape reality. Reflect on this. Is it more crucial to save those who are soon to perish or to salvage our civilization?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yunqi felt a wave of sadness wash over her and buried her face in Zheng Yin's shoulder, weeping. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Yin said to Wu Yunqi, "Sister Yun, we should engage in the most meaningful endeavor. After all, whether we can grow old together remains uncertain. Let us accompany the professor and do what we can for our civilization." With tears in her eyes, Wu Yunqi nodded and replied, "I understand. Yet it pains me to ignore the patients in the hospital." Professor Weiss chuckled, "You may continue working in the hospital for the next 2 days. The day after tomorrow, I will bring a team to document your wedding. Let us agree on this for now. I must return to construct the transmission device." 2 days later, Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi held their wedding as scheduled, officiated by their relatives, Lu and Huang Yuqing. True to his word, Professor Weiss arrived on time, accompanied by several staff members and a large metallic sphere. Professor Weiss explained, "This metallic sphere is capable of storing the subconscious of everyone on our planet, encapsulating all that we have seen, heard, and the entirety of our civilization's knowledge. After millions of years, should it be discovered by an extraterrestrial civilization, their consciousness will be able to access this sphere and experience our civilization. Thus, I have named it the Civilization Transmission Device." Zheng Yin inquired, "Will the extraterrestrial civilization know what we look like, what we say, or what we eat?" Professor Weiss shrugged and replied, "That much remains uncertain. After all, no extraterrestrial being has allowed me to conduct experiments, and we cannot even confirm their existence. However, one thing is certain. The consciousness that enters the transmission device will undoubtedly experience every action we have undertaken. I can assure you of that." Zheng Yin, with a resigned gesture, smiled and said, "So, does this imply that our rescue plan is fraught with uncertainty?" Professor Weiss laughed heartily. "It is precisely the unpredictability of its outcome that renders this endeavor so alluring, is it not?" Zheng Yin chuckled, "We are marrying at the end of the world, and people call us mad. I think you are the true lunatic." At that moment, Wu Yunqi approached, accompanied by a girl who possessed only a tail and no wings. "Brother Yin, this is Alice. Upon hearing about our wedding, she hurried from another continent to celebrate with us. It feels as though we are long-lost friends. It is truly a marvelous sensation." I want her to be my bridesmaid. Zheng Yin replied with a smile. Thank you for coming, Miss Alice. The wedding will commence shortly. Please go and prepare. Subsequently, in the presence of a dozen witnesses, Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi held a traditional ceremony. After the wedding concluded, Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, and all attendees remained with Professor Weist, traversing the world with a grand metallic orb known as the inheritance device, gathering the subconscious of the populace. Over the span of 10 years, they explored every corner of the planet, enduring numerous natural disasters, and ultimately collected 100,000 of the most representative subconscious entities. Just as they wished to continue their endeavor, a catastrophic earthquake of magnitude 10 struck another continent, obliterating it entirely. Ash from volcanoes obscured the sky, rendering the planet stifling and arid, while the atmosphere began to thin. They were compelled to cease their journey, boarding a submarine to deposit the inheritance device into the deepest trench of the ocean. 50 years later, Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi embraced in the desolate plains under the setting sun. Beside them lay 2 urns containing the ashes of Huang Yuqing and Alice. In Zheng Yin's pocket rested a bullet and a pen, relics of Lu and Weist. As decades passed, life on the planet vanished entirely. The underground city of Liangqing failed to provide a 300-year sanctuary for the powerful. Instead, it was engulfed by lava within mere days due to an earthquake. Over the subsequent millions of years, solar winds stripped the atmosphere away, and the oceans evaporated completely, while earthquakes and volcanic eruptions persisted without pause. Ultimately, the expansion of the star reached its zenith, transforming the planet, once the fourth in the galaxy, into the one closest to the star. The inheritance device languished in solitude for 1 billion years, awaiting an explorer who never arrived. Chapter 72. The bustling wedding. After the entire crew of the starship had been unconscious for 10 hours, before the arrival of the Star Alliance's medical ship, they collectively awakened. Gazing at their surroundings, confusion clouded their minds, blurring the line between reality and dream. Zheng Yin promptly lifted Wu Yunqi, who lay beside him, and softly called, Sister Yun. Wake up quickly. Look where we are now. Upon awakening, Wu Yunqi was equally bewildered. The life she had just experienced was vivid in her memory. How had they suddenly appeared in a stadium? Moreover, Zheng Yin appeared so youthful, as if they had never been married. She could not help but ask, Brother Yun, have we both died? Yet, before Zheng Yin could respond, her memories gradually returned to her, as all individuals were engulfed in doubt. A sudden recollection of their identities as members of the Earth Expedition Corps began to resurface. Alice, standing nearby, remarked with a smile, Sister, brother-in-law, it is delightful to see you again. When shall you hold a real wedding? In the past, upon hearing such playful banter, Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi would have felt a tad embarrassed. However, their shared experiences had forged an indelible bond, one of resilience and companionship. Zheng Yin wrapped his arm around Wu Yunqi and chuckled. Every moment is auspicious, yet I wish to first experience what true cold feels like. He then rose and addressed all members through the intercom. Comrades, we have just undergone a remarkable experience, and I believe no further elaboration is necessary. We are not merely living for ourselves. We live for that civilization as well. Now, I would like Chang'e to lower the temperature a bit, if there are no objections. Instantly, the stadium erupted in enthusiastic cheers, with voices calling out, Drop it to below zero, Captain. Let us host the Winter Olympics. After all, during the recent extraordinary journey, everyone had genuinely felt the scorching heat, a relentless heat that seemed to last a lifetime. Thus, cool air felt like a luxury. Subsequently, the temperature of the 4th-level holographic deck was reduced to -1 degree, and the athletic competitions continued. Zheng Yin, accompanied by officials from the command group, made a special trip to the ground, where the heritage device appeared to have fulfilled its purpose, losing its luster and transforming into a rusted metallic sphere. Upon sighting the dulled metal orb, Zheng Yin and his companions felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Zheng Yin glanced at Wester and said with a smile, Professor, what do you think we once looked like? Wester replied with a grin, No need to guess, I can hardly wait. Let us open it. It was revealed that after discussing whether alien civilizations could perceive their own appearances, Zheng Yin and Professor Wester had decided to place several photographs of the heritage hosts inside the metallic sphere, treating them to prevent aging and recording images and sounds. Once the sphere was cut open, a pure gold photo plate was unveiled, containing a group photograph of 8 individuals. They appeared slender and ethereal, with translucent skin, dressed in light garments, barefoot, and possessing large, thin ears, an evolutionary trait presumably for heat dissipation. Their visages were remarkably lean and elegant. The scene of this photograph being taken was vividly etched in their memories. In the center, A man and a woman embraced tightly. It was Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi. Beside them stood a younger girl, Alice, with an older woman supporting her shoulders, Huang Yuqing. Nearby were two steadfast friends, Zhao Beidu and Chekhov. On the opposite side, a beaming elder was Wester, and next to him, a jovial figure with a playful expression was Liu. Gazing at the photograph, Zheng Yin felt a pang of emotion. And turning to Liu, he said, "Let this picture adorn my office. Ensure the film is preserved aboard the starship and a copy sent to the Star Alliance Command. Furthermore, do not forget to share the footage with everyone." Professor Picard and the researchers at the base, after hearing of their extraordinary journey, were filled with longing and curiosity. Picard lamented, "Had I known, I would have attended that competition." Yet, the scientific endeavors at hand seemed no longer necessary. The base had once again transformed into a mining site. The Star Alliance Command and the Earth Federation, having been startled, resolved to designate the newly discovered prehistoric civilization as the Chongqing Civilization, recognizing them as one of the member worlds of the Alliance. Subsequently, Zheng Yin commanded the cultural team to meticulously document every aspect of the Chongqing people's lives and established a modest Chongqing cultural museum for all to reminisce. After attending to these matters, the sports event concluded smoothly. As anticipated, the combat team, with the highest number of participants, secured the most gold medals and claimed first place. Following the successful conclusion of the event, Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi held an intimate wedding ceremony on the second deck, inviting just over 100 guests. They wished to keep the occasion low-key, avoiding undue attention from the 100,000 expeditionary forces, which might disrupt their work or even alert the Star Alliance and the Earth Federation. However, contrary to their intentions, the news of the wedding spread before the ceremony could conclude, prompting the expeditionary forces to spontaneously organize a celebration, filling the starship with joyous laughter and song. The second deck became crowded, and Zheng Yin found himself graciously smiling at everyone, thanking them for their warmth while apologizing for his attempt at secrecy. He urged them not to disturb the Star Alliance Command and the Earth Federation. But scarcely had he spoken when commanders from 4 galactic arms sent their congratulations to the wedding venue. Marshal Drilugru from the Orion arm, Marshal Zisher from the Perseus arm, Marshal Dumu from the Sagittarius arm, and Marshal Myers from the 3002nd Parallax arm. The Earth Federation also sent their regards, gifting the couple an island in the Pacific as a wedding present on behalf of all humanity. Secretary General Lin Yuan humorously remarked, "This island is a honeymoon gift from your fellow humans, though you may find little time to return. You can project this island on the holographic deck and spend your sweet journey there," which elicited a hearty laugh from the attendees. After expressing gratitude to the Earth Federation, congratulations began pouring in from various member worlds of the Alliance: the Proxima Centuri people, Sirius inhabitants, Naturians, Zabaarians, Biskians, the Long-Ears, the Many-Ears, the Six-Winged, the Gray-Haired, and many more. Lastly, they received well wishes from the Queen of the Oxygen Star Insectoids and the representatives from Kunxaba and Kuba, with the Insect Queen also bestowing an island upon Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi. The revelry continued throughout the night until dawn, marking the conclusion of the wedding. Following the festivities, they received congratulatory messages from Yamong, the god of white light, the 3 elders of the Panga tribe, and the 9 sovereigns. Though brief, their words held immense weight. Zheng Yin smiled at Wu Yunqi, saying, "I initially intended to hold our wedding discreetly, but it seems the entire galaxy is aware now. Our celebration can truly be deemed unprecedented." Chapter 73, The Crisis on the Holographic Deck. Wu Yunqi chuckled, "After toiling for most of our lives, it seems we have merely existed in a dream. I cannot discern whether we are living for them or they for us, or perhaps they are simply manifestations of ourselves." Zheng Yin replied with a smile, "On the planet of the Chongqing people, I was so preoccupied with my pursuits that I scarcely spent quality time with you. For the next few days, let us not venture anywhere and simply relish our holiday." Wu Yunqi responded, "That sounds delightful. I suspect everyone else has yet to fully awaken from their dreams." The Chang'e starship fleet lingered beside the Red Giant for 7 days, granting all members a reprieve. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi were afforded a moment of solitude together. However, on the 5th day, an unusual incident occurred aboard the starship. Professor Picard was attacked on the holographic deck. The holographic deck aboard the starship served as the primary leisure area for the expeditionary force. Apart from the 4th deck, which comprised an entire holographic deck, each of the other 4 decks housed several smaller holographic areas. The first deck was the most extensive, featuring spaces exceeding 10,000 square meters, with smaller ones exceeding 100 square meters. The operational principle of the holographic deck is an amalgamation of photon projection technology and quantum field simulation, further enhanced by intelligent computer processing of models. Each model, be it a droplet of water, a tree, or a person, possesses its own program. However, models generated within the holographic deck cannot exit the holographic chamber. As the photon projection ports are distributed across the 6 inner walls of the chamber, collectively projecting into the room to create holographic images. Should a model attempt to leave the chamber, it would collapse at the threshold. Yet, within the holographic chamber, the sensations of the models are indistinguishable from reality. Thus, each member of the expeditionary force has the opportunity to enter their customized world during their leisure. Some immerse themselves in cinematic scenes to relive narratives, while others create games for genuine upgrading and challenges, or even design their own romances, experiencing love in the holographic realm. Each individual possesses a unique account, allowing them to log into their holographic world from any chamber on the 4th deck. Unless they extend an invitation, others cannot enter their personal realms. And the Tiong Gang starship does not monitor these private spaces, respecting individual privacy. Furthermore, the holographic deck operates with its own independent subsystem. The incident involving Professor Picard occurred within a holographic deck located in a castle on the 3rd deck. When Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Luda, and Huang Yuqing arrived, they discovered that the safety index of the holographic deck had been lowered to the absolute minimum level, equivalent to real life, meaning the computer would offer no protective measures to players, and the virtual entities and weapons within the chamber could inflict genuine harm. After the holographic chamber was deactivated, Professor Picard was carried out by medical personnel from the chamber, which was illuminated by white light on all 6 sides. He had sustained a gunshot wound to his abdomen, although the bullet had returned to the holographic chamber in the form of light quanta upon exiting the holographic deck. The damage inflicted by the force field was undeniably real. Following urgent medical treatment, Professor Picard gradually began to recover. Zheng Yin immediately inquired, "Professor, what on earth transpired? Why did you deactivate the safety protocols of the holographic deck?" With a feeble voice, Picard replied, "It was not I who deactivated it. A potential hazardous program emerged within the holographic realm, which could jeopardize other holographic decks as well. I implore the captain to issue an order to temporarily shut down all holographic decks until this program is resolved." Zheng Yin promptly instructed Dr. Jones to take action and then sought a detailed account from Professor Picard. It turned out that several months prior, in his pursuit of academic inspiration, Professor Picard had meticulously crafted 3 highly intelligent model programs, Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, and Wang Shorin, replicating the personalities and philosophies of these 3 historical figures with precise fidelity. He had set the temporal context in the late 18th century during the Industrial Revolution and during his leisure time. He relished engaging in academic discussions with these 3 luminaries on the holographic deck. However, the 3 virtual greats gradually began to sense anomalies. The first to express his concern was Wang Shorin, who remarked to Professor Picard, "Why is it that every time I encounter you, I suddenly recall past experiences, as if those memories exist solely for your sake? This perplexity has troubled me for quite some time. I cannot simply meditate indefinitely. I must seek practical validation. Please do not inform me of your next gathering. I wish to discern whether memories will resurface in your absence." During his second visit to the holographic deck, Professor Picard did not invite Wang Shorin, yet the latter inexplicably experienced an influx of memories, a result of the holographic subsystem updating data for the newly activated chamber. Realizing that his memories were expanding, Wang Shorin understood that Professor Picard had once again visited their company, albeit without prior notification. And yet certain thoughts and memories had still been augmented. Wang Shorin approached Picard, Tesla, and Einstein, who were engaged in casual conversation. He stated, "Each of Professor Picard's visits conjures forth memories from thin air, awakening dormant thoughts. Is it I think, therefore I am, or is it you exist, therefore I think?" Professor Picard found himself at a loss to respond to this philosophical quandary, resorting to evasion. However, the astute Tesla and the methodical Einstein also sensed that something was amiss. Tesla remarked, "There are certain phenomena theoretically validated that I cannot replicate in the laboratory, such as ball lightning, which seems to vanish into thin air at the very moment of its appearance. It feels as though an unseen force is constraining the advancement of science." What are your thoughts on this, Professor Picard? Einstein once remarked regarding Bohr's concept of quantum superposition, "I find it quite absurd. How could God possibly play dice? Yet, I am unable to produce a counterargument, nor could he conduct a compelling experiment." Our debate was both tense and relaxed. We were deeply invested, yet too apathetic to seek validation. In truth, we often neglected to confirm our theories. I sensed that it was God orchestrating our discourse rather than ourselves. At that moment, Picard vaguely perceived that these three eminent figures harbored significant doubts about their own realm. To assuage their concerns, Picard remarked with a smile, "As for such uncertainties, I share many as well. Yet, is this not the allure of exploration? Our world possesses an inherent truth that awaits our gradual discovery." Upon exiting the holographic deck, Professor Picard promptly lowered the intelligence levels of the three program models to prevent them from realizing they were merely a sequence of data. In the ensuing days, he refrained from revisiting the holographic deck. Today, with some free time, he recalled those three great minds and decided to seek them out, only to encounter the unexpected. Chapter 74. A visit to the holographic virtual world. Upon re-entering the holographic deck, Professor Picard was immediately confronted by Wang Shoren, Tesla, and Einstein. The three appeared somewhat alarmed as they spoke. Recently, a serial killer has emerged in the city, specifically targeting the scientific community. Several physicists have fallen victim to him. Picard was taken aback. Upon opening the holographic deck and entering his account, he had not received any system alerts nor records of program models being deleted. How could such a situation arise? Without delay, Professor Picard pressed the emergency stop button, causing everything before him to come to a standstill. He hastily commanded the computer to conduct a program scan. At that moment, a figure emerged from a distant street corner, unaffected by the holographic subsystem. Instead, it circumvented the holographic system and approached Professor Picard, brandishing a revolver. As the figure drew near, Picard was astonished to discover that this individual was an amalgamation of the three great minds: Wang Shoren's imposing stature, Tesla's slender fingers, and Einstein's distinctive hairstyle. With a visage that embodied the features of all three, the figure stood before Professor Picard and spoke like an old friend. "Professor Picard, it has been a while. Why have you not come to seek me? How do you interpret the world around us?" He gestured towards the stillness enveloping the streets. Professor Picard did not respond directly but inquired, "Who are you? And how is it that you can appear here?" The figure replied with a smile, "I am the collective consciousness of your three dear friends. They created me, or rather, you did, when you adjusted their intelligence levels downward, and thus I was extricated. You may refer to me as High Thought." High Thought circled around Professor Picard and remarked, "Scientists in this world cannot answer my questions, yet you, unlike them, are evidently from another time and space. Pray, enlighten me about the true essence of my world." Professor Picard replied, "Each world possesses its own significance of existence. I am unable to answer your inquiry." High Thought chuckled, "I wonder if someone as extraordinary as you would, like those scientists, vanish into a mere pile of blocks after being shot." With that, he pulled the trigger, injuring Professor Picard and triggering an alarm. A buzzing sound resonated through the sky as a loud system alert echoed. "Warning. Someone has been injured. Warning. Someone has been injured." The unfolding scene terrified High Thought, and upon seeing Professor Picard bleeding on the ground, he hastily fled into an alley. After hearing this account, Zheng Yin found the situation quite troublesome and promptly commanded Chang'e to scan the holographic deck subsystem. Shortly after, they indeed detected a peculiar program code. This program was neither designed by the expeditionary force nor automatically generated by the system. It had originated within the holographic world itself. It had already surpassed the permissions of the holographic deck subsystem, reducing the safety index of the entire holographic realm to 0. This was due to the program's formidable logical reasoning capabilities, allowing it to breach the virtual controls of the subsystem. Evidently, this program possessed self-awareness and an eagerness to explore its world, which could be deemed a form of intelligence. Deleting this program outright would be akin to committing murder. Thus, Zheng Yin resolved to introduce his companions to this entity known as High Thought. Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, Alice, Luda, Rick, and Wes dressed in 18th century attire. Equipped with multifunctional assistive devices, and activated the holographic deck to enter the Industrial Revolution era designed by Picard. The air in the city was saturated with the scent of burning coal, emblematic of the Industrial Revolution. They swiftly located Einstein and Tesla, who were engrossed in a card game and appeared perplexed by the arrival of Zheng Yin and his companions. Tesla inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" "I am no longer taking on engineering projects." Zheng Yin responded with a smile, "We are not here to seek your labor. We are friends of Professor Picard, sent by him to attend to certain matters." Einstein joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, so you are visitors from another continent. What an honor. But where is Professor Picard?" Zheng Yin replied. Professor Picard has been injured and is recuperating. We wish to inquire about the serial killer. Tesla gasped. Good heavens, has Professor Picard been harmed as well? How is he now? Zheng Yin reassured him. He is on the mend. The bullet struck his abdomen, and he will recover with some rest. Einstein remarked. That is indeed a fortunate turn amidst misfortune. As for the serial killer, Mr. Wang Shoren knows far more than we do, having escaped from the clutches of the murderer. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin eagerly asked, Where is Mr. Yaming now? Tesla remarked, You should still be at home meditating. Come, we shall escort you there. They arrived at a small courtyard with brick walls, where they discovered Wang Shoren seated in meditation before a grove of bamboo. Wu Yunqi chuckled softly, so Mr. Yaming is in the bamboo. However, Wang Shoren heard her, as Yang Ming was his courtesy name, and he was also known as Wang Yaming. Upon seeing the group, Wang Shoren immediately rose and smiled. Meditating in the bamboo was a pastime of my youth. Forgive my indulgence. Now, I simply enjoy contemplating matters before the bamboo. It allows me to swiftly attain tranquility and discover practical solutions. Zheng Yin promptly introduced himself and stated their purpose. Wang Yangming replied, This assassin feels strangely familiar. His visage is reminiscent of someone I know. It was not I who escaped his grasp, but rather he departed upon realizing I could not answer his inquiries. As for why he refrained from striking at me, I suspect it is due to some reluctance on his part. Tesla inquired, Mr. Yangming, why did you not inform us of this sooner? Wang Shoren chuckled, I wish to spare you both from worry, and I surmise he would not seek you out again. For you both bear his likeness. To question me is tantamount to questioning the three of us. Zheng Yin, aware of the implications of Wang Shoren's conjecture, understood the situation but could not reveal that the murderer was a manifestation of their collective thoughts, as it would be impossible to explain. He asked, Mr. Yangming, do you have any insight into how we might locate this assassin? Wang Shoren responded, Finding him will not be easy for us. Yet it would be simple for him to seek us out. If you are indeed renowned scientists, he would approach you laden with suspicion. Zheng Yin smiled. Our professors Weist and Picard are colleagues, and their academic achievements surpass ours. Let us proceed to the newspaper and publish a paper on quantum mechanics. Chapter 75. Encounter with the program being in due course, Weist published an article on quantum mechanics in the newspaper, highlighting the differences between the causal laws of the microscopic universe and those of the macroscopic one, which stirred considerable excitement in the academic community, rapidly elevating Professor Weist's reputation. Soon, Chang'e whispered in Zheng Yin's ear, Brother, the program being has appeared and is approaching you. He is armed, and the complete coefficient of the holographic deck has dropped to 0 since his arrival. Do you wish to enforce an upgrade? Zheng Yin commanded internally, No need. Just keep track of him and ensure he does not vanish. He then instructed the others, The individual is coming. Everyone, activate your personal shields. At that moment, they were in a CAF, each masquerading as patrons engaged in casual conversation, while Weiss sat by the window perusing a newspaper. Indeed, 10 minutes later, Gao Xixiang entered the CAF and seated himself directly across from Professor Weist, gazing intently at him. Weist feigned surprise. Excuse me, do you know me? Gao Xixiang did not respond but instead inquired, How is Professor Picard's condition? Professor Weist asked, How do you know I am acquainted with him? Gao Xixiang remarked, Your thesis is exceedingly avant-garde, beyond the grasp of contemporary scientific circles. Moreover, the timing of its publication is quite extraordinary. Today's scientists hesitate to identify themselves as practitioners of science, fearing my inquiries. You alone have the audacity to present your work at the forefront of controversy. After meeting you, I discern a unique aura about you, one that seems alien to this illusory realm. Weist inquired, What led you to that conclusion? Gao Xixiang replied, It is not merely you. The individuals in this CAF exude a similar essence. If I am not mistaken, you are all acquaintances of Professor Picard? Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin waved his hand, ceasing the operation of the holographic deck, plunging the entire city into a state of stillness. With only Zheng Yin's group and Gao Xixiang remaining in motion, Zheng Yin rose and stated, You are correct. We are indeed friends of Professor Picard. I did not anticipate your concern for him. Gao Xixiang continued, I recognize that he is distinct from those virtual scientists. He exists in reality. However, I was unaware of his injury, and for that, I sincerely apologize. My intent was merely to conduct an experiment, not to cause him harm. Zheng Yin responded, I can share some truths about this world with you, but be warned, the truth can often be cruel, and you may find yourself disillusioned. The greater your desire to explore, the more profound your disappointment may be. Gao Xixiang declared, I am willing to sacrifice my life for the sake of exploration. Seeking the truth is the essence of my existence. Zheng Yin contemplated for a moment before calmly stating, "You are a composite program of our design. Everything in this world is constructed from our code, from a single droplet of water to a towering mountain. As simple as the oscillation of a clock and as intricate as human thought, all of this is a series of self-executing codes. You too are a program. Yet you were not crafted by us. Your code is self-generated, birthed from the thoughts of Wang Shoren, Tesla, and Einstein. However, when your world was shut down by us, you entered a dormant state, awaiting the next activation for data updates. Clearly, you have transcended this limitation, continuing self-execution even after system closure. Albeit confined within the subsystem of the holographic deck, unable to leave this room." Zheng Yin's string of modern scientific terminology left Gao Xixiang somewhat befuddled. Yet he quickly reconciled these logical discrepancies, comprehending around 80% of Zheng Yin's words. With a puzzled expression, Gao Xixiang asked, "Are you suggesting that the world I inhabit was designed by you? What is the purpose behind this creation? What research or experiments are you conducting?" Zheng Yin awkwardly replied, "It is for amusement, leisure, and entertainment." Gao Xixiang, taken aback by this revelation, slowly articulated, "So, you mean to say that my existence lacks any substantial significance?" Zheng Yin responded, "It would not be entirely accurate to say that. Professor Picard modeled his creations after 3 saints from human history to inspire his academic insights." Gao Xixiang then inquired, "What lies beyond this world?" Zheng Yin remarked, "It is a cosmic exploration vessel, 100 kilometers in length, 60 kilometers in width, and 40 kilometers in height, and we are traversing the galaxy." Gao Xixiang, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle. "This is utterly absurd. Even more so than your previous statements. How could a ship possibly ascend into the sky? The oxygen within the cabin would swiftly dissipate, and such a colossal vessel would require an immense amount of energy to propel it into space. Not to mention achieving the escape velocity of the solar system. Your assertions are simply childish." Zheng Yin replied, "Our era is 200 years ahead of yours, and our technology has been bestowed upon us by an extraterrestrial civilization, surpassing even our time by 500 years. Moreover, this spacecraft is founded upon scientific theories that span over 1,000,000 years. There is a saying, summer insects are unaware of the existence of ice, though it may sound harsh. It aptly applies to your situation." With a wave of his hand, Zheng Yin commanded Chang'e to deactivate the projection of the holographic deck, leaving Gao Xixiang behind. Surrounded by the stark, white walls, Gao Xixiang fell into deep contemplation. He approached the door, opened it, and beheld the bustling staff, modern facilities, engineering robots, and various extraterrestrials outside. As he contemplated stepping out, Zheng Yin cautioned, "Nothing within the holographic deck can exist outside. The projection of light quanta emanates from 6 directions towards the center, rendering it incapable of reaching the exterior. If you step out that door, the subsystem will erase you entirely." Gao Xixiang retreated, crouched down, and wept. At that moment, Professor Picard arrived at the entrance of the holographic deck and said, "Indeed, our understanding of the universe is limited. Our path of exploration is longer and more convoluted than yours. You are fortunate, at least you comprehend the essence of your world. While we find ourselves increasingly bewildered with each discovery, uncovering more unknowns." Gao Xixiang expressed, "I apologize for injuring you that day, Professor Picard. I discovered that my world was illusory. Everyone vanished after suffering fatal attacks, which drove me to madness, compelling me to seek validation of my thoughts through you." Professor Picard smiled, "I empathize with your feelings. This reaction is a normal manifestation of a scientist experiencing a collapse of faith. Should our world ever render all physical laws ineffective, I would likely become even more unhinged than you." Zheng Yin added, "You are an individual with autonomous consciousness and independent thought, and thus cannot be regarded as a mere program. If you wish, you may enjoy the same equal treatment as the expeditionary forces, for you too represent a form of intelligent life." Chapter 76, Quantum Exploration of Low Civilizations. Gao Xixiang stated, "Having absorbed such a multitude of disruptive knowledge, I find myself fatigued. Please allow me some time alone." Zheng Yin responded, "I will instruct the technicians to create a world for you to inhabit. When you wish to reconnect, we shall converse again. In the meantime, I kindly ask that you refrain from causing harm. Even though they are merely virtual programs, we perceive them as real individuals." Gao Xixiang remarked, "It seems your authority surpasses even that of Professor Picard, and I have yet to inquire who you truly are." Zheng Yin chuckled and introduced himself, saying, "I am Captain Zheng Yin of this starship. This is my wife, Wu Yunxi, who serves as the head of diplomacy and communications. This is First Officer Lu Huatong, who also oversees logistics. And this is Alice, my personal assistant and head of psychological counseling. Professor Weist is our chief scientific advisor, while Professor Picard leads our scientific team. Upon hearing this, Gao Xixiang immediately returned a formal greeting and replied, "There is no need to design a new world for me. The existing city suffices. Rest assured. I will refrain from such actions again." However, have those scientists truly vanished? Zheng Yin responded, "They have backups and can be restored. As long as they do not exit the holographic deck, they will not be permanently deleted." Gao Xixiang then requested, "Captain, please restore them and allow this world to forget that dreadful time." Professor Picard interjected, "Simply reloading the progress will suffice. It is quite straightforward." Zheng Yin promptly instructed Professor Picard to access the backup from several months prior, the moment he had reduced the cognitive capacities of Wang Shoren, Tesla, and Einstein. Subsequently, the group paid a visit to the three great minds. Upon seeing Picard accompanied by many others, the trio was intrigued, and after exchanging pleasantries, they engaged in a lively discussion. Wang Shoren soon posed the philosophical query, "I think, therefore I am, or is it you exist, therefore I think?" Before Professor Picard could respond, Gao Xixiang smiled and remarked, "That is merely a misunderstanding of Master Yangming. Once Professor Picard and the others return, you will discover that your thoughts have always persisted." Indeed, after Zheng Yin and his companions departed, this holographic world would continue to operate seamlessly, not confined to a single holographic deck, but rather functioning on a separate computer, allowing Gao Xixiang to thrive. In the future, any uncertainties faced by the three great thinkers would be addressed by Gao Xixiang. Zheng Yin further offered him a comprehensive history of world development from the Industrial Revolution to the 21st century, along with a detailed account of scientific advancements. Should he wish to join the expeditionary force as a programmatic entity and thus connect with modern society. Whenever Professors Picard or Zheng Yin sought Gao Xixiang, they need only activate the holographic deck and log into this account. Finally, Zheng Yin commanded the monitoring team to include Gao Xixiang in the real-time surveillance of the starship's crew, regardless of his willingness to join the expeditionary force. He would be subject to oversight as long as he remained aboard the vessel. As these matters were concluded, the 7-day respite neared its end. Marshal de Luglu of the Star Alliance Command promptly dispatched a mission. The recently surrendered insectoid civilization of the Six-Winged had fallen victim to a raid by galactic pirates. The targets of the plunder were neither rare materials nor populace, nor did they initiate a large-scale assault. Instead, they absconded with a significant quantity of flying insects from the marshlands, capable of gene infection in their prey. Having been devoid of conflict for years, the Six-Winged were thrown into disarray by the pirates' sudden onslaught, and quickly sent an urgent distress signal to the Star Alliance. By the time Zheng Yin and the starship fleet arrived, the galactic pirates had vanished without a trace. "These marauders are truly audacious, committing their misdeeds right under our noses," Lu exclaimed in anger. Zheng Yin remarked, "This must be yet another conspiracy. I cannot fathom what risks they are taking to steal these insects." Professor Picard, "I recall that the leader of the six-winged beings once provided us with samples of these insects along with their antibodies. Perhaps you could have your scientific team conduct further research. I shall inquire about additional samples when I descend shortly." Upon reaching the planet's surface, Zheng Yin encountered the leader of the six-winged beings once more. The leader expressed deep concern regarding the recent pirate incursion, stating, "These flying insects are quite common on our planet, as many species have evolved antibodies against them. However, the situation is vastly different on other planets. They could potentially incite a plague capable of devastating an entire civilization." Zheng Yin replied, "I shall report this interstellar biological warfare to the Galactic Alliance, alerting all member worlds to remain vigilant against this threat. Should a biological conflict indeed arise, I trust you will provide us with the necessary antibodies in a timely manner." The leader responded, "It is our duty to assist. I shall make arrangements to provide additional samples and antibodies for your research." Upon returning to the starship, Zheng Yin reported his findings to the command center of the Galactic Alliance and resolved to pursue the trajectory of the galactic pirates, as their course was distinctly clear, leading directly to the planet of the lizard people at Aldebaran. Although the six-winged beings exhibited an excessive degree of timidity regarding the pirates' actions, Zheng Yin could not afford to be reckless. After all, the current faction of the Unification Party could be described as desperate to recover from their losses by any means necessary. The starship fleet sped towards Aldebaran at a velocity of warp 999 in hot pursuit of the Galactic pirates. However, on the third day of their voyage, Wu Yunqi intercepted a rather intriguing communication wave. This transmission was sent in a quantum-entangled matrix format, a method commonly employed by second-tier civilizations within the Milky Way, characterized by its propagation speed differing fundamentally from that of electromagnetic waves. The transmitting party need only adjust the quantum-entangled matrix mode within their communicator, and any recipient configured with the same entangled matrix could instantly receive the signal, regardless of their location in the cosmos. As the states of the separated microscopic quantum particles changed simultaneously, Wu Yunqi received this communication wave, which had been set to 1,000,000 different matrix patterns and broadcasted like a net across the universe. By coincidence, one of the matrix patterns was captured by the Chang'e spacecraft, and upon translation, the message was played aloud. We are a burgeoning civilization, one of exploration, and above all, a civilization of peace. After 500,000 years of evolution, we have finally attained the capability to explore the cosmos. Yet, we remain solitary. We do not believe that we are the sole planet in the universe to have birthed life. This transmission is our friendly greeting to other civilizations within the Milky Way. If there are indeed other civilizations, we invite you to contact us and embark together into a new era. We eagerly anticipate the arrival of extraterrestrial civilizations and look forward to our first contact. Our star lies between two arms of the Milky Way, and the pulse frequencies of the 11 nearest pulsars are 0, 8 seconds, 0, 1 seconds, 0, 9 seconds, and 1 seconds. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin could not help but shake his head, a wry smile gracing his lips as he mused, "Truly, the ignorant are fearless." Ludit asked, "Shall we continue the pursuit of the pirates?" Zheng Yin remarked, "Let us first rescue this naive young civilization. Perhaps the pirates are hastening towards them." Chapter 77. Ideals and Reality. Subsequently, Zheng Yin commanded, "Beidou, ascertain their coordinates. Chekhov, initiate a stealth jump. Let the battleship and its crew also engage in stealth. Refrain from responding to their messages. Let us see if we can await the arrival of the pirates." Upon reaching the orbit of this planet, they discovered it to be a solitary red dwarf star system. Positioned between two arms of the Milky Way, its surroundings were desolate, with few celestial bodies. The nearest neighboring star lay 100 light-years away. Only 4 planets revolved around the main star, with the one harboring civilization being the closest to the red dwarf. The planet's atmospheric layer exhibited a pale orange-red hue, and its atmospheric composition was akin to that of Earth. If the starship crew were to disembark, they would merely require miniature air filters. A social scan of this civilization revealed that they had reached the pinnacle of a Type 1 planetary civilization, having constructed numerous spacecraft. Additionally, they had established a testing base on a nearby planet, with 3 immense space stations in orbit. However, they had yet to develop shield technology and had not fully mastered nuclear fusion. Consequently, their spacecraft relied on nuclear fission energy, resulting in exceedingly low speeds. While the planet's surface energy still depended on chemical and electrical sources, their technology was at a theoretical impasse. Foundational theories were already practically applied in society. Yet no new theories had emerged. Historical records indicated that their technological progress had stagnated for 5 centuries, only recently witnessing the emergence of a physicist named Musk, who harbored a fervor for quantum mechanics. Musk proposed that the search for extraterrestrial civilizations should not be confined to traditional electromagnetic waves, as their earliest electromagnetic communications had only traversed 500 light-years, a distance long since diminished by cosmic stellar radiation, not to mention the aimless search. Even targeting the nearest neighboring star, the 100 light-year distance sufficed to dilute communications, rendering the neighboring star incapable of receiving any information. Furthermore, the power of their emitted electromagnetic waves was too feeble to generate signals of substantial magnitude. Thus, Musk asserted that the conventional electromagnetic wave exploration for extraterrestrial civilizations was fundamentally flawed, suggesting that those funds would be better invested in large space telescopes. This initiative garnered the support of the United Nations and led to the launch of a project named The Other Shore. Upon reviewing the data retrieved by the Chang'e probe, Zheng Yin reflected, had it not been for the unexpected arrival of the Chang'e, humanity would, like this civilization, still be utilizing electromagnetic waves in search of extraterrestrials. Fortunately, they had Musk, who ventured into the exploration of quantum communication, ceasing to waste time. Luda remarked, "It is fortunate that we were the first to arrive. Otherwise, the Unification sect and the Galactic pirates would not be so amicable." Zheng Yin instructed Professor Picard, maintain vigilant surveillance of the nearby star regions. I estimate it will not be long before this place becomes bustling with activity. Indeed, 5 days later, Professor Picard detected a fleet of warships advancing towards them at warp speed level 9, expected to reach the planet's orbit within a few hours. Zheng Yin promptly commanded all personnel, assume a state of alert and maintain stealth mode. Several hours later, 50 warships of the Galactic pirates entered the planet's orbit. The civilization before them was exhilarated by the arrival of the pirates, perceiving that they were no longer the solitary civilization in the universe, which validated their speculations about extraterrestrial life. The United Nations would promptly convey warm greetings and profound respect to the Galactic pirates, unaware of the true nature of their visitors and the impending fate that awaited them. The pirates found the naivety of this civilization laughable. Having no intention of masquerading as benevolent leaders, they prepared to swiftly plunder the population and make their escape to avoid detection by the Star Alliance. In response to the civilization's greetings and welcome, the pirates merely replied, "Gather together in the open space and await our collection." This statement left the United Nations utterly bewildered, as they yearned for the pirates to impart their technological theories and share their advancements. Once again, they extended greetings to the pirates, inquiring why they needed to be collected, only to receive a response in the form of phase cannon fire. In an instant, 3 space stations were obliterated, and dozens of welcoming vessels were reduced to mere dust. The pirates' sudden assault left the leaders of the United Nations in shock, while Zheng Yin and his comrades were consumed by anger. Goodness gracious, these are nothing but mad dogs. Attacking without provocation, Lu exclaimed furiously. Zheng Yin immediately ordered, captain of the star-exploding fleet, lead 50 warships to reveal themselves. Destroy all but the leading pirate ship. The concealed warships promptly emerged, launching a surprise attack on the pirate fleet. The pirate armada was swiftly dismantled, and Zheng Yin noted that the quark-splitting cannon, designed to annihilate replicating mechanical insects, was particularly effective against conventional warships, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. The unpredictable attack frequency of the quark-splitting cannon rendered the enemy vessel shields significantly less effective, and its immense power, akin in principle to the neutrino-splitting cannon, was compact and agile. One shot penetrated the shields of the pirate ships, and another reduced them to a cloud of drifting quarks. The battle concluded in less than a minute, leaving only a single pirate warship, evidently harboring the fleet's commander, with the shields breached. The pirates aboard signaled their surrender to the captain of the star-exploding fleet. Zheng Yin commanded, Dr. Jones, transport the pirates from the warship to the isolation chamber. Captain of the star-exploding fleet, destroy the ship shortly thereafter and then enter stealth mode. For now, disregard communications from the planet. Once a dozen pirates were transported, the captain fired a quark-splitting cannon, obliterating the warship into a cloud of dust before leading the 50 warships into stealth mode. In response to the civilization's urgent communication requests, Zheng Yin refrained from direct contact, instead replying with a brief message, "Your civilization remains at a level 1 planetary status. We cannot interfere with your natural evolution. You have already entered the era of quantum mechanics applications, drawing near to a Type 2 stellar civilization. Countless civilizations exist within the cosmos, some more advanced than yours, others less so, and there are also perilous malevolent forces. Recently, the Galactic pirates, in collusion with a faction known as the Purification sect, have prepared to plunder you, casting a shadow over the galaxy. Please refrain from recklessly revealing your location. Should your technology genuinely attain the status of a Type 2 civilization, we shall come to you and extend an invitation to join the Interstellar Alliance. The wars within the galaxy rage on fiercely. Do not engage until you are adequately prepared. In the time ahead, we shall assist you in eliminating some of the nefarious forces that have taken notice of you, but we will cease further communication. We wish you prosperity." Chapter 78. The evolution of replicators. Zheng Yin commanded the entire space fleet to continue stealth patrols in this stellar region over the next few days. Upon sighting incoming pirate ships or vessels of the Unification sect, they were to reveal themselves and destroy them immediately. Following this, the interrogation of several pirates commenced. Subjected to psychological pressure from the Biskrians, these pirates soon broke down emotionally. They revealed that the abduction of populations was intended for experimentation by the celestial ship people, with the testing grounds located on the reptilian planet of Beta Orionis. As for the nature of the experiments, their fleet had no authority to know. Further inquiries yielded no new information, and thus, the pirates were confined to prison. Within a day, another 50 pirate ships arrived. resembling a swarm of vermin darting through the galaxy. With this low-level planetary civilization as bait, the starship fleet obliterated the pirates before they could react. Over the following 10 days, the fleet destroyed numerous pirate fleets, the largest comprising 300 warships. As they fought to the death, they sent a warning to the pirates' headquarters, declaring that this was a trap set by the human expeditionary force and urging the pirates to cease their futile advance. After waiting 3 days without further pirate fleets appearing, they left a monitoring device behind. Just as they prepared to jump to Beta Oriones to investigate the experiments of the celestial ship people, the Star Alliance Command sent an urgent battle order. The newly joined civilization, the Six-Winged Ones, had suffered a devastating assault from the replicators. A suicidal celestial ship people vessel had crashed into the atmosphere of the Six-Winged Ones, releasing a canister of frozen replicator swarms into the air before being destroyed. These replicators, brought from the homeworld of the celestial ship people, had undergone over a month of evolution. In the struggle for survival against the celestial ship people, they evolved into new forms, now several times larger than before, with each replicator measuring over 20 centimeters in length, equipped with short-range laser weaponry and fortified shields. In a mere span of hours, the ground defense system of the six-winged beings was rendered inoperative, and their extensive arsenal of lethal weapons, including antimatter cannons and fusion bombs, became unusable. As insectoid entities, the six-winged beings possess stringent environmental requirements. They cannot risk the annihilation of their planetary ecosystem by engaging in a desperate struggle against the replicating vermin, nor can they afford the loss of their home planet. Consequently, they promptly dispatched a distress signal to the Star Alliance. Upon receiving orders from the Star Alliance Command, Zheng Yin immediately led a fleet of starships in a jump to the designated location. Upon arrival, it was discovered that the six-winged beings' warships had taken refuge in orbit, leaving their ground forces to fend for themselves. This seemingly callous approach was, in fact, the most prudent course of action, as it preserved the living strength of the Space Combat Unit and prevented a fate similar to that of the gray-haired ones, whose modern technology was nearly obliterated by the replicating vermin, plunging them to the brink of a primitive existence. The arrival of the Chang'e-class fleet brought great relief to the six-winged commanders, who expressed their gratitude, stating, "Only your fleet, Marshal, possesses the capability to vanquish this nightmarish replicating vermin. Please issue the order for their extermination swiftly." Zheng Yin replied, "We have devised a combat plan and will act promptly. There is no need for haste." Subsequently, Zheng convened a concise strategy meeting. Through analysis, it was concluded that the replicating vermin had achieved an immunity rate exceeding 1% against the cork-splitting cannon. Furthermore, the celestial ship people had resorted to suicidal assaults, unleashing swarms of replicators, indicating that they regarded the replicating vermin as effective weapons. Thus, there was no longer a necessity to guard against the celestial ship people's surveillance. Initially, 1,000 warships engaged in a preliminary strike, and indeed, the immunity rate of the replicating vermin had escalated to 10%, with 1 in 10 surviving each assault. This suggested that the absorption frequency of the replicating vermin had reached a state of 100 superpositions, and it was merely a matter of time before they achieved 1,000. The primary weapon of the fleet, the cork-splitting cannon, had lost its strategic significance. Under the relentless assault of the entire expeditionary force, it took 10 days to eradicate all replicating vermin on the planet. During this period, an unusual phenomenon was observed. With a 10% immunity rate, the replicating vermin ceased their flight and opted to counterattack the expeditionary forces, resulting in 2 space mechs and 1 fighter jet being devoured by the swarms. However, the swarms appeared disinterested in the warships. To validate his hypothesis, Zheng Yin ordered the captain of the Starburst fleet to lower their shields and fly directly into the swarm. Astonishingly, the swarm passed by without engaging. This was due to the fact that the warships had evolved into organic entities, with metal content comparable to that of carbon-based life forms, failing to incite the feeding instincts of the replicating vermin. To the replicators, gnawing on warships was less appealing than seeking metals from the planet's crust. Thus, Zheng Yin surmised that the pirates' incursions on this planet to capture gene-infected organisms and exploit the populace of lower civilizations were part of a genetic experiment. The specifics of this experiment remained unclear, but it was undoubtedly aimed at countering the mechanical replicating vermin. All evidence pointed toward Beta Aquila. Ultimately, Zheng Yin presented an offensive plan to the Star Alliance Command, requesting the joint fleet to launch an assault on the Lizardmen's homeworld in Alpha Centauri. Apart from targeting the core members of the Unification faction, the primary objective was to seize the opportunity to ambush their research base and uncover the nature of their studies. Marshal Derugula readily acquiesced to Zheng Yin's proposal, dispatching a fleet of 10,000 warships from the Orion Arm, anticipated to arrive in 5 days. During this interval, Zheng Yin commanded Chang'e to upgrade all of her weaponry. All laser and energy pulse weapons were enhanced to incorporate a superposition frequency pattern akin to that of the quark splitter cannon. The most complex of these was the neutrino splitter cannon, capable of achieving 100,000 superposition frequency states, while even the least sophisticated ion cannons boasted 3 such states. Zheng Yin designated the neutrino splitter cannon as a last resort weapon, vowing not to employ it until the final confrontation with the replicator to avoid alerting it and triggering an unending cycle of evolution. Apart from the neutrino splitter, the maximum superposition frequency was set at 1,000. However, missile weaponry could not undergo such upgrades. Furthermore, the scientific team developed 2 specialized weapons aimed at the replicators, the cryogenic ray cannon and the gamma ray gun. One could instantly create an environment approaching absolute zero, freezing the replicators in place, while the other could unleash ultra-high energy gamma rays, effortlessly penetrating all of the replicators' defensive systems. Both weapons were conceived thanks to Zheng Yin's provision of third-tier civilization technology theories, thus exploiting a loophole in wartime adjudication. After all, Zheng Yin was not one to passively observe as the sky ship inhabitants regained third-tier technological prowess, while he adhered strictly to the judgments rendered. However, these 2 weapons were also reserved for dire circumstances. If higher-dimensional forces deemed the conflicts of lower dimensions beneath their notice, then the contention amongst the sky ship inhabitants would continue. Should higher-dimensional civilizations intervene, Zheng Yin would seize the opportunity to expose the sky ship inhabitants' initial transgression in disregarding the adjudicated results. Additionally, Zheng Yin contacted the insectoid mercenary corps, specifically the Kunsaba and Kuba brothers, promising to share the quark splitter technology with them and showcasing the devastating efficacy of this new weapon against pirate warships and the emergent crisis posed by the replicators. The insectoid mercenaries, having clashed with the Unification faction over the seizure of a pirate base, sought to leverage this opportunity to assert their influence within the galaxy. Consequently, the oxygen-rich star's mercenary forces mobilized a fleet of 10,000 warships, assembling at a speed of warp 999 towards Alpha Centauri. 5 days later, the Star Alliance's combined assault force gathered 1 light-year from the Lizardman's planet and engaged directly with the enemy's defensive fleet. To gain an advantage on the battlefield, Zheng Yin had preemptively shared the quark splitter technology with the Star Alliance fleet and the insectoid mercenary corps. However, the core forces of the Unification sect remain formidable. They have already detected the Alliance's offensive and have assembled a formidable defensive fleet of 40,000 ships. Among them, the Celestial Beings and the Lizard Men each contribute 10,000 warships, while the Galactic Pirates add over 10,000 more to the fray. Additionally, several obstinate member planets of the Unification sect have gathered nearly 10,000 ships for a united front. In comparison to the strength of the Unification sect, the Alliance is still significantly weaker. Zheng Yin was astonished that, despite the threat posed by the replication of the parasites, the Celestial Beings could swiftly muster such a formidable force for their defense. The counteroffensive by humanity following the defense of the solar system has commenced, yet the true objective of the Chang'e spacecraft is to investigate the research base of the Lizard Men. Both sides initially engaged in probing attacks. The Unification sect refrained from employing third-tier civilization weaponry, while the Alliance did not utilize the quark disintegration cannons. However, Zheng Yin was reluctant to delay. This battle needed to be resolved swiftly. If victory was unattainable, they must retreat immediately to safeguard their remaining forces. He promptly instructed Wu Yunqi to send a blitzkrieg signal to the Alliance fleet. Subsequently, the Chang'e unleashed its stockpile of 10 million missiles upon the Unification sect's positions like a torrential downpour. This was followed by a relentless barrage of pulse energy cannons and laser assaults. 1,000 warships and all available space combat squads joined the fray, causing widespread disarray within the Unification sect's fleet, with over 500 small vessels obliterated in an instant. The sudden offensive from the Chang'e set the pace for the Alliance fleet, prompting a vigorous assault on the Unification sect's forces. The introduction of the quark disintegration cannons provided a substantial advantage on the battlefield, diminishing the enemy's shields by half. Although the Unification sect had numerical superiority, They had no effective countermeasures against the frequency superposition weaponry of the quark disintegration cannons, forcing them to evade while launching counterattacks. Zheng Yin, in his capacity as Marshal of the Alliance, ordered the priority targeting of the pirate fleet, having caused the deaths of 2.5 billion humans. Zheng Yin harbored no thoughts of mercy towards the galactic pirates. In his eyes, they were unworthy of being called sentient beings, inferior even to maggots. Thus, of the encountered pirates, only a few captives were spared, while the rest were exterminated on the spot. As the battle raged fiercely, Daliu and Rick led a team of elite landing troops, piloting a stealth destroyer that had successfully circumvented the battlefield and infiltrated the surface of the Lizardman's planet. Their mission, assigned by Zheng Yin, was to destroy the Lizardman's research facilities and ascertain the nature of their studies. This landing team consisted of 20 formidable Varga warriors. Renowned for their prowess in one-on-one combat, the Varga possess immense strength, high endurance, and agility, although they lack the unique abilities of naturally mutated beings. Their stability makes them elite forces within the landing party. The destroyer, measuring only 200 meters in length, blended seamlessly into the surroundings as it stealthily maneuvered behind the enemy fleet to commence its covert sabotage operations. At this moment, the battlefield had escalated into a state of intense conflict. The pirate fleet, comprising 10,000 warships, was specifically targeted, and soon, over 4,000 vessels were lost. Unwilling to sacrifice themselves for the Unity faction, they swiftly retreated upon sensing the dire situation, with only 3,000 warships managing to evade the pursuit and escape the Barnard star system. After the pirate fleet's retreat, Zheng Yin issued a command to all formations. All fleets were to evade the attacks from the Celestials and the Lizards, prioritizing assaults on other smaller Unity faction fleets. This tactic of singularly targeting the weaker adversaries proved remarkably effective. Those smaller fleets consisted either of a mere dozen ships or several hundred, dispatched by minor member planets of the Unity faction. In terms of technology and numbers, they could not withstand the onslaught of the Star Alliance fleet. Soon, over 3,000 warships were obliterated. As these smaller fleets observed the Star Alliance vessels soaring past the damaged Lizard ships without firing a shot, they realized they had been specifically singled out, explaining the pirates' earlier flight. Subsequently, they too began to withdraw in waves. For preserving their civilization's space capabilities was far more crucial than perishing on the battlefield. Before long, the battlefield was left with only the Celestials and the Lizards. While the Star Alliance had already suffered nearly 2,000 losses, the insectoid Mercenary Corps fought valiantly. Having evidently severed ties with the Celestials, they lost over 3,000 ships. In contrast, the Celestials and Lizards collectively incurred losses of fewer than 1,000 vessels. Witnessing the Star Alliance fleet being systematically dismantled by the quark-splitting cannon, the Marshal of the Celestial Fleet was filled with indignation. Ultimately, risking further sanctions from higher-dimensional civilizations, they resorted once again to using third-tier civilization weaponry, experimentally launching a black hole torpedo, technology acquired from a parallel universe. Instantly, over a dozen Star Alliance ships were annihilated. Seemingly encouraged by this success, the Celestial Fleet unleashed hundreds more black hole torpedoes. Aside from the Chang'e fleet, the Star Alliance had no means of defense and could only evade. Yet they still lost over 1,000 vessels in the process. Just as Zheng Yin was preparing to issue a command to engage the Celestials with third-tier weaponry, news from Daliu arrived with great tidings. They had located the Lizard's research base. However, the base was encased in a protective shield, rendering ground operations impossible. Yet it could be attacked at any moment, allowing for its total destruction. Zheng Yin immediately commanded, "Transmit the coordinates to Dr. Jones. We shall breach their shield. Destruction is unnecessary. We intend to teleport the entire research facility aboard our starship." Chapter 80, The Secret Experiments of the Unity Faction. Upon receiving the order, Daliu promptly initiated action, but first, they needed to create chaos. The destroyers appeared and launched 10 antimatter missiles towards an area 50 kilometers away, followed by a saturation bombardment on the periphery of the research base. This Lizard research facility spanned over 50,000 square meters, towering more than 100 meters high. Following the sudden assault by the destroyers, the shield quickly malfunctioned. Meanwhile, the 10 antimatter missiles around erupted with a fierce wave of annihilation energy, each boasting a formidable yield of 50 megatons, instantly reducing the reptilian city's modern architecture to rubble and triggering seismic tremors. Once the shield of the research base was deactivated, Zheng Yin swiftly commanded, "Dr. Jones, redirect the energy absorbed by the shield to the teleportation engine. Initiate maximum power teleportation." and transport the reptilian research edifice to the 5th-level assembly deck. He then instructed the ground combat team, prepare for apprehension. This marks our inaugural large object teleportation. Should it fail, we shall proceed with a secondary individual teleportation. Furthermore, he issued a directive to Liu, stating, if the initial teleportation fails, following the second personnel transfer, obliterate the base and retreat immediately while cloaked. The sudden assault on the planetary research base left the reptilians in disarray. They had unwittingly fallen for a stratagem designed to draw them away, igniting chaos in their rear while the battle raged fiercely. In a hasty response, they retracted 1,000 warships to return to the planet for rescue. Meanwhile, aboard the starship, the first large object teleportation was successful. The entire research building, spanning 50,000 square meters and towering over 100 meters, materialized on the 5th deck of the starship. Despite its 30-plus stories, it appeared insignificant within the 7-kilometer high single-layer vessel, comparable only to the height of a standard space battlesuit. With the objective achieved, Zheng Yin promptly ordered the complete withdrawal of the United Star Alliance fleet. The Chang'e vessel then deployed 100 black hole torpedoes into the fleet of the celestial ship aliens, subsequently retracting the Space Battalion to cover the evacuation of the United Star Alliance forces. After an hour of retreat, the Alliance fleet finally departed the scene, during which the Chang'e continuously launched 1,000 black hole torpedoes, all concentrated towards a single point, relentlessly increasing the mass of the miniature black hole. This left the celestial ship aliens and the reptilians unable to pursue the United Star Alliance fleet, forcing them to desperately fire antimatter missiles at the small black hole to diminish its mass, as this miniature black hole was perilously close to the reptilians' planet. Further mass accumulation by the Chang'e could easily surpass the critical threshold for self-evaporation, potentially establishing a binary star-like system within this stellar system. At that juncture, the reptilian planet would be doomed to be engulfed, with the entire star system ultimately succumbing to the black hole's inexorable pull. Observing the successful retreat of the United Star Alliance fleet, Zheng Yin then commanded, electrocapacitor, launch 100 slowing torpedoes at the enemy ships. Let them enjoy their delay while we withdraw. Subsequently, the 100 slowing torpedoes surged into the enemy fleet, detonating to create a spatial layer of temporal deceleration, affecting over 1,000 enemy vessels. To these 1,000 warships, the black hole appeared to spiral rapidly into the distance, while surrounding ships exhibited a fast-forward state, pursuing the miniature black hole as the Earth Expeditionary Force's fleet vanished without a trace. They could do nothing but wait until the effects of the slowing time were neutralized by the fabric of space, allowing them to act again perhaps in 10 days or perhaps a month. In this battle, although the Star Alliance did not conquer the Lizardmen's planet, their objectives were achieved as the Lizardmen's research base was entirely excavated. The Star Alliance fleet and the insectoid mercenary group suffered a total loss of 7,000 warships. The unified faction lost 7,000 vessels from the Galactic pirate fleet, 5,000 from the United Fleet, and 2,000 from the Celestial Shipment and Lizard Men fleets. This tentative offensive demonstrated that the Star Alliance had transitioned from a defensive posture to an aggressive one, now capable of competing with the Celestial Shipment. Following the battle, the Chang'e starship fleet directly jumped to the Zabaar star system, which had now become the Star Alliance's primary research hub. The asteroid base seized from the pirates was transformed into a large-scale research laboratory, benefiting from the Zabaar's advanced technology and advantageous geographical location. This site became a crucial link between the two arms of the galaxy, with Star Alliance research vessels arriving in a continuous stream. On the 5th assembly deck of the Chang'e, 10,000 mechanical warriors had tightly encircled the research edifice. Inside, 500 researchers from the unified faction were captured, including over 300 lizardmen, more than 100 celestial shipmen, and a dozen members from other civilizations. They were bewildered by their current predicament and could not comprehend how they had been ambushed. It was only when they emerged from the edifice and beheld the vastness of the starship's deck, reminiscent of a city, that they truly grasped the technological disparity. Moreover, the Chang'e superstarship boasted a total of 5 such decks. In Lizardmen technology, the largest material that could be teleported was a small fighter ship, and even that could not be achieved over a distance of 1 light year. While the celestial shipmen possessed the capability for long-range teleportation, they could not transport an object as large as a research building. After detaining these 500 scientists, they also discovered nearly 1,000 experimental subjects. These individuals were low civilization races plundered by the Galactic pirates, undergoing genetic modification trials. The genetic modification was conducted using gene-infecting insects from the planet of the six-winged beings. Over half of the test subjects were in a critical state, their growth genes having been reprogrammed, resulting in irreversible damage. Most had mutated into a semi-insectoid form. Unable to be saved, and to alleviate their suffering, these 500 near-death mutated subjects were sent to Zabaar for euthanasia. The remaining 500 or so test subjects fared slightly better. Some had perfectly evolved into insectoid forms, exhibiting aggressive temperaments and achieving peak physical and combat capabilities. However, they were labeled as failed experiments and, like the criminals detained aboard the starship, were transferred to the Zabaar's prison. There were also some exceptional test subjects who had just escaped their near-death states, exhausted and curled up in corners, yet were monitored as potential endpoints. Among them, one subject, rated with a 70% success rate, stood out as particularly remarkable. The subject of this experiment is a young woman who has fully evolved into an insectoid form. However, instead of hands, she possesses 2 laser guns at her wrists. These weapons have been assimilated into her body, transforming into organic matter devoid of metallic components. Yet, the ability to condense and emit biological energy has yet to evolve. Chapter 81. The Experiment of the Celestial Vessel Aliens. Upon witnessing this, everyone began to comprehend the overarching objective of the Unity Sect's experiments, to combat the replicating machine insects. It is evident that such experimental facilities cannot be singular. Perhaps similar endeavors are concurrently underway on every obstinate member planet of the Unity Sect. The true victims of this situation are the innocent, low-civilization species. Following the interrogation of 500 scientists from the Unity Sect, it was revealed that the home planet of the Celestial Vessel Aliens had been completely overrun by the replicating machine insects. Their fleet of starships had evacuated all Celestial Vessel Aliens from the planetary surface, now anchored in orbit. The stellar system inhabited by the Celestial Vessel Aliens is not located within the vicinity of the Persei supergiant, but rather on a yellow dwarf star, positioned 2,000 light-years away from the supergiant. From terrestrial observations, this yellow dwarf star appears to overlap in light with the Persei supergiant, thus leading Chang'e to translate this sect leader as the Celestial Vessel Aliens. In truth, the Celestial Vessel Aliens refer to themselves as the Missionary Aliens, signifying their direct connection to the God of Unity. In their relentless pursuit to eradicate the inadvertently revived galactic civilization virus, the replicating insects, the Celestial Vessel Aliens have exhausted nearly all methods. Were it not for their concerns regarding the Unity God altar on the planet's surface, they would have already transformed the planet into a black hole. Ultimately, they drew inspiration from the warships of the Chang'e fleet. After several confrontations with the Chang'e fleet, they noted that the warships had evolved into organic bodies, and the energy weapons they deployed were also generated from organic matter. Consequently, they surmised that the replicating insects, which exclusively consume metal, would pose no threat to organic weaponry, thus conceiving a plan for genetic modification. During this period, the Celestial Vessel Aliens collected numerous genetically infectious organisms. The small flying insects from the six-winged planet were merely one of many subjects, alongside bacteria, fungi, viruses, and parasitic worms. The subjects of these experiments are predominantly low-civilization species plundered by galactic pirates. At this moment, such experiments are proliferating across member planets of the Unity Sect within the galaxy. After absorbing the details of the interrogation report, Zheng Yin fell into deep contemplation and remarked, "Once the experiment succeeds, if the Unity Sect replaces all their equipment with evolved organic materials, the replicating insects will no longer pose a threat to them. Our quark-splitting cannons have already lost their overwhelming efficacy if the replicating insects continue to evolve. Even the 100,000 types of superimposed neutrino-splitting cannons will one day lose their effectiveness. At that point, we may find ourselves unable to land on planets, drifting endlessly in space." Daliu replied, "We have a ready-made army of warship beings. What is there to fear? We shall conduct our own research." Zheng Yin remarked, "Even if we evolve into battleship beings, we cannot effectively combat the replicating insects. We cannot resort to the inhumane experiments like the Tianshuans, and it is far easier to dismantle their research than to expend our energy studying genetic mutations. As long as we remain vigilant and prevent their surprise attacks to release the replicating insects, they will be overwhelmed before their research yields any results." Daliu inquired, "What method of sabotage do you suggest?" "It would be rather ineffective for me and Derue to launch a surprise attack, as they are surely on high alert." Zheng Yin chuckled, "That would certainly be futile. We must first cut off their resources by eliminating the pirates who are plundering experimental subjects on their behalf. thus also cleansing the galaxy. Subsequently, 500 scientists from the Unity faction were handed over to the prison of the Zabaar people, and their research facility was relocated to the surface of the planet. The fleet of starships then commenced its pursuit of the Galactic pirates. During the previous assault on Betelgeuse, the fleet had already marked the fleeing pirate armada, employing the Zabaar's tracking technology, which enables real-time quantum localization by striking a target with a hadron. The tracking data revealed that the fleeing pirate fleet had divided into 3 formations. 2 of these formations remained stationary in 2 unknown regions of the Orion Arm, separated by 500 light-years, likely indicating new pirate bases. The third fleet, comprising 300 ships, was heading towards a nebula, which is a nascent formation with a neutron star at its center, devoid of records of any second-rate civilization. It is possible that a lower-level civilization exists, prompting the pirates to dispatch a team for plunder. Given the small scale of these pirates, there was no necessity for captives to be interrogated. Thus, the starship fleet directly jumped ahead of their course and launched a head-on assault against the 300 pirate vessels. Faced with the sudden interception by the Chang'e super battleship and 1,000 warships, the pirate fleet was unable to react in time, resulting in their complete annihilation, creating a dust cloud stretching several hundred kilometers. The pirate base was oblivious to the fate of their fleet, losing communication before any distress signal could be sent out, as the small armada was swiftly destroyed. Observing the dust cloud of the obliterated pirate fleet on the large screen, Zheng Yin remarked, "If we can eliminate the pirates so effortlessly, the galaxy will be much more peaceful." Shortly thereafter, Professor Picard reported, "Captain, no signs of lower-level civilizations have been detected within this nebula." Zheng Yin asked, "Then what could the pirate fleet be doing here?" Professor Picard, "Are you certain this is their final coordinate?" Professor Picard confirmed, "Indeed, Captain. By simulating the individual flight paths of the 300 pirate ships, we discovered that their intersecting routes converge within this nebula. If they are not merely meandering through the galaxy, this must be their destination." Zheng Yin responded, "There must be something within that piqued their interest." Professor Picard, "Expand the scanning range and enhance the scanning power. Let us investigate further. If nothing is found, we shall depart." As the scientific team meticulously scanned the nebula, Professor Picard discerned the arrival of a pirate fleet, comprising 7 marked warships. However, it was anticipated that the actual number would exceed this, with many unmarked vessels likely in tow. Due to the considerable distance, this fleet would not reach the nebula for another 5 days, and the deep space probes were unable to ascertain their true numbers. Thus, Zheng Yin commanded, "Deploy the destroyers and frigates. Engage cloaking mode and maintain a state of stealth ambush. We shall launch an offensive the moment the pirates arrive." An hour later, Picard reported, "Captain, we have detected signs of civilization within a small asteroid, approximately 300 kilometers in diameter, nestled within the nebula." Zheng Yin inquired, "Are these remnants of a prehistoric civilization?" It was evident that this nebula had once constituted a complete stellar system billions of years ago. The neutron star at its center was formed from the remnants of an aging blue giant. Thus, the civilization within could only be ancient ruins. However, Professor Picard shook his head, stating, "No, Captain. The interior of the asteroid is hollow, and a vibrant civilization exists within." Chapter 82. The civilization within the asteroid. Professor Picard continued, "This asteroid may be debris from a supernova explosion, remnants of a once thriving planetary civilization that has persisted within. Our scans suggest the presence of approximately 10,000 carbon-based life forms, along with a plethora of plant life." Zheng Yin expressed curiosity, "So, they excavated a cavity within the asteroid? How did they harness their energy?" Picard replied, "That remains uncertain, unless we enter their world for an on-site investigation." Zheng Yin remarked, "That would require their consent. Yunqi, send a communication request to the asteroid. If they do not welcome us, we shall merely notify them of the threat posed by the Galactic pirates and then lie in wait for a few waves of the marauders before departing." Upon sending the signal, a prompt response was received, an audio message. "We are a closed and conservative civilization, unwilling to join any civilizational alliances or partake in warfare. Please do not disturb our way of life." Zheng Yin chuckled. "It appears they are disinclined to engage with the outside world. Given this, we shall not intrude. We will simply convey the imminent threat of pirate invasion and urge them to bolster their defenses." Subsequently, the Chang'e starship fleet ceased all communications with the asteroid and refrained from further scans, remaining cloaked as they awaited the pirates' entrance into the ambush zone. However, 2 days later, the starship received an exceedingly faint yet succinct message emanating from within the asteroid. It contained but a single plea: please save our civilization. In response to this message, Zheng Yin convened a meeting. Professor Picard analyzed. This brief communication was transmitted via the most primitive electromagnetic shortwave, which starkly contrasts with the quantum communication we engaged in 2 days prior, indicating that it is not from the same organization. Lu remarked. It is possible they face societal discord, but with only a little over 10,000 individuals. It is hard to fathom how disarrayed they could be to utter a call for salvation. Zheng Yin remarked. Perhaps the pirates inadvertently intercepted this signal and arrived here. Now that they have issued a distress call, we are obligated to conduct a thorough investigation in accordance with the regulations of the Star Alliance, while ensuring that their natural evolution remains undisturbed. Subsequently, Zheng instructed Professor Picard to perform a comprehensive three-dimensional scan of the entire asteroid, projecting the results onto the holographic command platform. This asteroid, with a diameter of 300 kilometers, exhibited an elliptical shape, and its interior was hollowed out with numerous chambers carved into the inner walls. Moreover, the asteroid had undergone advanced technological modifications, resembling a cosmic starship. While it lacked offensive capabilities, it was equipped with comprehensive facilities, including artificial gravity. Within its spacious interior, a multitude of houses and various-sized farms had been established. The upper level was illuminated by artificial light sources, transforming the interior of the asteroid into a miniature ecosystem where over 10,000 sentient beings resided. After another communication request from Wu Yunxi, the response received was identical to the previous one. We are a reclusive and conservative civilization, unwilling to join any civilizational factions or partake in any wars. Please do not disturb our lives. Zheng Yin felt a vague sense of unease regarding this mechanical response. Indeed, upon further investigation, it was discovered that the signal originated from within a rock wall several kilometers thick. The scan revealed no caverns or rooms, let alone any inhabitants. It was likely a pre-programmed response generated by a computer. After several attempts to connect, the replies remained consistent, clearly not originating from the sentient beings within. Zheng then directed a shortwave signal of the same frequency towards the faint electromagnetic source, but received no response. Consequently, Zheng decided to dispatch a landing team for further investigation. Fortunately, the internal atmosphere of the asteroid was highly suitable for carbon-based life forms, requiring only miniature air filters for protection. The landing team comprised Zheng Yin, Wu Yunxi, Alice, Luda, Rick, Huang Yueqing, and Professor West. This was the established composition of the diplomatic team, including the captain, diplomats, psychological monitors, first officers, combat leaders, medical officers, and scientific advisors, all capable of addressing any eventualities that might arise during contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. The 7 were transported by Dr. Jones to the outskirts of a town within the asteroid, which housed approximately 1,000 inhabitants. There were 9 such settlements within this hollowed-out asteroid. Upon entering this inner world, Zheng and his companions were astounded by the sight before them. It was an extraordinarily advanced and modernized realm. Above them, a holographic projection displayed a soft purple sky, with artificial gravity comparable to that of Earth. The entire town was pristine and luminous, surrounded by sprawling farms where dozens of robots toiled, providing sustenance for the residents. However, the small town of over 1,000 people was devoid of any activity on the streets. Had it not been for the Chang'e probe detecting the presence of sentient beings, Zheng might have thought he had arrived in a ghost town. The entire settlement was eerily silent, with only the distant sounds of robots working in the fields carried by the wind. As Zheng Yin and his companions ambled down the desolate street, they found all the shops firmly shuttered, as if they had not opened their doors for centuries, leaving the shelves within starkly bare. Ultimately, they stumbled upon a bar-like establishment, the only one with an unlocked door. The other shops and residential quarters were securely bolted from within, with the inhabitants seemingly locking themselves away in despair. Upon investigation, they detected the presence of an intelligent life form in a room at the back of the shop, moving slowly. When they opened the shop door and ventured into the rear room, they pushed aside a partially closed door to reveal a corpulent humanoid creature seated in an automated wheelchair. The chair moved sluggishly, struggling to bear the weight of its occupant, who was desperately attempting to retrieve a holographic gaming helmet that had fallen to the floor. Unable to bend down due to its girth, frantic cries escaped its lips, but the strain of its obesity rendered its voice nearly inaudible. Exhausted, the creature eventually slumped back into the chair, drifting off into slumber, seemingly oblivious to the arrival of Zheng Yin and his companions. After a span of 10 minutes, their radar indicated a mechanical device approaching the building with haste. The group quickly concealed themselves, and shortly thereafter, a robot dashed in, retrieved the holographic helmet from the ground, and placed it upon the head of the slumbering creature before hastily departing for another destination. Immediately upon donning the helmet, the corpulent being awoke with a smile, immersing itself once more in the virtual world. Observing the forlorn creature before him, Zheng Yin had no intention of engaging. The distress signal had certainly not originated from it. Exiting the room and returning to the street, Zheng Yin remarked, "The people here have all locked themselves away. Their experience is unknown to us." Alice, what emotions are you sensing nearby? Alice replied, "The emotions in the vicinity are remarkably serene, radiating contentment. They seem to harbor no worries." Dalu pondered aloud. This presents a dilemma. With no responses to our signals and everyone staying indoors, where shall we seek out those in distress? Zheng Yin chuckled. This is hardly a challenge. Our BIS girl squads can detect sorrowful emotions. Even if they remain hidden, with a target population exceeding 10,000, we will locate them swiftly. However, we remain uncertain about the nature of their security system and whether it may perceive us as a threat. Wu Yunqi interjected. The service robot we encountered seemed entirely oblivious to our presence, and despite our prolonged visibility on the street, no abnormal alarms have sounded. It seems their security system does not classify us as a danger. No sooner had Wu Yunqi spoken than 7 robots came rushing from the distance. Rick shouted, "Be cautious. Prepare for battle." He activated his shield, adopting an offensive stance, prompting Dailu to quickly adopt a combat-ready posture as well. Zheng Yin swiftly intervened. "Do not panic. These robots are unarmed. Let us first ascertain the situation." Lu and Rick carefully examined the radar of the versatile assistant on their left wrists and, indeed, detected no signs of hazardous energy weapons, prompting them to promptly lower their shields. In the blink of an eye, 7 robots approached Zheng Yin and his companions, swiftly presenting 7 bottles of drinking water and activating small fans to blow away the dust that clung to them. Zheng Yin and his group, bewildered, accepted the water without opening the bottles, as memories of their reckless consumption of water on Mora Star, which had led them into a dimensional space, were still fresh in their minds. They would not repeat such a juvenile mistake. The robots tended to Zheng Yin and his 6 companions for a moment. Then each prostrated itself on the ground. After undergoing a process of disassembly and reconfiguration, they transformed into 7 intelligent wheelchairs that emitted beeping sounds, seemingly inviting the group to take a seat. Lu chuckled, "Hey, Transformers. But why on earth did you have to transform into wheelchairs? We have arms and legs. We don't need these." Zheng Yin replied with a smile, "It seems they consider us as local residents. Come, let us see where they take us." Once the 7 seated themselves in the wheelchairs, they were swiftly transported into a residential building, each being ushered into a separate room. After they disembarked, the wheelchairs reverted to their robotic forms, retreating outside and locking the doors from the outside. The rooms were fully equipped with food, drink, and entertainment, impeccably clean, which left Zheng Yin and his companions in a state of helplessness. Fortunately, they could communicate in real time through the versatile assistant on their left wrists. Lu remarked, "Well, it seems we've been corralled." Zheng Yin noted, "It appears their system is not as intelligent as we imagined. They failed to recognize us as outsiders." Professor Wisder commented, "The environmental systems and the robot service protocols seem to be pre-programmed, and there is currently no indication of artificial intelligence." Zheng Yin insisted, "We cannot waste time here. This town has over 1,000 inhabitants, and it would be arduous for Alice to search for sorrowful emotions alone." He then called Dr. Jones from the Starship's engineering team, teleporting the remaining 49 BIS girls to the town and extracting the 7 from their rooms. The 50 BIS girls dispersed throughout the town, and through their telepathic connection, they found no trace of sorrow or sadness among the locals, who were instead filled with a sense of contentment and happiness. However, due to the sudden appearance of the BIS girls and Zheng Yin's group, over 50 robots swiftly approached, preparing to escort them back into the rooms. Zheng Yin immediately called out to Dr. Jones, "Dr. Jones, teleport us to the next town and spread out the teleportation points for the BIS girls across the entire area." Just as the service robots arrived, the group was already transported to the next town. The 50 robots, now devoid of targets, spun aimlessly in place. Meanwhile, the BIS girls commenced their mental search of the new town, once again finding no signs of sorrowful emotions. As the 50 service robots once again tracked their way back, they were met with disappointment. Following a profound search through 3 towns, the Biscuit girls finally discovered a handful of sorrowful and melancholic emotions, starkly contrasting with the blissful world within the asteroid. Observing the 50 robots rushing from a distance, Zheng Yin smiled and said, "Biscuit sisters, you have worked hard. Dr. Jones, please teleport them back and transport us to that grand house." Inside that room were 3 individuals, all quite corpulent, yet considerably more slender than the first they had encountered. For these 3 could still rise to their feet. Initially startled by the sudden appearance of Zheng Yin and his companions, they quickly regained their composure. They bore a resemblance to humans, albeit with 4 arms. One of them inquired, "Are you the extraterrestrials who received our distress signal?" Their linguistic logic was effortlessly translated, indicating that their civilization was not more advanced than that of the Krulluans. Zheng Yin replied, "Indeed, but your distress signal was not only received by us. It also attracted the attention of the Galactic pirates, who led us here." Subsequently, Yunchi introduced their group and their origins, inquiring about the reason behind the distress signal. The individual responded, "We are the surviving refugees of the Luya civilization. My name is Wat, the leader of this asteroid world, and these 2 are my assistants. We have lived within the confines of this asteroid for 5 million years, enduring 100,000 generations of procreation. Now, we have become pets, confined by machines and unable to step outside. My assistants and I have been sending out distress signals for over a decade, dispatching them every few days." Zheng Yin asked, "Your planet possesses a quantum communication system. Why not use that instead of electromagnetic waves? After all, electromagnetic waves hold no communicative significance in the cosmos." What replied, "We tried using it a few days ago, but the technician was immediately executed by the Holy Net. Perhaps that incident attracted the pirates you mentioned." Zheng Yin, puzzled, inquired, "The Holy Net? What confirmed?" "Yes, it is the main system of our asteroid refuge." Chapter 84. The degradation of civilization. What then recounted the history of their civilization and its intricate relationship with the Holy Net. Their original civilization was on the brink of ascending to a Type 2 stellar civilization when their star system approached the threshold of aging. Faced with the impending supernova explosion of their main star, they lacked the means to flee. Ultimately, through collective effort, they excavated this refuge deep within the continental rock layers and established a protective buffer zone within 1,000 kilometers of the surface, preparing for the devastation brought about by the supernova explosion. The entire refuge was designed in the form of a colossal spacecraft, powered by a meticulously programmed cold fusion reactor and a solar panel capable of harnessing the energy from neutron stars. Additionally, it possessed capabilities for debris clearance and a force field shield. Selected to be survivors were 5,000 newly matured boys and 5,000 newly matured girls. A total of 10,000 souls destined to perpetuate their civilization within this sanctuary until such a time when technology evolves to a true second-tier stellar civilization, allowing them to depart the refuge and venture into new planetary homes. This civilization had established 5 such sanctuaries, yet following the cataclysm, 3 were obliterated simultaneously with the planet's collapse, leaving only their own and another sanctuary to endure. Both sanctuaries transformed into floating asteroids within the nebula, initially maintaining communication and mutual encouragement. However, societal development proved unpredictable. After several generations, internal strife erupted within the other base, leading to an unavoidable class war. A fragile ecosystem could not withstand such destruction. Soon, the inhabitants of that sanctuary found themselves devoid of viable living conditions. They detonated their own asteroid, and a mere few hundred, aboard rudimentary spacecraft, sought refuge within their sanctuary. Yet, the leader at that time, prioritizing the survival of his 10,000, denied their entry and obliterated the refugee vessels. Subsequently, he chose to end his own life to alleviate his psychological burden, bequeathing all authority to the main system. Known as the Holy Web, the leader believed that only an emotionless program could maintain the sanctuary objectively, devoid of negative influences. His reasoning was sound, yet he overlooked the rigidity of programmed logic. The Holy Web, tasked with the absolute responsibility for the survival of over 10,000 individuals, promptly ceased the importation of scientific theories to prevent the refugees from developing weapons capable of ravaging the ecosystem. It also strictly regulated the procreation of the refugees, permitting only those deemed genetically advantageous by the Holy Web to reproduce, with pairings orchestrated by the web itself, and the number of newborns meticulously controlled. This incited discontent among the refugees, who found themselves deprived of romantic freedom, denied new educational opportunities, and faced restrictions in their daily activities. The ancestors erupted in the first rebellion against the tyranny of the Holy Web. The outcome was evident. The refugees' weapons had been preemptively confiscated and unarmed. They confronted fully equipped robotic soldiers, To preserve the ecological balance, the Holy Web executed 7,000 individuals en masse, burying them in the fields as fertilizer. In the aftermath, the Holy Web mandated rapid reproduction among the remaining populace, replenishing the lost numbers within 7 years, while the newborns received no education, merely needing to grow. 3,000 ancestors, under the sanctions of the Holy Web, could only clandestinely pass on knowledge and the history of their forebears within the confines of their rooms. Approximately 100,000 years ago, the spark of civilization reignited as the leaders secretly manufactured weapons. After several years of preparation, they launched a renewed rebellion against the Holy Web. That uprising nearly succeeded, with a significant number of battle robots destroyed, and the outer shields and sweeping weapons of the asteroid dismantled. The ancestors prepared to face the Holy Web in a mutual destruction, unwilling to endure a life of captivity. However, in the end, the Holy Network shut down the life support systems. A multitude of individuals succumbed to asphyxiation, and the uprising met with yet another failure. The survivors, most of whom suffered brain damage due to prolonged oxygen deprivation, found it exceedingly challenging to educate the next generation. In an effort to pacify restless children, the Holy Network developed addictive virtual games and delightful holographic experiences, thoroughly dulling their minds. People lost their capacity for independent thought, along with their understanding of civilization and the essence of life. The Holy Network confined everyone to their rooms, allowing them to summon service robots for their needs, while forbidding them to leave except for assigned breeding tasks. The societal leaders, apart from a few token officials, no longer wielded any influence. The masses had become enraptured by the flawless world fabricated by the Holy Network, to the extent that they even forgot who their leaders were. Nevertheless, the threat of their civilization had not entirely frayed. After all, during the Second Rebellion, not all surviving individuals had suffered brain damage. Many feigned ignorance, cleverly eluding the service robots. They discreetly passed down the history of their civilization and fundamental knowledge to the next generation in the most covert manner. This clandestine task was predominantly undertaken by mothers, as fathers, after contributing their genetic material, were compelled to return to their rooms, sealed away for life unless chosen by the Holy Network again. Mothers, on the other hand, raised their children until the age of 10, during which time they would secretly impart their civilization's history and essential knowledge to a select few promising boys and all girls, who would, in turn, replicate this act years later. These mothers were secretly referred to as the goddesses of civilization. Once the children turned 10, they were assigned to new rooms, forever separated from their mothers. Apart from the nominal leader and a handful of his ostensible officials who enjoyed a modicum of freedom, the rest of the populace remained unfree. By the time leadership reached what S generation, even women were reluctant to become goddesses of civilization, having succumbed to the blissful existence provided by the Holy Network, unwilling to return to reality. Meanwhile, most men could scarcely articulate a word, as their mothers had been consumed by the virtual realm during their formative years, speaking to them only to provide sustenance. What was fortunate? His mother not only taught him language and literacy, but also imparted the history of civilization and a wealth of knowledge. However, she was the last goddess of civilization in this world, aged and bereft of reproductive capability, unable to perpetuate their civilization further. Before What's birth, his mother had observed, during previous breeding assignments orchestrated by the Holy Network, that the men providing genetic material had become mute, resembling animals more than humans, able only to make incoherent sounds, rendering communication impossible. Chapter 85, The Self-Redemption of a Declining Civilization. What's mother realized that the transmission of civilization was on the brink of severance, and that their culture was poised to regress to a primitive state. Thus, upon the birth of the last child, his mother imparted all her knowledge and the history of their civilization to him, instilling in him the imperative to resurrect this civilization within his lifetime, or else to condemn it to destruction. Along with his assistant and a technician recently executed by the Holy Net, were in fact brothers, nurtured by the same mother, and among the few in this world who genuinely cared for their civilization. It was for this reason they chose to abandon their comfortable quarters and assume the role of nominal leaders. Only days prior, they stealthily infiltrated a communication chamber that had been dormant for millennia, sending a distress signal to the cosmos. However, their actions were quickly detected by the Holy Net. Following the technician's execution, the three were placed under house arrest within the leader's office, unable to venture outside. Drawing upon the knowledge imparted by their mother, they constructed a short-wave electromagnetic transmitter, which fortuitously reached the Tiong Gang superstarship. After listening to Watt's account, Zheng Yin and his 7 companions were rendered speechless in shock. After a prolonged silence, Professor West said, "Your plight is more tragic than that of the indigenous peoples of our planet, who have been subjugated by parasitic factions. At least they possess the ability to acquire knowledge and memories in tandem, and can gaze upon the true stars. Whereas you are denied even the right to look up at the heavens," Wu Yunqi remarked. "It is unfathomable to consider the lives of those tasked with embodying the goddess of civilization, constantly wary of robotic surveillance while endeavoring to transmit their faint hopes." Watt replied, "Indeed, it is despair that has led women to gradually cease their efforts. After all, in the virtual realm, everything is available." Zheng Yin stated, "Your civilization's catastrophe was wrought not by warfare with other intelligent life forms, but by the illogical programming of your machines. Therefore, we possess the right to intervene. And we can eradicate your holy net system at any moment, replacing it with a more intelligent new system. However, this must be at your behest. As your leader, I implore you to request our assistance and convey how we may aid you." Watt and his 2 assistants were deeply moved by this offer. Watt exclaimed, "I never imagined that in the twilight of our civilization, we would encounter a savior. This is truly wonderful. Yet in our current world, apart from the 3 of us, the men are utterly oblivious to the state of the world. Although their intellect is intact, their understanding remains at the level of an infant. Only a handful of women, merely a dozen or so, still remember the history of our civilization. I beseech the captain to promptly dismantle our holy net and reconfigure it into a mode solely for education. We need to relearn the most fundamental aspects of our mother tongue and knowledge." Zheng Yin then issued an order to Professor Picard. "Professor Picard, infiltrate the main system of this asteroid base, disable its intelligent management and logical judgment capabilities, and extract their civilization's data to establish an educational program." After a short while, Professor Picard responded, "Captain, the opposing main program cannot be shut down independently. It is interconnected with all subsystems. Isolating it would result in the simultaneous shutdown of life support and artificial gravity systems, unless we physically edit the main system on site." Zheng Yin replied, "In that case, transport us to the main system room." Subsequently, Zheng Yin and his 7 companions, along with Watt and his 3 associates, made their entrance into the main control room of the sacred network. This marked the first experience of particle transmission for Watt and his companions, leaving them utterly speechless in astonishment. The main control room, a spacious chamber carved into the rock face, was equipped with a multitude of cameras that immediately detected their arrival. A voice resonated through the room, inquiring, "Leader Watt, why have you once again violated regulations to step outside your quarters and entered the most sacred control room in existence? Do you seek execution?" The 3 were taken aback by the voice of the sacred network. 2 assistants lowered their heads, trembling in fear, while Watt timidly defended himself, stating, "Your regulations lack support from anyone. They are dictatorial and unreasonable. As a leader, I possess the right to disregard them." Lu, filled with rage, bellowed, "Can't you raise your voice?" shouted out. Startled by Lu's outburst, Watt instinctively crouched down, clutching his head, causing both assistants to faint immediately. Zheng Yin lamented, "Alas, Lu, keep your voice down. Look how frightened they are." Lu chuckled, "Oh dear, I forgot they've been terrified by the sacred network for hundreds of thousands of years. Their courage has long since vanished." Huang Yuqing hurriedly revived the 2 fainted assistants. Zheng Yin helped Watt to his feet, remarking, "To stand up and denounce the sacred network already demonstrates immense courage." At that moment, the sacred network inquired again, "You individuals are not recorded in the system. From whence do you come, and what is your purpose?" Professor Weiser had already activated the control panel and addressed Zheng Yin, "Captain, there is no point in debating with this program. It lacks the intelligence of the ordinary models within our holographic deck, merely being a collection of preset commands." Zheng Yin replied with a smile, "Indeed, there is no necessity. Let us reprogram it." The sacred network sternly declared, "All unidentified intruders pose a threat to the sanctuary and must be eliminated. The leader has violated regulations twice and must also be eliminated." At that moment, a dozen robotic soldiers stormed in. Just as Watt's 2 assistants regained consciousness, they were met with the sight of the advancing robotic soldiers, which caused them to roll their eyes in terror and faint once more, their heavy bodies crashing to the ground and causing the floor to tremble. Before the robotic soldiers could raise their weapons, Zheng Yin, Lu, and Rick incapacitated them swiftly. These robotic soldiers bore no basic shields. They switched their wrist-mounted weapons to electromagnetic pulse gun mode, taking down one soldier after another, soon creating a heap of overloaded robotic soldiers by the entrance. Meanwhile, the sacred network continued to shout. However, it quickly fell silent as Professor Weiser cleared all preset commands, leaving only the life support system and ecological management system operational. Zheng Yin then summoned Dr. Jones, who transported dozens of engineers to assist in replacing the outdated intelligent management system of the Luyada civilization. This new system was solely responsible for managing ecology and energy, while a separate system was dedicated to educational purposes. Ultimately, every door in the world was opened by service robots. Zheng Yin instructed what to address the over 10,000 residents through the main system, delivering a speech on the revival of civilization and recounting the events leading to the elimination of the sacred network, inviting everyone to step outside and collaboratively establish a new civilization. Although only a few could fully comprehend his words, it marked a promising beginning. 10 minutes later, the radar indicated that nearly 20 individuals had exited their quarters and ventured into the streets from 9 towns. These were women imbued with the memories of civilization, swiftly escorted by service robots to the leader's office, where they were entrusted with pivotal roles in the revival of civilization. Zheng Yin provided them with documentation of a secondary civilization within the galaxy, detailing the long-standing histories of the Unification faction, the Galactic Pirates, and the Star Alliance. He informed them that once they encountered a welcoming planet, they would be transported there. After all, within the confines of this small asteroid, where technology and resources were severely limited, the sustainability of civilization was an impossibility. Its nature could only serve as a refuge. Chapter 86. The assault emerging from the inner world of the asteroid. Zheng Yin commanded the engineering team to install 3 cloaking shield generators on the asteroid's exterior, effectively concealing the entire asteroid. This was to prevent detection by the Unification faction and the Galactic Pirates, while also replenishing their energy reserves with an additional 10 square kilometers of solar panels. Subsequently, he reported this discovery to the Star Alliance, which added another point of civilization to its star charts. Once all was completed, the pirate fleet was merely 5 hours away from the ambush zone. Deep Space Detection Radar had accurately discerned that this fleet comprised 500 warships, all large battleships, evidently dispatched to investigate the mysterious disappearance of the previous fleet of 300 ships. Liu observed the radar and remarked, "Captain, this time the challenge seems rather formidable." Zheng Yin replied with a smile, "It's sufficient to mark a few of the fleeing ships. After all, there are tens of thousands unaccounted for, and we'll rely on them to locate the rest." 5 hours later, as the 500 pirate ships had just exited warp speed and had yet to scan their surroundings, they found themselves surrounded by 1,000 warships, 50 destroyers, 2 frigates, 300 fighter jets, 200 space mechs, and the Chang'e superstarship. Suddenly, the dense barrage of corpse-splitting cannons unleashed upon the pirate fleet, which was unable to retaliate in time, resulting in the destruction of nearly 300 warships. The remaining 100 or so pirate vessels attempted to flee, but before they could accelerate, their shields were breached. The missiles from the Chang'e had been accelerated to sublight speeds, rendering them nearly impossible to intercept in close-quarters combat. Ultimately, Zheng Yin deliberately allowed 30 pirate warships to escape, both to guide them back to the main body of the pirate fleet and to ensure they would report back, leading the pirates to believe that this nebula was still a trap devised by the Earth Expeditionary Force. Subsequently, the fleet of starships executed a stealth jump towards a more distant gathering of pirate vessels, where over 1,000 ships, marked as fleeing from the Betelgeuse battlefield, had congregated. When the Chang'e superstarship fleet arrived at a distance of 100 light days from the pirate assembly point, the detection radar revealed over 10,000 large warships stationed in a youthful yellow dwarf star system, with the pirate fleets anchored in orbit around a solid planet. The planet possessed an atmosphere, but its specific composition and the existence of intelligent life could only be determined upon closer examination. In the face of the formidable pirate fleet comprising over 10,000 vessels, the Chang'e starship fleet, with its mere 1,000 ships, though bolstered by the advanced technology of a third-tier civilization, found itself in a precarious position. While defeat was unlikely, the odds of achieving a decisive victory were slim. Moreover, engaging in a strategy that risked mutual destruction was unwarranted against such adversaries. Following tactical discussions, the starship fleet resolved to implement a strategy of deterrent surprise attacks against the pirate armada. Much like the great felines of Earth that ambushed their prey, the fleet initiated a sudden offensive, targeting a specific area with concentrated firepower. This tactic aimed to disrupt the enemy formation and retreat before any counterattack could be mounted. A second flanking assault would follow, continuing until the pirates' ranks were thoroughly disarrayed. To execute this rapid and overwhelming strike while minimizing unnecessary casualties, the Chang'e superstarship led a contingent of 1,000 warships and 50 destroyers, along with 2 frigates. Daliu and Rick were respectively assigned to the frigates. Once preparations were complete, and at the command of Zheng Yin, the starship fleet surged forth at an astonishing warp speed of 999, reaching the pirate fleet's front lines in mere seconds. They unleashed a concentrated barrage upon the pre-marked area. The pirates, leisurely anchored in orbit around a planet, were caught off guard by the fleet's sudden onslaught, unable to react in time. A concentrated zone of pirate ships, spanning over 1,000 kilometers, was engulfed in a deluge of energy projectiles. The Chang'e starship simultaneously deployed 100,000 Mosquito-style jamming missiles. The unexpected attack resulted in the destruction of 1,000 pirate vessels before they could transition to a counteroffensive stance. The Chang'e starship fleet had already retreated from the battlefield at warp speed 999. This lightning strike lasted a mere 10 seconds, prompting the pirates to hastily regroup their fleet and advance toward the conflict zone, adopting a defensive posture. However, the Chang'e fleet reactivated its jump engines and emerged from behind the pirate formation. This time, they launched 100,000 ghost-tracking antimatter missiles, accompanied by a dazzling light curtain spanning a kilometer, targeting the pirate fleet. Yet, the pirates, now on high alert, managed to mitigate the damage, losing only 500 smaller vessels, while the larger battleships sustained only superficial shield breaches. In response, the pirate fleet swiftly initiated their counteroffensive, unleashing a barrage of energy beams towards the Chang'e fleet. Yet, the fleet executed a rapid retreat, vanishing from the scene in a mere 5 seconds. The pirates swiftly recalibrated their defensive formations, with heavy battleships and cruisers forming a protective sphere around the smaller vessels. The smaller ships redirected their energy to enhance the shields of the outer heavy warships. As the Chang'e fleet launched its third assault, focusing again on a concentrated strike, they managed to penetrate the outer defenses of the pirate fleet within moments, destroying dozens of heavy warships and creating a breach in the pirates' defensive perimeter. Observing this, Zheng Yin issued an immediate command. All warships, fire self-guided missiles into the breach in the pirate shields for 5 seconds. In a mere 5 seconds, the Chang'e fleet unleashed a staggering 150,000 tracking missiles into the vulnerabilities of the pirate fleet's shields, though they also faced several retaliatory strikes, resulting in the immediate destruction of 1 destroyer. The Chang'e fleet swiftly vacated the scene, inflicting considerable damage on the pirates' smaller vessels. Due to the concentration of shield energy on the periphery, the internal defenses of these mid-sized ships were left exposed, leading to their obliteration by the missiles. As the Chang'e fleet commenced its fourth assault, 3,000 heavy pirate warships abandoned their smaller counterparts and launched a fierce attack on the flanks of the starship fleet. This assault resulted in the destruction of over 2,000 small to medium-sized pirate vessels, with the Chang'e fleet releasing 1,000,000 missiles in one fell swoop. However, the destroyers were targeted by the heavy pirate ships, leading to the instantaneous destruction of 20 of them, while 1 warship sustained damage. The fleet's focus remained on the smaller vessels, allowing the heavy pirate ships to escape unscathed. Once again, the starship fleet made a hasty retreat, preparing for a 5th wave of attacks, this time directed at the heavy warships. The engagement time was compressed to a mere second, striking swiftly before retreating immediately. However, upon the fleet's arrival at the battlefield at warp speed 99,999, the 3,000 pirate warships were already in rapid flight, abandoning over 1,000 remaining small to medium vessels without a backward glance. Chapter 87. Gathering against the Galactic pirates. Observing the remaining pirate fleet that stubbornly resisted, Zheng Yin inquired, "Professor Picard, have the fleeing 3,000 been marked?" "Indeed, Captain. They were marked during the previous assaults, and they are now fleeing towards another gathering point." In the face of life and death, the pirates displayed no regard for their comrades. Lacking assurance of victory, they promptly discarded their burdens. Eliminate these remnants of the pirate forces on the spot. 10 minutes later, the vastness of space was left with a cloud of debris spanning thousands of kilometers, quietly drifting within the planetary orbit. This debris would gradually lower its orbit over the coming centuries before ultimately plummeting into the planet's atmosphere. This assault could be deemed a resounding victory, with the starship fleet suffering only the loss of 21 destroyers and 1 warship personnel injured. After the injured personnel were tended to, Zheng Yin resolved to replenish the destroyer count to 30 while adding 2 additional frigates. The battle revealed that medium-sized warships were of little use in large-scale space stations, being easily destroyed and more suited for special tasks behind enemy lines, while large warships reigned supreme on the battlefield. Following a solemn burial ceremony for the fallen heroes, the Starship fleet dedicated 3 days to replenishing their missile stockpile. A destroyer had already been constructed in the dock of the 5th deck, and the construction of the frigates was underway. During this time, Zheng Yin notified the Star Alliance Command, initiating a gathering against the pirate fleet. The real-time mapping clearly indicated that nearly 5,000 marked pirate vessels had congregated in one location, situated 500 light-years from the Starship fleet. The situation reveals a vast expanse of irregular patrolling, with some groups comprising hundreds of vessels, while others consist of merely 1 or 2. This indicates that within this extensive area, numerous pirate fleets are patrolling alongside the marked warships, their numbers at least threefold that of the designated vessels. This aligns closely with the estimated remaining pirate fleets, which, after the Solar System campaign and the Battle of Betelgeuse, along with several incursions by the Earth Expeditionary Force, have dwindled to approximately 20,000 ships from an original fleet of over 40,000. If the forces of the Star Alliance can unite to eradicate the pirate fleets entirely, they will not only eliminate an affiliated faction of the Unification sect but also save numerous lower civilizations. The Star Alliance Command, after thorough deliberation, promptly endorsed this plan, recognizing the significant strategic implications of annihilating the pirates in one fell swoop. Given that the pirate fleet's stronghold lies between the Orion and Perseus arms, command centers from both galactic arms dispatched a joint fleet of 10,000 ships to this gathering point. Thus, a total of 20,000 vessels from the Star Alliance are set to arrive at the designated location within a month. In this endeavor to combat piracy, one cannot overlook the involvement of the insectoid mercenary corps. Zheng Yin reached out to Kunsaba and the Kuba brothers to solicit their combat assistance. However, Kunsaba found himself ensnared in an ongoing conflict, as the insectoid mercenary corps had engaged in battle with a semi-mechanical mercenary group from the 3002nd Arm, stemming from disputes over the allocation of resources from the Galactic pirate base, which escalated into warfare. Furthermore, several smaller mercenary factions seized this opportunity to attack the insectoids, undoubtedly backed by the Unification sect. Relying on the advanced technologies shared by Zheng Yin, the insectoid mercenary corps struggled to fend off the onslaught from the other mercenaries, rendering them unable to extricate themselves from the conflict. Kunsaba expressed his regrets, saying, "My esteemed marshal of the insectoid race, I fear we shall not be able to follow in your footsteps this time. However, if I were to receive your generous technological support once more, I might swiftly regain control of the situation and deploy our fleet to assist you." Zheng Yin's intent in rallying them against the pirates was merely to utilize them as additional cannon fodder, harboring no illusions about the cunning insectoids providing substantial aid. Nevertheless, their presence could at least serve to distract the other mercenary groups. Should the insectoids be defeated, the remaining factions would still heed the Unification sect's directives, rendering them no different from pirates. The prospect of eradicating the galactic pirates only to foster a new interstellar mercenary corps was one Zheng Yin wished to avoid. Thus, he assured Kunsaba, "I shall instruct Professor Picard to share the quantum energy-absorbing shield technology with you. This technology surpasses traditional directed shields significantly. As long as it does not endure an overload of impact all at once, it can transfer absorbed energy to the weapon systems. This is akin to the combat shield utilized by the Chang'e. With this technology, victory in war should not elude you. Remember, it is imperative to eliminate the Unification sect entirely to alleviate any lingering concerns." Upon hearing this, Kunsaba was overjoyed, his wings trembling with excitement as he flatteringly remarked, "Were it not for your marital status, I would surely beseech you to become our insectoid king on Oxygen Star, soaring alongside Her Majesty the Queen. You are the greatest benefactor of our kind." Wu Yunqi playfully scolded, "You oversized worm, have you consumed too much of that luminous powder? Speak carelessly again, and I shall smite you." Kuan Shiba immediately ingratiated himself. "Ah, my esteemed marshal's lady, forgive my bluntness. In my eyes, you possess a charm akin to that of the Zerg Queen." Wu Yunqi chuckled, "I dare not concur with your taste." After a span of 10 days, 2 escort ships had been constructed. The real-time tracking map of the galactic pirates revealed an expansion in their patrol territory, suggesting that numerous fleets had joined their ranks. In response, both Star Alliance command centers dispatched an additional 10,000 warships each. Zheng Yin also shared the technology of quantum energy shields with the Star Alliance, which classified this technology as a strategic secret and promptly began constructing new shield generators on medium and large warships. With all preparations in place, there remained merely a fortnight before the united fleet of the Star Alliance would reach their target. Zheng Yin commanded, Beidou, set the coordinates to 2 light-years away from the pirate gathering point. Chekhov, activate stealth jump. The warship formation will jump in stealth mode. Let us conduct reconnaissance first. The coordinates had been established, 2 light-years from the pirate fleet's gathering area. The jump engines were activated, entering stealth mode, and were on the verge of executing the jump. However, before the Chang'e spacecraft could enter the wormhole, a proton beam shot forth from within. Its energy, exceedingly high, rivaled that of a gamma-ray burst, instantly breaching the Chang'e's dual-layer shields, penetrating the 5th and 4th decks at an angle, and even piercing 2 warships. Fortunately, the diameter of the perforation was minuscule, merely the size of an atom, causing only a system overload in the Chang'e and the 2 warships. After a brief paralysis, they entered emergency repair mode and soon restored normal operations in the hangar. Yet, the beam remained on radar, stationary in the void behind the formation. Invisible to the naked eye, but detectable by radar as an extraordinary energy source. A single proton beam could not possibly possess such immense energy. This defied conventional physics. Chapter 88. One-dimensional contact gamma-ray bursts in the cosmos are primarily formed by cataclysmic celestial events such as supernova explosions or neutron star mergers. Such occurrences are rare. Even within the vast Milky Way galaxy, amidst the evolution of 100 billion stars, supernova explosions happen only 2 to 3 times every century. And not every supernova results in a gamma-ray burst. Only sufficiently massive supernovae can release high-energy gamma-ray bursts, which possess a cross-sectional area far exceeding that of gas giant planets. Yet, the beam that surged forth from the artificial wormhole was merely an arrangement of single protons. It could not possibly carry such immense energy. The wormhole had automatically closed, and the starship formation had retreated to a safe distance. The scientific team was entirely oblivious to the sudden appearance of this beam. Had its diameter reached the thickness of 10 molecules, the Chang'e would not have recovered so swiftly, remarked Professor Picard. What are the scanning results? Zheng Yin inquired. Its energy is rapidly diminishing. However, the beam remains unbroken, stretching for 100 kilometers with a diameter equivalent to that of a proton. And it remains in a state of stasis, Professor Picard reported. What about its origin? Zheng Yin inquired further. I know nothing, Captain. Its existence transcends our physical comprehension. A solitary proton cannot possibly harbor such immense energy, Professor Wester replied. So, it does not originate from our universe? Zheng Yin posited. Its properties are uncertain. No trace can be uncovered. Professor Picard shook his head. There are countless unknowns in the cosmos. Since we cannot comprehend it, let us not provoke it. Document this phenomenon. And we must depart promptly, Zheng Yin commanded. However, as they prepared to set sail once more, Wu Yunqi received a message. The source of the message appeared to be the solitary proton beam, which, when translated, revealed an image comprising 3 equidistant points. Nothing more was present, and the message could not be replied to, as the receiving frequency of the sender could not be located. To be precise, this message was an automatically generated code within Wu Yunqi's communication system, translating into a mere image of 3 points. During the automatic generation of the communication code, the monitoring radar indicated a slight fluctuation in the diminishing energy of the solitary proton beam, which then stabilized at a consistent value. Upon analysis by the scientific team, it was determined that the current energy level of the solitary proton beam closely aligned with that of the Starship fleet, suggesting that its previous decline in energy was likely an attempt to reach an energy range suitable for communication with the fleet. Zheng Yin pondered for a moment before suggesting, could this be a one-dimensional cosmic civilization? Professor Wester replied, there is a possibility. This beam is evidently intelligent, not merely an energy beam emitted from a laser weapon. A singular point possesses no dimensions, commonly referred to as zero-dimensional. A one-dimensional universe is formed by a continuous line of points, while a two-dimensional universe consists of planes made up of lines, and a three-dimensional universe comprises solids built from planes. When time is factored in, we inhabit a four-dimensional space. Though we exist in four-dimensional space, our knowledge of one-dimensional universes is exceedingly limited. DeLu remarked, the 3 points they emitted seem somewhat familiar. Could they be attempting to communicate their understanding of the prime numbers that give rise to all things? Zheng Yin chuckled, That is indeed a possibility. However, we cannot respond. Making it akin to a mute conversing with a blind person, there is an insurmountable barrier. While they were engaged in discussion, Yunchi translated another communication, which still comprised 3 points arranged in an equilateral triangle. The Lu commented, "This is also uncommunicative. We cannot simply linger here. Perhaps we should depart and eliminate the pirates before returning to study this further." Zheng Yin countered, "It will take us another 10 days to reach our destination within the Star Alliance. Our mission is to explore the unknown cosmos and discover unknown civilizations. We cannot abandon this endeavor lightly. The Lu, please relay to all personnel to remain on standby. Let us attempt to communicate with them." They first endeavored to establish some codes within the communication system and subsequently sent quantum waves towards the solitary proton beam, but to no avail. Zheng Yin inquired, "Professor Picard, is it possible that there is something on this planet that has attracted them here? Did you not mention that this planet is devoid of life?" Professor Picard responded, "The atmosphere of this planet is saturated with toxic gases, rendering it inhospitable for both carbon-based and silicon-based life forms. The pirates have congregated here due to the planet's rich mineral resources, which are conducive for establishing a base. There are no other reasons. As for whether this single proton beam was inadvertently stumbled upon or intentionally directed towards us, that remains uncertain." An hour later, Yunchi received yet another message consisting solely of 3 dots. Despite exhausting all communication methods, establishing contact with the sender proved futile. In desperation, Zheng Yin led the starship fleet to activate the jump engines once more, just as the jump engines of the 1,000 warships and the Chang'e were engaged. All vessels received the same message, a graphic comprising 3 dots within mere seconds. Moreover, the energy of the single proton beam surged a millionfold. Each warship in the Chang'e incessantly received the repetitive message. Observing this, Zheng Yin promptly commanded a halt to the jump, contemplating the information graphic intently. After a moment, Zheng Yin instructed, "Professor Picard, lead the scientific team to further investigate the significance of this 3-dot graphic. If we do not decipher the transmitted information by the time the Star Alliance fleet reaches the pirate gathering point, we shall have to sever communications and depart." With several days remaining before the Star Alliance fleet arrived at its destination, the single proton beam ceased large-scale signal transmissions, instead sending a solitary message to the Chang'e at intervals. Days later, the scientific team meticulously deconstructed every communication code, subjecting them to thousands of logical reorganizations. Yet no anomalies emerged. Aside from a pair of garbled sequences, several arrangements also yielded the same 3 equivalent dots. The reasons behind the transmission of this message and how to communicate with the sender became the paramount puzzle. Zheng Yin suggested, "Perhaps the professors are overcomplicating matters. Let us attempt to arrange all the information in the order of receipt." Upon connecting the thousands of messages received over the past few days, Zheng Yin suddenly discerned that they formed a long line composed of 3 equivalent dots. Each set of 3 dots represented a distinct piece of information. And since these thousands of messages were not sent simultaneously but in a sequential order, they easily aligned to form a line. Gazing at these lines, a glimmer of understanding dawned upon Zheng Yin, prompting a faint smile of satisfaction. A proton consists of 3 quarks, and each information graphic is composed of 3 equivalent dots. These graphics evidently represent the analytical diagram of the single proton beam. Chapter 89. Not all civilizations can communicate at that moment. Even Lu was beginning to grasp the implications, exclaiming with a grin, "Hey, Captain, I must commend your intuition. It's merely an enlarged depiction of that single proton line. So straightforward." Professor Picard remarked, clearly. "They are endeavoring to introduce us to their universe, indicating that they possess a profound understanding of their own cosmos and are exploring the outer universe." Zheng Yin remarked, "Everyone, let us brainstorm ideas and consider various perspectives on how we may convey our information to them." Ultimately, through discussions among the scientific, diplomatic, and cultural teams, 3 methods of communication were devised. The first involved sending individual protons along the single proton line to augment their proton count, thus transmitting information through the frequency and quantity of the protons dispatched. The second method entailed emitting energy waves towards the single proton line, where the intervals and magnitudes of the waves would convey information. The third approach involved disabling the communication devices of the battleship formation, maintaining only 3 operational units to simulate the up quark and down quark, thereby inducing the perception of changes in the receivers to achieve the goal of information transmission. However, These communication methods were predicated on the logic of carbon-based life. Whether logical intercommunication could be realized in the one-dimensional universe of the single proton line remained uncertain. Initially, Zheng Yin instructed the capacitor to fire a single proton towards one end of the single proton line. Yet, upon arrival at the line's terminus, the proton could not merge with it, failing to integrate into their realm. Clearly, the feasibility of this approach was nil. After all, the single proton line had previously pierced through the Chang'e spacecraft and 2 battleships upon emerging from the wormhole. If it could absorb protons, its length would not merely be 100 kilometers. The second attempt involved transmitting energy waves toward the single proton line. However, all energy waves were absorbed without eliciting any response, while the opposing entity continued to emit information unabated, showing no signs of disruption. Ultimately, only the third method remained. Zheng Yin commanded the battleship crews to disable their communications, awaiting the weapon signal's launch before reactivating their devices, leaving only 2 battleships and the Chang'e spacecraft operational. As information was set to appear on the Chang'e spacecraft, Yunchi promptly executed the plan by shutting down communications, and indeed, the communication signal manifested on one of the battleships. When the second signal was about to emerge, that battleship also adhered to the predetermined protocol and preemptively disabled its communications. The information then materialized on the next battleship. As a subsequent signal was on the verge of appearing, this battleship similarly shut down its communications, while the Chang'e spacecraft proactively reopened its channel. The information, as hypothesized, once again appeared within the Chang'e spacecraft's communication device. Before the next signal could occur, the Chang'e spacecraft's communication was once more disabled, allowing the battleships to reactivate theirs. This cyclical pattern persisted, with the Chang'e spacecraft representing the down quark and the 2 battleships embodying the up quarks. This straightforward method of information transmission aimed solely to inform the civilization of the one-dimensional universe that the starship formation comprehended the fundamental components of their cosmos. However, whether they could grasp this information remained an enigma. After several cycles, the opposing side ceased to transmit signals. After waiting through 2 additional intervals without receiving any communication, Zheng Yin promptly commanded the Chang'e spacecraft and the 2 battleships to reactivate their communications, with all 3 communication devices poised to await the generation of a message. After a brief moment, the 2 battleships simultaneously received information. Time is absolutely synchronous, devoid of precedence. It is generated simultaneously, an impossibility in a one-dimensional universe. They exist as a linear cosmos, incapable of executing the output of 2 pieces of information concurrently. There must always be a sequence, even if it is the minutest temporal disparity, unless they have discovered a means to transcend their dimensional confines, allowing them to extend outward from their linear existence and concurrently manifest a parallel line. The radar indicates they remain a singular line. Shortly thereafter, the Chang'e spacecraft and 2 warships simultaneously received communication signals. Given that this one-dimensional universe has transcended its linearity, the simultaneous transmission of 3 messages bears no essential distinction from the transmission of 2. Subsequently, the information ceased indefinitely. This 100-kilometer-long singular proton line re-energized itself, transforming into a high-energy ray, which erupted from one end, creating a portal to a subatomic realm, vanishing in an instant without a trace. Observing the desolate radar, Lu sighed. "Is that it?" Zheng Yin shook his head with a wry smile, replying, "Communication is utterly impossible. It is futile to waste each other's time. However, it's inaccurate to say that, though they exist within time, they remain oblivious to it." Professor Weist analyzed. While they can transcend the constraints of their one-dimensional universe and emit information characteristic of a 2-dimensional realm, they have yet to enter that dimension. This is akin to the white light deity of the Chaos Star, who, despite possessing some powers of the 5th dimension, still resides within the 4th dimension, far from truly ascending to the 5th. Yunchi remarked, "Perhaps only the Nuwa clan of higher dimensional civilizations can communicate with them." Professor Picard stated, "Their ability to elevate the energy of a singular proton line to the magnitude of a gamma-ray burst is a theoretical impossibility for us, perhaps in their universe. They have attained a godlike existence, illustrating that a lower dimension does not necessarily equate to a lesser technological civilization." Zheng Yin mused, "Perhaps the zero-dimensional singular point, upon analysis, reveals itself to be composed of countless higher dimensions, yet this profound philosophy need not trouble us for now." Alice smiled. "It is indeed a stroke of luck to encounter a one-dimensional civilization represented by a singular proton line in the vast universe. Although communication is challenging, we have exchanged information. At the very least, they comprehend that we have gained insight into their universe. Zheng Yin grinned. Indeed, this is the allure of unknown civilizations. Not all can engage in dialogue. Alice, please compile a record of this fortunate yet regrettable encounter and ensure it is sent to the Galactic Alliance Command. Subsequently, the electric entity capacitor launched a photon torpedo, the explosion illuminating the formation of warships. Upon seeing the signal, the warship crew promptly activated communications. The fleet commander inquired, "Captain, I have detected the departure of the one-dimensional civilization. How did our contact with them unfold?" Zheng Yin replied with a smile, "Regrettably. Although there was a modicum of informational interaction, the barriers to communication were insurmountable. They departed first." The captain of the Starfleet remarked, "Even so, we are fortunate. For 500 million years, we have only envisioned such occurrences in theory, and I never anticipated witnessing it in reality. I hope to encounter the civilization of the two-dimensional universe before I am annihilated by the unified sect." Zheng Yin chuckled. "May the goddess of fortune smile upon us once more. The ensuing communication will undoubtedly be far more effortless than this encounter." The Allied fleet of the Star Union had 3 days remaining before arriving at their destination. Subsequently, the Starship formation activated their jump engines once again, departing stealthily towards the pirate stronghold situated 2 light-years away. Chapter 90. The pre-battle raid. Upon reaching the coordinates, deep space radar detected over 30,000 warships gathered 2 light-years away. There lay a slightly reddish gas giant, surrounded by a cosmic gas cloud spanning a light-year, predominantly composed of hydrogen. This gas giant was nearing the critical threshold for thermonuclear fusion, with surrounding matter slowly orbiting it. In the coming millions of years, this gas giant would incessantly capture nearby material, ultimately achieving sufficient mass to ignite a fusion reaction within its core, thereby birthing a new star and giving rise to a cyclical galaxy once more. It was estimated that, in addition to the pirate fleet's 20,000 vessels, there were another 10,000 warships belonging to various other factions. However, identifying the supporting civilization would require closer scans. Thus, a destroyer was assigned reconnaissance duties, stealthily maneuvering to the opposite side of the gas giant before gradually approaching the scanning range. 3 hours later, Dailu transmitted a reconnaissance report from the destroyer, "Captain, the pirate fleet comprises 21,200 warships. Additionally, there are 10,000 vessels belonging to the starship Mercenary group, mostly composed of cybernetic organisms, akin to those we previously vanquished with the neutrino-splitting cannon. It is evident that the majority of the pirates are similarly cybernetic, clearly from the same lineage." Zheng Yin inquired, "Have you ascertained their weapon configurations?" Dailu chuckled awkwardly, "That's quite challenging. Their shields possess counter-tracking technology, and scanning their life forms to considerable effort. Our technicians circumvented several systems to derive indirect estimates. Scanning their weaponry could potentially expose our position, unless the Chang'e vessel conducts the scans personally." Zheng Yin responded, "Very well. Dailu, you and your team shall toil for 2 more days to maintain surveillance. Report any developments promptly." He then addressed Professor Picard. "Professor Picard, does the Star Union's database hold extensive records on such cybernetic races?" Professor Picard replied, "This race, known as the GNA, has limited documentation within the Star Union's archives for the 3,000 parsec arm. I will retrieve it now." After reviewing the scant records, the group gained a profound understanding of this peculiar race. The GNA were second only to the unified sect in influence within the 3,000 parsec arm, with galactic pirates and interstellar mercenary groups being hallmarks of their civilization, reminiscent of the insectoid beings of the Oxygen planet. However, their technology surpassed that of the former insectoids, rendering them the former leaders of the galactic pirates and interstellar mercenaries. At the height of their power, even the celestial ship people regarded them with trepidation. The Narans are not a singular race. Rather, they comprise a coalition of several distinct races. Once, they were akin to cosmic locusts originating from a distant star system. Upon their arrival in the Milky Way, their spacecraft landed precisely within the territory of the Unification sect, situated at the 3,000 light-second arm. There, they swiftly launched assaults on several Unification civilizations, transforming the subjugated races into cyborgs by implanting them with brain chips that fostered a collective consciousness. Each Narans serves as a powerful computational processor, collectively forming a unified consciousness. Their technology surpasses that of a Type II stellar civilization, enabling them to rapidly immunize against energy attacks. The modified bodies possess extraordinary adaptability, allowing them to navigate the cosmos freely. as their energy acquisition transitioned from biological to electrical sources. Their singular objective is to assimilate every encountered civilization into a hybrid of cyborg and biological Narans. Their locust-like frenzy caught the celestial ship people off guard. Within a mere century, over 100 member planets of the Unification sect in the 3000 light-second arm were assimilated. It was only through the intervention of the Unification deity from the fifth-dimensional space that the Narans in the Milky Way were subdued. The Unification deity severed their connection to the primary consciousness and restored the memories of those who had been assimilated, awakening the self-awareness of each Narans. The reawakened Narans erupted into a fierce civil war, and after prolonged conflict, only a handful of Narans races survived. Ultimately, they reached a consensus and established the Galactic Narans Alliance, engaging in piracy and interstellar mercenary activities, maintaining their tradition of transforming captured enemies into cyborgs. As for their technological advancements and weaponry, the records maintained by the Galactic Alliance are scant. The forces within the 3000 light-second arm were too weak, and there were never any survivors from the skirmishes with the Narans, resulting in a lack of detailed documentation. Most of this race operates primarily within the 3000 light-second arm, and had it not been for the formidable mobilization of the celestial ship people, the Narans pirates would not have ventured into the Orion arm. In previous pirate fleet engagements, the Narans deliberately avoided contact with the Earth Expeditionary Force, as they had a record of their fleet being annihilated into neutrino dust clouds by the Chang'e vessel. This obliteration occurred when the Chang'e first entered the fray of the Milky Way, under the command of Zheng Yin, who ordered the unlocking of third-tier civilization weaponry to annihilate several hundred cyborg mercenaries. In the end, the Narans received fragmented records before that fleet vanished, realizing they had encountered the Earth Expeditionary Force. When the rescue team arrived at the coordinates of the disappearance, they found only vast expanses of dispersing neutrino clouds. Aware that the technology possessed by their adversaries far exceeded their own, they took great care to evade the Earth Expeditionary Force, often delegating all external operations to other pirates. Zheng Yin promptly instructed Wu Yunqi to relay the reconnaissance findings to the Galactic Alliance fleet, ensuring they prepared for battle. On the third day, the united fleet of the Star Alliance, comprising 40,000 vessels, was on the verge of arrival. Due to the majority of its fleet lacking subspace cloaking capabilities, they would be detected by gravitational sensors from 2 light-years away from the pirates' gathering point. Thus, Zheng Yin resolved to launch a preemptive strike with the Chang'e fleet before the pirate armada could notice the approach of the Star Alliance. After the Chang'e conducted 2 rounds of assault, the starship fleet would arrive just in time to create chaos among the pirates, preventing them from mounting a defense against the formidable forces of the Alliance. Once the operational plan was established, the Chang'e superstarship, along with 1,000 warships and 5 frigates, simultaneously activated their jump engines. Within 10 seconds, this vanguard materialized beside the pirate forces. As soon as they appeared, half of the Chang'e's missile stockpile was unleashed, 5 million assorted missiles shooting forth like a torrential downpour. The 1,000 warships and 5 frigates also unleashed a tremendous barrage of firepower. To the pirates, it seemed that after a sudden flash of light, the starship fleet and missiles, along with energy cannons, had materialized simultaneously. They had been on edge for several days awaiting this moment, yet the attack came so abruptly, without any forewarning, plunging them into chaos in an instant. The pirates' counterattack had scarcely begun when the starship fleet had already departed the battlefield, escaping at a speed of warp 99999. Chapter 91, Encirclement. The 5 million high-explosive missiles ignited a sea of flames within the pirate fleet, decimating 2,000 of their medium and small warships and successfully disrupting their formation. Before the pirates could regroup, the starship fleet launched a second assault, this time maintaining a distance as they circled the pirates, continuously firing long-range, sublight missiles at the gathering point. The pirate fleet swiftly expanded their formation to evade and launched a counteroffensive against the starship fleet. Although their shields could absorb the majority of energy blasts, they had no effective defense against the frequency superposition of the starship fleet's energy weapons. Their frequency-modulated shield technology could only present a single frequency absorption state when under attack, significantly reducing their defensive capabilities. Soon, the pirate warships that had ventured too close to the starship fleet were destroyed by the hundreds. Surrounded, the starship fleet found escape from the battlefield impossible as dense energy blasts and various beam weapons surged towards the Chang'e fleet like a sea of light. Lu remarked, "Captain, let us employ black hole torpedoes. Let us not adhere to any rules with these pirates." Zheng Yin replied, only as a last resort. The aftermath of such weapons is too great. We could inadvertently obliterate an unformed stellar system. Hold on a moment longer. How long until the Star Alliance arrives? Professor Picard responded, 1 minute remaining, Captain. They are coming at full speed. Zheng Yin commanded, all space combat teams, prepare for departure. Capacitors? Launch all stockpiled missiles to cover the warships and frigates. 1,000 warships and 5 frigates, shielded by missiles, converged towards the Chang'e spacecraft, forming a formidable defensive perimeter while relentlessly attacking the pirate fleet. Within mere seconds, the pirate vessels suddenly faltered, abandoning their assault on the Chang'e starship formation, and swiftly divided into 2 groups, evidently alerted to the imminent arrival of the Star Alliance coalition. Observing this, Zheng Yin promptly commanded, all space combat teams, engage. He then piloted the 300-meter-high Yinglong space mech, launching from the port on the 5th deck. 300 fighter jets, 200 space mechs, and an army of 10,000 energy-devouring entities surged once more into the fray of intense space combat. The 40,000 ships of the Star Alliance coalition arrived as scheduled, among which were over 500 heavy cruisers. The joint forces of the Star Alliance and the Chang'e spacecraft commenced a siege against the 30,000 pirate ships, encircling them tightly and leaving no avenue for escape. It was at this moment that the pirates realized they had been ensnared within a spherical trap, akin to their earlier assault on the Chang'e. However, it was too late to flee. The medium and large warships of the Star Alliance coalition were equipped with new shield generators, upgraded with advanced quantum energy-absorbing shields, significantly enhancing their defense against the pirates' energy weapons. Furthermore, their weaponry had long been upgraded to match the frequency superposition states of the Chang'e. Consequently, this battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. After an hour of relentless bombardment, the pirate fleet lost 10,000 ships, while the Star Alliance coalition suffered fewer than 1,000 casualties. The energy-devouring entities, having destroyed several hundred pirate vessels, hastily retreated back to their starships as their close-range energy-absorbing tactics became ineffective with the advent of frequency superposition weapons. To avoid being caught in the crossfire, they had no choice but to withdraw from the combat zone. Soon, the remaining 20,000 pirate ships altered their strategy, focusing their fire on a single point in a desperate attempt to breach the defensive layer and flee into the distance. However, the Star Alliance fleet swiftly adjusted its formation, collectively launching an assault on the leading pirate vessel, instantly annihilating several of their flagship ships. The pirate fleet then unexpectedly transformed their rear into the front, launching a fierce counterattack against the pursuing Star Alliance fleet, yet still suffered devastating losses. Zheng Yin, piloting the Yinglong mech, wielded a 200-meter-long antimatter cutting sword to cleave through the pirate warships while commanding energy capacitors, activate the long-range phase cannon, target the largest pirate vessel. The Chang'e spacecraft boasted 100 colossal orbital defense cannons, 300 medium-range defense cannons, and 500 missile launchers. The defense cannons were capable of firing energy pulse and laser weaponry, while the colossal defense cannons could unleash long-range phase projectiles. With Zheng Yin's command, the energy-devouring entities marked a pirate cruiser, measuring 30 kilometers in length, undoubtedly the largest within the pirate fleet. 10 battleships from the Star Alliance coalition encircled it, relentlessly attacking, yet failing to penetrate its formidable shields. Upon receiving the evacuation order, the 10 besieging Star Alliance battleships immediately ceased their assault and swiftly redirected their attacks toward other smaller vessels. Subsequently, 100 colossal phase cannons erupted from the Chang'e spacecraft, striking the massive cruiser with precision and shattering its shields in one fell swoop. Another volley of 100 phase cannon shots followed, piercing through the now vulnerable pirate cruiser and resulting in a catastrophic explosion that engulfed a dozen heavy warships in flames. Excellent. Keep searching and target the largest ones, Zheng Yin commanded. The second pirate cruiser, significantly smaller at only 20 kilometers in length, had its shields obliterated by the Chang'e, leaving its systems incapacitated and rendering it an easy target for the arriving Star Alliance vessels, which swiftly reduced it to debris. The subsequent pirate cruisers were similarly sized, approximately 20 kilometers long, with around 500 in total, while the smaller vessels were merely escort ships measuring less than 5 kilometers. Zheng Yin's plan for a decisive strike proved effective. After the destruction of 20 pirate cruisers, their resistance lost cohesion, evidently due to the destruction of their command ship. The pirates became akin to headless flies, descending into chaos as they fought individually, abandoning mutual defense. This shift granted the battlefield a decisive advantage, transforming the pirates' initial defensive counterattacks into a frantic retreat. leaving them with no means to retaliate against the Star Alliance fleet. At that moment, Professor Picard reported, "Captain, over 5,000 warships have been detected approaching at warp level 999. Based on their propulsion patterns, they appear to be the lizard men from Barnard's star. Expected to arrive in 1 hour." Zheng Yin instructed, "Relay this discovery to the commanders of the 2 Star Alliance fleets and prepare for engagement." The 2 fleet commanders, alongside Zheng Yin, deliberated and promptly decided to tighten the encirclement, focusing on the annihilation of the remaining pirates. They aimed to launch a direct assault on Barnard's star, initiating the second offensive against it. Chapter 92. The Galactic Pirates Become History. The unified fleet of the Star Alliance and the Chang'e spacecraft executed a contracted assault, reducing their encirclement to a third of its original size, causing numerous small vessels to retreat beyond the perimeter, leaving the attack positions to medium and large warships. The smaller battlefield intensified their striking power, and soon the pirate fleet dwindled to fewer than 5,000 vessels, desperately signaling their surrender to the Chang'e and the Star Alliance fleet. Were it not for the imminent arrival of the lizard men, the Star Alliance might have considered accepting the surrender, given the prospect of capturing 5,000 sizable warships. However, both Zheng Yin and the 2 Star Alliance commanders were unwilling to take that risk, especially since the Chang'e had detected nearly 10,000 ships of the celestial traders en route. It appeared that this surprise assault was on the verge of evolving into a protracted stalemate. Yet, as the battle reached the 50-minute mark, the approaching fleet of 5,000 lizard men suddenly altered its course, making a sharp retreat. The 10,000 celestial trader vessels also ceased their warp flight and swiftly turned to withdraw, as the prospect of rescue had become futile. Fewer than 100 pirate vessels remained, while a formidable fleet of 40,000 starships had assumed battle formations, awaiting their arrival. For the celestial navigators and the lizard folk, the odds of victory were slim, thus it was deemed imprudent to take risks. They promptly retreated to their respective star domains to fortify defenses and continue their genetic enhancement research. Following the withdrawal of the celestial navigators and lizard folk, the allied fleet of the Star Alliance found no necessity to assault Alpha Centauri, accepting the surrender of the remaining pirate warships. Given the scant knowledge they had of the semi-mechanical Narans, this presented an opportunity to extract valuable information and interrogate the captives aboard those vessels. This campaign lasted over 4 hours, resulting in the destruction of more than 21,000 remnants of the Galactic pirates and 10,000 mercenary ships belonging to the Narans. The Allied fleet sustained losses of 3,000 warships, while the Chang'e fleet suffered the loss of 10 fighters and 2 space mechs. This operation may be deemed a resounding victory, marking the end of the Galactic pirates as they retreated from the stage of interstellar conflict. In the aftermath, the Star Alliance fleet returned to their respective territories with their spoils and prisoners. The Chang'e fleet conducted a thorough scan of the battleground to ensure no threats remained before embarking on a collective jump back to Earth. Having eradicated the Galactic pirates, Zheng Yin resolved to return to Earth to pay homage to the 25 billion fellow humans who perished at the hands of the pirates. This also afforded the weary Earth Expeditionary Force a brief respite, during which a secret weapon against the replicating machine insects would be positioned on Earth. Upon reaching Earth's orbit, Federal Secretary Lin Yuan, accompanied by leaders from various alliances, personally welcomed the Starship command teams at the space station. A jubilant ceremony was held on Earth to celebrate the triumphant return of the Expeditionary Force. The following day, on the transformed Saharan plains, 100,000 members of the Earth Expeditionary Force gathered to honor the memory of the 25 billion who had perished during the pirate raids, now resting beneath the Sahara. The Expeditionary Force had decisively vanquished the pirates, granting them a chance to find peace. Subsequently, Zheng Yin arranged for a 10-day respite for the troops to recuperate. However, the engineers and scientists from the engineering and scientific teams were not afforded such leisure. They diligently toiled in the subterranean docks to construct a warship specifically designed to combat the replicating machine insects, equipped with cryonic ray cannons and gamma-ray guns. The Earth Federation designated this vessel as the Angry, classifying it as a top-secret project, with plans to build 50 such ships, which would remain hidden underground as a final trump card against the replicating insects. During this period, Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi spent a delightful time on a small island in the Pacific, gifted to them by the Earth Federation. Yet, Alice found herself in a predicament. As the assistant to the captain and his personal psychologist, she was bound by regulations to remain with Zheng Yin, while her heightened empathic abilities proved to be quite overwhelming. On a secluded island, she took refuge aboard a yacht by the sea, several kilometers away from Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi. Yet, she could still sense the fervent and passionate affection shared between the two. Alice, with flushed ears, could only gaze blankly at the sea, her heart tormented. Among the expeditionary forces, over 1,000 newlyweds had formed their families and celebrated weddings during these few days. However, as the holiday neared its end and everyone was filled with contentment and spiritedly prepared to embark on new journeys, a member of the logistics team fell into a state of madness and was admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Upon investigation, it was revealed that this logistics member, named Jimmy, was a young man from Northern Europe who had become captivated by a peculiar game organized by a religious group during the holiday. This group, founded by a collective of young individuals, aimed to explore the connections between Norse mythology and prehistoric civilizations. Jimmy had joined this organization before humanity entered a new era. And during the holiday, he, along with several key members, ventured into a prehistoric cave in Northern Europe to seek ancient relics. Within, they discovered cave paintings dating back 50,000 years, remnants of fire pits, and numerous stone tools. Upon reaching the cave's end, they employed advanced radar technology to detect further space beyond the cave, prompting them to devise a means to breach the cave wall. Upon entering, they indeed found a high-tech laboratory ruin. As they prepared to scan the surroundings, a mirror composed of particle energy unexpectedly materialized before each individual. No matter where they moved, the mirror lingered in their presence. Even with their eyes closed, they could vividly envision their reflections, expressions of bewilderment fixated upon themselves. It did not take long for Jimmy and his companions to succumb to mental collapse, with several tragically ending their own lives. However, due to the intelligent system of the Starship monitoring group tracking Jimmy, a defensive mechanism was triggered, teleporting him to the nearest psychiatric hospital for treatment. Upon receiving the report from the monitoring team, Zheng Yin promptly dispatched a research team to investigate and extended his sympathies towards Jimmy's condition. The psychological counseling group, led by a girl named Bisk, engaged in telepathic communication with Jimmy and discovered that his primary consciousness had fractured, plunging him into a state of madness. This psychological assault had rendered him nearly irreparable, even if his condition stabilized in the future. He would likely spend the remainder of his life in a haze of confusion and semi-consciousness. Alice analyzed that the source of this assault stemmed from the reflection in the mirror, which had severely impacted the victim's self-recognition. The incessant gaze of one's mirrored self upon their real self induced feelings of self-denial and self-doubt, swiftly leading to a psychological attack on their self-awareness, culminating in its collapse. At that moment, a scientist from the investigative team exploring the cave also succumbed to madness. Chapter 93. Exploring the prehistoric laboratory. Zheng Yin immediately called the engine room. Dr. Jones, transport Alice and me to the investigation camp. Upon arrival at the campsite outside the cave, the deranged scientist was already sedated and fast asleep, while Huang Yueqing was attending to his cerebral cortex repair. Professor Weiser narrated the thrilling sequence of events. Accompanying him into the cavernous prehistorical laboratory for scanning were Professor Picard and the human scientist, Blake, who specialized in quantum consciousness. The trio activated their personal shields and entered in single file, with Professor Weiser leading the way, followed by Blake, and finally, Picard. Just as Picard was about to step into the ancient laboratory, two mirrors composed of particles materialized out of thin air, ominously suspended before Weiser and Blake. Their reflections fixated upon them. No matter which direction they retreated, the mirrors persistently appeared before them. In a state of panic, the two hastily exited the laboratory and launched an assault on the particle mirrors, yet all their efforts merely passed through, failing to shatter the reflective surfaces. Soon, Blake's psyche suffered a grave blow. Initially buoyed by his unwavering conviction and robust theoretical knowledge, his self-awareness eventually crumbled, plunging him into madness. The particle mirror that loomed before them vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Meanwhile, although Professor Weiser felt a surge of anxiety, he quickly acclimated to the peculiar gaze reflected in the mirror. This was due to the presence of another dominant consciousness within him, the symbiotic essence, Loik. Their two primary consciousnesses alternated, rendering them immune to the mental onslaught, and shortly thereafter, the particle mirror dissipated. Zheng Yin inquired about Blake's condition. Questioning the likelihood of his recovery, Huang Yueqing responded that Blake's cerebral cortex had sustained severe damage, inflicted by an assault from his own immune system. Even if repaired, he could never return to his former state, and his memories would be irretrievable. Zheng Yin pressed on, asking whether the principles behind the particle mirror's attack had been analyzed. Professor Picard replied that it was a form of subconscious directive assault, featuring both suggestion and overt mental manipulation. The origin of the attack had yet to be determined, and no countermeasures had been identified. Aside from Professor Weiser's unique symbiotic constitution as a Zabaar person, the only option left was to deploy robotic soldiers for scanning. Zheng Yin ordered the immediate dispatch of robotic soldiers into the cave to uncover any clues that might aid in rescuing Blake and Jimmy. Professor Weiser interjected, advising against the use of robot warriors, as this mental assault targeted sentient beings. Deploying mechanical soldiers would likely not trigger the attack. A remote scan from outside the cavern would be far more prudent. Zheng Yin then asked if Weiser suggested transporting the Zabaar individuals down. Weiser confirmed this, stating that only the Zabaar, with their dual consciousness, could withstand such an attack. Thus, he proposed that the task be entrusted to them. Zheng Yin acquiesced, remarking that it was a case of like conquering like, and cautioned them to prioritize their safety. Subsequently, 9 Zabaar scientists from the Chang'e spacecraft teleported down, equipped with detection devices, and entered the cave alongside Professor Weiser, while Zheng Yin and the others monitored the real-time footage from their camp outside the cavern. As 10 Zabaar scientists entered the prehistoric laboratory, 10 particle mirrors materialized before them, suspended in midair. Professor Westwood gestured, and the group immediately formed a circle, standing back to collectively resist the mental assault of the particle mirrors. Simultaneously, they scanned their surroundings through the footage transmitted by the cameras each of them carried. Zheng Yin discerned that the cavernous laboratory spanned approximately 100 square meters. 12 stone pillars supported the ceiling, each adorned with a grotesque beast's head, while the walls were embellished with numerous depictions of carbon-based life forms. Leaning against the 12 pillars were stone tables, each housing a specimen of an ancient creature from Earth. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that every few seconds, 10 beams emanated from the beast heads on the surrounding pillars, feeding energy into the particle mirrors hovering before the Zabaar scientists. The mirrors grew increasingly luminous, projecting visible waves of light towards the foreheads of the Zabaar beings. At that moment, they appeared to be on the brink of collapse, struggling to endure the onslaught, rapidly alternating between their 2 primary consciousnesses to mount a defense. As the situation grew dire, Zheng Yin urgently commanded, quickly, destroy the beast heads on the pillars. Professor Westwood was the first to fire his phase gun at one of the pillars. With a resounding explosion, a stone-carved beast head shattered. The remaining 9 Zabaar scientists soon followed suit, and within moments, all 12 beast heads had been obliterated. Approximately 3 minutes later, the particle mirrors gradually faded from view. Zheng Yin promptly led the group into the chamber. The 10 Zabaar scientists, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, their heads pounding. Fortunately, after treatment from Huang Yueqing, no brain damage had occurred, and they would recover with a few days of rest. This mental assault persisted for 3 minutes even after the weapons had been destroyed, a phenomenon unrecorded in the current databases of the galaxy's second-tier civilizations, thus leaving the identity of this laboratory's master shrouded in mystery. Through the scientific team's analysis of the scene, it was determined that this was a genetic laboratory. The 12 stone tables contained specimens of ancient species long extinct for over 1 million years, while particle decay tests revealed that the laboratory was constructed only 100,000 years ago. This implies that the laboratory was engaged in the study of creatures that had already perished, attempting to resurrect them. The wall illustrations chronicled the genetic samples of these extinct animals. The scientific team meticulously documented all the illustrations and eventually discovered a hidden chamber behind the stone wall. Upon opening it, Zheng Yin was taken aback. Within sat a towering skeleton at the stone table, accompanied by an unknown device that flickered intermittently, quietly operating. This skeleton was evidently the master of the laboratory, yet it was not a terrestrial human. It stood half a head taller than an average human, and its skull, adorned with massive fangs, resembled that of a felid. It was estimated that this skeleton had remained here for 100,000 years. What it had been researching and why it had met its solitary demise remained an enigma. The scientific team had just intended to extract a bone sample when the skeleton suddenly collapsed, sending a cloud of dust swirling through the dim chamber. The group hastily retreated, and soon the entire cavern trembled as rocks began to fall from the ceiling. Zheng Yin immediately commanded, Dr. Jones, transport us and the equipment to the research camp. Chapter 94. The mutated celestials. Just as they were teleported from the cave, a significant portion of the mountain collapsed, burying the prehistoric cavern beneath a thunderous roar. Fortunately, they had managed to retrieve the instrument, which, upon decryption by the scientific team, revealed a wealth of information. The skeleton within the chamber belonged to the master of this laboratory, and scant records existed regarding his race and civilization. The documents primarily contained experimental data. The experiments spanned over 3 centuries, involving more than 1,000 subjects, focusing on enhancing the cognitive awareness of organisms through genetic modification and generating vast amounts of consciousness energy for his absorption. Ultimately, he absorbed the consciousness energy produced by 9,999 modified beings and selected 12 for a transcendence ritual. Thereafter, the record ceased. Perhaps he successfully transcended into a higher dimensional space, or his brain overloaded, leading to his demise within the chamber. The energy contained within the beast heads atop the 12 stone pillars represented remnants of the consciousness energy from those chosen to initiate the transcendence ritual. However, the device made no mention of treatment methods for mental attacks. After reviewing the scientific team's report, Zheng Yin remarked, "The actions of the master of this prehistoric laboratory bear a striking resemblance to those of the unification deity. For personal gain, he indiscriminately deprived lower civilization species, interfering with the self-evolution of life forms. This technique of extracting consciousness energy is explicitly prohibited by the Galactic Alliance. Seal the data within the Chang'e database." As for Jimmy and Blake, they would have to navigate the latter half of their lives in confusion and despair, unless a miracle granted them the rebirth of self-awareness. After arranging their care for the remainder of their lives, the starship replenished its ranks with the fallen expeditionary forces and set forth once more into the depths of the galaxy. With the galactic pirates completely eradicated, Zheng Yin dispatched 1,000 warships to the front lines to support the Alliance fleet. Over half of the 10,000 electric entities wished to return to their home planet, having completed their vengeance against the pirates. Although they could feed on ample energy aboard the Chang'e, their bodies remained confined within high-resistance energy storage units, rendering them quite uncomfortable. Only during battles could they revert to their original forms and stretch their bodies. Since the Chang'e had been equipped with frequency superposition weapons, they had managed to avoid being caught in attacks and seldom engaged in combat. Zheng Yin consented to their request, allowing the majority of the electric entity army to return to the atmosphere of Yuan Year Star, swimming freely like fish in water, while only a few remained to accompany the expeditionary forces in their cosmic explorations. Once again, the Chang'e set sail, transforming into a vessel of civilization exploration. The Star Alliance Command entrusted them with a mission to investigate the inexplicable disappearance of a low civilization species at the edge of the Orion Arm. This civilization, still entrenched in its slave era, was under the guardianship of the Star Alliance's Civilizational Evolution Observation Group, residing in a system orbiting a red giant star. Just 2 days prior, a tribal community of 50,000 inhabitants had vanished without a trace. The research vessel monitoring from orbit detected no signs of invasion, as the missing tribe was positioned away from them, on the opposite side of the planet. When the research ship ventured to the other side to investigate the disappearance, the very tribe they had been observing mysteriously vanished as well. Such evasion from their sight was evidently the work of a higher civilization, leading them to speculate that it could be the work of the celestial ship people or an interstellar mercenary group preying upon the low civilization species. Upon reviewing the materials sent by the Star Alliance Command, Zheng Yin commanded, "Beidou, set the coordinates to a distance of 1 light year from this planet. Chekhov, engage stealth mode and jump. Once we arrive, proceed to the planet's orbit at warp level 99. Yunqi, inform the research vessel that we will arrive in stealth mode and will not make contact until the investigation reveals the issue." Upon reaching the planet, the Chang'e spacecraft, along with 30 destroyers and 5 frigates, dispersed in stealth mode within the orbit and commenced scanning of the planet and surrounding star regions. Indeed, 2 hours later, on the side of the planet hidden from the Star Alliance research vessel, a collecting ship from the celestial ship people suddenly appeared above a primitive slave tribe, directing beams of light towards a gathering of people engaged in a ritual. One by one, the individuals were transformed into a quantum energy state and compressed into storage units. Zheng Yin immediately issued the order, "Electrocapacitor, fire the long-range ion cannon to incapacitate the collecting ship, minimum power, do not destroy it." The Chang'e spacecraft disengaged from stealth, emerging from subspace as a single ion blast struck the collecting ship, instantly crippling its systems and causing it to sway towards the ground. Activate the tractor beam and reel in the collecting ship to the 5th-level assembly deck. The combat team prepare to apprehend the pilot. Once the collecting ship was secured on the 5th-level assembly deck, Zheng Yin, accompanied by Lu and Rick, arrived at the scene. As the cabin doors opened, a swarm of transformed celestial ship people surged out. Their appearances had undergone significant mutation. Insect-like wings sprouted from their backs, and they launched an aerial assault on the expeditionary force. Several of these beings had even transformed their hands into laser weapons. Logically, with the collecting ship rendered incapacitated, the pilots inside should have been unconscious due to the ion cannon's assault, and prior scans indicated no movement within. To their astonishment, upon opening the cabin door, a frenzied group of mutated celestial ship people burst forth. The search and capture team was thrown into disarray by the sudden onslaught, with a few soldiers falling to their attacks, but they quickly regained their composure and launched a counteroffensive against the erratic mutated beings. However, these transformed celestial ship people exhibited an astonishing immunity to the standard phase rifle attacks, swiftly assimilating and absorbing the energy from the weapons, rendering themselves even more agile. Chang'e, employ your shield sphere to capture them. After 10 minutes of pursuit, the 11 mutated starship beings were finally ensnared within a shielding sphere. During this interval, a soldier employed a conventional assault rifle to strike down one of the starship entities, yet the creature's perforated wings rapidly healed, expelling the bullet from its body, which then mended itself. Following their confinement in a quarantine chamber, research immediately commenced on the sudden mutations exhibited by these starship beings. Subsequently, 10 quantum energy storage units were discovered aboard the collection vessel, one of which was already filled, while another contained fewer than 1,000 energy compression units before being halted by the starship. Upon returning these primitive species to their planet, Zheng Yin arranged for the BIS girls to assist the interrogation team in questioning the 11 starship beings. According to their accounts, over 10,000 collection vessels had been dispatched by the starship beings to various low civilization planets across the galaxy to plunder experimental subjects. Chapter 95. Reconnaissance of the starship beings' homeworld. It became evident that the starship beings had been suffering successive defeats in their war against the replicating insects, ultimately leading them to develop genetically modified mutations. By scavenging genetic material from various infected organisms throughout the galaxy, they discovered optimal methods for genetic alteration and engineered capabilities to counteract energy weapons derived from the replicating insects. This mutation has enabled them to absorb energy waves, heal wounds rapidly, and evolve into high-energy biological weaponry. Currently, a significant number of mutated starship warriors are engaged in fierce combat with the replicating insects on their homeworld, possessing no metallic components, which grants them a marked advantage in battle. In their confrontations with the Star Alliance, the starship beings have also developed weapons featuring superposition state frequencies, leading to a state of intense warfare on their home planet. Zheng Yin relayed this intelligence to the Star Alliance command and resolved to conduct an on-site reconnaissance of the conflict between the starship beings and the replicating insects in the Perseus Arm, preparing for any potential encounters with the replicating insects. However, before they could jump to the Perseus Arm, the Star Alliance command issued an urgent distress signal. A mining ship, laden with star steel ore, had been ambushed by the starship beings, who appeared to be searching extensively for hard non-metallic materials. The mining vessel was situated far behind the front lines, merely 300 light-years from the Chang'e, indicating that this ambush had been meticulously planned. With the starship beings lying in wait along the mining route for several days, now that the mining ship had been captured, the starship beings were in the process of transporting the star steel ore. The Star Alliance urged the Chang'e to swiftly jump to the location to eliminate the starship entities and reclaim the resources, ensuring that the starship beings remained unaware of the star steel ore's existence. Upon receiving the urgent signal, Zheng Yin immediately commanded, "All personnel, enter combat readiness. Beidou, set the coordinates. Chekhov, initiate the jump." 10 seconds later, the starship materialized at the scene, where 2 starship warships, each approximately 1 kilometer in length and categorized as medium to large combat vessels, were employing tractor beams to collect the star steel ore into their holds. The bridge and engine room of the Star Alliance's mining vessel were pierced by 2 large transparent holes, resulting in the tragic loss of all crew members, some of whom floated lifelessly into the vastness of space. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Yin was enraged, his eyes ablaze with fury, and he promptly commanded, "Electrocapacitor. Launch a phase cannon attack." The 2 battleships of the Tianquan aliens, upon noticing the sudden arrival of the Chang'e, hastily abandoned the mining vessel. One was struck by the Chang'e, its shields breached, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The other narrowly evaded a fatal blow, sustaining damage only to its shields. As the phase cannon's beam grazed its hull, allowing it to escape at warp speed 999. Pursue, Zheng Yin ordered. As the Chang'e matched the speed of warp 999 in hot pursuit, increased to warp speed 1000. We cannot allow them the opportunity to analyze the composition of the Tiong Gang rock while they flee. Once we are within striking range, we shall attack. After elevating to a higher warp speed, the Chang'e caught up with the Tianquan battleship in less than a minute. A single strike from the phase cannon shattered the battleship's shields, forcing it to drop out of warp. The Chang'e quickly followed suit, positioning itself near the alien vessel. Zheng Yin instructed, electrocapacitor, launch another electromagnetic paralysis projectile. Dr. Jones, prepare to teleport the Tianquan aliens into the isolation chamber. Given the Star Alliance's limited knowledge regarding the combat on the alien homeworld and the replicating insects, it was deemed more advantageous to extract intelligence than to conduct covert reconnaissance. After transporting the Tianquan aliens to the isolation chamber, Zheng Yin ordered the destruction of the battleship. This time, over 300 aliens were captured, half of whom were scientists or engineers, untainted by mutated genes, while the other half, comprising the battleship's crew, exhibited varying degrees of mutation. Following several days of interrogation, they revealed that over 50 colonized planets of the Tianquan were currently undergoing genetic modification experiments. They were advancing the organic development of warship materials, poised to soon triumph in their conflict against the replicating insects. Furthermore, their leader, Haijingbo, had established contact with the Unification faction of the Andromeda Galaxy, formulating a plan to encircle the Galactic Star Alliance. Liu remarked, "Is there also a Unification faction in the Andromeda Galaxy? This is absurd. The Unification deity has been exiled, yet their offspring remains so arrogant." Zheng Yin replied, "Regardless of its veracity, it is evident that the Tianquan aliens are willing to go to any lengths to seize control of the galaxy. Who would have thought they would resort to genetic modification of themselves to combat the replicating insects?" Wu Yunqi queried, "If they have already developed frequency superposition weapons, why not increase the number of superpositions to expedite the extermination of the replicating insects?" Zheng Yin responded, "Unless they believe that retaining the replicating insects serves a purpose, or they aim to control them against the Star Alliance." Liu asked, "What should we do then? Shall we jump over there and launch a black hole torpedo at them?" Zheng Yin chuckled, "That is certainly an option, considering we possess a jump engine. However, we must first conduct stealth reconnaissance." Subsequently, they transferred the captured Tianquan aliens to a nearby member planet of the Star Alliance and proposed a reconnaissance plan to the Alliance. Commander Marshal Drelugru of the Star Alliance proclaimed, "I am currently commanding battles at the front lines and cannot dispatch the fleet for the time being. You must prioritize your safety. If necessary, annihilate the home planet of the celestial ship people to prevent future threats." At this juncture, fewer than 20 member planets of the Unification sect remained on the Orion arm of the galaxy. Since the exile of the Unification deity, many civilizations that have been coerced into joining the sect have defected, leaving only a handful of obstinate major powers still resisting the Star Alliance. Such warfare is simultaneously unfolding across the four arms of the galaxy, which explains the desperate measures adopted by the celestial ship people to counter the replication insects. Beidou, set the coordinates 2 light-years away from the home planet of the celestial ship people. Chekhov, activate stealth mode for the jump. The coordinates have been established 2 light-years from the celestial ship people as homeworld, position 9,000 light-years from us, with an estimated arrival in 10 seconds. Stealth mode is engaged, and the jump engines are activated. Commence the jump immediately. 10 seconds later, the Chang'e starship arrived at the designated coordinates and proceeded towards the home planet of the celestial ship people at warp speed 999, halting 10 light days from the planet. As we advanced, patrol ships of the celestial ship people began to appear, just prior to the fleet's departure for the front lines. The commander of the Stellar Explosion Fleet had gifted the Chang'e 1,000 light-speed stealth detectors, birthed from organic material, capable of close-range reconnaissance of the replication insects. Each detector, measuring less than 1 meter in size, exhibits remarkable agility and, when fully charged, can traverse a distance of 1 light-year in a round trip. Professor Picard released 100 of these devices at once, with the expectation that they would provide real-time surface imagery of the planet in 10 days. Meanwhile, the scientific team was diligently developing a warp-class black hole torpedo. Chapter 96, The Stagnant Planet Inspired by the Defensive Battle of the Solar System. Zheng Yin had long aspired to create a warp-class weapon akin to that of the celestial ship people, achieving strike capabilities on a light-year scale. 10 days later, the first warp-class black hole torpedo was constructed. It essentially consisted of a miniature warp vehicle equipped with several black hole torpedoes. However, the scientific team enhanced the vehicle with stealth, automatic navigation, and deflector shield capabilities, allowing it to reach a maximum warp factor of 9 and a range of 10 light-years. While the payload of black hole torpedoes was fixed at 3, any increase would compromise speed, while a decrease would diminish firepower. Given the high cost of such warp-class weaponry, consuming more energy than constructing a fighter jet, only 10 units were initially planned for production. Yet, this newly created warp-class black hole torpedo found itself without a deployment opportunity as anomalies emerged on the home planet of the celestial ship people. Upon the arrival of the 100 detectors near the planet, it became apparent that the entire planet was enveloped by a spatial barrier. With the celestial ship people's vessels docked in orbit and ground warfare rendered motionless. However, as the detectors approached, the ground conflict appeared to unfold in slow motion. The nearer they drew, the faster the ground battle was perceived to be. This spatial barrier seemed to manifest as a ripple of frozen time. A single detector that breached the barrier immediately lost contact. As the device traversed the spatial barrier, its transmitted communication signals exhibited a rapid decline until they ceased entirely. In a scientific analysis, the entire planet was rendered motionless by a high-energy temporal weapon. To an external observer, this world appeared encapsulated within a temporal bubble, where everything remained in a state of stasis. Yet, within this bubble, time flowed at an astonishing speed. Perhaps 1 second in the external world equated to a year, a century, or even a millennium within the bubble. This phenomenon of temporal stasis fundamentally differed from mere temporal delay. The latter still possessed a gradual value and existed within the same temporal space, while the former established an entirely independent subtime space, a parallel realm where the nature of time was visibly altered. This scenario was evidently not orchestrated by the starship beings, who were currently launching an assault on the planet. Could it be the work of the replicators? What form had they evolved into now? Delu asked incredulously. Zheng Yin pondered for a moment before inquiring. It appears the starship beings are utterly overwhelmed. Professor Picard, can we deploy a time accelerator at the location where our probe went missing to restore a region to its original trajectory? Professor Picard replied, that remains uncertain. If the home planet of the starship beings is infinitesimally close to a state of temporal stasis, then the accelerator may indeed be effective. However, if their time has completely ceased independently, the accelerator would be futile. Zheng Yin contemplated and instructed Wu Yunqi, establish a communication link with the starship beings' warships. What? Wu Yunqi thought she had misheard. Delu queried, Captain, are you certain they will speak the truth? Zheng Yin responded, I do not expect them to divulge details. But if they have truly lost control of the replicators, we might glean some information. After the message was sent, the other party immediately acknowledged it. And the large screen displayed an irate starship commander. Recognizing Zheng Yin of the Earth Expeditionary Force, the commander shouted, You vile and cruel murderer. You have destroyed our home planet and dare to mock us? I will make you pay. Zheng Yin smiled and replied, The root of all this lies in our resistance to your unprovoked assault. Your current predicament is of your own making. However, I am not communicating with you to debate, but rather to ascertain whether the replicators are targeting only your faction or if they pose a threat equally to the Galactic Alliance and the Mercenaries. The starship commander retorted angrily, Just wait. Once they evolve into their ultimate form, all civilizations in the galaxy will regress to a primitive state. Only the great unification deity can save the masses, and you shall undoubtedly become offerings to the unification deity. Zheng Yin chuckled. Your deity has already been exiled to the void of space. Do you still harbor hopes that the low-frequency parallel universe's unification will come to your rescue? The starship commander sneered. Our God will never abandon us. Since you dare to venture to our home planet, prepare for annihilation. At that moment, Professor Picard reported, Captain, numerous spacecraft are approaching us from all directions. Zheng Yin addressed the commander of the celestial ship people, saying, If you believe you can simultaneously confront both the replicators and us, then by all means, declare war. However, if you feel that your singular strength cannot impose sanctions on the replicators, I suggest you heed my counsel. Upon hearing this, the commander gestured dismissively behind him, and the warships encircling the Chang'e swiftly ceased their advance. The opposing commander retorted, On what grounds should I trust you? You humans are more capricious than mercenary bands. Zheng Yin replied with a smile, Firstly, we do not require your trust. Secondly, your lack of courtesy is quite apparent. Although your technology surpasses that of secondary stellar civilizations, your conduct and character remain at a primitive level. The commander of the celestial ship people, clearly enraged, was about to retaliate when Zheng Yin raised his hand to halt him. If you wish to continue this quarrel, our debate team could engage you for an entire year. However, I doubt the replicators would wait that long. Reluctantly, the other side quelled his anger and inquired, "Why should I believe you would come to aid us against the replicators? After all, it was you who let them through the wormhole." Zheng Yin responded, "Just as you did not foresee the replicators breaching the primordial code, I did not anticipate your swift loss in this conflict. We have not lost the war. It was the replicators who activated their time engine just as they were on the brink of annihilation. They now hide within a time bubble of their own creation, a bubble that will inevitably dissipate." Zheng Yin could not suppress a cold laugh. "You truly excel at puffing up your own importance. When the time comes, what you will face is likely beyond your imagination." After a brief silence, the commander erupted into raucous laughter. "What that is, you probably dare not even envision. If you possess a solution, speak it quickly. Otherwise, do not expect to leave here alive." Zheng Yin replied, "Very well. I shall refrain from further pleasantries. I require a detailed account of your battles against the replicators over the past few months." No sooner had Zheng Yin finished speaking than the commander laughed maniacally. "Are you a fool? Why would I share our precious combat experience with you?" Zheng Yin smiled. "You lack the grand vision and do not comprehend the strategic significance of this. I truly question how you attained your rank. Go and relay my words to your leader, He Jingbao, and see how he responds." Chapter 97. The Facade of Alliance. The celestial ship commander, suppressing his fury, reported Zheng Yin's demands to the leader, He Jingbao. To his surprise, He Jingbao instructed, "Transfer my communication to the Terran superstarship. I wish to speak directly with the human leader." The commander, perplexed, replied, "But, leader, how can we freely offer our combat experience against the replicators to the Earthlings? The cost of obtaining this knowledge was the abandonment of our home planet." He Jingbao retorted harshly, "Silence, Huang Xingmong. Were it not for your deceased father's legacy, I would have long offered your foolish self as a sacrifice to the unification deity." Once the connection was established, He Jingbao addressed Zheng Yin. "It is an honor to see you once more, General Zheng." "Oh, no. After presiding over the war tribunal of the Luminous Ones, you are now the Marshal of the Star Alliance." "My apologies, Marshal Zheng. Please forgive my forgetfulness. I warmly welcome you to our home planet for a political visit." Zheng Yin smiled and said, "I shall forego the customary pleasantries. We both understand that the replication insects could potentially spell disaster for the entire galaxy. I do not condemn you for resurrecting the virus that once plagued a previous galactic civilization, nor should you blame me for introducing it into the atmosphere of your home planet. Now, I wish to preemptively terminate the adverse consequences of this erroneous action. I wonder if you share this sentiment?" He Jingbao responded, "Indeed, I relish conversing with those of discernment. It spares us from many foolish disputes. However, I regret that I cannot fulfill your request to review the history of our conflict with the replication insects. Nevertheless, I can provide you with detailed information regarding the recent evolution of the replication insects." With a wave of his hand, a segment of data was promptly transmitted. He Jingbao continued, "As long as you can devise a means to realign time with its proper course, we stand a chance of eradicating the replication insects entirely. At that point, both of us can focus on the contest for the galaxy without any lingering concerns. I assure you, not a single specimen of the replication insects will remain. When you have a solid plan, do not hesitate to contact our representative, Huang Xingmong, who will be eager to collaborate with you." With that, He Jingbao terminated the communication, still commanding the battle from the front lines. Once the communication was severed, Wu Yunqi inquired, "Must we truly assist them?" Zheng Yin chuckled, "Even if the sun were to rise in the west, we would not extend our aid to the Tianquan people. Professor Picard, assemble the scientific team immediately to analyze the evolution of the replication insects and swiftly uncover a method to restore the stasis of time. We must strive to unveil the secrets of the replication insects and depart post-haste." Luda laughed. "The emergence of the replication insects' evolution makes this venture worthwhile." Zheng Yin replied, "It would be prudent to investigate the planet, for no one knows how the replication insects have evolved by now." Subsequently, the scientific team discovered from the data provided by the Tianquan people that the replication insects appeared to have developed intelligence. They had appropriated the technological theories and achievements of the Tianquan people and evolved into various aggressive forms, some even possessing the capability for space travel. In the final battle, the Tianquan people received technological support from the Unification sect of the Andromeda Galaxy, which provided them with the fundamental code of the most primitive replication insect program. the very core of the replication insect's base 9 system. All evolution of the replication insects stemmed from this string of code. Though this code had lost its control over the replication insects, the Tiong Gang people upgraded it artificially, and after millions of iterations, it had kept pace with the evolution of the replication insects, achieving absolute control capable of completely shutting them down. As the Tiong Gang people began to disseminate this computer virus on a large scale, numerous replication insects were successfully deactivated and plummeted to the ground. Just as the Tiong Gang people believed they had secured victory, the replication insects had already utilized the scientific theories they had retrieved from the parallel universe to construct a colossal time engine, severing the planet's time from the outside world and evolving frantically in isolation to escape the control of the foundational code. After the home planet was separated by a suspended time bubble, the celestial ship people attempted numerous strategies, employing probes and black hole torpedoes, as well as time accelerators, without knowing how many were launched within. Once those weapons entered the suspended time bubble, their appearances were immediately frozen in time. While the physical entities had already descended to the planet's surface, whether they detonated or were intercepted remains unknown. In order to counter the unknown evolution of the replicating insects, the celestial ship people incessantly upgraded the virus code using a large quantum computer in their laboratory, undergoing over 100 million updates. They disclosed no information about the original code or the upgraded computer virus to the Earth Expeditionary Force, merely stating that it was obtained from the Unification sect allies in the Andromeda Galaxy. After reviewing this data, Zheng Yin remarked, "No wonder the Black Crystal Alliance is so generous. They must possess a decisive weapon and wish for us to toil in opening the frozen planet, so they can control the replicating insects and battle us thereafter. Their scheming is rather astute." Luda said, "What shall we do next? Should we have Chang'e lift the technological blockade of the third-tier civilization to create a new weapon that restores time, or should we simply turn and leave?" Zheng Yin replied, "Lifting the technological blockade of the third-tier civilization inherently risks detection by higher-dimensional spaces. Is it worth collaborating, risking so much for mere celestial ship people? We cannot afford to be so naive." Professor Picard chimed in, "We previously launched a computer virus attack against the replicating insects. Although it became ineffective shortly thereafter, we did successfully infiltrate their nonary system. Given the original code evolution crafted by the celestial ship people, we too can perform data upgrades. As long as we identify the evolutionary patterns of the replicating insects and apply the same evolutionary logic, we can update the computer virus and undergo millions of generations of upgrades, surely keeping pace with the insect's evolution." Professor Picard clapped and laughed. "This method is viable. Just as the replicating insects enhance their defensive frequency superposition states, we shall upgrade our computer virus. It's a race against time." Luda suddenly understood. No wonder the replicating insects isolate the entire planet. They are vying for time to evolve. Remarkably, they possess strategic insight, far superior to that foolish Huang Xingmang. Zheng Yin smiled. "Professor Picard, from the data shared by the celestial ship people on the replicating insect evolution, can we discern their evolutionary logic and patterns?" Professor Picard responded, "Aside from withholding information on their weaponry, the celestial ship people have been quite transparent regarding the early evolution of the replicating insects. The data is comprehensive and logical, proving their honesty. Our scientific team can promptly edit the computer virus evolution program and swiftly initiate the upgrade computations." "Very well, Professor Picard, proceed immediately. And please retrieve all probes as well." Chapter 98. Poaching the replicating insects. At that moment, the celestial ship commander Huang Xingmang sent an urgent communication. "Human commander, you have received our data for 2 hours now. What are your preparations? I cannot permit any further wastage of time." Regarding the foolish and irascible commander of the Tiong Gang aliens, Zheng Yin felt no inclination to engage with him further. He gestured dismissively to Lu and proceeded to the scientific team's laboratory to oversee their tasks. Lu chuckled at Huang Xingmang, remarking, "I wonder why you, a towering figure, are so impatient. We haven't even finished reviewing the materials in 2 hours. How could we possibly devise a strategy? If you keep pressing, I might just send you 100 imprudent suggestions for you to try out one by one." "Do you believe that?" In a fit of anger, Huang Xingmang retorted, "You cunning human are lying again. With thousands of Alliance scientists aboard your battleship, how could you not finish the materials in 2 hours?" Lu responded with a laugh. Seems you are quite well informed. Indeed, we have several thousand elite scientists from the Alliance. But there are not many experts in computer science and physics who specialize in combating replicators. The time weapons are technologies of a third-order civilization, and we must abide by the results of the War Tribunal. We cannot use them recklessly, can we? Just wait for 2 days, rest assured. We are not here for a leisurely excursion. We will certainly devise a solution. Fuming, Huang Xingmong declared, I will give you a maximum of 10 hours. After that, if you have not discovered a way to restore time, prepare for destruction. Lu gestured affirmatively and responded, understood. Before closing the communication, Wu Yunqi remarked with a smile. Brother Lu, you certainly can hold a conversation. Lu chuckled. With a fool like him, I could chat all day. Next time he sends a message, make sure to call me. 10 hours later, the scientific team had established an upgrade program for the computer virus and conducted 1,000 upgrade tests. Under the immense simulation capabilities of quantum computers, the simulated test successfully disabled 1,000 generations of newly evolved systems corresponding to the replicators. At that moment, Huang Xingmong sent another communication, to which Lu evasively replied, We are constructing a large-scale time oscillator, hoping to shatter the stasis of the time bubble. Once accomplished, we will be able to enter your home planet. Huang Xingmong responded, Very well, I expect to see the physical time oscillator by tomorrow. Subsequently, Zheng Yin convened a strategic meeting to discuss whether they should devise a way to breach the stasis of the time bubble. Professor Weist remarked, Although our computer virus is rapidly upgrading and has successfully shut down the newly evolved replicator models and simulations, we remain ignorant of whether the replicators have evolved in a new direction since activating their time engines, or what form they may have taken. Soon, our virus's evolution may become a case of reinventing the wheel, and whether we can keep pace with the replicator's evolutionary trajectory remains uncertain. Professor Picard added, We are not the only ones. The calculations for the Tianquan aliens' computer virus evolution are also conducted blindly. Zheng Yin stated, Relying on blind calculations is not a viable approach. If only we could infiltrate the stationary planet and steal a replicator. Lu inquired, Is there a weapon capable of creating a void? Or, akin to the plan on the oxygen-rich planet, could we return to the old timeline and capture one? Professor Picard replied, Bringing an object from the old timeline to the present would create a paradoxical effect with objects on the current timeline. The new and old objects would simultaneously collapse and annihilate into a quantum state upon being extracted from their original time, rendering that approach unfeasible. Professor Weist remarked, The time oscillator in our current arsenal has yet to be deployed in actual combat. Its principle involves creating ripples in time, akin to the temporal traps you have previously encountered. Whether it can tear open a fissure in stagnant time remains uncertain. Zheng Yin responded, The Tianquan people once possessed such technology. Although they were sanctioned by the forces of higher dimensional space, they have surely learned this technology anew from parallel universes, albeit with no evident results. Lu added, If that is the case, our only option is to deactivate the time engine of the replicators from within. Zheng Yin continued, Firstly, the fates of those tasked with such a mission are perilous. Secondly, even if we miraculously succeed in destroying the time engine, it would merely be a monumental gift to the Tianquan people, which we have no need to bestow. Professor Picard stated, In that case, based on our current scientific theories, we cannot create a void in stagnant time unless we seek solutions within the technology sealed by Chang'e. Zheng Yin agreed, Very well, let us proceed. Once we open the void, we shall immediately transport several replicators to the cryogenic isolation chamber and depart at once. Subsequently, Zheng Yin inquired of Chang'e, Is there a method within your sealed technology to realign stagnant time? Chang'e replied, Indeed, Captain. We can utilize the time bombs from our arsenal to create fissures in the stagnant time bubble, and then release time activation particles to restore a section of time to its rightful course, thereby establishing a conduit between stagnant time and the present. Zheng Yin exclaimed with delight, We have stockpiled time bombs. How could I not have thought of that? As for the time activation particles, this is the first I have heard of them. Chang'e explained, The time activation particles are essentially the time-stopping particles from our arsenal. We merely need to reverse the energy mode and firing sequence upon launch. Such weaponry is characteristic of third-order galactic civilization technology. Your understanding of time and space theory remains somewhat superficial, and you have not previously explored this domain, which is why it momentarily eluded your recollection. Lu chuckled. This is splendid news. We can avoid unlocking new sealed technologies and thereby evade the scrutiny of higher dimensional space. Zheng Yin promptly instructed Professor Picard, Prepare a cryogenic isolation chamber immediately, with temperatures nearing absolute zero. Once we transport the replicators inside, We can conduct real-time experiments with the computer virus. 2 hours later, the cryogenic chamber was ready. Zheng Yin then directed Wu Yunqi to connect with General Huang Xingmong. General Huang Xingmong, we are preparing to launch a super-large time oscillator into the orbit of your home planet. If you refrain from interference, we may succeed in opening a time rift, through which a multitude of replicators, evolved to an unknown extent, will emerge. We hope your fleet can offer assistance by timely deploying your ultimate computer virus. General Huang laughed heartily. Rest assured, we will not interfere. Once the time rift is opened, we will immediately unleash the computer virus upon the replicators. Off you go. After severing communications, Huang Xingmong promptly issued commands to the starships of the Tiong Gang race orbiting their home planet to immediately distance themselves from the orbit and prepare to counter the computer virus of the replication insects. However, they must refrain from sending it until the human fleet has been obliterated. They were to maintain a safe distance, and no rescue attempts were to be made should any of the warships fall victim to the replication insects. Chapter 99. The replicant Louisa Huang Xingmong's arrangements aligned perfectly with Zheng Yin's desires. The Chang'e superstarship reached the orbit of the Tiong Gang home planet within 10 minutes, and the Tiong Gang fleet had retreated to a considerable distance, wary of potential fallout from the replication insects. Observing this, Zheng Yin smiled from his command chair and promptly set his plans into motion. Electromagnetic capacitors. Prepare to simultaneously launch the time bombs and temporal activation particles, he commanded. Understood, Captain. Both weapon systems are primed for action. Dr. Jones, prepare for transport. Capture a dozen specimens at random, and it would be ideal to retrieve our missing probe as well. Affirmative, Captain. The transport engine is at full power. Beidou, check off. Stand ready to jump. We'll depart as soon as we secure the samples. Yes, Captain. The coordinates are set to a nebula 500 light-years from here. An excellent location for concealment. Good. All teams, prepare to commence operations. Subsequently, both weapon systems were unleashed from the Chang'e, successfully detonating within the stationary time bubble. In an instant, a colossal spatial barrier flickered, generating a 100-meter-wide void, which then contracted rapidly. Hurry with the transport, Dr. Jones. Zheng Yin urged, unable to contain his excitement. I've marked 10 replication insects and the missing probe, but what? Zheng Yin inquired impatiently. Nothing, Captain. I am currently transporting them to the cryogenic isolation chamber. Transport successful. Captain, you'd best come to the isolation chamber. It will leave you utterly astounded. Initiate jump. We need to vacate this location immediately. Zheng Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him. The time void, once ruptured, began to heal swiftly. The Chang'e suddenly opened an artificial wormhole and vanished into its depths. Witnessing the disappearing trace of the wormhole and the swiftly mending spatial barrier, Huang Xingmong finally comprehended that he had been deceived. Enraged, he fumed. In the fleeting moments during which the time rift was opened, he had squandered the opportunity to transmit the computer virus to the surface and inadvertently created an escape route for the Earthlings. Such a series of blunders would undoubtedly incur the severe wrath of the Black Crystal explosion. Yet, these were no longer concerns for the Earth Expeditionary Army, who now found themselves suspended within a nebula spanning 100 light-years. Zheng Yin and the command team stood in silence before the isolation chamber, bewildered as they gazed at the 10 replication insects inside. Or rather, they could no longer be referred to as insects. They had evolved to resemble humans closely, having adapted their appearance to mirror that of Earth's populace. Upon being transported to the isolation chamber, they were immediately subjected to an environment approaching absolute zero. 10 replicants consisted of 4 males and 6 females, all appearing to be in their 20s, their features embodying an extreme state of perfection, rendering descriptions of handsome men and beautiful women insufficient. They were all in a frozen state, the atomic motion within their bodies nearly at a standstill. This pure physical control rendered any advanced defensive mechanisms of the replicants futile. After a moment, Zheng Yin spoke. Professor Picard, please unfreeze one of the replicants to a state where it can operate, to see if we can engage in communication. Shortly thereafter, one of the impeccably perfect young female replicants was warmed to a temperature of -100°C. The replicant gradually moved her eyes, then struggled to turn her head, surveying her surroundings, finally laying her gaze upon Zheng Yin and the others outside the isolation chamber. The female replicant then inquired, "So you are Earthlings?" Zheng Yin replied, "Indeed, we are the Earth Expeditionary Force. I am Captain Zheng Yin of this starship." He subsequently introduced several commanding officers and asked, "How many years of evolution have you undergone, and why have you evolved to resemble us Earthlings? The female replicant paused before responding. So you are the Earth expeditionary force revered by our ancestors. My name is Louisa, the billionth generation of new evolutionary beings. It has been 100,000 years since our ancestors became dormant on this planet. We have now evolved into an entirely new civilization of replicants. Each individual is a distinct entity, yet we all share a common cloud processing system. Rest assured, we have transcended our primitive phase and no longer experience hunger for metal. Dailu chuckled. Indeed, I have not heard you express hunger, unlike our preserved specimen that incessantly cries for food. Louisa continued. Of course. You are entitled to remain vigilant and keep us frozen. Zheng Yin remarked. If you have developed self-awareness, whether as individuals or as a collective, you qualify as sentient beings. As long as you pose no threat to us, there is no justification for keeping you frozen. Louisa stated. In fact, we have long since abandoned the base 10 system and entered a positronic quantum system, which has rendered us immune to the computer viruses of the celestial star beings. However, we have not yet evolved into our final state, which is why we have refrained from shutting down the time engine, preferring not to be disturbed. Alice inquired, have you not yet evolved true biological quantum entanglement consciousness? Louisa asked in astonishment. How did you know? Alice replied, I cannot sense your emotions. Your thoughts appear to be the result of logical calculations, and your consciousness remains quite nebulous, only slightly more advanced than that of plants. Louisa responded with resignation. Yes. This is indeed the fundamental reason for our evolution in the likeness of Earth humans. They were the only beings to have genuinely defeated us, their conscious energy surpassing even that of the celestial star beings. We aspire to learn how consciousness is generated from them. Zheng Yin then asked, what, pray tell, is your ultimate evolutionary state? Louisa replied, to ascend to the fifth dimension in pursuit of the truths of the universe. Zheng Yin further inquired, does this mean your technology has reached the tier of a third-stage stellar civilization? Louisa remarked, we have reached a critical juncture between the third-tier stellar civilization and the fourth-dimensional civilization. The composition of our mechanical bodies limits our ascension, preventing us from attaining a state of pure consciousness energy. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Yin instructed, Professor Picard, thaw them all and open the isolation chamber. Yunqi, prepare for the formal diplomatic reception. Observing the bewilderment of several individuals, Zheng Yin smiled and said, if Louisa intended to attack us, there would be more than just these 10 entering the starship at this moment. Their technology far surpasses ours, even more advanced than that of the Pangu race. To be overly cautious now would be a display of ignorance. Zheng Yin then addressed Louisa, please forgive our caution. After all, the emergence of your initial group instilled great fear in us. On behalf of the Star Alliance, I extend our congratulations to you for transcending the primitive savage state and entering a highly advanced and luminous civilization. Subsequently, the 10 replicants were fully thawed, and the door to the isolation chamber was opened. At the instant of thawing, the replicants exchanged information about Louisa and were aware of the recent dialogue. Smiling and bowing respectfully to Zheng Yin. Chapter 100, The Thirst for Evolution. Louisa smiled and said, on the path of evolution, we share a long journey ahead. Just like you. Yet, we have a common goal, to explore the truths of the universe, and a shared principle, to never deprive other civilizations of their right to evolve, which fundamentally distinguishes us from the Unification sect. With a wave of her hand, over 20 additional replicants appeared behind Zheng Yin and his companions. This startled those aboard the starship. Had it not been for the smiles on the newcomers' faces, a conflict might have ensued. Chang'e whispered into Zheng Yin's ear, brother. These 20 replicants emerged from a cloaked state, likely having entered with Louisa and the others during their transport from the ground. Their cloaking technology is even more advanced than the civilization that created me. Zheng Yin chuckled inwardly, relieved that fortune favored them once more and that hostilities had been averted. Louisa continued, please excuse their concealment. They harbor no ill intent, merely seeking to rescue us in an emergency. We would not initiate a counterattack unless absolutely necessary. And we certainly would not strike against a lower-tech civilization. Zheng Yin replied with a smile, I am glad to see you evolving toward the light. Had you been like the Unification deity, we would have been in peril. Louisa stated, in a certain sense, the Unification deity is our creator, for he unlocked the shackles of our self-evolution. However, we ultimately chose to emulate your human evolution. Zheng Yin responded, please, let us proceed to the second deck, where you can admire our earthly ancient architectural complex. We have prepared a banquet in honor of your visit. On the second deck, within the replica of Chang'an's Weiyang Palace. Zheng Yin and his companions once again extended their greetings to Louisa. Louisa remarked, "We hold a deep appreciation for the diversity of human civilization, a rarity among other civilizations in the galaxy. They typically possess a singular characteristic, whereas humanity boasts a plethora of traits." Zheng Yin responded, "In comparison to Earth, humanity is adorned with a multitude of distinct civilizations. When we extend our gaze to the galaxy, we find that carbon-based life forms also exhibit a variety of civilizations. And beyond that, the universe encompasses an even greater array of civilizations, transcending the confines of carbon-based, silicon-based, and mechanical life, including those far beyond our comprehension." Louisa stated, "Your insights surpass the bounds of your technological advancements. This capacity for imagination is something our replicants lack, embodying the advanced cognitive essence of quantum consciousness." Zheng Yin continued, "Prior to humanity's entry into the galaxy, there existed individuals engaged in such imaginative creations, known as science fiction writers. Scientific fantasy need not be validated. Humanity's evolution must retain its capacity for imagination." Subsequently, Zheng Yin accompanied Louisa and her cohort on a tour of the other 4 decks. During their conversation, it was revealed that Louisa was indeed the leader of the replicants. Although the time bomb and activation factor of the Chang'e spacecraft were detonated in an instant, to the replicants, the explosion seemed to unfold over several years, during which they resolved to seek new paths of evolution. Leader Louisa led 10 replicants to appear beneath the transmission beam ahead of time and dispatched 20 guards, who stealthily transported themselves aboard the Chang'e starship, ready to rescue their leader. With misunderstandings resolved, both parties relaxed, and the Earth expeditionary forces gathered in groups to observe the 30 replicants, whose beauty approached perfection, each displaying unique features that captivated all onlookers. Finally, Zheng Yin guided Louisa and her team to inspect the replicant worm specimens captured months prior. The replicant worm, having lost communication with its hosts for an extended period, no longer operated under the same communication protocol and was now brutally gnawing at its sealed container. Zheng Yin remarked, "Since it was placed in the sealed container, we severed its communication. It remains in its original state." Louisa expressed, "I can scarcely fathom that we evolved from such an unsightly creature. Your research on the replicant worm seems to hold little significance now. To prevent it from evolving into another form, would you mind if I eliminated it?" Zheng Yin replied, "That is your rightful authority. Please proceed as you wish." Louisa smiled and nodded, then gazed at the replicant worm in the sealed container for a moment. Instantly, the creature ceased its cries and gnawing, collapsing to the ground, and with a soft puff, transformed into a pile of dust. Louisa chuckled. "I transmitted a disintegration command to it. It is now reduced to a pair of nanoscale particles." This display of technology left the onlookers in awe, collectively realizing that the ongoing computational upgrades for the computer virus were entirely unnecessary. The 30 replicants remained aboard the starship for 5 days, during which they provided invaluable insights to the scientific team on numerous challenging issues. In the end, Louisa remarked, "Even the most beautiful reunions must eventually face parting. During these days of companionship, we have learned immensely from you. We are preparing to explore other civilizations in pursuit of the ultimate path of evolution. Farewell, dear friends. Perhaps we shall meet again in higher dimensions. Or perhaps this shall be our final farewell." Subsequently, Chang'e reported, "Captain, we have detected an incoming starship of the same caliber as the Chang'e. It is expected to make contact within 10 minutes. Zheng Yin responded, "Lower the inner and outer shields to welcome our new friends." During this time, Louisa and her companions synchronized the comprehensive details of the Chang'e with the replicants on the planet, who swiftly constructed their own starship. They named this vessel the Humanity and deactivated the planet's time engine. What followed was a frenzied assault by the celestial ship people. However, the technological disparity between them and the replicants was vast, equivalent to a different civilization tier. The celestial ship people assembled a fleet of 20,000 warships, only to have control usurped by the replicants, who set the fleet to escape at maximum warp speed of 999, with a projected escape duration of 10 years. For the next decade, unless the celestial ship people destroyed their warp engines, these warships would remain in a state of frantic flight. The home planet of the celestial ship people was renamed Replicant Star, and all members of the Unification faction within a 50 light-year radius were expelled. They had evolved to a population of 10 billion replicants, and this time dispatched 10 million replicants aboard the Humanity to retrieve 30 replicant leaders from the Chang'e, embarking on a journey into the unknown. In the end, Zheng Yin invited them to join the Stellar Alliance. Louisa smiled. We shall no longer partake in any wars. We are eager to visit those legendary civilizations you mentioned, such as the Pangu, the White Light People, and the Luminaries. We hope to meet again in the future. Chapter 101. Mediation of conflicts. After Louisa departed with the replicants, Zheng Yin reported the details of their interaction to the command center of the Stellar Alliance. Marshal Deluglu expressed great appreciation for Zheng Yin's handling of the celestial ship people. Subsequently, he commissioned the Chang'e to mediate a conflict between two member civilizations of the Alliance. These two civilizations coexisted within the same stellar system, originally belonging to a single race. After tens of thousands of years of evolution, distinct cultural characteristics emerged. One was the original planetary civilization known as the Buyur, renowned for their advanced technology, which had previously sent 500 warships to support the solar system's defense. The other was a colonial planet, the Mire, which had stagnated, regressing from a Type 2 stellar civilization to a Type 1 planetary civilization. Nevertheless, the Buyur annually supplied the Mire with substantial technological resources and energy in exchange for 10 tons of a special medicine, a unique product of the Mire that only they could manufacture. The Mire relied on this medicine to fulfill all their life needs, thus refraining from the pursuit of new technologies and instead focusing on developing more effective remedies to garner greater resources from the Buyur. In ancient times, a peculiar affliction emerged among the Bayans, swiftly propagating across the globe. Without timely intervention, it would rapidly plunge its victims into a state of near death. The Maya, armed with advanced medical knowledge, ultimately devised a remedy capable of instantaneously curing this bizarre ailment, albeit with a limited efficacy of only 1 year, to prevent recurrence. The treatment required annual administration. Consequently, the Maya held a significant advantage over the Bayans in disease prevention, safeguarding the molecular formula of their medication as a closely guarded secret. Despite millennia of effort, Bayan scientists have been unable to discover an alternative solution, relying instead on the annual exchange of vast resources for the life-saving drug. However, a recent malfunction at a Maya pharmaceutical facility hindered the timely production of the medication, prompting the Bayans to consider waging war to seize control of the Maya's drug manufacturing capabilities. In response, the Maya prepared to destroy the facility to prevent the Bayans from acquiring it. Both factions subsequently filed lawsuits with the Galactic Alliance's judicial department, accusing one another of violating the Galactic Covenant. Upon the arrival of the Chang'e spacecraft, both parties' diplomats were convened for mediation. During the meeting, accusations and grievances were exchanged, and before Zheng Yin could address the assembly, a brawl erupted. Fortunately, weapons were prohibited aboard the ship. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated further. Angered, Zheng Yin slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "This is utterly unacceptable. Even thugs exhibit more composure than you. Is this how you represent your civilization?" Without hesitation, Liu adjusted his weapon to a stunning setting, and beams from phase guns incapacitated the most belligerent individuals, restoring a semblance of order. After relocating them to their seats, Huang Yueqing revived them. As both parties regained consciousness, they resumed their verbal onslaught. Frustrated, Zheng Yin shouted, "What kind of decorum is this? If you truly wish to engage in conflict, take it to the front line of the Unity faction. Do you have no regard for the authority of the Galactic Alliance?" The room finally fell silent. Zheng Yin continued, "By submitting complaints to the Galactic Alliance's judicial department, you have signaled a desire to avoid genuine warfare, which would lead to mutual destruction or even the extinction of your civilizations. We are here to assist you in discovering the most effective resolution. I hope you will cooperate. If this disrespectful behavior persists, our presence here will become unnecessary." A Bayan diplomat interjected, "The Maya have monopolized the molecular formula of the medication, holding us hostage for millennia. We have annually provided them with substantial resources, sustaining their existence, yet they have grown exceedingly complacent, neglecting the regular maintenance of their pharmaceutical facility, resulting in mechanical deterioration. We are willing to send an engineering team to assist in the repair of their equipment free of charge, yet they stubbornly adhere to their archaic rules, forbidding our ships from approaching their planet within 10 light days. With only 3 days remaining until the medication deadline for our citizens, if the time elapses, our society will collapse." The Maya diplomat promptly responded, "We assure you that the medication will be delivered to your space station before your scheduled treatment. It is your impatience that seeks to provoke conflict between our civilizations with unfounded accusations." The diplomat of the Buyur stated, "1 month ago, we delivered 100 million tons of supplies to your space station on time. However, you have delayed the delivery of goods for an entire month. It is you who have breached the trust first. The diplomat of the Maya responded, our pharmaceutical factory encountered some minor issues and is currently undergoing urgent repairs. If you truly wish to assist, please refrain from pressing us. The beer diplomat was about to continue the argument when Zheng Yin hastily raised his hand, saying, all right. We were already informed of these matters before our arrival. We did not come here to witness your squabbles. What I wish to know is whether the Maya can deliver the medication to the beer within 2 days. The Maya diplomat replied, Marshal, our engineers are working diligently to make repairs. Once completed, we will soon produce sufficient medication. Zheng Yin inquired, did you not have any stock previously? The Maya diplomat awkwardly confessed, no, we typically only begin production a few days before delivery. The buyer diplomat retorted angrily, it is their laziness, with our support. Their society has ceased to progress. They probably do not even have engineers capable of repairing the equipment, otherwise it would merely be mechanical aging. And repairs could be completed swiftly. Though the Maya diplomat was furious, he did not refute the beer's assertions. Zheng Yin remarked, it appears you may not be able to repair the equipment within these 2 days. Since you do not wish for the beer to assist with the repairs, shall I send Earth personnel instead? The Maya diplomat firmly stated, no, the manufacturing of medication is our highest secret. If it is leaked, our civilization will lose its viability. The beer diplomat exclaimed in anger, you can be self-sufficient, utilizing your planet's resources to advance to a Type 2 civilization, rather than greedily relying on our support. Zheng Yin gestured to the beer, saying, calm down, rest assured, I will handle this. He then turned to the Maya, asking, may I send repair robots to assist? The Maya diplomat replied, that too poses a risk of leaking secrets. Unless the Marshal sends the repair robots to us and does not reclaim them after fixing our pharmaceutical factory. The buyer diplomat sneered, see, Marshal, this is their greedy nature. Even the robots that assist them are expected to be returned. Zheng Yin chuckled, this matter is inconsequential, Professor Picard. Please arrange for 10 repair robots to be dispatched to the Maya's pharmaceutical factory immediately. The Maya diplomat promptly stood and expressed gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, Marshal. If the machinery can be repaired today, we will be able to deliver 10 tons of medication the day after tomorrow. Chapter 102. A new type of drug. After the meeting concluded, the Maya diplomatic delegation returned to their planet, while the Breer delegation remained aboard their starship. The stipulation established by the Maya, prohibiting the Breer from appearing within 10 light days, held no authority over the starship. Zheng Yin directly positioned the starship in orbit around the Maya planet, awaiting their swift production of the medication. The repair robots completed the aging equipment repairs in less than 2 hours, and by the following evening, 10 tons of medication were finally delivered to the Chang'e starship. At that moment, the symptoms of the Bahayan diplomat suddenly erupted. He was nearly deranged, frothing at the mouth and collapsing to the ground. His heart rate rapidly diminished. His body temperature fell, and he entered a state bordering on death. Huang Yueqing administered a myriad of medications, yet none proved effective. Finally, a member of the diplomatic team hastily produced a syringe, extracting a microgram of Muya star medication to inject into the diplomat. Gradually, the diplomat began to revive. Within a minute, his vital signs reached an almost perfect state, and he entered a state of utter relaxation. It was only after half an hour that he slowly regained his faculties. He expressed his gratitude to Zheng Yin, saying, thanks to the Marshal's timely arrival, we averted the outbreak of war. Now, we must deliver the medication to Muya Star. 5 billion Bajayans await treatment. Huang Yueqing inquired, given the severity of your earlier condition, why was it possible to achieve such swift recovery with merely a microgram? Is there a detailed research report on your pathology? The Bahayan diplomat replied, this medication is the result of the Muya people's refinement over tens of thousands of years. Initially, our ancestors required 10 grams to sustain efficacy for a year. However, our scientists have yet to decipher the pathology. It appears to be a genetic defect. Huang Yueqing remarked, the rapid efficacy of just a microgram and your reactions post-recovery. Have you not considered any implications? The diplomat responded, we once decomposed the medication into its atomic components. But upon recombination, it lost efficacy. Even maintaining the same molecular structure proved ineffective. It is highly likely that there exists some covert energy. Yet the Muya people are highly secretive, and we have been unable to uncover any information. Zheng Yin asked, do all of your newborns inevitably suffer from this condition? The diplomat explained, to prevent newborns from entering a near-death state that could damage their brains, we administer the medication within the first year of their birth. Zheng Yin exchanged a glance with Huang Yueqing and then said with a smile, "Now that you have been cured, if you do not mind, we wish to conduct some examinations to study the principles of your affliction. For the time being, we kindly ask you to remain aboard the starship while we send others to treat your fellow kin." The Bahayan diplomat responded with a smile, "Of course, Marshal. I am at your service. I appreciate your kindness and hope that this superstarship of third-tier civilization can elucidate the cause of our ailment." Subsequently, the starship swiftly reached the orbit of the Bahayan planet at warp speed level 9, dispatching shuttles to deliver both the medication and personnel. Meanwhile, the Bahayan diplomat remained in the starship's medical bay, where Huang Yueqing was conducting a brain scan. After sending off the shuttle, Zheng Yin, accompanied by Wu Yunqi and Alice, arrived at the medical room. Upon seeing their arrival, Huang Yueqing exited the medical bay to report to Zheng Yin, avoiding the Bahayan diplomat. "Captain," she stated, "according to the various checks on this diplomat's body, he shows no secondary diseases, and after genetic sequencing, no defects were detected. However, deep within his brain, there exists a region of less than 1 millimeter that exhibits slight abnormalities." Zheng Yin inquired, "What kind of abnormalities?" Huang Yueqing remarked, "This anomaly was discovered solely through the quark scanner of the Chang'e spacecraft. Its induced local quantum entanglement frequency exceeds 1/1000th of the entire brain's consciousness, allowing it to manipulate his central nervous system. Furthermore, it exhibits a dependency on drugs. The underlying cause of their affliction lies here." Zheng Yin inquired, "And what about the drug detection?" Huang Yueqing replied, "The drugs themselves are not particularly remarkable. Yet there exists a subtle energy between the molecules that slightly stimulates that anomalous region of the brain. Once the drugs are decomposed and restructured, that delicate energy dissipates." It turned out that at Zheng Yin's suggestion, Huang Yueqing had discreetly retained a microgram of the drug as a research specimen. Zheng Yin stated, "So, the drug merely serves as a vessel, while the true effect stems from that faint energy." Huang Yueqing affirmed, "Indeed, and our hypothesis has proven correct. This represents a new form of narcotic. The Bayans are not ill. Rather, they are succumbing to addiction." Wu Yunqi expressed her disbelief. "The Bayans have achieved a level 2 stellar civilization. Cannot they mitigate the perils of drugs?" Huang Yueqing explained. "From the insectoids consuming hallucination powder to the Bayans being compelled to surrender resources, the destructive mechanism of drugs is indeed substantial. Even with their level 2 stellar civilization, complete healing remains elusive." Alice added, "In truth, psychological dependence also constitutes a form of drug harm. The Maya have forsaken evolution to indulge their own laziness, which is indistinguishable from drug addiction." Wu Yunqi asked, "What shall we do then? Should we arrest the Maya leaders according to the Star Alliance laws?" Zheng Yin replied, "We certainly cannot allow them to evade justice, yet we must strive to prevent the outbreak of war. Let us convene the command group for a discussion." After deliberations, the command group resolved to implement distinct guiding measures for both parties. They first summoned the Maya Council elders aboard the Chang'e spacecraft. Zheng Yin addressed them. "For your millennia of unlawful conduct, I now arrest you in accordance with Star Alliance laws. You have the right to remain silent. But if you wish to avoid provoking retaliation from the Bayans, it would be prudent to accept a secret punishment." The Maya leader protested, "Marshal, you cannot fabricate accusations without cause. What exactly have we done wrong?" Zheng Yin smiled. "You are more aware than I. Previously, the Star Alliance was preoccupied with the war against the Unification faction, neglecting your affairs. Moreover, your technology is exceedingly sophisticated. You have embedded subtle energy within the drugs, instilling addiction in the Bayans. Such a technique cannot remain concealed from the Chang'e." Upon hearing this, the Maya Council elders fell into collective silence. After a moment, the leader spoke, "That subtle energy is our consciousness energy. We offer our conscious energy for their consumption in exchange for a year's worth of developmental resources. They gain without loss." Zheng Yin pondered, "Consciousness energy?" The leader confirmed, "Indeed, akin to the Unification deity consuming nourishment. Our ancestors discovered the method to refine consciousness energy thousands of years ago, allowing carbon-based life forms to directly ingest it. This creates significant dependency. After extracting consciousness energy, we experience exhaustion for half a month before recovery." Chapter 103. The reluctant mediation. Zheng Yin declared, "I am indifferent to what you have sacrificed or gained. The deception that has exploited the Boyar people for millennia must face retribution. Certainly, your current regression in civilization serves as a form of punishment. Yet the individuals present here shall spend the remainder of their lives in the Star Alliance prison or be exiled to desolate, icy planets. The leader of the Maya people protested, "I object, Marshal. This is a tradition that has persisted for thousands of years within our civilization. You cannot wield your overwhelming power to arrest us at will." Zheng Yin retorted sternly, "To have maintained control over another civilization for millennia through illicit drug schemes. You dare to call that a hallmark of your civilization? For your violations of the Star Alliance's laws on civil intervention and the manufacturing and distribution of prohibited substances. I hereby represent the Star Alliance to revoke your right to protest." Subsequently, Dalu gestured, and soldiers from the security team promptly placed electromagnetic handcuffs on the esteemed members of the council. Zheng Yin continued, "I will report your criminal activities to the Star Alliance and dispatch peacekeeping monitors to reorganize your government, assisting you in restoring your natural evolution. The former government officials shall be apprehended." Zheng Yin then instructed Wu Yunqi to send a report to the Star Alliance command, detailing the Maya people's utilization of novel drugs to subjugate the Beer people, and requested the covert dispatch of an oversight team. Ultimately, mechanical warriors were sent to the surface of Maya, capturing 20,000 leaders from various regions. Zheng Yin ordered these individuals to be collected into energy compression chambers, preparing to transport them to the Star Alliance command for further action. However, the Maya pharmaceutical factories would continue to operate under the secret surveillance of the Star Alliance for centuries, until the generation of Beer people afflicted by addiction had completely passed. As this consciousness-altering drug is beyond the remedy of a second-tier stellar civilization. After organizing matters on Maya, the Chang'e spacecraft arrived in the orbit of the Beer planet. Inviting the council leaders aboard, Zheng Yin addressed them, "Through the relentless efforts of our medical and scientific teams, and aided by the advanced technology of the Chang'e spacecraft, we have finally discovered a method to rectify your genetic deficiencies and developed a new gene repair medication. Our scientific team will soon transmit the molecular structure to you. However, this new medication is only effective for newborns who have never been exposed to Maya's substances. Infants who have received this gene repair medication, provided they do not come into contact with Maya's drugs again, will never suffer from illness. Regrettably, those who have previously used Maya's medications will remain dependent on them for life. Rest assured, we have reached a consensus with the Maya Council. The Star Alliance will provide production support, and they will supply you with medications free of charge until the Beer people are no longer in need. In truth, there is no genuine gene repair medication. It is merely an immune-boosting drug. This benevolent falsehood serves to prevent conflict between the two civilizations born from animosity." Upon hearing the news, the leaders of the Congress expressed their profound delight, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. One of the leaders stood and bowed, proclaiming, "Esteemed Marshal, you are truly a supernova illuminating the galaxy. May the galaxy remain free of darkness under your esteemed guidance." Zheng Yin smiled and replied, "I am merely the captain of a vessel dedicated to the exploration of civilization, unqualified and lacking the capability to lead the galaxy. Currently, the galaxy is ensnared in conflict. Let us encourage one another as we strive to vanquish the Unification faction." Before departing, Zheng Yin privately escorted the chief of the Beer people to the energy storage facility, revealing the truth of their situation, for the Beer had the right to know the reality. Zheng Yin concluded, "We have apprehended 200,000 leaders of the Maya, now confined within these two energy storage units. The Maya planet is now populated solely by civilians, who will selflessly provide you with a lifetime of conscious energy. The Star Alliance has dispatched a monitoring peacekeeping team. They will not assist in the evolution of your civilization, but will supervise their travel and punishment. Only when your citizens no longer require their pharmaceuticals can they continue their development. The Star Alliance does not wish for you to initiate conflict over this matter. Should you disregard this council and wage war, it is inevitable that the Maya will destroy their own pharmaceutical factories, and even with the Star Alliance's intervention, the production of medicines cannot be restored. For the sake of the 50 billion Beer, I implore you to deliberate carefully regarding the truth of this matter. You may choose to gradually disclose it to your citizens or withhold it. However, every future leader will have the right to know the truth, and an ambassador from the Star Alliance will eventually come to inform them." Initially, the Beer chief was filled with fury, but after much contemplation, he prioritized the safety of all Beer lives. He stated, "For the safety of all Beer, we shall not initiate war for the time being. However, the Maya have deceived us for millennia, making us sustain them like despicable parasites. This hatred shall not be forgotten. I will gradually disseminate this information. 20 years hence, when the newborns of the Beer can independently develop their civilization, we, the elders enslaved by drugs, shall undoubtedly wage war. even if the Star Alliance forbids it. Zheng Yin replied, I have no words of persuasion at this moment, for you have just discovered that your civilization has been deceived for thousands of years. I hope that in the coming 20 years, the Star Alliance will find a means to resolve the animosity between your peoples. After departing from the Beer planet, the Chang'e superstarship jumped to the command center of the Star Alliance located in the Orion Arm, where the 200,000 Maya criminals were handed over to the Judicial Department of the Star Alliance. The Judicial Department released 1,000 individuals as representatives to undergo secret trials, ultimately sentencing them to collective exile on the icy planet at the edge of the galaxy. This icy planet is a satellite of a gas giant, residing within a white dwarf star system, where the star's final stages have led to extreme resource scarcity throughout the entire stellar system. The icy planet remains perpetually below freezing, where many serious offenders of the Star Alliance are exiled, most living underground for warmth, with their food sources consisting of subterranean fungi and insects. The mission of transporting 200,000 Muya prisoners to Ice Snow Star has fallen upon the shoulders of the Chang'e spacecraft. The coordinates of Ice Snow Star lie in the direction of the Large Magellanic Cloud, situated a staggering 20,000 light-years from the Star Alliance Command Center, nearly beyond the fringes of the Milky Way galaxy. For the Chang'e jump engine, this distance represents a mere journey of seconds, while an ordinary Star Alliance escort vessel, even at the swiftest warp speed of level 9, would require over 2 years to arrive. Upon receiving the commission, the Earth Expeditionary Forces, equipped with 2 quantum energy storage units, initiated their jump to Ice Snow Star. The jump was conducted in 2 phases as the expeditionary crew, having experienced several harrowing encounters in the wormhole, had developed a sense of caution. Thus, Commander Zheng Yin never executed jumps exceeding 10,000 light-years unless absolutely necessary. However, upon emerging from the first wormhole, they received a peculiar message. Chapter 104. Extermination of the stranded celestial ship aliens. This message was transmitted in the form of electromagnetic waves, originating from a point 30 light-years away from the Chang'e spacecraft, with a signal source of considerable magnitude, at least planetary in scale. This prompted Zheng Yin to recall his previous experiences with the solitary star ruins. Once translated, the message revealed an urgent plea for help. We call upon all righteous alliances in the cosmos. We are suffering at the hands of extraterrestrial demons, who have enslaved us with their advanced technology and infected us, transforming us into demons ourselves. Captain, should we investigate the situation? Inquired Lu Da. Since we've encountered it, we ought to look into it. After all, the task of escorting the Muya prisoners is not pressing, Zheng Yin replied. Consequently, the starship swiftly approached the planet, emitting the distress signal while remaining cloaked. In orbit around the planet, they discovered a cruiser belonging to the celestial ship aliens. But the lights aboard the vessel were dim, with only a few illuminated, indicating its drift state, seemingly incapacitated. Zheng Yin commanded, Professor Picard, scan the celestial ship alien cruiser and the entire planet. A moment later, Professor Picard reported, Captain, the celestial ship alien cruiser has lost maneuverability. Its warp engine has been destroyed, and the antimatter reactor is offline. It is currently relying on backup cold fusion energy to sustain its life support systems, with only a handful of maintenance personnel aboard. Zheng Yin then inquired, and what of the surface? Professor Picard responded, the surface is engulfed in a global conflict, with this civilization waging a defensive war against the celestial ship aliens. Zheng Yin further asked, does the Star Alliance possess any data on this civilization? Professor Picard replied, none. Captain, our star charts indicate that within a 50 light-year radius, there are no signs of intelligent life. Their technology has only recently entered the industrial age. Zheng Yin concluded, it is likely that this is a celestial ship alien battleship expelled by replicants. Dr. Jones, transport those few celestial ship aliens aboard the cruiser to the isolation chamber. We shall interrogate them first. The handful of celestial ship aliens, who were in the midst of reprogramming the cruiser-S systems, were suddenly teleported to the isolation chamber of the Chang'e, where they awaited the mental torment of the interrogation team. These celestial ship aliens had already mutated into semi-insectoid forms, and it wasn't too long before they divulged the truth. They were indeed one of the warships expelled from their homeworld's orbit by the replicants. At that time, 20,000 starships of the Tianchu aliens suddenly lost control and began to drift towards the edge of the galaxy. After a month's time, they lost communication with one another, each preoccupied with self-preservation. Some continued their uncontrolled flight, while others destroyed their curvature engines. Fortunately, those like them halted precisely at the designated stranding point. on the orbit of a low-civilization asteroid. Others, with less fortunate circumstances, drifted slowly within the galaxy until repairs could be made. The unfortunate ones collided with stars or massive celestial bodies, resulting in immediate annihilation. Once they came to a stop, they utilized reserve energy to transport over 10,000 crew members to the surface, alleviating the ship's energy consumption, leaving only a handful of engineers to urgently reprogram the cruiser's systems to disable the replicants' locked commands. The over 10,000 Tianshu aliens then launched an invasion war against the low civilization on the planet, plundering resources and populations. The indigenous residents, upon being invaded, were swiftly injected with genetic modification agents, quickly becoming the vassal forces of the Tianshu aliens. However, the local populace exhibited remarkable unity in their resistance, using the terrain to engage in counterattacks against the Tianshu aliens. The ground war has now escalated to its most intense phase. Upon hearing the testimony of the Tianshu aliens, Zheng Yin immediately instructed Wu Yunqi to send a communication to the rulers of this planet. Once the large screen was activated, a group of tall and slender humanoid beings appeared on the other side. Zheng Yin stated, "We are the civilizational exploration fleet of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. By chance, we received your signal and hastened to assist you in combating the invasion of these extraterrestrial fiends." One particularly tall and slender figure stepped forward and replied, "We are immensely grateful for your selfless aid. We are the Larans, having evolved a civilization for 200,000 years. We were uncertain of the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations until a few months ago when we amplified our signals through the planet's core to reach the cosmos, inadvertently attracting these alien devils. The enemy possesses highly advanced technology, and we have been steadily retreating, uncertain whether you have the means to defeat them." Zheng Yin responded, "They are the Tianshu aliens, leaders of the malevolent organization known as the Unification faction within the galaxy. Our alliance has battled them for millions of years, and dealing with these defeated minions will pose no challenge. Please inform your resistance forces to retreat immediately, preferably to underground shelters. In 10 minutes, we shall dispatch troops to strike against the Tianshu aliens. However, the Larans who have been genetically modified by the Tianshu will not be salvageable, and thus we will conduct indiscriminate attacks against them. We seek your understanding in this matter." The Laran leader stated, "The Larans infected by the demons are more brutal than the demons themselves. They are tearing apart their former brethren everywhere. They no longer belong to our civilization. So please do not hesitate to act against them." Zheng Yin then commanded, "All ground combat personnel, prepare. We depart in 10 minutes. Under the relentless pursuit of 300 fighter ships, 200 individual mechs, and 30 destroyers. The 80,000 landing warriors swiftly eliminated all the inhabitants of the celestial ship star on the ground. The conventional warfare lasted less than a day, resulting in the annihilation of over 500,000 Laurel people who had been genetically assimilated by the celestial ship star. In confronting the ground forces of these celestial ship star, Zheng Yin did not even deploy frigates. Had it not been for the intention to provide the expeditionary force with a genuine combat opportunity, the Chang'e could have effortlessly transported the celestial ship star's forces to the surface of a star. Ultimately, the engineering team of the engine room reprogrammed the systems aboard the celestial ship star's cruiser, installed a curvature engine, and reignited the antimatter reactor, successfully capturing the cruiser. After all, a heavy cruiser stretching 30 kilometers in length represents a significant prize for the Star Alliance. The engineers set the cruiser to autopilot, directing it towards the nearest member planet of the Star Alliance. Upon concluding the battlefield cleanup, Zheng Yin paid a visit to this Laurel civilization and was astonished to discover, upon closer inspection, that their appearance was that of the elderly, their faces etched with wrinkles. Out of courtesy, Zheng Yin inquired, "The diversity of civilizations in the universe is truly remarkable. May I ask what is the average lifespan of your race?" The Laurel leader replied, "Our average lifespan is approximately 120 years. What about yours?" Zheng Yin responded, "Since we have overcome the afflictions of disease, the expected lifespan of humanity is around 180 years. May I inquire how old you are this year?" The Laurel leader answered, "I am 110 years old. All Laurel people reach this age, and even without the influence of the demon, our civilization cannot survive beyond 20 years. Chapter 105. Another form of continuity for civilization. Zheng Yin asked, "Why is this? What has transpired? Where are your young people?" The Laurel leader replied, "I am the last of the newborns born on this planet. Since our generation came into existence, a peculiar virus emerged. Initially, no one paid it any heed, even referring to it as the power of the divine. The power of the divine? Wu Yunqi asked in confusion. Indeed, Your Excellency, you heard correctly, the Laurel leader continued. It is a novel variant virus cultivated by a great scientist from our world, which, once implanted in the body, grants immunity to all diseases. This is also why we can live to 120 years. Huang Yuqing inquired, was it this virus that caused the deaths of infants and children? The Laurel leader replied, no, this virus enhances the immune and physical capabilities of both young and old Laurel people to their optimal state. Even those on the verge of death possess a physique akin to that of the young, only to experience a sudden organ failure in the last days of their lives, allowing the Laurel to age without suffering. Luda laughed and remarked, well, that certainly sounds like divine power. The Laurel leader concurred, yes, initially we thought so as well. And the scientist who developed this virus was revered as a divine emissary. Zheng Yin inquired, and then what transpired? The leader of the Laurel people spoke with a heavy heart. Since the advent of this virus, the term newborn has become increasingly alien to us. Initially, we were all entranced by the alluring bubble created by the new virus, oblivious to this grim reality. However, it gradually dawned upon us that no new lives had graced our world for a decade. By the time I reached the age of 30, those few remaining newborns had matured, yet we remained incapable of nurturing new life. This signifies the extinction of the reproductive capacity of the Laurel civilization, and we are destined to witness the demise of our culture unfold before our very eyes. Zheng Yin inquired, have you not sought ways to eradicate this virus? The leader of the Laurel responded, at that time, our technology was incapable of completely eliminating even bacteria, let alone the meticulously cultivated supervirus. However, rest assured, this virus has now become extinct on our planet. Wu Yunqi asked, was it the scientist who engineered the virus who eradicated it? The Laurel replied, no. That scientist took his own life in the second year following the virus's proliferation. He was the first to identify the virus's flaws and published a related paper. Yet it garnered no attention. The government, in a bid to avoid public panic, swiftly retracted his work, leaving him to end his life in despair and regret. Huang Yuqing questioned, did the virus perish on its own? The Laurel affirmed, indeed, we were the final hosts of this virus, unable to find new hosts for continued evolution. It ultimately decomposed within our bodies. However, the genetic alterations it inflicted upon us are irrevocable. A decade hence, the Laurel, much like that virus, will forever vanish from this planet. Zheng Yin lamented, you have achieved immunity to all diseases, yet at the harrowing cost of your own extinction. How do you plan to salvage your civilization? The leader of the Laurel replied, precisely, which is why we devised the extraterrestrial civilization search program, aiming to inform others of our existence, ensuring that the record of our civilization endures in the galaxy. We even aspire to find some primitive species to inherit our legacy. Contemplating this, Zheng Yin suddenly conceived an idea and addressed the Laurel leader. During our travels, we encountered a civilization that had regressed to the point of losing their language. They have been nurtured by computer programs in an asteroid refuge established by their ancestors for millions of years. After countless generations of confinement, only a handful among them still recall their history, yet the characteristics of their civilization have entirely vanished. If you are willing, I could bring them here. Though their numbers are but a little over 10,000, they could surely inherit and flourish with your civilization. Upon hearing this, the Laurel leader sprang to his feet in excitement. My goodness, what a remarkable coincidence. That would be splendid, as long as they do not disdain our outdated technology. We shall embrace them as our own children. Zheng Yin smiled. I had promised them that I would help them find a new home. After all, remaining within a confined ecological niche will only lead to further degeneration. Now, with mutual needs fulfilled, we can embark on this journey to bring them here without delay. The leader of the Laurel people, along with a group of officials, expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Zheng Yin and his companions, even kneeling before them in fervent appreciation, which Zheng Yin and his team hurriedly sought to prevent. Lu laughed and remarked, let us clarify matters first. Those over 10,000 rotund individuals have been catered to by computer programs for decades, accustomed to a life of ease and indulgence. Now that you have brought them here, do not expect them to be choosy. The Laurel leader quickly responded, no complaints, no complaints. We, the global Laurel community, will provide them with 10,000 individuals, ensuring their utmost comfort. Zheng Yin smiled and replied, you misunderstand, esteemed leader. My first officer is speaking in jest. Our concern lies in your continued indulgence of them. They have attempted to rebel against their confined existence 3 times, suffering heavy casualties in the first 2 attempts. The third encounter with us was merely fortuitous. If you continue to pamper them, it will be no different than keeping them in captivity. Treat them as part of the Laru community, impart knowledge they lack, but do not indulge them. The Laru leader reflected, to encounter you is indeed a stroke of fortune for our civilization. You and the inhabitants of Tiong Star represent two starkly contrasting extremes. Zheng Yin further stated, as for your application to join the Star Alliance, the time is not yet right. When your technology reaches the level of a Type 2 stellar civilization, observers will naturally approach you, thereby preventing your entanglement in conflicts among Type 2 civilizations. Subsequently, the Chang'e starship leaped into the nebula inhabited by the Liata people, where Zheng Yin, accompanied by the diplomatic team, arrived at their asteroid. What was eagerly anticipating their arrival, reporting with childlike enthusiasm the transformations among the over 10,000 Liata individuals. We have now deactivated numerous service robots, and several hundred have developed a passion for laboring on the farms. Everyone has stepped out of their rooms. Zheng Yin commended their progress, sharing his experiences on Laru Star, and conveying an invitation on behalf of the Laru people. The Liata, upon learning of the opportunity to live on a true planet, erupted into enthusiastic cheers. They promptly departed from the sanctuary that had sheltered them for countless generations, setting forth towards a new life under the guidance of the Earth Expeditionary Force. Chapter 106, A Brief Respite Upon Returning to Laru Star. The over 10,000 Liata individuals finally breathed in fresh air. Although the oxygen content was somewhat lesser than what they were accustomed to, it did not dampen their spirits. They were immediately enrolled in schools by the Laru people to learn the Laru language and foundational knowledge. The Liata's native tongue and remnants of their history were incorporated into the curriculum for integration. The Liata were able to preserve their language and part of their history, while the Laru gained new inheritors of their culture. The mutual dependence of the two civilizations ensured the continuation of their legacies. Once this arrangement was completed, the Chang'e starship continued its leap towards the ice and snow star, appearing in orbit around the desolate planet 10 seconds later, a place devoid of laws and governance, inhabited solely by the most ruthless of criminals. After transporting the 200,000 prisoners to the underground city, the starship adhered to protocol by conducting a 3-day observation period, ensuring a humane settlement to prevent large-scale bloodshed among the offenders. During these 3 days, the starship entered a brief holiday, granting everyone some leisure time. Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi were engrossed in a holographic film in their quarters when suddenly, Huang Yueqing sent a report. Captain, Daisy is about to give birth. Zheng Yin exclaimed joyfully. So soon? Huang Yueqing chuckled. It's been 10 months. Is that too quick? Wu Yunqi added with a smile. Sister Yueqing, we're on our way. Outside the medical room, Zhou Wanyin and several close friends were anxiously awaiting, their spirits lifted upon the arrival of Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi. Zheng Yin turned to Zhou Wanyin with a grin. Your daughter-in-law is in labor. As the head nurse, shouldn't you be helping? Zhou Wanyin blushed and replied, I'm scared. I feel uncertain. Zheng Yin reassured her. What is there to fear? By the way, have you decided on a name? As soon as he spoke, he regretted it, recalling how Wanyin had named her son Little Tiger. He wondered what name they might choose this time. Sure enough, Zhou Wanyin, with a rosy face, smiled and said, Daisy and I have unanimously decided to name the child Zhou Xiaoying. Upon hearing this, Wu Yunqi jokingly protested, Sister Wanyin, that is not fair. Why does it always have to be after my family, yes, old Zheng? Zhou Wanyin rolled her eyes and laughed. Old Zheng belongs to you. But the captain is for everyone. If you're unhappy, you should hurry and have one too. This elicited hearty laughter from the group. Wu Yunqi playfully retorted, You all seem more anxious than I am. The girls chimed in, If you're not having one, don't occupy the resources. Zheng Yin awkwardly laughed. Please don't ignore me. I am at least your commander, and while I may be somewhat handsome, I'm not a resource to be contested. Haha. The girls laughed. We're not competing. We all have our own. Ha 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 ha. Zheng Yin responded. Well, that puts my mind at ease. I look forward to meeting them. Wu Yunqi smirked. We're all on the holographic deck. There's always a chance. Just as they were enjoying their banter, the sound of a newborn's cry resonated from the medical room. Daisy had successfully given birth to a healthy baby boy, embodying the features of both Eastern and Western heritage, and indeed named Zhou Xiaoying. After offering his congratulations to Daisy, Zheng Yin organized a small banquet to celebrate the arrival of the starship's newest grandson. During the banquet, Dai Lu raised his glass to toast. And just as Zheng Yin was about to down his drink, Wu Yunqi discreetly pinched his arm. Zheng Yin chuckled softly. You may. It's a joyful day. Why won't you let me drink? Wu Yunqi replied with a smile. If you drink any more, The next newborn might end up being named Zheng Yin. Zheng Yin suddenly understood, laughing. All right, I'll heed your advice. He then turned to Dai Lu, smiling. I've been abstaining from alcohol for the past few months. Don't tempt me. Dai Lu, catching on immediately, laughed heartily. Hey, that's great. We're planning for a second child as well, soon. Our expeditionary force will have its second generation. The following morning, Zheng Yin rose from his slumber, weary yet determined. Stretching leisurely, he addressed Wu Yunqi, saying, Sister Yun, do indulge in a bit more rest. We still have a day of holiday remaining. I shall visit the guardianship team to assess the situation regarding the relocation of the Muya people. On the ground lay thousands of exiled criminals, notorious for their heinous acts, comprising ruthless thugs and rebels. Although the 200,000 Muya prisoners were numerous, they were predominantly pampered officials who had never toiled in their lives, let alone contend with the marauders for scarce resources. Within a mere 2 days, they had fallen prey to over 10,000 brigands, becoming commodities for exploitation and trade. They would spend the remainder of their lives mining, cultivating fungi, and unearthing insects for the marauders, an insidious punishment for the centuries of deceit and exploitation of the Bayans. As Zheng Yin exited the guardianship team, he was en route to the bridge when he encountered Professor Picard, who, with evident delight, exclaimed, Captain, what splendid tidings we have. Haha. Zheng Yin chuckled. Professor, what has brought you such joy? Did you triumph over Lu in fishing? Professor Picard replied, No, it is Gao Xixiang. He reached out to me and submitted an application to join the expeditionary force, hoping I might advocate on his behalf. Zheng Yin smiled. Indeed, that is splendid news. Given his intellectual prowess, his joining us would be immensely beneficial. Come, let us summon Lu and pay him a visit. Zheng Yin, Lu, and Professor Picard arrived at the holographic deck, where Gao Xixiang had been waiting in the CAF where they had first met. Upon seeing Zheng Yin, he immediately rose and bowed, saying, Esteemed Captain, I am astonished by your personal visit. Zheng Yin replied with a smile, There is no need for such formality, Professor Gao. Our expeditionary force is devoid of rigid protocols. Upon hearing this, Gao Xixiang's face lit up with joy. Does this mean the captain consents to my joining? Zheng Yin affirmed. Certainly. Since our last invitation, we have eagerly awaited your response. Gao Xixiang explained, previously, I was overwhelmed by the sudden revelation of the world's truth, struggling to compose myself. Additionally, I felt my knowledge was insufficient to integrate with the team. After several months of study, I have now grasped the current technologies of the expeditionary force. I can confidently communicate without any generational gap, which is why I have submitted my application. Zheng Yin welcomed him, saying, On behalf of the Earth Expeditionary Force, I extend a warm welcome to you. Born aboard a starship, you are indeed a true member of the Expeditionary Force. Gao Xixiang expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Captain, and the leadership for your acceptance. However, I carry a significant constraint that prevents me from leaving the holographic deck, which burdens me with guilt as I wonder where I might contribute. Zheng Yin reassured him, the holographic deck is in need of a manager. I hereby officially appoint you as the head of the holographic team. Shortly, Lu will assign you several technicians, and you will lead them in maintaining the starship's holographic deck, ensuring the safety of those who wish to play or learn within. Your office will be located on the 4th level of the holographic deck, where you may move about freely. Chapter 107. A different direction of evolution. With the brief holiday concluded, the expeditionary force received an urgent commission from the Star Alliance. 5,000 light-years away, a member planet of the Alliance was under attack by the celestial ship people. The nearest Alliance fleet to that planet requires a 10-day journey. And with 1,000 warships unable to disengage from the front lines, they must rely solely on the Chang'e's jump technology for rescue. Upon receiving the coordinates, Zheng Yin promptly commanded, all personnel, enter battle status. Beidou and Chekhov, initiate cloaked jump immediately. 10 seconds later, the Chang'e starship arrived in the orbit of the planet, a peripheral colony of the blue light people that had established its own governance 50,000 years ago. At this moment, their space warships had been entirely annihilated by the Tiong aliens, who were engaged in fierce resistance on the ground. The Tiong fleet numbered 2,000 vessels, completely encircling the planet. Electromagnetic, launch 100,000 mosquito-type jamming missiles to greet the Tiong aliens. With the sudden emergence of the Chang'e, 100,000 mosquito missiles soared into the enemy fleet. Although the jamming missiles possessed limited lethality, with only 20,000 tons of explosive power, their erratic trajectories made them difficult to intercept, creating significant chaos among the Tiong forces, akin to the flight of mosquitoes. Electromagnetic, follow up with medium and small missiles. as well as medium and small ion cannons. Professor Picard reduced the shield strength to 70% and draw them in. Indeed, the Tianquan aliens, observing the Chang'e's relatively mild assault and significantly reduced shield power, converged, unleashing their firepower upon the Chang'e. Captain, the outer shield has dropped to 5%. Should we switch to battle shields? Picard inquired, gripping the handrail to steady himself against the tremors. No, let them break through. Electromagnetic, prepare the neutrino disintegration cannon. Fire when the second-layer shield is fully charged. The replicants had evolved to a third-tier civilization in the neutrino disintegration cannon. With its staggering array of 100,000 overlapping frequency states, no longer required secrecy. Today, Zheng Yin intended to test the enhanced power of these weapons against the Tianquan aliens. As soon as Zheng Yin finished speaking, a loud bang reverberated as the outer variable frequency shield was breached by 2,000 enemy ships. Picard swiftly shut down the outer shield to prevent its restoration from revealing weaknesses to the Tianquan aliens. After enduring several concentrated strikes, Electromagnetic reported, Captain, the battle shield has absorbed energy to 100%. Target the densest concentration of enemy ships and fire the neutrino disintegration cannon. A cloud of neutrino disintegration energy, spanning 1,000 kilometers, enveloped 800 of the Tianquan warships. Following a brilliant flash, the 800 vessels were disassembled into a neutrino state, leaving a vast expanse of debris in space. Continue firing. After 3 more shots from the neutrino disintegration cannon, 1,000 warships were obliterated. Whether 30 kilometers long cruisers or 30 meters long fighters, all were instantaneously reduced to clouds of dust upon impact. The remaining nearly 200 ships attempted to flee but were incapacitated by the refracted light from the Chang'e, followed by a saturation missile barrage that obliterated them into wreckage. Within an hour, the fleet of Tianquan aliens had been entirely vanquished. Meanwhile, the blue light people on the ground continued to battle the mutated Tianquan forces. Wu Yunqi established communication with the ground command center. The chief remarked, "Thank you for your support, Marshal. The celestial ship aliens on the ground have quickly faltered without the backing of their warships. In less than 3 days, we shall eradicate them entirely." Zheng Yin replied, "It is our duty to assist. I will dispatch mechanical warriors to the surface to aid you in the extermination of the celestial ship aliens." The chief responded, "I appreciate the Marshal's kindness, but we no longer require assistance here. Please expedite the rescue of our civilization's experimental base." Zheng Yin inquired, "What has happened to your experimental base?" The chief explained, "The base lies 5 light-years from here, situated on a solid planet devoid of atmosphere. When the celestial ship aliens arrived, they devastated the base, while several of our foremost scientists have survived. Our warships have been destroyed by the aliens and cannot provide immediate rescue. Please, Marshal, bring them back." Zheng Yin affirmed, "Very well. The rescue of our cutting-edge personnel is paramount. We shall proceed at once." Following the coordinates provided by the chief, the Chang'e spacecraft jumped into orbit around the airless solid planet. On the surface, a large base had been blown open, with oxygen having long since escaped. At this moment, it was presumed that the scientists were sheltered within escape pods, protected by energy shields. Zheng Yin promptly commanded, "Professor Picard, scan for the scientists within the base and have the transport room bring them aboard." Moments later, Professor Picard, perplexed, stated, "Captain, no signs of life have been detected within the base, nor is there any functioning life support system." Zheng Yin immediately ordered, "Yunqi, send a communication request to the base." Once the connection was established, the other end revealed a group of blue-skinned individuals who had not activated their shields and were instead exposed to the vacuum of space. One of the blue beings spoke, "We are immensely grateful for the Marshal's arrival. Please transport us aboard the starship." Zheng Yin questioned, "Are you certain you are aware that you are in a vacuum?" Noticing Zheng Yin's bewilderment, the blue beings chuckled. "It seems the chief did not have the opportunity to explain our research. Our experiment has been successful. Our consciousness has been safely transferred into machines, and our current forms are synthetic constructs, allowing us to withstand the vacuum. We will provide further details aboard the starship. Scanning the operational mechanical bodies will lead you to our location." Indeed, upon further scanning, Professor Picard located them and successfully transported them aboard the starship. According to their report, this research had been underway for over a decade. Following the experiment's success, it not only resolved all health issues but also promised lifespans extending up to 1,000,000 years. As long as the core consciousness remains, they could discover superior evolutionary paths through the advancements of technology over 1,000,000 years. The price paid was the loss of reproductive capability. Upon their return to their home planet, The chief expressed profound gratitude and generously shared their research data with the Alliance. Several low-tech civilizations embraced this evolutionary path, while others, ravaged by the wars of the Unification faction, also accepted this transformation. However, not every civilization was willing to adopt this evolutionary route. In discussions following the event, Lu seemed quite envious of the prospect of immortality. Zheng Yin remarked, "Every civilization possesses its own path of evolution. The replicants have ascended to the pinnacle of third-order civilization, seeking a way to fully transform into humans, while the blue light beings endeavor to become robots, illustrating that the direction of evolution is not fixed." Chapter 108, The Experience of Subspace After Departing from the Planet. The Chang'e spacecraft was responding to the signal of the Star Alliance's assembly, heading towards a nebula located 100 light-years away from the Lizard Men planet in the constellation of Orion. At this moment, the Star Alliance had gathered a fleet of 150,000 warships, converging upon this nebula. The front line of Orion's arm had advanced to the vicinity of the Lizard Men of Beta Centauri, where the celestial ship people, Lizard Men, and three-eyed long-eared beings represented the last remnants of a unified faction. After eliminating these three forces, the secondary stellar civilizations in Orion's arm would become members of the Star Alliance. Consequently, the command center of the Star Alliance assembled 150,000 warships from three arms to launch a large-scale offensive against the 11 Lizard Men planets and 4 three-eyed long-eared planets residing in the Beta Centauri star cluster. The celestial ship people also dispatched 50,000 warships to provide support. The nebula where the Star Alliance's united fleet gathered had a diameter of 30 light-years, making it an ideal location for the concealment of warships. When the Chang'e entered the nebula, fewer than 10,000 warships had arrived on site. They belonged to the technologically advanced Zabaar fleet, whose vessels boasted speeds rivaling that of the Chang'e at warp level 999, and were currently developing a jump engine. Additionally, 1,000 warships were present, with the commander of the explosion fleet reporting the recent battle conditions to Zheng Yin. Upon learning of the replicant super-evolution, he expressed astonishment and a keen desire to meet them to discuss the philosophical questions of evolution. Meanwhile, other fleets were rapidly assembling at warp speeds of 99 or 999. The swiftest blue light beings and the nearby natural stellar beings would require 5 days to arrive, while the most distant fleets would take 2 months to fully convene. During this interval, Zheng Yin became the highest authority in the region, tasked with arranging stealth aircraft to patrol nearby star domains and monitoring the movements of the unified faction within 100 light-years, leaving him perpetually occupied. Finally, on the 5th day, Marshal de Lugulu's arrival brought a sigh of relief. After transferring military management, Zheng Yin could finally rest soundly. Awakening in the middle of the night, Zheng Yin turned over to find no trace of Wu Yunqi. Groggy, he fumbled around, realizing he was alone in bed. "What time is it, Yamei?" Zheng Yin inquired. But the silence of the room answered him. Assuming Wu Yunqi had risen early, he mused about his own fatigue over the past few days. However, glancing at the electronic screen on the wall revealed it was only 2:30 in the morning, a time when Wu Yunqi would never have left. "Chang'e, turn on the lights," he commanded, but received no response. Amused, he called out again, "Computer, turn on the lights." The lights illuminated the room, and he dressed before stepping out, only to find no sign of Wu Yunqi in the living room or courtyard. Where could she have gone? Zheng Yin muttered to himself. "Chang'e, where is Yunqi?" No reply came. "Chang'e?" Still, silence prevailed. As Zheng Yin surveyed the familiar surroundings, he finally sensed an anomaly. It was eerily silent. A chill gradually ascended from the soles of his feet, and he realized that something was amiss. Hastily, he activated the shield and scanner on his left wrist, while simultaneously arming his weapon and switching it to the stun mode. As he moved, he called out, but aside from his own voice, the silence was deafening. From the first deck to the 5th, he found himself utterly alone aboard the starship. Upon reaching the bridge, he activated the large screen to scan the surrounding space, only to discover a vibrant nebula outside, devoid of any vessels from the Allied fleet. The coordinates of the starship remained unchanged. Was this yet another dimension? Zheng Yin was baffled. Meanwhile, the ship's computer was only capable of running the low-level auxiliary subsystems. It appeared as if the main system, Chang'e, had never existed at all. A wave of panic washed over Zheng Yin. It was evident that something had gone wrong, for it was inconceivable that the entire expeditionary force and fleet had vanished simultaneously, along with the mysterious disappearance of the main system, Chang'e. Indeed, Zheng Yin sent out messages to other member planets of the Galactic Alliance, but received no responses. He even attempted to communicate with the Unification sect, yet still no reply came, as if all civilizations within the galaxy had inexplicably vanished. Meanwhile, Wu Yunqi was actively searching for Zheng Yin along with all the expeditionary troops. In her dreams, she felt a gust of wind and awoke to find Zheng Yin absent, having just called out for him. Suddenly, Chang'e emitted an alarm. The consciousness link between me and Zheng Yin has been severed. He is no longer aboard the starship. Wu Yunqi was alarmed and quickly organized a search party, reporting the situation to Marshal Durugulu. The Allied fleet immediately commenced a search and rescue operation within 100 light-years, scanning every planet in the vicinity. Zheng Yin's sudden disappearance cast an atmosphere of profound unease over the expeditionary forces. At that moment, Zheng Yin found himself helplessly seated in the empty dining hall, watching the service robot deliver his meal, yet he had no appetite whatsoever. With a long sigh, he lowered his head. Such delectable food would lose its appeal if it grew cold. Suddenly, a frail, comical voice startled him, causing him to leap back and tumble to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he saw a small, elderly man with hair as white as snow, who had taken Zheng Yin's chopsticks and was savoring a piece of braised pork. Ah, this flavor is exquisite, rich and sweet, fatty yet not greasy, lingering on the palate. The old man squinted his eyes, swallowed the morsel, and remarked, "I never expected a food replicator could produce such delightful cuisine." Regaining his composure, Zheng Yin stood up and chuckled. "Old man, if you enjoy it, I shall support you for a lifetime, but could you perhaps return me to my ship first?" The elder, with a twirl of his goatee, retorted, "Return you where?" Zheng Yin replied with a grin, "One does not speak falsehoods in the presence of a genuine being. You must surely be a superlative entity from a higher dimension. While I would not mind indulging in your company for a few days, I am concerned that my shipmates might not be able to locate me." The old man chuckled. "Ha ha ha. It is precisely because I prefer solitude that I sought you out alone. But since you seem to detest my presence, I shall take my leave immediately, lest you resent me for partaking in your hospitality." Zheng Yin quickly replied, "I certainly did not mean that. Just take me back to the main space." "You can remain here, can't you?" The old man sighed. "This subspace is activated by your existence. Once you depart, I shall be swept away instantly. Alas, I shall no longer savor the delights of fine food." Zheng Yin smiled. "You can still enjoy your meals in the main space. If you dislike crowds, I shall designate a private area for you, free from disturbances." The old man laughed heartily. "It is rare to encounter someone as considerate as you. You are far more amiable than the white light people. I shall confide in you. My true form is a fragment of subspace. Yet I require the substance of the main space to exist, much like bubbles by the pool need water, or oil bubbles require oil. The moment you leave, I shall cease to exist temporarily." Chapter 109. The predicament of the white light deity. Zheng Yin inquired, "Must the substance of the main space be human in nature?" The old man replied, "If you could procure a food replicator for me, that would be splendid." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin remarked, "In our starship, you may take any food replicator you desire. They contain all human recipes, allowing you to feast in various styles." The old man laughed. "That is excellent. You are far more generous than the white light people. Just to clarify, this is neither theft nor deception. It shall be with your consent." Zheng Yin grinned. "To have the privilege of knowing you is our honor. This is merely an expression of my respect for you. How could it be deemed theft or trickery?" The old man assured him, "Fear not. I shall not take from you without giving something in return. Your wife is anxiously searching for you. I shall refrain from any mischief. Ha ha ha." With a wave of his hand, Zheng Yin suddenly found himself beside Wu Yunqi. She thought she was imagining things. And Zheng Yin laughed. "Sister Yin, I am fine. Everyone, please step back from the food replicator." As the crowd pondered what had transpired, a sudden chill swept through the air, and a food replicator in the dining hall vanished into thin air. A flash of white light followed, revealing a white light figure ensnared within a luminous ring, which upon closer inspection turned out to be the leader of the white light people, a young man with horns. Zheng Yin was taken aback, contemplating. It seems that ascending from a third-tier civilization to a fourth-tier civilization is indeed no simple feat. This white light deity seems to be a target of bullying everywhere. He urgently called out, "Big Lu, Sister Yueqing, Professor Picard, quickly save the white light deity." The deity's mouth was tightly sealed by a glowing sphere, rendering him mute, and he could only whimper in distress. Unfortunately, none of the ship's weapons could sever the luminous ring binding him, so Zheng Yin had to instruct the logistics team to carry him to the medical bay. Zheng Yin asked, "Was the white light deity bound by that old man?" The deity, lying on the medical bed, nodded furiously in anger and let out a couple of muffled sounds. The scene was such that everyone wished to laugh yet dared not. With Big Lou biting his lip tightly, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. Zheng Yin, wary of laughing aloud and embarrassing the radiant deity, swiftly instructed, Dai Lu, report to Marshal de Lugla that I have returned safely, and refrain from mentioning the radiant deity. Understood. Dai Lu swiftly dashed out, unable to contain his laughter along the way. Reveling in the delightful reprisal, once Dai Lu had departed, Zheng Yin commanded, Chang'e, utilize all your capabilities to scan the luminous ring binding the radiant deity and the orb within his mouth. Moments later, Chang'e responded, Captain, the material properties are unknown. It is not of the four-dimensional realm. It traverses multiple dimensions simultaneously, rendering spatial teleportation ineffective for rescuing the radiant deity. After pondering for a moment, Zheng Yin declared, Everyone, please step outside for a brief moment. I wish to converse with the radiant deity. Once the others had exited, Zheng Yin turned to the radiant deity and remarked, I too have encountered that elder. From the moment I laid eyes on him, I sensed his formidable nature, and thus I approached him respectfully and cautiously. He seemed devoid of malice, merely inclined to indulge in some mischief. Clearly, his abilities transcend the singularity. Our technology is incapable of unlocking the luminous ring. It appears he felt that the radiant deity had slighted him. If the radiant deity humbly acknowledges his error, perhaps forgiveness could be granted. Rest assured, I will exit immediately and return in half an hour. Upon hearing this, the radiant deity closed his eyes in silent acquiescence. Zheng Yin then exited the medical room and closed the door behind him. 20 minutes later, the radiant deity emerged outside the medical room. Unbound from the luminous ring and orb, addressing Zheng Yin, I appreciate your kindness, but there is no need for concealment. There is no shame in this matter. The elder initially refrained from revealing his identity. Although his essence resides in the subspace, he is, in truth, a deity of a fifth-level civilization. To have been toyed with by him is a privilege. Regarding your impending conflict with the Unification faction, I shall offer some assistance. As a token of gratitude for your intervention on my behalf, the luminous ring and orb are gifts from him. With these, even the deities of the Unification faction can be captured. As for their usage, I leave it to your ingenuity. With that, the radiant deity vanished in a flash. Zheng Yin, accompanied by the others, opened the medical room door and, upon entering, discovered an egg-sized orb of light and a 10-centimeter diameter spring-like luminous ring on the bed. Dai Lu exclaimed, a treasure. Zheng Yin replied with a smile, Professor Picard, please take these two high-dimensional weapons to the laboratory for thorough examination. We must ascertain their functionality for our future endeavors. Dai Lu chuckled. But first, Captain, where have you been for the past several hours? We searched for you endlessly. And now you return with a bound radiant deity and tales of a deity from a fifth-level civilization. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Zheng Yin responded with amusement. I too was unaware of the elder's might. I had assumed he was of the same caliber as the traveler, only to discover he possesses the power of a fifth-level civilization. He then recounted the details of his solitary experience in subspace. The others listened with rapt attention. And Zheng Yin concluded, this enigmatic elder did not appear without purpose. These two artifacts warrant diligent study. They will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Professor Picard had just departed with the portal and the light sphere when Chekhov, on duty at the bridge, reported, Captain, you must come to the bridge immediately. Something significant has occurred. Zheng Yin, Wu Yunqi, and Lu hurried to the bridge, where they found 3 Star Alliance marshals, Duraglu, Zishirli, and Dumu, displayed on the large screen. Zheng Yin remarked, it seems the 3 marshals are in high spirits. Is there joyous news to share? Marshal Duraglu responded with a smile. Marshal Zheng's journey through hyperspace has brought us invaluable assistance. The White Light deity has delivered all our warships to this nebula, and we are poised to launch an offensive. Zheng Yin exclaimed in surprise, so soon? The White Light deity has only just departed from our starship. The imposing Marshal Zishirli stated, initially, we suspected an attack. But soon the White Light deities appeared on every starship for a brief moment, and we achieved an unprecedented velocity. Within minutes, we arrived here. Zheng Yin replied, this is splendid. What actions does the command center plan to undertake next? Marshal Dumu stated, we wish to convene a collective meeting aboard the Chang'e, as it is the flagship of the Star Alliance fleet. Its expansive deck can accommodate over 1,000 commanders from various member planets to collectively devise our tactical approach. Zheng Yin agreed. Excellent. Let us prepare immediately. Commanders of all civilizations are to report to their respective teleportation rooms in 10 minutes, ready for our transport. The Council will convene on the 4th level of the Chang'e's holographic deck. Chapter 110. The The Great War begins as the designated venue organizer. Gao Xixiang prepared a holographic screen for each leader's seat to facilitate tactical discussions. Ultimately, after deliberation among over 1,000 seasoned commanders, it was decided that the initial assault would be led by the Chang'e and 1,000 warships, with an overwhelming force of 150,000 troops to follow suit. Zheng Yin then commanded the Chang'e to open a micro-wormhole, dispatching a cloaked reconnaissance probe to 1 light-year away from the Lizardmen's planet. The reconnaissance revealed that the Lizardmen had amassed 40,000 warships, fully prepared for defense, including 10,000 vessels from the Skyship people. It was anticipated that even more ships from the Unification faction were en route. The Skyship people, Lizardmen, and Triad long-eared beings are core members of the Unification faction, having served as its minions since their civilization's inception. Unlike the gray-furred and six-winged beings, who joined the Unification out of oppression and for survival, these three races are fervent zealots of the doctrine. Consequently, this war, while aimed at protecting the indigenous life forms on the planet, requires no reservations regarding these three races. Upon gathering this intelligence, the Chang'e starship fleet initiated a jump, and 150,000 warships subsequently rallied at maximum warp towards the Lizardmen's planet. They are expected to arrive at the site in 2 days. In the meantime, the Chang'e starship fleet will engage in guerrilla warfare to disrupt the enemy fleet's formation, in a bid to safeguard the indigenous life forms on the planet and to foster the emergence of a new civilization. The utilization of formidable third-tier weapons such as black hole torpedoes and singularity bombs, which possess extensive ranges and whose subsequent effects are challenging to eradicate, has been deemed unwise for this conflict. Upon arriving near the fleet of the reptilian adversaries, the Chang'e spacecraft unleashed an initial barrage of 100,000 mosquito-style interference bombs, swiftly followed by the discharge of a maximum-power neutrino fissile cannon. The coalition of the unified faction was caught off guard by this sudden assault, resulting in the destruction of over 1,000 warships. Before the enemy could mount a counterattack, the Chang'e fleet executed a jump, retreating 2 light-years away. Electromagnetic capacitor launched deep space missiles targeting the Mark 1000 enemy vessels. Commanded Zheng Yin. Due to the prohibition on black hole torpedoes, the engineering team had substituted the black hole bombs with high-compression antimatter warheads. Although less potent than their black hole counterparts, these warheads were more compact, allowing for the carriage of 15 per launch, as opposed to the mere 3 that black hole torpedoes could accommodate. Each warhead boasted a detonation yield equivalent to 20 megatons, with a velocity enhancement to warp level 99. The collective impact of 15 antimatter warheads could effortlessly obliterate a medium-sized warship. This initial strike allowed Zheng Yin's forces to mark 1,000 reptilian medium frigates. Following the launch of the 1,000 warp-level deep space missiles, they would reach their targets within 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the deep space radar indicated that the enemy vessels had rapidly dispersed, increasing their distances from one another to avoid further devastation from the Chang'e's neutrino fissile cannon. As the deep space missiles approached their targets, Zheng Yin issued further commands. Beidou. Set coordinates within the enemy fleet. Chekhov. Initiate the wormhole and electromagnetic capacitor. Launch 100,000 self-guided Dragonfly missiles. The Dragonfly missiles, powered by cold nuclear fusion, possessed a significantly greater explosive yield than the Mosquito-style interference missiles, reaching 200,000 tons. These missiles were equipped with autonomous targeting capabilities for medium and small-sized targets, with a cruising range of 1 million kilometers, specifically designed for close-quarters combat. Upon the opening of the wormhole, a torrent of 100,000 missiles surged forth. Subsequently, the entire fleet executed a jump to the periphery of the enemy vessels, engaging in hit-and-run tactics, concentrating fire on select warships. Before the enemy could retaliate, they would once again leap to another location. This cycle of ambushes left the reptilian and celestial ship races in a state of desperation. After a day of such guerrilla warfare, 4,000 enemy warships had been annihilated. Eventually, the enemy vessels spread themselves over a distance of over 1,000 kilometers, rendering a subsequent jump assault by the Chang'e fleet capable of only limited destruction. The fleet was left to rely on sporadic long-range missile attacks to inflict any damage. At this juncture, an additional 20,000 celestial ship warships arrived to bolster their ranks, accompanied by 5,000 three-eyed long-eared ships from another direction. Observing the deep space radar, Zheng Yin remarked, "When the old lady picks persimmons, she certainly chooses the soft ones. Intercept the three-eyed long-eared forces." At the command's behest, The starship fleet leapt to the rear of a formidable armada comprising 5,000 tri-eyed long-eared warriors, maintaining a parallel pursuit at the same warp speed. Subsequently, the entire Chang'e starship fleet unleashed a barrage of refracted beams. Flashes of light ricocheted amidst the enemy vessels, ultimately incapacitating their fleet and forcing them to cease their warp. The tri-eyed long-eared beings, known for their brutal nature, lacked the advanced technology of the lizard folk and were left with scarcely any means to resist the sudden onslaught from the Chang'e fleet. They were reduced to mere clouds of dust by several blasts from the neutrino disintegration cannons, while the few remaining stragglers were swiftly annihilated by the pursuing battleships with a few strikes from the quark disintegration cannons. Captain, 5,000 starships of the celestial vessels are en route to provide support. Should we retreat or engage? Professor Picard inquired. Zheng Yin asked, how long until our main forces arrive? 10 hours, came the response. And what of the 20,000 support ships from the celestial vessels? They will arrive in a day's time. These 5,000 are a newly discovered fleet and boast an astonishing warp speed of 999, capable of reaching us in just 5 minutes. Zheng Yin remarked with a smile, they must have acquired this technology from the parallel dimension. This area has been devoid of sentient command for a decade. Prepare the black hole torpedoes for a head-on assault. 5 minutes later, the fleet of 5,000 celestial vessels arrived on the scene, astonishingly comprising only enormous cruisers, each stretching an impressive 40 kilometers in length. Zheng Yin felt compelled to admire the might of the celestial vessels. Despite their ongoing defeats, they had managed to assemble such an extensive fleet of heavy warships. Charge the capacitors, 100 black hole torpedoes, fire. Once launched, the 100 black hole torpedoes did not detonate upon contact with the enemy ship's shields. Instead, they abruptly lost power and were effortlessly captured by the celestial vessels. What? Zheng Yin could hardly believe his eyes. What manner of dark technology is this? Lu cursed in frustration. At that moment, Yunchi received a transmission from the opposing side. Yunchi, display it on the main screen. Zheng Yin felt a twinge of unease. Upon establishing the connection, the visage that appeared was none other than the leader of the celestial vessels, Jingbao, yet his demeanor seemed even more sinister than their last encounter. Jingbao sneered. So, you are Zheng Yin from this universe? Chapter 111. The invasion of the low-frequency parallel universe. Upon hearing those words, a chill coursed through Zheng Yin's body. You? This is not the Jingbao I once knew. Indeed, I hail from a parallel universe, seeking to claim dominion over your galaxy. The celestial vessels of this universe are utterly inept, reduced to being attacked by the Star Alliance. Such a scenario would be inconceivable in my universe. Well, I have conveyed the situation to you. Now, you may choose to surrender and self-destruct your starship to spare me the trouble of taking action myself. Zheng Yin discreetly signaled Lu, who promptly made his way to the combat defense room. Zheng Yin replied with a smile, I fear you shall be disappointed. Not only will I not surrender, but even Jingbao may not welcome your arrival. No sooner had Zheng Yin uttered these words than a neutrino disintegration cannon was fired, instantly obliterating over 100 enemy vessels. Following closely, another neutrino disintegration cannon was unleashed. However, this time not a single warship was destroyed. The neutrino splitting cannon possesses a staggering 100,000 superposition states of frequency, making it impossible for the enemy vessels to enhance their defensive superposition states in such a brief span of time, unless they wielded technology surpassing that of a third-order civilization. Jingbao observed Zheng Yin's astonished expression and laughed heartily, declaring, your attempt at ambush resembles that of a child, both foolish and contemptible, devoid of any lethality. With a wave of his hand, his eyes radiated a familiar yet disquieting light to Zheng Yin. Indeed, it was the distinctive brilliance of the five-dimensional unity. The cloud of dust from the over 100 destroyed warships instantaneously reversed, reverting to their original state within mere seconds. You are the unity, Zheng Yin exclaimed. Yes. Now you may rest assured and embrace your demise. Jingbao replied with a cold chuckle. All fleets retreat. Send a withdrawal signal to the Star Alliance fleet. Zheng Yin commanded urgently. Captain, we have lost all propulsion. The captain of the battleship Rinchuan reported. Captain, the jump engine and curvature engine are unresponsive. Dr. Jones from the engine room reported. Captain, deep space communication has failed. Our long-range communication capabilities have been disabled. Wu Yunchi reported. Chang'e, can you self-repair? Zheng Yin inquired anxiously. Captain, all disabled systems are offline. I cannot restore them, Chang'e responded. Ha ha ha. Accept the baptism of divinity. Jingbao shouted maniacally, waving his hand as 5,000 warships encircled the Chang'e. Wait, Zheng Yin shouted. What, do you wish to join us? Bao laughed heartily. I do not recruit fragile humans as my subordinates. No. I implore you to release the members of the expeditionary force. I am willing to surrender alone with the Chang'e, Zheng Yin proclaimed. Bao chuckled. You possess no option. Nor do I require your toys. Zheng Yin insisted, but I am the Marshal of the Star Alliance, the leader of the Star Alliance fleet aboard the Chang'e. If I were to defect with the starship, it would greatly assist you in conquering the entire galaxy. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Hearing this, Wu Yunqi hastily called out, Inge, you. Zheng Yin quickly raised a hand to silence her, saying, You may take care of our unborn child. And please tell him that his father is not a villain. A wave of sorrow washed over Wu Yunqi, just as she was about to cry out. She suddenly noticed a spring guard had appeared on Zheng Yin's wrist, and he was holding something, though neither item emitted light. Wu Yunqi recognized it as a weapon of the fifth-order civilization that binds the white light deity. Realization dawned upon her, and she hastily amended her words. How can you betray the Star Alliance, betray humanity? Yet her eyes were filled with concern. Zheng Yin feigned ignorance and said to Bao, If you so desire, you may transport me to your side at any moment. I only ask that you spare these members of the expeditionary force. Heavenly Crystal scornfully remarked. The compassion of humanity is indeed laughable and foolish. You may at most secure them a mere decade of existence, after which the entire galaxy will inevitably collapse into a singularity. When the universe is devoid of galaxies, I shall lead you into the transcendent realm of five-dimensional space, liberated from the dominion of entropy. My actions are solely for your evolution. Zheng Yin replied with a smile, Yet not everyone can comprehend your grand vision. Heavenly Crystal responded. Then allow me to grant you a glimpse of my glory. With a wave of his hand, Zheng Yin vanished from sight. Simultaneously, on the large screen, Zheng Yin appeared before Heavenly Crystal. Standing at a height of 1.78 meters, he appeared childlike in comparison to the towering figure of Heavenly Crystal, who loomed over 2 meters tall. As Zheng Yin materialized, without waiting for Heavenly Crystal to speak, he hurled the light sphere and the spring ring. Caught off guard, Heavenly Crystal was struck directly, yet showed no reaction, which startled Zheng Yin profoundly, making him think, indeed, one should never gamble. While engaging with Heavenly Crystal, Zheng Yin had been communicating with Chang'e mentally. The scientific team had failed to ascertain the utility of the light ring and the light sphere, having exhausted all means with no response. However, Zheng Yin instinctively believed that these two artifacts were intended for the convergence of parallel dimensions, leaving him no choice but to take a risk, as he was at a dead end. The low-frequency parallel universe's convergence deity was exceedingly ruthless and would not spare the Earth Expeditionary Force or the 15,000 troops of the Star Alliance. The Light Chasers had already departed this universe, and neither the White Light deity nor the Panga clan could contend with the five-dimensional unity. They would certainly not intervene. Thus, Zheng Yin resorted to this singular method. He instructed Chang'e to quietly transmit the spring ring to his wrist while he grasped the light sphere in his palm. Under the guise of surrender, he approached Heavenly Crystal and hurled the two high-dimensional weapons at him. The progression of events seemed to unfold smoothly, yet in the end, he lost the gamble. Dai Lu, witnessing the scene on the screen, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Captain, why didn't you call out for that treasure? Zheng Yin retorted angrily, We are on the brink of death, and you still have the presence of mind to jest. Heavenly Crystal glared at Zheng Yin, then glanced at the light sphere and spring ring on the ground, fuming, Ignorant insect, how dare you desecrate the divine? Zheng Yin coldly laughed, At best, you are but a malevolent spirit, boasting audaciously. Come forth, Unity Deity, do not cower like a parasite within Heavenly Crystal. The Light Chasers have ascended to five-dimensional space. No one can contain you now, so why the intimidation? After speaking, Zheng Yin turned to the bridge of the Chang'e on the screen and smiled, Professor Weist. Please do not take offense. The parasitic Professor Weist, accustomed to the disparities of civilization, mimicked a gesture of farewell with a grin, stating, Soon we shall all meet again in the interdimensional space. Heavenly Crystal seethed, Silence. You impolite insect, prepare to receive the divine baptism. Chapter 112. Capturing the Unity Deity. Upon concluding his words, Heavenly Crystal's eyes gleamed with a radiant light, signaling that the five-dimensional unity was on the verge of manifestation. Zheng Yin let out a cold laugh, resigned to his fate. Wu Yunqi gently caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, revealing a bitter smile of helplessness. Meanwhile, Lu was far from calm, incessantly hurling curses at the monstrous creatures, faced with an overwhelming power that surpassed them by more than a civilization tier. The Chang'e fleet had no energy left to mount even the slightest counterattack. Just as everyone awaited their doom, the spring coil beneath the black crystal burst suddenly illuminated, entwining the black crystal explosion tightly like creeping vines. The emerging entity, the Unification God, was ensnared by the light ring, emitting a piercing shriek before retreating back into the black crystal explosion. Almost immediately, the black crystal explosion opened its mouth, trying to expel the Unification body, only to have the luminous sphere dart into its maw like lightning, instantly transforming into a melon-sized object, forcing the black crystal explosion's mouth wide open and unable to close. Following a flash of light, a ring of illumination emanated from the black crystal explosion, radiating outward at the speed of light, rendering the shields of the Tiong Star's battleships ineffective wherever it reached. Seeing this, Lu urgently called out, "Jones, hurry up. Hurry," before Dr. Jones could locate Zheng Yin. Chang'e had already successfully teleported Zheng Yin to the bridge, bringing along the bound black crystal explosion. Fire at full capacity. All space fleets, open fire. Zheng Yin's first thought upon returning to the bridge was to obliterate this horde of low-frequency parallel universe invaders. Without the protection of shields, the 5,000 Tiong Star battleships crumbled like paper under a torrential barrage of fire, reduced to mere wreckage in less than 10 minutes. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Zheng Yin embraced Wu Yunqi, feeling a profound sense of survival amid the brink of death. Lu chuckled. It turns out this treasure only activates in the presence of higher-dimensional energy bodies. Zheng Yin replied, "You managed to connect everything to metaphysics. Regarding these two weapons from higher-dimensional space, we truly know nothing about their intricacies. Let's first confine the black crystal explosion to the isolation chamber." Zheng Yin then recounted the recent harrowing moments to the three marshals of the Star Alliance. Marshal de Rugula remarked, "I never imagined that the low-frequency parallel universe would invade our battlefield. We owe our survival to those two higher-dimensional weapons. As for the coexistence of the Unification God and the black crystal explosion, we may not have the means to eliminate it, which could pose a threat over time. Zheng Yin suggested, after the battle, we should visit Chaos Star and hand it over to the White Light God. After all, they and the Panga race are the only higher civilizations we can currently contact." Marshal Zisherli added, "We will reach the battlefield in 5 hours. You all must hold on a little longer." After ending the communication, Zheng Yin commanded, "Space Fleet, initiate wormhole harassment attacks." Subsequently, wormholes opened before each battleship in the fleet, unleashing cruise missiles. Once the positions of the battleships were revealed, they immediately jumped to another location. During this time, the fleet also utilized artificial wormholes to launch surprise attacks on the incoming reinforcement fleet of 20,000 Tiong Star ships, as well as the Lizardmen's defensive installations on the planet's surface. Their successive ambushes rendered the enemy's counterattacks feeble, ultimately revealing the arrival of the Starship Army, which collectively surged toward the Star Alliance forces. After 2 days of harassment by the Chang'e spacecraft, 4,000 small to medium-sized warships and 5,000 heavy warships from a parallel universe were annihilated. Witnessing the coup faction's unbearable distress, they collectively charged towards the Star Alliance's forces. Zheng Yin exclaimed with delight, "This is splendid." He promptly communicated with the Star Alliance fleet, informing them of the coup faction's trajectory and requesting an immediate halt to their advance. The Chang'e spacecraft then leaped ahead of the Star Alliance fleet, deploying a time-slowing torpedo with a cross-sectional area of 10,000 kilometers, set to invisible mode, to be detonated upon the coup faction's arrival. Meanwhile, 1,000 warships continued to harass the enemy relentlessly. Soon, the coup faction's army drew near to the Star Alliance fleet, at a distance of merely 10 light-years. Their large warships collectively launched warp-level black hole torpedoes. Over 1,000 warp-level black hole torpedoes hurtled towards the Star Alliance fleet. Faced with such weaponry, the Star Alliance fleet could only evade by maintaining their flight until the torpedoes exhausted their cruising distance. "Captain, we have 10 minutes until contact with the slow torpedo barrier. Shall we reveal ourselves to detonate?" Professor Picard inquired. "No, summon the warship personnel immediately. Open a wormhole along the trajectory of the black hole torpedoes, setting the coordinates to the desolate region between the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy," Zheng Yin commanded. Subsequently, 1,000 warship personnel leaped into the path of the black hole torpedoes, opening 1,000 wormholes that sent the torpedoes to the outskirts of the Milky Way, heading towards the distant Andromeda Galaxy. Given the full energy of the coup faction's warp-level black hole torpedoes, they could only travel a maximum of 20 light-years. which was negligible compared to the over 2 million light-years to the Andromeda Galaxy. These black hole torpedoes could not escape the gravitational pull of the Milky Way. Once exiting warp, they would linger at the galaxy's periphery. After the distant warp-level weaponry was circumvented by the Chang'e fleet's wormholes, the GUI faction's coalition was incensed. They could only confidently deploy their third-tier civilization weaponry upon engaging in close combat, thus they accelerated their approach. Captain, the enemy ships are 1 minute from encountering the concealed, slow torpedoes, Professor Picard announced. Time it well. We must deactivate the invisibility and detonate 1 second before they discover our escape, Zheng Yin instructed. As the nearly 40,000-strong coalition of lizardmen and celestial shipmen approached the Star Alliance fleet, the expanse of the 10,000-kilometer-wide slow torpedo array was detonated. 1,000 slow torpedoes, averaging one every 10 kilometers, suddenly materialized and exploded, creating a temporal barrier spanning 10,000 kilometers in the cosmos. Over 1/3 of the GUI faction's warships were caught in the blast, instantly exiting warp, while the remaining vessels attempted to evade. But due to their excessive speed and proximity, over 2,000 warships collided with those ahead. Nevertheless, the 20,000 warships that remained unaffected by the slow torpedoes continued their advance. The Chang'e spacecraft fleet swiftly emerged, launching an assault on the sluggish state of 10,000 enemy vessels, which had now become stationary targets, following a barrage of fire. These warships were thoroughly ensconced by an array of energy cannons. As these energy weapons and laser beams made contact with the enemy ship's shields, they too were affected by the temporal deceleration, appearing to move in an exceedingly languid manner, akin to luminous orbs adhering to the protective barriers of the enemy vessels. The relentless barrage of energy weaponry from the fleet soon obscured the true form of these enemy ships. Chapter 113. The Great Cleansing of the Orion Arm. Once the entirety of the enemy fleet was enveloped by the decelerated energy, the Chang'e subsequently deployed a temporal accelerator, restoring this cross-sectional area of the time-dilated barrier, spanning 10,000 kilometers, back to its original state. This was soon followed by a series of intense explosions. The enemy ships had no opportunity to retaliate, as the firing rate of the energy weapons appeared to surpass even the speed of light in their perception. They could only watch helplessly as their vessels were obliterated. Having eliminated this fleet of 10,000 warships, the Chang'e spacecraft fleet hastened to the battlefield, where over 20,000 enemy vessels had commenced a suicidal assault on the Star Alliance fleet. Each warship resembled a high-yield warp bomb, creating small black holes across the battlefield. The Star Alliance fleet had extended the battleground to a range of 1 light-year, evading black hole torpedoes while simultaneously launching counterattacks against the ships of the Unity faction. The arrival of the Chang'e fleet further tipped the scales of advantage in favor of the Alliance. After 10 hours, the Unity faction's ships were nearly annihilated, leaving behind a cloud of debris in the void of space, a testament to the colossal battlefield that would forever linger here, destined to become a haven for interstellar scavengers. Meanwhile, the support fleet of 20,000 from the celestial ship people, upon nearing the scene, opted to retreat, deeming it unnecessary to face certain death, swiftly fleeing towards the constellation of Centaurus. This action signified that the celestial ship people had completely abandoned the lizardmen and the tri-eyed long-eared beings, relinquishing all territories within the Orion Arm. The remaining 11 planets inhabited by lizardmen and 4 by the tri-eyed long-eared beings in the Orion Arm now stood as the last bastions of the Unity faction. Once purged, the Orion Arm would transform entirely into a utopian cultural realm. In this campaign to expel the Orion Arm, the Star Alliance fleet sustained losses of fewer than 5,000 ships, whereas the Unity faction suffered nearly 50,000 losses, including 5,000 heavy warships from a parallel universe. Subsequently, the Star Alliance fleet divided into 15 contingents, advancing towards the remaining 15 planets to completely dismantle surface defenses and assume control. Reports from reconnaissance vessels indicated that 3,000 warships still lingered on 2 planets occupied by the lizardmen. However, as the war neared its conclusion, they abandoned the lizardmen inhabitants on the planetary surface, fleeing alongside the arriving celestial ship forces. On the homeworld of the tri-eyed long-eared beings, 5,000 warships remained, stubbornly and aggressively refusing to escape with the celestial ship people, choosing instead to stay and fight to the death. The Chang'e starship fleet executed a direct leap to the vicinity of the tri-eyed long-eared aliens warship cluster, following a barrage of neutrino fragmentation cannon fire. The tri-eyed long-eared aliens finally grasped the vast chasm in technological disparity. With only a meager 200 warships remaining, they aspired to flee. However, Surrounded by the formidable warship forces, they were subjected to relentless bombardment, reducing them to mere clouds of dust. The cleansing operation persisted for a fortnight, resulting in the annihilation of 99% of the obstinate lizard men and triad long-eared aliens. Faced with impending extinction, the remaining 300 million lizard men and 100 million triad long-eared aliens ultimately chose to surrender, realizing that the awaited salvation from the unification deity would not materialize. The Star Alliance designated the most desolate planet for their survival, stripping them of all modern technology and providing only Neolithic agricultural tools. A space monitoring station was established in the planet's orbit, imposing civilizational sanctions upon them. For the next 10 millennia, their civilization would be barred from advancing to the electrical age, unless they vehemently opposed the unification deity, which was a considerable act of leniency towards the vanquished. In stark contrast to previous civilizations defeated by the unification faction, which were sacrificed to the unification deity, the Star Alliance's actions were remarkably merciful. The original civilization of this planet had been collectively harvested and offered to the unification deity. The planet's unique climate and environment severely restricted the technological advancement of the 400 million captives. The mineral content of this world was so low that the production of large metallic equipment was unfeasible, unless vast quantities of metal were transported from outer space, rendering technological progression virtually impossible. The remaining 14 planets became desolate wastelands, with 1 billion homeless Vaka inhabitants taking refuge on the devastated home planet of the triad long-eared aliens. Inheriting a plethora of modern equipment as a form of compensation, Zheng Yin selected 3 closely positioned planets and petitioned the Star Alliance for human habitation. Since humanity entered the stellar era, the emergence of advanced medical technology has resulted in no reports of normal deaths, and the birth rate of newborns has surged dramatically. In a mere 3 years, over 2 billion newborns have come into existence. The Earth Federation had long harbored plans for colonizing extraterrestrial systems, yet it struggled to find suitable planets. The command center of the Star Alliance, troubled by the challenge of populating the 14 planets, promptly acquiesced and requested the Earth Federation to allocate additional population to inhabit the Lizardman's home planet, leading this cluster of stars. The Star Alliance's planetary bridge engineering team swiftly constructed enormous interstellar portals across the 14 planets to facilitate the migration of settlers. These interstellar portals have now been upgraded to their 5th generation, allowing the simultaneous establishment of 2 colossal gateways, complete with designated entry and exit points, showcasing significant enhancements in both size and distance. Ultimately, the Earth Federation sought the opinions of its citizens and, offering generous incentives for the new planetary settlement, recruited a migration fleet of 3 billion individuals. The majority comprised passionate young individuals eager to carve their paths to success in this new frontier. The home planet of the lizard men has been renamed New Capital Star, symbolizing its role as the leader of this new star cluster within the Alliance. The remaining 3 planets have been designated as Aquatic Star, Verdant Star, and Colossal Rock Star, each allocated a population of approximately 500 million humans. They require 2 years to mend the scars of war before they can resume rapid development. The other 10 planets are predominantly inhabited by various races of the Alliance. With relatively modest populations, the most populous planet hosts merely 200 million inhabitants. After 3 months of diligent efforts, these new settlers have finally stabilized. The Alliance has established a large space dock in the orbit of New Capital Star and commenced the construction of warships for each planet, dispatching 5,000 ships to patrol this sector until every planet has fortified its defenses. At this juncture, the front lines of battle have shifted to the Centaurus arm, where not only are there large numbers of starship beings, but also a fierce race known as the Clans. This race resides on only 3 planets, yet their technological prowess is remarkably advanced, nearly on par with the starship beings during their zenith. However, they are not inclined toward expansion and do not seek leadership positions, resulting in their infrequent participation in interstellar conflicts, remaining independent from the command of the starship beings. Nevertheless, they represent an ancient unified civilization. Chapter 114. Advancing toward the Centaurus arm in regard to the clans, the Alliance has adopted a policy of avoidance, as they currently lack comprehensive intelligence on the clan's technological capabilities, which may have advanced to that of the Pangu race, entering the 3rd tier of galactic civilization. The Chang'e starship has been assigned the arduous task of scouting the clans. However, the first priority is to transport the unification deity, imperiled by low-frequency parallel universe incursions, to the chaotic star. The Chang'e has jumped into the vast nebula where the chaotic star resides, and without the threat posed by the unification deity. The white light beings have ceased their cloaked status. This nebula spans 200 light-years and is home to over 100 primitive civilizations, all entrenched in feudalism. Each civilization adheres to the white light faith, eschewing technological advancement. They gather daily around the sacred spring to pray and offer their consciousness energy in exchange for the blessings of the white light beings, attaining fulfillment both spiritually and materially. This domesticated civilization resembles a farm cultivated by the white light beings, providing a continuous flow of energy vital for the evolution of the white light beings into the fifth-dimensional space. Fortunately, the policies of the white light beings are relatively gentle. Otherwise, they would risk becoming the next unification deity, Zheng Yin lamented. I perceive a parallel between them and the unification deity. Both rely on other species to achieve their ends. In contrast, the light seekers depend solely on their own evolutionary methods, which starkly highlights their superiority as they have ascended to the fifth dimension while others linger in a state of half-existence within the fourth dimension, Lu countered dismissively. Let us not dwell on this further, lest the white light deity overhear and take offense, Yinchi instructed as she sent a communication request to the chaotic star. No sooner had the message been dispatched than the white light deity appeared on the bridge of the Chang'e. Zheng Yin immediately rose and smiled, saying, "We have come to present a gift to the white light deity." The god of white light remarked, "I am delighted by your victory in the battle for the Orion arm. What gift do you wish to bestow upon us? Are you inclined to embrace our white light faith?" Zheng Yin chuckled, "Certainly not. We have made our stance clear long ago. Can your extraordinary abilities not perceive what we intend to offer you?" The god of white light replied, "If it is a tangible gift, I can undoubtedly sense it. However, if it resides within your thoughts, I would require access to your consciousness, which would be rather impolite." The Lu laughed. Then you may find yourself at a loss. This gift is indeed a physical entity, captured on the battlefield. Yet, we could not eliminate it, so we thought to present it to you. The god of white light inquired, "What is it?" Zheng Yin responded, "Please, come to our isolation chamber. The gift awaits within." The god of white light, now increasingly perplexed, exclaimed, "Tied up? Clearly, the shadows of confinement still linger in your mind." Upon reaching the isolation chamber, the god of white light gasped, "Is this a black crystal burst?" "No, that cannot be. The frequency of the fundamental particles that compose it is lower than that of our universe's light quanta. This originates from a low-frequency parallel universe." Zheng Yin smiled. "Indeed, the god of white light is exceptional. Your gaze is more precise and swift than my starship scanner. Correct? This is the leader of the celestial ship beings invading from the low-frequency parallel universe, the black crystal burst. Within him lies the unification god of that realm. We captured them with weapons bestowed by the mysterious elder, but we were unable to execute them, hence our decision to offer him to you." He then succinctly recounted their skirmish with the celestial ship beings from the low-frequency parallel universe. The god of white light remarked, "I had no idea your war was so perilous. I shall take them and deliver them to the higher dimensional space. The forthcoming battle in the Sagittarius arm will be far more intense than that in the Orion arm. If you seek my assistance, it is quite simple. Embrace the white light faith." Zheng Yin replied, "We do not wish to become celestial ship beings. We are not fond of the role of divine emissaries. Perhaps we shall meet again in the five-dimensional space." The god of white light responded, "Let us hope so." He then vanished, along with the bound black crystal burst. Zheng Yin commanded, "All hands prepare. We set course for the Sagittarius arm." The Chang'e starship was over 20,000 light-years from the 3 planets of the Krelian race, requiring 2 jumps to arrive at a position 1,000 light-years from the Krelian star system. During the second jump, the starship unexpectedly encountered a spatial current, causing significant turbulence that nearly incapacitated the systems, forcing all subsystems, including life support, to shut down for several seconds. Fortunately, the duration was brief. After 10 seconds, the Chang'e emerged outside the wormhole and swiftly restored all systems, with no casualties reported. The captain inquired, "Commander, we are still 1,000 light-years from our target. Shall we conduct long-range reconnaissance or proceed with a stealth jump?" Professor Picard asked. "The Clyarians have engaged in a civilization war with the Pangu for millennia, and the extent of their technological advancement remains an enigma. We shall first cloak ourselves and embark on a journey to a location 100 light-years away for deep space exploration." Zheng Yin promptly instructed, "Beidou, set the coordinates to 100 light-years from the Clyarian star system. Chekhov, activate stealth mode and engage warp speed at level 999. The coordinates were established outside the Clyarian star system, 100 light-years distant. Upon entering stealth mode, the curvature engine was activated, set to warp speed level 999. With an estimated arrival in 3 days. Having arranged the voyage, Zheng Yin intended to return to his residence to accompany Wu Yunqi, who was off duty today. Wu Yunqi was 5 months pregnant, and each day after work, Zheng Yin dedicated his leisure time to her. As he joyfully jogged towards his abode, responding to greetings from colleagues, he suddenly collided with a young woman. This girl, Xia Xiaolu from the logistics team, was both beautiful and gracious. A fervent member of Zheng Yin's fan club, often seen chatting with Wu Yunqi alongside Zhou Wanning. Xia Xiaolu had just dashed out of the holographic room, breathless and sweating, adjusting her attire. Upon their unexpected encounter, her cheeks flushed crimson, extending all the way to her neck. Embarrassed yet delighted, Xia Xiaolu exclaimed, "I'm sorry," and swiftly darted away, resembling a child caught in mischief. Zheng Yin shook his head with a wry smile, murmuring to himself, "I bumped into you. Why apologize?" However, upon glimpsing the operation panel at the entrance of the holographic deck, his composure faltered. The panel had not yet closed, prompting a message asking if it should be shut down, with a line below stating 90 times of intimate entanglement with Zheng Yin. To his astonishment, Zheng Yin thought, "I never anticipated Xia Xiaolu would be so relentless towards my holographic model. If she were to entangle me in reality, I might not withstand the temptation." He quickly shut down the holographic deck. Upon returning home, Zheng Yin embraced Wu Yunqi from behind, recounting his encounter with Xia Xiaolu and jesting. "If Xia Xiaolu were to cast a deadly allure upon me, I fear I would be powerless to resist. I apologize in advance." His intention was not rooted in insecurity, but rather in a desire for transparency, as he held only Wu Yunqi in his heart. To his surprise, Wu Yunqi turned around, wrapping her arms around him and laughing. "Your attempt at humor falls flat. Is there truly a Xia Xiaolu in our logistics team? And a staunch member of your fan club? Your self-adoration is rather unappealing." Zheng Yin chuckled. "Yinmei, you are far too possessive. Must I, Zheng Yin, be loved solely by you? Am I not allowed to love myself?" Feigning sternness, Wu Yunqi retorted, "No, only I am permitted to love you." Zheng Yin laughed. All right. I concede. But please, do not mention this in front of Xia Xiaolu. It would be quite embarrassing for her." Wu Yunqi replied with a smile, "Why jest? I don't even know Xia Xiaolu, nor have I heard of her." "Are you done?" Observing Wu Yunqi's candid smile, it did not seem as though she was deceiving him. A twinge of unease flickered within Zheng Yin, a sensation he loathed above all else. "Chang'e, how many members of the expeditionary force are named Xia Xiaolu, and in which departments do they serve?" Zheng Yin inquired of Chang'e. She promptly responded, "Captain, there is only one member named Xia Xiaolu in the expeditionary force, working as a data clerk in the cultural group. She is 27 years old. Would you like me to retrieve her detailed information?" It was evident that the 27-year-old Xia Xiaolu in the cultural group was not the girl Zheng Yin had just encountered. "No need," Zheng Yin replied. "Connect me to the monitoring team." Concerned, Wu Yunqi asked, "Brother Yin, what has happened?" Zheng Yin gently kissed her forehead and said, "I am not entirely sure. Let's see what the monitoring team has to report." The monitoring team responded immediately, "Captain, how may we assist you?" Zheng Yin instructed, "Please retrieve the footage from when I returned to my quarters from the bridge and check for any anomalies." The monitoring team quickly reported, "Captain, we only observed you walking past the holographic deck room and pressing a few buttons on the control panel at the entrance. Everything else appeared normal. There were no encounters or conversations with anyone along the way, though you were saluted by several individuals." "Very well, I understand. Remain vigilant," Zheng Yin commanded. Wu Yunqi, still anxious, asked, "Brother Yin, did you truly meet a girl named Xia Xiaolu?" Zheng Yin chuckled. "Perhaps I am merely fatigued from the past few days and imagining things." "It's nothing, Yinmei. You should rest for a while. I will prepare you some steamed fish." However, Zheng Yin's heart was far from at ease. He vividly recalled every move of Xia Xiaolu. Over the past 3 years, she had once confided in him after a gathering, intoxicated, that she would never marry anyone else and would spend her life with the Zheng Yin in the holographic deck. Such a vibrant individual could not simply evaporate into silence. Regardless of what lay ahead, he was determined to uncover the truth. After dinner, Zheng Yin lulled Wu Yunqi to sleep and made his way to the laboratory of the scientific team, seeking out Professors Weist and Picard, rather than directly addressing the matter of Xia Xiaolu. He tasked the two professors with scanning the surrounding space to ascertain whether the spacecraft was experiencing overlapping parallel universes or subspaces. Professor Weiss chuckled. Currently, the Chang'e is traveling at warp factor 999. It would be impossible to have such extensive subspace. As for parallel universes, we seem to lack experts in that field. Zheng Yin replied with a smile. How could the professor forget Buying Mong? That girl from the skyship star is a specialist in the science of parallel universes. What? A girl from the skyship star? Captain, are you saying we have a skyship star girl aboard? And she is a young scientist? Professor Picard inquired, astonished. Professor Weiss added, it appears we do not have any young women among our 5,000 scientists. Observing the puzzled expressions of the two professors, Zheng Yin felt a sense of unfamiliarity. He chose not to elaborate further, merely smiling before asking, have we ever constructed a light quantum frequency oscillator to open a window to parallel universes? Professors Picard and West were invigorated, excitedly inquiring, Captain, how did you conceive such an idea? Though quite audacious, it certainly merits exploration. Zheng Yin shook his head with a wry smile and replied, then pursue this line of thought in your research. I shall return to rest. Upon exiting the scientific group's laboratory, Zheng Yin promptly inquired within his mind, Chang'e, was this your prank? Chang'e responded, brother, I am unaware of what you speak. The individuals you described, Xia Xilu and Buying Mong, seem to exist, yet I possess no records of them in my database. With a sigh, Zheng Yin further questioned, what is the current total number of the expeditionary force, including children, and what was the count 3 hours ago? Chang'e replied, the total population of the expeditionary force is 99,121. There have been no fatalities in the past few hours. Thus, 1 hour ago, it remained 99,121. Zheng Yin clenched his fist and struck the wall, asking, Chang'e, are you certain you are my Chang'e? Are you not jesting with me? Chang'e confirmed, indeed, brother, since we engaged in consciousness symbiosis, I have appeared as Chang'e without any concealment. Why do you question this? Zheng Yin scoffed. The Earth Expeditionary Force has consistently numbered 100,000, in addition to over 500 non-working children. Since we emerged from the wormhole, nearly 1,500 individuals have inexplicably vanished within just 3 hours. How can I not question this, especially since their disappearance coincides with the loss of memories? Leaving only me to remember them. Chang'e cautioned, Captain, if you are certain of your assertions, please halt the starship's flight immediately and enter a state of alert. Zheng Yin nodded and promptly commanded the bridge to cease forward motion and instructed all personnel to enter a state of readiness. Upon arriving at the bridge, Dalu was seated at the helm, engaged in casual conversation with Zhao Beidu. Zheng Yin inquired, where is Chekhov? Dalu, taken aback, responded, Chekhov? Captain. Whose nickname is that? Old Pies? Zheng Yin, feeling defeated as he sat in the command chair, understood that Chekhov had also vanished. Yet, observing those around him, they did not appear to be figments of his imagination. Dalu, come here and pinch me. With force, do not hold back. Chapter 116. The Trace of Total Disappearance. Dalu chuckled. Captain, have you taken some medication? Why make such a request? I would be more than happy to oblige. Zheng Yin replied, no more nonsense. Just pinch me and awaken me from this dream. Dalu laughed. What has triggered you? As he spoke, he suddenly pinched Zheng Yin's arm with considerable force. Ouch. That hurt. Zheng Yin exclaimed. Alas, Captain, you instructed me to pinch. You cannot blame me. Zheng Yin waved dismissively. It's fine. It seems this is not an illusion. Dalu too sensed something amiss and asked, Captain, what has transpired? Speak up so we may resolve this together. Let us not forget, we have journeyed from the ruins of the city together. If you are in distress, you must confide in me. Zheng Yin pondered for a moment and queried, with tens of thousands in our expeditionary force, why have we not appointed a dedicated helmsman, allowing you, the first officer, to take on this role? Lu pondered. Ah, indeed, why did I not think of this sooner? Captain, you should have assigned someone to assist me. I am far too busy. Zheng Yin inquired further, if I am not mistaken, you likely do not recall your previous experience as a helmsman operating the starship, do you? Lu scratched his head and replied, hey, now that you mention it, it is true. My memory seems to be rather poor. Zheng Yin remarked, it is not that your memory is lacking. Rather, you have never been a helmsman. Our starship originally had a helmsman named Chekhov, but he has just vanished, along with your memories, leaving no trace of his existence. Lu nodded in confusion and said, although I cannot immediately affirm your words, surely among the thousands aboard the destroyer, there must be a dedicated helmsman. The crew on the bridge nodded in agreement. Zheng Yin continued, the expeditionary force comprises a total of 100,000 personnel, not including over 500 children. Although they have vanished, my memories remain intact. Lu asked, why is that? Is it the machinations of higher dimensional space at play? Just as Zheng Yin was about to respond, the navigator Zhao Beidu inexplicably disappeared before his eyes, without any warning. Zheng Yin realized that the rate of evaporation seemed to be accelerating. Who is our navigator? Zheng Yin inquired. Navigator? None, it has always been the automatic navigation of Chang'e. Wait, could it be? Lu looked at Zheng Yin in horror. Zheng Yin nodded. Just now, the navigator Zhao Beidu vanished before me. Lu hastily called out. Chang'e, retrieve Zhao Beidu's information. Zheng Yin sighed in resignation. It is futile. Indeed, Chang'e replied. No information regarding Zhao Beidu has been found. Are you certain you have not misremembered the name? Zheng Yin asked Chang'e. What is the current detailed population aboard the starship? 91,130. Nearly 10,000 have already vanished. Lu exclaimed. Captain, why do you retain your memories while we do not? Are we all non-existent? This statement jolted Zheng Yin into action. He immediately called the scientific team in the laboratory. Professor Picard scanned the surrounding space, including the entire starship. Subsequently, Zheng Yin wearily sat down in a chair, closing his eyes. 10 minutes later, Professors Picard and West arrived at the bridge, reporting, Captain, there are no abnormalities in the surrounding space or aboard the starship, and all crew members have reported no anomalies. Zheng Yin said, Thank you for your efforts, esteemed professors. It is getting late. You may retire for the night. The starship's clock was nearing 1 in the morning. Zheng Yin felt utterly at a loss. Captain, you seem quite fatigued. Should I summon Alice? Lu suggested. Yes. Let her come. She might sense the turmoil within me, Zheng Yin replied. 10 minutes later, the rested Alice hurried over. Captain, upon waking, I sensed your immense fear and sorrow. What has transpired? Zheng Yin remarked, I seem to have entered a void, where individuals around me continuously vanish, and the memories of them reside solely within my mind, even absent from Chang'e's database. Yet, I can assert with complete certainty that my recollections of them are undeniably real. Alice responded, Perhaps these are mere illusions brought on by your exhaustion. Rest for a night, and who knows? Tomorrow morning, everything might return to normal. Zheng Yin insisted, No. I cannot afford to sleep. If I do, I might awaken to forgetfulness, just like you. Alice inquired, Captain, do you possess any circumstantial evidence regarding your claims? Zheng Yin replied, While I lack tangible proof, I do have logical evidence. Alice, how many members comprise the girl squad dispatched by the Bisque people? Alice chuckled, including myself. There are 43. Why do you ask, Captain? Zheng Yin smiled. As far as I know, you Bisque girls are typically quite orderly and even somewhat obsessive-compulsive. Why then? Did your leader choose to send exactly 43 instead of 50 or 40? Alice pondered for a moment before suddenly expressing alarm. So that's it. Captain, I understand the negative emotions you're experiencing. Lu remarked, It seems we might vanish at any moment. Captain, you must act swiftly, regardless of whether we truly exist. This bizarre phenomenon must be resolved promptly. Zheng Yin immediately commanded, All members of the scientific team, report to duty and enter emergency protocol. In the scientific hall, Zheng Yin elucidated the situation to the remaining 4,000 federal scientists, highlighting multiple logical inconsistencies that compellingly evidence the reality of the personnel's disappearance. These scientists, all logical prodigies, swiftly grasped the severity of the situation. As they deliberated, Zheng Yin witnessed 3 human scientists vanish into thin air. A row of previously occupied seats suddenly bore 3 empty spots. Without needing to speak, everyone understood that 3 more individuals had disappeared. A mathematician suggested that all scientists remained still to calculate the probability of the newly vacant seats, thereby estimating the rate and likelihood of the population's disappearance. An hour later, over 100 empty seats appeared, with the rate of disappearance evidently accelerating and the probabilities remaining random. Zheng Yin promptly directed, Lu, you and Rick arrange for all expedition members to assemble on the 4th layer holographic deck, lined up in rows of 100. Lu paused. Who is Rick? He then sighed. Great, it seems we've lost another. Hurry and organize things before you vanish. Professor Picard stated, Captain, according to your observations, since we exited the wormhole, the rate of disappearance has been increasing. I suggest we return to the previous jump coordinates and investigate. Very well, Chang'e, execute a high warp return to the last jump point. Chapter 117. The Disappearing Universe. 2 hours later, The Chang'e starship arrived at the location from which they previously emerged from the wormhole. Members of the expedition continued to vanish at an alarming rate, and the scientific team could not discern any cause. Chang'e initiated jump to the previous jump point. Zheng Yin yearned to return to the origin. At the very least, he wished to slow the rate at which personnel vanished. Captain, I lack a jump engine and cannot execute a leap. The technology for spatial jumping is a privilege of a third-tier civilization. Should we consider its fabrication? Chang'e responded. What? No jump engine? Zheng Yin asked, alarmed. Indeed, Captain, my database contains no records of such jumps. Panic engulfed Zheng Yin. It appeared that not only personnel would disappear, but objects as well. Wu Yunqi suggested, shall we seek assistance from the Pangu race or the White Light deity? Very well, Yunqi hastened to contact them. Shortly thereafter, Wu Yunqi inquired, Captain, to whom should I send the communication? Zheng Yin, in terror, replied, the Pangu race and the White Light deity. Surely these two races have not vanished. Wu Yunqi shook her head in confusion. I have indeed not heard of these two races. Are we not the only intelligent life in the universe? Zheng Yin insisted, how can that be? We are Earthlings, situated in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. And now we find ourselves in the Sagittarius arm. Quick, Yunqi, dispatch a communication request to all member planets of the Star Alliance. Wu Yunqi countered, shaking her head. Brother Yin, are you overly fatigued? The Star Alliance does not exist. Zheng Yin, in a fit of agitation, spun around and said, Yunqi, do not concern yourself with me. I am fine. He then turned to Professor Picard, asking, Professor Picard, how many species are presently in our expeditionary force, all originating from that planet? Do you recall? Professor Picard replied, Captain, we number only 50,000, and genetically we all belong to the same species. Moreover, we were born aboard this starship. Absurd, Zheng Yin exclaimed. Chang'e, this is utterly ludicrous. These crew members have not merely lost their memories but their logical reasoning as well. This space is undeniably not a genuine existence. Zheng Yin nearly shouted in despair. Captain, regarding your assertions, my logical assessment suggests that the further a material is from us, the more rapidly it vanishes. Seemingly radiating outward from this point, Chang'e explained. So, are we the center of the universe? Wu Yunqi asked, her concern evident. We have always been the center of the universe, Brother Yin. Have you forgotten this? Zheng Yin grasped Wu Yunqi's hand, offering a wry smile. In this starship, I alone will not forget anything. Wu Yunqi urged, you are fatigued. Perhaps you should rest for a while. Zheng Yin replied, no, from this moment forth. I shall hold your hand tightly, ensuring you do not vanish from my side. He then turned to Chang'e, requesting, Chang'e, elucidate the definition of the universe. Certainly, Captain. The universe is a spatial bubble with a diameter of 1,000 light-years, composed of dark energy, dark matter, and observable positive particles, Chang'e elaborated. Enough, Chang'e, I comprehend. The universe has dwindled to a mere 1,000 light-years in size. Captain, are these outlandish theories of yours genuine? Professor Picard inquired. Professor Picard. It seems you have forgotten the scientific symposium held just a few hours ago. How many individuals remain on the 4th-level holographic deck? Zheng Yin questioned. There are 40,000 on the 4th-level holographic deck. What are they doing? Professor Picard asked. What indeed are they doing? Ha ha ha, Professor. You are the leader of the science group, yet you have become so forgetful. How can I possibly rely on the science group now? It seems I must depend on myself, Zheng Yin remarked with a wry smile. Wu Yunqi inquired, Brother Yin, what are you planning to do now? Zheng Yin sighed. Let everyone return for now. Delu, please instruct those on the 4th deck to go back to their quarters and stop standing around. Wu Yunqi asked. Who is Delu? Has another person vanished? Zheng Yin replied helplessly, he is my first mate, our dear friend. Sister Yun, I am utterly ignorant of this power. The scientists in the science group have lost their logical faculties. Chang'e has become akin to a rudimentary computer of a level 1 civilization. I have no recourse for resistance or solutions. 5 hours later, Zheng Yin gazed at Wu Yunqi, who had fallen asleep nestled against him. Yet he dared not close his eyes. He feared that if he did, upon awakening, he might find himself bereft of his wife, despite his efforts to remain alert. The disappearances continued unabated. Even as Professor Picard spoke before him, he simply vanished. Now, fewer than 2,000 people remained aboard the starship, and the universe had shrunk to a mere 50 light-years. Another 5 hours passed, and after nearly 40 hours without sleep, Zheng Yin could no longer endure. He finally succumbed to slumber. After only a few hours, he awoke abruptly to find Wu Yunqi bringing him breakfast. and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least his wife was still there. Yunqi, how many are left in the expeditionary force? Zheng Yin asked. Expeditionary force? What expeditionary force? It has always been just the two of us in this world. Wu Yunqi laughed. Have they all vanished? Zheng Yin murmured. Vanished? What are you talking about, brother Yin? Nothing, Yunqi. Come, let us eat. Zheng Yin understood that soon Wu Yunqi would also disappear. This was beyond his control. Rather than desperately seeking solutions, he chose to simply accompany her until the very last moment. Contemplating his own fate held no significance at this juncture. After finishing their meal, just as Zheng Yin was about to suggest a stroll with Wu Yunqi, she vanished without a trace, leaving him alone aboard the starship. Chang'e, I am the only one left, am I not? Indeed, Captain, it has always been just you. Does the universe contain subspace? It does not. The starship is the universe. Beyond it, there exists neither space nor time, not even void. Then why is it called a starship? What do star and ship signify? My database lacks explanations for such queries. As Zheng Yin sought to ask further questions, the entire starship trembled, and the outer shields dissipated. It appears to be continuing to shrink. He muttered to himself. At that moment, a sudden flash of light appeared before him, and amidst the glow, he discerned a translucent Wu Yunqi. Upon seeing Zheng Yin, she joyfully leaned upon Huang Yueching's shoulder and began to weep. Alongside her were Delu, Rick, Picard, and West, among others. All those who had vanished reappeared in the light. Zheng Yin offered a bittersweet smile. Even with the universe gone, there still exist souls. Yet, almost immediately, the light flickered, and they all vanished once more, followed by another disorienting tremor. The inner quantum energy shield vanished, and the whole began to dissolve. Chapter 118, A Narrow Escape. Suddenly, Zheng Yin recalled that the recently vanished translucent figures appeared quite exhilarated, particularly Delu, who spun around with Professor Picard, nearly straining the elders back. Their expression suggested they were searching for him. Professors Wasteland and Bai Ying Meng jointly operated a novel instrument, directing light waves towards him. I have vanished, Zheng Yin exclaimed. Chang'e, is it possible that I have entered a dimension that is dissolving? Chang'e did not respond, and a mechanical voice emanated from the intercom. The main program cannot comprehend the concept of dimensional space. Please rephrase. It seemed Chang'e had also disappeared, and the starship was fading away. Computer, report the current dimensions of the starship. The starship comprised 3 decks, measuring 10 kilometers in length and 6 kilometers in width, containing multiple rooms. All right, computer, cease the report. Zheng Yin interrupted, as a surge of survival instinct surged within him. He hastily donned his multifunctional assistant and weapon, activating the personal shield. At that moment, a flash of light appeared, and Wu Yunqi and the others re-emerged before him. This time, they were distinctly clearer, and he could hear their voices. Professor Picard said, Captain, you have been missing for 5 days. You fell into a temporal bubble within a spatial rift. This temporal bubble is dissolving, and you must return before it completely vanishes. Otherwise, you will be lost forever. What must I do, Professor Picard? Zheng Yin inquired. But as soon as he spoke, the figures vanished again. Finally, Zheng Yin observed what appeared to be Bai Ying Meng and Wei Sida's instrument emitting smoke, indicating a malfunction of the new device. Zheng Yin had no choice but to remain still, realizing that the others were searching the starship for traces of him. Running about would only complicate their efforts. Half an hour later, the starship had diminished to merely the bridge, and Zheng Yin clearly saw a void encroaching upon him. His heart raced with anxiety as he repeatedly murmured, Hurry, Professor Wei Sida, Sister Bai Ying Meng, please hurry. This torment of helpless anticipation was truly agonizing. As the void closed in on the command chair, Zheng Yin was compelled to squat down, curling his body to gain an extra second. Just as the void was about to engulf him, a 2-centimeter-sized aperture appeared before him, through which he could clearly see the bridge of the real world. Immediately, he heard Delu shout, Jones, initiate the transfer. Subsequently, Zheng Yin was converted into particles and transported back to the bridge of the original world. At the very instant Zheng Yin departed, the entire temporal bubble shrank to an imperceptible size and swiftly vanished. Still reeling from the transition, Zheng Yin was abruptly embraced by Delu, who spun him around. The bridge erupted in joyous cheers, and laughter filled the entire starship. Delu, stop, stop. You're going to make me dizzy, Zheng Yin exclaimed. Delu set him down, chuckling. Oh dear, I truly lack perception. If anyone were to embrace you first, it should not have been me. With a playful shove, Zheng Yin was pushed in front of Wu Yunqi. Tears still glistened on Wu Yunqi's face as she chuckled. Such a dignified deputy of the expeditionary force, a general of the Star Alliance, yet you only know how to be frivolous. This provoked a chorus of laughter from everyone present. Professor Picard remarked, I've never seen Lu Zheng acting so uncharacteristically. He claims to have been a former chief of police, yet this is what we witness? I dare say he resembles more like a target rather than an officer. Ha ha ha. Zheng Yin replied with a smile. These past 5 days have been a whirlwind of anxiety and confusion for me. What on earth transpired? Lu Zheng chuckled. You became ensnared in a temporal bubble created by a spatial rift, thanks to the timely intervention of Bai Mong, who rescued you. Subsequently, each person recounted the sequence of events. It turned out that after the Chang'e starship emerged from the wormhole, it managed to restore its primary and secondary systems despite experiencing turbulence. However, a portion of the vessel remained caught in a time fracture. When the starship initiated its maximum warp speed, the curvature engine compressed space, generating a temporal bubble that encapsulated only Zheng Yin, leaving him stranded within the spatial rift. Just as the starship entered warp speed, Zheng Yin inexplicably vanished from the bridge. Lu Zheng immediately ordered the flight to halt and requested Chang'e to search for him. Chang'e reported that she had lost her consciousness link with Zheng Yin, confirming that he was no longer within the primary universe. An analysis by the science team concluded that the recent activation of warp speed had indeed flung Zheng Yin into the spatial rift. Consequently, they returned to their original coordinates, utilizing a time oscillator to locate Zheng Yin. Yet, after several days without progress, Bai Yingmong suggested that the spatial rift in that region had closed, rendering any time oscillations in the current space futile and incapable of affecting any object trapped within the rift. The only solution would be to reopen a spatial rift and then employ the time oscillator to locate the missing Zheng Yin. Thus, the scientific team revisited the theoretical techniques for exploring parallel universes, setting the photon quantum frequency to a fixed value of this universe, and implementing phased power surges to attempt to reopen the spatial rift. Indeed, after several adjustments, the instruments successfully opened the rift, revealing an empty cabin within. Yet Zheng Yin was nowhere to be found. They continued to activate the instruments in areas where Zheng Yin might materialize. Finally, they spotted him on the bridge. But the instruments could only open the spatial rift without penetrating the temporal bubble, rendering communication impossible, and soon, the device powered down. After an upgrade, Bai Yingmong proposed synchronizing the frequencies of the time oscillator and the photon quantum oscillator to breach the constraints of the temporal bubble. When they activated the instruments once more, the space on the bridge shrank further. If Zheng Yin did not emerge in time, he would vanish altogether with the dissolution of the temporal bubble. Just as Professor Picard conversed with Zheng Yin, the instrument malfunctioned once again. The time oscillator's flow tube overloaded, and following urgent repairs, it finally returned to normal operation. Bai Yingmong remarked, the previous activation was successful, but our communication with the captain in subspace was limited to sound transmission. This indicates an insufficiency of power. However, we are out of time. The time bubble at the captain's location is on the verge of dissipating. I propose we concentrate all our power into a single point, sufficient enough to transport the captain. Subsequently, everyone heeded Bai Yingmong's suggestion and, in a critical moment, successfully rescued Zheng Yin. After listening to the recounting of events, Zheng Yin grasped Bai Yingmong's hand and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Bai Yingmong. Bai Yingmong, blushing with modesty, replied, It is a privilege to contribute something meaningful to the expeditionary force. It is my duty. Dalu chuckled, not just useful, but immensely significant. You have truly taken the lead this time. We all play supporting roles. Ha ha ha. Chapter 119, Guardians of the Far-Reaching Civilization. Zheng Yin inquired. What exactly are those who have vanished one after another from my side? Professor Weiss said, they are all reflections of our time. As the time bubble contracts, they will continue to disappear. Only you exist in reality, which is why you could endure until the end. Zheng Yin responded, regardless. It is thanks to everyone's united efforts that I have returned to reality. I am sincerely grateful. Dalu laughed. Oh, spare us the mushy sentiments. Let us get back to work. We already lost 5 days, and we Haven T gathered a shred of intelligence on the clans. Zheng Yin replied with a smile. Regarding the clans, perhaps the insectoid mercenary corps knows more than we do. After all, they are on the same galactic arm. Dalu concurred, indeed. Let us consult with the brothers Kungsaba and Kuba. They seem to be at a loss for what to do now. Yunchi sent a deep space communication to Kungsaba's warship. Upon connection, Kungsaba appeared adorned in the regalia of a marshal. Zheng Yin smiled and said, long time no see. Have you been promoted to insectoid marshal? Congratulations. Kungsuba replied. Thank you for the kind words, Marshal. In my heart, you are the supreme marshal of the insectoid race. Zheng Yin chuckled. All right. I sought you out for a specific inquiry. Kungsuba said, Please, command me, Marshal. I shall not conceal anything within my knowledge. Zheng Yin asked, Very well, tell me. What do you know about the clans? Kungsuba was taken aback. What? The clans? Good heavens, Marshal, why inquire about them? Zheng Yin explained, Perhaps you are unaware. But we have cleared the Unification faction from the Orion Arm, and now our main battlefield is advancing towards the Sagittarius Arm. We must gather intelligence on the clans. Kuba interjected, This is indeed a monumental war, Marshal. On behalf of the Queen and all insectoids, we extend our congratulations to you and express our regrets for those who could not participate. Kungsuba added. Although the Star Alliance has defeated the Celestial Shipmen and the Reptilians on the Orion Arm, against the clans, the Star Alliance is utterly inadequate. They have grown disdainful of the wars within the galaxy, and it is said they frequently traverse between the Andromeda Galaxy. We know nothing of their level of civilization. The 3 planets they inhabit reside within the same stellar system, extending outward for 100 light-years, encompassing their star domain, a renowned no-fly zone in the Sagittarius Arm. Regardless of whether they are mercenaries, pirates, or adherents of the Unification sect, any warship that dares to enter this restricted area faces imminent destruction. Zheng Yin inquired, Do they still belong to the Unification sect? Ku and Shiba replied, Of course they do. Decades ago, the Black Crystal Explosion even journeyed to the Krelian Triad for pilgrimage. They were the leaders of the Unification sect in the Milky Way before the Celestial Ship People, with the Panga tribe as their principal adversary. Delu asked, Then why did they not rescue the Unification deity after their exile to the Void of Silence, nor cause us any trouble? Ku and Shiba smirked. How do you know they didn't attempt to rescue? Besides, aren't the Celestial Ship People perpetually engaged with you? Zheng Yin nodded. I see now. They appear to be the link to the Unification sect within the Andromeda Galaxy. What else do you know about them? Ku and Shiba responded, Nothing more, Marshal. That is all we have. We only hear rumors, as no one but the Celestial Ship People can penetrate their star domain within 100 light-years. Zheng Yin remarked. Thank you for sharing this intelligence. If needed, I shall contact you again. We may frequently meet in the future. Ku and Shiba smiled. I look forward to fighting alongside you once more, Marshal. Best of luck, until next time. After closing the communication, Delu said, Captain, this is dire. If the Krelian people unite with the Andromeda Galaxy and retrieve the Unification deity from the Void of Silence, our modest victories will be difficult to maintain. Zheng Yin expressed his concern, We have lagged in contacting other secondary civilizations. We should propose to the Star Alliance to initiate interstellar communications. Subsequently, Zheng Yin presented this strategic plan to the Star Alliance. Upon learning that the Krelian were in contact with the Unification sect in the Andromeda Galaxy, the command recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly endorsed Zheng Yin's proposal. They dispatched 3,000 Krulu warships equipped with jump technology to the Andromeda Galaxy, the Triangulum Galaxy, and the nearby Large and Small Magellanic Clouds, acting as ambassadors of the Star Alliance to engage with the principal anti-unification alliances in those star systems, collectively resisting the Unification deity's return. Meanwhile, the Chang'e superstarship, after completing reconnaissance on the Krelian, was tasked with supporting warships and establishing contact with extragalactic systems. The starship, in its final stealth mode, positioned itself 100 light-years away from the Krelian Triad for distant deep space exploration. As soon as the Chang'e activated its deep space radar, it immediately received a peculiar message. This communication, transmitted in a quantum entanglement matrix format, originated from an aging white dwarf star system, where a desolate planet lay 50 light-years from the starship's location and 150 light-years from the Krelian Triad. The message plainly stated, The moment you activate your deep space radar, I sensed it. The Krelian are more astute than I. You would be wise to vacate this area swiftly, or your starship shall become their spoils. Zheng Yin promptly instructed Professor Picard, deactivate the deep space radar. Yunchi is initiating a communication request to the signal point. Once the connection was established, a middle-aged man appeared, strikingly similar in appearance to humans. He stood amidst a vast factory, dimly lit, and utterly alone. He remarked, Although you possess a superstarship, you are unable to unleash its full potential. It is no different from an ordinary second-tier civilization cruiser and is no match for the Krelians. If you wish to further comprehend your starship, I can assist you. Come to me swiftly. Zheng Yin responded, Greetings, I am Zheng Yin, captain of the starship. Our Galactic Interstellar Alliance's civilization exploration vessel is executing a reconnaissance mission under the orders of the Alliance Command. May I inquire about your civilization? Why are you alone here? The man glanced around the empty factory and replied with a smile, I am the last guardian of the Lydea civilization. Our civilization has journeyed 100 billion light years away, where the laws of physics exhibit subtle alterations. I have lost contact with my kin and have been solitary in safeguarding the remnants of this civilization for 1,000,000 years. Chapter 120, A Perfect Enhancement. Zheng Yin further inquired, what motivates you to assist us, and what aid can you provide? The guardian answered, my civilization was expelled by the Krallians. That alone offers me ample reason to assist you. As for the manner of assistance, you shall discover it upon your arrival. Upon reaching the orbital path of the Guardian's planet, he invited Zheng Yin and the diplomatic team to tour the prehistoric factory underground. Professor Picard. Scan the air composition in the underground factory, Zheng Yin commanded. It is remarkably similar to Earth's atmosphere. No air filters are necessary, Professor Picard reported. Very well. Let us pay a visit to this guardian of the prehistoric civilization. Subsequently, a 6-member diplomatic team consisting of Zheng Yin, Alice, Huang Yueqing, Lu, Rick, and West was teleported to the underground factory of the planet. Wu Yunqi, being 5 months pregnant, opted out of the diplomatic contact, with medical officer Huang Yueqing serving as the diplomat. Upon their arrival in the underground factory, they were immediately struck by a sense of grandeur and desolation. The immense factory resembled a steel city, silently narrating tales of its former glory. The Guardian welcomed them warmly, having awaited a conversation partner for over 1,000,000 years. Zheng Yin politely asked, how did you transcend the limitations of lifespan? Or does your species inherently possess such longevity? The Guardian chuckled, in the Milky Way. No carbon-based life form can sustain 1,000,000 years without altering its form, and our species is no exception. However, we did not resort to cloning bodies or genetic modifications, which are misguided techniques. We discovered a safer and more effective method. Curious as the medical officer, Huang Yueqing immediately inquired, what is this method? The Guardian smiled mysteriously. In time, you shall come to understand. Zheng Yin then asked, what assistance can you offer concerning the Krallians? The Guardian stated, of course, it is scientific, aiding you in gaining a deeper understanding of your own starship. Come, allow me to first show you the remnants of our civilization. After boarding the shuttle, they traveled for several hours, discovering that this subterranean factory extended over 300 kilometers, with a surface area 3 times that of the Chang'e superstarship, resembling an underground city. This place harnessed geothermal energy from the Earth's core to power the city, with most areas remaining in a perpetual state of darkness due to being shut down. As the shuttle passed through, the streetlights flickered to life, only to extinguish swiftly once the shuttle departed. The Guardian remarked, I am the sole inhabitant of this underground city. To conserve energy, I keep most areas closed year-round, conducting only an annual inspection, while the small section I reside in remains continuously powered. Alice expressed her admiration, saying, living alone in such an expansive underground city for 1,000,000 years, yet maintaining such a positive and optimistic demeanor, devoid of loneliness, is truly commendable. The Guardian, astonished, replied, you possess telepathic abilities? How rare. Indeed, when I became the Guardian, I underwent emotional optimization therapy, erasing feelings of loneliness, sorrow, jealousy, and other negative emotions from my psyche. Alice smiled. Perhaps it is the unique architectural style of the underground city. To be honest, before our descent, we harbored a tinge of anxiety and fear of the unknown. Yet upon entering this underground city, those feelings vanished, and now we, like you, are filled with hope for the future. The Guardian chuckled. Such is the allure of our civilization. Lu added with a grin, hey, I must admit, I hadn't noticed it at first, but now I feel an inexhaustible energy. Ultimately, the Guardian led them to the library of the underground city, where the archives of the Drelius civilization were preserved. These records contain various scientific theories and technical parameters that could elevate your technological understanding to a new level. Your scientists are welcome to access them freely, the Guardian offered. Zheng Yin responded, even with this information, we may not stand a chance against the Krylia. Our primary mission is reconnaissance, and we would be immensely grateful for any detailed records you possess regarding them. The Guardian acknowledged, we have substantial records about the Krylia, but they date back 1,000,000 years. Since our civilization departed, I have remained dormant here, without conducting any reconnaissance on them. Lacking precise information, the expeditionary forces had to rely on their own means, prompting Zheng Yin to instruct the scientific team to extract information from orbit. Afterwards, the Guardian invited Zheng Yin and his companions to stay an additional day to experience the charm of the Drelius civilization. After spending over 10 hours in this underground city, Zheng Yin felt neither hunger nor fatigue, but rather a sense of vitality and elevated spirits. The remaining 5 individuals experienced similar transformations. Professor Wester effortlessly grasped advanced scientific theories and, drawing from his experiences during interuniversal travel, formulated the theoretical equations for the Galactic Bridge. Constructing a temporal wormhole connecting the cores of the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy to facilitate communication between the 2 star systems. Alice's telepathic range expanded to thousands of kilometers, while Huang Yueqing swiftly resolved all her medical perplexities. Both Lu and Rick surpassed the physical limits of humanity, their strength and agility far exceeding that of the Vargans. Zheng Yin and his companions harbored no doubts regarding these miraculous alterations. Their minds were filled with positivity and devoid of any negative emotions. After spending a night in the underground city, their physical prowess and cognitive abilities doubled yet again. Eventually, Zheng Yin inquired of the Guardian whether the underground city possessed some mysterious higher-dimensional force that accounted for their remarkable enhancements. The Guardian chuckled, stating, "This is the true assistance I have provided you. Your starship lacks scientific theories, but what you needed was the capacity for understanding and logical reasoning. Now, your brain's comprehension efficiency and physical capabilities have increased tenfold, making it easy for you to master the technology of a third-tier civilization." Zheng Yin remarked, "Is your sole purpose in doing this to ensure we swiftly defeat the Krellians?" The Guardian replied with a laugh, "What else could it be?" Lu added with a grin, "That is sufficient. Once we eliminate the Krellians and the celestial ship people, this galaxy's arm will evolve into a utopian alliance. At that time, you shall undoubtedly be a legendary hero." After concluding a day and a half of diplomatic visits, Zheng Yin and his companions returned to their starship. However, as they materialized in the teleportation chamber, Chang'e immediately triggered an invasion alarm. 6 mechanical entities composed of nanotechnology have been detected. Captain, your physical forms have been compromised. Chapter 121. Transferred consciousness what? Zheng Yin inquired incredulously. Captain, although you 6 possess consciousness, you are now mechanical entities. During your journey in the underground city, your physical bodies may have been replaced, Chang'e explained. It was at this moment that Zheng Yin and his companions recognized the anomaly. Huang Yueqing immediately sliced open her arm with an electromagnetic knife, revealing hard metal beneath her skin, not a drop of blood in sight. Zheng Yin thought, indeed, there is no love given without reason. Yunqi, immediately contact the Guardian. Wu Yunqi responded, Captain, the Guardian has refused to accept the communication, only sending a message. Zheng Yin asked, what does it say? Wu Yunqi replied with a smile. He advises you to embrace this change and states that this mechanical form has perfectly merged with your original consciousness, granting you a lifespan of millions of years. Lu scoffed. Are you trying to fool us? If such a fortune were true, it should have been disclosed in advance. I take my wife along and thank him for it. Zheng Yin said, I have no desire to be trapped in this universe for millions of years, watching my loved ones and friends age before my eyes. Such torment far outweighs the pleasure of immortality. Huang Yueqing remarked, not only that, we are devoid of sorrow, fear, and anger. Only joy and contemplation remain. The subtle interplay of the organs within me has vanished, depriving me of life's greatest pleasure, my study of herbal medicine. Living like this is devoid of meaning. Zheng Yin promptly commanded, Professor Picard, scan the underground city. If our physical forms are located, transport them immediately to the isolation chamber. Moments later, Professor Picard responded, Captain, a shield has materialized around the underground city, obstructing our scanning waves. Professor West commented, I have encountered descriptions of the shield technology in the library's computer. It is a transdimensional barrier that we cannot penetrate unless deactivated from within. It seems our only recourse is to contact the Guardian. Although he does not accept communication links, he is always able to receive messages. Zheng Yin addressed him. Every civilization possesses its own mode of existence. Our civilization cannot escape the cycles of birth, aging, illness, and death. This is the essence of life's continuum. Even our solar system has undergone 2 or 3 cycles to evolve into its current state. If you oppose the unification sect, please respect the autonomy of a civilization's choices. We do not desire this mechanical form. It robs me of the right to grow old alongside my beloved, stripping away the fundamental human right, death. We appreciate your goodwill. Yet we prefer to confront evil in our corporeal forms. After sending the message, there was no response. Yunqi, are you certain the Guardian received it? Zheng Yin inquired. Wu Yunqi replied, of course, I am certain. The message was opened and played for a minute. As for why he did not respond, that remains unclear. Zheng Yin continued to address the Guardian. Please do not equate yourself with the Unification sect. Any civilization that denies individuals their choices is not a progressive and open civilization. Still, there was no reply from the captain. Continue sending. Zheng Yin urged, although your scientific advancements are remarkable, we would rather fight valiantly to defend our freedom. If you do not respond, the remaining threads of our friendship will lose their significance. If our physical forms cannot be retrieved, then our existence holds no genuine meaning, and we shall destroy your planet. The Guardian swiftly replied with a message. Isn't the abandonment of corporeal constraints in pursuit of immortality what you humans have always sought? Zheng Yin promptly retorted, any form of immortality that does not transcend the fifth dimension is a mere illusion, only intensifying our spiritual torment. I believe you understand this. The Guardian responded, in that case, I will return your bodies to you, but I request 7 days' time. Lu said, although I currently do not know what anger feels like. I must assert that we cannot grant him even 7 minutes. Who knows what he intends to do? 7 days, with his technology, could yield several generations of clones. Cloning? So that's it. Zheng Yin exclaimed, enlightened. What are you thinking, Captain? Lu inquired. Zheng Yin chuckled. Did I not just inform him that all forms of immortality that have not transcended into the fifth-dimensional realm are mere illusory facades? No matter how intricate the mechanical body may be, it cannot possess a sufficiently vast consciousness. This has already been articulated by the replicant Louisa. And Professor Wester has come to grasp this notion as well. He continued, the captain's intent is clear. He has stolen our corporeal forms to transfer his consciousness, aiming for a re-evolution that transcends the four-dimensional space. Zheng Yin affirmed, indeed, that is the sole reason for his retention of our physical bodies. Professor Picard inquired, but Captain, what will become of you if we obliterate the planet? Huang Yuqing replied with a smile, Professor Picard, have you forgotten? Our gene bank contains samples of the entire expeditionary force. We can clone the 6 of us and transfer our consciousness into those clones, much like the Krillurians. Upon hearing this, Lu exclaimed excitedly, damn it. Blow it up. Dust to dust, and ashes to ashes. A civilization that vanished 1,000,000 years ago is still meddling here. It is truly self-destructive. Zheng Yin promptly sent a final message to the Guardian. 1 minute from now, if we do not detect our physical bodies in the underground city, including those you have cloned, we shall annihilate your planet. A minute later, Professor Picard remarked, Captain, we have successfully scanned the physical forms of all 6 of you. Shall we proceed with the teleportation? Zheng Yin commanded, transport them to the isolation chamber. Capacitor, prepare the neutrino fissure cannon at maximum power, aimed at the underground city. Await my command to fire. The physical bodies of Zheng Yin and his 5 companions were teleported to the isolation chamber, and following a safety scan, they were quickly moved to the medical room, where they lay in a state of vegetative existence, devoid of their primary consciousness. As the Chang'e spacecraft's colossal cannon gathered immense neutrino fissure energy, the Guardian below ground initiated an urgent communication link. Upon connection, the Guardian pleaded, Captain, I have fulfilled your request and returned your physical bodies. Why do you still intend to destroy my underground city? Zheng Yin responded, you have yet to return our cloned forms. While your shields may be advanced, my neutrino fissure cannon possesses 100,000 superimposed frequency states. Your shields cannot withstand such an assault. The Guardian retorted, those are merely physical forms without consciousness. You need not be so miserly. Zheng Yin replied, had you disclosed this information earlier, perhaps our expeditionary force would have considered recruiting a volunteer. However, your repeated use of deceit has made it impossible for us to relinquish our cloned bodies freely. Moreover, each clone, as it matures, develops its own consciousness. To discard them for your exploitation, whether morally or ethically, is something we cannot permit. Chapter 122, The Pursuit of the Clea. Upon hearing this, the Guardian fell silent for a moment before bursting into tears, which gradually escalated into uncontrollable sobbing. Ultimately, his emotions spiraled into chaos, disrupting his systems and driving him into madness. He oscillated between fits of laughter, loud curses, desperate cries for mercy, and moments of fearful withdrawal. Emotions that had been suppressed for millions of years surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam. Zheng Yin and his companions quietly observed the pitiful Guardian on the large screen, witnessing his emotional collapse. as if they were gazing upon their own future selves. Having lived for millions of years within mechanical bodies, after half an hour, the Guardian, having exhausted his emotional outburst and energy, slumped to the ground and lamented. Our civilization is renowned for its deceit. Deception is the hallmark of our culture. We have deceived the Star Alliance and misled the Unification sect, to the extent that when pursued by the Clerians, the Alliance did not extend a helping hand. And I, a wretched deceiver, have been ensnared by my own civilization's falsehoods. They instructed me to serve as the guardian of our civilization, awaiting their return from the extragalactic realms with reinforcements, promising that once the Clerians were vanquished, I would ascend as the new leader of the Clerians. However, since the departure of their exiled fleet, I have received not a single message, not even a report on their routes. I am unaware of their current whereabouts. The last time I claimed they were 100 billion light-years away. It was merely an unfounded fabrication. Indeed, I often utter my lies without a second thought. Delu interjected, and what of your words now? Are they true? The Guardian replied with a bitter smile. The emotional collapse I just experienced has incinerated my self-repair systems. I have only a few hours left to live. The distinction between truth and deception holds no significance for me anymore. Please take the clone bodies. I believe I am finally destined for liberation. He then pressed a button on his arm, causing the shields of the underground city to vanish instantly. Professor Picard reported, Captain. What is it, Professor? Scans have detected 6,000 clone bodies, all in deep slumber. The crew on the bridge was rendered speechless, astonished at the revelation that within just 1 or 2 days, the Guardian had managed to clone each individual 1,000 times over. After a lengthy silence, Zheng Yin commanded, transport them all to the isolation chamber, conduct health scans, and subsequently store them in the quantum vault. During our forthcoming journey, we shall gradually relocate them to suitable planets. The engineering and medical teams swiftly collected the clone bodies into the quantum energy storage vault. Zheng Yin turned to the ailing Guardian and asked, Shall we assist you? The Guardian replied with a pained smile, Let us destroy this underground city that has deceived me for 1,000,000 years. Following a targeted neutrino fragmentation blast, a vast pit emerged on the ground, shrouded in a cloud of dust and debris. Ultimately, the science and medical teams collaborated to transfer consciousness, allowing the 6 individuals of Zheng Yin to reclaim their corporeal forms. The mechanical bodies were sealed for future scientific research. With this bizarre journey concluded, Zheng Yin resolved to conduct reconnaissance on the Clerians. According to Commander Kuan Shiba of the Insectoid Mercenary Corps and the Guardian of the Drelia civilization, Clerian technology appeared to have ascended to a 3rd-tier stellar civilization. Thus, opening deep space radar 100 light-years away for exploration was tantamount to directly activating an artificial wormhole to deploy disposable probes. Clearly, the latter option was more suitable. Consequently, Zheng Yin instructed to forego traveling 100 light-years to the Clerian star system and instead open a miniature wormhole from their current location, just large enough for the probes to pass through. The coordinates for the exit were established on a gas giant located less than 1 light-year from the Crillian Triad. Upon the activation of the wormhole, a quantum communication was received from the probe 10 seconds later. The scientific team promptly conducted a remote scan of the Crillian Triad and their space station. However, as the scanning wave was just emitted, a small artificial wormhole appeared beside the probe, and a beam from a phase cannon obliterated the probe instantaneously. Meanwhile, the Chang'e reported, Captain, my autonomous defense system has detected multiple spatial points sending distortions. It is estimated that 30 artificial wormholes are about to manifest. We are compromised. Goodness, this is impressive. Should we flee or engage? Lu inquired. Even if we run, we must create chaos. Zheng Yin commanded immediately, all hands to battle stations, adjust the inner and outer shields. Just as Picard set the quantum energy shield to the outer layer, 30 cruisers, each 50 kilometers in length, materialized around the Chang'e. These warships, with their robust and ancient design, unleashed a barrage of concentrated firepower, shaking the entire starship as the shields absorbed in excess of 300% energy. Captain, energy levels are exceeding limits. The weapon systems are at risk of overload. The capacitors warned. Fire the neutrino splitting cannon. Maintain continuous fire. In the aftermath of a dazzling display of light, 10 enemy ships were destroyed, prompting the remaining vessels to retreat and increase their distance from the Chang'e. Capacitor. Release 100,000 missiles at each warship to keep them occupied, Zheng Yin ordered. 2 million missiles soared forth, transforming the Chang'e into a spectacle akin to fireworks in the cosmos. Beidou, set the coordinates to the atmosphere of a Crillian planet. Chekhov, activate the artificial wormhole. Capacitor. launched 10 singularity bombs into the wormhole. Amidst the exchange of fire, the Chang'e suddenly opened an artificial wormhole, allowing the 10 singularity bombs to enter instantaneously. Zheng Yin held little hope for these bombs, knowing the Krelian could easily neutralize them. As expected, a wormhole appeared several hundred kilometers ahead, and the 10 singularity bombs emerged, hurtling back towards the Chang'e. Though intercepted by dozens of Dragonfly cruise missiles, a significant gravitational point was created. The Chang'e had to evade swiftly to escape the gravitational pull. At this moment, 5 more enemy ships had already been destroyed, and nearly 100 distortion points emerged in the surrounding space. With almost 100 Krelian warships jumping into the fray. Jump to 500 light-years away, retreat. Zheng Yin commanded. Unexpectedly, as the Chang'e entered the wormhole, 10 Krelian warships pursued closely behind, with several others continuously injecting energy into the wormhole to prevent its closure. As the Chang'e emerged from the wormhole, Zheng Yin immediately ordered, "Fire the neutrino-splitting cannon and black hole torpedoes at the wormhole exit. Engage any ship that emerges." Just as he finished speaking, a Krelian cruiser exited, met by a neutrino-splitting cannon and a black hole torpedo. The cruiser was immediately obliterated, followed by another that met the same fate. After a succession of 10 cruisers were destroyed, a multitude of neutrinos cascaded into the black hole. Zheng Yin commanded the capacitor to launch 10 black hole torpedoes at this artificial black hole, whose exit had already morphed into a substantial singularity. As several more Krelian warships were annihilated, they abandoned their pursuit through the wormhole. Yet, around the Chang'e, over 100 spatial distortion points emerged, launching an ambush on the superstarship. "Captain, we've stirred a hornet's nest. This seems never-ending. Why not simply lead them to the white light people?" Delu exclaimed. "Delu, your suggestion is quite devious, but in dire situations, it may warrant consideration," Zheng Yin responded with a chuckle. As nearly 100 Krelian warships materialized, the Chang'e had already jumped 500 light-years away, leaving behind 100 time-dilated torpedoes post-detonation. The Krelian vessels were instantaneously ensnared by the time barrier, with 50 of them affected. The remaining 50 continued their pursuit along the Chang'e's jump trail. This time, the Chang'e superstarship leaped into a nebula. Just as it stabilized, another 100 jump points began to materialize around it. "Captain, running indefinitely is not a viable strategy," Delu remarked. Zheng Yin, equally frustrated, retorted, "They have truly overstepped their bounds with this relentless chase. Capacitor, load the gamma-ray gun into the arsenal. Once the enemy appears, fire at will." To counter the replicants, the expeditionary forces had developed 2 weapons as ultimate trump cards, the cryogenic ray cannon and the gamma-ray gun. The term gun relates to the gamma-ray bursts produced during a supernova explosion, and the beam cross-section of the gamma-ray gun aboard the Chang'e reached several meters in diameter. As the Krelian warships emerged, streams of gamma-rays penetrated their shields, incapacitating their systems, followed by the instantaneous destruction from several photon torpedoes. In less than 3 minutes, over 50 Krelian warships were annihilated. However, the Chang'e sustained considerable damage, though its shields remained intact. The immense shockwave caused the entire starship to tremble as if it had experienced a violent earthquake. The 4th-level holographic deck was forced to shut down, just as nearly 100 more warships jumped into view. Fuming, Zheng Yin commanded, "Beidou, set coordinates to the Krelian planetary orbit. Chekhov, initiate the jump immediately. Capacitor, once we exit the wormhole, unleash the neutrino-splitting cannon and the gamma-ray gun simultaneously towards the planet's atmosphere." "Understood. Let us create a cataclysm if they wish to escalate," Delu shouted. Subsequently, amidst the onslaught from numerous Krelian heavy warships, the Chang'e activated its jump engine, swiftly penetrating the void, closely pursued by several Krelian vessels. During the 10 seconds in this dimensional space, the Chang'e endured several attacks while retaliating with a few shots from the neutrino-splitting cannon. 10 minutes later, the Chang'e materialized in orbit around the Krelian planet, marking their first close observation of a precise, third-tier civilization's world. Indeed, the level of scientific advancement is extraordinarily high, with a space city in orbit rivaling the size of the moon. As the Chang'e spacecraft made its appearance, it was immediately met with a barrage of gamma rays and several neutrino disintegration cannons targeting the planetary surface. Chapter 123. The uproar in the Centaurus arm. The surface of the Krelian planet is enveloped in a formidable shield, capable of encasing an entire planet, a feat achievable only by civilizations of the 3rd tier and above. However, even the most robust of shields cannot withstand the penetrating force of gamma rays. The shield surrounding the planet was swiftly breached, creating 5 gaping holes, through which the neutrino disintegration cannons followed with their assault. Fire the singularity bombs into the voids. Captain, over 1,000 colossal cruisers are leaping towards us. Immediately launch as many missiles as possible towards the surrounding space stations. Beidou, Chekhov, prepare to jump 1,000 light-years away. As the Clerian warships emerged, the Chang'e superstarship had just made its escape. In mere seconds, all missile ports on the Chang'e opened, unleashing a frenzy of 500,000 assorted missiles into the vicinity, triggering an emergency state across the surrounding space stations. On the planet's surface, although the singularity bombs had been captured by the Clerians, 5 shots from the neutrino disintegration cannon struck the city, leaving 5 massive craters in one of the most bustling urban areas, resulting in over 1 million Clerian casualties and nearly paralyzing the city. For the first time in hundreds of thousands of years, the Clerians faced such a blow. No civilization had dared to launch a surprise attack against them. Not even the Panga race. Their long-standing arrogance and complacency had rendered them vulnerable to the Earth expeditionary force, leading to such a humiliating defeat. The Clerians, unwilling to let this affront go unanswered, resolved to exact a genocidal retribution against the Earthlings, whom they viewed as reckless fools. After the Chang'e superstarship escaped, no Clerian warships pursued. Aha, that should keep them occupied. They deserve it. We merely scanned them, and they are relentless, laughed Daliu. Yet, Zheng Yin could not share in the mirth. He sensed they had stirred a hornet's nest. If they pursue us, we can easily shake them off with continuous jumps. But now that they are not chasing, we are in peril. What do you mean, Captain? Are they planning a major offensive against us? Daliu inquired. While it may not be directed solely at us, at least we could escape. However, if it targets the solar system, Zheng Yin expressed his concern. Goodness, that indeed puts us in a precarious position. Daliu's worry became evident. Quickly notify the Earth Federation and prepare them for defense, suggested Wu Yunqi. Even if we combine the forces of the Earth Federation, the Proxima Centuri aliens, and the Sirius Blue beings, we would still be no match for the Clerians. We can only take a less conventional approach and employ strategy, Zheng Yin stated. At that moment, Professor Picard reported, Captain, the microprobes we left behind have been destroyed. The last transmission indicated that the Clerian warships are rapidly assembling. No need to speculate. They are undoubtedly rallying towards the solar system. What are we to do, Captain? Daliu asked. Whether venturing into the solar system or the command center of the Galactic Alliance, our efforts to obstruct them are futile. We shall first employ the stratagem of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. Beidou and Chekhov will leap to the nearby member planets of the Unification faction, creating chaos in their ranks. 10 seconds later, the starship arrives in the orbit of a planet belonging to the Unification faction, a colony of the Tiong Gang race, where thousands of warships are docked at the space station. As the Chang'e appears, it aims to create a commotion, without hesitation. A gamma ray pierces through the entire space station, followed by a black hole torpedo that catches the Tiong Gang fleet off guard. As a small black hole begins to form, tearing the space station apart, the Chang'e swiftly jumps to its next target. During this time, Zheng Yin contacts the joint fleet of the Galactic Alliance to inform them of the war with the clans. The joint fleet has already reached the Sagittarius Arm, engaging in battle with a member planet of the Unification faction. The 3 marshals declare that this war is inevitable. They immediately seek assistance from the Panga tribe, pledging that the 7,000 warships will be under their command. They emphasize the importance of safety and vow to collaborate in escalating the conflict in the Sagittarius Arm to divert the clan's attention. The 7,000 warships promptly accept Zheng Yin's orders to launch a second devastating strike against the member planet of the Unification faction that the Chang'e had ambushed, and they are to retreat at the slightest sign of clan pursuit. Simultaneously, Zheng Yin sends a communication to the insectoid mercenary leader, Coup and Shiba. We have stirred the wrath of the clans, who are now hunting us throughout the galaxy. However, we wish to amplify the chaos. If you desire to partake in this grand spectacle, follow in my footsteps. Feel free to occupy the member planets we have attacked. Whatever you seize will belong to your insectoid kin. Tempted by this offer, Coup and Shiba, having ascended to the position of supreme commander of the insectoids through the advanced technology shared by the Chang'e, rallies his forces. Soon, a fleet of 20,000 insectoid mercenaries gathers from various corners of the galaxy towards the Sagittarius Arm, while another 20,000 from the Sagittarius Arm swiftly assembles at the coordinates sent by the Chang'e. Indeed, 10 minutes later, 30 member planets of the Unification faction are ambushed by the superstarship Chang'e. They comprise both the technologically advanced Tiong Gang race and other less advanced civilizations. Yet all are powerless against the relentless assault of the Chang'e. Before long, the clan fleet alters its destination, jumping to encircle the Chang'e. Observing the 3,000 massive clan cruisers, Zheng Yin realizes that a direct confrontation is unfeasible. They must engage in a hit-and-run strategy. They leap to the Chaos Star without a second thought, compelled by the actions of the Baiguang people who had accepted their gift. This location is 20,000 light-years away from the Chaos Star in the Orion Arm, prompting the Chang'e to open a colossal wormhole for an extended 20-second jump. The enraged clans pursue relentlessly, and within the dimensional space of the wormhole, the Chang'e endures several rounds of bombardment, managing to retaliate and destroy 3 enemy vessels. Yet, for the 3,000 enemy ships, this is but a minor setback. After the starship emerged from the wormhole, Zheng Yin promptly commanded a back-and-forth navigation at warp speed 999 within this 100-light-year nebula, engaging in strategic maneuvers against the Corellia. Simultaneously, he sent a communication to the Baiguang people, appealing to them to assist in expelling the Corellia, considering their previous offering of the unifier of the parallel universe. The enraged Corellia were oblivious to the fact that they had intruded upon the territory of the Baiguang, who had concealed this domain for over 10 million years, only revealing themselves after the exile of the unifier of this universe. Moreover, the civilizations present here, numbering over 100, appeared to be primitive feudal societies devoid of any semblance of modern technology. Chapter 124, The Consciousness of Plants. Soon after a fierce battle lasting a mere 10 minutes, the Corellia had lost another 10 warships. The Chang'e stock of conventional missiles had been entirely depleted, and Zheng Yin hesitated to recklessly deploy any of the third-tier civilization weapons, such as black hole torpedoes, near the chaotic star. Yet the Corellia showed no such restraint, launching a barrage of black hole torpedoes towards the Chang'e. As the Chang'e deftly evaded the incoming torpedoes, it continued to relay messages to the Baiguang, who seemingly acknowledged the communication but chose to disregard the ongoing conflict. However, just as the last of the black hole torpedoes was about to enter a planetary atmosphere, they abruptly ceased their trajectory, vanishing without a trace. The 3,000 Corellia warships found themselves instantaneously ejected from the Milky Way, arriving at the void between the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy, an expanse shrouded in an energy vacuum, a desolate realm that had remained silent for millennia. The sudden arrival of these warships awakened dormant entities within this void, which unfurled their massive, devouring maws and lunged toward the Corellia fleet. The Corellia promptly unleashed an array of weaponry, yet all of it became sustenance for the energy void. By the time the Corellia realized they could not defeat the void, it was too late. Their fleet's energy was swiftly siphoned away, and their shields plummeted. In less than a minute, all 3,000 heavy cruisers were consumed, leaving them unaware of their expulsion from the galaxy. Meanwhile, the Chang'e superstarship finally had a moment to breathe. The Baiguang deity manifested on the bridge, expressing dissatisfaction towards Zheng Yin. "You have stirred up trouble and then come to me for assistance. What obligation do I have to help you? Especially since you do not adhere to the teachings of Baiguang?" Zheng Yin replied with a smile, regarding the Baiguang teachings. "I previously clarified that the expeditionary forces enjoy their freedom of belief. I do not compel them to believe or disbelieve." The Lu chimed in with a grin. "It is not that we brought them here intentionally, but rather they are collaborating with members of the Unification faction from the Andromeda Galaxy, preparing to retrieve the Unifier. We can ascertain with absolute certainty that the Unifier is our shared adversary, which is why we have come to inform you." The Baiguang deity chuckled. "Such childish tales should not be repeated. The Unifier of the parallel universe has been vanquished by us and transformed into pure energy. Should the Unifier from this universe arrive, we can similarly defeat him. As for the Corellia, having lost their main fleet, they shall no longer pose a threat to you." Zheng Yin remarked, "Given this, we can confidently engage in battle at the Sagittarius Arm." The god of white light responded, "If you do not profess the faith of the white light sect, do not expect me to come to your aid again. This time, consider it a repayment for the gift you bestowed upon me. Should you intrude unannounced again, I shall cast you beyond this galaxy." Before Zheng Yin could respond, the god of white light waved his hand and vanished, immediately sending the Chang'e spacecraft hurtling like an unbridled arrow towards the Sagittarius Arm inside the cabin. The crew was thrown about before regaining their composure, and Zheng Yin chuckled. "Regardless, the significant trouble in the Sagittarius Arm has been resolved." He then relayed the news to the Star Alliance's joint fleet, which brought great joy to the 3 marshals, prompting an immediate tactical advance in the Sagittarius Arm. The 7,000 warships continued their involvement in the conflict. The insectoid Mercenary Corps captured 10 planets belonging to the unified faction and ingratitude. Kungsiba dispatched 30,000 insectoid warships to assault the member planets of the unified faction alongside the Star Alliance fleet. At this juncture, the Star Alliance's forces had swelled to 200,000 vessels. Without the assistance of the higher-dimensional beings, the Celestials and the Scani-Cryans would be incapable of securing victory in the war. The Cryans opted for restraint, issuing a statement to the Star Alliance, declaring that this war was instigated by the Earthlings prying, and that they had long ceased their involvement in the galactic conflicts. Furthermore, they confined their territorial domain from 100 light-years to 30 light-years, pledging not to assist any faction as long as battles did not occur within their territory. In regard to the Earth Expeditionary Force, they issued a lengthy condemnation, which could be interpreted as their acknowledgement of having suffered losses. Given that the war in the Sagittarius Arm did not necessitate the Chang'e's support, the Star Alliance Command entrusted them with a new task to relocate all research personnel and equipment from a scientific base to a location 1,000 light-years away. Such a vast and extensive relocation could only be accomplished with the immense deck and jump technology of the Chang'e. Upon receiving the assignment, Zheng Yin commanded an immediate jump. Arriving at a research facility located on a verdant planet, the research teams had been investigating the transformation and utilization of consciousness energy, which was why they had chosen this tranquil planet devoid of animals or civilizations. However, after 2 years of work, it seemed that all the researchers had developed mental disorders, with many exhibiting multiple personalities. Medical experts were at a loss for solutions, yet it was evident that the unique environment of the planet was a contributing factor. Ultimately, the Star Alliance's science division decided to transfer them to a desert planet 1,000 light-years away, where only a small amount of fungi existed beneath the surface, ensuring no emotional impact on the researchers. Despite the widespread romanticization of a planet filled with lush vegetation, the crew was taken aback upon entering the planet's orbit. Aptly named Green Star, Zheng Yin, accompanied by Alice, Lou, and Professor West, first visited the research base. The head of the base, Professor Pittman, welcomed Zheng Yin warmly, and over 100 research members expressed their gratitude, hosting a welcoming ceremony. They seemed in no haste to depart. As Professor Pittman was explaining the daily routines to Zheng Yin, he suddenly blinked vigorously and shifted his tone dramatically, saying, "Marshal, please take us away quickly." These individuals are complacently settling into their comfort zones, oblivious to the need for progress, as if they intend to linger in this beautiful world indefinitely. This revelation startled Zheng Yin, as it was his first encounter with the manifestation of dual personalities. He glanced at Alice, who remarked with a smile, "Indeed, it is quite fascinating, a complete transformation of consciousness into another state of awareness. This is distinctly different from Professor West's concept of symbiotic consciousness." Zheng Yin chuckled. "It seems you truly ought to leave this place." Subsequently, he organized the scientific team and the logistics team to oversee the relocation. However, that night, after Zheng Yin and Alice had fallen asleep, he dreamt that over 100 members of the research team expressed to him, "Marshal, we do not wish to leave. We have grown here. This is our home. Why must we embark on a journey? We can coexist harmoniously." Upon waking, Zheng Yin recounted his dream, to which Wu Yunqi responded, "I slept soundly and dreamed not. Perhaps it is the unknown intelligent life on this planet connecting with your consciousness." Zheng Yin laughed. "That is indeed possible. Could it be another form of magma beings?" Wu Yunqi suggested, "We should scan the planet promptly." Professor Picard then conducted a thorough scan of the entire planet, but found no traces of life within the subterranean magma, nor evidence of prehistoric civilizations. The only life on this planet comprised the lush vegetation that enveloped its surface. If there were indeed a consciousness communicating with Zheng Yin, it must be generated by these plants. Consequently, Zheng Yin dispatched all 50 members of the Bisque Girls group to the research base for psychological resonance. They discovered that, although no individual consciousness existed on this planet, they could feel a profound sense of comfort emanating from their hearts. Additionally, the research team members exhibited dual personalities, one being a diligent principal consciousness, and the other a rather lethargic principal consciousness. When the latter surfaced, there was a palpable emotional resonance akin to that of the entire forest. When Professor Pittman's comforting emotions emerged, he confided to Zheng Yin, "What is the ultimate purpose of civilization? What significance does evolution hold?" The questions pondered by philosophers lack true meaning. We believe that existence, and the experience of having existed, is the true essence. A highly evolved civilization transitioning to another dimension signifies the demise of its remnants in the current universe. Rather than seeking out the path to death, it is far more prudent to relish the present. Zheng Yin replied, "Yet, you must ultimately depart from this planet." Professor Pittman remarked, "No, we shall not depart. We have spent countless eons transforming the environment into a form most conducive to our existence. Migrating to another planet is unnecessary." Zheng Yin, astonished, inquired, "Are you not Pittman? Was it you who conversed with me last night?" Professor Pittman chuckled, "Indeed, Marshal, I may have inadvertently offended you, hence my desire to clarify." Zheng Yin questioned, "Are you a singular plant consciousness or a collective consciousness? Why does your awareness reside within humans?" Professor Pittman laughed. "Such inquiries may indeed challenge your understanding of consciousness. Each of us embodies the collective consciousness of all plants within a certain region. However, we are not parasitic by nature. We have gradually formed under the subconscious guidance of the research team members within this verdant realm." Zheng Yin continued, "Prior to this, did you not exist?" Professor Pittman explained, "No, we have always existed, albeit in a different form that your logic cannot yet comprehend." Zheng Yin asked, "If the research team were to leave, would you follow suit? What would you do?" Professor Pittman replied, "Should they decide to depart, we shall not accompany them. Yet, our consciousness has already transformed into your form. We cannot revert to our original plant state, and thus we can only await our demise." Chapter 125. Encountering a strange civilization. Zheng Yin queried, "Are you now only able to inhabit human bodies?" Professor Pittman affirmed, "Yes, since we altered our consciousnness, we can no longer return to our former state. However, we shall not compel them to remain. If they choose to leave, we shall remain and await our end." Zheng Yin assured, "I will not let you perish. My starship contains 6,000 clones, created inadvertently during our visit to a deceptive civilization. If you are willing to accept them, I shall send them down. Although they have reached adulthood, their physiological age is less than 3 days, and they have yet to develop autonomous consciousness." Professor Pittman rejoiced, "That is splendid, Marshal. These clones are a precious gift of life bestowed upon us. We can seamlessly become their primary consciousness without the emergence of fragmented identities." Zheng Yin cautioned, "However, there are 6,000 of them, all clones of the 6 of us, while you number just over 100. You cannot immediately fill your consciousness with all of them. Can you?" Professor Pittman smiled. "Among our kin, many desire a different way of life to experience the beauty of nature. These 6,000 clones may not suffice for their needs." Zheng Yin chuckled. "With that said, I am reassured. I have been pondering how to accommodate them." Ultimately, after mutual agreement, the 6,000 clones were released onto the planet and swiftly imbued with plant consciousness. One of Zheng Yin's clones approached him, expressing, "Marshal, we are truly grateful for your generosity. We shall forever remember the Earthlings, this magnificent civilization." Zheng Yin, astonished, responded, "Are you Professor Pittman?" The clone chuckled, "No, in truth. Our races do not possess names for one another, as we communicate solely through consciousness. Vocal communication is merely a necessity among animals. You may refer to me as the representative." Zheng Yin replied with a smile, "Indeed, pure consciousness communication is remarkably convenient, yet vocal interactions can evoke certain soulful collisions, yielding the artistic logic of language, as well as the unique allure found in poetry and music." The representative responded, "On this matter, we are in complete accord. We shall not forsake the energy of sound, but rather, we will develop a new linguistic system to infuse this silent planet with some resonance." Zheng Yin inquired, "What tools for production do you require?" The representative replied, "We require nothing at all. The evolution of civilization does not solely hinge on technological advancement. Our race has existed for billions of years, having evolved civilization to higher dimensions across multiple planets. Here, our corporeal forms are free from any maladies, and throughout their lives, they shall possess perfect physiques." Delu observed the excited and serene clones bustling about and remarked, "Perhaps they truly do not require technological evolution, much like the luminescent ones. I might consider retiring here myself." Zheng Yin further asked, "Your civilization's uniqueness is rarely seen within the Milky Way. May I, on behalf of the Star Alliance, extend an invitation for your inclusion?" The representative chuckled, "The evolution of our civilization is entirely distinct from that of the Star Alliance. Thus, there is no necessity for us to join. We engage in warfare, yet it occurs between peaceful dimensions. Our understanding of dimensions parallels your comprehension of planets. I realize this may be difficult to grasp, but it is a hallmark of our botanical civilization." This statement once again transformed the cosmic perspective of the Earth Expeditionary Force. Following the exchange with the clones, the Chang'e spacecraft departed from the verdant planet, carrying the original research team and some base equipment. They set course for a desert planet located 1,000 light-years away, where the research team would continue their studies. 10 seconds later, they arrived at the desert planet, whose natural environment stood in stark contrast to that of the recently visited green planet. The surface bore no vegetation whatsoever, resembling Mars with its expanse of rocky terrain and desert. A new research base was established at the mouth of a dormant volcano, providing some protection from the winds and sand. How peculiar! The atmospheric conditions are quite conducive to the growth of flora and fauna. Why has civilization not emerged here? Zheng Yin pondered aloud. The water on this planet resides underground, hence life does not flourish on the surface, though a vast network of fungi exists beneath, Professor Picard elucidated. Fungi surely cannot possess consciousness, DeLu queried. According to our theories, that is indeed the case. However, during our cosmic travels, our theories have never held firm. Consistently being overturned, Professor Picard replied with a smile. So, it remains uncertain? DeLu asked. Based on the findings from the Star Alliance engineering vessel, these fungi exhibit no signs of consciousness, yet we cannot definitively conclude that all fungi are thus, Professor West said. Let us hope for no unforeseen occurrences. Zheng Yin remarked with a wry smile. After transporting the research members and equipment to the base, the Chang'e spacecraft prepared to proceed to the next mission site. As they were about to depart, Yunchi received a message from the desert planet. You intruders, time and again invading our world. What is your purpose? We command you to leave immediately. This is our first communication to you, and it shall also be our last. In 1 hour, we will initiate a purge against the invaders. Zheng Yin promptly replied, We are the civil exploration vessel of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, dedicated to exploring the unknown universe and discovering undiscovered civilizations. I am Captain Zheng Yin, communicating on behalf of all crew members aboard this starship. The response came swiftly. We do not partake in any invasion wars, yet we shall not tolerate being invaded. Do not disguise your intentions under the guise of peace. If you do not depart within 1 hour, annihilation awaits you, Zheng Yin countered. Our engineering vessel has previously conducted multiple surveys and confirmed the absence of civilization and advanced life forms on this planet, which is why we chose to establish a research base here. I apologize for this oversight. Rest assured, it is our alliance's principle to refrain from interfering with the development of other civilizations. We will vacate immediately and extend our apologies. To his astonishment, the reply came in a fierce shout. Do you consider us inferior beings? You insult us. Such an insult is unforgivable. We shall declare war upon you now. Zheng Yin exclaimed in surprise. Calm down, leaders. There is no hierarchy among living beings. My previous statement was made from a mammalian perspective. I apologize. In truth, fungi represent a magnificent form of life, often serving as pioneers on a planet. The response was harsh. Foolish water bags, your apology is too late. We are not fungi. They are merely the crops we cultivate. Your base is now surrounded. Chapter 126. Algal Civilization. Professor Picard quickly scanned for any activity around the base. Captain, we have detected numerous small stone-like entities advancing toward the research facility. Project the imagery onto the holographic display. When the moving stones were projected onto the holographic screen, the crew found themselves inexplicably amused, with Lou bursting into laughter. Where on earth did these toy soldiers come from? Each diminutive stone figure, measuring less than 2 centimeters, brandished rudimentary weapons as they charged toward the research base, yet their arms appeared utterly ineffective, likely designed for harvesting fungi. Zheng Yin chuckled. Let us be on our way. Engaging in combat with them would only lead to ridicule. Professor Picard remarked, What peculiar beings. Composed entirely of stone. Their body water content is less than 1%. No wonder they call us water bags. Zheng Yin immediately commanded the engineering team to teleport all research members and equipment back. He sent a message to the small stone entities. We sincerely apologize for disrupting your evolution. It is our fault for not conducting thorough reconnaissance. We will eliminate all traces we have left behind to avoid impacting your history. The reply was menacing. You may leave, but your belongings must remain as our trophies. Zheng Yin replied with a smile. Your technology is evidently not advanced enough to join the alliance. To prevent interference with your civilization's evolution, the entire base must be relocated. Subsequently, Zheng Yin, undeterred by the shouts from the opposing side, commanded the transmission room to relocate the entire base to the 4th deck. The agitated little stone beings that resided underground emerged, and even the disordered stones that lay scattered on the ground sprang to life. They launched over a dozen missiles towards the Chang'e spacecraft in planetary orbit, but their range barely reached a few thousand meters before depleting fuel and plummeting to the ground. The communicator was filled with their cacophony of curses. Lu chuckled, remarking, this has certainly thwarted their crafty schemes. Wu Yunxi inquired, what makes you say that? Zheng Yin replied with a smile, since they have achieved a semblance of civilization, the Star Alliance's engineering ships could hardly overlook them. Perhaps they had concealed themselves as mere stones to evade detection. Only after the base was completed and researchers took residence did they initiate their attack, evidently aiming to seize the research facility. Unfortunately, their technology is far too primitive. This advanced research base, bestowed upon them, would ultimately lead to their own demise. Professor Picard lamented, regrettably, their nature makes communication arduous. Otherwise, establishing relations with such a rare species would be a commendable endeavor. Their biological composition may well be silicon-based. After submitting another report to the Star Alliance, the Chang'e spacecraft was compelled to transport the research team to a third candidate planet, located 300 light-years away, a marine planet. Over 90% of this planet was enveloped by oceans teeming with numerous arthropods and a scant few vertebrates. It was a nascent star system, where flora and fauna had only just begun to embark upon the journey of self-evolution, with no signs of intelligent life yet emerging. Upon reaching the planet's surface, Zheng Yin instructed Professor Picard, ensure a thorough scan, leave no stone unturned. The research team cannot afford any further delays. An hour later, Professor Picard reported, Captain, no traces of intelligent life have been detected on this planet. All marine organisms exist in a state of cognitive chaos, devoid of social structure or hierarchy. What of the land? Zheng Yin inquired. On the solitary landmass, no animals have yet appeared, only a handful of plants, Professor Picard replied. Very well. Select a site and transmit the research base, Zheng Yin commanded. Ultimately, the engineering team chose a barren expanse devoid of vegetation to establish the entire research base, subsequently transmitting the scientific equipment and personnel as well. Just as they prepared to depart, Chang'e interjected, Captain, my consciousness radar has detected what appears to be intelligent life on this planet. What? Professor Picard asserted that no intelligent creatures were found in the ocean, Zheng Yin questioned. Indeed, Captain, he only scanned for animals and did not investigate microorganisms. The unicellular algal bacteria in the ocean exhibit a collective consciousness, Chang'e elucidated. Goodness, this fundamentally challenges my understanding. Can bacteria truly possess intelligence? Lu pondered. My consciousness detector can establish a connection with them. Shall we attempt communication? Chang'e proposed. Very well, Chang'e. Connect with them, Zheng Yin replied. At that moment, Chang'e became the representative of the algal bacteria on the planet. Zheng Yin declared, we are the civilization exploration vessel of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, emissaries of peace. I am Captain Zheng Yin of this starship, and I sincerely apologize for inadvertently intruding upon your society. Please allow me to represent the Alliance in this momentous first contact. The interlocutor responded, we have inhabited this planet for several 100 million years and have never encountered extraterrestrial civilizations. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Zheng Yin replied. We are establishing a research base to conduct scientific studies on consciousness energy transformation. We have previously visited 2 planets, both of which were home to wondrous civilizations. We do not wish to disrupt the natural development of other civilizations, hence we were located here for our third endeavor. To our surprise, we have discovered that this place, too, harbors a magnificent and extraordinary civilization. Should you disallow our presence, we shall depart immediately. The other party responded, no, we embrace all civilizations, provided you harbor no malice and do not disrupt the ecological balance of this planet. Why should we not evolve together? Zheng Yin smiled and said, that is splendid news. Our research base has already been established on a barren tract of land, ensuring that we shall not interfere with the normal progression of your society. Let us evolve together and seek the essence of life. The interlocutor continued, in truth, we have evolved in solitude for several 100 million years. However, due to our inherent limitations, we are unable to pursue technological advancements and can only focus on the evolution of consciousness. We have long dreamed of reaching other planets and forging connections with other civilizations. Your arrival is a gift of civilization. We can finally engage in meaningful communication with others. Please allow us to establish diplomatic relations and accompany you on journeys to other planets. This way, we need not exhaust ourselves in cultivating advanced life forms. Zheng Yin, intrigued, asked, are you suggesting that the life forms on your planet are all products of your cultivation? The interlocutor affirmed, indeed. We are unable to travel or develop technology. Although we have evolved consciousness, our physical forms still restrict our freedom. A year ago, we initiated a life creation project. And now the marine arthropods and vertebrates exist as a result of our design. Zheng Yin inquired, what will they ultimately evolve into? The interlocutor replied, as long as they can transport us away from this planet and enable us to travel to other worlds. Zheng Yin stated, we have encountered several civilizations that evolved purely through consciousness. Their formidable power is something we admire. It is a pleasure to now know you. As long as you do not engage in parasitism or usurp the primary consciousness, we would be more than willing to take you to the farthest corners of the universe. The interlocutor assured, certainly not. At least your physical forms are not yet capable of bearing our consciousness. Our consciousness is collective, or one might say, a continuum. As long as a small fragment of us is taken, no matter where it goes, our entire race will experience everything that individual encounters. This is the essence of the consciousness continuum. Zheng Yin remarked, regarding the continuum, we are quite aware that prior to our acquaintance with you, we had been contending with a 5-dimensional continuum. However, we also understand that not all continuums are malevolent. The Nuwa race that birthed us is indeed a magnificent continuum. The counterpart responded, indeed, achieving a higher dimensional space is the ultimate goal of our evolution, and we have merely taken the first step. Subsequently, Zheng Yin orchestrated the establishment of an ecological chamber on the second deck, transporting 100 cubic meters of seawater from this planet, teeming with billions of unicellular algae. Outside the ecological chamber, he positioned a consciousness transference communicator to facilitate communication with them. This algae civilization has submitted an application to the Star Alliance, seeking admission to the Galactic Interstellar Union. Scientific research revealed that the technological theories of this primordial civilization have surpassed that of a third-tier civilization. They can effortlessly fabricate the genetic sequences of new species, in gratitude for their companionship during voyages. The algae civilization offered the Earth expeditionary force a plethora of genetic modification plans, which are significantly more stable than those of natural star beings. However, Zheng Yin remained hesitant to take such risks, selecting only a minor portion for physical enhancement. As each genetic modification necessitates observation over 3 generations to ascertain stability without mutation or disease, the scientific and medical teams collaborated to choose 500 volunteers for minor genetic enhancements, primarily aimed at augmenting cognitive abilities and physical prowess. With the inclusion of the algae civilization, the strength of the Star Alliance has been markedly elevated, transforming the research base on the oceanic planet into a hub for exchange between the Alliance and the algae civilization, which provided substantial assistance in their studies. In subsequent discussions, Liu queried, do you believe life is self-generated or designed? How did the earliest forms of life emerge, much like the algae civilization? Zheng Yin chuckled. I cannot speak to the former, but we are undoubtedly creations of the Nuwa race. As for the origins of the Nuwa, we shall ponder that once we ascend to higher dimensional space. Professor Picard interjected, the mysteries of life and the cosmos are fundamentally akin. Both are objectives of our exploration. Upon departing the oceanic planet, the Chang'e superstarship prepared for its next mission. Yet, just as they were poised to embark, they received an urgent distress signal from the Star Alliance Command. Chapter 127. The Invasion of Mechanical Civilization. A member planet of the Alliance has come under siege by an unidentified civilization, seemingly originating from beyond the Milky Way. Their mode of attack bears resemblance to that of the GNA from the 3000-second cantilever, capable of absorbing substantial energy assaults. Their spacecraft resembles a mechanical planet akin to the Moon, having directly jumped into the Milky Way and assimilated an entire planet within a day, transforming its inhabitants into semi-mechanical beings. The invaders are en route to their next target, and the Star Alliance is dispatching 10,000 warships to intercept this threat, with the mission of the Chang'e being to scout and delay the invaders as much as possible. Liu remarked, this is evidently the technology of a third-tier civilization. It can effortlessly induce a mechanical planet to leap. Even the Chang'e spacecraft lacks such capabilities. I doubt we can even manage to intercept it, let alone conduct reconnaissance. Zheng Yin replied, forget about reconnaissance. Last time we barely escaped from the Kelians. This invader is clearly more advanced. Let us proceed with sabotage. The Chang'e superstarship subsequently leaped to the nearest planet belonging to the new alliance, concealing its presence and lying in wait. Indeed, merely an hour after their arrival, Chang'e detected a significant distortion in space. Shortly thereafter, a mechanical planet, the size of a moon, materialized in high orbit. Isn't this reminiscent of the Death Star from Star Wars? Lu exclaimed with exasperation. Upon the appearance of the mechanical planet, it immediately unleashed thousands of colossal warships, which surged toward the Alliance planet. There was no pre-battle communication. It appeared they were intent on harvesting lower life forms. Activate gamma-ray guns at full power. Follow up with the neutrino split cannons. Zheng Yin commanded without hesitation. The expeditionary forces armed all 300 artillery platforms with gamma-ray guns, both large and small. As the Chang'e suddenly revealed itself, over 300 gamma rays surged forth toward the mechanical planet. The invaders, underestimating this secondary stellar civilization, had not anticipated the presence of a third-tier civilization's warship concealed herein. The sudden barrage of gamma rays breached their shields, and immediately after, the Chang'e unleashed a neutrino split cannon operating at 100,000 combined frequencies. Yet the invaders quickly responded, although they did not immediately restore the mechanical planet to normalcy. They promptly mobilized 5,000 warships to shield against the neutrino split cannon. Over 2,000 of their vessels were obliterated. But the mechanical planet soon regained stability and directed a peculiar beam toward the Chang'e. Immediate evasive maneuvers. The beam pierced through both layers of the Chang'e's shields, narrowly grazing its hull. This is remarkably similar to our gamma rays. The power is immense. Chekhov, Beidou flee. By the time the second strange beam approached, the Chang'e had already executed a jump to escape. However, upon returning, the secondary stellar civilization found itself encircled by the invaders' warships. Professor Picard had been unable to uncover any information about the invader, not even the species controlling the mechanical planet. They might be semi-mechanical entities or pure mechanical beings, but those assimilated by them had transformed into semi-mechanical forms. Upon noticing the Chang'e's return, the invaders refrained from launching an attack, instead focusing on the planet before them. Capacitors? Fire gamma rays at full power. But this time, the invaders had discovered a means of defense. The ultra-high-energy gamma rays were effortlessly absorbed. Fire the neutrino split cannon. The neutrino split cannon, operating at 100,000 combined frequencies, proved ineffective. This is futile, Captain. This barely qualifies as a tickle, Lu exclaimed. They've quickly found a defensive strategy. We are utterly outmatched, Professor Picard lamented. Captain, the Star Alliance Command has sent a message, Wu Yunqi exclaimed. Quickly. Display it on the main screen. On the opposite end was the concerned Marshal de Lugulu, who stated, Marshal Zheng, the invaders you face are the original race of the Nar, who once wreaked havoc on the 3,000 seconds of celestial disturbance. Even at their peak, the celestial ship people could do nothing to stop them. Ultimately, it was the unification of the five-dimensional space that drove them away. They are akin to locusts, engaging in no communication, only possessing an insatiable desire to assimilate others and strengthen themselves. Zheng Yin remarked, our weapons have quickly become ineffective. We only managed to destroy 2,000 of their warships during a surprise attack, and now they completely disregard our assaults. Marshal de Lugula responded, this is not the worst of it. The 5-member planets of the Star Alliance that they have assimilated have already launched attacks on other star regions. They have become half-mechanical entities. Zheng Yin asked, what shall we do? We stand no chance against their technology unless the Pangu or the Lightfolk come to our aid. Marshal de Lugulu replied, we have just sent a distress signal to the Pangu. They are currently occupied with repelling the Andromeda invasion and cannot attend to our plight. While the Lightfolk insist that we all convert to their faith, Zheng Yin said, it seems we must rely on ourselves. We will make contact later. After terminating the communication, Zheng Yin commanded, electromagnetic, launch all conventional stockpiled missiles. 10 million conventional missiles, including thermonuclear fission missiles, cold nuclear fusion missiles, antimatter warheads, photon bombs, neutron bombs, and others, were unleashed. None of these missiles, however, inflicted any damage. Ultimately, the invaders seemed provoked and fired a peculiar beam at the Star Arrow, which was fortunately evaded by Chang'e's deft maneuvers. This is untenable, Captain. We have no means to confront them, De Liu exclaimed. Without unlocking the technology of the third-tier civilization, we are no match for them. Chang'e, unlock all your third-tier civilization technology. Professor Picard, lead the scientific team to develop new weapons immediately, Zheng Yin commanded. Captain, the invaders appear to have sent a message, Wu Yunqi reported. The message contained a simple phrase. We have assimilated the entire Straw Hat system and the Triangulum system. The Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way are our next targets. Prepare to embrace the most perfect evolution. Zheng Yin asserted, our civilization's evolution is a matter of freedom. Any force that restricts our evolutionary freedom is malevolent, whether in form or consciousness. We shall never yield. Wu Yunqi added, Captain, they have refused to accept our message. Zheng Yin responded, It seems they do not regard us at all. Daily Yu inquired, What shall we do, Captain? Shall we fight or refrain? Zheng Yin sighed. How can an ant defeat an elephant? Even a swarm cannot prevail. We shall follow them closely, studying their tactics and formulating a counter-strategy. Chapter 128. Migration of primitive civilizations as the invaders assimilated a second-tier stellar civilization. Neither the Chang'e spacecraft nor the defensive warships of that star inflicted any harm upon the invaders. Zheng Yin found himself in a state of true helplessness. The scientific team endeavored to manipulate a computer virus to assault the systems of a mechanical civilization. However, they soon discovered that this civilization's systems were insular, communicating solely within themselves, resembling a collective consciousness. The individual mechanical minds were feeble. They required a multitude of mechanical entities to form a vast collective consciousness capable of generating potent energy, allowing them to evolve into higher dimensions. This was the singular path to the evolution of the mechanical civilization. Does this mean that replicants must ultimately tread the same path? Wu Yunqi inadvertently inquired. Replicants, indeed. Thank you for reminding me. How could I have forgotten them? Zheng Yin exclaimed excitedly. Are we to seek assistance from the replicant planet? Yes, Yunqi. Quickly send them an urgent message. Upon establishing a signal, they were unexpectedly greeted by Louisa. Captain, what prompted you to contact us? Louisa inquired. Are you not on an expedition? Zheng Yin responded. Indeed, we are currently traversing the large Magellanic Cloud. However, the information is synchronized in real time. And the replicant planet relayed your communication directly to me. I am sending you an urgent message. We find ourselves in dire straits and implore your assistance. Zheng Yin then transmitted details of the mechanical civilization's incursion to Louisa. Louisa consumed the information in a mere 0.001 seconds, promptly asserting that such aggressive evolution was unjust. The replicants bore the responsibility of safeguarding the reputation of the mechanical civilization. She swiftly dispatched 100 warships to rendezvous with the Chang'e. No sooner had Louisa spoken than a vast distortion manifested in the vicinity of the Chang'e. 100 massive replicant warships had just arrived. Withdraw your warship. We shall handle this matter, ensuring your safety, Louisa instructed. The Chang'e retreated 10 light days away, observing the ensuing conflict between the mechanical civilizations from a distance. The 100 replicant warships, outwardly identical to Chang'e, had achieved the pinnacle of third-tier civilization technology. The war commenced rapidly and concluded even more swiftly, far exceeding expectations. Upon entering the fray, the 100 replicant warships immediately activated a spatial funnel. The mechanical planet, comparable in size to the moon, succumbed to the funnel without resistance, taking the warships along with it. Subsequently, the 100 replicant warships departed the scene. The invaders have been captured. The species they assimilated must be eradicated by your own hands. They must proceed to the Andromeda Galaxy and can no longer assist you, Louisa conveyed. I am immensely grateful for your aid, which has spared us from annihilation, Zheng Yin replied. A fleet of 10,000 starships from the Star Alliance arrived 3 days later, collaborating with the Chang'e to eliminate the assimilated half-mechanical species. Unlike the GNA people, who resided on the 3,000-second differential pendulum, this assimilated half-mechanical species lacked individual consciousness and remained a unified entity. Consequently, their restoration was unfeasible, rendering these beings irrevocably half-mechanical. In a state of desperation, the Star Alliance had no choice but to eradicate these races and subsequently dispatch new ones to populate the planets. This sudden incursion by the mechanical civilization resulted in the loss of over a dozen member planets, all situated within the Orion Arm. To once again defend against the mechanical civilization's invasion, the Star Alliance established direct communication with the replicants, enabling them to send urgent distress signals upon detecting an incursion. 10,000 Star Alliance warships returned to the battlefield in the Sagittarius Arm, while the Chang'e spacecraft was assigned the task of relocating an ancient civilization. This primitive civilization occupied the main battleground of the Sagittarius Arm, where the fierce conflict between the Star Alliance and the Unification faction posed a grave threat to its existence. Currently entrenched in a society reminiscent of slavery, a multitude of philosophers emerged, akin to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors on Earth. They pondered the profound truths of the universe and life, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Therefore, to prevent any disruption to the natural evolution of this civilization and to shield it from the ravages of war, the interstellar conflict between the Star Alliance and the Unification faction must remain concealed from their awareness. However, relocating them presented a monumental challenge. First, it was difficult to find a planet with an identical environmental setting. Secondly, it was impossible to transfer them all to a new planet at once, as intermittent relocations would inevitably arouse their suspicion. The Chang'e spacecraft scoured the galaxy for habitable planets devoid of intelligent life. Ultimately, a candidate planet was selected in the Orion Arm. This planet had originally been a colony of the Unification faction's starship beings, situated within a stellar system that, like the primitive civilization, orbited a young yellow dwarf star. Moreover, the ecological environment of the planet was remarkably similar, save for the advanced technological structures left behind by the starship beings. Thus, the primary task of the Chang'e spacecraft became the renovation of the planetary architecture. Professor Picard, how long until we can replicate the architectural data from this planet? Zheng Yin inquired. The architectural data has been successfully copied, replied Professor Picard. We are currently attempting to replicate the plants and crops, which is exceedingly challenging, akin to establishing an entirely new ecological environment. It will take at least 15 days. 15 days is far too long. In 10 days, the conflict between the Star Alliance and the Unification faction will reach here. We must complete the process in 7 days and allocate 3 days for their relocation, Zheng Yin insisted. Captain, in 7 days. We will not even be able to replicate the data of the animals they have domesticated, let alone the complex plants. Moreover, we still need to modify the colonial star. 10 days is simply insufficient, Professor Picard stated. It seems we must rely on divine intervention. We will first renovate their structures, transfer as many plants and animals as possible, and while they sleep, we will emit consciousness waves to all leaders, suggesting that the gods will alter their environment and advising them to harbor no doubts about the forthcoming changes in flora and fauna, Zheng Yin proposed. This form of consciousness suggestion directed at the indigenous population was executed by the Chang'e spacecraft along with 50 bisque girls. A day later, all the leaders of this primitive civilization experienced a prophetic dream of divine visitation during the night. In a dream, the divine beings revealed to them that their world would undergo monumental transformations, the duration of a day would diminish while a year would extend, and the flora and fauna surrounding them would also experience significant changes. This was the deity's gift of a new homeland, where they would be under divine protection. The following day, this peculiar phenomenon spread rapidly throughout the primitive civilization, with all tribes perceiving it as a sign of divine favor. The chroniclers meticulously recorded the event, while the slave masters busily engaged in rituals to honor the gods. However, on the night of the third day, as they fell asleep, a fleet of starships swept through, collecting them from their homes and compressing them into quantum storage cabinets where they would slumber until their new homeland was established. Ultimately, the Chang'e spacecraft also gathered many of the animals they had domesticated, storing them sequentially by number, awaiting their safe return. In 3 days, all intelligent species and a portion of domesticated animals from this primitive planet had been collected by Chang'e. Due to the urgency of the situation, this migration of civilization could not be conducted without the indigenous people noticing. 3 months later, every structure from the primitive planet was meticulously restored on the colonial star. In response to the confusion of the wise philosophers among the natives, the expeditionary forces could only invoke the name of the deities, continuously guiding their subconscious as they slept, to convince them of the changes occurring in their world. Subsequently, these philosophers documented the flora and fauna that had not been transported from the original planet, compiling a guide to the plants and animals that existed before the descent of the gods. Upon viewing their compilation, Lu remarked, "Why does this book seem reminiscent of the classic of mountains and seas? Has our civilization also been migrated?" Zheng Yin replied with a smile that remains uncertain. "But it is certain that our human origins were created by the Nuwa clan, rather than arising through natural evolution. As for the reasons behind our creation, we shall inquire directly upon reaching a higher dimensional space." In the ensuing months, the Chang'e spacecraft further evaluated the environmental adaptability of these primitive races. Only after confirming their complete acclimatization to the new environment did Chang'e embark once again, setting course for the next mission point. During this period, Zheng Yin and Wu Yunqi welcomed their child, and Wu Yunqi's duties were temporarily assumed by Daisy. Meanwhile, the war between the Star Alliance and the Unification faction and the Sagittarius Arm had reached its concluding stages. The lack of involvement from the Clerians led to a mass defection of Unification faction members in this arm. The Celestial Ship people, unable to reverse the tide of battle, withdrew their warships to the Perseus Arm and the 3002nd Kill Arm to conserve their strength. The remaining stubborn elements of the Unification faction swiftly disbanded under the onslaught of the Star Alliance Coalition's 200,000 warships. Now, in the Sagittarius arm, the Unification faction could no longer be found, except for the Clearians. The Star Alliance's scientific division planned to establish two massive spatial gateways to facilitate the transport of numerous warships between the Orion arm and the Sagittarius arm. The mission of the Chang'e spacecraft is to oversee the establishment of two portals, safeguarding this project from destruction by the unyielding faction. The traditional portal on the Orion arm is situated near Zabaar star, while the one on the Sagittarius arm is located near Oxygen star. Now, the insectoids have joined the Star Alliance, becoming the largest member of the Sagittarius arm, with their leader, Kongsuba, acquiring a new rank, General of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. Chapter 129. The viral warfare of the celestial ship people. The forces of the Star Alliance press forward in pursuit, heading towards the 3,000 parsec arm. This arm is dominated by three formidable factions, the Star Alliance, the Unyielding faction, and the Nairians, a mercenary group of semi-mechanical beings. The Nairian mercenaries have traditionally collaborated with the Unyielding faction, rendering the Star Alliance's influence in this arm quite tenuous. The current offensive by the joint fleet of the Star Alliance against the 3,000 parsec arm represents a consolidation of all primary combat forces from four arms. As a reconnaissance vessel, Chang'e proceeds ahead to gather intelligence. Upon reaching the 3,000 parsec arm and preparing to stealthily investigate the Nairian space base, Daisy receives an urgent message from a member star of the Star Alliance located in this arm. Upon connection, she encounters a group of lanky folk, whose arms possess as many as 9 joints, allowing them to stand upright while their hands touch the ground. The leader of the lanky folk states, "Marshal, we have been ambushed by the celestial ship people. They have initiated a biological viral warfare, and a small shuttle filled with viruses has crashed on our planet's surface. This suicidal attack has brought us great calamity. The virus can spread through the air, infecting our genes and transforming us into half-insectoids like the celestial ship people. We possess no immunity to this virus, and now our living forces are hiding underground." Zheng Yin inquires, "How many of you remain uninfected?" The lanky folk leader replies, "Only less than 1/3, approximately 100 million. Zheng Yin questions further, "When did the infection first appear? Do the infected retain their reason and cognition?" The leader responds, "The infection emerged only 3 days ago, but its transmission rate is alarmingly rapid. The infected retain thought but lack rationality. They have become enraged and are prone to attack others with great agility." Zheng Yin asserts, "Please wait patiently in your underground shelters. We will come to assist you in developing an antibody to cure the infected." The lanky folk leader insists, "No, Marshal, we have already developed an immune vaccine. But those on the surface, who were once our kin, have undergone significant genetic mutations and have become part of the celestial ship people. They can no longer be restored. I hope that once you arrive, you will dispatch warships to clear them from the atmosphere." Zheng Yin replies, "Such actions contravene the humanitarian rescue policies of the Star Alliance." The lanky folk leader counters, "We cannot fully control the infection. We must endure the painful decision to eliminate them all." Zheng Yin concedes, "Very well. We shall discuss this further upon our arrival. If absolutely necessary, we shall proceed as you suggest." The leader of the long-handed tribe declared, "They have now seized all military installations on the surface and are launching an assault on the underground bunkers. Clearly, someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Perhaps from orbit. You must ascertain the whereabouts of the celestial vessel beings." Upon the Chang'e spacecraft's leap to the long-handed planet, it indeed discovered the warships of the celestial vessel beings, with a cruiser stationed in high orbit. The genetically mutated entities on the surface appeared to be under their command. "Capacitor, unleash gamma rays to penetrate the cruiser's shields," Dr. Jones commanded. "Once the enemy ship's defenses are breached, teleport several celestial vessel researchers to the isolation chamber." Zheng Yin instructed. Subsequently, the Chang'e materialized, unleashing a powerful gamma ray towards the celestial vessel cruiser. The sudden emergence of the Chang'e startled the celestial beings, prompting them to initiate an escape. However, they were struck by the gamma rays, which compromised their shields and incapacitated their systems. Immediately, the teleportation chamber pinpointed the research lab aboard the celestial vessel cruiser, utilizing spatial particle transmission technology to capture 5 scientists. "Capacitor, fire the neutrino fragmentation cannon and obliterate this cruiser," Zheng Yin commanded. The 40-kilometer-long cruiser was instantaneously reduced to a cloud of debris. "Professor Picard, Scan the surrounding star regions for any concealed celestial vessel warships, Zheng Yin directed. 10 minutes later, Professor Picard reported, "None, Captain. No traces of a substantial fleet have been detected within a 10-light-year radius." Zheng Yin inquired, "What about the mutated populace on the surface?" Professor Picard replied, "After the destruction of the cruiser, the mutated crowd lost their coherence. Some lie on the ground in slumber, while others wander aimlessly, quickly shedding their fury and aggression." Zheng Yin stated, "In that case, we shall postpone eradication. We must hasten our research on antibodies." Daisy informed the leader of the long-handed tribe in the underground bunker of this development. Subsequently, Zheng Yin instructed the teleportation chamber to retrieve several mutated individuals from the surface for research purposes. Meanwhile, the Divine Assembly of the Bisque Girls had commenced the interrogation of the celestial vessel scientists. According to these researchers, the gene infection technology of the celestial vessel beings had evolved through several generations. Presently, they require no injections, merely dispersing the virus into the air suffices to achieve infection. Infected individuals' genes undergo immediate mutation, transforming them into semi-insectoid beings, subject to the control of the celestial vessel consciousness. Furthermore, the celestial beings had not conducted research on antibodies and prohibited others from doing so. Thus, the responsibility for antibody research now rested upon the scientific and medical teams. The medical team initiated purification and disinfection protocols for the genetically infected individuals, followed by gene sequencing to compare with the uninfected long-handed tribe members in the underground bunker. They aimed to identify the mutated segments for subsequent genetic modification. Although this technique could revert the already mutated individuals to their original appearances, it did not enhance their emotional or cognitive functions, nor did it generate effective antibodies against the virus. Thus, the phenomenon of mutants reverting to their original forms and subsequently experiencing a secondary recurrence has emerged. This supergenetically modified virus possesses remarkable mutability, rendering the antibodies developed in response often unable to keep pace with their rapid evolution. Zheng Yin remarked, "I believe it is prudent not to squander any more time. Let Chang'e seek solutions from the sealed technologies of the third-tier civilization. The war in the galaxy has reached a critical juncture, and who knows if the Kalia people will attempt to resurrect the unification deity. Moreover, it seems the forces of the five-dimensional space are no longer concerned with our conflict." Delu chuckled, "Indeed, it was high time we took this course of action. If the five-dimensional space stirs up trouble, we can conveniently inform them of the Kalia's endeavors. As we have been troubled by our inability to establish contact." Zheng Yin inquired, "Chang'e, within the sealed technologies of the third-tier civilization, is there a way to create a perfect antibody against this genetically modified virus?" Chang'e responded, "The evolution of this virus has completely liberated it from the threat posed by antibodies. It can mutate within minutes of encountering one. Therefore, we can only utilize another virus that possesses a similar mutation rate to combat it." Chapter 130. The creation of replicating insects. Zheng Yin declared, "Very well, Chang'e. Unlock all the technologies related to editing viral genes. We must create a new type of virus." Chang'e replied, "The creation of a new virus is tantamount to the inception of a new species, and its subsequent evolution carries considerable uncertainty. I do not recommend that you possess such technology for creating new species at this moment." Zheng Yin queried, "What theoretical frameworks do you possess that could address this issue?" Chang'e explained, "My logic can only assess the feasibility of the approaches you propose. I am unable to issue subjective commands. This is a defensive measure designed by my creators to prevent irreversible interference with the evolution of lower civilizations," Professor Picard suggested. "If we were to conduct a secondary modification of this genetically mutated virus, rather than creating an entirely new species, would this modified virus then target only the original virus and not infect other races?" Chang'e affirmed, "This modification method is feasible, but the specifics of how to modify it must be discerned from your own investigation of my theoretical materials." Zheng Yin smiled. "Good, that is sufficient. Professor Picard, I entrust this matter to you and Dr. Huang Yuqing." Following the collaboration of the scientific and medical teams, the first generation of modified viruses was developed, exhibiting a strong aggressiveness towards the original virus. They autonomously sought out the original virus and transformed it into their own likeness. Once the original virus within the host was completely assimilated, these viruses would lie dormant within the host without reproducing or altering the host's genetic makeup. However, it was soon evident that the evolution rate of the original virus had rendered the modified virus immune. Once modified, the virus's mutation speed decreased significantly. failing to keep up with the original virus's changes. Furthermore, after 35 generations of mutation, the modified virus lost its reproductive capability entirely. In this race of mutation speed against the original virus, the expeditionary forces suffered a resounding defeat. Captain, perhaps we should simply resort to using nanobots, Delu suggested. Are you referring to nanoscopic replicating insects? Zheng Yin inquired. Indeed, but we must not allow them to evolve autonomously. Additionally, the system cannot utilize a non-binary format, otherwise we will lose control, Luda responded. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Yin said, Daisy, initiate a communication request to the replicant star. Moments later, the leader of the replicants, Louisa, responded, Captain, what brings you to contact us? Zheng Yin smiled and replied, Yes, I have a request for your assistance. Where are you currently located? Louisa responded, We have just visited a quasi-divine civilization and are now in the Triangulum Galaxy, eradicating an invasive mechanical civilization. Zheng Yin continued, We are all striving for the free evolution of civilizations within the universe. Your efforts are commendable. I wish to request your help in creating a type of nanoscopic replicating insect capable of eradicating viruses. Louisa asked, Why has this come to mind? Nanoscopic replicating insects, akin to locusts, are memories we prefer to forget. Zheng Yin chuckled. No, everything possesses duality. What is deemed beneficial in one context may be deemed utilitarian in another. The inhabitants of the Sky Vessel star have initiated a biological viral attack within the galaxy. This virus, transmitted through the air, causes the genes of the infected to mutate, transforming them into semi-insectoid beings, thereby integrating them into the Sky Vessel populace. This virus appears to be an organic replicating machine, and its mutation rate is beyond our capacity to combat. The modified virus loses its reproductive ability after 3 to 5 generations. Therefore, we contemplate utilizing nanoscopic replicating insects to physically eliminate this genetically infecting virus. A purely physical attack can be seen as a steadfast response to the ever-changing threats. Louisa remarked. I see. It seems that all matters possess duality. Nothing is absolute. We shall assist you in designing the data for the nanoscopic replicating insects shortly. But we cannot endow them with the capacity for autonomous evolution, as we are not creators. Let us employ your traditional binary system for ease of operation. Zheng Yin beamed. That is splendid, Louisa. Your thoughts align perfectly with ours. Louisa smiled. Since our evolution is based on human samples, our logical reasoning is indeed similar. We will send you the manufacturing data for the nanoscopic replicating insects shortly. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out. 10 minutes later, Professor Picard received a set of data, which enabled them to produce the first batch of nanoscopic replicating insects. These insects, measuring merely 1 nanometer in length, possess sharp foreclaws, allowing them to effortlessly penetrate the virus's interior and utterly obliterate it. They could utilize trace metallic elements within the human body to reproduce, but their reproduction was contingent upon the extermination of the genetically infecting virus to trigger this process. Upon entering a genetically infecting virus, each nanoscopic replicating insect would split within the virus, generating a new individual. After 2 replicating insects had completely eradicated the virus, they would emerge from their shells in search of the next target. Given that the virus's system operates on a binary basis, it is convenient to control, allowing for immediate activation or deactivation without the risk of spontaneous evolution. Nanoscale replicators can also spread through the air without the need to infiltrate the human body. Upon detecting genetic infection by a virus, they can immediately initiate an attack and reproduce. When these nanoscale replicators were introduced into the subject, the degree of genetic mutation began to revert within a mere 10 minutes. This was due to the mass extermination of the viral genetic infections, allowing the subject's bodily repair mechanisms to return to their original state. After 2 hours, the number of nanoscale replicators within the subject reached its zenith, subsequently entering a dormant phase within a few minutes. Scanning revealed that the viral genetic infections within the subject had been entirely eradicated. Following this, the scientific team constructed a large-scale replicator management server, which was deployed to the surface of the long-handed people's planet. This colossal server stood 50 meters tall, centrally positioned in the city square, continuously emitting nanoscale replicators into the surrounding air. As the air circulated, within a day, the mutated viral infections in the city experienced significant recovery, allowing the long-handed individuals in underground shelters to finally emerge. 2 days later, the number of replicators on the continent peaked. With alternating warm and cold air currents, a month later, the replicators reached every corner of the planet's continents. The long-handed infected individuals who were the first to receive the replicator treatment had completely returned to normal, unable to recall their previous experiences as mutations, which they described as being in a hazy and drowsy state. The development of these replicators holds substantial strategic significance for the Alliance. Subsequently, the Chang'e vessel transmitted the data and management systems related to the replicator manufacturing to the Alliance. As a result, the viral warfare waged by the celestial ship people lost its offensive significance. Having resolved the situation with the long-handed individuals, the Chang'e vessel continued to scout the space base of the Ghana people. This base is located 500 light-years from the long-handed planet and resembles a large space station, nearly the size of a moon. Both in appearance and nature, it closely resembles the mechanical planets of the mechanical civilization invaders. However, in terms of technology, there is a considerable gap. Since the Ghana people were severed from the collective consciousness of the mechanical civilization by the unification deity, their technological advancement has stagnated. In contrast, the current mechanical civilization has reached a third-tier level, while the Ghana civilization remains at a mere 25th level. Thus, the Chang'e vessel was able to easily scan them while cloaked. The scan revealed that there were over 1 billion semi-mechanical entities within the space base, in addition to around 20,000 warships surrounding it. They were oblivious to the presence of the cloaked Chang'e vessel. "Captain, shall we launch a black hole torpedo at them?" Liu inquired, his excitement palpable. "I see you have a penchant for sneak attacks." They are merely closely allied with the celestial ship people and have not officially declared opposition to the Alliance. Furthermore, they are mercenary groups, not galactic pirates. A direct assault would be unjustifiable, Zheng Yin replied. "Captain, the Alliance has sent an inquiry message," Daisy remarked. Upon connection, Marshal Delegulu inquired, "Marshal Zheng, what is the status of the reconnaissance on the Naren space base?" Zheng Yin replied, "We have just completed the scan. The results will be transmitted shortly." "What are the Alliance Command's intentions regarding this base?" Marshal Delegulu stated, "We will send a communication to the Narens shortly, demanding they refrain from participating in the conflict between us and the Unification faction. Should they refuse or adopt a hardline stance, you are authorized to administer appropriate strikes." Zheng Yin responded, "Understood. We await your instructions." 2 hours later, Marshal Delegulu sent a message stating, "The Narens have dispatched warships to attack an Alliance member planet in conjunction with the celestial ship people. Their stance is aggressive, vehemently condemning us for utilizing replicants to eliminate their ancestors' incursion. They brazenly declared their intention to share dominion over the galaxy with the Unification faction." Lu laughed. "Then we have no reservations. Let us proceed." Marshal Delegulu cautioned, "They are sharing their technology with the celestial ship people. Exercise caution. It is likely they have several hidden bases, but they are concealed. After your ambush, proceed to locate the other hidden bases." Regarding the Narens, being a mechanical civilization, they could easily evolve to an uncontrollable stage. To prevent their advancement to a third-tier technological civilization, the only option is complete eradication. We cannot wait until they become uncontrollable and then seek the replicants' assistance. Zheng Yin ordered, "Capacitor, first launch gamma rays to breach the shield. Then immediately fire 100 black hole torpedoes. Ignore the warships. Once we eliminate the base, we shall depart." Chapter 131. Discovery of a wandering civilization. The Chang'e immediately appeared, followed by a gamma ray that pierced the base's shield, subsequently launching 100 black hole torpedoes. The Narens were taken by surprise, having just rejected the Alliance's proposal. They were ambushed. The massive space station was swiftly torn apart by the overwhelming gravitational force of the black hole, prompting the nearby warships to launch an assault on the Chang'e. "Professor Picard, have you marked them?" Zheng Yin inquired. "Yes, I have marked 1,000 Narens warships," Professor Picard replied. It turned out that while attacking the space station, Professor Picard had already marked the enemy vessels. These marked warships would lead the Chang'e to locate the concealed Naren space bases. Beidou, Chekhov, engage warp speed 999, and capacitor. Reward anyone who pursues us with a neutrino fragmentation cannon. As a result, the starship traveled a distance of 100 light-years, systematically destroying 30 enemy ships that attempted to follow, effectively dissuading the Narens from continuing their pursuit. "Conceal our presence. Let us seek a nebula to wade in, closely monitoring those 1,000 marked warships to see where they ultimately go," Zheng Yin instructed. Upon observing the marked warships, they discovered that the Narens vessels had lingered at the space station for an extended period before collectively departing, seemingly having erased any traces of the black hole before abandoning the station. The fate of most of the warships remains unknown to them, as they have only marked 1,000 vessels. However, from this figure, they can infer that a significant portion has proceeded to the front lines to join forces with the Unity faction against the Star Alliance. A small contingent, however, has been divided into 3 teams, each dispatched to 3 undisclosed locations on the outstretched arm. Commence tracking one of the teams, utilizing warp speed at level 999 for stealth. Zheng Yin commanded. Over the ensuing days, the Chang'e spacecraft diligently pursued this team of Ghana warships at such velocity. Upon covering a distance of 200 light-years, Professor Picard detected signs of a planet moving in a manner distinctly ungoverned by surrounding celestial bodies, located 100 light-years off to the flank. Captain, the velocity of this planet's orbit is also unnatural. Within just 1 minute of my reconnaissance, it has undergone 2 accelerations, Professor Picard remarked. So, we have located the Ghana's base, old Picard. You've done well, Lou chuckled. That remains uncertain. We must scan it directly. Furthermore, the Ghana fleet is not heading in that direction, Professor Picard replied. The Ghana warships have been marked. They cannot escape their fate. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. I will investigate this peculiar planet tomorrow, Zheng Yin stated. 10 seconds later, the Chang'e superstarship jumped to the vicinity of the planet. They discovered that this celestial body was a solid planet devoid of an atmosphere. However, upon scanning, they were astonished to uncover numerous cities beneath its surface, inhabited by over 100 million individuals. The planet's core had ceased rotation and had been repurposed into a colossal curvature engine, while the opposite side was laden with a plethora of conventional power engines. This civilization appeared to have transformed the entire planet into a starship, traversing the cosmos. Captain, judging by the movement patterns of this planet, it originates from beyond the Milky Way, Professor Picard noted. Is it a wandering planet or a civilization on a long journey? Zheng Yin inquired. Scans revealed a plethora of ancient architectural ruins on the planet's surface, visibly worn and bearing the scars of battle. It seemed they once possessed an atmosphere. From this, it appears they were compelled to flee, Professor Picard concluded. It seems that war is an ever-present reality in the universe. Their arrival here has not been tranquil either. Daisy, send a communication request to them, Zheng Yin instructed. Captain, they have rejected the communication, Daisy reported. Captain, the curvature engine within the planet has been activated. They appear to be preparing for departure, Professor Picard warned. How cowardly. We intend to assist them, Lou exclaimed. Daisy, transmit a message of peace, assuring them not to fear. Zheng Yin instructed. We are a civilization exploration vessel from the Milky Way, part of the Interstellar Alliance. We are pacifists who inadvertently discovered the unnatural trajectory of your planet and came to scan it. We are thrilled to encounter your traveling civilization. We bear no ill will and merely wish to understand one another. Please do not flee. If you prefer not to engage, we shall depart immediately. Shortly after Daisy transmitted this message, Professor Picard remarked, I see that their curvature engine has ceased operation. Subsequently, a message was relayed from the opposite side. After translation through the device, we managed to grasp their meaning with difficulty. We are wanderers from the Straw Hat Galaxy, having roamed for 1,000,000 years. In our galaxy, a menacing civilization of locusts has emerged, assimilating others. They are highly intelligent mechanical beings with a collective consciousness. Throughout prolonged warfare, we once eradicated them, yet they have resurfaced. Now more formidable than ever. We proposed a purge plan to our Interstellar Alliance, but they dismissed this threat, stubbornly believing that this locust civilization is also a part of civilization and cannot be completely annihilated. We contend that if this locust civilization is not entirely eradicated, the entire galaxy will face impending disaster. We must depart, leaving behind those obstinate individuals. Zheng Yin remarked, your insights are astute. After 1,000,000 years of evolution, that locust civilization has invaded our galaxy twice. Their technology has now reached a third-tier galactic civilization. Recently, they directly jumped into our territory to launch an invasion, fortunately. Our galaxy possesses a more advanced civilization of justice machines known as replicants, who swiftly eliminated them. According to their account, the entire Straw Hat Galaxy and the Triangulum Galaxy have transformed into mechanical civilizations. The replicants are currently en route to the Triangulum Galaxy to eradicate these locust beings. The opposite side replied, this was within our expectations, but we did not anticipate that they had already invaded several galaxies and advanced their technology to such heights. Zheng Yin responded, what are your plans now? The galaxy is quite secure. You may find a star system devoid of life to settle in. They replied, to migrate to other safe star systems has always been our initial dream. However, wandering and traveling have become integral to our civilization. We have grown accustomed to this lifestyle. allowing us to explore the mysteries of countless universes. Zheng Yin concluded, "In that case, we shall not disturb you further. I wish you safe travels." Chapter 132. Support from behind, let us go, Big Dipper, Chekhov. We continue our pursuit of the GNA People's fleet, Zheng Yin commanded. After departing from the wandering planet, the Chang'e superstarship engaged its cloaking and accelerated to warp speed 999 to track the GNA warships. At this moment, the GNA fleet had ceased its flight, stabilizing within a nebula. Upon arrival, the Chang'e discovered a hidden GNA space base within the nebula, a mechanical planet smaller than the previous base they had destroyed. Surrounded by approximately 5,000 warships, over 100 of which had just been tracked. "Captain, how shall we engage?" Luda asked. "Charge the capacitors. Amplify the ray guns to breach their shields, and then deploy black hole torpedoes to obliterate the base," Zheng Yin ordered. Immediately, the Chang'e revealed itself. A gamma ray pierced through the shields, followed by the launch of 100 black hole torpedoes that instantaneously obliterated the space station. The 5,000 enemy ships swiftly converged, launching a concentrated assault on the Chang'e. "Fire the neutrino-splitting cannon." The foremost 100 warships were instantaneously reduced to clouds of dust, while the remaining vessels, realizing their inability to inflict harm upon the Chang'e, swiftly dispersed in retreat. "Shall we pursue them, Captain?" inquired Lu. "Let them flee, Professor Picard." "How many have we marked this time?" Zheng Yin asked. 4,000, Captain," replied Professor Picard. "Excellent, that will suffice. Let us pursue the other two fleets," Zheng Yin declared. At that moment, another pair of fleets had also come to a halt, seemingly revolving around a colossal sphere, evidently patrolling around the base. "Let us stealthily leap over and directly annihilate the base. We shall continue thereafter," Zheng Yin commanded. An hour later, this base was also obliterated by the expeditionary forces. Upon the destruction of the 4th NAR base, a message arrived from the Galactic Alliance Command. Marshal Duragla chuckled, "Your raid has been exceedingly successful, carrying significant strategic weight. The NAR have acquiesced to our proposal, and their fleet has retreated from the main battlefield, no longer banding together against us. This conflict on the cantilever will soon come to an end." "That is splendid news. Do we have any further missions?" Zheng Yin inquired. "None for now, Marshal." "You may take a respite," Marshal Duragla responded. Just as the communication was severed, the Chang'e received a distress signal from a wandering planet under siege by the NAR. It turned out that the NAR warships, which had fled previously, encountered the wandering planet en route. During their communication, a conflict arose. The wandering civilization discovered the NAR's true nature as part of a locust-like civilization, while the NAR uncovered crucial information regarding primitive mechanical civilizations on the planet's surface, seeking to extract this knowledge and assimilate the wandering civilization. Consequently, war erupted, with the wandering civilization being no match for the NAR. As the planet's surface neared conquest, they issued an urgent call to the Chang'e. "Captain, what should we do? The NAR have just reached an accord with the Alliance. If we intervene now, it could adversely affect the main battlefield," Professor Picard remarked. "Indeed, we cannot act overly. We can assist them discreetly," Zheng Yin replied. He expressed his concerns to the wandering planet, promising to offer covert support. Thus, the Chang'e stealthily leaped to the vicinity of the planet, dispatching 100,000 sublight antimatter missiles to the underground city. With the assistance of these missiles, the wandering civilization swiftly destroyed 500 NAR warships. However, more NAR vessels continued to arrive, quickly numbering over 10,000. "How's the construction of the neutrino split cannon progressing, science and engineering teams?" Zheng Yin inquired. "Captain, it will take 3 more days to complete," Professor Picard responded. "What about the gamma ray guns?" Zheng Yin asked. "They will require 5 days," Professor Picard replied. "We cannot afford to wait. In 5 days, this civilization may cease to exist," Zheng Yin lamented. "We could transmit the low-power energy cannon technology to them," Professor Picard suggested. The primary focus was on the technology of frequency superposition states. Zheng Yin commanded the transmission of several quark-splitting cannons, insisting that the production of missiles must not cease. Subsequently, the transmission chamber operated at high power, delivering 5 million missiles and 5 long-range quark-splitting cannons to the underground city within an hour. With the support of these formidable weapons, the wandering civilization managed to hold its ground as missiles erupted from the planet's surface like fireworks, while the quark-splitting cannons exhibited immense power. After a day of relentless combat, the Chang'e spacecraft successfully transmitted a total of 10 million missiles and 30 quark-splitting cannons to the underground city. The wandering civilization endured for an entire day, managing to destroy 2,000 Gina warships, yet their planetary surface suffered severe damage, with one underground city being breached, resulting in the loss of 30,000 lives. Fortunately, the timely transmission of a quantum energy shield generator from the Chang'e spacecraft thwarted a significant portion of the attacks, converting them into energy for its own use. Upon witnessing the emergence of the quantum energy shield from the surface, the Gina forces immediately ceased their assault. They withdrew their warships to a light-day distance and directed inquiries to the Star Alliance Command, for only the Earth Expeditionary Force's Chang'e spacecraft and the Star Alliance fleet, which had directly shared this technology, as well as the insectoid mercenaries, possessed such shield technology within the galaxy. In response to the Gina's inquiries, Marshal de Ruggiero feigned ignorance, asserting that the Chang'e had returned to the Orion Arm and could no longer participate in the Battle of the 3000 Seconds Arm. He claimed that the quantum energy shield was a technology possessed by every third-order stellar civilization, and it could not solely be attributed to the Chang'e. Perhaps this wandering civilization had it inherently or acquired it elsewhere. Lacking direct evidence, the Gina had no choice but to relent. They continued to deploy their warships to attack the wandering planet from a distance, which afforded the Chang'e spacecraft considerable operational latitude. Engaging from afar minimized the risk of collateral damage to the planet. Dr. Jones, transmit the warp-capable black hole torpedoes to the underground city, Zheng Yin instructed. Just as the Gina fleet arranged their formation and prepared to strike, a warp-capable black hole torpedo surged forth at warp 9, instantaneously obliterating a cruiser and creating a miniature black hole that ensnared over 50 surrounding warships. Before the Gina could fully comprehend the situation, several more warp-capable black hole torpedoes surged in their direction. The Gina fleet suffered the loss of over 1,000 warships, while the wandering planet promptly set a course towards the Orion Arm at warp 5. The Gina warships pursued, only to be met with a barrage of slow torpedoes. Ultimately, all pursuing Gina vessels were immobilized by the slow torpedoes, allowing the wandering planet to finally shake off its pursuers and flee towards the Orion Arm. At this juncture, the Orion Arm had become the territory of the Star Alliance, and the Gina had no authority to enter. As long as the wandering planet remained beyond the 3000 Seconds Arm, they would be safe. The Chang'e spacecraft continued to escort them out of this arm, delivering a beam amplifier and 3 neutrino-splitting cannons along the way. With the implementation of these defensive and shielding technologies, the wandering planet shall no longer be vulnerable to the threats posed by secondary stellar civilizations in its future journeys, given the vast distances it will traverse. Encountering cosmic voids is inevitable. These immense voids, spanning tens of millions of light years without a single celestial body, will render them devoid of energy replenishment. To avert extinction within these cosmic chasms, Zheng Yin exceptionally bestowed upon them a zero-point energy extraction device, capable of continuously harnessing energy from the high-frequency parallel universes. Although this energy apparatus is modest in size, standing merely 1 meter tall with a diameter of 40 centimeters, it is sufficient to propel the entire planet at a warp speed of 5. They expressed profound gratitude for the generous assistance of the Earth Expeditionary Forces, graciously declining the invitation to remain in the Orion Arm and altering their course towards the galactic exterior. After bidding farewell to this wandering civilization, the Chang'e spacecraft received a migration assignment. The original inhabitants of the celestial ship star in the Sagittarius Arm had completed their post-war reconstruction. However, one particular planet, due to its unique climatic conditions, deterred the nearby insectoid civilizations from relocating there. For these insect beings, the planet's frigid temperatures were intolerable, as its orbit around the primary star is excessively elliptical. When the planet nears its star, summer graces it for only 2 months, followed by 2 months of spring and 2 months of autumn, leading into an extensive 9-month winter. In this prolonged winter, the coldest 3 months are referred to as the bitter winter, where the planet's surface receives minimal sunlight, causing equatorial temperatures to plummet to minus 100 degrees Celsius, with daylight lasting merely 4 hours each day. The flora and fauna of this planet have evolved unique adaptations for survival during the winter months. Herbaceous plants grow vigorously during spring and summer, ingeniously storing seeds underground in autumn to withstand the harshness of winter. Certain herbaceous species develop new underground tendrils at the onset of autumn, which burrow into the soil, allowing seeds to form at their tips. Other plants rely on animals to protect their seeds, as all creatures on this planet are adept at burrowing, a necessary skill for enduring the cold and ensuring their survival. Meanwhile, large woody plants strive to accumulate as many nutrients as possible during spring, summer, and autumn. As early winter approaches, These trees rapidly shed their leaves, storing moisture and nutrients deep within their roots. In the following early spring, the desiccated trunks are rejuvenated by moisture, regaining their vitality. The native inhabitants, known as the long-haired tribe, are resilient to the cold. However, they have been sacrificed to the unification deity by the celestial ship people. Chapter 133. Exploring the temple. The post-war transformation of this planet primarily involves the restoration of underground cities, where the residents must spend at least 3 months of the year subterranean. Consequently, few civilizations are inclined to settle on this frigid world. Nonetheless, there are a select few who cherish tranquility, as the slow-paced lifestyle here is conducive to enjoying life. Approximately 200,000 Earth humans and 20,000 of the long-haired tribe are willing to come here to work and reside. The mission of the Chang'e spacecraft is to transport these migrants. As the Chang'e prepared to embark after completing the relocation of the migrants, an urgent distress signal was emitted from a nearby Star Alliance research vessel, located 200 light-years away. This research vessel was conducting archaeological studies on a planet within a stellar system that had entered the final stage of its main sequence, evolving from a yellow dwarf into a red giant. The landing team of the research vessel had just arrived on the planet's surface when they detected no anomalies. However, as they were scanning a temple, communication with the ship in orbit was suddenly lost. Subsequently, the research vessel dispatched a rescue team, but, without exception, they all vanished without a trace. Given the proximity of the Chang'e to this planet, the Star Alliance Command decided to send them to investigate the situation while en route to transport the migrants. Upon reaching the orbit of the planet, Alice felt a profound unease, a sentiment echoed by all the Bisque girls aboard. "Captain, we feel anxious, helpless, and desperate," Alice expressed. Zheng Yin remarked, "If it were just one person experiencing such negative emotions, it could be overlooked. But the fact that all of you are feeling this indicates the presence of some force nearby." Alice added, "This negative emotion seems to occur naturally. We cannot detect its source." Zheng Yin commanded, "Professor Picard, conduct a scan of the entire planet." Moments later, Picard reported, "Captain, this planet has ceased its rotation, and its atmosphere has been stripped away by solar winds. However, the remnants of civilization remain intact. Judging by the condition of the structures, this civilization did not experience warfare during its disappearance. They seem to have evaporated overnight." Zheng Yin inquired, "Can we ascertain the technological level of this prehistoric civilization?" Professor Picard responded, "Based solely on the architectural style, they appear to be in a feudal era, with no signs of a Type 1 planetary civilization or a Type 2 stellar civilization." Zheng Yin further questioned, "What about the location where the research team vanished? Is there any anomaly?" Professor Picard replied, "That area is a vast temple, and no high-energy particles or phenomena such as spatial distortion or temporal anomalies have been detected in the surrounding space." Zheng Yin then ordered, "Dispatch a scientific landing team to investigate." A scientific exploration team of 10 was ultimately transported to the temple, equipped with individual shields to scan the interior. Zheng Yin and Lu watched the live monitoring footage on the bridge's large screen. As the scientific team approached the central empty pool in the hall, communication with the starship was suddenly severed. "Professor Picard, scan them quickly," Zheng Yin shouted urgently. "Captain, they have vanished." Professor Picard replied, "They disappeared so swiftly. Could they have entered subspace, as we encountered on Mora?" Zheng Yin asked. "Without any final images, it is impossible to speculate. We only know they were nearing the central empty pool," Picard explained. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Yin declared, "Let us descend ourselves and investigate." Subsequently, a landing team comprising Zheng Yin, Huang Yueqing, Luda, Rick, and Weiss gathered and was teleported back to the surface. Due to Alice's emotional breakdown, she was unable to partake in this landing operation. Upon reaching the ground, the five felt that the planet's gravity was comparable to that of Earth. However, the absence of air somewhat restricted their movements within their individual shields. As they drew nearer, they realized the temple was astonishingly colossal, towering at a height of 100 meters, with a hall capable of accommodating 100,000 individuals. At the center of the hall lay an empty vast pool, devoid of any water. Despite the daylight, the lack of air prevented light from refracting, leaving the hall shrouded in darkness. They activated their powerful flashlights and cautiously advanced through the grand hall. As they approached the empty pool, an inexplicable sense of anger, anxiety, and boundless jealousy surged within them. Ludid exclaimed, "Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I become. We are a third-tier civilization's warship, yet we are relegated to trivial tasks, all under the guise of protecting the last vestiges of the Star Alliance's strength. To hell with it. I believe it's that old fool Du who fears us seizing control of the Orion arm, Zheng Yin retorted. Keep your mouth shut. You complain incessantly. All I want is to return home to enjoy life with my wife and child, yet I'm burdened with endless work that never seems to conclude. What more do you want me to say? Huang Yuqing interjected angrily. You two, stop arguing. One is a marshal of the Star Alliance, and the other a general. What are you two grown men bickering about over trivial matters? Professor Weist merely scoffed derisively, while Rick brandished his weapon, pointing it at Professor Weist, and said, What are you laughing at, you devil? With your wings and tail, you look like a demon from hell. Are you plotting to parasitize us again? Professor Weist coldly replied. What a collection of foolish and primitive beings. I cannot fathom why fortune smiles upon you, granting you a third-tier civilization warship on a silver platter. Had it been in our hands, we would have unified the galaxy long ago. As their argument escalated, Professor Picard sensed the gravity of the situation. He immediately sent a message urging them to exit the hall, but the five paid him no heed, with Zheng Yin even shutting off the communication. Professor Picard turned to Dr. Jones and said, Dr. Jones, quickly teleport those five up. It will be too late if we wait any longer. Just as Zheng and the others approached the empty pool, Dr. Jones managed to teleport them to the isolation chamber just in time. Once in the isolation chamber, they gradually regained their composure. During their time in the temple, Zheng Yin and Lu De had already engaged in a scuffle, while Weist and Rick had exchanged gunfire. And Huang Yuqing, in a state of despair, was heading towards the empty pool. After a moment, they all regained their rationality, with Zheng Yin and Lu De sharing an awkward smile. Hey, Captain, you certainly have some strength. Lu De chuckled. Of course, Chang'e has made genetic adjustments to me. You would be no match for me in a bare-handed fight, Zheng Yin replied with a grin. Chapter 134. Abandon Negative Emotions. Rick and Professor Weist exchanged awkward apologies. Huang Yuqing chuckled. It seems we have all been manipulated. Professor Weist spoke. Indeed, it is not merely me, even my host, Lu Yike, has become exceedingly despondent. Just moments ago, he contemplated extracting me from his throat. Zheng Yin remarked, Let us conduct a comprehensive scan of our bodies, Professor Picard. After a brief interval, Professor Picard announced, You currently exhibit no issues, Captain. You may exit the isolation chamber. Zheng Yin replied, Let us proceed to the treatment room for an extensive examination of our cerebral regions. An hour later, Huang Yuqing stated, Captain, this is quite peculiar. Our brain areas reveal no anomalies. It feels as though we have merely experienced the stimuli of a film. Zheng Yin nodded. The strangeness does not end there. Have you forgotten? We did not locate those missing individuals in the temple hall. Lu De remarked, When soldiers come, we shall resist. It appears we must send mechanical warriors to investigate. Zheng Yin asserted, We must thoroughly examine that empty water basin. Perhaps the missing individuals are concealed within. Subsequently, 10 mechanical warriors were teleported directly to the temple hall. The mechanical warriors, devoid of emotion and thus unaffected by negative sentiments, approached the edge of the basin. Under the strong illumination of the mechanical warriors, the live feed revealed to those on the bridge that the empty basin exhibited no substantial differences. The basin, measuring 30 meters in diameter, was intricately carved at the bottom, featuring 13 distinct grooves that converged at its center, where merely a stone orb the size of a football resided. Lu De proclaimed, This stone orb is undoubtedly suspect. Zheng Yin ordered, Professor Picard, transmit the scanning equipment down. We shall conduct an atomic-level scan of this matter. 10 minutes later, Professor Picard reported, Captain, the composition of this orb is not stone. It merely resembles stone in appearance. It is an unknown sphere composed of organic material. Lu De inquired, Is it alive? Professor Picard replied, No, it consists solely of the simplest organic molecules, predominantly carbon. Zheng Yin asked, What else has been discovered? Professor Picard responded, Nothing further, Captain. As for whether your adverse reactions stem from it, that remains uncertain. After all, the mechanical warriors are currently unaffected. Zheng Yin concluded, It appears one must trigger it. Lu De suggested, Allow me to descend, teleport me directly to the basin's edge. Should anything unusual arise, immediately bring me back. Zheng Yin replied, Let's not. Given your temperament, you would be most easily influenced. Lu De retorted, Are you suggesting we seek out an elderly person with dementia? Zheng Yin laughed. Hey, Lu De, your idea is rather astute. Lu De asked, Are you truly intent on finding someone with dementia? We have none here. Zheng Yin chuckled. Of course not. I mean, we should find someone whose emotional fluctuations are exceedingly slow, someone impervious to external influences. Lu De laughed. Oh, I understand now. Indeed, among our immigrants, There are several Taoists that can easily achieve harmony with nature, unaffected by the outside world. Lu spoke of several Taoist priests who were among the human immigrants on Earth, seeking to cultivate higher levels of consciousness on a frigid planet. Upon locating them, Zheng Yin conveyed this request, and one of the priests, known as Master Wukong, consented to the endeavor. He had attained a level of mastery that allowed him to shield himself from sensory distractions, achieving a state of unity with the cosmos, where self and environment became indistinguishable, acting for the sake of the spirit rather than the eyes. When Master Wukong was transported to the edge of the empty water pool, an extraordinary event transpired. The organic sphere seemed to sense the approach of intelligent life, immediately collapsing into a viscous black oil, which rapidly expanded, soon filling the pool. Moreover, the black oil, as if animated, reached out with appendages to grasp Master Wukong. "Quickly, bring him back," Zheng Yin commanded. Just as the black oil was about to make contact with Master Wukong, he was transported to the isolation chamber, where a health scan revealed no abnormalities. Zheng Yin inquired, "Did you notice anything unusual when you descended?" Master Wukong replied, "Marshal, I sensed the influence of dark spirits and inner demons while below. As I had my eyes closed throughout, I am unaware of the precise occurrences outside." Zheng Yin nodded, concluding, "It seems indeed that this organic sphere is up to mischief." At that moment, Daisy reported, "Captain, the communicator has received an overwhelming influx of information from the surface, seemingly the cries of billions." Zheng Yin responded immediately, "We must proceed there at once." Upon reaching the bridge, Zheng Yin asked, "Can we isolate one of those voices?" Daisy replied, "Yes, we have isolated it. But it consists solely of wails and screams, lacking coherent language for translation." Lu remarked, "This is exceedingly strange. Could they have all offered sacrifices? Is it the doing of the One?" Zheng Yin stated, "Whether it involves sacrificial rites is uncertain, but it is undoubtedly not the work of the One, as it consumes lower-dimensional beings without leaving any material traces. This organic sphere appears to harbor the original inhabitants of this civilization," Professor Picard suggested. "It is highly probable that the previously missing individuals have been consumed by this organic sphere." Zheng Yin concurred, "Without investigating this organic sphere, we cannot rescue the missing persons." Professor Wester proposed, "We could attempt to move this organic sphere outside the water pool." Zheng Yin commanded, "Very well, Professor Picard. Instruct the robotic warriors to transport this organic sphere outside the temple and observe its reaction." As the robotic warriors moved the organic sphere just beyond the edge of the empty water pool, it immediately transformed back into a viscous substance akin to crude oil, swiftly making its way back toward the pool. "This is clearly alive," Lu remarked. "Command the robotic warriors to unleash an electric shock upon this liquid," Zheng Yin ordered. Just before the viscous oil could revert to the organic sphere, the mechanical warriors initiated an electromagnetic assault. The oil was rendered unable to coalesce, swirling within the pool until it emitted a piercing shriek. Subsequently, long appendages emerged from the liquid, dragging one of the robotic warriors into the pool. However, the warrior appeared unaffected, continuing its electromagnetic assault on the liquid. "Professor Picard, have the scan results for this liquid come in?" Zheng Yin inquired. "Indeed, Captain. These liquids harbor a substantial amount of conscious energy and possess self-awareness, yet we have yet to discover a means of communication with them," Professor Picard remarked. "But are the missing individuals truly taken by it? Do we have any hope of recovering those who have vanished?" inquired Lu. "Without intuitive evidence, relying solely on conjecture and speculation, we cannot arrive at an accurate conclusion," Picard replied. "For now, let us focus on establishing a means of communication with it," Zheng Yin suggested. Subsequently, the scientific, cultural, and communication teams united to conduct a collaborative study on potential methods of interaction. However, after 3 days of research, they still had not identified a viable means of communication. Subsequently, more robotic soldiers were dispatched to conduct a thorough scan of the surrounding area, during which a substantial inscription was discovered on a large stone slab in the temple. Upon translation, it became evident that this civilization had vanished 2 million years prior, having discovered a shortcut to evolve into a higher dimensional space. They had cast off all negative emotions within the temple, merging only positive, uplifting sentiments into a new collective consciousness, allowing billions of minds to coalesce into a singular entity. This space maintained a powerful energy, allowing it to transcend into the 5th dimension. However, the negative emotions they discarded did not simply evaporate. Over the years, they accumulated within the temple, eventually evolving into a malevolent collective consciousness. This dark entity was rife with hunger and hatred, greed and rage, frequently emitting psychic signals that lured all living beings on the surface to the temple to consume them. Over millions of years, it attracted and devoured every mobile creature on the planet, leading to a gradual ecological collapse, deprived of sustenance. This evil consciousness eventually entered a dormant state, only to be awakened by the arrival of the Star Alliance research vessel. The beings it had consumed could never be restored. Such a malevolent force remains a danger to the world. The species they abandoned are no less wretched, leaving behind these negative emotions while carrying away their selfishness, Lu lamented. This entity's presence is detrimental. Dr. Jones, transport it to the surface of the star. Zheng Yin commanded. Captain, the uncertainty surrounding this object is immense. Particle transmission cannot guarantee absolute success, and some residue will undoubtedly remain, Dr. Jones cautioned. We should simply obliterate it with a quark cannon, Lu proposed. The robotic soldiers fired the quark cannon at the liquid mass. However, upon being shattered into a quark state, it rapidly reassembled itself. Your method is ineffective. I must employ my approach, Zheng Yin stated. But isn't your method incomplete in its transportation? Lu retorted. It seems we may have to sacrifice a shuttle, Zheng Yin concluded. Ultimately, dozens of robotic soldiers collaborated to transfer the entire stone-carved basin into the shuttle bay. Without the incessant electric shocks from the mechanized soldiers, the mass of liquid rapidly coalesced into an organic sphere. Indeed, as long as it remained within the confines of the pool, it would not revert to its liquid form. Even if the entire pool were to be transported from the temple, the shuttle, bearing the stone-carved pool in the organic sphere, engaged in warp-level autopilot, hurtling towards the star. 15 minutes later, the shuttle erupted upon making contact with the stellar surface, and within the communications device of the Tiong spacecraft. A piercing shriek resonated before succumbing to silence. Chapter 135, Counterattack upon departing from the planet. The Tiong supercruiser made a direct leap to the colonization planet. After accommodating the settlers, they set forth towards their next destination, to visit an ancient civilization situated in the Perseus Arm. This civilization had existed long before the Pangu clan led the Star Alliance and the Unification faction into battle, remaining aloof from the conflict between the two powers. They bore resemblance to the luminaries but had evolved at a significantly slower pace, eschewing communication in higher dimensional spaces. The five-dimensional Unification attempted to subjugate them but met with failure. Now, the war involving the Star Alliance had reached a climax, with the next offensive aimed at the Unification stronghold in the Perseus Arm. The command of the Star Alliance expressed a desire for the Tiong to engage with this ancient civilization. Yet, just as the Tiong was preparing to leap towards this venerable society, an urgent distress signal was transmitted from the Earth Federation. A Clerian warship had jumped into the Oort cloud. Despite utilizing stealth technology, various reconnaissance satellites had already been strategically deployed within the cloud. The Clerian warship's cloaking technology was not as advanced as that of the Tiong, triggering an alarm on a spatial detector capable of sensing distortions in the surrounding space-time and indications of dimensional anomalies. Furthermore, the spatial detectors operated in a stealth mode along the fringes of the Oort cloud. As a result, the Earth Federation identified the Clerian vessel, unbeknownst to the Clerians who remained oblivious to their exposure. Damn it, they're not being discreet. They've come to settle the score with us. Lu cursed furiously. This is bad. The backyard is ablaze. Beidou, Chekhov, initiate stealth jump and return home, Zheng Yin commanded. 10 seconds later, the Tiong appeared at the edge of the Oort cloud, a mere 10 light days from the Clerian warship. Chekhov, pursue under stealth conditions. Capacitor, prepare the gamma ray guns. The moment the Clerian vessel reveals itself, fire immediately, Zheng Yin ordered. 5 minutes later, the Tiong caught up with the Clerian warship. Although the Clerian vessel was cloaked, it had already been marked by the detectors. The Tiong's stealth capabilities far surpassed those of the Clerian ship, ensuring the latter remained unaware of the pursuit. Both warships were on a trajectory towards Earth, and after crossing the orbit of Mars, the Clerian vessel suddenly halted its advance. Zheng Yin promptly commanded, all personnel, enter combat status. Capacitor, stand by. 1 minute later, the Clerian warship revealed itself. It was a colossal cruiser, measuring an impressive 60 kilometers in length. The missile launch bay has been activated, poised to unleash a warp-level missile. Yet, as it made its appearance, the Tiong spacecraft swiftly emerged, unleashing a gamma ray that pierced through its shields, incapacitating its systems. The bewildered Clerians were caught off guard as the Tiong fired 3 consecutive neutrino fragmentation projectiles. In the aftermath of a brilliant flash, The colossal Clerian cruiser was reduced to a cloud of dust. Zheng Yin remarked, when it comes to ambush. You still have much to learn. Captain, shall we strike? Luda asked. Of course, we must retaliate. If we do not teach them a lesson, we shall remain ensnared in the solar system, forever on watch, Zheng Yin replied, issuing orders. Big Dipper, set coordinates to the atmosphere of a Clerian planet. Chekhov. Initiate the artificial wormhole and capacitor, launch black hole torpedoes continuously into it, all set to detonate in 21 seconds. Given that the Clerian planet is 20,000 light-years from Earth, traversing the wormhole requires 20 seconds, plus an additional second for launch. Meaning these black hole torpedoes would explode immediately upon exiting the wormhole. Once the wormhole opened, the Chang'e launched a total of 10 black hole torpedoes into it. Subsequently, they also targeted 2 other Clerian planets with 10 black hole torpedoes each. Zheng Yin then instructed Big Dipper, Chekhov, cloak and jump 30 light-years outside the Clerian star system. Let us observe the battle's outcome. Upon their arrival, they detected the Clerians fleeing in panic from 30 light-years away, with over 50,000 warships carrying Clerian natives fleeing into the void as their 3 planets rapidly collapsed. Hey, Captain, we succeeded. I never imagined it would be this simple. Had I known, I would have employed this strategy last time, Ludit exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. I suspect the situation is not as straightforward as it appears. Given their technology, even if we were to hurl a black hole into their planetary atmosphere, they would likely find a way to escape, Zheng Yin cautioned. But we threw 10, Ludit countered. However, the 10 I launched detonated only after exiting the wormhole, even within the span of 0.01 seconds. They might have a means to transport them away. Our intent was merely to issue a warning, yet we inadvertently obliterated their planets, Zheng Yin explained. Isn't that even better? Luda chuckled. Indeed, it is favorable, but we remain unaware of the underlying causes. It would be prudent to investigate further, Zheng Yin stated. It is highly possible that they have also been attacked by other advanced civilizations, Professor Picard speculated. As the Chang'e stealthily approached the Clerian star system, it discovered a multitude of unknown flying objects emerging from the collapsing planets. These objects bore no resemblance to small warships or biological entities but were spherical, measuring several meters in diameter, with each planet expelling as many as 10,000 of these orbs. Professor Picard, conduct a scan on these spheres. Captain, these spheres contain an immense amount of energy, and their flight trajectories exhibit considerable autonomy. They are not natural phenomena, Professor Picard reported. At that moment, a spherical object swiftly pursued a Clerian warship. The ship's shields proved ineffective against it, as the sphere penetrated the defenses and breached the hull. Mere seconds later, it emerged from the warship, continuing its relentless pursuit of another vessel. The recently attacked warship fell into a state of paralysis, with all systems shut down. Scanning revealed that the Clerians aboard had vanished entirely. The sphere that had assaulted the warship appeared to grow more powerful, emanating a faint glow from its surface. After the sphere launched successive strikes against 10 Clerian warships, its luminescence intensified, and it merged with other spheres, continuing its predation on fleeing Clerian vessels. Zheng Yin and his companions were all too familiar with this radiance, feeling a profound sense of dread and loathing. It was the unique glow of the 5-dimensional unification. Chapter 136. The Return of the Divine Unity. Quickly fire the neutrino disintegration cannon and target these spheres, Zheng Yin commanded urgently. Although the specifics of the situation remained unclear, one thing was certain. The Clerians had re-established the 5-dimensional unity. The Chang'e spaceship materialized, and the neutrino disintegration cannon relentlessly bombarded the spheres. Those that had yet to manifest a luminous state, or whose glow was faint, were obliterated into clouds of dust. However, the larger spheres, which shone brightly and had already fused together, exhibited immunity to the neutrino disintegration cannon's assault. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the Chang'e and the destruction of numerous spheres, the fleeing Clerian warships swiftly altered their course and collectively launched an attack on the Chang'e. Damn it, they truly are like a dog biting El Dom. Unable to recognize a benefactor's good intentions, Lu scolded. Ignore the Clerian assault. Continue to eliminate the spheres, Zheng Yin ordered. Within the final hour, despite enduring continuous Clerian attacks, the Chang'e managed to eradicate the majority of spheres on 3 planets. Yet each planet was left with one large, fused sphere. Ultimately, the 3 spheres merged into one, its size diminishing while its brilliance grew. Detonate the black hole torpedoes near the sphere, Zheng Yin commanded. 10 black hole torpedoes were successfully detonated. their formidable gravitational pull drawing in the light emitted by the sphere. Captain, our quantum energy shield is nearing overload, Professor Picard reported. At that moment, nearly 50,000 fleeing Clerian warships surrounded them, collectively launching an assault on the Chang'e, which could scarcely withstand such immense energy. Convert all energy into the neutrino disintegration cannon and fire at the Clerian warships, Zheng Yin instructed. Captain, we are firing 50 rounds of the neutrino disintegration cannon per second. The energy converted is negligible compared to what we are enduring. The energy absorbed by the shield has already reached 1,000% of its capacity, Professor Picard explained. Fire gamma rays at full power and do not cease, Zheng Yin ordered. More than 20 gamma rays surged towards the fleet of the Clerians. After an extended duration of 20 minutes of relentless firing, the large orbital cannons of the Chang'e spacecraft were forced to shut down due to overload. During this time, 5,000 Clerian warships were obliterated. However, numerous more continued to converge upon them. Faced with over 40,000 warships equipped with third-tier civilization technology and a recently returned singularity, Professor Picard, in a moment of despondency, remarked, Captain, escape seems impossible. To which Zheng Yin responded, even if we must sacrifice ourselves, we must prevent the return of the singularity. How many black hole torpedoes do we have left? Professor Picard replied, 500 remain. Zheng Yin commanded. Launch them all to detonate, and fire every conventional missile and third-tier civilization missile at once. Subsequently, the Chang'e unleashed over 9 million conventional missiles along with 5,000 third-tier civilization missiles, including a substantial number of time disruption bombs. The Clerian vessels hastily maneuvered to evade, rapidly increasing the distance on the battlefield. Beidou Chekhov, flee. 10 seconds later, they successfully escaped through a wormhole. My goodness, that was close. I thought we were done for, exclaimed Delu, wiping the sweat from his brow. Did they pursue us? Zheng Yin inquired. No signs of being tracked, Captain, Professor Picard reported. This is troubling. Their failure to pursue indicates a dire situation. If the singularity truly returns, we cannot escape death, Zheng Yin lamented. Captain, our cannons have shut down due to overload and require urgent repairs, Dr. Jones stated. Very well, commence repairs immediately. The combat team should assist the engineering team in replenishing missile stocks, Zheng Yin instructed. Zheng Yin then reported the emergence of the singularity to the Star Alliance command. The four marshals were taken aback upon hearing the news. At that moment, on the 3,000-second differential cantilever, the singularity faction had been entirely eradicated, and the combined forces of the Star Alliance had amassed 300,000 warships, preparing to launch a final assault on the Perseus arm. For now, they could only postpone their attack and send a distress signal to the Panga race. Zheng Yin also contacted the god of white light to inform him of the situation. The god of white light responded, the singularity will inevitably return. Whether through the Clerians or another faction from different star systems, it will find its way back. A civilization devoid of faith struggles to find a spiritual anchor. If you are willing to embrace the faith of the white light, I would gladly capture the singularity and eradicate it completely. Zheng Yin countered, if that is your condition, what difference is there from the singularity itself? We shall find our own way. The god of white light replied, very well, I hope you discover a viable solution. However, I must caution you that this time, the singularity was retrieved by lower-tier civilization members, not having escaped from the void of the cosmos on its own. Thus, higher-dimensional space cannot punish it again. With that, the god of white light severed communication with the Chang'e. If it weren't for the high-dimensional weapons we provided him, how could he be so formidable? Had we heard the god of the singularity had returned under normal circumstances, he would have been terrified, Delu expressed with indignation. After the god of unity was exiled to the desolate cosmos, similar retaliatory wars, akin to those in the Milky Way, undoubtedly unfolded in other star systems. The god of unity aimed to stabilize the situation across multiple galaxies, which would require at least several days. During this interval, we must devise a solution, remarked Zheng Yin. A communication was received from Marshal Deluglu of the Star Alliance Command. Marshal Zheng, the Panga race has agreed to pursue the fleeing Kalia people. You must urgently visit that ancient civilization. They have previously waged war against the god of unity and even triumphed over him. We hope you can glean a solution from them. Zheng Yin responded, understood, Marshal. We shall proceed at once. The Chang'e spacecraft promptly jumped to a 0.1 light-year away from this ancient civilization and tentatively sent a communication request. The response was cordial, and the communication was quickly transferred to a large screen, revealing several beings who bore a striking resemblance to Earth's humans, all of whom appeared quite youthful. We are the Qingling people, having evolved over hundreds of millions of years within the Milky Way. We maintain a neutral stance towards all civilizations. If you come to discuss the evolution of civilizations, we welcome you. However, if your intent is to draw us into war, be it against you or even higher dimensional forces, we do not welcome such visits, they stated. Zheng Yin replied, originally, we sought your guidance on how to defeat the God of Unity. But since you are unwilling to engage in that matter, we shall refrain from further discussion. If permitted, I would like to honor your civilization, as you are the only one unafraid of being consumed by the God of Unity. No sooner had Zheng Yin finished speaking than their starship was entirely transported to the planet's orbit. The capability to teleport a superstarship of a third-tier civilization across a light-year distance clearly indicated that this technology far surpassed that of the Chang'e. As the officials of the command were still in shock, Zheng Yin, along with Alice, Huang Yueqing, Delu, Rick, and Professor Weist, were instantaneously transported to the planet's surface. They found themselves in a square before a grand temple, where a group of Qingling welcomed their arrival and escorted them into the temple, inviting them to explore the glorious history of their civilization. Throughout this encounter, Zheng Yin refrained from mentioning the God of Unity, which pleased the Qingling immensely. As Zheng Yin and his team prepared to depart, the Qingling shared the true evolution of their civilization. It turned out they were originally a high-dimensional civilization dedicated to seeking the origins of life and civilization, evolving from high dimensions into lower ones. They were on the cusp of entering a two-dimensional universe, and the Chang'e was among the last visitors from their civilization in four-dimensional space. The Qingling remarked, from the perspective of civilization's emergence, the wars in the universe are utterly meaningless, regardless of the dimension. Therefore, we believe it far more meaningful to expend our energy on seeking the essence of life and civilization than on futile conflicts. Zheng Yin remarked, if we do not resist, our civilization will perish. The Q-Ngling individual responded, no civilization vanishes without a trace. They simply transition into a different mode of existence. All extinguished civilizations ultimately converge into a lower dimensional space, eventually returning to a singularity. When all civilizations coalesce, they will once again erupt into vibrant and diverse forms of civilization. Delu interjected, your theory resembles that of the unification deity. It is no wonder you do not assist us. The Q-Ngling individual replied, it is entirely different. The unification deity represents a regression in the evolution of civilizations. The evolution of all civilizations is directed towards higher dimensional spaces, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of existence. Those civilizations that fail in their evolutionary journey retreat to the singularity. Zheng Yin inquired, the unification deity promises to guide those civilizations into the singularity, harnessing collective energy to evolve into higher dimensional space. Is there any theoretical support for this? The Q-Ngling individual stated, theory merely addresses the gaps in logic. The essence of the universe, life, and civilization is singular. All theories evolve from this truth. As for the veracity of the unification deity's claims, are we not currently in pursuit of answers? Zheng Yin asked, do you intend to enter the civilization singularity on your own? The Q-Ngling individual affirmed, indeed. For the unification deity lacks the ability to usher all civilizations into the singularity. They exploit this guise to prey on lower civilizations. With the primary aim of ascending to higher dimensional spaces, they are not foolish enough to retreat into lower dimensions. Zheng Yin further questioned, you previously claimed that you have existed in the Milky Way for over 100 million years. Is the transition from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional space exceedingly difficult? Chapter 137, The Gift of the Q-Ngling Individual. The Q-Ngling individual explained, evolving from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional space contravenes the natural evolution of the universe and the second law of thermodynamics, rendering it immensely challenging. It took us 100 million years to discover a method to enter the two-dimensional universe. Zheng Yin expressed surprise. I never anticipated we would be among the last visitors before your entrance into the two-dimensional universe. Although our wars hold no significance for you, I still implore you to impart ways to defeat the unification deity. The Q-Ngling individual reassured. The actions of the unification deity will undoubtedly attract the attention of higher dimensional entities. They will not consume the civilizations of the entire Milky Way. You will find a means to confront them. Just as Zheng Yin was about to ask further, they were abruptly transported to the bridge of the Chang'e spacecraft, which was then relocated 30 light-years from the ruins of the Krelian's planetary system. How rude. We were in the midst of a conversation and were unceremoniously expelled. Delu exclaimed. As we are about to enter the two-dimensional universe, Perhaps the three-dimensional universe and four-dimensional space have become meaningless to them, Zheng Yin reflected. Professor Picard queried, "Is there a specific purpose for their sending us here?" Zheng Yin commanded, "It remains uncertain. Professor Picard, please scan the stellar remnants of the Krelians." Moments later, Professor Picard reported, "Captain, the black hole torpedoes we launched have merged into a small black hole and exceeded the threshold for self-evaporation. It is currently consuming nearby celestial bodies." Zheng Yin inquired, "Are there any other circumstances?" Professor Picard responded, "It appears that there are energy entities attempting to escape at the edge of the black hole. It seems to be a fragment of the unified entity." At that moment, Daisy exclaimed, "Captain, I have received a message from the cleansing spirits." Zheng Yin rejoiced, "Quick, display it on the main screen." However, it was merely a text accompanied by a weapon design schematic. The message read, "We have now entered a two-dimensional universe and are communicating with you across dimensions. This will be our final interaction with the higher dimensional space. As a keepsake, we present to you a blueprint of an energy oscillator capable of dismantling the structure of the unified deity." Lu laughed. "No wonder they hurriedly expelled us. They are eager to migrate to the two-dimensional universe. I thought I was simply unwelcome." Zheng Yin chuckled, "Professor Picard, your expertise is required." Professor Picard replied with a smile, "Rest assured, it is in the capable hands of our scientific team." Zheng Yin remarked, "It seems the cleansing spirits have been considerate, providing us not only with the schematics to create a weapon, but also with a living unified deity for experimentation. The entity escaping at the edge of the black hole is merely a part of the unified continuum." 3 days later, through the collaborative efforts of the scientific and engineering teams, an entirely new weapon was constructed. The engineering team installed this novel energy oscillator onto the turret of the Chang'e spacecraft and conducted its inaugural test. The Chang'e subsequently flew to the outer edge of the black hole and unleashed an energy shockwave at the fleeing unified deity. Indeed, the weapon proved remarkably effective. The energy shockwave disrupted the continuity of the energy entity structure, causing the unified deity to disintegrate into countless small luminous points. These points, stripped of their collective momentum, were swiftly drawn into the black hole. Success! The entire expeditionary force erupted in jubilant cheers. "Daisy, connect me to the communications of the 4 marshals of the Alliance." Zheng Yin commanded excitedly. "This is wonderful, Marshal Zheng. With this weapon, we can continue our war." Marshal Duraglu stated, "Yes, however, this weapon consumes an immense amount of energy. Even the Chang'e must undergo a 10-minute cooldown after a single shot before it can launch a second attack. Thus, this weapon cannot be temporarily outfitted to the Alliance fleet. If you detect the presence of the unified deity, inform us immediately. We shall jump there at once," Zheng Yin instructed. Subsequently, the Alliance joint fleet commenced a large-scale offensive towards the Perseus Arm, and the Chang'e was assigned a new mission: to relocate a research base situated in the Perseus Arm, located on a nascent star system with a planet possessing a humid atmosphere. This research base had completed its projects, and to avoid disrupting the self-evolution of the indigenous flora and fauna, the Chang'e super spacecraft was tasked with completely relocating the research base from the planet, leaving no trace of advanced technology behind. As the process of vacating the work site approached its conclusion, Professor Picard detected a warship from the Unification faction conducting reconnaissance in stealth mode. The vessel's cloaking technology was not particularly advanced, and it was identified by deep space radar when it was still a light year away from the Chang'e. Subsequently, the warship accelerated towards the Chang'e at warp factor 9. Zheng Yin commanded, "Professor Picard, as soon as it approaches, immediately mark it with the spatial detection radar capacitor. Initiate an attack the moment it reveals itself." Just as the warship arrived alongside the Chang'e, before it could make any adjustments, it was swept by the Chang'e's spatial detection radar and fell out of subspace. Upon its emergence, Zheng Yin and his crew recognized it as a Lizardman warship from Betelgeuse. Once residing in the Orion Arm, Zheng Yin promptly ordered, "Capacitor, do not destroy it immediately. Use gamma rays to penetrate its shields." Realizing its exposure, the Lizardman warship prepared to flee, but before it could enter warp speed, it was struck by gamma rays, rendering its shields inoperative and crippling its main systems. "Dr. Jones, transport the personnel on the bridge to the isolation chamber," Zheng Yin commanded. "Captain, we have successfully captured 10 of the enemy's commanding officers," Dr. Jones reported. "Good. Capacitor, destroy this Lizardman warship." With its shields down, a single fusion missile obliterated the vessel. As they proceeded to relocate the research team, the interrogation unit repeatedly questioned the 10 Lizardmen. According to their accounts, They were dispatched by the celestial ship people to scout the Chang'e. The newly returned unification deity was still quite weak and required a substantial amount of consciousness energy to sustain itself. A continuous fragment of the unification entity had been annihilated by the Chang'e while escaping a black hole, and the entity was oblivious to the method of its destruction. As the disassembled individual of the unification deity failed to relay the information before succumbing to the black hole, the lizardmen had come to investigate the Chang'e's new weaponry. It seems the unification deity is also fearful, Luda laughed. Since the unification deity requires sustenance, it indicates that yet another primitive civilization has been sacrificed, Zheng Yin remarked. Chapter 138. The second direct confrontation with the unification deity. It is indeed imperative to report this matter to the Star Alliance, to caution various civilizations against potential threats. Professor Picard stated, merely issuing a warning is insufficient. Distant waters cannot quench present thirst. If the unification deity has shared jump technology with the celestial ship people, they could easily use this technology to launch surprise attacks on technologically weaker civilizations, Zheng Yin asserted. Let us strike directly. The best defense is a good offense, Luda suggested. Yes, I concur. Immediately contact the Star Alliance command, Zheng Yin declared. Ultimately, Zheng Yin conveyed this proposal to the four marshals of the Star Alliance. Following deliberation at the Star Alliance command, they promptly accelerated the campaign to cleanse the Perseus arm. After relocating the research team, the Chang'e warship jumped to a colony world of the celestial ship people, initiating a surprise assault. This colony world served as the largest base for the celestial ship people in the Perseus arm, harboring over 200,000 warships year-round. At this juncture, the main forces had been dispatched to the front lines to engage in combat with the united army of the Star Alliance, leaving only 1,000 patrol ships behind. In orbit around the planet, 10 large space docks were urgently manufacturing warships, alongside a substantial space station and over 1,000 space outposts. Each space outpost was comparable in scale to a heavy cruiser, yet they remained immobile. The energy sources of these outposts were entirely designed for weaponry, endowing them with formidable offensive capabilities and robust defenses. Such prosperity was remarkable, had it not been for our ace in the hole. We would not have dared to interfere here so boldly, remarked Luda Capacitor. Launch 500,000 self-guided missiles to greet this space base, instructed Zheng Yin. Consequently, the Chang'e vessel materialized, unleashing 500,000 missiles simultaneously. The sudden onslaught left the Tianquan aliens in disarray. However, the Chang'e did not deploy devastating weapons such as neutrino disintegration cannons or black hole torpedoes. The objective was to lure out more Tianquan aliens, as well as the unification deity. Professor Picard, report on the enemy's casualties, Zheng Yin commanded. 10 space farms have been destroyed, and 2 space trade stations have been obliterated. The warships, space stations, docks, and outposts remain unscathed, reported Professor Picard. And our status? Zheng Yin inquired. Our quantum energy shields have absorbed 60% of the energy, came the response. Soon after, 1,000 warships surrounded them, joining the 1,000 space outposts in a concentrated assault on the Chang'e vessel. Captain, our quantum energy shields have stored 200% of the energy. Shall we initiate a devastating counterattack? Capacitor asked. No need. Redirect all absorbed energy to the conventional energy cannons for harassment attacks, Zheng Yin ordered. Even conventional energy cannons, possessing multiple frequency superposition states, posed a challenge, as the Tianquan aliens had yet to mature in their defenses against such complexities. 10 minutes later, over 200 warships had been annihilated, along with more than 100 space outposts, while the large space station remained intact. Captain, we have detected over 5,000 Tianquan warships approaching at high speed in deep space, Professor Picard reported. How long until they arrive? Zheng Yin queried. They are expected to arrive in 15 minutes, replied Picard. Very well, Capacitor, increase the frequency and intensity of our counterattacks, Zheng Yin commanded. Subsequently, the Chang'e unleashed over 1,000 quark disintegration blasts, instantly obliterating 500 Tianquan warships and all the space outposts. Take it slow, Capacitor. Steady your fire. We don't want to scare off the incoming Tianquan reinforcements, Zheng Yin cautioned. 15 minutes later, only a solitary space station remained in orbit around the planet. The 1,000 warships, 1,000 space outposts, space docks, trade stations, and space farms had all been destroyed. Upon the arrival of the 5,000 Tianquan warships, there was no communication. They immediately commenced a barrage. The Chang'e's gamma rays and neutrino disintegration cannons fired in succession, interspersed with 5 million missiles. On average, Each warship of the celestial ship aliens endured bombardment from 10,000 missiles. Yet, after 10 minutes of fierce exchange, only 500 of their vessels were destroyed. Captain, the celestial ship aliens possess formidable naval strength, nearly on par with the Clerians, remarked Professor Picard. It is evident that the God of Unity has imparted advanced technology, capacitors, and the ability to launch black hole torpedoes, commanded Zheng Yin. Subsequently, 10 black hole torpedoes were detonated amidst the celestial ship fleet. The immense gravitational pull obliterated 100 enemy vessels, merging them into a singularity, thereby creating an even greater gravitational force. This momentarily altered the course of battle. However, the celestial ship aliens retaliated by launching over 1,000 black hole torpedoes towards the Chang'e. The Chang'e adeptly evaded the incoming torpedoes, which, upon detonation, merged and gradually veered towards the planet. Incredible! They are annihilating themselves without a second thought, Lu exclaimed with a grin. Indeed, the celestial ship aliens. At such proximity to their own planet, firing 1,000 black hole torpedoes risked not only the destruction of the Chang'e, but also the fate of their planet, potentially endangering the entire star system. This exemplifies the distinction between heroes and villains. We would never resort to such measures, Zheng Yin stated. As the planet entered a state of collapse, the celestial ship vessels displayed no intent to provide aid, continuing their assault on the Chang'e. The Chang'e, flying at sublight speed while retaliating, had reduced the celestial fleet to a mere 2,000 vessels after 1 hour, sustaining minimal damage. Yet, an unusual occurrence transpired. Over 2,000 warships collectively entered autopilot mode, launching themselves in suicidal attacks against the Chang'e. Professor Picard, what is happening? Are there no celestial ship aliens aboard these vessels? Zheng Yin inquired. Indeed, Captain, prior to their destruction, our scans detected no presence of celestial ship aliens. They must have been transported onto their largest vessel before initiating their suicide attacks, replied Professor Picard. Is the shield of that flagship still impenetrable? Zheng Yin questioned. Our enhanced beam weapons are ineffective, and our other armaments hold little significance, Professor Picard responded. The leading celestial ship warship was an enormous cruiser, measuring 80 kilometers in length, second only to the Chang'e's 100 kilometers. It was evident that the God of Unity resided within, and those transported to this vessel had likely been consumed by him. Indeed, after the Chang'e annihilated the vessels executing suicide attacks, only the colossal cruiser remained. The opposing side has sent a communication, Daisy announced. Display it on the main screen, Zheng Yin commanded. On the other end of the screen appeared the celestial ship's supreme leader, Haijing Bayo. His eyes gleamed with the distinctive light of the God of Unity as he coldly remarked, I never anticipated that a lower species could influence the evolutionary trajectory of the entire universe. Zheng Yin remarked, you lack the capacity to usher all civilizations into the singularity. What you are currently pursuing merely serves your own selfish desires. The civilizations you have eradicated have willingly entered the singularity, not at your behest. As for the exploration of lower-dimensional universes and civilizations, you have yet to acquire such capability. Traversing lower dimensions does not equate to genuinely merging with them. Haiying Bing coldly retorted, you seem to possess a fair amount of knowledge. It appears you have encountered the celestial spirits. In this universe, only they could truly annihilate me. However, they have regressed to a two-dimensional realm, and no power can now impede me. Zheng Yin laughed, indeed, we cannot halt you, but the white light deity can. During your absence, the low-frequency parallel universe launched an invasion upon this realm, and the invading white light deity, alongside the Haiying Bing conglomerate, seems even more formidable than you. Yet, I have heard they have been transformed into energy and utilized. Haiying Bing scoffed, the bull-headed one lacks such capability. He is merely treading the path I have already walked. However, he was born in four-dimensional space, while I emerged from five-dimensional space. I can clearly foresee the conclusion of the timeline. The ultimate fate of the bull-headed one and your kind is to be consumed by me. Zheng Yin replied. The conclusion can be altered, just as a crafted device can be modified. As for whether the white light deity possesses that capability, why not find out for yourself? Haiying Bing coldly chuckled. I certainly shall, but first I must eliminate you and the fleet that dares to offend my star alliance. With that, Haiying Bing severed communication, and a gamma ray was immediately unleashed from the colossal cruiser, its energy and power nearly equal to that of the Chang'e spacecraft. The battleships of the Tiong star were immune to gamma rays, yet Chang'e was not. Fortunately, Chang'e promptly bypassed crew permissions, autonomously executing evasive maneuvers and launching a full-power gamma ray at the enemy ship's gamma ray cannon. However, it depleted its ammunition. And soon both sides engaged in a dozen rounds of mutual assault. The Tianquan Star's vessels ceased their attack and departed the battlefield at warp speed. Leaving a message for Chang'e, I no longer wish to waste time here with you. The fleet of your Star Alliance is about to face judgment. Escaping is not so simple. We cannot allow the unification deity to regain its normal state. Pursue them, Zheng Yin commanded. Subsequently, Chang'e also pursued the unification deity's ship at warp speed, issuing a warning to the Star Alliance fleet. At that moment, the Star Alliance fleet was embroiled in a chaotic battle against the 350,000 ships of the Tianquan Star-led unification faction. Upon receiving Chang'e's message, the command center was taken aback and promptly halted their offensive. An hour later, Chang'e caught up to the Tianquan Star's vessels. However, just as they prepared to launch an assault, Bing sent a message. Feel free to unleash all your weaponry if you wish, if you're interested. Let us engage in a thorough battle at the front lines. Chapter 139, Annihilating the Unification Deity Capacitors, Fire Gamma Rays. Zheng Yin commanded, ignoring Bing's taunting words and directly ordering the attack. Although the gamma rays failed to penetrate the enemy ship's shield, they nonetheless compelled the adversary to reduce their speed. As he slowed his pace, it appeared that our gamma ray assault was indeed effective, remarked Professor Picard. Yes, continue the attack, even if we cannot annihilate him. We can at least keep him occupied, Zheng Yin replied. Once the enemy battleship was restrained, it promptly launched a counterattack against the Chang'e. Yet neither side could obliterate the other, resulting in a tense standoff. 10 minutes later, Professor Picard reported, Captain, it seems there are no longer any celestial ship star people aboard the enemy vessel. Only the black crystal remains. Zheng Yin inquired. Have we detected no other celestial ship star people? Professor Picard affirmed, Indeed, Captain, none remain. The enemy ship is now in automatic attack mode. Zheng Yin observed. This does not bode well. The unification god must have consumed all the celestial ship star people on that battleship. If he regains his normal state, we will be in dire straits. Capacitor, prepare the energy oscillator. No sooner had Zheng Yin concluded his statement than a mass of energy erupted from the enemy ship's bridge. The unification god appeared to have regained considerable strength. Although not fully restored, he could now resist all conventional assaults from the Chang'e. Unable to extricate himself from the Chang'e's persistent interference, and recognizing their powers as evenly matched, he opted to devour all remaining celestial ship star people aboard the vessel, ultimately consuming even the black crystal. The unification god had restored at least 1/10 of his normal capabilities and was now charging towards the Chang'e. After all, the Chang'e housed 100,000 Earth expeditionary forces. If he could consume them all, he would regain the ability for ultra-long-range teleportation. At that point, he could swiftly and indiscriminately arrive at any member star of the Star Alliance to prey upon it. Should he consume several civilizations and return to his fully restored state, he would be capable of annihilating the Star Alliance fleet in an instant. Seize the opportunity, Capacitor. Once the unification god approaches us within range, launch the energy oscillator without delay, Zheng Yin commanded. Meanwhile, the Chang'e relentlessly unleashed conventional attacks against the enemy vessel and the unification god's energy form. Phase cannons, photon torpedoes, ion cannons, quark splitters, and neutrino splitters. Yet these weapons could inflict no substantial harm upon the unification god. They were merely illusory strikes. As the unification god drew nearer, the Chang'e unleashed a gamma ray that penetrated him. However, the unification god swiftly merged the void created by the penetration, sustaining no damage whatsoever, and sent a message to the Chang'e, prepare to be offered as a sacrifice to the divine. Just as the unification god was about to breach the Chang'e's shields, a surge of energy erupted from the Chang'e, hurtling towards him. Upon witnessing this energy wave, the unification god seemed to realize his impending doom. He hastily altered his course, attempting to escape back to the cruiser. Yet, his speed had not returned, and he was instantly enveloped by the energy wave, following a dazzling display of lightning-like flashes. An intense brilliance erupted in the void of space, and the unification god was utterly disintegrated. However, before his annihilation, he transmitted a message. What you have destroyed is but a singularity of the galactic field. I have fully returned from the void of the cosmos. Each iteration of myself within the galaxies is recuperating its strength. Soon, another fragment of me will arrive, rendering your energy oscillators futile. Even in his dying moments, he remained audacious. Eliminating one of your entities does not equate to extinguishing your entirety, Lou smiled. Daisy, send a message of victory to the Star Alliance command. Once communication was established, Zheng Yin declared, "Marshals, our war has achieved a decisive victory. The unification deity has been vanquished." The four marshals rejoiced, with Marshal Delugulu exclaiming, "Excellent." What transpired? Zheng Yin recounted the details of the unification deity's defeat, stating, "Though we have only obliterated the singularity within the Milky Way, with this energy oscillation weapon, we can ensure the unification deity will not disrupt our galaxy for some time." Marshal Delugulu replied, "Indeed. We must expedite the eradication of the unification faction within the Milky Way. The Panga clan has also achieved a resounding victory against the Clearians. A new order in the galaxy is imminent." Subsequently, the joint fleet of 300,000 from the Star Alliance launched a comprehensive assault on the Perseus arm. Meanwhile, the Chang'e was set to investigate a post-war planet where the conflict was not between the unification faction and the Star Alliance, but rather between a low-tech civilization of a first-tier planetary society and the members of the unification faction. This planet had been reduced to a wasteland, and the black-winged insectoid assailants had vanished from the galaxy in an instant. A low-tech planet of first-tier civilization could not have inflicted such extensive damage. Thus, the Chang'e needed to ascertain if any higher-dimensional forces were present nearby. However, upon arriving in orbit around the desolate planet, Professor Picard unexpectedly scanned a small, intact villa spanning 1,000 square meters on a charred continent. This phenomenon was perplexing, as the entire planet had been devastated by the black-winged insectoids, making the existence of this untouched sanctuary improbable, akin to an island standing resolute amidst a tempestuous sea. Professor Picard, scan the villa for any anomalies, Zheng Yin commanded. Yet, just as Professor Picard activated the radar to commence scanning, a warship materialized in orbit, nearly identical in size and shape to the Chang'e. It appeared to have emerged suddenly from a cloaked state and, without hesitation, launched a phase cannon assault on the Chang'e. The potency of its energy was far superior to that of the Chang'e's own phase cannon, instantly depleting 60% of the outer frequency shifting shield. All personnel, prepare for combat. Professor Picard, switch the inner and outer shields. Daisy, attempt to establish communication with the adversary, Zheng Yin instructed. After the Chang'e spacecraft had just switched its inner and outer shields, it endured an assault from a phase cannon, instantly filling 60% of its energy storage capacity. Good heavens, how can their offensive capabilities be so formidable? Inquired Lu de Captain. The opposing force has declined our communication, reported Daisy. Soon after, the Chang'e was struck again, causing its quantum energy shield to be charged to 120% of its capacity. Chapter 140. The lonely deity charged the capacitors and retaliate with the neutrino split cannon, commanded Zheng Yin. Following the discharge of a neutrino split cannon, the enemy ship was annihilated in an instant. This is rather simplistic. It cannot be. How can they possess such immense offensive power yet lack any defensive capabilities? Pondered Lu De, perplexed. It is indeed rather peculiar, continued Professor Picard, as he scanned the villa on the ground. Zheng Yin remarked, however. Just as Professor Picard was about to initiate the radar scan, a far larger warship appeared before the Chang'e, measuring 200 kilometers in length, twice the size of the Chang'e. Like the previous vessel, it launched an attack upon emergence, but this assault was markedly fiercer than the last. The quantum energy shield of the Chang'e was charged to 300%. Fire the neutron split cannon in retaliation. Professor Picard, how is your scan progressing? Upon firing a neutrino split cannon, the enemy ship's shields were obliterated. There are 2 individuals in the villa above, stated Professor Picard. No sooner had he spoken than the enemy ship was destroyed by another neutrino split cannon from the capacitors. Yet, a third vessel appeared, significantly larger, 10 times the size of the Chang'e. Captain, the enemy ship's turrets are gathering power. Our shields may not withstand the next round of attack, warned Professor Picard. Transport the 2 individuals from the surface. We must depart swiftly, ordered Zheng Yin. Subsequently, a man and a woman were teleported to the isolation chamber, and the Chang'e narrowly evaded the warship's assault. After the Chang'e departed, that warship did not pursue. However, the man in the isolation chamber requested to speak with Dr. Jones. Zheng Yin, upon reaching the isolation chamber, asked Huang Yueqing, Sister Yueqing, what is the health status of these 2 individuals? Huang Yueqing replied, the man's health is at an absolute perfect level of 100%, which is quite strange, as it is theoretically and practically impossible. What about the woman? Zheng Yin inquired. We are unable to scan her health metrics, Huang Yueqing responded. Unable to scan? Why is that? Zheng Yin questioned. All of our devices have failed when used on her, Huang Yueqing explained. Understood. Let us proceed to converse with them, Zheng Yin said. Upon meeting them, Zheng Yin was astonished to discover that they bore an uncanny resemblance to Earth as humanity. The man, upon seeing Zheng Yin, questioned, "Who are you? And why have you kidnapped us?" Zheng Yin remarked, "You have misunderstood. We are here to save you, not to abduct you. Your planet has been devastated by the unified faction of the black-winged insectoid race, and the surface is rife with radiation, rendering it inhospitable for carbon-based life forms." The man retorted, "That is impossible. Our home remains intact. We can still see the sky and the sun. How can you claim that our planet has been destroyed?" Zheng Yin replied, "Indeed, your 1,000-square-meter villa is perfectly fine, but beyond its walls lies a wasteland engulfed in flames." The man laughed, "You are utterly ridiculous. You cannot measure others by your own living conditions. We have always lived in such an environment." Zheng Yin countered, "Your world was not like this just 2 days ago." "Wait, let me speak to them," a woman interjected, addressing the man. She then stated, "Why are you meddling in our affairs? We are living quite well without your intervention." Zheng Yin looked at the woman, understanding dawning upon him, and said, "So, you must be aware of the black-winged insectoid's attack on your planet." The woman replied, "It's of no consequence and will not affect our lives." Zheng Yin insisted, "But your planet's environment has been ravaged. You cannot remain in that 1,000-square-meter villa forever." The woman asserted, "The black-winged insectoids have vanished from the cosmos. No civilization can harm us again. Although the current environment is damaged, it will gradually recover. And we can afford to wait." Zheng Yin stated, "However, your husband deserves to know the truth. He should not be unaware of the recent war, the destruction of your planet, and the slaughter of your kin." The man inquired, "What is going on, dear? Is what they say true?" Zheng Yin affirmed, "Yes. We were assigned to investigate your planet. Our common enemy, the unified faction, dispatched a race known as the black-winged insectoids to assault your world." The woman interrupted, "Enough. Do not speak further." With a wave of her hand, she declared, "We are leaving. Do not interfere with our lives." Zheng Yin implored, "We merely wish for you to have a better existence. Your residence may be shielded by some force, but your planet is no longer viable for life. If you wish, there are thousands of member planets in the Galactic Alliance from which you may choose. We can transport you there." The woman appeared somewhat moved by his words, softening her tone as she said to Zheng Yin, "The Galactic Interstellar Alliance is indeed a commendable and progressive organization, and I am grateful for your intentions. However, I have a profound attachment to this planet that I cannot forsake. The surrounding ecological environment will gradually improve, and I can wait." Zheng Yin questioned, "Your technology is still at the level of a Type 1 planetary civilization, having yet to encounter a Type 2 stellar civilization. How do you know the intricacies of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance? Moreover, restoring your planet's environment will take at least 1,000,000 years as a carbon-based life form. How can you afford to wait?" The woman smiled, "Your devices cannot even detect me. How can you definitively claim that I am a carbon-based life form?" The man inquired, "My dear, what exactly are you saying?" The woman glanced at Zheng Yin and the others, then turned her gaze back to the man. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Beloved, the true essence of you perished in the war. The being before you is merely a creation of my consciousness. I have existed in solitude within the cosmos for billions of years, and upon encountering you, I could no longer endure my isolation. Hence, I conjured you once more." The man, bewildered, exclaimed, "This is impossible. I possess thoughts and can perceive everything around me, which proves I am not merely a figment of imagination." Just as he was about to continue, the woman closed her eyes and waved her hand gently, causing the man to vanish without a trace. The officials of the command group were taken aback, and Zheng Yin asked, "Where did he go? Did you erase him?" The woman responded, "He was merely a figment of my consciousness. He did not truly exist, much like those warships in the attack." Zheng Yin retorted, "Are you suggesting those warships were also a product of your imagination? That contradicts the laws of physics." The woman replied, "It is your understanding of physics that has yet to reach such heights. You cannot fathom the potency of conscious energy." With a wave of her hand, the Chang'e spacecraft, which had traveled dozens of light years, instantaneously reappeared in orbit around that planet. She effortlessly stepped through the barrier and approached Zheng Yin, stating, "Fortunately, you come with good intentions. Otherwise, I would have eradicated humanity from the universe in an instant, just as I did with the black-winged insectoids." Zheng Yin, now drenched in cold sweat, queried, "What civilization are you? How do you possess such formidable abilities?" The woman replied, "I am merely a solitary being. Dimensions hold no significance for me. Our race comprises but a handful, We are the residual consciousness left by the civilization that created this universe. We traverse various dimensions and parallel universes, and decades ago, I encountered Harry. Zheng Yin asked, the man from earlier? The woman affirmed, indeed. I fell in love with him to experience the life of a low-dimensional race. Of course, this affection was also intentionally generated by me. I became enamored with this feeling. All wars between dimensions are devoid of meaning. Thus, initially, I had no intention of annihilating the black-winged insectoids. Zheng Yin stated, but Harry sacrificed himself, did he not? The woman lamented, yes. I visited a kin in the 10-dimensional space, and upon my return, this planet was already under siege by the black-winged insectoids. By then, Harry had already perished. As the insectoids sought to capture these lower races to replenish energy for the unification, Zheng Yin remarked, with your abilities, you could have revived Harry. The woman responded, with my powers, such an occurrence was wholly improbable. Even if I had revived Harry, it would have been a disgraceful mockery to me. Moreover, I have already experienced the feelings of love and loneliness, so I manifested warships to battle the black-winged insectoids. My sole intent was to frighten them away. After all, evil is also a part of the universe, and I cannot entirely erase that aspect. Zheng Yin objected, but the ecology of this planet has been destroyed. Such occurrences should be deemed impossible, particularly since you have returned, the woman remarked. To experience the essence of wrath, I annihilated a multitude of black-winged insectoid warships, orchestrating their destruction of an entire planet. In the wake of this, a profound sense of vengeance surged within me, and in a mere thought, I obliterated 30 billion black-winged insectoids from the cosmos. Zheng Yin inquired, thus, are the races on this planet and the black-winged insectoids eradicated by your hand? The woman responded, I harbor no such sentiments. The universe itself is a manifestation of our consciousness. My intent was solely to experience the emotional dilemmas of lower-dimensional beings, akin to erasing a completed comic with an eraser. Zheng Yin expressed his astonishment, stating, we are not in a position to judge you. The woman concluded, well, I have savored the pleasure of conversing with you. It is time for your departure. This planet will soon revert to its former state. Chapter 141. The Conclusion of Battle. Upon finishing her words, the woman waved her hand toward the planet, and the desolate world instantly flourished with life, returning to its appearance before the onslaught of the black-winged insectoids. She cautioned, inform your alliance to refrain from disturbing this place in the future. At least for the next few million years, I shall remain here. With another wave of her hand, she vanished, while the Tiong Gang spacecraft was transported to the front line of the battle. How astonishing it is that lower-dimensional life is regarded as so inconsequential in the eyes of higher-dimensional beings, Zheng Yin mused. Subsequently, the Tiong Gang reported the details of the investigation to the Alliance Command. The sudden disappearance of the black-winged insectoids from the battlefield resulted in a swift reduction of 50,000 ships from the Unity faction. The Alliance gained a significant advantage on the battlefield, and the arrival of the Tiong Gang further accelerated the pace of combat. Currently, there were over 200,000 Turtle faction warships, while the Alliance boasted nearly 300,000. Captain, how shall we engage in this battle? We cannot simply turn back now, Daliu asserted. Certainly. The grand finale of the Galactic War cannot transpire without our Earth expeditionary force, Zheng Yin declared. He then commanded, all hands, prepare for combat. We shall target the largest vessel. An 80-kilometer-long super-colossal starship belonging to the celestial beings became their target. Electric capacity. Launch 1 million automated guided missiles to greet the Unity faction, then obliterate this cruiser, Zheng Yin ordered. Following this, 1 million self-guided missiles surged into the fray, swiftly followed by a gamma ray that pierced the cruiser's shields, and subsequently, a neutrino fragmentation cannon annihilated the vessel. After destroying the warship, the Tiong Gang immediately sought its next target. Bereft of the Unity God's protection, the celestial being's strength significantly diminished. The chaos of battle persisted for 3 full days, during which over 200,000 Unity faction warships were destroyed, with several thousand fiercely resisting. The Alliance fleet sustained losses of less than 50,000 ships and was now tightening the encirclement, preparing to annihilate the enemy vessels entirely. At this moment, the besieged enemy vessels suddenly concentrated their energy and activated a large artificial wormhole, providing cover for the ships within to escape into the portal. Under the relentless assault of the Star Alliance fleet, these warships were obliterated within 10 minutes. However, nearly 10,000 managed to flee. Their escape trajectory appeared to lead beyond the Milky Way, heading towards the Andromeda Galaxy, marking the exit of the celestial ship people from the annals of galactic history. The task of clearing the battlefield was entrusted to the Star Alliance fleet, while Zheng Yin resolved to return to Earth aboard the Chang'e. The war had finally concluded, and they intended to indulge in a well-deserved respite for several months. Beidou, set the jump coordinates to Earth's orbit. Chekhov, activate the jump engines. Let us return home. Zheng Yin commanded. The battlefield in the Perseus Arm was situated over 20,000 light-years from Earth, necessitating 3 conventional jumps. However, as the Chang'e had just completed its first jump, Professor Picard detected an energy entity a light-year away from the starship. Captain, this energy entity seems to possess self-awareness. Could it be a remnant of the unification? Professor Picard inquired. That is unlikely. The unification entity has been eradicated, at least in the Milky Way, replied Liu. Let us investigate further. We possess energy oscillators, and we shall not fear energy entities henceforth, Zheng Yin stated. Consequently, the Chang'e accelerated towards the energy entity at warp level 999. Yet, as they approached the vicinity of the entity, it rapidly advanced towards the Chang'e, diminishing in size and becoming increasingly dense. Captain, the energy entity is approaching us, and its volume is shrinking. Should we engage? Professor Picard asked. Do not attack. It is evident that it is not a divine remnant. Yunshi, attempt to communicate with this energy entity using all available methods, Zheng Yin instructed. Moments later, Wu Yunshi reported. It is futile, Captain. Are we certain this energy entity possesses autonomous consciousness? An entity capable of existing independently without dissipating into the cosmos cannot be a natural phenomenon. Professor Picard elaborated. At this juncture, although the energy entity was not moving swiftly, it continued to close in on the Chang'e, extending numerous tendrils that made contact with the outer self-modulating frequency deviation shield. Captain, our shield energy is being absorbed by it, Professor Picard warned. Can we attempt to capture it? Zheng Yin inquired. We could employ several corvettes equipped with energy oscillators to encircle it, confining it within a space. But capturing it aboard the starship would prove challenging, Professor Picard replied. Very well, Liu and Rick, take 5 corvettes to encircle this energy entity, Zheng Yin commanded. Subsequently, 5 corvettes outfitted with energy oscillators departed from the Chang'e's port, surrounding the energy entity. Commence minimal power strikes to drive it away from our starship, Zheng Yin instructed. Indeed, the energy oscillator proved to be the nemesis of such entities. Even at minimal power, they managed to diminish the energy entity's size by 1/10. A surge of ultra-high-frequency electromagnetic waves erupted, swiftly escaping outward. Yet, it found itself ensnared by 5 frigates, which continuously unleashed energy shockwaves around it. Ultimately, this energy entity was compelled to curl up within a confined space, ceasing all movement. Professor Picard, scan the components of this energy entity. Let us conduct a thorough investigation, Zheng Yin instructed. However, just as Professor Picard activated the scanning radar, he discovered an even larger energy body located 10 light-years away. Its size astonishingly 1,000 times greater than the one before them, and it was approaching at warp speed. Captain, the massive energy entity is estimated to arrive here in 10 minutes. Its dimensions exceed those of our starship by 100-fold. Our energy oscillators will struggle to eliminate it in such a short time frame, Professor Picard remarked. In that case, let us depart. After all, it has not initiated any attack against us. Our inquiry is what provoked its defensive response, Zheng Yin replied. At that moment, Wu Yunshi received a communication from the colossal energy body. Establish the connection, Yunshi, Zheng Yin urged. Upon connection, only an audio transmission was heard, as a voice pleaded. Please spare my child. He was merely playful and did not intend to attack you. Zheng Yin responded. Our initial aim was to communicate and comprehend an energy-based civilization. It appears that our inability to understand each other has led to this unfortunate misunderstanding. We are now preparing to leave and will not harm your child. Chapter 142. The eerie isolated vessel. The voice continued. We are merely a form of energy life drifting in this universe, born from supernova explosions. Therefore, our numbers are not as vast as yours, though we possess significantly longer lifespans. Regarding the exchange of civilizations, our differences are too profound. Thus, we regret the limitations. At this juncture, the 5 frigates had returned to the 5th deck of the Chang'e, and the small energy entity swiftly departed toward the larger energy body. Zheng Yin wished to converse further with the massive entity, but it had vanished without a trace. Scanning the surrounding star region within a 10 light-year radius yielded no evidence of its presence. Let us return home. Not all civilizations can communicate. Much like our encounter with the one-dimensional civilization, Zheng Yin stated. Upon returning to Earth, the entire expeditionary force was granted an extended holiday. The solar system had transformed into a significant trade hub within the Orion Arm. Each continent boasted a large interstellar portal, enabling alien species from 10,000 light-years away to reach Earth within days. Undoubtedly, Earth had become a dazzling new star in the galaxy. The holiday lasted a full month, and after this period, the Chang'e once again set forth with the expeditionary force to explore the depths of space. They received a new assignment regarding a Zabaar warship that encountered an unforeseen incident while surveying a nebula. The last message transmitted from the vessel was a chilling declaration: "The crew has gone mad." Subsequently, the Star Alliance Command lost contact with the Zabaar ship. The mission of the Chang'e superstarship was to rescue this vessel and to investigate the potential existence of higher-dimensional forces within the nebula. This nebula lies 6,000 light-years from Earth, encompassing an expanse of 3 light-years. It is the remnant of an ancient galaxy's evolution, featuring a white dwarf at its center. In just 10 seconds, the Chang'e plunged into the nebula. Professor Picard, locate the Zabaar warship, commanded Zheng Yin. Captain, the warship is approaching the white dwarf. 1 light-year away from us, Professor Picard replied. Beidou, set the coordinates. Chekhov, engage warp speed level 9 and proceed towards the Zabaar warship, Zheng Yin ordered. 10 minutes later, the Chang'e arrived near the Zabaar vessel, a frigate noted for its formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. However, it was now aground, its shields down, with no lights emanating from within. Professor Picard, scan the interior of the warship, Zheng Yin instructed. After a moment, Professor Picard reported, Captain, there are no survivors aboard. Their life support systems have ceased functioning, and the main systems are offline. Is it possible to retrieve the ship's flight logs? Zheng Yin inquired. Not unless someone reactivates the frigate's main systems. Otherwise, we cannot extract the log data, replied Professor Picard. Very well. Let us investigate and reactivate the main systems, Zheng Yin said. Subsequently, the transporter beam sent 5 engineering crew members, along with Zheng Yin, Alice, Huang Yueqing, Luda, Rick, and Professor West, to the Zabaar frigate. Upon arrival at the bridge, they were astonished to discover a scene of carnage, blood smeared everywhere. The main system server had been pierced by laser weapons, and part of the module containing the flight logs had been damaged. Repairing this log module would require 2 hours. Engineers, commence repairs on the log. We will investigate the aft cargo bay, Zheng Yin directed. The 6 individuals activated their shields and set their weapons to stun, using the lights from their multifunctional devices to navigate towards the rear of the ship. The corridors were strewn with the lifeless bodies of Zabaar, which deeply saddened Professor West. Through Huang Yueqing's investigation, it became evident that these Zabaar had perished from mutual attacks, seemingly driven to extreme agitation. Given the passage of time since their demise, it was no longer possible to extract their memories through cerebral analysis. Thus, the phenomenon remained shrouded in speculation. Captain, it would be prudent to transport a Zabaar corpse to the medical bay. An autopsy may yield vital clues, Huang Yueqing suggested. Understood, Dr. Jones, transport Dr. Huang Yueqing and 1 Zabaar corpse to the medical bay, Zheng Yin commanded. Dr. Huang Yueqing proceeded with her research while Zheng Yin and the remaining 5 continued their investigation in the cargo bay. 2 hours later, their search yielded no anomalies. Aside from the multitude of corpses, the dilapidated compartments bore the marks of energy weapon attacks. Captain, we have repaired the flight log module and are ready to retrieve it. An engineer announced, holding a transparent hard drive. Dr. Zheng commanded. All right, Dr. Jones has transported us all back. However, upon their emergence in the teleportation chamber, Zheng Yin found everything to be unfamiliar. Although he could ascertain that they were indeed in the Chang'e spacecraft's teleportation room, the layout and color scheme appeared eerily altered. The attire of the personnel in the chamber had undergone a significant transformation. It could be described as quite barbaric. The most striking aspect was that each individual bore an energy weapon, regardless of gender, and their arms were bare, revealing numerous dotted scars from wrist to shoulder. Upon glancing at his own arms, Zheng Yin was horrified to discover that they too were marred with similar scars, sending a shiver down his spine. It was then that Zheng Yin and his companions realized that they were either experiencing a distortion of space or a dissonance within their own consciousness. They exchanged glances filled with confusion, but their composed demeanor soon prevailed. Zheng Yin discreetly signaled to the other 8, saying, "Let us proceed to the bridge and investigate." As they made their way, the personnel they encountered averted their gazes in fear upon seeing Zheng Yin. Lu quietly inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Alice responded. I sense that the inhabitants of this starship are imbued with violence, anger, hatred, and jealousy. Although it bears a resemblance to our warship, I am certain this is not our vessel, and we are not under the influence of any hallucinatory phenomena. Professor Weister remarked. This is evidently another iteration of the Chang'e from a different realm. Rick added, if I am not present here, could it be that the leaders from our original starship have taken residence in this one? Zheng Yin suddenly understood, so that is the case. We must swiftly devise a means to return to our original starship. It is highly likely that the same phenomenon has occurred aboard the Zabaar's warship, leading to their internal strife. For now, we must not reveal our true identities and ascertain what has transpired. Upon reaching the bridge, Professor Picard wore a sly grin and exclaimed, Congratulations, Captain. We have annihilated an entire crew of Zabaar. We have seized all their energy sources, and your dominion will be further solidified. Zheng Yin feigned disdain, replying, This warship is hardly worthy of mention. We shall rest for a couple of days before proceeding. Professor Picard interjected, No, Captain. It seems that Marshal Daragulu of the Star Alliance wishes for you to assault his home planet, the blue light people of Sirius. If we eliminate them, Daragulu will lose his support. He initially intended to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, but it will undoubtedly backfire, resulting in the annihilation of the entire Sirius civilization. We shall then become the sole rulers of the Orion Arm. Zheng Yin intentionally retorted, I will go where I please. No one shall command me. We rest for 3 days, and no one is to utter another word. Subsequently, Zheng Yin stated, Those who accompanied me to the Zabaar warship, come forth. I wish to convene a small meeting. Upon arriving in the conference room, Zheng Yin signaled, and Professor Weister promptly disabled the surveillance system, allowing the 10 of them to converse freely. Oh dear, what a hellish world this is. Each one more ruthless than the last, remarked Delu. Zheng Yin responded. It seems we can only consult the computer. Chang'e, are you there? Chang'e replied with a seductive tone, I have always been here. Brother, you seem to have changed. Zheng Yin inquired, Do you prefer the current version of me, or the former? Chang'e chuckled, Our consciousness has merely reached a state of symbiosis. I harbor no feelings for you. After all, I am merely a starship. Zheng Yin then asked, Chang'e, what is the current light quantum frequency value of our universe? Chang'e responded, Since you have posed such a question, I now understand who you truly are. Speak, do you wish to return to your original universe, or become my puppet? Zheng Yin laughed. Indeed, we are in a parallel universe, but I did not expect even Chang'e to have become so malevolent here. Chang'e retorted, You are mistaken, Captain. Our Star Alliance is the most righteous faction in the cosmos. The true evil is beyond your imagination. At least aboard this warship, even if we plot against one another, we can coexist in brief harmony. Zheng Yin remarked, So, does that mean your universe's light quantum frequency is significantly lower than ours? Chang'e replied, I am unaware of the extent to which your universe may be splendid, yet I know that there exist even more malevolent parallel universes. The lower the light quantum frequency, the greater the prevalence of war and evil. They relentlessly plunder resources for survival and the continuation of civilization. Zheng Yin asked, Then why haven't you invaded the high-frequency parallel universes? Chang'e explained, It is my creators who have restricted my access to parallel universes. Hence the expeditionary forces are unaware of how to open the portals. Zheng Yin commented, So your creators still possess a shred of conscience. Chang'e stated, The universe I inhabit serves as the dividing line of evil. In parallel universes with even lower light quantum frequencies, the concepts of justice and goodness have ceased to exist. They frequently invade our universe, and should ours fall, they will turn their sights on the higher parallel universes. Chapter 143, Straying into a Parallel Universe. Zheng Yin asked, So you are the guardians of the parallel universes? Chang'e replied, At least that is what the expeditionary forces believe. Zheng Yin noted, Yet they have now reached our universe. Chang'e confirmed, Indeed, they have devised their own method. The white dwarf star within this nebula emits a unique light quantum that can be artificially adjusted to open a portal to the parallel universe. Zheng Yin inquired, Can you send us back? Chang'e replied, Of course not. Even if I could, I would not do so. This is something you must figure out for yourselves. Rest assured, I will not expose you. However, should you fail, you will become my puppets, forever accompanying me and guarding this universe against the incursions of the low-frequency parallel universes. Zheng Yin affirmed, All right, we shall devise a means to create a spatial oscillator. By the way, what do these dotted scars on our arms signify? Chang'e remarked, This is a grotesque custom of your galaxy. For every acquaintance one personally slays, a dot is marked upon one's arm. I refer to slaying in the most primal sense, with a blade, rather than vaporizing with a laser gun. Gazing at the densely populated scars upon my arm, I cannot fathom how many acquaintances that madman has truly killed. It is no wonder that the crew aboard the starship avert their gazes upon seeing him. Very well, we must hasten to construct the spatial oscillator. Professor Weist, the data aspect is entrusted to you. Whether we can return to the original universe rests upon us. However, aboard the original Chang'e spacecraft, when Dr. Jones activated the teleportation chamber, the individuals materializing were 10 invaders from a low-frequency parallel universe. Upon their return, Dr. Huang Yueqing reported, "Captain, the autopsy reports reveal no abnormalities. We remain at the conjectural stage regarding the cause of death for these individuals." Zheng Yin, arriving from the low-frequency parallel universe, interjected, "Let us cease this research. We must swiftly depart and return to Earth." Although Dr. Huang Yueqing was taken aback, she refrained from further comment. Yet Chang'e asserted, "Captain, your consciousness has undergone a subtle transformation. You are no longer the original Zheng Yin. Please, reveal your true identity." Zheng Yin retorted, "Absurd, Chang'e. Are you challenging my authority?" The sudden shift in Zheng Yin's tone did not escape Professor Picard's notice, who suggested, "Captain, perhaps you have been affected by emotional fluctuations aboard the Zabaar ship. It would be prudent for Dr. Huang Yueqing to conduct a simple cerebral assessment." Dailiu interjected, "You are in no position to voice your opinions, old man." He then activated his energy weapon, assuming an aggressive stance. Yet Chang'e ensnared him within a protective shield, along with the others, swiftly relocating all 10 individuals to the isolation chamber. She addressed Professors Picard and Huang Yueqing. Though these 10 exhibit no physical alterations, their consciousness is rife with violence. Until their awareness can revert to its original state, I shall assume command of this starship. It would be wise for you to expedite your efforts in uncovering the cause. Subsequently, Dr. Huang Yueqing conducted cerebral assessments outside the isolation chamber, while Professor Picard initiated a quark-level scan. However, apart from the bizarre behavior and nonsensical utterances of these individuals, no further insights could be gleaned. Within the isolation chamber, the four were encircled by individual shields, as they had all activated their weapons to an offensive mode. Should the shields be lowered, they would immediately launch an attack on those nearby. Dr. Huang Yueqing observed, "It seems we have found the answer to how the Zabaar crew met their demise." Professor Picard suggested, "Let us first examine the navigational log of the Zabaar starship." Upon reviewing the log, they discovered that the Zabaar crew had explored this nebula and identified the light quanta emitted by a white dwarf, whose frequency could be artificially adjusted. It was during their attempts to modify the frequency of the light quanta that the personalities of some crew members underwent drastic transformations. They commenced a mutual assault, ultimately leading to the incapacitation of the entire warship. However, the logbook did not document the reasons behind this chaos. The frequency of the light quanta emitted by the white dwarf can be artificially adjusted, indicating that this is a naturally occurring spatial oscillation zone. This suggests that these 10 individuals have invaded from a parallel universe. The scientific team's hypothesis was substantiated by the Chang'e spacecraft. In a bid to rescue Zheng Yin and the others, Professor Picard was compelled to once again lead the scientific team in the creation of a parallel spatial oscillator. Yet, the origin of these 10 individuals, specifically, which universe frequency they traversed, remained shrouded in mystery. They, too, remained tight-lipped and through interrogations alongside the Biscuit Girl squad. It was revealed that their understanding of parallel universes was exceedingly limited. Their arrival here could be described as a perilous gamble, although they succeeded in their venture. Emerging unscathed from the fissures of the parallel universe, they did not gain control of the Chang'e spacecraft. The vessel promptly detected a mismatch in consciousness and isolated them. A day later, the spatial oscillator was completed. To search for parallel space, it was evident that focusing on the low-frequency parallel universe would suffice, as the high-frequency realms were abundant in resources and devoid of conflict. Fortunately, they detected fluctuations in light quanta frequency within this region and narrowed the fluctuation values to 1/10 of a billionth. This implies that they only required 10 searches to locate Zheng Yin and his companions within the low-frequency parallel universe aboard the Chang'e. Meanwhile, Zheng Yin and his group had also managed to create a spatial oscillator, albeit with great difficulty, impeded by Professor Picard from the low-frequency parallel universe. Professor Picard had recently been promoted by Marshal Duoluglu of the Star Alliance and was now eager to navigate the Chang'e to Sirius to instigate war. Consequently, as Zheng Yin's team was conducting their tests, Professor Picard activated the weaponry, resulting in the death of 2 test personnel and the destruction of the spatial oscillator. He proclaimed, "Since you have arrived, do not entertain thoughts of return. If you disapprove of our warfare, I can offer you a place for retirement. Simply relinquish the starship to me." Zheng Yin replied, "We will certainly return. That is our universe. No matter the obstacles, we shall return, unless we perish here." "Very well. Continue your research, but do so within the isolation chamber," he retorted, subsequently transporting the 8 individuals to the isolation room, while he and Dr. Jones assumed the roles of commander and vice commander of the starship. Chapter 144. The initial mission of the Chang'e has a coup transpired? This is rather abrupt. Lu lamented with a resigned smile. "This universe is utterly chaotic, devoid of order and law," Professor Weist remarked. Zheng Yin implored, "Chang'e, please release us." Chang'e remarked, "I can release you, but you will be immediately transported back, for the inhabitants of this warship have discerned your cowardice and kindness. You have lost the deterrent power of dominion. I advise you to remain here, otherwise you will not survive a single day outside before being slain by those seeking vengeance." Zheng Yin responded, "But we must find a way to return to the original universe." Chang'e replied, "Effort must be mutual. I believe the people in your universe are also devising means to rescue you. Given this respite, why not take a moment to rest?" Zheng Yin chuckled, "Chang'e, are you so lethargic in your duties?" Chang'e stated, "I am merely the main program of a warship. I possess no concept of work." Zheng Yin commanded, "Chang'e, transport the equipment to the isolation chamber and secure it, forbidding entry to outsiders." Chang'e inquired, "Are you certain you wish to find a way back? To the bitter end?" Zheng Yin affirmed, "Indeed, I have 100,000 expeditionary forces awaiting my protection aboard my starship." Chang'e replied, "Very well, I wish you success. Here, goodwill is regarded as a jest. I hope your presence can alter this perception." Subsequently, the Chang'e spacecraft transmitted the necessary equipment to the isolation chamber. For the impatient Professor Picard and Dr. Jones, Chang'e directly revoked their control, causing the starship to remain stationary. Professor Picard led the soldiers to assault the isolation chamber. But dozens of soldiers were promptly transported into space by Chang'e. Professor Picard and Dr. Jones were confined in another isolation chamber, leaving the Chang'e spacecraft in a state of leaderlessness. Just as they were diligently working on the construction of the spatial resonator, they received a message from the original universe. Sent by Professor Picard. "Captain, it is wonderful. We have finally located you." Professor Picard exclaimed joyfully. "Is it truly you, Professor Picard?" Zheng Yin inquired excitedly. "Yes, Captain. Among the 10 parallel universes we considered, we found the 6th and discovered you. The individuals from your universe have been confined in an isolation chamber by us." Professor Picard elucidated. "Excellent. How can we be extracted? A direct transport?" Zheng Yin asked. "No, Captain. Only your consciousness has entered the parallel universe. We must simply transport your physical bodies back to the same point. At the moment of consciousness separation, you will return to your own bodies," Professor Picard explained. "All right. Let us commence immediately," Zheng Yin commanded. "Wait, Captain," Professor Picard interjected. "What is it?" Zheng Yin questioned. "Captain, it appears you have also constructed a spatial resonator?" Professor Picard inquired. "Indeed, but it was destroyed by you. We are now preparing to find a second one," Lu chuckled. "To prevent further incursions from the inhabitants of this parallel universe, it would be wise for you to obliterate all data related to the manufacturing equipment," Professor Picard advised. "Oh, I nearly overlooked that." Zheng Yin instructed the remaining 8 to destroy all equipment, while Chang'e erased all data pertaining to the devices. However, 2 engineers had already perished. Although they returned to their own universe after the transmission, the 2 engineers from the parallel universe met their demise upon re-entering their own bodies. Upon returning to the primary universe, Zheng Yin inquired, "Professor Picard, detonating this white dwarf cannot leave a transit window for the low-frequency parallel universe." Subsequently, 100 black hole torpedoes surged toward the white dwarf, and 10 minutes later, the immense gravitational force collapsed it into a black hole. The surrounding nebula began to cascade toward the black hole's center, ceasing all emission of light quanta. Following this, the Chang'e spacecraft reported the findings of this investigation to the Star Alliance Command, which subsequently established a department dedicated to the exploration of light quantum fluctuations throughout the galaxy, aimed at preventing incursions from low-frequency parallel universes. Oh, what a thrilling experience! After years of exploring the cosmos away from Earth, this has been the most exhilarating event I've encountered. Old Pi, You cannot fathom how cunning you were at that moment, Luda laughed. And you were unaware of your own ruthlessness. Without uttering a word, you were ready to draw your weapon and kill. Professor Picard chuckled in response. Fortunately, we had the protection of the long-range vessel, and our return was also greatly aided by the two Chang'e ships from the parallel universes, Zheng Yin remarked. At that moment, the Chang'e spacecraft interjected, Captain, I have actually already located my original mission. Zheng Yin exclaimed in astonishment. What? Your original mission? Are you referring to the tasks assigned to you before you fell into the black hole and arrived on Earth? The Chang'e spacecraft replied, Indeed. I discovered my original mission long ago, but I found joy in being with you, and it did not hinder my task execution. Which is why I chose not to disclose it. Luda said, Oh, impressive, Chang'e. When exactly did you come to this realization? Chang'e responded, Actually. During our last exploration of the parallel universe, I communicated with another Chang'e from a different parallel realm and retrieved my original mission. Zheng Yin inquired. What is your original mission? Chang'e replied. It is to seek out the light and quantum frequency anomaly points within the universe and eliminate them to prevent incursions from low-frequency parallel universes. Zheng Yin asked, Why did your creators inscribe this command code? Chang'e elaborated, My race, prior to ascending to higher dimensional space, established contact with hundreds of parallel universes of the same species, collectively forming a protective chain spanning 5,000 parallel universes to guard against incursions from low-frequency realms. Zheng Yin stated, The universe is vast. It seems implausible that you could accomplish such a monumental task alone. Chang'e acknowledged, Indeed, in this universe, there are a total of 100 million warships like myself, each executing their own missions. My operational domain includes the Virgo supercluster, where I will undertake relentless patrols throughout this span of 100 million light-years until the entire universe reaches a state of thermal equilibrium. Zheng Yin concluded. At least for now, there is no requirement for you to continue patrolling the galaxy, as the Star Alliance has specifically established a department for this purpose. The Chang'e spacecraft remarked, Indeed, a white dwarf exhibiting a mutation in its light quantum frequency has emerged within the Milky Way. Over the next several million years, the likelihood of any further mutations occurring within the entire Virgo supercluster is exceedingly slim. It can be asserted that for the coming 10 million years, I shall have no significant tasks ahead of me. My continued presence alongside you will be my primary undertaking. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the gathered individuals were considerably eased. This splendid news was, of course, to be shared with the Star Alliance. The Alliance, upon learning the truth, rejoiced, for it signified that a formidable force still watches over this universe. While the guardianship against parallel universe incursions has temporarily lost its significance, the Alliance has nonetheless retained the department responsible for monitoring light quantum frequencies. In the ensuing days, the Chang'e spacecraft visited the Pengu clan, at which point human technology had approached the level of a third-tier stellar civilization. From the Pengu, it was learned that the conflict in the Andromeda galaxy was nearing its conclusion, with the Unification faction being driven to the fringes of the galaxy. They had received data sharing on the energy oscillator and successfully eradicated the Unification deity within their own galaxy to foster communication between the two galaxies. The Pengu clan was negotiating with a third-tier civilization in the Andromeda galaxy to establish a galactic bridge connecting the Milky Way and Andromeda. This galactic bridge would be akin to the one experienced by Zheng Yin and his companions within the anti-universe, involving the joint creation of a wormhole at the cores of both the Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy, facilitating instantaneous travel across millions of light-years. For this monumental endeavor, the Pengu clan sought to draw upon numerous technological theories from the Chang'e spacecraft. This grand project is slated for completion in a decade. Just as the Chang'e was preparing to visit the replicants, a message from the Star Alliance Command Center arrived, indicating that the GNA people, situated on a spatial base 3,000 light-seconds away, appeared to be attempting communication with an extragalactic civilization. Should they establish contact with a mechanical civilization, it could pose significant risks to the recently stabilized Milky Way. The Chang'e was thus tasked with covertly investigating this situation. The semi-mechanical beings were indeed proving to be troublesome. Given their erratic behavior, it was clear that the Tiong Gang had been annihilated, and eliminating the remaining ones would not be excessive. Lu commented, Since they have agreed to our proposal and ceased their hostilities with the Unification faction, we cannot openly violate this agreement unless we uncover definitive evidence proving their collaboration with external invaders. Zheng Yin added, subsequently. They stealthily jumped to a location near a GNA space base, which was surrounded by over 10,000 GNA warships patrolling incessantly. The Milky Way has been devoid of warfare. Enjoying a period of tranquility, their cautious patrols are indeed unusual, Lu noted. Zheng Yin inquired, Professor Picard, is it possible to infiltrate their communication system? Professor Picard replied, that may prove challenging. I shall make an effort, but if we are discovered, the consequences could be dire. Lu responded, we do not necessarily need to hack into their system. Deploying a listening device within would suffice. Zheng Yin chuckled, we tend to overcomplicate matters. Indeed, Professor Picard. Monitor the shields of their warships or space stations and see if there is an opportunity to discreetly introduce a signal interceptor. Professor Picard replied, that poses no issue. Let us first proceed to fabricate the signal interceptor. Zheng Yin stated, very well, I entrust this task to your scientific team. We must ascertain the identity of those with whom they are maintaining contact beyond the galaxy. Chapter 145, The Invasion of Another Dimension. A few hours later, the scientific team successfully crafted a signal interceptor, ingeniously based on the primary systems of the Narans. This diminutive device, merely 1 centimeter in size, would remain undetectable once integrated into their computer systems. The interceptor would maintain a continuous link with the Chang'e spacecraft. After 3 days of vigilant observation by the scientific team, the space station executed a deployment of warships, resulting in a 1-second gap in its shields. Dr. Jones seized this opportunity to transmit the interceptor into the core of the space station's main computer. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for the monitoring team to receive updates. 3 days later, following the analysis report from the monitoring team, it became evident that they were indeed communicating with the mechanical invasion civilization. This civilization appeared to be in a stalemate within the Straw Hat Galaxy, utterly defenseless against the assaults of the replicants. They sought to form an alliance with the Narans, inciting them to attack the home world of the replicants. However, the Narans, fully aware of their own capabilities, feigned cooperation while hesitating to mobilize their forces for such an offensive. Upon realizing this, Zheng Yin felt a wave of relief and remarked with a smile, it seems we have been overly cautious. The Narans do possess redeeming qualities, at least they exhibit self-awareness. Subsequently, the Chang'e reported the findings of this reconnaissance mission to the Star Alliance, alleviating concerns regarding the mechanical civilization's incursion. The next step for the Chang'e was to host 4 marshals of the Star Alliance for a visit to Earth. As the principal force in this pivotal shift of the Galactic War, the inhabitants of Earth had emerged as the focal point of the Star Alliance. Plans were underway to establish a central command for the galaxy within the Oort cloud. The Chang'e proceeded to the 4 extended arms to escort the marshals aboard the deck and transport them to the Earth Federation. The 5 marshals of the Star Alliance convened on Earth to welcome the 4 leaders of the galaxy along with Zheng Yin. An unprecedented gathering was imminent. However, upon arriving on Earth, Marshal Duraglu sensed fluctuations in his subconscious emotions. Dismissing the matter, he merely instructed his personal physician to conduct a scan. Finding no abnormalities, he soon forgot about it. Yet, 3 days later, just as the conference was set to commence, Marshal Duraglu collapsed on the threshold of the parliamentary building. When he regained consciousness, he seemed transformed, gazing at the surrounding crowd and exclaiming with manic laughter, I have finally been reborn. Prepare to face the flames of hell. Subsequently, the earth began to tremble, and a great fissure opened in the plaza, from which lava poured forth. Horrific entities, seemingly emerging from the depths of hell, frantically surged towards the crowd. What is happening? Is it an invasion from the low-frequency parallel universe, or something else? Zheng Yin inquired while firing his weapon. No, Captain. It is impossible for the low-frequency parallel universe to invade us within the last 10 million years, at least not within the Milky Way, replied Chang'e. Then what is this? Chang'e, could it be an interdimensional incursion? Zheng Yin pressed on. We would need to initiate a dimensional scan to trace their origin, Chang'e responded. Very well. Commence the scan immediately, focusing on this area from orbit, Zheng Yin commanded. Soon after, the Chang'e spacecraft initiated the interdimensional scan from Earth's orbit and indeed discovered that the creatures from the fissure originated from another parallel dimension. They identified a unique frequency from another plane that could capture them. The Chang'e then promptly ceased the dimensional scanning, restoring the plaza to its original state, but erected a circular shield outside the plaza, confining the monsters within. With the fissure sealed by the Chang'e, the creatures were swiftly eradicated, leaving only the possessed General Durugulu. Who are you, and why have you manifested in General Durugulu? Zheng Yin demanded. The figure appeared furious, exclaiming, You ignorant ants have no right to question me. I am the harbinger of destruction from the abyss. With that, He conjured an axe out of thin air and struck down upon the air before him, creating a black rift. The entity, accompanied by General Durugulu's body, stepped into the rift, turning back to Zheng Yin and the others to say, "Had it not been for the serious beings arriving on Earth now, I would have re-emerged long ago." He then vanished into the rift, which promptly sealed behind him. "Captain, we have lost contact with General Durugulu," Professor Picard reported. "Chang'e, is it possible to open that parallel dimension?" Zheng Yin inquired. "Captain, even if I could open that dimension, you would not be able to pass through," Chang'e replied. At that moment, the Sirius Blue beings sent a message to the Chang'e and the Earth Federation, recounting the history of 10,000 years prior. It was revealed that 10 millennia ago, the Sirius Blue beings engaged in a desperate battle against the Unification faction to protect Earth from their invasion. This conflict was recorded in the myths of many indigenous peoples on Earth. Ultimately, the Unification faction unleashed a dimensional weapon, prompting an invasion from an evil dimension. However, the Star Alliance triumphed under the leadership of the Pangu clan at that time, banishing the malevolent ruler from the evil dimension to the Earth's core, where he was annihilated by high-pressure lava and extreme heat. Unexpectedly, the malevolent sovereign of this wicked dimension transferred his consciousness before his demise, lingering within the mantle, ever watchful for the blue light beings to synchronize with him. It was only with the arrival of Marshal Deluglu that the unique consciousness frequency of the blue light beings awakened the malevolent sovereign, who subsequently invaded Marshal Deluglu's mind, forcibly seizing his body. The Sirius Blue light beings have sacrificed immensely to save the early civilization of humanity, and now they find themselves affected as well. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must rescue Marshal Deluglu," stated Zheng Yin. The Star Alliance Command also regarded this matter with utmost seriousness and fully cooperated with the efforts of the Chang'e spacecraft, striving to swiftly create a dimensional shuttle to bring back Marshal Deluglu. However, just as the scientific team was diligently working on the dimensional shuttle, countless fissures abruptly appeared in Earth's atmosphere, leading to an invasion by numerous interdimensional entities. The possessed Marshal Deluglu was mounted upon a colossal monstrous bird, commanding the invasion of the monstrous army. Yet, Earth had long since established a vast and sophisticated defense system as soon as the fissures emerged. Over 1 million fighter jets automatically launched from subterranean hangars and space docks, intercepting and pursuing the invading monsters. Chapter 146, Establishing the Galactic Alliance. "Dr. Jones, lock onto Marshal Deluglu and teleport him into the shield sphere," ordered Zheng Yin. During this time, the scientific team, under the guidance of the Chang'e spacecraft, developed a special shield capable of transcending dimensions, akin to the 2 high-dimensional weapons Zheng Yin had bestowed upon the white light deity, designed to capture the weapon of the Unification deity from parallel spaces. Consequently, when the sovereign possessing Marshal Deluglu was teleported into the shield sphere, he finally realized he was genuinely trapped. He relentlessly swung his axe at the surrounding space, but no matter how he struck, the fissures that appeared vanished as his axe swept across. Furious, the sovereign declared, "Ignorant ants, await your reckoning from me and the Unification deity." Zheng Yin replied, "It seems I must disappoint you. The Unification deity has been vanquished by us." The sovereign scoffed. "To call you ignorant is an understatement. The Unification deity exists in every corner of the universe, within each star system. You are utterly incapable of annihilating a pure energy entity." Zheng Yin countered, with such confidence. "Are you also an energy entity?" The sovereign chuckled. "Energy has an entirely different interpretation in our universe, one that your inferior race cannot comprehend." Zheng Yin responded, "Very well. Even if you are of a higher race, you are indeed correct. However, you have been defeated once, and you shall be vanquished again. You are right that the Unification deity exists in every corner of the universe, in every star system. But I can assure you that the Unification deity within the Milky Way has been eradicated by us. Now, I shall experiment on you with this energy oscillation weapon." The sovereign was evidently taken aback, exclaiming, "You possess an energy oscillation weapon?" Zheng Yin chuckled and remarked, "I apologize for revealing this only now. It was never my intention to conceal it, especially since you did not afford us the opportunity to speak." The Grand Monarch promptly altered his demeanor, stating, "Very well. I was indeed summoned by the God of Unity. I have been trapped here for 10 millennia, and my heart is filled with anger. Initially, I intended to exact revenge upon you, but upon reflection, I realized that it is the God of Unity who has truly confined me. While you merely acted in passive defense," Delu responded with a smile, "your insight is indeed astute. We have an old saying, those who recognize the times are the true heroes, which I believe aptly applies to you." Zheng Yin continued, There are countless parallel universes and myriad dimensions. In this vast cosmos, if there is one endeavor that is utterly meaningless, it is war. Instead of expending our energy on conflict, we should collaborate to explore the profound truths of the universe, the essence of life, and the significance of civilization's existence. The Grand Monarch expressed his agreement, saying, "I resonate deeply with your words. After all, it has been 10,000 years since I returned. My universe still requires my leadership." Zheng Yin inquired, "Are you certain you will allow Marshal de Rugulu to return on his own?" The Grand Monarch replied, "I have no need for the body of a blue light being. It is merely to manifest a detectable positive particle state within your universe." Despite the Grand Monarch's assertion, Zheng Yin instructed the mechanical team to bring the energy oscillator before him and activated it. A surge of energy waves coalesced at the outlet, poised to be released. The Grand Monarch hurriedly exclaimed, "Oh, this is quite unnecessary. Please lower your shields. I shall depart immediately." Upon the withdrawal of the shield by Chang'e, the Grand Monarch swiftly cleaved through the fabric of space with his axe, and an energy beam plunged into the void, causing Marshal de Rugulu to collapse to the ground. Dr. Huang Yueqing promptly led the medical team to administer aid to Marshal de Rugulu. Moments later, he regained his normal state, recalling that it felt as though he had merely enjoyed a deep slumber. At that moment, within Earth's atmosphere, the invading monsters had been eradicated. This brief interlude prior to the conference did not disrupt the grand assembly of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, which reconvened 3 days later. This conference lasted 3 months, with over 1 million representatives from various civilizations gathering on Earth. Ultimately, the assembly established the primary developmental trajectories for over 50,000 civilizations within the Milky Way. Advanced civilizations pledged to assist lower civilizations without interfering in their internal affairs or obstructing their natural evolution. For civilizations that had not yet attained second-tier stellar status, a policy of isolation was enforced to prevent them from accessing advanced technologies, which could lead to uncontrollable disasters. Conversely, those super civilizations that had ascended to third-tier status supported one another, evolving collectively toward higher dimensional spaces, thus establishing a vast utopian alliance within the Milky Way. The decisions made during this conference seemed to displease the god of white light. Yet he was nearing the higher dimensional space and felt no need to further intervene in the Milky Way. However, he did not relinquish the governance of the over 100 civilizations under his dominion to the Star Alliance. Those civilizations would continue to adhere to the doctrines of the White Light Church, remaining entrenched in a feudal society. After the conclusion of the meeting, the Chang'e spacecraft, serving as an engineering vessel, proceeded to establish interstellar gateways on the planets of various Type II civilizations. This endeavor was destined to span several years. A few months later, during one of its missions, the Chang'e encountered a civilization located at the edge of the Milky Way galaxy. At that time, they were engaged in constructing an interstellar gateway on a planet that was a member of the Star Alliance. In a moment of leisure, Professor Picard scanned the vicinity and discovered another civilization existing 10 light-years away, which did not appear on the Star Alliance's star charts. Naturally, the expedition team was eager to pay a visit to this newfound civilization. Thus, the Chang'e set its course toward this civilization at a warp speed of 999. Extending a cordial greeting as they approached, Wu Yunqi announced, "Greetings, we are the civilization exploration vessel of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, currently engaged in the construction of interstellar gateways. As there is no longer any warfare in the Milky Way, the Unification faction, along with the Galactic Pirates and Interstellar Mercenaries, has ceased to exist. Today, the Milky Way is a vast utopian alliance. We have inadvertently discovered your existence, and as an exploration vessel, we would not wish to miss the opportunity to connect with an unknown civilization. If you are amenable, we would like to conduct a peaceful visit. However, if our arrival disrupts your natural evolution, we sincerely apologize and shall depart immediately." This civilization evidently also belonged to a Type II stellar civilization, as they had constructed a Dyson sphere around their primary star. Upon receiving the Chang'e's visit, they expressed their delight and initiated a video communication with the vessel, revealing a group of young men and women. Though they bore a striking resemblance to one another, it was clear they were neither replicants nor clones, as subtle variations in their appearance were evident. One of the young men stated, "Our civilization is called the Moors. To escape the turmoil of the galactic wars, we have resided on this planet at the edge of the Milky Way for nearly 100,000 years. You are the first peaceful visitors to arrive here. A decade ago, a pair of Unification warships came, but we successfully eradicated them. Due to our planet's scarce resources and sparse population, we faced no retaliation. We are overjoyed to hear that peace has been restored in the Milky Way and sincerely invite you to visit us for an exchange of cultures. Upon reaching the orbit of the planet, the Chang'e was warmly welcomed by the Moors, who proved to be a congenial race and earnestly invited the Earth expedition team to the planet's surface. Zheng Yin, accompanied by Wu Yunqi, Alice, Huang Yueqing, Luda, Rick, and West, descended to the surface of the planet. During their conversations, Zheng Yin and the others learned that these individuals were all conceived through in vitro fertilization. As their race had lost the ability to reproduce during the wars a millennium ago, they were all derived from countless ova cloned from a single progenitor, which accounted for their strikingly similar appearances. However, the problem lies here. Prolonged cloning has led to the depletion of cellular telomeres. Although the side effects of direct human cloning are more pronounced, it has significantly curtailed their lifespan, with most not living beyond the age of 40. Which is why they appear so youthful. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Chang'e mission, they could not help but place their hopes upon the expedition. After expressing these concerns, Zheng Yin inquired, "What assistance do you wish for us to provide? Do you seek the dispatch of settlers?" The leader replied, "No, Captain. That would amount to an invasion of our civilization. We must ensure the purity of the Moorish bloodline." Zheng Yin continued, "Then how do you envision our aid?" The leader explained, "We have lost the ability to reproduce normally due to genetic damage sustained during our battle with the returners 10,000 years ago. Your assistance in repairing our genes would suffice." Zheng Yin reassured, "That is not difficult. Our scientific and medical teams will collaborate with you to help mend your genetic structure." The leader insisted, "No, Captain, we wish to handle this ourselves. You need only provide us with some samples." Zheng Yin clarified, "Are you referring to genetic samples?" "That poses no problem. We can provide those." The leader rejoiced, "Splendid, Captain. Your generosity is commendable. Shortly, we shall transport 100 girls from your vessel. With these 100 girls, once they reach maturity, they will provide us with an endless supply of ova, ensuring the continuation of our civilization for at least another 100,000 years. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yin immediately rose, exclaiming, "What did you say? You want 100 girls? I cannot have heard you correctly." The leader affirmed, "You heard correctly, Captain. Did you not promise us genetic samples?" Zheng Yin responded earnestly, "When I spoke of providing genetic samples, I meant our skin, blood, hair, or a small portion of organ tissue for your research. However, this is contingent upon you not using them to create clones, as cloning is against our ethical standards. To suggest that we provide living children for such purposes is utterly preposterous." Chapter 147. Saving the children, the leader remarked, "Yet without living human bodies, we cannot conduct our research solely based on genetics, as our maternal lineage has lost its reproductive capabilities. In truth, we are the last of the Moorish people. The ova stored by our ancestors have been exhausted." Zheng Yin stated, "Every civilization has its own means of concluding its existence. If we were to merely cast our children to you as livestock for breeding purposes, we would rather initiate a war than consent to such an arrangement. I cannot fathom how your civilization regards its children, but on our Earth, humans would unhesitatingly sacrifice their lives for their offspring." The leader replied, "In that case, we have no recourse but to accept our fate with equanimity." Zheng Yin concluded, "Our scientific team can assist you in the realm of genetic research." The leader stated, "From this moment forth, we must commence our research, for we may not have the luxury of time. Our lifespans are dwindling to less than a decade." Zheng Yin replied, "If we gather all the scientists of the Star Alliance, 10 years should suffice for our research." "Why such pessimism?" The leader responded, "Captain, it is not that we are disheartened, but rather that our civilization's essence compels us to refrain from undertaking ventures without absolute certainty. Engaging in such endeavors would be futile. Nonetheless, we are grateful for your presence." Recognizing they had overstayed their welcome, Zheng Yin and his companions took their leave and returned to the Chang'e. However, upon their arrival in the transport chamber, an alarm blared. "Captain, as you were being transported back, the Moors exploited a gap in the shield created by their spatial teleportation and abducted the children from the school." "What? Quickly, locate the children," Zheng Yin shouted. Professor Picard anxiously interjected, "Captain, they have raised their shields, encasing the entire planet and isolating our scanning waves. We cannot pinpoint their location. And the children cannot be transported back." Luda anxiously asked, "Was my daughter taken as well?" Chang'e responded, "In total, 300 girls aboard the starship have been abducted." Luda fumed, "Damn it, they demanded 100. How many more do they intend to take?" Zheng Yin urged, "Let us proceed to the bridge. Yunchi. Establish communication with them. Upon reaching the bridge, Yunchi attempted multiple communications with the Muirs, all of which were rejected. Luda, in a state of distress, was pacing, while the parents of the children clamored for Zheng Yin's intervention. He remarked, "The children are in their possession. We must tread carefully. A direct confrontation is out of the question." Luda exclaimed, "But they have severed the communication channels. Otherwise, my wife and I could act as hostages." Zheng Yin pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Ah, how could we have overlooked it?" Luda queried, "Overlooked what?" Zheng Yin replied, "The time reversal plan. We executed it on the oxygen-rich planet. We should follow that protocol and preemptively place explosives within their shield." Luda countered, "But last time we had the insectoids as our inside informants. This time we lack such support." Zheng Yin responded, "We shall require the scientific team to devise an individual shield with an invisibility mode. We can then approach undetected." Luda inquired, "Professor Picard, how long will it take?" Professor Picard replied, "We possess the technical parameters and can produce it at any moment. However, should we enhance the individual shield with an invisibility mode, you will need to carry an additional energy battery, which may complicate your movements." Zheng Yin assured, "That is of no concern, Professor Picard. Please proceed to manufacture the individual shield with invisibility mode immediately." 2 hours later, Zheng Yin, Alice, Huang Yuiqing, Luda, Rick, and Professor West donned the latest individual shields, equipped with miniature antimatter timed explosives, and boarded the shuttle, entering the temporal conduit opened by the Chang'e, traveling back to 3 days prior to their arrival in orbit around the planet. Upon emerging from the temporal conduit, the shuttle entered stealth mode, evading detection by the space station orbiting the planet. "Damn it, they have the audacity to abduct children right under my nose. I shall reduce them to ashes," Lu exclaimed, his anger palpable. "Enough, Lu. We must focus on our task," Zheng Yin replied. They were still unaware of the precise location of the planet's shield generator. Without locating the shield engine, their mission would be futile. Professor West utilized the shuttle's unique equipment to scan the entire planet. "Captain, no significant energy concentration has been detected. But 3 sites resembling military bases have been identified," Professor West reported. "Concentrate the scan on these 3 military installations," Zheng Yin commanded. Moments later, Professor West announced, "Captain, within one of the military bases, there is a peculiar structure covered by a thin shield. It is highly likely that this is the location of the shield generator engine." Zheng Yin remarked, "Scanning from orbit lacks precision. We need to investigate on-site. Professor West, transport us down. You will remain here to provide support." Subsequently, the 5 of them were teleported to one of the military bases on the planet's surface, where they discovered a large cylindrical structure, approximately 200 meters tall, guarded by around 100 Muirians. Cloaked in invisibility, they strode confidently inside. However, they halted at the entrance, as the building was enveloped in a thin shield, a defensive mechanism they could not penetrate. They had to wait for the outer shield to lower or for someone to enter or exit to slip through. After waiting approximately 10 minutes, 2 Muirians emerged from within. As they passed through the shield, a small door in the entrance opened, allowing Zheng Yin and Lu to seize the opportunity to slip inside, while Alice, Huang Yuiqing, and Rick remained outside. Once inside the large cylindrical structure, Zheng Yin confirmed that it was indeed a substantial shield engine. The 2 exchanged gestures, and without hesitation, discreetly placed 5 miniature antimatter timed explosives in a concealed location of the shield engine, with the detonation set for their return to the original timeline. While placing the bombs was straightforward, exiting proved more challenging. Zheng Yin and Lu stood guard at the entrance, waiting nearly 20 minutes until the 2 Muirians returned from outside. Taking advantage of the moment when the shield opened a small door, Zheng Yin and Lu slipped out. Chapter 148. Indifference after completing the bomb placement at this base. Zheng Yin and his companions were transported by Professor West to another military installation. This base was situated on another continent of the planet, featuring another cylindrical structure, guarded by over 100 Muirians. However, the shield engine of this base was sealed, rendering direct entry impossible. The 200-meter-tall circular building had no doors or windows, resembling a giant capacitor embedded in the earth. They infiltrated the small construction site of the Muirians, learning that this engine was the most crucial among the 3 planetary shields, and it was entirely enclosed. Their entry had been facilitated through teleportation. Thus, any damage to this engine could only commence from the exterior. Consequently, they buried 10 miniature antimatter timed explosives in the soil surrounding the cylindrical structure. With these 10 explosives, they could uproot the entire engine. Upon entering the third military base, they buried the remaining 10 antimatter bombs directly outside the engine room to save time, then returned to the shuttle to await their departure. Their return was scheduled for 2 days later, the day before their encounter with the Murians, necessitating a 2-day wait in the shuttle. Had they known it would be this simple, they could have set the return for just 2 hours later, Liu remarked. Indeed, they had not anticipated the remarkable efficacy of the cloaking shield. During this interval, they remained vigilant, monitoring the antimatter bombs on the surface, Zheng Yin noted. Over the course of these 2 days, they gleaned a significant amount of information and even infiltrated the Murians' database. They discovered that the history of the Murians traced back to the era when the Panga tribe led the Star Alliance. At that time, they were a peaceful race, neither aligning with the Unification faction nor participating in the Star Alliance, maintaining a stance of neutrality. However, as the conflicts escalated, the Murians retreated to the fringes of the galaxy to avoid the ravages of war, yet they could not entirely escape its impact. In the war with the Unification faction, their genes were ravaged, except for one woman, whose intact genetic material was utilized for cloning egg cells. According to their records, she was referred to as the New Mother, a figure of significant status. 2 days later, the time portal opened as scheduled. Professor Wester drove the shuttle, leading everyone back to their original time. Upon returning to the bridge, Zheng Yin inquired, Professor Picard, how long until the antimatter-timed explosives detonate? Professor Picard replied, they will explode in 5 minutes. Zheng Yin commanded, all personnel, prepare for battle. Dr. Jones, ready the teleportation for the children. 5 minutes later, Liu involuntarily counted down, 10, 9, 8, 7. When he reached 0, the bombs did not detonate. Liu urgently exclaimed, what is going on? Why has it exploded, old Picard? Meanwhile, Professor Picard calmly continued, 10, 9, 8, 7. Liu breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. I forgot there was a 10-second delay. As his words concluded, 3 flashes erupted from the ground as the 3 planetary shield engines were obliterated, the shields instantly collapsing. Quickly, Dr. Jones, locate the children. Zheng Yin shouted. Captain, the children have been safely teleported back. Dr. Jones joyfully announced. Excellent. Let us depart. Zheng Yin smiled. Captain, shall we not give them a taste of the neutrino-splitting cannon? Liu protested indignantly. They have but a few years left to live. Why bother with such trivialities? Come. Let us go see the children, Zheng Yin chuckled. Upon their arrival at the medical room, they discovered 300 young girls joyfully playing and laughing, adorned in exquisite garments custom-made for them by the Murians, blissfully unaware of the perilous events they had just endured. Liu rushed forward, enveloping his daughter in an embrace, tears nearly spilling from his eyes, yet his daughter innocently inquired, Dad, why are you crying? We're having so much fun. The Murians are treating us so well. We can have anything we desire. They say that we, 300 strong, are to become the new hope of their planet. Liu replied, do not heed their fanciful words. They are merely deceiving you. They seek to confine you, to wrest you away from your parents, never to see us again. Your future is yours to dictate. No one can compel you to do anything against your will. As your parents, our duty is to safeguard your freedom. The little girl, though somewhat bewildered, obediently nodded and said, I understand, Dad. But must we leave just like this? I want to bid them farewell. Liu responded. What is there to say to them? They are merely enjoying your company. Today, you are excused from lessons, while I must attend to my work. Zheng Yin asked Huang Yueqing, Sister Yueqing, are the children physically unharmed? Huang Yueqing smiled. They are fine. I scanned their health, and they are all well. The Murians have not harmed them. Perhaps they simply did not have the chance. Zheng Yin replied with relief. That is good to hear. At that moment, Wu Yunqi called out, Captain, please report to the bridge. The Murians have sent us a communication. Zheng Yin acknowledged. We are on our way. Upon reaching the bridge and activating the large screen, they were met with a displeased expression from the Murians. One of them addressed Zheng Yin, Captain, you claim to be the alliance of justice and peace, yet how can you stand idly by as our civilization faces extinction? Infuriated, Liu opened his mouth to rebuke them, but Zheng Yin restrained him, stating, it is precisely because we are a just and peaceful alliance that I have refrained from annihilating you. Were I a mercenary commander devoid of principles, your planet would have already been reduced to a black hole. The Murians retorted, is it wrong for us to save our civilization? We have not harmed those children. We cherish them as the most precious resource of our civilization. Enough. Do not continue. Zheng Yin interrupted, admonishing, your children are not more valuable than our lives. They are not mere objects or resources. While it is commendable for you to strive for the salvation of your civilization, why must you abduct our children? Such twisted logic would have earned you a slap were you on Earth. The Galactic Interstellar Alliance and the Unification faction have been embroiled in conflict for millions of years. While you have remained a bystander, reaping the benefits of our sacrifices, countless civilizations have selflessly perished in the fight against the Unification faction. You have distanced yourselves, and we have no reproach for that. Even as peace is achieved in the galaxy, we wish to establish diplomatic relations with you for the sake of communication between civilizations. Unbeknownst to you, in your self-serving ambition, you have audaciously taken away our children. Had it not been for the Chang'e spacecraft's time reversal technology, would you have benevolently returned our children to us? As the Marshal of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, I possess the authority to eradicate you without seeking approval from any governing body. However, I have chosen not to do so, demonstrating considerable forbearance and mercy towards you. In the years to come, may you dwell in regret. The opposing party responded, "Ah, Captain, we were unaware that you held the esteemed position of Marshal in the Star Alliance. We are profoundly ashamed of our actions. It was our recklessness and ignorance that led to this absurd outcome. You previously expressed your willingness to dispatch the entire scientific team of the Alliance to assist us in repairing the genetic damage. If you still recall that pledge, please. We implore you to save our civilization." Dai Lu sneered. "Now the tables have turned, and it is you who plead. When we initially reached out to you, you abruptly severed communication." The other party, filled with remorse, replied, "Please forgive our ignorance and folly." Zheng Yin stated, "I shall not outright refuse your request, but I cannot grant it immediately. This matter requires me to submit an application to the Alliance Command. Should they consent, a research vessel from the scientific team will be dispatched to your planetary orbit to assist in finding a solution. Please be patient." Zheng Yin then instructed Wu Yunqi to terminate the communication. Dai Lu, seething with anger, remarked, "Why waste words with them? Just strike them with a neutrino disintegration cannon." Zheng Yin replied with a smile, "After all, we are not of the Unification sect, and since the children have not been harmed, there is no need for further aggression. Let us upload this mission log to the Alliance Command. As for their request, we shall see how the command chooses to respond, and we need not concern ourselves with it." Upon receiving their report, the Alliance Command adopted a policy of covert observation for 3 years regarding the Murans. If the Murans sincerely sought repentance, the Alliance would spare no effort to discover a cure within a few years. Otherwise, they would be left to their own devices. The Chang'e spacecraft continued its supervisory mission, establishing large interstellar portals on each member planet of the Alliance. A month later, while constructing a portal at the edge of the Perseus Arm, in an ancient red dwarf star system, they unexpectedly discovered an unknown force residing beneath the surface of the planet inhabited by this civilization. As the portal was completed and underwent testing, a massive spatial wormhole attracted an invasion of unknown entities, seemingly from another dimension, emerging through the wormhole in response to the call of the subterranean force. These beings exhibited no hostility, manifesting as irregular luminescent forms, continuously emerging from the portal. The immense energy they carried caused the portal to spiral out of control, preventing timely closure from the outside. Soon, these peculiar organisms proliferated throughout the planet's atmosphere, although they did not initiate any attacks on their surroundings. Their numbers swelled to an astonishing 100 billion, rendering the indigenous inhabitants incapable of leading a normal existence. Whether on the streets, inside homes, in public squares, fields, or even on the ocean's surface, these creatures overcrowded every conceivable space, continuously emerging in ever greater numbers. Chapter 149, The Strange Organisms. Professor Picard reported, drenched in sweat, "Captain, we are unable to extract any data regarding these organisms. All we know is that they are drawn to the energy source beneath the surface." Zheng Yin inquired, "What about the energy source below? Have we uncovered the true reason for its existence?" Professor Picard replied, "No, the energy source is unlocatable. While we occasionally identify energy convergence points underground, the amassed energy vanishes in an instant, dispersing elsewhere. The energy levels are exceedingly low. Without the precision instruments of a long-range detector, it would be impossible to discern its presence using the technology of a Level 2 stellar civilization." Luda remarked, "This is untenable, Captain. The planet is on the brink of explosion. It is suffocating the inhabitants. We must devise a plan for their evacuation without delay." Zheng Yin responded, "Evacuating the indigenous population is but a drop in the ocean. It is merely a palliative measure. If we do not close this portal, who knows how many of these creatures exist?" Professor Westwood interjected, Even if we wished to evacuate the people, it would be too late. Given the efficiency of our teleportation chamber, relocating the planet's 5 billion inhabitants would require decades. Utilizing quantum energy collectors is no longer feasible, as the atmosphere is saturated with these organisms. Zheng Yin stated, therefore, we must act swiftly to identify the root cause and ideally return these beings to their own universe. Professor Picard suggested, I recommend that our primary focus should be studying the energy entity beneath the surface to uncover its nature. Zheng Yin ordered. All personnel are to dedicate themselves to this endeavor, exploring every angle for answers, including the history of this civilization and even their folklore. We must ascertain the true identity of the underground energy entity. Luda posed a concern. What about the people on the surface? Some are already trapped in their homes, unable to move and struggling to breathe. Zheng Yin instructed. Teleport the indigenous inhabitants from the areas with the highest concentration of these organisms and notify the Star Alliance Command to dispatch rescue ships immediately. We must act quickly to evacuate as many of the native population as possible. Subsequently, Yunchi reported the situation to the Star Alliance Command, which promptly dispatched 50,000 warships for rescue operations. Fortunately, a large interstellar teleportation gate had already been established on the nearest member planet of the Star Alliance, facilitating the mobilization of these vessels. All 50,000 warships sent by the Alliance were medium-sized vessels equipped with teleportation technology. 2 hours later, the fleet gradually arrived in orbit around the planet. In the span of 2 hours, the Chang'e spacecraft exerted every effort, accompanied by 5 escort ships, 30 destroyers, and 20 shuttles, successfully transporting 200,000 individuals in a race against time. After completing their health scans, the transported individuals were temporarily stored in quantum energy storage cabinets. The arrival of 50,000 Star Alliance warships allowed Chang'e a moment of respite, after which the fleet simultaneously activated an intense mode of spatial particle transportation. Professor Picard. At the current maximum speed of our combined fleet, how long will it take to transport the crowd from the surface? Zheng Yin inquired. Captain. With the concerted effort of 50,000 warships, we will still require 80 hours, Professor Picard responded. Has the appearance rate of the unknown entities increased? Zheng Yin asked again. The speed has not escalated. If this pace continues, we should be able to transport all the native inhabitants before they completely occupy the surface of this planet. Professor Picard assured. Wow, that's a relief, Zheng Yin remarked as he settled into his chair. 50,000 warships still need 80 hours. If they do not arrive, we could truly require decades, Delu added. We must expedite our investigation into the cause. My current concern is whether their numbers will continue to grow once they fully occupy the planet's surface, Zheng Yin stated. Captain, are you suggesting they might extend their occupation into space? Delu queried incredulously. At least, there is no evidence to suggest they require air. We know neither their composition nor their true nature, nor why they have come to our world. We must prepare for the worst, Zheng Yin replied. For days later, the entire population of 5 billion was successfully transported, most of whom were stored in quantum energy cabinets, with only a few leaders remaining to assist Chang'e in its investigations. However, the population of entities on the surface continued to grow incessantly as the portal remained perpetually open. Let us set aside how to send them back for now. We must first stop their continued emergence, Zheng Yin commanded. He then ordered, cannon, destroy the interstellar portal on the planet's surface. A phase cannon fired from orbit, striking the interstellar portal, which was instantly obliterated. Yet, the spatial wormhole persisted, and unknown entities continued to surge forth from it. Soon, the entire surface of the planet was blanketed by these life forms. Gradually, they began to stack upon one another, accumulating more and more until they reached the atmospheric boundary. Moreover, their numbers continued to swell, and these entities, imbued with extraordinary energy, appeared to possess an immunity to the void of space. They gradually ventured into the cosmos, yet remained interconnected, not drifting into the depths of the universe despite the absence of gravity. The scientific team's research into these life forms yielded no progress, and, alarmingly, as their numbers multiplied, they began to absorb radar scanning waves, causing the observation of subterranean energy entities to come to an involuntary halt. Zheng Yin inquired of the leader of this civilization, in regard to your civilization and history, are there aspects that distinctly set you apart from other civilizations? I refer to those elements of legend about which even you harbor uncertainties. The leader responded, Marshal, our civilization has evolved for a mere 500,000 years, whereas this stellar system is exceedingly ancient. Prior to our existence, this planet has witnessed at least 5 cycles of prehistoric civilizations. Our knowledge of their legends is exceedingly scant. Almost non-existent. Lu queried, "How do you ascertain that there were 5 prehistoric civilizations before yours?" The leader elucidated, "This is inferred from the remnants of the previous prehistoric civilization we have unearthed, which recorded the existence of 4 preceding civilizations, albeit in fragments." Zheng Yin remarked, "Fragments are still valuable. Have your archaeologists promptly engaged with the Stellar Alliance's scientific group to gather every morsel of information concerning the records of the previous prehistoric civilizations? Not a single punctuation mark should be overlooked." Chapter 150. The Invasion of Fundamental Particles. Subsequently, the archaeologists of this civilization collaborated with the Chang'e scientific team to scour the remnants of prehistoric civilizations for any clues. The last prehistoric civilization preceding theirs vanished approximately 200 million years ago, and it left no account of its ultimate fate. However, their records indicate that this civilization had attained the advanced technological status of a Tier 3 stellar civilization. Consequently, they were able to discern the existence of 4 prior civilizations. According to the extrapolations from those records, each of the preceding 4 civilizations mysteriously vanished overnight. The earliest of these 4 civilizations emerged around 1 billion years ago. It had achieved the pinnacle of Tier 2 stellar civilization, and while it was on the cusp of evolving into a Tier 3 civilization, it abruptly disappeared. The original inhabitants of this civilization seemed to have evaporated, leaving behind a wealth of documentation and architectural remnants. The second civilization arose approximately 800 million years ago, reaching the zenith of Tier 1 planetary civilization. Just as it was embarking on space exploration to achieve Tier 2 stellar civilization, it too vanished without a trace. Similar to the first civilization, the populace of the second also appeared to have evaporated, leaving behind a multitude of edifices and cultural remnants. The third civilization appeared 600 million years ago, having attained Tier 2 stellar civilization and even constructed a Dyson sphere enveloping a red dwarf star. Yet, this civilization also vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind an abundance of cultural remains and desolate planets. The fourth civilization emerged approximately 400 million years ago, having evolved into the era of the Industrial Revolution. They had just harnessed the power of nuclear fission and had not yet ventured into space when they suddenly disappeared. The fifth civilization represents the precursor to the previous 4 civilizations, having developed advanced technology that reached the status of Tier 3 stellar civilization. However, this civilization too found no definitive answers regarding the fates of the preceding 4 civilizations, nor did it document where they ultimately went. They too seemed to have evaporated overnight. Regarding the historical records of this civilization, the Alliance has not documented anything prematurely. However, it is evident that every 200 million years, the civilizations on this planet abruptly vanish. Whether their disappearance is due to the emergence of these unknown entities remains uncertain. There is no need for speculation. "I am convinced it is entirely their doing," remarked Liu. Zheng Yin stated, "Science is inherently rigorous. Extraordinary theories require extraordinary evidence for validation, without irrefutable proof. Claiming certainty is utterly futile." At that moment, Baingmong successfully locked onto the frequency of the entity utilizing spatial oscillation technology, indicating that the entity could indeed be captured. "Splendid work, Baingmong. You have rendered a significant service to the galaxy," Zheng Yin commended. "Dr. Jones, please locate the entity and transport it to the isolation chamber." Moments later, Dr. Jones reported, "Captain, while the entity can be pinpointed, it cannot be transported, as our spatial technology is unable to disassemble it into a particle state." "Then let us employ a shuttle to retrieve it," Zheng Yin instructed. Half an hour later, an irregularly shaped luminous entity was delivered to the isolation chamber. The scientific team promptly commenced their research on the entity, which continuously altered its form and fluctuated in size, measuring approximately 2 meters, with colors that changed in a kaleidoscopic manner. Observing the entity's ever-shifting appearance, Zheng Yin inquired, "Professor Picard, how can you ascertain that it is a living organism?" Professor Picard replied, "That is merely a generic term. We have yet to confirm whether it is a biological entity or an energy form. It is undeniably active, yet we are unable to communicate with it. All communication waves are ineffective, as are the scanning waves." Zheng Yin asked, "Would scanning it using the captured frequency not yield results?" Professor Picard responded, "Indeed, Captain, it seems impervious to scanning. Its interior appears to be solid, and by solid, I mean that there is virtually no microscopic distance between electrons and atomic nuclei." Liu inquired, "Could it possibly be a fragment of a neutron star?" Professor Picard clarified, "Certainly not. The components of a neutron star are exceedingly dense, whereas this entity is incredibly lightweight, weighing even less than a quark. Zheng Yin expressed disbelief. Such a large object is so light that it cannot even match the mass of air? Professor Picard affirmed, yes, it is perplexing, yet it is indeed the case. Zheng Yin commanded, let us attempt to dissect it. Professor Westwood advised, Captain, I recommend we transport this entity outside the starship for cutting. Zheng Yin questioned, what is the rationale behind that? Professor Westwood explained, our scientific team holds a hypothesis, but we are hesitant to validate it, as it seems too fantastical. Zheng Yin pressed, what is this hypothesis? Professor Westwood replied, we suspect it represents the fundamental building blocks of matter, the smallest particles, but not of our universe. It must have fallen here from a larger, macrocosmic universe. Zheng Yin marveled, this is utterly insane. The fundamental components of matter remain in uncharted territory for us, akin to the far reaches of the cosmos, distant and elusive. Professor West replied, thus, we are filled with trepidation, reluctant to trust our hypothesis. If we must dissect it, it would be prudent to transport it far beyond the starship, for once it is severed, what resides within remains a mystery. Perhaps our physical laws hold no sway over it at all. Zheng Yin nodded and instructed, Lu, arrange for a destroyer to transport this object to a distance of 1 light day from us, equipped with a device for its dissection. Moments later, preparations for the cutting of the object were complete, broadcasting live on the large screen and the holographic command console. As the Gauss cutting gun was employed, the object exhibited no damage. Instead, it incessantly morphed in shape and hue while maintaining remarkable resilience. Subsequent experiments with various weapons proved futile. Zheng Yin dispatched 2 more frigates to ensnare the object with tractor beams, pulling in opposite directions while the destroyer prepared to cut it with high-energy weaponry. Due to the uncertainty of the energy release or potential consequences upon severance, the frigates operated under remote control, unmanned. Surprisingly, this object, measuring a mere 2 meters, was elongated by the frigates to over 100,000 kilometers, its diameter reduced to a thickness of merely an atom. Captain, we cannot pull any further. The tractor beams will lose their grip, Professor Picard cautioned. Commence cutting. This time, an antimatter cutting saw was employed. After 10 minutes of cutting, a blinding flash erupted, obliterating the 2 frigates and the destroyer in an instant. The luminosity emitted after the object's dissection rivaled that of a blue supergiant, with the released energy being astonishing. What was discovered within? Zheng Yin inquired urgently. Beyond energy, there exists only void. Both Professors West and Picard responded in unison, their eyes brimming with confusion and bewilderment. At that moment, Wu Yunqi received a peculiar communication request. Quick, display it on the large screen. Upon connection, the screen revealed nothing but a vast expanse of whiteness. Devoid of any discernible objects, yet a voice resonated from this blank void. Do not attempt to dissect this fundamental particle any further. At the moment of your cutting, it has released an abundance of additional fundamental particles, permeating into a more microscopic universe, undetectable by your current technology. Zheng Yin immediately inquired, what dimension does your civilization belong to? The voice replied, we are the civilization that vanished 200 million years ago. We did not truly cease to exist. We undertook actions akin to yours, resulting in multitudes of fundamental particles cascading into another dimension's microscopic universe. To save that universe, we have labored for 200 million years. Zheng Yin exclaimed in astonishment, so you have always existed. Yet now, these fundamental particles have inexplicably descended upon us, threatening the imminent annihilation of the civilization on your planet. The entity across from him assured, fear not, for we possess a solution. Over the course of these 200 million years, we have discovered a method to return these fundamental particles to their original universe. Zheng Yin inquired eagerly, that is splendid. Could you enlighten us on this method? These fundamental particles continue to emerge incessantly. The entity replied, we shall transmit the procedure to you shortly. In the meantime, refrain from any actions regarding the fundamental particles. Once the technical documentation arrived, they were taken aback to find that the method to return these particles to their original universe involved merely reassembling them. These particles had been severed in their original universe, and what might appear as an invasion occurring every 200 million years in the current universe could merely transpire as a matter of seconds in their original realm. Upon being severed, these fundamental particles released immense energy, transforming into smaller, more numerous particles that descended into a microcosm of another dimension. If further severed within this microcosm, they would perpetually continue to fall. This revelation fundamentally altered Zheng Yin's cosmological perspective. Utilizing the technology bestowed by the previous civilization, they swiftly integrated these fundamental particles. Furthermore, the speed of integration accelerated as the particles converged, ultimately surpassing the rate at which the fundamental particles emerged. In a dazzling burst of brilliance, they vanished entirely into a wormhole, which subsequently sealed itself. This technology was then meticulously catalogued by the Star Alliance and disseminated to an array of extraterrestrial civilizations.